Inside a speeding van, the young man jolted awake, his eyes wide with panic. At first, Ujin thought he was just having another dream, but he quickly realized that this was his old body, and this exact scenery was a moment he had already lived through in the past. The vehicle had been tearing down the road when the driver was suddenly forced to slam on the brakes. A pack of orcs had just blocked their path. The frantic driver banged on the back of the truck to signal the others and screamed, "Orcs up ahead! Get your weapons ready and move out!" In a flash, the men surrounding Ujin grabbed their guns and vaulted out of the truck bed. Meanwhile, the monsters quickly spotted them and charged forward in a frenzied rage. "Listen up, everyone! We don't have enough ammo, so don't shoot unless you've got a guaranteed hit. You hear me?" An older man, who seemed to be the most battle-hardened of the group, barked the order. But the moment those words left his mouth, bang, a gunshot rang out. The entire group flinched, snapping their heads to see which reckless fool had jumped the gun and fired so early. But to their absolute shock, they realized that the premature shot had perfectly headshot the leading orc with deadly accuracy. And the one who pulled the trigger was none other than Kim Ujin. Seeing their vanguard drop dead, the remaining monsters grew even more ferocious. Yet, Ujin maintained his chillingly calm demeanor and kept firing. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots, and both found their marks. The fourth orc closed in on him, getting so dangerously close that he couldn't even aim his rifle. Thankfully, Ujin's wealth of combat experience kicked in, and he swiftly leaped back to evade the strike. If it were anyone else, they would have been smashed to pieces by its weapon. After putting just enough distance between them, Ujin fired once again. This fourth bullet was also a direct hit. He had even fired it mid-air, proving that his accuracy was practically 100%. Only a single orc remained, but it couldn't escape the same grisly fate as its comrades. Just like that, Ujin single-handedly wiped out an entire pack of orcs, a feat that the rest of the group might have struggled to pull off even if they worked together. Because of this, every single person was staring at him in absolute disbelief. And fair enough, how could they ever imagine Ujin taking on 5 orcs all by himself? As for Kim Ujin, after that lightning-fast skirmish, he was finally convinced that this wasn't just a dream. The sheer sensation of battle was way too real for it to be a dream. At that moment, the older man from earlier suddenly stomped over to Ujin, but instead of praising him, he began to chew him out. "Hey, Kim Ujin, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Ujin didn't even bother giving him the time of day. His mind was still trying to process the mind-blowing truth that he had actually regressed into the past. Without a word, he kept his head down and silently trudged forward. Seeing him ignore the scolding, the older man grew even more furious. "Hey, you little punk, when someone's talking to you, you'd better damn well answer." Ujin's bizarre attitude caused a stir among the group. They began whispering to one another, wondering what on earth had gotten into him today. First, he goes full lone wolf, stealing the spotlight by slaughtering the orcs all on his own, and now he's just huddled in a corner, clutching his head. But how could they possibly understand the storm raging inside Ujin's mind? He himself hadn't even fully accepted the fact that he had returned to the past, because just moments ago, Lee Si-jun and that bitch, Park Shin-hai, had conspired to backstab him in his final battle. If the heavens had truly granted him a second chance at life, then in this lifetime, he would make absolutely sure those 2 bastards suffered a gruesome death. Right at that moment, Ujin received a system notification. He had awakened as a player. Instantly, 3 classes appeared before his eyes: Immortal Warrior, Emissary of the Underworld, and Silent Hunter. Come to think of it, this exact day in his past life was also the day he awakened. But these 3 class options were completely different from the past. Out of the 3 choices hovering in front of him, the one called Emissary of the Underworld caught his eye the most. It was a class granted the dark power to wield lethal poisons and curses. A class that allowed the player to raise an undead shadow army from slaughtered monsters. Because it bestowed overwhelmingly overpowered abilities compared to the Holy Light classes, the resulting consequence was that only a single player could monopolize most of these powers. In his previous life, Johan Ji, otherwise known as the King of Deadly Poisons, had earned the favor of the Underworld Emissary, grasping all its dark powers to become the absolute strongest player. Back then, if Lee Se-jun was the hero, Johan Ji was the monster, and Ujin, in order to kill that monster, had meticulously researched and analyzed every single detail of this class. He never expected that after coming back to life, he'd be the one destined for this terrifying power. Almost without a second thought, Ujin selected it. He had made up his mind. In this life, it wouldn't be Johan G. He himself would become the monster to take his revenge on all those hypocritical bastards. After players began appearing in the world, another concept quickly followed. Guilds. These were organizations formed specifically to provide benefits and resources for players. At that time, the Phoenix Guild had used every underhanded trick in the book to hoard wealth and power, clawing their way up to become the second largest guild in South Korea. And through the Phoenix Guild's dark, corrupt reputation, the noble ideals of the Messiah Guild, led by Lee Si-jun, shined even brighter. Soon after, Ujin made a decision completely opposite to the choice he had made in his past life. He headed straight to the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. The person across from him slid a contract across the table, clearly outlining the guild's conditions, along with a promise that he would receive bonus pay for every dungeon cleared. Ujin read the contract incredibly carefully. Honestly speaking, this amount of money wasn't nearly enough to buy the items he needed, but he didn't have much of a choice. After all, it wasn't like he could just go and join the Messiah Guild now, could he? So, how do I prove my qualifications as a player? Isn't the only way to just check a player's status window? Ujin asked. The recruiter suddenly flashed a wicked smile. He reached into his coat, pulled something out, and placed it on the table. He explained that these were exclusive skill scrolls meant specifically for the emissary of the underworld. Ujin just needed to pick one and tear it apart. If he truly was a player, the man would be able to verify it with his own 2 eyes. Ujin looked at the skill scrolls on the table and immediately locked eyes on one called Blood Poison. The absolute prerequisite to learn it was having the emissary of the underworld class. It was a skill that could turn the player's own blood into a lethal toxin. The higher the player's level and the skill's rank, the deadlier the toxicity of their blood. So this is where I get my hands on these things, Ujin thought to himself. Blood Poison was a remarkably complex ability. While the skill itself seemed simple, if combined with the Blood Golem skill, its effectiveness would be maximized to the absolute limit. It was an incredibly powerful combo well worth utilizing. Ujin chose Blood Poison, decisively tearing the scroll in half. In an instant, he successfully acquired the skill, which meant Ujin had just proven both his player qualifications and his class to the recruiter. And just like that, Ujin successfully joined the Phoenix Guild, kicking off his journey to conquer dungeons in this new life. That night, he had a dream. In that dream, Ujin saw his old comrades from his past life. Back then, he had been branded with a new nickname, the Hound. Even though it really didn't suit his holy light abilities all that well. But every time they went on a dungeon raid, he acted exactly like a bloodthirsty predator. That savage demeanor terrified every single one of his teammates to their core. And that day was no exception. While his teammates were busy gossiping about his nasty nickname, Ujin's cold, steel-like voice suddenly rang out, making them all jump out of their skin. Our hunt has officially begun. Get yourselves ready. Hunts like these were exhausting, but they slowly helped Uin rebuild his trust in people. Too bad that was nothing but a pipe dream. By the time he woke up, it was nearly dawn. Glancing at the clock on his phone, Uin was hit with the harsh reality. He had died and come back to life. And since he had regressed to the past, his vicious enemies were still out there, roaming free. Gujin was burning with impatience, wondering how much longer it would take before he crossed paths with them again. The next morning marked his first dungeon raid in this life. The gathering spot was One Moon City Park. It was a 5-man party, and the other 4 members had arrived early. Among them was a bald guy named Josie, who had 4 hunts under his belt, earning him the absolute trust of the other 3. Seriously, when is this guy finally going to show up? Joss grumbled. The moment the words left his mouth, a piercing screech of tires scraping against the asphalt echoed through the air. All 4 of them snapped their heads toward the noise, only to see a beat-up old car rolling in. It's that brat's first hunt today, and he has the nerve to show up last? Talk about a rookie with 0 manners. The blonde guy in the party clicked his tongue, his voice dripping with annoyance. Just then, Uin stepped out of the car. No kidding, he should be on his knees thanking us for even letting him join the party. And what is up with that piece of junk he's driving? The only woman in the party chimed in, unable to hide her disdain. Looking at him, I bet he couldn't even get decent support gear from the guild. Even if it's his first hunt, he'll probably just be scrambling to keep his pathetic life intact. Whatever, just ignore him, let's get moving. And just like that, on his very first hunt, Uin was completely shut out by his own party. Even Josup, acting as the party leader, told the others to let him rot. "Just pretend we're a man down," he said. Being isolated was something he was long used to, so seeing the four of them laughing and chatting while leaving him in the dust didn't stir a single emotion in Uin's heart. Before officially entering the dungeon, the five-man party was briefed on the basics of the zone they were about to clear. It was an E-rank dungeon known as the One-Floor Goblin's Lair. The entry requirement was level 10 or below, and the clear condition was to wipe out every single goblin inside. Does anyone have any questions, or does anyone want to back out? If so, speak up now. Otherwise, please double-check your spatial inventories. The person in charge announced. Uzin pretended not to notice the meaningful glares his four teammates were shooting his way, merely scoffing internally. They were just a bunch of nobodies whose names and faces he didn't even care to know. He didn't need to waste his breath on them. Besides, he could easily solo this trashy E-rank dungeon anyway. Fully prepped, the five of them approached the dungeon entrance. For three of them, it was their first ever raid, and they couldn't help but be completely overwhelmed by its sheer magnitude. As they stepped through the gate, they crossed into an entirely different world. They found themselves in a dense, dead silent forest, and their clothing had instantly shifted into gear matching their respective classes. This isn't some virtual reality game, guys. This is real life. Keep your guard up. Whether we're in here or out there, we've only got one life to live. Jose, playing the reliable captain, immediately warned his team. But the second the words left his mouth, he noticed Uin had already broken off from the group, wandering off on his own. He carefully inspected the surrounding trees, using the tracks to deduce that the number of goblins in this dungeon was far from small. Seeing Gujin staying so quiet, Josiop seized the chance to boss him around. He pawned off the scouting duty onto him while the remaining four set up camp. It was blatantly forcing the most dangerous job on the rookie, but Uin didn't even bother arguing. He accepted on the spot. I thought he'd be a pain to order around, but that was surprisingly easy. He doesn't even realize how dangerous it is, and he just nodded along. What an absolute idiot, the others muttered under their breath. All right, let's get ready for the hunt. Now all the loot belongs to us. Only then did Josiop finally draw his sword. His real goal all along was to get rid of Uin, so they wouldn't have to split the loot with him. Of course, Uin wasn't dumb enough to miss their little scheme, but coincidentally, it suited him just fine. He didn't want to drag along a bunch of deadweight fools anyway. Meanwhile, back at the Messiah Guild headquarters, all the core members were gathered in the conference room. Today, the guild was welcoming a new member, the very person entrusted with their latest mission. The moment the doors swung open, Jiang Jihu, a big shot within the guild, ground his teeth. Tch, so it's that unlucky bastard, he thought. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Suzuki Ai, the newcomer announced. I see a lot of familiar faces. So I guess I can skip the whole self-introduction, right? His voice oozed with such arrogance that even Lee Sejin couldn't help but silently admire his audacity. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Sejin. So, what's my job going forward? Achi replied bluntly. This blatant disrespect made Jiang Jihu, who was sitting nearby, slam his fist on the table in a fit of rage. You little punk! I dare you to speak to the boss like that one more time. Despite the heavy threat, Achi wasn't fazed in the slightest. He just lazily shifted his eyes, not even bothering to turn his head to look at Jihu. That dismissive attitude only fueled Jihu's fury. He honestly couldn't fathom why his boss had brought such an arrogant prick into their ranks. Inside that room, beside Lee Sejin, sat several other heavy hitters. There was Noda Hajiro, known as the Divine Archer, and Shugahara Ken, the Divine Swordsman. But they had all remained perfectly quiet the entire time. Only Jiang Jihu was struggling to keep his temper in check. And the angrier he got, the more arrogant I became. What, are you mad? Do my words and actions rub you the wrong way? Or is this about that little sizing issue from last time? Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge over that? What the hell did you just say, you little shit? Jiang Jihu roared again. All right, you've definitely come to the right place today. The bystanders could only sigh in exasperation, realizing that Jihu was pulling his usual stunt, the veteran bullying the new blood. It's just that Suzuki Achi wasn't exactly a pushover. But right as the two were about to throw hands, Seijin finally lost his patience and spoke up. "That's enough. Cut it out." Jung Ji-hoo snapped his head around, instantly meeting the ice-cold glare of his guildmaster. All of his blazing rage vanished in a flash, replaced by a suffocating, invisible dread. Swallowing his pride, Ji-hoo sat back down in a huff, secretly vowing to teach this arrogant, sky-high bastard a lesson he'd never forget later. Enough with the pleasantries. Park Jin-hyuk spoke up to get the meeting back on track. "About the matter I mentioned earlier, if it's just a matter of pinpointing the material's location, then give me 3 days." Before she could even finish her sentence, Achi cut in with absolute certainty. Lee Si-jun nodded slowly at those words. If it only took 3 days, that really wasn't a bad deal at all. As for the exact details of this mysterious 3-day plan, only time will tell. For now, let's head back to the Goblin Dungeon, where Woo Jin had just split off from his party. He had already heard all the details about this place in his previous life, and after a quick scout of the area, Woo Jin realized that everything he had been told was absolutely spot on. As he scouted ahead, a wave of bitter irony washed over him. Looking back on it now, Woo Jin couldn't help but find the whole situation utterly laughable. After all, whether it was these scouting techniques or his very combat style, everything had been taught to him by Suzuki Achi. Back then, he had foolishly believed the man was mentoring him out of goodwill, but in reality, it was all for the sake of the Messiah Guild. Woo Jin had shadowed that cold-blooded killer for a long time, eventually reducing himself to nothing more than a loyal bloodhound for the Messiah Guild. But they probably never imagined that the very skills they beat into him would one day become the blade pressed against their own throats. Right then, Woo Jin finished inspecting a tree and dropped down. But the second his boots hit the dirt, something vicious tore through the air, hurtling straight toward him. Woo Jin swiftly sidestepped to the right, dodging it with ease. The monsters had finally shown up. It was a pack of 3 incredibly aggressive goblins. Woo Jin wasted no time, flicking open his inventory and pulling out a sleek dagger. His blood began to pump with thrill. These goblins looked awfully similar to the ones from the 7th-floor dungeon he used to clear out back in the day. Now, they were nothing more than test subjects for his newly acquired toxic blood skill. Without hesitation, Woo Jin sliced the dagger right across his own palm. Crimson blood instantly welled up from the cut. As the 3 goblins lunged at him, he met their attack head-on, striking back with his blood-soaked blade. Woo Jin could have easily ended their lives right then and there, but instead, he opted to merely slash one of the goblins on the arm to test his skill. Instantly, a system alert popped up, confirming the target had been infected with the blood poison. A split second later, the wounded goblin shrieked in agonizing pain, thrashing about furiously before launching itself at him for round 2. Woo Jin's face clearly showed his disappointment. It's already poisoned, yet it's still kicking this hard? It seemed the skill's effect wasn't as lethal as he had hoped. Then again, that was probably just because his level was still far too low. Realizing that one of them wasn't nearly enough to take Woo Jin down, the other goblins quickly swarmed in as backup. Alright, now his patience had completely run dry. Woo Jin flipped the dagger in his grip and hurled it straight ahead with deadly precision. The blade buried itself dead center in the charging goblin's forehead, sending it crashing to the dirt as its comrades froze in panic. Honestly, fighting goblins was a textbook affair. They weren't exactly tough, but if you dragged the fight out, they would just keep swarming in, and that was a headache he didn't want to deal with. Seeing more goblins pouring in, Woo Jin instantly switched up his tactics. Ditching the dagger, he pulled out a completely different weapon, a sturdy leather whip. The moment the effect of the Goblin Chieftain's whip activated, the entire pack of runts recoiled in absolute terror. Woo Jin smirked, highly satisfied with the result. Coming prepared really was the smartest move. "Perfect," he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the 4 absolute fools who had driven him away were currently facing a nasty little surprise ambush of their own. Every single goblin was rabidly aggressive. Naturally, the 3 clueless newbies in the group completely lost their minds in panic. Only Joseph, the one guy with actual combat experience, managed to step up and block the goblins' first wave of attacks. To the 3 trembling rookies, he looked like an absolute hero. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Joseph roared. "Stop pissing your pants over a bunch of low-level grunts!" He shouted at the top of his lungs. "Come on, snap out of it. There is nothing to be scared of." In reality, he was sweating bullets himself. But to keep up his macho hero image, Joseph desperately hyped himself up, gripping his long sword tight. After all, these goblins were nothing but walking chunks of meat, right? Nothing he couldn't handle. But karma caught up to the bald loudmouth in record time. Somehow, his long sword had gotten wedged deep into the corpse of the goblin he had just killed, and it was completely stuck. Panic set in instantly. Joseph yanked on the hilt with every ounce of strength he had, but the blade wouldn't budge an inch. And right on cue, the goblins launched their second wave of attacks. This time, Joseph wouldn't be lucky enough to show off in front of the rookies. He took a direct, brutal hit from a goblin and crashed hard to the ground. They might have been low level, but these monsters showed absolute zero mercy to players. Blood poured down Joseph's bald head as excruciating pain tore through him. His body felt like it was crushed under massive boulders, his vision spinning wildly. But seeing the manic goblins charging at him yet again, his primal survival instinct screamed at him to crawl for his life. Dragging his battered body across the dirt, he shrieked, "Help! Somebody! Save me! Don't just stand there gawking, you idiots! Do something!" Faced with this nightmare, the three terrified rookies had no choice. Trembling in fear, they forced themselves to charge into the fray. With Joseph down, they knew damn well that if they didn't fight back now, they were all going to kick the bucket together. Contrast that pathetic struggle with Wu Jin. Facing down a goblin pack easily twice the size of theirs, he looked like he was taking a walk in the park. Every loud crack of his whip sent multiple goblins flying. Some were so utterly paralyzed by fear that they actually turned tail and bolted. But Wu Jin didn't plan on leaving a single survivor. The leather weapon lashed out like a striking viper, effortlessly outpacing the fleeing monsters. It coiled tightly around a goblin's neck. With a swift, ruthless yank, Wu Jin instantly snapped its neck, sending it straight to the afterlife. Ding! A system alert popped up. An emissary of hell had taken an interest in him, granting him the brand new title of the Noticed One. Wow, their standards are even lower than I thought, he scoffed. A highly satisfied grin spread across Wu Jin's face. Who would have guessed that slaughtering a few measly goblins would be enough to catch the eye of a literal emissary of hell? His thoughts then drifted to the pathetic group he had entered the dungeon with, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Only complete morons would swing those clunky, heavy swords around in here. Against this goblin trash, this whip is all you need. Wasting time dragging out a fight in a place like this was just painfully stupid. He didn't even need to look to know those four deadbeats were fighting for their lives right now. And as it turned out, he was completely right. Having finally banded together, the four of them had barely managed to scrape by and resolve the crisis. However, every single one of them was left battered and bleeding, dragging down the group's morale to rock bottom. "Hey, what do you think happened to that newbie?" one of them suddenly asked. He was obviously talking about Wu Jin. He never came back to report his scouting. The bastard is probably dead in a ditch somewhere. Joseph spat back bitterly. But it didn't really matter what he said anymore. After that pathetic display, whatever shred of trust the rookies had in their hero had completely vanished into thin air. They started blaming Yoseob for driving Ujin away. If all five of them had joined forces earlier, things would have turned out completely different. But Yoseob refused to back down. As a result, a bitter argument broke out between them. The shouting match only stopped when a loud, echoing crunch of grinding teeth pierced the air. Instinctively, they all sprang to their feet, pressing their backs together and aiming their weapons in every direction. Since the sound clearly came from goblins, they were terrified of being ambushed again. It really was the goblins, but they weren't launching an attack. Instead, they were letting out agonizing shrieks as Ujin mercilessly slaughtered them. His monster farming was going incredibly smoothly. Ujin kept catching the eye of the emissary of hell, and this time, he even earned a brand new skill, Skeleton Soldier. Ujin quickly pulled up his inventory. He hadn't expected to unlock this skill so early in the game. In his past life, this very army of the dead served as the loyal henchmen of the King of Five Venoms, Jay. It was actually one of that man's signature skills. However, this skill also came with a fatal flaw, one that had allowed Ujin to defeat him back then. The caster could only raise undead soldiers from the corpses of monsters they had slain with their own two hands. That was the skill's ultimate limitation. But even so, given the time Ujin had, He was confident he could master it perfectly. Without hesitation, Ujin ripped the skill parchment in half, successfully learning Skeleton Soldier. Since it was still at level 1, he could only summon a single soldier for now. But that was fine, he just needed something to distract his enemies. That alone would make his hunts a whole lot easier. He quickly got to work, raising an undead goblin. To be honest, watching a corpse morph into a monster right in front of his eyes made him feel a little sick to his stomach. But taking a closer look, its hate-filled glare was actually exactly what Ujin wanted. Up above, the clear blue sky was dotted with lazy clouds drifting over the lush mountain peaks. Amidst that peaceful scenery, the sharp, cold ring of metal suddenly echoed. Kim Ujin was casually leaning against a tree, quietly observing the sight unfolding before him. He rubbed his chin, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Well, that was underwhelming. Ujin muttered to himself, I guess this is the limit since my mana is still so low. Hearing his voice, the skeleton goblin slowly turned its head. Its movements were clumsy, but it felt alive. Deep within its hollow eye sockets, a faint glimmer flickered, the first spark of a newborn soul. He stepped closer and rested his hand on its bony head. Finally, now I've got my main weapon. Suddenly, Ujin's gaze locked onto something. Wait, what the? He muttered, utterly taken aback by the sight ahead. Is that a player? A grim realization washed over him as he stared at the human corpse dangling in the air like a macabre toy. His mind raced with calculating thoughts. The one thing all monsters shared, from lowly goblins to mighty dragons, was their innate desire to slaughter humans. They wouldn't suddenly go easy on someone just because they were a newbie. The two of them quickly made their way toward the goblin lair. Ujin scoffed inwardly. Since that's the case, I don't need to waste an ounce of mercy on these beasts either. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the pitch-black sky and deep shadows swallowed everything whole. A small group of people sat in dead silence around a flickering campfire, its dim glow barely illuminating their secluded corner of the woods. A nasty gash marked Yosiob's forehead, blood still dripping down his face. He spat out an angry curse. Damn it, those bastard goblins! Beside him, Sungmoon was shivering and sobbing in sheer terror. Miso looked at Yosiob with panic-stricken eyes. Yosiob, what do we do now? He kept his head bowed, his voice low and heavy. It seems we were way too arrogant. He gritted his teeth, desperation giving way to resolve. We are not dying out here. Yosiob scowled, his voice dropping to a harsh growl. At the end of the day, they're just filthy goblins. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, screaming at the top of his lungs. We can't die a pathetic death in a place like this. Miso froze, too stunned to even speak. She stopped crying, wiping away the leftover tears as her eyes locked onto something right in front of her. Hein was completely dumbstruck. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks as he nervously stammered, Yoso! Bro! Yoseob snapped back, his voice dripping with frustration. What is wrong with you guys? I know it's hard right now, but we can survive this. Ignoring his words, Hein shakily pointed a finger right at Yoseob, struggling to force the words out. No, bro, it's not that. Yoseob frowned in confusion, his eyes immediately following where Hein was pointing. What the hell are you talking about? He demanded. Minho panicked, his voice shaking violently. Look above your head. Yoseob raised an eyebrow, completely baffled. What is it? He snapped. Is there a bug on my head or something? Right at that moment, the words level up appeared floating perfectly above his head, glowing with a brilliant, blinding light. Yoseob stared at it, absolutely refusing to believe his own eyes. Leveling up? They weren't even in combat right now, so how the hell was that possible? There was only one scenario where a player could just sit around and still gain experience points. He forced himself to stay calm, saying stiffly, It just means someone in our party is fighting. Yoseob froze in shock, realization hitting him like a truck. Wait, does that mean that useless newbie is still alive? Cut back to Ujin, who was casually holding a blazing torch, its flickering flames casting long shadows against the dark cave walls. Scattered at his feet were the mangled bodies of the goblin guards. The entrance to the cave had been entirely barricaded with a massive pile of wood. Ujin spoke in a chillingly casual tone. From my experience, this is the absolute best way to wipe out a goblin nest. A smug, downright villainous smirk spread across his face. But wait, it gets even better. Ujin simply opened his hand, letting the torch drop. It tumbled down, landing squarely in the middle of the barricade of dry wood. Instantly, the flames roared to life, a fiery red inferno violently devouring the entire entrance. Ujin and his undead minion just stood there casually, watching the blaze. The roaring fire cast long, dancing shadows behind them. Meanwhile, thick, suffocating smoke was rapidly creeping into every hidden crevice of the cave. Deep inside, a goblin twitched its nose, its ugly eyes snapping open in high alert. The rest of the pack whipped their heads toward the entrance in blind panic, their bodies going rigid with sheer terror. As they watched the massive plumes of black smoke rolling into their home, they began shaking violently, panic consuming their eyes. In a matter of minutes, the fire had sucked almost all the oxygen right out of the cave. Desperate for air, several goblins clawed at their own throats, gasping and letting out agonizing wheezes. They collapsed to their knees, violently convulsing on the ground as they suffered an excruciatingly slow death. One of them frantically pointed toward the cave entrance, signaling an emergency. In that instant, the goblins snapped to their senses. Without a second thought, they swarmed madly toward the exit. They ran as if their lives depended on it, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, just outside, the roaring flames continued to blaze with a terrifying ferocity. Suddenly, the pile of burning wood shifted, followed by a series of loud, echoing crashes. Kim Gujin stood frozen, his cold gaze locked onto the roaring inferno. Before long, twisted, furious goblin faces emerged from the fiery gaps. They thrashed and struggled desperately, fighting tooth and nail just to survive. Their agonizing, resentment-filled shrieks echoed through the air. Their eyes gleamed with a feral malice, looking as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. Yet, he just stood there in silence. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he quietly savored the masterpiece of destruction he had created. Kim Gujin let out a mocking sneer. "The funeral costs for all the players you bastards murdered. I guess we're settling that debt right here, right now, huh?" Amidst the raging sea of crimson fire, countless desperate arms reached out, trembling violently as they clawed for a salvation that was just out of reach. In the blink of an eye, the flames swallowed them whole. All that remained was the sickening crackle of the fire and the stomach-churning stench of burnt flesh lingering in the air. The inferno surged violently, illuminating the entire corner of the dark forest. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. "The emissary of the underworld is highly amused by your sheer brutality." Soon enough, the goblin horde was completely reduced to ash. He furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intently on the smoldering remains before him. Kim Gujin scoffed coldly. That's weird." He tightened his grip on his leather whip. "I really thought I'd get to see it at least once by now." With a disappointed sigh, he turned to walk away, a wave of sheer annoyance washing over him. What a pain in the ass. Is that thing hiding somewhere else? Just as his skeleton soldier turned its back, a faint cracking sound echoed out. The scorched earth beneath the ashes slowly began to fracture, as if something monstrous was awakening deep underground. Startled by the noise, the skeleton snapped its head back. In a split second, the ground violently erupted, and a massive, hulking goblin launched itself out from the depths. The skeleton soldier just stood there in a daze, letting the falling debris rain down on its bony frame. The monstrous goblin was seething with absolute fury, exhaling heavy, scorching breaths. Gujin instantly spun around, cracking his whip violently against the ground. Talk about lucky. I was just starting to get bored to death here. Kim Gujin flashed a vicious grin. I'm honestly so grateful that you decided to crawl out right beneath my feet. By now, the colossal goblin was practically overflowing with murderous intent, its eyes ablaze with pure, unadulterated rage. This was it. The goblin champion boss. He muttered under his breath. So many rookies threw their lives away in this dungeon. His eyes narrowed dangerously. And it was all because of this bastard right here. He quickly opened his hand, channeling his mana as his gaze grew deadly cold. For a bunch of greenhorns, running into a goblin champion in a low-level dungeon like this is basically a one-way ticket to see the Grim Reaper. With a single flick of his wrist, a brilliant burst of light surged to answer his call. A solemn thought crossed his mind. In a split second, the blinding flash faded, leaving a razor-sharp sword resting perfectly in his grasp. He made a silent vow. From this moment on, there won't be a single victim left to claim. His skeleton soldier slowly turned its head, its hollow, chilling gaze locked dead onto the blade. It began to slowly stalk forward, its bony, skeletal feet crunching menacingly against the ash, in the dead silence of the cavern. The skeleton's sudden shift in behavior immediately caught Gujin's eye. A look of surprise crossed his face. Wait, is it actually waiting for the perfect opening? Suddenly, the undead soldier froze, its entire skeletal frame locking up. It slowly turned its skull, a sinister, icy gleam flashing within its empty eye sockets. Gujin's voice dripped with absolute intrigue, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Well, would you look at that?" He chuckled softly. Even its whole aura just shifted. Taking a step back, Gujin leaned casually against a scorched tree trunk, watching the scene unfold with utter calm. Amidst the suffocating tension that hung in the air, he patiently waited for the bloodbath to begin. The champion shrieked with unbridled fury, its eyes radiating a terrifying, murderous glow. But in that exact fraction of a second, the skeleton soldier kicked off the ground with explosive force. Launching itself high into the air, it hurtled straight toward its towering foe. The undead warrior's speed was genuinely mind-blowing. It closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The goblin champion fiercely charged forward to meet it, baring its fangs and wildly swiping its claws while roaring a deafening threat. Darting cleanly behind the monster, the skeleton abruptly spun on its heel. Its foot swept violently against the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust before it brought its blade crashing down in one ruthless, decisive strike. Blood violently sprayed from the champion's foot. Gujin froze on the spot. His pupils trembled slightly as a buried memory suddenly, violently struck him. It was a flashback of his horrific battle against a colossal dragon, a beast entirely engulfed in a raging sea of hellfire, radiating apocalyptic flames that threatened to incinerate the very fabric of reality itself. In that memory, a man was screaming in absolute terror. "How the hell are we supposed to kill that thing?" He remembered barking out the order. "Focus your attacks on its legs." Gujin had swiftly drawn his blade to throw the beast off balance. "Once it drops, that's our winning shot." His brow furrowed, his eyes burning with an unbreakable, ironclad resolve to face the impending doom. Without a shred of hesitation, the past Gujin had launched himself into the air, driving his blade mercilessly into the dragon's massive leg. His onslaught had been like a catastrophic storm. Fountains of blood had erupted from the worm's colossal legs as its agonizing, earth-shattering shrieks ripped through the battlefield. Watching the skeleton reenact that exact scene right in front of his eyes only cemented Gujin's sheer disbelief. That footwork, I'm absolutely sure of it. Back in the present, the crippled goblin champion crashed agonizingly to its knees, violently burying its heavy wooden mace into the dirt just to keep itself from collapsing entirely. But the skeleton soldier didn't let up for a single second, viciously repeating the exact same sequence of attacks. It seamlessly slipped around to the monster's blind spot before vaulting upward with blinding lightning-fast speed. Gujin was utterly flabbergasted, screaming in his mind, "This fighting style!" In a flash, the skeleton's blade plunged brutally straight into the champion's skull, instantly sending the monstrous boss logging out of existence for good. Gujin stood there, completely dumbstruck. It's an exact carbon copy of me." He fell into deep thought. I always knew that my skeleton summons would inherit a fraction of my combat prowess and magical power. A manic thrill rushed through Gujin's veins. But I had absolutely no idea they could flawlessly replicate my actual fighting style, he recounted with burning excitement. Before I regressed to the past, I had literally mastered every single weapon known to humanity. Hell, even in the Messiah Guild, there wasn't a single bastard who could take me on in a one-on-one fight. Gujin's next words left his skeletal minion completely bewildered. "You know what? I absolutely love this," he muttered under his breath, a wicked grin forming. "Looks like my master plan is getting a little rewrite." Suddenly, a crisp ding echoed out, and a holographic system window materialized, floating right in front of his face. The glowing interface momentarily startled him. He quickly tapped to open the notification, letting out a sharp gasp of sheer disbelief. "No way, is this—" The glowing text boldly displayed, "Lord of the Underworld. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked a hidden achievement. You have been rewarded with a legendary rank skill as a gift." Gujin rubbed his eyes, utterly unable to comprehend what was right in front of him. A legendary rank? A massive, ecstatic grin spread across his face, his laughter bubbling up. Who in their right mind would have thought I'd score something like this in a place like this? Meanwhile, the scene abruptly cut to an outpost watchtower. A man inside was screaming his lungs out in absolute panic. The dungeon! It's been cleared! Hansik violently shot up from his chair, slamming his fist into the desk as his eyes practically bulged out of his skull. What the hell did you just say? Without even taking a second to process it, he threw the door open and bolted outside. But the sight waiting for him instantly froze Hansik dead in his tracks, chilling him straight to the bone. From within the dimensional gate, the players slowly emerged. A wave of sheer astonishment washed over him. The players had actually returned. Hansik's jaw dropped, cold sweat breaking out across his skin. Did this mean the dungeon was actually cleared in a single day? Wasn't that supposed to be completely impossible? Seeing the players being tended to by the medical team, he immediately sprinted toward them, calling out in pure joy. Thank God, everyone made it back safely. Yet, failing to spot the one figure he was frantically looking for, Hansik froze, his anxious eyes scanning the crowd. He scratched his head, his voice laced with confusion and mounting dread. Wait, why are there only 4 of you? The group fell into a dead silence. Everyone's faces were heavy, their eyes darting away in guilt. Hansik nervously pushed up his glasses, his voice choking in his throat. I see. So, Mr. Kim Woo-jin has... Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind. His heart skipped a beat as a spark of hope flared. Someone else was coming out. As the figure slowly stepped into the light, the crowd simply couldn't believe their own eyes. From within the glowing dimensional gate, Kim Woo-jin stepped out. His hands were casually shoved into his pockets, his expression eerily calm. Hansik stood paralyzed for a second before blurting out, "Mr. Kim Woo-jin!" But Woo-jin just walked right past them, not looking back even once, leaving Hansik to hastily chase after him. Wait, please wait, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Meanwhile, Yosiob stared in utter shock. He's still alive? That little bastard. How the hell did he clear the dungeon all by himself? Seeing Hansik practically begging for the rookie's attention, a vicious wave of jealousy boiled up inside him. Yosiob's face darkened with pure malice. Is this a damn joke? How the hell did he pull that off? Only one thought echoed violently in his mind. Just who exactly is this guy? Over the following days, the media was absolutely flooded with breaking news. The global economic growth rate had hit negative numbers for 4 consecutive years. The European Union proposed a 30% increase in compensation for any players capable of wiping out the American Demon Gates. Shortly after, the Special Player Act was officially passed. Players were suddenly granted a 10% exemption on their income tax. Were the outrageous demands of these awakeners really going to be met just like that? On a massive screen in the heart of the city, a news anchor's voice echoed over the bustling streets. The ambitions of players worldwide are growing at an alarming rate. Since analysis proves that only awakened players are capable of closing these dungeons, they have begun demanding unprecedented special privileges. However, during these turbulent times, South Korea's very own Messiah Guild has successfully cleared a 5-floor dungeon without making a single demand. The broadcast continued to proudly announce that the Messiah Guild was the first in history to conquer a 5-floor dungeon. The anchor enthusiastically exclaimed, "Lee Se-jun, he has saved the world once again." He then added, following their triumphant raid of the 5-floor dungeon, the Messiah Guild's main backer, Hansung Group, has seen a massive surge in their stock prices. Meanwhile, Yosob furiously mashed the power button on his phone, grinding his teeth as he cursed. Damn it all, that totally twisted Messiah Guild. He slammed his phone down hard on the table, snarling, "The news is constantly shoving them down our throats. It's driving me insane." Yosiob groaned in utter frustration. Because of them, people are treating the rest of us like absolute money-grubbing trash. Ho Sung just gave a dismissive smirk. Who gives a damn about what they think? It's not like this whole situation is anything new anyway. He then leaned in, curiosity piqued. Oh, right, I almost forgot. How did your dungeon raid go this time? Yosiob immediately snapped, practically spitting venom. Don't even bring it up. Kim Woo-jin, thanks to that psychotic newbie, our entire team was almost wiped out. Ho-sung blinked in genuine surprise. Wait, what? What exactly happened in there? Yosob scowled, angrily jabbing a finger at his heavily bandaged head. You see my head right now? I got messed up like this entirely because of that absolute psycho. Ho-sung looked taken aback. Holy shit. So those rumors flying around are actually true. Yoseo rubbed his temples in deep frustration and nodded. Damn right they are. That greedy little punk used his newbie status as an excuse, recklessly charging straight into a horde of goblins just to snatch up the loot. Yoseo let out a bitter scoff. And like an idiot, I rushed in to save his worthless hide, which is exactly why I ended up looking like this. Ho-sung gasped, outraged. Are you kidding me? If that brat actually pulled a stunt like that, you need to report him to the guild right now. Get him penalized. Yosob just shook his head, letting out a heavy, defeated sigh. Forget it. I'll just consider it stepping in dog shit. The pathetic bastard must have been desperate for cash to pull a suicidal move like that. Ho-sung wasn't having it. Even if he's dead broke, you don't just do that in a dungeon. You absolutely cannot let this slide, man. I'm going to spread the word to everyone around here. I'll make sure that little prick never pulls a stunt like that anywhere else. At that exact moment, in a deadly quiet apartment, Kim Woo-jin's cold gaze was glued to a photograph hanging on his wall. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Unlike in my past life, I can't just rush in blindly to meet that hypocrite Lee Si-jun. Woo-jin mentally set a firm goal for himself. He needed to build up absolute, overwhelming strength before drawing any of that man's attention. With that thought, he stood in complete silence, staring at a massive conspiracy board completely covered in photos and intel. Documents were layered over one another, with thick red strings connecting the pieces in a chaotic, tangled web of vengeance. Woo-jin sharply tore one of the documents off the wall. At the very end of the thread connecting me to him, yes, that is exactly where my hunt begins. The scene shifted to a towering corporate skyscraper, where a highly bewildered voice echoed through an office. An orc hunter's dungeon? Are you being serious? Secretary Nam hesitated, his tone laced with genuine concern. Could it be because of those nasty rumors circulating around the guild? Are you trying to push yourself beyond your limits just to salvage your reputation? Woo-jin replied flatly. I don't know or care about any of that. Honestly, I'm doing this simply because I need the cash. Chairman Lee's intense gaze was locked entirely onto the young man standing before him, his piercing eyes looking as though they could read Woo-jin's very soul. Just because of money, you say? He warned the rookie, his voice dropping to a grave, authoritative tone. Mr. Kim Woo-jin, your life is not a bargaining chip. I understand that money is important, but shouldn't you prioritize actually staying alive to spend it? Chairman Lee then offered a compromise. Look, if you are truly that desperate for funds, you can always take out a loan from our guild's emergency subsidy. But Woo-jin immediately raised a hand, sharply turning down the offer. There's really no need for that, sir. Just go ahead and schedule the raid for me. I know exactly how to handle myself. Internally, he scoffed. I bet those bastards are spreading vicious rumors about me again to cover their own tracks. Actually, that works out perfectly for me. Hunting completely solo is the absolute best way to level up anyway. The moment Kim Woo-jin left the office, Secretary Nam quickly reported, Sir, it appears those rumors about this Kim Woo-jin might actually be completely true. Chairman Lee stood with his arms crossed, gazing out over the sprawling city skyline as he let out a cold snort. Rumors will always be rumors, but the kid acts like he genuinely hasn't heard a single whisper of them. Putting that aside, what's the current status of the dungeon he just requested to enter? The secretary quickly replied, Well, ever since an entire elite strike team entered and was brutally wiped out, we haven't had a single player apply for it in over a month, sir. Chairman Lee whipped his head around, his eyes narrowing. An elite strike team? Who exactly did it belong to? Secretary Nam broke into a nervous sweat, stammering his response. They were the rising stars from Park Yong-won's faction, sir. What exactly should we do about this? A dark, mocking smirk crept across the chairman's face. If even the most promising elites from Park Yong-won's personal faction couldn't conquer that hellhole and this delusional rookie wants to waltz in there completely alone? He let out a dark chuckle. Then this arrogant newbie has essentially just signed his own death warrant. Sensing that someone was bad-mouthing him, he instantly spun around. Chairman Lee's voice kept echoing in his mind, but maybe it was best to secure proper backup first. Kim Gujin sneered. If he wanted to kill the hero, he had to act first. At that moment, his phone screen lingered on a single name, Park Yong-won. I need to join hands with the villains first, Kim Gujin continued coldly. He then drove off, and before long, he arrived at Chuncheon City Hall. The moment Kim Gujin stepped out of his car, a man came rushing over in a hurry. You're Kim Gujin, right? Hans's face was completely drenched in sweat, his voice heavy with doubt. But are you really going in all by yourself? Seeing him stay dead silent, Hans secretly scoffed. With a filthy, money-grubbing personality like that, no wonder he couldn't find a single teammate. Then he quickly led the way. Please enter the dungeon right away. Is it this way? He stole a quick glance at the guy next to him, cursing under his breath. What a psycho! Is he really planning to go in completely alone? Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Whether he lives or dies is his own damn problem. The dimensional gate slowly opened, radiating a brilliant light that pierced through the dark depths of the dungeon. The moment Kim Gujin stepped inside, the gate instantly slammed shut behind him. Right then, the system interface popped up. Orc Hunter. Dungeon floors, 1. Dungeon difficulty, rank C. Maximum entries, 3 people. Entry condition, level 13 or below. Clear condition, eliminate the Orc Hunter, he thought to himself. With my current level, it's obviously impossible to clear this condition all by myself. Kim Gujin swiftly drew his sword, his entire body tensed on high alert. But if I can just use an orc as a sacrifice to cast the skeleton soldier skill, things will be completely different. In the blink of an eye, an orc materialized, charging at him with lightning speed. Kim Gujin furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless, and decisive gleam. Just as the orc's massive club smashed down, he nimbly slipped past its body, dodging with absolute precision. Kim Gujin spun his hand against the ground, smoothly using his momentum to spring back up. He swung his blade, sending sharp beams of light tearing through the air and slashing straight at his enemy. However, the result wasn't what he expected. The sight before him left him completely stunned. Kim Gujin anxiously realized that even though it was just a normal orc, its skin was incredibly thick, leaving nothing but a mere scratch. He glanced at the spot where its club had just struck, seeing the solid ground shattered into pieces. A harsh realization flashed through Kim Gujin's mind. Besides, with that kind of destructive power, taking just one hit would send me straight to the afterlife. Even so, he just needed to take this monster down and summon his skeleton soldier. Filled with newfound hope, he realized that clearing this dungeon solo wasn't entirely impossible after all. Kim Gujin immediately charged forward to attack, the space around him seeming to slow down under his astonishing speed. The orc glared furiously, tensing its muscles as it tried to snatch its opponent. Sensing the right moment, it slammed its heavy fist into the ground, sending rocks flying and kicking up a thick, blinding cloud of dust. A jagged piece of rock suddenly grazed his face, and fresh blood instantly trickled down. Kim Gujin rapidly circled around to the orc's blind spot, closing in on the enemy with relentless, rapid steps. In a flash, he completely closed the distance, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Kim Gujin aimed perfectly at the exact wound he had slashed earlier, bringing his sword down with a vicious, targeted strike. He unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, sharp flashes of light continuously erupting around the monster's legs. It all happened so incredibly fast that the orc couldn't even react, left standing helplessly as it took the brutal beating. A moment later, Kim Gujin landed gracefully, his feet planted firmly on the ground with an imposing, majestic aura. The orc stood there completely dazed, trembling in agonizing pain, its eyes wide open in pure disbelief at what was happening. In an instant, dark red blood sprayed violently, dyeing the surrounding space in crimson. He turned around and slowly walked toward the orc. Having lost the use of its legs, the beast collapsed heavily to the ground. It furrowed its brows, glaring at the figure before it, with eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. Kim Gujin slowly raised his sword and said in a gritty voice, "Guess you're not so scary anymore, huh?" With one precise, lethal thrust right through his opponent's body, fresh blood spilled across the ground as the orc slumped over, dead with its eyes wide open. Right after that, the system displayed a message. You have summoned a skeleton soldier. It was a clear, crisp morning. Sunlight draped over the high-rise buildings with their vibrant billboards, power lines crisscrossing the sky over the bustling streets, marking the start of a lively new day. Inside an office, two men were casually chatting. Se-chan clicked his tongue in pure admiration. A genius is truly a genius. Lee Gina raised an eyebrow, looking highly skeptical. What have you been staring at so intensely this whole time, Se-chan? Don't tell me you're planning to bring in another weird business item from some shady corner of the world. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint, calculating smile, letting out a soft chuckle filled with total amusement. Se-chan tossed the stack of papers onto the table and slid it forward. If you're that curious, take a look at this. The moment he saw the words written on the page, he froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. Lahaina Legina panicked and yelled, "What the hell is this?" He couldn't believe his own eyes. He's just a newly awakened player. You're telling me he actually wiped out his very first dungeon all by himself? Se-chan spoke up, his voice brimming with excitement. Word is, he's already entered his second dungeon. And this time, he went in totally solo from the very start. Isn't this just a massive slap in the face to his newbie title? Pretty bold, isn't he? Lee Gina was dumbfounded, pointing a shaky finger at the document. Se-chan, does that even sound believable to you? Do you have any idea how much I struggled when I first started? Are you seriously telling me you believe this anonymous, unverified report? He continued, You're not usually like this, Se-chan, but you're being way too naive about this one. Just then, someone brought water over, and her icy voice made Lee Gina shiver. Is there a problem with my report? He jumped, snapping his head around, his face turning pale with sheer terror. Lee Gina frantically tried to backpedal. Wait, Secretary Lee, you were the one who drafted this report? No wonder it's so absolutely perfect. Where did you even find such rare intel? She slammed the water tray onto the table, making the water splash out, and replied with an icy tone, That is my job after all. Se-chan took a slow sip of his coffee. Since it's intel gathered by Secretary Lee, we can trust it 100%. Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes caught the coffee packaging left on the tray. If we can't trust Secretary Lee, who can we? Suddenly, Se-chan roared in absolute frustration. Actually, I can't trust her either. I told you I hate instant coffee, so stop buying it. Jisoo calmly enjoyed her coffee, completely ignoring his screaming. What on earth is this? She slowly opened her eyes, her face perfectly calm, without a single ripple of emotion. Jisoo casually replied, This coffee was brought in from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild last week, and this report is made from recycled paper. Se-chan instantly changed his tune. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, smacking his lips in delight as he drank. This coffee is lightly sweet, it's really good. Indeed, when drinking coffee, it has to be instant coffee. A halo of generosity seemed to radiate around him. He faked a sincere tone. As expected, in this world, if I can't trust Secretary Lee, who can I trust? Jinna openly showed his contempt, sighing softly to himself. What a cheap, slippery bastard. His eyes were glued to the figure in front of him, secretly judging. No wonder he's still like this at his age. Soon the coffee was gone, leaving only a crumpled paper cup on the table. Se-chan suddenly remembered something and asked, Speaking of which, Secretary Lee, how is the dungeon acquisition coming along? She immediately reported, A few decent dungeons have popped up, but the prices are still too high, so I'm still looking into it. Hearing these words, Jinta couldn't help but feel surprised. Acquiring a dungeon? Jinna asked in confusion. Se-chan, don't we still have the dungeons we bought before? Se-chan's eyes lit up brightly, as if a massive bargain was sitting right in front of him. What are you talking about? Now that you have to start clearing dungeons again, sooner or later we're going to run out. Jinna loudly protested. Huh? What's the meaning of this? I just got out of a dungeon yesterday. You gotta give me a break. Se-chan waved his hand dismissively, acting profound. When people rest too much, they just get sluggish. Besides, when someone who's been working hard suddenly takes a break, their body just aches even more. I, Se-chan, am only thinking of what's best for you. Jinna gnashed his teeth. What? Jisoo picked up her coffee cup, the hot steam gently rising and fading into the air, along with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, over in the dungeon, a horde of orcs roared threateningly, their eyes burning with killing intent. They lunged madly at the skeleton soldier. With just a single swing of a club, its bones were shattered, fragments flying everywhere before scattering across the ground. Kim Woo-jin quickly cleared out the mob of orcs. He sat on their corpses, his eyes glued to the bone fragments on the ground as he groaned. Damn it, my soldiers are so freaking weak because my skill level is still too low. Then, Kim Woo-jin swiftly jumped down to the ground. But the moment his hand touched an orc's corpse, he recalled how the king of deadly poisons, Johann Georg, whom he had faced in his past life, had taught him a sickeningly thorough lesson. In that instant, magic flared in Kim Woo-jin's hand, seeping deep into the monster's body. A blinding light radiated outward, sending the remaining orcs into a panic, completely clueless about what was happening. A moment later, the system notification rang out. You have summoned a skeleton soldier. At that exact moment, the flesh and skin of the orc's corpse violently tore open, and a fully skeletal hand burst forth, reaching out abruptly. Its jaw clacked together loudly, just like a freshly activated killing machine. Soon, the imposing figure of the skeleton soldier fully emerged, dark demonic energy rolling off its body and swirling into chilling waves around its bones. He stated coldly, "As long as my magic power allows it, the number of skeleton soldiers assigned to me," his voice continued to echo, "will equal the exact number of sacrifices on this battlefield." Hearing these words, the orcs stood dazed, their eyes blank and uncomprehending. They had no idea that death was already looming, ready to pounce on them. In a split second, agonizing screams filled the air, echoing throughout the dark, damp dungeon. The system continuously displayed, "You have leveled up. All your stats have increased. The skill blood poison has reached level 2. Kim Woo-jin snorted in disappointment. "Is that it? Leveling up this little in a dungeon is way too inefficient. I need to clear out these basic orcs fast and start hunting down the orc hunter." He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought and full of questions. Kim Woo-jin stared intently at the dungeon map he had just drawn. "I figured since it eats its own kind, it'd be the alpha leading the whole pack." He frowned, muttering, "But maybe it's just blending in with the herd." He pondered to himself, "The only place left is..." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier leaned down, its empty eye sockets glued to the drawing on the ground. Kim Woo-jin startled, blurting out, "What the hell is with this guy?" Seeing it staring so intently, he asked curiously, "Are you looking at this? Do you actually know something?" Kim Woo-jin scratched his head in confusion. "Could it be?" he told himself. "Well, whatever. I can roughly guess where the orc hunter's hiding anyway." Kim Woo-jin absent-mindedly stood up, calculating internally, "If it's over there, there won't be any decent corpses I can use as sacrifices for the skeleton soldier." He tapped his wooden stick lightly against its skull, his voice firm. "It's just gonna be you." Then the two of them turned around and set off to find that special orc in the dungeon. "I'll have to come up with another plan anyway." After the battle, the metallic stench of blood quickly drew a flock of crows. Seeing the corpses of its brethren scattered across the ground, the orc chieftain gnashed its teeth, its eyes bloodshot with pure rage. A furious roar ripped from its throat, sending the terrified crows scattering in all directions. The orc chieftain bent down, its rough hands tightly gripping the head of a fallen kin as it dragged the body across the ground. The dragging force was so violent that the gash on the poor creature's face tore wide open. Fresh blood pooled on its face and left a long, wet trail on the dirt, as viciously red as the chieftain's hate-filled eyes. In a damp, dark corner of the dungeon, the orc chieftain sat in silence amidst the pile of corpses it had just hauled back. It violently tore off chunks of flesh that still carried a hint of warmth, devouring them ravenously. Behind a rocky cliff, Kim Woo-jin watched with bated breath. His eyes, as tense as a drawn bowstring, were glued to the dark figure moving before him. Kim Woo-jin gripped his bow tightly, thinking to himself, "Dungeon boss monsters possess physical capabilities far exceeding normal ones. Attacking these things blindly without a plan is just plain stupid." He told himself, "But all I need to do is shoot a blood-poisoned arrow into its body." Kim Woo-jin gave a firm nod, signaling the skeleton soldier to attack. Without a hint of hesitation, it quickly left its hiding spot, marching straight toward the enemy. The moment it heard the noise, the orc chieftain violently whipped its head around. It snorted heavily, its mouth gaping wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth as it let out a series of threatening roars. In the blink of an eye, The orc chieftain brandished its club and charged forward like an absolute maniac. The skeleton soldier gripped its sword tightly, lunging at the enemy like a raging hurricane. It swung its blade nimbly, radiating pure killing intent. The orc chieftain hastily blocked the strike, the clash of their weapons ringing out harshly. Its blood-red eyes glared at the enemy with venomous malice. Suddenly, the orc boss sank its teeth viciously into the skeleton soldier's shoulder. The skeleton thrashed around, desperately trying to break free from its enemy's razor-sharp jaws. Meanwhile, he drew his bow, absolutely certain that those bloodshot, glowing red eyes meant this was the cannibalistic orc hunter. Kim Goo-jin locked onto his target, his mind racing to find the one vulnerable spot past its incredibly thick hide. The arrow snapped from his fingers, flying true as if guided by his very will, straight for its only weak point. It tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. By the time the orc boss realized what was happening, it was already too late. There was zero chance to dodge. It could only stare helplessly as the arrow hurtled toward its face. In a split second, the shaft pierced clean through the orc boss's eye, the sheer force throwing the massive beast backward. The orc boss quickly dropped to one knee, scrambling to keep its balance. Its heavy boots skidded across the dirt, kicking up a thick, blinding cloud of dust. In an instant, the beast braced itself, glaring dead ahead with sheer malice. It immediately reached up and gripped the arrow lodged in its face. With a vicious yank, it tore the arrow out and slammed it into the ground. The orc boss stood there, panting heavily, its eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage as it locked onto its enemy. Right at that moment, the system pinged, announcing that the orc had been infected by blood poison. He narrowed his eyes in thought. Hitting a critical weak spot meant the venom would spread that much faster. Kim Goo-jin let out a mocking scoff, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. That arrogant attitude was like pouring gasoline on a fire, pushing the orc's blazing fury past the breaking point. The system flashed another message. Due to the liquid blood poison, the orc's stamina was steadily draining away. The toxin had seeped rapidly into its bloodstream, leaving the orc boss staggering and dizzy, as if its very life force was being sucked dry. Watching it collapse to the dirt, Kim Goo-jin noted that the raw damage of level 2 liquid blood poison wasn't actually that high. Still, he smirked and muttered, "But if it works this well, it's definitely worth using." Taking full advantage of the orc boss's dizzy spell, the skeleton soldier swung its blade high. Kim Goo-jin's voice was ice cold as he declared, "This is the end of the line for you." In a flash, the blade was painted crimson. The orc boss slumped to the ground, its breathing stopped forever as its life was snuffed out. Immediately after, a flurry of system chimes rang out. The notifications flooded in. You have defeated the orc hunter, you have cleared the dungeon, you have leveled up. You will be returned in 1 hour. He lightly kicked the pile of dry bones at his feet and muttered to himself, "This thing devoured absolutely everything. It didn't care if it was human or orc. I wonder if any of Park Yong-won's faction got caught in this mess." Under his boot, the scattered fragments of bone rolled away, clattering against each other like the haunting echoes of the dead. Suddenly, something caught Kim Goo-jin's eye. Right in front of him lay a lone, decaying skeleton, its severed ribs jutting out like a chilling warning from the grave. Kim Goo-jin ran his fingers over the damage, absolutely certain that this wound hadn't been caused by the orc. He studied it closely, thinking to himself that judging by the angle, this was a stab in the back. The clean work of a player killer who was very used to murdering people inside dungeons. His mind began piecing it together. I can't tell if this was premeditated murder or just a spur-of-the-moment kill. But if we're dealing with Park Yong-won's faction from the Phoenix Guild, it might just be some scumbag killing for loose change and dropped loot. He let out a heavy sigh. There wasn't much time left in this dungeon. Where the hell was he supposed to find traces of the killer? A bright beam of moonlight pierced through the oppressive darkness of the dungeon, acting like a guiding beacon that reignited Kim Goo-jin's hope. To get close to Park Yong-won, all he needed was a decent excuse. Anything would do. Out of nowhere, a strange flickering light illuminated the rock face ahead, cutting through the gloom of the dungeon. He raised a hand, squinting against the sudden glare. Kim Goo-jin quickly moved in to investigate, only to discover a hidden cave entrance. He crouched down, carefully peering inside. The opening was just barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Right there, huddled in the dark corner, sat another skeletal corpse, its bony fingers still locked in a death grip around the hilt of its sword. He silently took note of the details. The man's weapon was completely clean, and his corpse wasn't mutilated like the others outside. Catching sight of the frantic, messy scratches carved into the cave wall, Kim Goo-jin became even more certain. While his teammates were being ripped apart and eaten alive, this coward had abandoned them, hiding in here alone, just counting down the days until he starved to death. Spotting the crest on the skeleton's tattered cloak, a wave of absolute disgust washed over him. Only the scum from the Phoenix Guild could pull off something this utterly despicable. Kim Goo-jin's lips curled into a cold, mocking smirk. If this pathetic trash was actually considered a rising star in Park Yong-won's faction. Well, his thoughts trailed off as he looked around. There really was no more fitting grave for him than this damp hole. Suddenly, a small notebook slipped from the skeleton's rotting clothes and hit the dirt. Kim Goo-jin froze. What the hell is this? Without hesitating for a second, he snatched it up. He quickly flipped the cover open. Is this a diary? He skimmed through the pages, muttering to himself, looks like a whole lot of nothing. But then his eyes locked dead onto a specific page. He gasped in sheer disbelief. No way! This is the blacklist for Park Yong-won's faction! Kim Goo-jin snapped the book shut, his voice trembling with raw excitement. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Oh, I am going to put this to very, very good use. Out of nowhere, the system's voice echoed in his ears. The envoy of hell commends your brilliant achievement. He has bestowed a decree upon you. A legendary skill. Hearing those words, Goo-jin was completely stunned, blurting out in shock, a legendary skill? The corners of his mouth curled into a slow, knowing smirk. So this is where I was supposed to get this thing, huh? His eyes were glued to the parchment in his hand. The text on it read, The Eye of Anubis. Requirement to unlock Envoy of Hell skill at level 1 or higher. Skill effect grants the user the ability to see the memories of the dead. Reaching the very last line, Goo-jin let out a smug, self-satisfied chuckle. He smirked as he read the words aloud. Can see the memories of the dead. Not wasting another second, Goo-jin seized the opportunity. He ruthlessly tore the decree to shreds. This was the kind of insane luck he never had in his past life. The moment the paper was completely shredded, the system chimes rang out once again. Notification. You have acquired the Eye of Anubis. You have unlocked the achievement, Heir of Hell. Goo-jin took slow, measured steps toward Yong-goo's skeletal remains. He let out a soft sigh, carefully raising both hands as he prepared to touch the decaying skull. Dead men tell no tales after all. With a gentle touch, Goo-jin rested his hands on Yong-goo's dried-out skull. He slowly pulled it closer to himself. But deep down, his heart was racing with fierce excitement, and a strange, unearthly light began to glow within his eyes. But for me, that little rule is a thing of the past. The mana inside Goo-jin's eyes surged together, rapidly twisting into a violent, raging vortex. All the dormant magical energy buried deep within his gaze finally erupted outward. And then the system flashed one final notification. You have activated the Eye of Anubis. Instantly, Goo-jin's mana surged completely out of control, shooting directly into Yong-goo's empty eye sockets. A blinding light erupted from both of their eyes, instantly swallowing everything around them. One by one, every single memory from Yong-goo's past life flashed vividly right before Goo-jin's eyes. Blood-curdling screams echoed constantly in his ears, "You damn bastards!" Amidst the absolute chaos, someone cried out, desperately begging him for help. "Yong-goo, please save me!" But instead of helping his teammate, Yong-goo just gritted his teeth, looking utterly annoyed. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he left his half-dead comrade behind and bolted away as fast as he could. Like the coward he was, Yong-goo ran for his life without looking back. After sprinting frantically for what felt like an eternity, he finally lucked out and stumbled upon a small cave. Trembling in absolute fear, he clutched his head and screamed, "I can't die in a place like this! Hunting down players is a literal crime!" The brutal fragments of his memories flashed by in violent bursts. In the end, Yong-goo looked like an absolute madman. He burst into a maniacal laugh, screaming, "It's only a matter of time before he becomes the master of the Phoenix Guild!" Right after that, only one single image remained in his memories. It was a man with glowing red eyes, sitting leisurely on a throne. With his last breath, he screamed that man's name, Park Yong-won. By now, Gujin had seen through every single dark memory from Yong-gu's past. The pitch-black mana was quickly sucked right back into his own eyes. Gujin gritted his teeth as he completely absorbed the dead man's memories. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain shooting through his eyes and coursing through his entire body. Once he had drained every last drop of mana and memory from Yong-gu, the skull lost its value completely. Gujin mercilessly smashed it into the ground. Still clutching his head, he let out heavy pants, clearly struggling with the lingering agony. It seemed he still wasn't used to witnessing the memories of the dead. So this is what looking into a dead man's past feels like? He thought in sheer amazement, slowly shifting his gaze to the shattered skull rolling at his feet. Peeking into someone else's past really isn't a pleasant experience, he muttered internally, and it drains way more mana than I expected too. Despite that, a highly satisfied smirk crept onto his face. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he began to plot his next move. The preparations are finally complete. If I approach him armed with the secrets from this guy's past and that list I picked up, it won't matter how paranoid or cautious he is. The scene cuts to a massive, imposing building standing tall against the clear blue sky. Then, shattering the absolute silence, a heavily blood-stained hand came into view. Its knuckles were clenched so tightly they formed a rock-hard fist. On the floor below lay a scrawny man, curling up in agony as if trying to endure an unimaginable amount of pain. Then, Park Yong-won's cold voice pierced the room. "You seriously let another player raid that dungeon?" he scoffed. The poor man's face had been beaten to a bloody pulp by the bodyguards. Trembling in absolute fear, the man sobbed, desperately trying to explain himself. I'm so sorry. I messed up, boss. I'll fix this. I swear I'll take care of that little brat right now just to be safe." Yong-won just looked at him with utter indifference. "Take care of him, you say? A complete rookie just walked right into that dungeon and solo cleared it while you sat there twiddling your thumbs. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to take care of anything?" Without waiting for an answer, he coldly turned his gaze to Secretary Kim standing nearby. "Do you have anything else to add to this mess?" "And Secretary Kim!" The moment Yong-won called her name, she immediately understood exactly what he wanted. She quickly bowed her head in deep apology. "I am profoundly sorry, sir. I will have this mess cleaned up immediately." Yong-won simply ignored them, leisurely going back to reading his newspaper. The bold headline read, "New A+ grade 1-floor dungeon discovered." On cue, 2 massive bodyguards stepped forward and aggressively dragged the beaten man out of the room. "Wait, please, I beg you, don't kill me. Just give me one more chance," the man shrieked hysterically. But no matter how desperately he pleaded for his life, Yong-won didn't even bat an eyelid. He just sat there in absolute silence, skimming the text in the article. Fierce bidding war among major guilds for the A+ dungeon, capable of hosting a 150-player raid. After a brief, pathetic struggle, the heavy oak doors were forcefully slammed shut by the guards. The useless lackey had finally been dragged outside to be disposed of. Yong-won lazily flipped to the next page, but a certain headline instantly caught his eye. South Korea clears A+ dungeon with just one level 20 player. A rare look of genuine surprise crossed his face. A complete newbie solo cleared a dungeon? I guess the kid's got some real bite to him. Though in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing major. Now slightly intrigued, Yong-won mused out loud, "But I heard this kid's reputation within his guild is absolute garbage. Is that true?" Secretary Kim, standing dutifully by his side, gave a crisp nod. "Yes, sir." She then meticulously briefed him on every single detail of the situation. During his very first dungeon raid, he completely abandoned his party members. Word on the street is that he hogged all the loot for himself, though we haven't been able to officially verify those claims just yet. Processing the intel, Yong-won tapped his chin thoughtfully. Well, whether those rumors are true or not, with a trash reputation like that inside his own guild, the kid's hit a dead end. It's not like he can just keep playing the lone wolf forever. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air, completely cutting off their conversation. Yong-won picked up the phone, his tone instantly turning cold. "Speak." A nervous voice immediately crackled through the receiver. "Sir, there's a young man here named Kim Gujin. He's asking to see you." Upon hearing that name, Yong-won simply couldn't hold back a booming chuckle. "Well, would you look at that? The little lamb is walking right into the tiger's den, he smirked. This kid, he's actually pretty damn amusing. The scene shifts to another room, where a secretary's stern voice cut through the tension. Regarding the bidding rights for the newly discovered A+ rank 1-floor dungeon, our Phoenix Guild has officially secured exactly 20 slots, sir. This quota should be enough to satisfy the various factions within the guild, he continued, carefully laying out the statistics he had gathered. However, right now, the top 3 factions, including Park Yong-won's group, are locked in an absolute bloodbath of a turf war trying to claim those 20 slots. The secretary sighed, utterly exhausted by the political headache that had plagued him for days. The real issue is the math, sir. Even if we split them evenly and give each faction 6 slots, who gets the last 2? The guild chairman leaned back, his voice slow and heavy. 3 power-hungry factions, but only 2 extra slots. What a headache. The secretary looked rather troubled. He gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes, sir. That's exactly why an agreement still hasn't been reached." The secretary pushed up his glasses with one hand, analyzing the situation in a serious tone. Because if it's an A+ dungeon, the chances of getting rare items are extremely high. And since it's a 1-floor dungeon, those odds shoot up even further. The chairman propped his chin on both hands, letting out a frustrated sigh before replying, "Nobody's willing to back down. They're all too arrogant about their own skills. If only we knew what was inside each dungeon beforehand." Backed into a corner with no solution in sight, the chairman irritably loosened his tie. This was a massive headache. He then asked thoughtfully, "And there really aren't any independent players willing to volunteer for those 2 dungeons?" The secretary replied in a hushed tone, "No, sir, not a single one so far. As you know, that's only natural." He leaned back in his chair and muttered that it made sense. Without a guild's backing, who would dare just march right in? No one knows what could happen inside a dungeon. Just as he was at a total loss for what to do, a sudden notification bell rang out. "It's a call from Mr. Park Yong-won." The moment the secretary heard that name, his face instantly darkened. Park Yong-won? The situation is already a chaotic mess, so what does he want now? The chairman slowly picked up the phone and spoke. "I'm listening." His expression suddenly changed. The chairman abruptly shouted. Unable to hide the shock on his face, the chairman shot up from his seat and carefully demanded, "Kim Gujin? What exactly do you mean by that?" The secretary looked a bit surprised hearing that name. Kim Gujin? The chairman tried to maintain his composure and replied, "All right, I understand for now. I'll get back to you later." Burning with curiosity the moment the chairman hung up, the secretary immediately asked, "Chairman, what on earth was that about?" The chairman calmed himself and slowly relayed Yong-won's proposal. He demanded that we give Kim Gujin one of the 2 remaining dungeons without letting the other factions know. The chairman carefully analyzed the situation, noting that Kim Gujin had a bad reputation and always acted alone, meaning the other factions wouldn't pay much attention to him anyway. The secretary's curiosity was evident. If that's the case, does this mean Kim Gujin has officially joined Park Yong-won's faction? The chairman bowed his head, letting out a heavy sigh as he replied, "Who knows? Toss. He might just be using the kid as a disposable pawn for this dungeon raid." The secretary pushed up his glasses, slowly voicing his own thoughts. "But what about the other dungeons, sir? If we do this, the factions will probably fight tooth and nail over the remaining one." But the chairman already had a plan in mind. He calmly explained that if they handed one dungeon over to Kim Gujin, Park Yong-won's faction would back out of the turf war. Then we only have to deal with the remaining 2 factions. The chairman sat back down composedly, resting his chin on his hand. He really was a master strategist. To think he even had a pawn like Kim Gujin prepared. But right now, the chairman's mind was full of lingering questions that needed answers. There was a chance Park Yong-won would count this concession as a favor and demand a proper payout later. But more importantly, who exactly is Kim Gujin? What kind of relationship does he actually have with Park Yong-won? The scene shifted to Secretary Kim, who was completely baffled by Yong-won's decision. "Boss, how could you just accept Kim Gujin's proposal like that?" Yong-won replied with absolute indifference. "He waltzed in here with that thing and made a sudden proposal, which I found pretty amusing. Plus, it's not like we have any useful pawns right now anyway. And above all," Yong-won let out a sinister smirk as he spoke, "once we've milked a guy like him for all he's worth, we just toss him aside like a used piece on a chessboard. Simple, isn't it? The timeline then flashed back, 1 hour earlier. Gujin showed up to meet Yongwon with a notebook in hand. Yongwon slowly picked it up, skimming through it, before turning to ask the kid, "Do you even know what this is? Is that why you brought it here?" Gujin answered calmly, "Yeah, I was curious, so I read what was inside." Yongwon tilted his head, looking at him with a questioning gaze. "Then why are you here? Are you trying to extort money out of me for your silence?" Yongwon lowered his head, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Just with this, his face abruptly darkened as he glared up at Gujin with eyes as sharp as daggers. "You really think something like this is enough to threaten me, Park Yongwon? Is that what you think?" The two bodyguards standing behind Gujin readied themselves to strike. Gujin immediately spoke up to explain, "This isn't a threat. I came here to make you an offer." Gujin cut straight to the chase. "That one-floor A+ dungeon everyone's been buzzing about lately. I want to raid it." Those words caught Yongwon completely off guard, making him freeze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Yongwon couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. He held the notebook up and pointed it right at Gujin's face. "You are one hilarious bastard, you know that?" After a hearty laugh, Yongwon's expression instantly turned dead serious. He probed carefully. "Do you have any idea what kind of hellhole that dungeon is? What gave you the guts to even ask?" Gujin nonchalantly scratched his head, brushing off the question with a casual reply. "Yeah, I know. It's the kind of dungeon that almost every domestic guild, including the Phoenix Guild and the Messiah Guild, is fighting tooth and nail to claim, outside of their assigned territories." Yongwon gritted his teeth, confirming once more. "You know all that, and you still want to march straight into that bloodbath?" Right after, he violently slammed the notebook in his hand down onto the desk. "You must be out of your damn mind." Yongwon flashed a wicked smirk and nodded in agreement. Music playing. "Fine. I'll grant your request. But I've got a condition of my own." The scene shifted to Kibu University. Gujin had sneaked into a lecture given by an expert analyzing the conditions inside the dungeon. The speaker projected a data table onto the massive screen behind him, pointing at it with a booming voice. If we look at the dungeon report, it's clear that this time there are at least over 1,000 orcs inside. The detailed mission info was projected clearly on the giant screen. Orc Boss Colony. Number of floors, 1. Boss, Orc. Clear condition, hunt 1,000 orcs and the boss orc. Entry condition, under level 20. Maximum entry capacity, 150 players. Quest reward, exterminate all 1,000 orcs. Boss Orc Hunter. Gujin lowered his head, sinking into deep thought for a moment. Standing quietly in a corner, he reminisced about everything that had happened. Before he regressed to the past, the number of survivors in this raid was... He leaned against the wall in silence, racking his brain to remember. Even though he couldn't recall the exact number, it was around 7 people. More than half the players had been wiped out. Gujin rubbed his chin, analyzing the fact that every single player handpicked for this raid was an elite soldier from their respective districts. Looking at it this way, if it were just a monster raid, there's no way more than half the players would have lost their lives. He stared intently at the expert giving the briefing. Back then, with no concrete evidence, there was simply no way to just let the matter slide. But Gujin's expression immediately turned grim. He was absolutely certain of his deduction. No matter how you looked at the situation, there was a high chance that some players had turned on each other. After all, it was the perfect opportunity to thin out the competition and snatch their loot. Woojin turned and quietly slipped out of the meeting room. He remembered exactly what the most valuable reward in this dungeon would be. The reward for taking down the orc boss was the orc lord's fang. Gujin also clearly remembered who ended up with that reward. The reward ultimately went to the guild with the highest contribution, the Messiah Guild. He vividly remembered the look of absolute triumph on Seon's face as he claimed it. Now, recalling that bastard's expression, Gujin finally sensed that something was off. He hadn't known any better back then, but thinking about it now, there were just too many things that didn't add up. For all he knew, that punk might have already been corrupted even back then. He gently pushed the door open and slowly stepped outside. Gujin walked down the corridor alone. He continued piecing together his theory based on the anomalies he had uncovered. Even if Lee Si-jun was the one pulling the strings, the Messiah Guild wouldn't have necessarily gotten their own hands dirty. Gujin narrowed his eyes, racking his brain to uncover the truth. He couldn't rule out the possibility that they had planted spies in the other guilds. Relying on his past memories to predict their next move, Gujin slowly walked out of the building. Deep down, he already seemed to know the answer. The scene shifted to the players, who were now gathering into various groups in the middle of the street. Camera flashes went off relentlessly all around them. A voice suddenly rang out, steering everyone's attention. "The players are now entering the dungeon!" The entire area was swarmed by a massive crowd of eager fans. They cheered endlessly, their cameras flashing as they snapped photos of the players, gearing up to enter the dungeon. A total of 4 guilds were participating in this raid. Each guild had chosen a signature color to represent themselves. Starting with the first, the Messiah Guild. All their members were dressed in elegant, crisp white suits. Next up was the second group, the Phoenix Guild. Their members donned striking crimson suits, radiating power and sheer majesty. Then came the third group, the Lion Guild. They opted for golden suits paired with black undershirts, exuding a fierce aura, just like a proud lion holding its head high. Finally, there was the Skull Guild, clad entirely in black suits and matching face masks, heavily emphasizing the mysterious nature of their members. Gujin stood silently amidst the chaotic sea of people. He slowly trailed behind the players of those 4 guilds. Gujin was the very last person to step foot into the dungeon. Once inside, he slowly pulled back his hood. A sinister smirk crept across Gujin's face. "That Orc Lord's fang you guys are so desperate to get your hands on. I'll gladly snatch it right out from under you." In just a matter of moments, all the players had successfully made their way into the dungeon. A blinding light flashed, illuminating the entire forest that was shrouded in the dark of night. Shortly after entering the dungeon, 2 members unexpectedly got separated from their guild. The girl looked around in a panic and asked, "Where did our guild go?" The guy sighed, tilting his head as he replied, "There are way too many people here. It's really hard to spot them." Suddenly, someone barked an order. "Messiah Guild, form up at the front." The moment that command rang out, all their members snapped into perfectly neat formations, right before the eyes of the other players. Witnessing the spectacle, a player from a different guild gasped in awe. "That's the Messiah Guild for you! Just look at how fast they got into formation." Absolutely insane. A man standing behind him scoffed in sheer annoyance. Stop singing their praises over absolutely nothing. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Han slowly stepped forward. He let out a condescending sneer, declaring that even if they set off first, it wouldn't make a damn bit of difference. There were at least 1,000 orcs waiting for them anyway. Han pointed in another direction and yelled out to the crowd, "The orcs are over there!" Just as the other members stood frozen, staring at the orc in confusion, the heavy thud of footsteps suddenly rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. Jack bravely sprinted straight toward the beast. He charged ahead, positioning himself firmly in front of everyone to shield them. Jack shot a glaring look at the orc and barked orders to the rest of the members. "Messiah Guild, let's take this thing down! Everyone, stay on your toes." Immediately, the robotic chime of the system rang out. "Warrior's skill activated. The beast has been provoked." At that very moment, the massive shield in Jack's hand emitted a powerful sonic wave, instantly drawing the orc's attention. Hearing the deafening noise, it sharply whipped around on high alert. The orc instantly flew into a violent frenzy. Raising its massive fist, it charged straight at him. Jack quickly raised his heavy shield, bracing himself to block the incoming attack. He poured every ounce of his strength into holding the shield steady. Jack struggled to keep his footing on the rocky ground as the brutal force of the orc's blow slammed into him. The beast's expression suddenly shifted. A flicker of genuine shock flashed in its eyes. Jack let out a cocky sneer. He glared back at the orc with an ice-cold stare. "Is that really all you've got?" Elena, who was observing from the sidelines, took her cue. A strange, mystical glow radiated from her eyes and hands as she muttered an incantation. In a heartbeat, countless massive vines erupted from the earth, tightly entangling the orc's arms and throat. The system chimed with another notification. "Skill of the Keeper of Knowledge activated. The beast has been rooted." Elena continued chanting her spell loudly, the light radiating from her body growing brighter by the second as the thick vines choked tighter and tighter around the orc's neck. The orc thrashed around violently, desperately clawing at the vines suffocating its neck. With utter despair in its eyes, the beast shrieked in sheer agony. Its blood-curdling screams ripped through the quiet air. Suddenly, a massive surge of shockwave blasted back toward the other members. The sheer force of the impact shifted from the air straight into the ground. Violent tremors relentlessly shook the earth beneath the players' feet. Panic erupted as they started screaming. What the hell is going on? Is it an earthquake? A man immediately stepped forward, pointing deep into the woods as he yelled out, "That's no earthquake. There's something massive coming from the forest." Upon hearing his words, all eyes immediately darted toward the direction he was pointing. A profound sense of dread washed over everyone. Holding their breath, they tightened the grip on their swords, shifting into defensive stances, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Suddenly, more than a dozen massive orcs burst from the dense forest, charging straight at them. One of the vanguard orcs launched the first strike, aiming straight for a member of the Phoenix Guild. He smoothly drew his blade and unleashed a flurry of slashes. A spray of dark red blood instantly erupted in the air. His blade sliced cleanly through the orc's arm. Seeing this, the other players roared and surged forward to join the fray. The orcs went absolutely berserk, launching themselves at the players like speeding arrows. The entire area instantly descended into total chaos. Humans and frenzied monsters clashed in a brutal, all-out bloodbath. The Messiah Guild, however, didn't rely on brute force. They hung back on the outskirts of the battlefield, casting spells to bind and control the orcs. The longer they fought, the more fired up the players became, adrenaline pumping through their veins. Seeing the orcs pinned down by the Messiah Guild's magic, the rest of the players gripped their weapons tighter and charged in unison. "Now's our chance!" battle cries echoed across the clearing. Everyone roared in unison, "Charge!" Music Guild members seamlessly joined forces, coordinating their attacks to take down the orcs one by one. In the heat of the battle, absolutely no one noticed Kim Gujin, who was quietly perching alone on a massive tree branch nearby. Gujin carefully observed the unfolding slaughter. "Just as I thought," he muttered to himself. "Even if I vanish, not a single person gives a damn." A sinister smirk crept across Gujin's face. "Well then, time for me to make my move." Standing tall above the fray, Kim Gujin calmly surveyed the battlefield, calculating in his head. "I'm still a bit too close to the main group." With that thought, he swiftly dashed through the trees. At this distance, he could finally pinpoint the boss orc's exact location. As he leaped swiftly from branch to branch, his mind raced with calculations. The clear condition for this dungeon is to slaughter all 1,000 orcs, plus the boss. To minimize their own casualties, the guilds will definitely focus on thinning out the regular orcs first. From what Kim Gujin knew, the true hunt for the boss would only begin after all 1,000 grunts were wiped out. A cunning, calculating smile tugged at his lips. "That gives me a strict time limit to snatch the boss's fang." Meanwhile, deep inside the orc's lair, a lone orc was kneeling in the center of the grand hall, trembling before the orc lord. The orc boss lord sat in dead silence, glaring at the failure with piercing, murderous eyes. Blood trickled from the terrified orc's mouth, and in the very next second, a massive executioner's blade was raised high. Slash! With a sickening thud, the condemned orc's head was brutally severed. It rolled right to the feet of the other orcs, striking absolute terror into their hearts. Just then, the orc lord slammed its massive fist onto the armrest. It rose from its throne, tightly gripping a gigantic axe in its hand. It unleashed a deafening, blood-curdling roar, instantly answered by the savage war cries of its subordinates. Thoroughly warned by their ruthless lord, the remaining orcs eagerly scrambled back to the battlefield. Watching this brutal display from his hiding spot, Kim Gujin couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Executing the deserters to force the rest into battle, not a bad leadership tactic. His predatory gaze locked onto the orc lord. "So, that big guy over there must be the boss orc, right?" Even though it looked way more intimidating than he had anticipated, a thrill of excitement surged through him. Talk about perfect timing. I caught him right after he sent all his lackeys out to fight. Staring at the towering orc lord sitting all alone on its throne, Kim Gujin knew this was his golden opportunity. While the rest of the horde was completely distracted by the frontline battle, a wicked grin spread across his face. "Time to strike. It's just me and the boss now." Meanwhile, back on Jonki's side of the battlefield, the guild members were getting cocky after wiping out a platoon of orcs. "Ha! These orcs ain't shit," someone bragged loudly. "Let's just steamroll right through them." Jonki, however, wasn't celebrating. His expression remained grim. "There are way too few of them compared to our estimates," he thought. "They must be holding their main force back." Right at that moment, a shadow silently dropped in next to him. It was Henry. He immediately reported his scouting intel. "Sir, a massive wave of orcs is marching straight toward our position." Jonki's eyes widened. "Roughly how many?" he demanded urgently. Henry's voice dropped to a grim whisper. "Based on my estimates, anywhere from 900 to 1,000. It looks like their entire main army, sir." That confirmed Jonki's worst suspicions, just as he thought. Wasting no time, he barked out orders to the raid group. "Listen up, everyone. We're finishing this today. But to face their main army, we need to fall back and immediately restructure our formation." However, his urgency was met with immediate hostility from the rival guilds. "Hey, hold on a second. Who the hell do you think you're giving orders to?" Pushing his way through the dense crowd, Ronald from the Lion Guild stepped forward and sneered. "We aren't the Messiah Guild's little errand boys. The Lion Guild is going to keep pushing forward, our own way." Despite the blatant disrespect, Jonki desperately tried to reason with the stubborn fools. "You don't understand. A massive horde of orcs is marching on our position as we speak. I know guild competition is important, but if we don't join forces right now..." He lowered his voice, his tone dead serious. "Ikirish, every single one of us is going to die in this dungeon." Unfortunately, Ronald wasn't having any of it. He just mocked him. "What's wrong? Losing your nerve?" Glancing at Jonki with utter contempt, the man scoffed. "If you're that terrified, you shouldn't have stepped foot in this dungeon in the first place." With a dismissive wave, Ronald led his Lion Guild vanguard straight ahead. Henry watched them go, shaking his head in disbelief. Those bastards have completely lost their minds. Realizing there was no point arguing further, Jonki immediately ordered his own men, "Fall back. We'll find a safe spot to catch our breath and brace ourselves for the real bloodbath." At that exact moment, Kim Gujin's skeleton soldiers had been summoned. He and his two skeletal minions were now gearing up for a 3-on-1 showdown against the Orc Lord. Seeing 3 suicidal intruders suddenly pop out of nowhere, the Orc Lord actually looked a bit bewildered. But the confusion didn't last long. It gripped its weapon, fully prepared to crush them. Kim Gujin and his undead minions locked in, instantly switching into combat mode, ready to tear the Orc Lord apart. Without missing a beat, the 2 skeleton soldiers boldly charged straight at the behemoth. Without a second of hesitation, the Orc Lord triggered its skill. Orc Lord's Fang has been activated. The very second the 2 skeletons got within striking distance, the monster's eyes locked onto them. With one brutal, merciless swing, it completely shattered one of the skeleton soldiers into dust. The sheer power of the blow caught Kim Gujin off guard, making him gasp. "No way!" Before he could even process it, the Orc Lord was already bulldozing its way toward the second skeleton. Naturally, feeling no fear, the undead minion simply let out a vicious hiss in return. The Orc Lord swung its massive axe in a deadly arc, but luckily, the nimble skeleton skillfully ducked under the lethal blow. However, the boss's predatory instincts were simply too sharp. Adjusting mid-swing, the Orc Lord landed a devastating follow-up strike directly on the skeleton. Seeing his minion get manhandled so easily, Kim Gujin quickly realized his skeleton soldiers couldn't stall this monster for nearly as long as he'd hoped. Gritting his teeth, he decided to end this with the arrow already knocked in his hand. Kim Gujin aimed his bow dead at the Orc Lord's vitals. "I only get one shot at this." He had to make his move right now, while his last surviving skeleton was still drawing its aggro. The exact microsecond the Orc Lord swung its axe down on the skeleton, Kim Gujin unleashed his deadly arrow. The Orc Lord quickly sensed the danger flying toward him. To think that in a seemingly impossible split second, he still managed to twist his body and dodge. This left Kim Gujin in utter disbelief. He actually dodged it? He's a monster, way stronger than anything I've heard about. By then, the skeleton soldier had already closed in on one of the Orc Lord's legs. It swung its blade for a heavy slash, but instead of wounding the boss, the sword in the undead's hand just shattered to pieces. Right before Kim Gujin's stunned and panicked eyes, The Orc Lord raised his massive axe and brought it crashing down on the skeleton soldier. With a deafening boom, shattered bones went flying all the way to where Gujin was standing. Staring down the bloodthirsty Orc Lord in front of him, he muttered under his breath, "If things keep going like this, I'm in serious trouble." At this point, he had no choice but to completely overhaul his plan. Glancing at the massive fang hanging around the Orc Lord's neck, Kim Gujin hesitated, holding back his next attack. He's wearing the Orc King's fang. A head-on fight is practically impossible. Knowing this, he quickly decided on a tactical retreat. Backing off is the best move for now. I'm running low on mana anyway. Wasting no time, he spun around and bolted. But then, something totally unexpected happened, leaving him thoroughly confused. Why isn't he chasing me? Suddenly, the Orc Lord shifted his weight, making Gujin think he had changed his mind. Wait, no? Watching the boss's sluggish movements, realization dawned on him. Ah! So chasing after runaways burns way too many calories for you, huh? A smug sense of satisfaction washed over him. That must be it. The boss of an A+ dungeon really is built differently. But hey, that works for me. Now I can just casually walk away. Picking up his pace to escape, he confidently threw out a silent promise. Enjoy it while it lasts, big guy. Next time we meet, you're going to regret letting me go. As Gujin made his getaway, his fleeing figure caught the attention of some guild members lurking in the shadows. Who the hell is that? Ronald completely misread the situation. Thinking Gujin was part of a rival guild, he bitterly muttered to himself, "So the Lion Guild isn't the only one hanging back from the front line." Right then, one of Ronald's close subordinates whispered a theory. "Boss, what if that guy found the Orc Lord before we did?" Ronald stroked his chin and thought, "Maybe, but then again, maybe not." Scoffing with disdain, he added, "We have zero clues to go on. Who knows if that rat scurried back because he actually found the boss or just got scared. Don't trust a damn word from anyone until you see it with your own two eyes." Though Ronald himself wasn't particularly strong, his sheer greed knew absolutely no bounds. The loot from an A+ dungeon boss belongs to the Lion Guild, no matter what it takes. But suddenly, his subordinate started swaying on his feet. In the blink of an eye, the man collapsed, closely followed by the rest of the Lion Guild members dropping like flies. The bizarre scene left Ronald utterly stunned, caught completely off guard. Panic setting in, he screamed, "What the hell is going on?" Every muscle in his body tensed up as frantic thoughts raced through his mind. What the hell is this? No one ever said anything about non-orc monsters spawning in this zone, unless, out of nowhere, glowing blood-red eyes pierced through the absolute darkness, locking dead onto him. A bone-chilling terror washed over Ronald as he realized this wasn't a monster. Still, he tried to put up a tough front and roared, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself. You really think you can just pull a stunt like this and walk away safely?" Of course, for an arrogant fool like him, there was only one ending, a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Meanwhile, in a firelit cave far away, Kim Gujin had safely regrouped with the members of the other guilds. He discreetly scanned his surroundings and finally let out a sigh of relief. Looks like no one even noticed me. Perfect. However, noticing the heavy, grief-stricken expressions on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but wonder, what's up with this gloomy vibe? Feels like I just walked into a funeral. His eyes then drifted toward the numerous freshly dug mounds of dirt in the corner. Seeing the graves, he frowned. How are there already this many casualties on day one? Gujin's face tightened with suspicion as he tried to piece together what had happened in his absence. Something isn't right here. Only total elites are allowed on this raid, and everyone came armed to the teeth. Don't tell me, the guilds started tearing each other apart way sooner than I expected? Suddenly, a loud argument broke out nearby. "Hey, what the hell happened to you guys? You look like you got put through a meat grinder." "Oh, like your squad looks any better, old man?" "Damn right we do. At least we're still in one piece." A member of the Pixiu Guild, looking completely bewildered, chimed in. "Well, our Pixiu Guild is still holding up fine. By the way, anyone got intel on the other groups?" A member from another guild spoke up, sharing what he knew. "From what my guys gathered, the Lion Guild took the heaviest hit by far. One of their squads went deep into the forest to scavenge for loot, and they've totally vanished without a trace." Whispers began rippling through the gathered hunters, the tension palpable as they realized it wasn't just a handful of missing people. "Are you serious? It's that bad?" Hell, their bodies might just be mangled beyond recognition. I mean, those orcs are man-eaters after all. The murmurs continued, with hunters morbidly joking about being eaten by orcs, only to get scolded by their captains in the afterlife. Ugh, that is absolutely repulsive. Look, dying is one thing, but there is no way I'm ending up as some ugly monster's lunch. Hey, shut your mouth. Don't jinx it. You're bringing bad luck down on all of us. Ah, my bad, senior. Staring into the crackling campfire, one of the hunters spoke up, his voice tinged with unease. Jokes aside, man, this whole thing is still way too suspicious. The hunter frowned, trying to make sense of it. Think about it. Normally, we'd at least find some remains left behind, or someone would manage to run back here before succumbing to their wounds, right? The man beside him nodded in grim agreement. So, you were thinking the exact same thing, huh? God, let's just pray someone from that missing group is still alive out there. Sitting quietly by himself on the outskirts, Kim Gujin absorbed every word, fishing for free intel. Whatever, let's just focus on keeping our heads attached to our necks. Who cares about top-tier loot if you're dead, right? Even so, the information they accidentally fed him left Gujin deeply unsettled. True, this is an A+ ranked dungeon, so casualties are to be expected. But for multiple entire squads to be completely wiped out in a single day, that's not normal at all. The terrifying thought that some unknown third party was lurking in the shadows sent a cold shiver down his spine. Something seriously shady is going on behind the scenes. If the overall manpower of these guilds drops too low, my entire plan goes up in smoke. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a busy day. As dawn finally broke and the morning sun crested the horizon, the massive orc army continued its relentless march, their staggering numbers stretching as far as the eye could see. This left the members from the various guilds completely terrified. Holy crap, how the hell are there so many of them? Groans of despair mixed with angry curses rang out. We keep killing them, but they just keep coming. Shut your mouth and focus, you idiot. The allied guild army clashed violently with the horde of orcs. Suddenly, one of the massive beasts let out an earth-shattering roar. A fierce and bloody battle erupted between the two sides. The sheer scale of the commotion eventually caught Kim Gujin's attention. Looks like it's finally started. However, he didn't really care about the guild war right now. He was entirely focused on figuring out how to deal with the Orc Lord. But this right here, this is the real problem. There's no way I can deal a fatal blow to the Orc Lord with what I've got right now. Plus, after yesterday's battle, he had quickly realized that using his skeleton warriors as mere bait wasn't going to cut it either. They were just way too fragile. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, do my skeleton warriors know how to shoot arrows? And so, he decided to call one out for a little test run. You have summoned a skeleton warrior. A little while later, Kim Gujin returned to the Orc Lord's lair. Seeing the monster still lounging leisurely on its throne, he couldn't help but scoff. You're looking awfully relaxed today, aren't you? Well, he was about to make it very uncomfortable. Alright then, let's get round 2 started. Just like before, the Orc Lord immediately activated its skill. The Orc King's Fang has been activated. In an instant, the monster's strength multiplied exponentially. A deafening boom echoed out as it launched itself into the air, charging straight at Kim Gujin. But right at the exact moment the Orc Lord was about to strike him, something suddenly came flying its way. Caught slightly off guard, the beast still managed to react in time, swiftly raising its heavy axe to block the attack. Clang! The incoming arrow struck the iron blade and clattered uselessly to the ground. Furious, the Orc Lord narrowed its eyes and glared in the direction the arrow had come from. The attacker was none other than one of Gujin's skeleton warriors. Enraged by the cheap shot, the Orc Lord hurled a massive boulder straight at the undead archer. But luckily, both skeleton warriors were quick enough to dodge out of the way. And they didn't just dodge, they kept firing back. Volley after volley of arrows rained down on the Orc Lord, though the beast still managed to deflect every single one. But while the monster was entirely distracted by the skeletons, Kim Gujin had already closed in, leaping silently right above its head. Well, would you look at that? The boneheads actually know how to use a bow. A smug, triumphant grin spread across his face. This plan is going perfectly. Launching himself higher into the air, Kim Gujin positioned himself for the strike. It was only at the very last second, right as he was about to crash down on its head, that the Orc Lord finally sensed the looming danger. But by then, it was way too late to react. Kim Gujin delivered a brutal downward slash straight into the beast. With that single strike, he smoothly severed the necklace bearing the Orc King's fang. And right as the prized artifact fell toward the ground, Kim Gujin snatched it right out of the air, finally securing the treasure he had been dying to get his hands on. A surge of power instantly began flowing into him. You have obtained the Orc Lord's fang. And at that exact same moment, all of the Orc Lord's imposing stats began to plummet drastically. The boss Orc's physical damage has decreased. The boss Orc's defense has decreased. The boss Orc's agility has decreased. Suddenly, the massive monster collapsed to its knees. Thankfully, Kim Gujin managed to leap back just in the nick of time. If he hadn't, he would have been crushed by the ensuing shockwave of dirt and rubble. As for why the boss had suddenly dropped, it was all thanks to a toxic poisoned arrow deeply embedded in its leg. The boss Orc has been inflicted with blood poison, and the masterminds behind that perfect shot were none other than Gujin's two trusty skeleton warriors. Seeing the beast finally crippled left him feeling incredibly smug. Now that I've snatched its little fang away, the attacks are actually working. Just then, the system interface popped up, displaying the full stats for the Orc Lord's fang. Orc Lord's fang. Grade, Legendary. Required level, level 1 and above. Description, the prized fang belonging to the Orc Lord. The Orc Lord's fang possesses immense destructive power. Equip effects, physical damage plus 30, attack power increased by 5%, physical defense increased by 5%, and overall attack damage boosted by 10%. Seeing those incredibly broken stats, Kim Gujin didn't hesitate for a single second. He equipped it immediately. Alright, there's only one thing left to do now. Instantly, the system chimed in. You have equipped the Orc Lord's fang. With a cocky smirk plastered across his face, he readied his weapon. He lightly ran his fingers along his bloodstained blade and boldly declared, "Time to take your head off." Meanwhile, the enraged Orc Lord was still locked in a frantic, wild brawl with the two skeletons. Seizing the perfect opening, one of the skeleton archers drew its bow and fired another dead center shot at the beast. This drove the monster absolutely insane, causing it to let out a deafening, furious roar. The Orc Lord went completely berserk, thrashing its massive arms wildly to swat away the incoming volley of arrows. But suddenly, a look of absolute panic flashed across its eyes. An arrow had managed to pierce straight into its stomach. The system immediately flashed an alert. The boss Orc has been inflicted with blood poison. In a flash, a dark blur zipped past the beast. Kim Gujin materialized out of thin air, appearing right behind the Orc Lord's massive back. The second the monster spotted him, it let out a roar of absolute fury and lunged at him. But Gujin wasn't fazed. He casually sidestepped the brutal charge and effortlessly vaulted right up onto the beast's massive arm. Launching himself high into the air, he performed a fluid, mid-air backflip. Using the momentum of his descent, Gujin gripped the hilt of his blade tightly with one hand, slamming his other palm hard against the pommel. In one vicious, lightning-fast motion, he drove the sword deep into the Orc Lord's arm. Once again, the system flashed a rapid alert. The boss Orc has been inflicted with blood poison. Realizing it had fallen for another one of his dirty tricks, the Orc Lord glared at him with pure, unadulterated hatred. But before the beast could even try to counterattack, Gujin unleashed a sweeping strike, mercilessly knocking the giant battle axe right out of its grip. A wildly amused grin broke out across Gujin's face. "That heavy old axe of yours!" The massive weapon went flying through the air, heading straight toward one of his skeleton warriors, a move perfectly calculated by Gujin. And rather than dodging out of the way, the skeleton surprisingly stood its ground, looking entirely ready for it. With a loud clatter, the bony warrior effortlessly caught the giant axe. For a brief moment, the skeleton stared at the weapon as if a bit confused, but then it casually tossed its bow completely aside. The undead soldier seemed absolutely thrilled to have this heavy new toy in its hands. Seeing this, Gujin gave a highly satisfied nod and confidently declared, "Yep, that's the perfect weapon to take you down." Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the forest, a mysterious figure landed safely on a high tree branch. He glanced around in deep confusion and muttered to himself, "What the hell is that noise?" Orcs don't usually sound like that, do they? After mulling it over for a brief moment, his curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to head straight toward the source of the commotion to check it out. So, someone was fighting the boss nearby. Realizing that someone had beaten him to the punch, he grew irritated and muttered to himself, "Who the hell is it? I need to figure this out and report back to the guild, fast." With that, he sped up, moving faster and faster. Once he broke through the dense forest of towering trees, he quickly landed on a rocky outcrop a good distance away. The sight before his eyes left him completely speechless. He spotted Kim Gujin and two skeleton soldiers playing a game of cat and mouse with the Orc Lord. Just two skeleton soldiers and a single player. Seeing only one player fighting made him slightly bewildered. He strained his eyes, trying to spot anyone else, but there was no one. Not a single other player in sight. He was absolutely stunned, a deep sense of disbelief washing over him as he realized Kim Gujin was entirely alone. He's taking on the orc boss all by himself? How is that even possible? The thought filled him with dread, solidifying his decision to report back to the guild immediately. No sooner said than done, he quickly spun around to leave. But there was one thing he didn't know. Kim Gujin had noticed his presence a long time ago. Just as he was bolting back to his guild, an arrow suddenly pierced straight into his back. The sudden impact left him in absolute panic as he gasped, "An arrow?" But no matter how hard he tried, his legs gave out and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Being sniped from behind left him dazed and confused. He frantically looked around, asking himself, "What just happened? Who did this?" His mind immediately jumped to Kim Gujin, panic setting in. "No way! Did he spot me? It has to be him. He's trying to stop me from reporting that he's fighting the boss." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared right next to him, forcing him to glance up at a figure that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The newcomer was none other than a member of the Skull Guild, glaring down at the poor man with absolute bloodlust. The man stared in sheer terror, instantly recognizing him. The Skull Guild? But before he could even utter his last words, he was ruthlessly finished off. The Skull Guild youth stood calmly over the ill-fated man's corpse, who had now crossed the point of no return. After securing the kill, the youth meticulously crossed the man's name out of his notebook and tallied up the remaining targets. Just 5 left. Looking at the long list of people he had already eliminated, he couldn't help but groan. Why the hell would anyone bust their ass hunting orcs? Isn't it way better to just go around PKing? Unexpectedly, another Skull Guild member perched up in a tree called out loudly to the young man. "Listen up, newbie. Half of that guy's loot belongs to me, so you'd better split it evenly." The youth on the ground sighed wearily. I know, you don't have to worry." Then he suddenly asked, "By the way, are you really planning to kill that guy from earlier?" The senior Skull Guild member replied nonchalantly, "He's not on the list, but if I get the chance, I'm definitely killing him for his loot." The younger member frowned anxiously. "But he was taking on the Orc Lord all by himself. He's practically a monster too. Isn't that a bit too risky?" The senior member just scoffed, firmly holding his ground. "Yeah, but once he's done with that orc, he'll be completely drained, right? Taking him out then will be a piece of cake." With that said, he immediately took off. "I'm out of here. Finish cleaning up the rest and catch up with me later." Hearing that, the young man grumbled under his breath. There's not even anyone left to deal with. He then grabbed the corpse of the guy he had just killed, deciding to drag it off and dump it somewhere. "I'll just toss him over to the orcs. They'll take care of the rest," he muttered. Just then, a figure stepped out from behind a massive tree in the forest. That person was none other than Kim Gujin. He had been eavesdropping all along, silently observing every single move these Skull Guild members made. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, where the guild alliances were fighting the orcs, they had successfully wiped out a horde of monsters that were 100 times their size. Han looked at the scene before him, unable to hide a smug smirk. "We're making progress way faster than I thought." Right at that moment, one of his subordinates chimed in, confident that at this rate, they would clear the dungeon in no time. Han enthusiastically agreed. "Exactly! But from here on out, we don't need to fight on the front lines anymore. Whenever there's a chance, slowly fall back to the rear of the formation." His command left the subordinate a bit confused. "Huh? What do you mean, boss?" An arrogant scheme flashed through Han's mind. "The small fry are almost entirely wiped out. By tomorrow, everyone will start hunting the Orc Lord." He let out a triumphant laugh and ordered, We might as well start prepping for the main event. But at that very moment, a system screen abruptly popped up in front of all the players. Even Han was startled by the sudden notification as a glaring red line of text appeared. The message read, "You have defeated the Orc Lord." Han couldn't believe his eyes, shouting in utter disbelief. The others were just as stunned, screaming at the top of their lungs. What the hell is this? Somebody please tell me I'm seeing things. Which random bastard pulled this off? He stared blankly at the notification, completely dumbfounded. How is that even possible? The main forces from all the top guilds are literally right here. Henry, standing beside him, asked in a hushed tone, "Boss, what's going on? Does this mean those Lion Guild bastards who bailed earlier actually pulled it off?" Donkey shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure anymore." His eyes were filled with deep suspicion. "I always thought that Lion Guild was just all bark and no bite." Meanwhile, back at the Orc Lord's location, its massive axe was now stained crimson red. The skeleton soldier had successfully given the boss a taste of its own medicine, using the Orc Lord's very own axe to send it straight to the afterlife. At that exact moment, Kim Gujin received another notification. "You have leveled up. You have acquired the Orc Lord Hunter achievement. Reward: 1 skill scroll." Seeing that he had acquired yet another skill, he opened it up with curiosity. Another new scroll, huh? Hope it's actually something useful. But the moment he laid eyes on his new skill, his eyes went wide with absolute shock. It was a skill he never could have anticipated. Book of the Dead, skill rank E, a tome containing the ancient power of Osiris. It can store up to 5 undead monsters. Effect: the souls of the dead sealed within the Book of the Dead receive the blessing of Osiris, increasing all stats by 5%. After reading the skill's effect, Kim Gujin was instantly reminded of another skill he possessed, but there was one glaring difference between the two. So it's like an inventory bag, but for holding my monsters. Plus, whatever I put in here gets a little power boost. Wanting to test just how strong this thing was, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. No sooner said than done, he quickly absorbed 2 skeleton warriors into his death tome. A surging power erupted from the book, sweeping the 2 skeleton warriors inside. Even Kim Gujin had to grit his teeth just to keep his grip on it. A deafening explosion shook the air, followed by roaring thunder and blinding dust, leaving him in absolute awe. Now that's epic. Looking at the words Orc Skeleton newly inscribed in the tome, he couldn't help but feel pretty damn satisfied. From now on, I don't even need to secure a first kill. The second I step into a dungeon, I can summon my soldiers right off the bat. A triumphant smirk crept across his face. With this, the biggest weakness of summoning skeleton warriors was officially a thing of the past. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a group of people was sprinting at breakneck speed. It was none other than Han's guild. Seeing him charge madly toward the Orc Lord's location, his bewildered subordinates called out, "Boss, where are we running? The Orc Lord is already dead." Annoyed by their endless questions, he snapped his head back and roared, "I know that, you idiots!" His right-hand man was still thoroughly confused. Then why are we doing this? Left with no choice, Han gritted his teeth and spat out the real reason he was rushing toward the Lord. "You moron! We at least need to see the aftermath with our own eyes so we have something to report. You think we'd survive coming back empty-handed to tell Mr. Park Yong-won?" The moment that name dropped, a collective shiver of sheer terror ran down his subordinates' spines. Park Yong-won. Driven by fear, the whole group sprinted like their lives depended on it toward the Orc Lord's lair. As for the members of the Skull Guild, even they hadn't expected things to escalate this quickly. Damn it, I didn't expect the boss to go down that fast. Realizing this, their leader quickly shifted gears. They would ignore the guy who soloed the Orc Lord and prioritize eliminating the targets on their hit list first. One of the grunts overheard and chimed in. "But what about the newbie we left behind to clean up?" A white-haired member of the group sighed in sheer annoyance. "I told that idiot to catch up the second he was done. Once this mission is over, I'm going to have to beat some sense into him." Their leader made sure to hammer in protocol in case they were compromised. "Listen up. If our identities get leaked, the higher-ups are going to be in deep shit. We avoid exposure at all costs, and if things go south, be ready to off yourselves." Given the pressing situation, he barked at his subordinates to pick up the pace. "We're running out of time, but keep it stealthy. Leave no trace. Just then, a sudden presence caught his attention. Hold on, someone's coming. Glancing back, they realized it was their missing newbie. But the frantic way he was sprinting threw the whole group off. What the hell is the new kid running from? The answer arrived in seconds. Right on the Skull Guild, newbie's heels were two terrifying skeleton warriors in hot pursuit. The white-haired guy immediately recognized the skeleton warriors. He cursed internally. Did that moron seriously go pick a fight with that guy? Oblivious, the newbie made a beeline straight for the rest of the Skull Guild. Seeing him drag the aggro right to them made the white-haired guy completely lose his mind. "You crazy son of a bitch!" he roared. "Why the hell are you leading them right to us?" Panicked, he immediately spun toward their leader. "Boss, what do we do?" "That brain-dead rookie just blew our cover." With their stealth completely compromised, the leader's mind raced. "If that necromancer's attacking us, does he know something?" he thought grimly. "If we waste time here, the other guilds will be breathing down our necks in no time. We'd all be dead meat. Even if we have to abort the mission, we need to slaughter this guy and wipe every trace we were here." But while the leader was busy strategizing, the frantic rookie suddenly drew a blade. The exact moment the boss turned around to ask, "Is everyone ready?" The rookie ruthlessly sent the entire squad to the afterlife. The white-haired guy collapsed in a heap, a fatal slash across his chest. The rest of the grunts met the exact same brutal fate. In the blink of an eye, the Skull Guild squad was annihilated. Only their leader and the supposed newbie remained standing. The leader's eyes practically bulged out of his skull in sheer disbelief. What the hell is this? Did the rookie betray us? Suddenly, the newbie ripped off his mask. It wasn't a member of the Skull Guild at all. It was Kim Gujin himself. Catching sight of his chillingly arrogant smirk, the leader was so horrified he choked out, "You're—" Flashback to a few minutes ago, Kim Gujin stared at the real Skull Guild newbie, his eyes brimming with pure murderous intent. He had finally figured out why the player count kept dropping, so this hit squad was the reason only half the players ever made it back alive. However, after rummaging the mission through the real newbie's memories, Gujin felt a wave of disappointment. He hadn't found what he was looking for. There was absolutely zero intel regarding the Salvation Guild in this grunt's head. Gujin then shifted his gaze toward the poor player the newbie had just murdered. He quickly recalled that in his previous life, that player had simply been logged as missing in action. Without wasting another second, he stripped the dead Skull Guild rookie of his gear. Slipping into the enemy's uniform, he made his decision. Looks like I'll need to pay the Skull Guild leader a little visit. He planned to squeeze them for the intel he needed, but before going undercover, there was one last piece of business. Finishing off the Orc Lord. If I'm lucky, I might uncover the connection between the Skull Guild and the Salvation Guild. But first, let's put this Orc Lord out of its misery. Back to the present. The Skull Guild leader stared at Kim Gujin, his mind completely and utterly short-circuiting. "Who the hell is this bastard?" he panicked. "Where did he even crawl out from?" The surviving Skull Guild grunts stared up at the skeleton warriors in absolute horror. Watching the monstrous undead loom over them, they screamed their lungs out. "Get away! Stay the hell back!" Kim Gujin, on the other hand, was incredibly pleased that the whole squad was gathered in one convenient spot. Looks like it's my lucky day. Every single face from that rookie's memory is right here. While his two skeleton warriors kept the terrified underlings pinned down, Kim Gujin fully focused his oppressive aura on the leader. "I'm done playing cat and mouse with you trash." Following his lead, a skeleton warrior let out a low guttural growl and hoisted its heavy axe into the air. Seeing the executioner's blade raised, the guild members shrieked in despair. "No! Please! Don't!" But their pathetic begging fell on deaf ears. Mercy wasn't on the menu. They were getting a one-way ticket to the afterlife, regardless. Witnessing such cold-blooded ruthlessness, the Skull Guild leader was utterly paralyzed with fear. This bastard didn't hesitate for a single second before taking a life, which means this isn't his first time doing it. Even though he was terrified, he still put up a tough front, snapping, "I don't know who you are, but you're not getting a single word out of me." Knowing he couldn't beat Kim Gujin in a fight, he decided to gamble with his big mouth. "Even if I make it out alive, I'll just become a burden to the boss. This is the only way." No sooner said than done. The Skull leader drew his sword and ended it all right on the spot. His sudden self-destruction left Kim Goo-jin completely caught off guard. After regaining his composure, he sneered, "Pretty hardcore, but still completely useless." Looking at the lifeless body of the Skull Leader, he suddenly felt like something was off. Shouldn't he actually be thanking him? Because the guy just proved that he held a ton of highly valuable information. Not wanting to waste any more time, Kim Goo-jin immediately activated his skill, the Eye of Anubis. A memory surfaced of a certain house where the sound of a babbling brook blended with someone's voice. This global transformation will be the perfect opportunity for the Japanese Empire to take a massive leap forward. The voice came from a secluded room deep inside the house. "We will partner with the Messiah Guild to establish an organization that will expand our influence." Two men sat together, discussing matters with the utmost seriousness. Hayato. "No, Im Seong-jun. You must go to South Korea, join the Skull Guild, and devote yourself to our nation." One of them, a man whose face remained obscured in the shadows, was persuading the other. "If we can seize control of the dungeons and artifacts of both Japan and South Korea," he was making a grand promise to Im Seong-jun, "we will build an empire more powerful than ever before. It will be known as the Yamato Empire." Just then, two men unexpectedly appeared outside the door, and the mysterious figure introduced them to Im Seong-jun. "Now, let me introduce the ones who will guide your path. The guardian angels of Japan, who will help us forge Yamato." Im Seong-jun, trembling with absolute shock, stammered out loud, "You are—" The moment he laid eyes on the two men walking in, his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. He then scrambled to bow deeply, greeting them with a booming voice. "It is an absolute honor to meet you both." Deep down, he was screaming in awe. He never imagined he would cross paths with the master of the sword and the master of the bow, right here of all places. The memory shifted back to a recent moment where the Skull Leader was interrogating his subordinate. "There's a certain target we need to take care of when the A+ dungeon appears. What kind of guy is he?" He was then briefed on the situation. "A South Korean dungeon broker. He's quite competent, honestly. But lately, he's been getting in the way of our Japanese brokers. We have to remove him from the picture, whatever the cost." And then a name was spoken. It seems South Korea also has a pretty decent broker on their side. What was his name again? Oh-chan. After skimming through the memories and grasping all the necessary information, Kim Goo-jin unceremoniously dropped the Skull Leader's corpse to the ground, a look of pure disgust on his face. "I was really hoping it wouldn't come to this, but I guess that was asking too much. Honestly, it makes me absolutely sick." He ground his teeth, boiling with rage and bitter resentment. "Even in our darkest hours, we still trusted each other. We fought side by side." The familiar images of Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken flashed through his mind. The master of the sword, the master of the bow, even you two were in on it. In his past life, before turning back time, Kim Goo-jin remembered clearing countless dungeons with them. He had always looked up to those two with eyes full of absolute admiration, always standing on the front lines to save the world. I wanted to be just like them. To him, they were the ones who passed on the torch. They weren't just mentors, they were my pillars of support. Not only that, they were the people he trusted most in the world. They were precious comrades, people I would gladly entrust my very life to. He had always believed in them, no matter the circumstances, but now, that illusion was shattered forever. Even in the most brutal, bloodiest battles, I never once doubted them. But in this very moment, Kim Goo-jin finally realized that even they were Lee Se-jun's lapdogs. And with that, he resolved to completely tear down every single one of their plans. This time, there is no way in hell I'm letting them do whatever they please. Just now, the next target is Oh-chan, right? He muttered under his breath. A dungeon broker. The fact that this man named Oh-chan was targeted for elimination led him to conclude that he must have been placed high on their priority hit list. If that's the case, he must be incredibly capable. It seemed he was on the verge of piecing something together. I never heard a peep about him in my past life, which means the hit was a success. If this Yamato faction managed to replace him, Lee Se-jun must have gained something massive out of it. And so, he decided to dig up some clues. As long as he's still on their target list, their hunters will keep coming for him. Like moths to a flame. I might just find a lead to cripple them. What's more, he figured he could knock out two birds with one stone. Besides, I'm in desperate need of a broker to secure dungeons for me anyway, so it works out perfectly. Alright, I'm done here. Time to get out of this dungeon. Meanwhile, out in the real world, a few people were chatting inside a parked car. Senior, is it always this dead quiet around the gate? The man addressed as Senior found the question incredibly ridiculous and answered with a hint of annoyance. Monsters can't exactly stroll out of the gate, so of course it's quiet, but the very second the dungeon is cleared, this place is going to turn into a total madhouse. So just shut up and get some rest. Hearing this, the rookie was taken aback and asked, "Wait, you mean because once the dungeon is cleared, everyone's going to swarm in to interview the players?" The senior maintained his nonchalant attitude, replying, "That's not the reason, you idiot. It's because the players will start tearing each other apart to fight over the loot." This revelation left the rookie so shocked he practically yelled, "They actually fight each other over it?" The senior tiredly continued to explain. "Outside of the Messiah Guild, absolutely everyone will do whatever it takes to hoard as many artifacts as possible. Anyway, we'll deal with it when the time comes. For now, just go to sleep. It'll be a long time before we get another break." Suddenly, the rookie pointed a trembling finger into the distance and stammered, "Senior, look over there!" Seeing his subordinate running his mouth again, the older man angrily snapped at him. "Damn it, why the hell are you so annoying? What now?" Meanwhile, the junior stood there in a daze, muttering about the gate. Seeing this, the senior looked over in confusion at where he was pointing. The two of them watched as Kim Gujin stumbled out, covered in blood. They were so terrified that they screamed for the other players. Medics rushed over immediately to give Kim Gujin first aid. An A+ dungeon had just been cleared, so treating the wounded was the top priority. The commotion made Kim Gujin wince in annoyance. "The players are coming out. Bring the stretchers over here. Hurry!" Over on the other side, two guilds were about to clash, and nobody even knew why. "Senior, there's a fight breaking out over there. Damn it, why is it even worse than last time?" A few days later, the events of that day were plastered all over the news, dominating the politics, economics, society, and world sections. 31 people had died. The headlines blared, "No survivors from the Skull Guild, all members dead." And the daily papers questioned, "Who defeated the orc boss?" "Dungeon rewards vanish. Clashes erupt between guild members." Reading this, one man was so furious that he crumpled the newspaper in his fist. Yongwan gritted his teeth and snarled, "How the hell can we not find the bastard who took down the boss?" The newspaper sat on his desk, bearing the headline, "Who killed the orc boss?" His furious voice echoed through the room. "And you expect me to believe this crap?" The men from the Lion Guild were kneeling on the floor in a straight row. Ronald, their representative, looked up and desperately promised, I'm so sorry, sir. Things just escalated too quickly this time. But I swear, I won't let this happen ever again." Yongwan leaned down, narrowing his eyes as he hissed, "And what about the time and money I've already invested in you all? Not to mention my sheer disappointment. How exactly do you plan to pay me back for that?" He slammed his hands onto the desk, his voice dripping with menace. "This isn't a damn charity. I'm not here to hand out second chances to worthless trash like you." Yongwan clenched his jaw tightly and barked an order. "You have 1 week. Bring me 5 times my original investment. When I hand you a lifeline, you'd better grab it. For your own sakes." Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out from inside the mansion. 5 times! After Ronald and his men scrambled out, Yongwan turned to the person standing beside him. "What about Kim Gujin? Is that bastard still locked up in the hospital?" Secretary Kim quickly replied. "Yes, sir. They said he took a heavy hit in the dungeon this time." Hearing this, Yongwan frowned and looked over. "Useless, every single one of them. How the hell do you get injured in a 1-floor dungeon?" Secretary Kim hesitated slightly before correcting him. "About that, sir, his injuries in the dungeon weren't caused by monsters." Yongwan slowly shifted his gaze to her. "Oh, are you saying he was attacked by players from another guild? Is that information reliable?" Secretary Kim began her analysis. "If we had the time, we could verify the details ourselves, but right now, I think it's best we take his word for it." Yongwan stood up, shoved a hand in his pocket, and headed for the door. "Fine, let's head to the hospital. That idiot hasn't been blabbing about this to everyone, has he?" Secretary Kim hurried after him. "No, sir, I've already ordered him to keep his mouth shut." Meanwhile, at the hospital, someone was giving their final words of advice. "All right, Kim Gujin, just focus on resting up." Nam Sang stood in the hallway, bowing slightly to the patient inside. And if you remember anything else, make sure to contact the guild. Turning away, he scratched his head and let out a long, heavy sigh. This is a damn mess. How does he not remember a single thing? What the hell am I supposed to tell the higher-ups? He stopped in front of the elevator. The digital screen showed the down arrow, stopping at the 4th floor. Nam Sang stared up at it, grumbling internally. If things are this bad, what are we even supposed to do? And to top it off, Park Young-won's faction had to go and demand Kim Gujin's involvement. Just as he stepped into his elevator, the doors of the adjacent one chimed open. Yong-won strode out, with Secretary Kim trailing right behind him. He immediately caught sight of Nam Sang. The two of them arrived at the hospital room. Just as Secretary Kim reached for the handle, Yong-won shared his assessment. Judging by the look on that guy's face, it seems our boy Kim Gujin actually knows how to keep his mouth shut. The door swung open with a click, drawing Kim Gujin's attention as he glanced over. Yong-won stepped inside and offered a casual greeting. "Long time no see. How's the body holding up?" Kim Gujin didn't reply aloud. Instead, he thought to himself, "So, he's finally here." Clear IV fluid dripped steadily into the plastic tubing. Sitting up in his hospital bed, Kim Gujin gave his report. There's barely any information on the guys from the Skull Guild, but from what I've heard, they were definitely acting suspicious. Flashes of what he had witnessed played out in his mind. "I can confirm they were involved in the boss raid." Kim Gujin glanced to the side and continued. "The fact that they were completely wiped out means some other faction must have swooped in and stolen the loot." More fractured memories of the brutal battles surfaced in his thoughts. Kim Gujin then added one crucial detail. "The last thing I saw was them using the Silent Hunter stealth." Yong-won, who had taken a seat next to the bed, narrowed his eyes and thought, "If it's a stealth skill, I'm very familiar with it. It completely conceals the user's presence, making it incredibly deadly. So, they really were just waiting to ambush the players and the boss." Kim Gujin looked down, his expression turning dark. "Yeah, if it hadn't been for the blood poison, I'd be a dead man right now. If my attacker hadn't been exposed to my toxic blood as it spilled out, I probably wouldn't be here." Yong-won let out a sigh of amusement. "Sounds like you got damn lucky then. Well, they got completely wiped out anyway, so you're the only living witness left." Kim Gujin frowned and warned him, "Even so, I still need to keep my guard up for a while. But what about us? Did our Phoenix Guild really walk away empty-handed?" A flash of pure irritation crossed Yong-won's face, his jaw clenching tight. "Don't remind me. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Thanks to that Skull Guild, we took a massive loss this time." He stroked his chin, already forming a new scheme in his head. "I can't just let this slide. Even if it's just to recoup our losses, I need to drag the Skull Guild out into the light. The intel I got from Kim Gujin is actually way more useful than I expected." Yong-won slapped both hands down on the armrest and asked boldly, "All right, I've got the picture. So, what do you want?" Feigning ignorance, Kim Gujin tilted his head and asked in return, "What do I want?" "What do you mean by that, sir?" Yong-won stood up from his chair. "You can drop the innocent act now." He turned around, his voice brimming with certainty. "You tracked those players down and fed me that intel as part of our little arrangement. But you must want something in return for giving me a tip that big." Kim Woo-jin remained silent for a moment before parting his lips to state his demand clearly. "If that is the case, there is someone I want to find." Yong-won looked slightly puzzled. "A person? Who exactly are you looking for?" Kim Woo-jin met his gaze with a question of his own. "Are you familiar with a broker named Oh Se-chan, sir? I've heard rumors that he's incredibly capable, but my own connections are rather limited, so—" Yong-won narrowed his eyes, rolling the name around on his tongue. "Oh Se-chan, how on earth do you know about him?" "Well, whatever. If you get a call from an unknown number in the near future, just answer it." He and Secretary Kim turned toward the door to leave, but he suddenly tossed a loaded remark over his shoulder. "He's an arrogant bastard who picks and chooses his own clients, but I have to admit, his skills are the real deal." Yong-won halted his steps. He shot a piercing, warning glare at the young man sitting on the bed. "And one last thing. I am only saying this just in case, but you must take what happened here to your grave. If word gets out, you are the only one who will be in danger." Kim Woo-jin tilted his head, staring at the man's broad back as he replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." The hospital door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Just before Yongwon and Secretary Kim had stepped out, he had left him with a parting promise. All right then, I will see you later. Kim Woo-jin merely bowed his head in silence. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and slipped his feet into his shoes, his mind already racing with calculations. Everything is falling perfectly into place. They don't suspect me at all. Park Yong-won is completely oblivious to the secret ties between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin stood by the window gazing out at the city. He mused to himself, if he starts digging for information in that direction, Lee Sun, or perhaps the Divine Bow and Holy Sword, will definitely catch Park Yong-won's attention. A deeply satisfied smirk crept onto his lips. Park Yong-won has absolutely no idea that he is bleeding from wounds he inflicted upon himself. He is going to have a very rough time for a while, and while he and Lee Sun are busy tearing each other apart, I can quietly focus on building up my own strength. A sleek black car tore down the highway, its headlights piercing the dark. Inside the cabin, a deep voice broke the silence. So, even though the Skull Guild operates on such a massive scale, they don't have a major corporate sponsor backing them? If that is true, there is only one logical explanation. Yong-won sat in the back seat, his eyes glued to the glowing screen of his smartphone. Smuggling domestic dungeon drops overseas. That is how they are multiplying their funds. He studied the red arrows scattered across the digital map, forming a plan in his mind. We need to dig into the black markets with international ties. If we look there, we are bound to find the merchants who are doing business with those rats. Yong-won shifted his gaze out the car window into the passing night. You will not, one way or another, this is going to expose the filthy corporations working in the shadows with them. Later that day, Kim Woo-jin finally discharged himself and walked out of the hospital. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets, wondering to himself, it's about time I got a call, isn't it? Still nothing, but right on cue, his phone began to ring. Kim Woo-jin pulled the phone out, silently impressed. Talk about perfect timing. He pressed the phone against his ear, and a gruff voice immediately came through the speaker. I heard the news. So, you want to make a deal with me? Kim Woo-jin's eyes sharpened. He instantly knew this was Oh Se-chan. He answered calmly, yes, I am looking for a specific dungeon. Oh Se-chan wasted no time laying down his conditions. I need to see what you are capable of before I decide anything. Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow. My capabilities, you say? Se-chan didn't bother explaining. I will text you the details, and with that, the line went dead. A moment later, a notification popped up on Kim Woo-jin's screen. The message read, Target, wipe out the kobolds, floors, 1. Dungeon difficulty, rank C+, maximum capacity, 4 players. Entry requirement, level 28 or below. Clear condition, exterminate 100 kobolds. Location, Songbei Neighborhood, Ilsendong District, Goyang City, Gyeonggi Province. Reading through the details, Kim Woo-jin chuckled to himself. They weren't kidding when they said he screens his clients. A 1-floor rank C+ dungeon just for a basic test? Still, if he could secure this partnership, it would be an enormous advantage for him. Meanwhile, in a bustling downtown district, high up in a building plastered with colorful neon signs. Inside a cluttered office, Lee Jin-ah pointed at the burner phone. His curiosity piqued. Hyung, who is the poor bastard this time? The man sitting across from him waved it off casually. Just a new prospective client. Park Yong-won vouched for him and handed over the contact number. Lee Jin-ya lowered his head, squeezing his eyes shut as he let out a long, heavy sigh. Hyung, did you already forget what happened last time? Why are you doing this again? What if this guy is just another assassin trying to get close enough to slit your throat? What then? Oh Se-chan stood up, beaming with absolute confidence. Relax. Even if they send a whole truckload of mid-tier thugs, they can't leave a scratch on me. Lee Jin-ah leaned back in his chair, still nagging anxiously. Besides, if he is working under Park Yong-won, he is probably even more unhinged. Se-chan quickly brushed off his partner's worries. If he was actually working directly for Park Yong-won, the old man would have handled the transaction himself. He strolled over to his messy desk and yanked open the bottom drawer. Anyway, if he can't even pass my basic test, then none of this matters. Even if he is an assassin sent to kill me, as long as he is highly capable, I am willing to use him. Se-chan casually tossed the burner phone into the drawer, a manic grin spreading across his face. If he is truly that powerful... The phone clattered loudly into the drawer, landing on top of a massive pile of identical burner phones as his passionate voice echoed in the small room. Then maybe, just maybe, he can clear all the dungeons and finally put an end to this damn game. That is exactly the kind of monster we need. Lee Jin-ah's face instantly lit up. He flashed a cheeky grin and aggressively pointed 2 thumbs at himself. Young, why are you talking like that? You're breaking my heart over here. If you're looking for a monster like that, you're looking right at him. Sechan shot him a deadpan, ruthless look. You are still severely lacking, kid. Lee Jin-ah gasped, thoroughly offended. What is wrong with me? He complained loudly, but Sechan had already evaluated him as someone who was merely good at surviving. Expecting him to clear a dangerous dungeon entirely solo was asking too much. Sechan just flashed an amused, wicked grin. I already assigned him the Kobold dungeon as his test, so let's just sit back and see how he does. Lee Jin-ah shook his head in disbelief, narrowing his eyes at his boss. Kobolds? Seriously? Don't you think that is a little too extreme for a basic test? Hyung-sun remarked nonchalantly, well, it's not exactly mandatory. If he lacks the confidence, he'll probably just back out. Lee Jin-ah clasped his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and looked up at the sky, groaning. I know you don't have a single bone of business sense in your body, Hyung, but did you seriously forget how fast I burned through my calories? I'm starving to death right now. Hearing this, Session furiously snapped at him. We literally just ordered delivery and stuffed our faces. What the hell kind of nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, in another location, a pale yellow car slowly pulled up to a massive dirt crater. Inside the crater stood a dungeon gate. Kim Woo-jin calmly stepped out of the vehicle and firmly shut the door. He turned his head to survey the surroundings, wondering to himself about this goblin dungeon. Is he not planning on making any money, he thought. Using such an oversized dungeon for ordinary players meant he had no intention of making this an easy test. As he slowly slid down into the crater, he thought to himself, it's only hard for those who don't know how to deal with goblins. Nearby, a pair of binoculars was pressed against Ju's eyes as she reported the situation. I am currently stationed near the dungeon in Seongbuk. She lowered the binoculars, glancing at her phone as she updated the person on the other end of the line. Kim Woo-jin is approaching the dungeon on this end. Ju's voice echoed through the phone's speaker, reaching the ears of the 2 men inside the room. I'm starting the timer now. Sechan jolted, staring at the device emitting her voice. What? He's already there? He snatched the phone from the table and asked the person on the line. Talk about an impatient guy. So, what kind of gear did he prepare? Ju replied, it doesn't look like he brought anything special with him. Session gritted his teeth, not knowing whether to call the guy reckless or just plain stupid. Lee Jin-ah looked up and asked, so in the end, isn't he just a complete lunatic? Sechan merely let out a gruff, and stayed silent. Lee Jin-ah remarked with disdain, but who knows? Maybe he doesn't need to prepare anything at all simply because he's way too full of himself. Sechan chimed in, yeah, that could be the case. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, what if that confidence isn't just empty boasting? Meanwhile, inside a Japanese-style restaurant, someone scoffed. To still not have a clear grasp of the situation by now, it seems the Messiah Guild isn't all that impressive after all. Inside a private room, a voice rang out. Come on, don't say that. Let's just calm down. Kim Jae-hoon of the Messiah Guild waved his hands dismissively as he tried to reason with them. You know how hard it is to predict what will happen inside a dungeon with so many chaotic variables. Coming back empty-handed is a bit pathetic, sure, but at least our losses weren't too severe. The man sitting opposite him darkly repeated the 2 words he had just heard. Not severe? Noda Hajiro's expression turned dead serious as he confronted the man. 5 of my disciples are dead, and you dare say the losses were not severe? Kim Jae-hoon froze at his hostile tone, stammering a quick denial. No, that's not what I meant at all. Sukahara Ken, who had been sitting silently next to Noda Hajiro this entire time, finally spoke up. Lee Se-jun is probably aware of this by now, isn't he, regarding our ties with the Skull Guild. Isn't that exactly why he hands the job over to us first whenever an A+ ranked dungeon is involved? Kim Jae-hoon was stunned, cursing inwardly, damn it, I misspoke. Sitting across from him, Sukahara Ken continued, of course, you are right that no one can truly predict what will happen inside a dungeon. He furrowed his brows and demanded, But do you honestly expect us to believe that mere orcs could slaughter our people? Panic washed over Kim Jae-hoon's face as he heard their grim declaration. This matter will not be easily swept under the rug. Instantly, Jae-hoon slammed both hands onto the floor, bowing his head deeply in a desperate apology. I am incredibly sorry. I should have thought more carefully before spouting such thoughtless nonsense. Please, just give me a little more time. I promise I will investigate this thoroughly. Sukahara Ken merely smirked, picking up the sake bottle from the table. That won't be necessary anymore. We've already started our own investigation. Don't be so tense. Care for a drink? Kim Jae-hoon's eyes widened, as if he had just realized the hidden threat in those words. Trembling slightly, he raised his glass. Sukahara Ken poured sake into the glass Jae-hoon was holding while casually explaining, Despite what happened, we are still allies with the Messiah Guild after all. I just wanted to show you... Sukahara Ken's gaze darkened with naked malice. Exactly how insulted we feel. The sake continued to pour, rapidly overflowing the glass and spilling all over the table. Sukahara Ken glanced down at the flooded table. Since we're comrades in arms, if there's any friction, we just need to sit down and share a few drinks. He then asked a heavily implied question. And then all is forgiven, isn't it? Jae-hoon's hand shook violently, making the sake slosh around in his glass. Noda Hajiro had already left the room ahead of them. Sukahara Ken followed closely behind him, leaving parting words. Of course, that's only if we are still comrades. Jae-hoon stayed frozen in place, holding the dripping glass as he numbly replied. Yes, absolutely. A heavy force slammed the room's door completely shut. Now completely alone in the room, Kim Jae-hoon gritted his teeth. He cursed himself for being far too arrogant in front of the bowmaster and the swordmaster. He needed to come up with a countermeasure immediately. Outside the restaurant, a sleek black car was already waiting. Noda Hajiro held his phone to his ear and asked, Have you finished taking care of it? And what about the casualties on our end? He listened intently to the report from the other side before responding. All right, understood. Once they were settled inside the car, Sukahara Ken turned to the man beside him and asked, Was it exactly as we suspected? Noda Hajiro crossed his arms and nodded grimly. Yes, it wasn't the work of anyone on our kill list. That means the culprit isn't among any of the highly skilled players we already know about. He then coldly stated, The next target will be the Phoenix Guild. They are the only ones left. Sukahara Ken pondered. If the culprit isn't on our kill list, Noda Hajiro finished his thought. And then he belongs to a faction we have yet to discover, and he's deliberately hiding his true strength for a specific purpose. Meanwhile, in another location, the evening sky was blanketed in a deep, dark blue near the Goblin Dungeon in Seongbuk. Inside a high-rise building, Bompun shoved his hands into his pockets and mused, Since a player went into the dungeon today, I guess we'll get a few days to slack off, huh? Diem, who was lounging on the sofa, shot him a look. What the hell are you talking about? That guy went in there all by himself, Diem predicted with absolute confidence. And I have yet to see a single sane player pull a stunt like that. That punk is going to get wiped out soon and the gate will just open right back up. Diem had only managed to add a few more words. Hell, maybe it'll open right now. When suddenly, from the massive crater right behind him, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the ground and shot straight into the night sky. Bompun pointed a shaking finger at the spectacle. Damn, your prediction was spot on. Diem turned his head, completely bewildered. That's not it. The beam of light shooting up from the dirt pit gradually faded away. He just stared blankly at the scene unfolding in front of him. That only happens when a dungeon is cleared, Bompun cried out in total disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? Moving at lightning speed, Diem whipped out his binoculars and pressed them to his eyes. That dungeon was supposed to be impossible to clear, even with a maxed out party. Bompun reached out, tugging at his arm, and called out, Boss? Diem lowered the binoculars, snapping in annoyance. What the hell are you doing? We need to figure out where the guy who cleared it is. Byeonpun's jaw dropped as he pointed off in the distance. No, I think I already found him. He pointed his finger toward a yellow car speeding down the road. Right over there. Watching the car drift further and further away, Diem let out a scream of absolute despair. We're screwed. Meanwhile, in a city building covered with glowing signboards, a booming voice echoed out. What did you say? Are you telling me you lost him? Se-chan roared furiously, cursing nonstop into the walkie-talkie. If you took the money, you'd better do your damn job right. You take my cash and then give me this garbage? Oh, so you're making excuses now? Sitting at her computer desk across the room, Ju had to tilt her head and tightly cover both of her ears. She calmly called out to the man who wouldn't stop screaming. Boss Se-chan replied in a highly irritated tone. I haven't actually paid them yet, Ju pointed out. She stood up from her desk looking at him. Wait, didn't you say they were your hometown buddies? Se-chan asked, completely confused. Huh? But I thought we agreed we were going to pay them for the job. Ju firmly shook her head. Not at all. They just came to help us out. Se-chan crossed his arms, double-checking to be sure. Are you serious? Ju just looked right back at him. Dead serious. You said you'd treat them to a round of drinks instead, boss. Se-chan shrugged, instantly coming up with a lame excuse to dodge the bill. Well, that's a real shame, because starting today, I'm quitting drinking. Ju slung her bag over her shoulder and headed for the door. If it's about Kim Woo-jin, you don't have to worry. I'll be heading out now. Se-chan couldn't hide his curiosity. Where are you off to? Secretary Lee didn't give him a straight answer, simply stating, if he actually wants to work with us, you'll hear from him soon enough. Se-chan watched her walk away, muttering to himself, damn, so cold. An image flashed in his mind. Ju, clutching a backpack, sitting all alone on the dirt. Come to think of it, it was right around this time last year when he first found that kid. Lee Jin-ah strolled back inside, carrying a massive pile of stuff. Boss, what's up with Secretary Lee? I told her to grab a bite to eat before leaving, but she completely blew me off. Se-chan sank into his chair and closed his eyes. Just let her be. She probably has somewhere important to be today. A second later, his eyes snapped open, and he shot a sharp glare at Jin-ah. By the way, Kim Woo-jin already cleared that dungeon, and it only took him half a day. That guy's got some real potential. But the moment he actually registered the mountain of snacks in Jin-ah's arms, he absolutely lost his mind. You crazy bastard! Just how much of my money did you blow at that convenience store? Jin-ah just kept casually chewing his food. Oh, come on, boss. Don't look at me like that. Se-chan barked right back. Do you have a death wish? Go return all of that right now. Jin-ah immediately pulled out his best pleading look. Aw, don't be so stingy over a few snacks, boss. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin's yellow car was cruising past a road sign. Sitting behind the wheel, he rested his chin on one hand, his brow furrowed as he sank deep into thought. Earlier, right after clearing the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin had climbed out of the dirt pit and headed straight for his yellow car. When he got there, he found a walkie-talkie and a piece of paper sitting right on the hood. Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow as he picked them both up. What's this? Back in the present, he reached out and tapped the object resting on the passenger seat. A walkie-talkie. Seriously, these guys sure love playing games. The note had laid it out clearly. When you get back from the dungeon, contact us using this walkie-talkie. Business hours start at 9 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. This guy's actually pretty amusing, Kim Woo-jin muttered with a smirk. Elsewhere, a red car pulled into a spot inside an underground parking garage. The headlights flashed blindingly for a second. Inside the car, Kim Jae-hoon gripped the steering wheel, beads of cold sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. I can't just crawl back to the boss empty-handed like this. An image of a certain someone flashed through his mind. Do I really have to beg Kang-ju for help? He wondered nervously. Suddenly, his phone buzzed inside the glove box. The screen lit up and a loud ringtone echoed through the silent car. Kim Jae-hoon pressed the phone to his ear, his voice tense. It's me, Kim Jae-hoon. What is it? A second later, he shrieked at the top of his lungs. The Skull Guild! By who? The red car's tires screeched as it sped right back out of the underground lot. Understood, Kim Jae-hoon barked into the phone. I'm heading there right now. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit bar, Park Young-won smirked, issuing an icy command. Taking care of this quietly, just like always, is our best option. I shouldn't need to explain the reasons why, right? Sitting directly across from him, Jong-hun nodded deeply. Yes, sir, I understand perfectly. Have you spoken to the person I'm supposed to be protecting? Park Young-won replied. Not yet. But now that we've got things sorted out between us, it'll be soon enough. Hearing that answer, Jong-hun firmly made up his mind. I'll go ahead and explain the situation to my subordinates then. Young-won also agreed with his arrangement. All right, as long as we keep him alive and get him out of there, that's enough. I'll handle the rest. The two of them didn't even notice that a shadowy figure had appeared on the second floor above them. He had been watching them in silence this entire time. Kim Jae-hoon stared down at the lower floor, wondering about Park Young-won. Just what on earth is he plotting? I wonder how much he already knows about the Skull Guild. Suddenly, a man stepped up from behind him and asked, I was wondering the exact same thing. Park Young-won might have a massive network, but to actually know about the Skull Guild, Dongman smirked, raising a suspicion. He used the excuse that he needed to know more about the Skull Guild for the sake of his work. But he also said some pretty weird things, too. Earlier, in a private room, Dongman had met with Young-won. Leaning on the table, he declared, even if it's you, Mr. Park Young-won, asking me to share information about the Skull Guild is going to be a bit difficult. Sitting across from him, Young-won replied, you're being a lot more cautious than usual. Brimming with absolute confidence, he asked, what if I told you I know the secret behind how those Skull members died in that A+ rank dungeon? Back in the present, Kim Jae-hoon's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief as he tried to confirm what he just heard. Did he really say that? He lowered his head, beads of sweat breaking out all over his face. He thought to himself, if that's true, then this is no longer a problem I can handle on my own. I'll be in massive trouble too if I report this to the leader. With that thought, Kim Jae-hoon turned his head to look back down at the lower floor. Who's the guy talking to Young-won down there? Dongman crossed his arms and revealed the man's identity. Jung-hoon-yeon. He's done a lot of business with Young-won in the past. He also fixed his gaze on Jung-hoon-yeon sitting below, sharing a bit more background. He's a mercenary player who doesn't belong to any guild. He'll take on absolutely any job, as long as the pay is right. At that moment, down in the seating area below, Jung-hoon-yeon bowed respectfully to see Park Young-won off. Up on the second floor, Kim Jae-hoon told the man standing next to him, thank you so much for cooperating with the Salvation Guild and sharing this information. Dongman calmly replied, well, the Salvation Guild did me a favor in the past after all. Finally, Kim Jae-hoon just lowered his head, his face contorting into a heavy frown without saying another word. Down below, Jung-hoon returned to his seat. Right at that moment, Kim Jae-hoon approached him and made an offer. Let's have a little chat, shall we? Jung-hoon-yeon looked up, instantly recognizing him as Kim Jae-hoon from the Salvation Guild. Kim Jae-hoon took a seat on the bench opposite him, his hands clasped together. I don't know what you just heard from Park Young-won, but I have a proposal for you. He spoke in a dead serious tone. A job that involves working with the Salvation Guild. Jung-hoon smiled, pretending not to understand as he asked, what exactly are you talking about? Could you dumb it down a bit for me? A sharp, dangerous glint flashed in Kim Jae-hoon's eyes. I'm talking about an incredibly lucrative business deal for you, and you still don't get it? This is going to be a waste of time then. Elsewhere, a black car pulled up behind the white line on the road, waiting for the red light. Inside the car, Secretary Kim sat in the passenger seat, reporting the situation to Young-won in the back. I've secured a public dungeon just like you asked, sir, but your methods this time seem a bit unusual. She turned her head, full of questions. Wouldn't things get a lot more complicated if you get your own hands dirty, sir? Young-won propped his head up with one hand, not even looking at her, his eyes glued to his phone screen. The Skull Guild will be forced to make a move because I stirred the pot like that, and chances are they'll be rushed and completely disorganized. Seeing the incoming caller ID pop up as Kim Woo-jin, he said, now that the location and the supporting actors are all set, it's time we set the stage for our main character, don't you think? Back in the bar, Kim Jae-hoon was sitting alone at a table near the entrance. He bit his nails, anxiously wondering to himself, Park Young-won, what the hell is that bastard plotting? Kim Jae-hoon recalled what Jung-hoon-yeon had told him. Since he asked for 5 people, including me, just to protect this guy, it seems he's incredibly important. His name? He focused on a line of information displayed on his phone. Kim Woo-jin, level 16, Phoenix. Kim Jae-hoon's mind was swarming with doubts. His name is on the entry list for the A+ rank dungeon, but there is absolutely no way he can go up against the veterans of the Skull Guild all by himself. This bait is so blatantly obvious, I don't even know if I should take the hook on purpose. The next morning, a yellow car was parked just outside the fence of a grand villa. Sitting inside the car, Kim Woo-jin spoke into his radio. I'm guessing I passed the test, right? The person on the other end confirmed, yeah, and way faster than I expected. You're hiding your true abilities, aren't you? He didn't wait for an answer before continuing. Whatever, it's not like I'm suspicious or anything, just personal curiosity. Kim Woo-jin calmly explained, I only showed my abilities because you specifically asked me to. The voice on the other end crackled through the radio once again. Understood. Anyway, you said you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I've put the list of dungeons I managed to find inside locker number 19 at the train station. Swing by and grab it and just hit me up if you need anything else. Kim Woo-jin stepped out of the car. He informed the man on the radio. Copy that, but I've got a few things to take care of right now, so I'll contact you again in a few days. Over on his end, Se-chan replied, All right, I'll be waiting. Sitting on a chair nearby, his subordinate looked highly skeptical. Boss, are you seriously going to do business with him? Has your intuition ever been right before? Se-chan smiled, turning to him and throwing the question right back. Has your intuition ever been right even once? Besides, isn't being a broker all about making a living off risks? Back on Kim Woo-jin's side, he lowered his head, acting incredibly anxious. Mr. Park Yong-won, I think this is way too dangerous. You're basically telling me to offer myself up as bait. Yong-won didn't even try to hide it, bluntly admitting, you hit the nail right on the head. He tilted his head, resting his arm on the armrest, and said, I have no idea how what we discussed turned into a rumor, but it's only a matter of time before it reaches the ears of the Skull Guild. In his mind, he scoffed, looks like the kid is starting to get scared, but I don't give a damn. Kim Woo-jin kept his head down in silence as Yong-won's voice drifted into his ears. Are you just going to sit there and wait to die? He extended his hand toward him with a tempting offer. I've personally hired an elite team just for you, so how about trusting me and heading into the dungeon with them? Kim Woo-jin looked up, meeting Yong-won's gaze, and asked, But you're still gambling with my life here. Is there a compelling reason why we absolutely have to do it this way? He offered an excuse. I apologize for that, but I owe them a few favors, and I'm just the type of person who can't rest easy when I'm indebted to someone. Finally, Kim Woo-jin spoke up with a single demand. I get it. If that's the case, there's no other choice, but I want a pay raise. Yong-won smiled smugly, thinking to himself, he took the bait. Kim Woo-jin also smirked, his smile carrying a hidden meaning. Yong-won snapped his fingers, signaling the person standing behind him. Not a problem. Secretary Kim stepped forward, placing a piece of brown paper on the table. The boss has prepared something for you, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Yong-won then asked, if you're stronger, your chances of survival will naturally go up, right? Kim Woo-jin glanced at the paper secretary Kim had slid over, quietly realizing it was a skill scroll. Sometime later, he stepped out of the mansion. Kim Woo-jin pondered as he walked. He feels guilty. Right before I came back here, Park Yong-won had already gone to meet the Yamato faction. He cast a glance back at the building and silently mused. Following the path of a traitor was a perfectly timed move, but none of that mattered anymore. Kim Woo-jin pulled the paper he had just received out of his pocket. I can't believe he actually gave me this. He's way more useful than I thought. Meanwhile, inside a rocky cave, endless groans of complaint echoed through the darkness. Why are we so pathetic? At this rate, who knows if we'll even be able to pay off our debts before we die? Han, who was leading the group, grew annoyed at the complaining. He turned around and barked, "Shut your mouths and keep walking." He crossed his arms and warned the rest of them. That bastard Park Yong-won already went easy on us. The first underling spoke up, clearly frustrated, "But this is still way too much, boss." The second underling quickly chimed in, equally upset. It wasn't even our fault. And how the hell were we supposed to know who that was? How much longer do we have to rot in this damn dungeon? Han cursed under his breath, turning back around to keep walking. How the hell should I know? If you've got the energy to whine, go use it to kill some monsters. In a dark, unnoticed corner of the cave, a monster with razor-sharp teeth was watching their every move. Later that night, as a train roared across the railway bridge, a car was parked underneath, surrounded by a group of men gathered together. A man pressed his phone against his ear, speaking to the person on the other end. "Everything is ready to go." "Understood, I'll take care of it." He lowered his phone and tapped the button to end the call. The screen clearly displayed the caller's name, Park Yong-won. Jong-hoon glanced at the man standing in front of him and asked, "So, to sum it up, we just need to hand Kim Woo-jin over to you guys, right?" The man nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. That's all there is to it." Jung-hoon smirked, shifting his gaze toward a briefcase stuffed completely full of cash. But honestly, doesn't that look a bit light to you? Considering we're about to lose a very important client, it's only fair that you compensate us a little more, wouldn't you agree? Kim Jae-hoon waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, if it's just a matter of money, you'll get a hefty bonus once the job is done. I can even hook you up with other clients if you want. Jong-hoon smoothly pushed for another demand. Instead of that, I'd much rather score a contract with the Salvation Guild. If you can make that happen, I don't think I'll need another dime. Kim Jae-hoon immediately rejected the idea. I can't do that. I don't have the authority to make decisions regarding the guild's interests all on my own. Jong-hoon didn't push it any further. He just shrugged and casually replied, got it, fair enough. A moment later, Kim Jae-hoon got into a red car and drove off. Behind him, Jong-hoon's men bowed deeply in a show of respect. Standing back up straight, Jong-hoon exclaimed, we just struck gold. We're going to be filthy rich after this. One of his lackeys standing behind him chimed in, I never expected to find someone like him in the Salvation Guild. Jong-hoon let out a chuckle. They're just humans like everyone else. It's not like they can all be Lee Se-jun. He turned his head, addressing the rest of his crew. But what the hell does that matter to us? All we have to do is grab this opportunity and live like kings once we get paid. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a flash of light suddenly vanished and a group of people stepped out from within it. A mechanical voice echoed through the air. The dungeon has been successfully conquered. A man in a sharp black suit immediately rushed over to the three people stepping out of the fading light. Someone shouted in disbelief, every single member of the Skull Guild survived. Secretary Nam's jaw dropped as he watched the Skull Guild members casually walk past him. He frantically thought to himself, wait, what happened to the members of the Phoenix Guild? Are they all dead? He stood completely frozen, his mind racing. But those guys were the top elite members from Park Yong-won's faction. A moment later, Secretary Nam finally snapped out of his daze and turned around, calling out, excuse me, please wait just a moment. He anxiously asked the members of the Skull Guild, do you happen to know what happened to the members of our guild? Secretary Nam pleaded with them, his voice laced with pure desperation. At the very least, please just tell me what happened, so I can notify their families. I'm begging you. Hong from the Skull Guild suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pulled down his face mask and flashed an incredibly wicked, chilling smile. Oh, those guys? I chopped their bodies up so fine you wouldn't even be able to recognize them anymore. Tossing out that gruesome detail, Hong hopped into the car and the black vehicle sped off into the distance. Matsumoto, sitting in the passenger seat, tapped away on his phone and gave a stern reminder. Did you already forget what the boss said? We need to be careful and avoid causing a scene. Hong just scoffed in response. Yeah, I know. Matsumoto pressed his phone to his ear and spoke. It's me, Matsumoto. We literally just wrapped up our job, so why is there already another one? On the other end of the line, Kim Jae-hoon barked out an urgent order. I've located the target. He's going to enter the dungeon right at the crack of dawn. I'm listening. Matsumoto's aloof voice echoed out from the phone screen. And why the hell should we take orders from you? Kim Jae-hoon snapped, his voice heavy with a threat. We're out of time. If we let this chance slip, what exactly are you going to tell the boss? Matsumoto finally gave in. Fine, let's head over there and hash out the details. A second after he hung up, a message popped up on his phone. The details read, Target Lizardman. Floor 2. Difficulty DNG, max party size 10, entry requirement level 29 or below. Clear condition, eliminate all lizardmen. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Park Yong-won stood with his hands on his hips, staring out the floor-to-ceiling window. He calculated silently. So, a foreign faction is operating in Korea. This could be a golden opportunity, as long as I use the Skull Guild right. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, I've always thought my talents were wasted just staying here in Korea. Yong-won glanced at the gold watch on his wrist. Even if things go south and Kim Woo-jin ends up dead, I'll at least get intel on the Skull Guild, he reasoned. It's almost time. Back on the other side, a large group of people was already waiting in front of a black tent. Standing a short distance away, Kim Woo-jin simply raised an eyebrow, silently observing them. Jong Hoon-yeon was the first to spot him. He waved him over, calling out, Hey rookie, over here. He offered a hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Jong Hoon-yeon. Kim Woo-jin gave a slight nod and introduced himself. My name is Kim Woo-jin. Jong Hoon-yeon replied with a warm, friendly tone. Let's give it our all and clear this dungeon together, all right? There's supposed to be another team, but it looks like they're running late. Just as he finished his sentence, a white car pulled up right behind Kim Woo-jin. Dust swirled through the air. Jong Hoon-yeon smiled as he looked at the approaching vehicle. Ah, here they are. 4 members of the Skull Guild stepped out of the car. They were all wearing black masks, giving off a highly secretive vibe. Kim Woo-jin narrowed his eyes, glancing in their direction. Suddenly he asked, "Excuse me, but where is the restroom?" Hearing this, Jong Hoon-yeon quickly offered, "The restroom? I was just about to head there myself. Let me show you the way." A blue sign hung on the wall, marked with the word toilet and a male symbol. Jong Hoon-yeon crossed his arms and leaned back against the wall, dropping his act. "So, you're the guy we're supposed to escort, huh?" Kim Woo-jin didn't answer, instead tossing a question right back at him. "And you guys are the team Park Young-won mentioned." Jong Hoon-yeon stood up straight. "It's almost time. Let's talk details while we walk." As they walked, he explained the plan. That late group doesn't know we're on the same side, so first things first, we can't let them catch us sticking together inside the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin questioned the idea. "You're telling me I have to go alone?" Jong Hoon-yeon waved a hand to reassure him. "Don't sweat it. We won't be too far away, and we'll always have someone tailing you in secret." He continued. "Besides, there's a high chance of an ambush on floor 2. If we just run in swords blazing, clearing this dungeon is going to be a nightmare." Walking beside him, it sucks. Kim Woo-jin simply kept his head down, his thoughts unreadable. Jong Hoon-yeon puffed up with absolute confidence. "Relax. We know exactly what we're doing. Just trust us and head inside." He shot a quick glance at the man and replied, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Jong Hoon-yeon looked incredibly pleased. "Perfect. You'll head in first then. If we enter together, it'll raise suspicions." Kim Woo-jin didn't say another word. Doing as he was told, he turned and walked into the tent alone. Behind him, Jong Hoon-yeon watched his retreating back, a sly, treacherous glint in his eyes. "Well, this is going a lot smoother than I expected," he thought. Inside the forest, massive, towering trees grew tightly packed together. Rays of sunlight pierced through the thick canopy, scattering across the ground. In a nearby clearing, the group had split into 2 factions. On the right stood Jong Hoon-yeon and his lackeys, while the Skull Guild members claimed the left. A system window suddenly popped up. Notice. To proceed to the next floor, eliminate the hiding goblin to avoid provoking the main horde. Someone chimed in. "Looks like the first floor is more about exploration." Jong Hoon-yeon lowered his voice, giving strict orders to the rest of his team. "The clear condition isn't too tough, so let's split up here and search on our own." He then pointed at Kim Woo-jin. "As for you, since you're riding solo, we'll send someone to tag along with you." Jin-guk immediately volunteered. "Boss, let me go with him." Jong Hoon-yeon approved without hesitation. "All right, Jin-guk, you're up." He then barked a loud order to the rest of the members. "All right, playtime's over. No more idle chatter. Take out that goblin as fast as possible so we can move on to floor 2. Eventually, the 2 groups parted ways in opposite directions, leaving only Kim Woo-jin and Jin-guk behind. Before walking too far, Jong Hoon-yeon stealthily glanced over his shoulder and gave a subtle, knowing nod. Catching the signal, Kim Woo-jin gave a slight nod in return. Then he shifted his gaze toward the Skull Guild members, thinking to himself, "So, the real fight kicks off on floor 2. Matsumoto closed his eyes and asked curiously, "Why not just take Kim Woo-jin out right now? If he kicks the bucket early, won't that be a massive headache?" Jun explained it simply. "The crew I hired will keep him perfectly safe. There's nothing to worry about. The only real headache is if things go off script." He paused before muttering the rest. "And Kim Woo-jin manages to slip away." Matsumoto spoke with a slight hesitation, his gaze turning sharp and probing. "So, what you're really saying is, you don't trust our capabilities, which is exactly why you dragged yourself all the way down here." Jun calmly brushed it off. "No need to be so defensive." "That's not what I meant at all." But in his mind, he silently added, "I'm only here to clean up Jong Hoon-yeon's crew once the job is done." In the opposite direction, Jong Hoon-yeon was sitting under a tree, questioning his lackey. "So, what's Kim Woo-jin up to right now?" The guy in the hood replied, "He's hunting orcs. He's actually putting up a pretty decent fight. He's using blood poison to pick them off one by one." Jong Hoon-yeon stroked his chin, mulling it over. Blood poison, huh? Is that it? The hooded man looked completely puzzled. Why are you stressing over this so much? The bald guy also looked annoyed. Boss, do you seriously think we can't handle one measly guy? Dong Hoon-yeon told the two of them, no, I'm getting suspicious exactly because things are way too damn simple. He pushed himself up as he analyzed the situation. Park Young-won and Kim Jae-hoon aren't the kind of guys to just throw around a ton of cash that easily. Is Jin-guk still tailing him? Someone asked in response. Yeah, he is. Why? Are you planning to head over there, boss? Dong Hoon-yeon hatched a plan. He'll trust us more if we show up together, right? And once his guard is down, nabbing him will be a piece of cake. Dong Hoon-yeon's group slowly made their way deep into the forest. Scattered white bones lay across the path ahead of them. One of the lackeys turned his head, searching the area. I swear he was just here a second ago. Where the hell did he run off to? Jong Hoon-yeon voiced his deduction. If he ran, he definitely left a trail. He darted his eyes around, scanning their surroundings. Judging by the stench of blood, this is definitely the spot. But why is Jin-guk nowhere to be seen? The corpses of a few hyenas lay strewn across the dirt just ahead. Dong Hoon-yeon muttered out loud, wondering what exactly went down here. He locked his gaze forward and murmured, something feels off. A lackey flinched as if spotting something terrifying, pointing a trembling finger as he yelled, Boss, look over there! A short distance away, Jin-guk lay completely motionless, a pool of bright red blood expanding beneath him. Close to him was an unconscious Kim Woo-jin, also lying in a massive puddle of his own blood. Jong Hoon-yeon barked out orders, signaling his men to check on Jin-guk first. The rest were told to stand guard while Min-shik cast healing magic on Jin-guk. The lackeys received their orders and immediately scattered in all directions to keep watch. Meanwhile, Kim Min-shik sprinted over to Jin-guk's side. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks, his eyes going wide with shock. Jin-guk, who had been completely knocked out this whole time, abruptly gasped, his mouth flying open as thick blood relentlessly gushed out. Cold sweat poured down Kim Min-shik's face as he shrieked, This is bad! The wound on his neck is way too deep! Jin-guk's eyes fluttered open as he fell into a violent coughing fit. Kim Min-shik desperately pressed down on the massive gash across his neck, ordering him to stay still. I can't stop the bleeding if you keep thrashing around or trying to talk. Hold still. Jin-guk's entire body violently trembled as he used every last ounce of his strength to raise an arm, pointing weakly in a specific direction. Kim Min-shik followed his finger, spotting Kim Woo-jin lying motionless on the ground over there. Sweat practically rained down Kim Min-shik's face. He furrowed his brows and hollered, We're just handing him over to Kim Jae-hoon anyway, so to hell with him for now. Your life comes first. The client can wait. Standing a fair distance away, a highly anxious Jong Hoon-yeon whipped his head around and demanded, What's going on over there? What happened? How's Jin-guk holding up? Kim Min-shik poured all his focus into casting healing magic while shouting back his reply. He's in critical condition. At this rate, he's really gonna die. Boss Dong-hun ground his teeth together, frantically wondering what the hell had just happened. They were all supposed to be on the same side, so there was no way the other party could have launched a sneak attack. Hold on a damn minute. He suddenly recalled the exact words Kim Jae-hoon had told him earlier. This job is directly tied to the Messiah Guild, so you better be careful. You must make absolutely sure that no one breathes a word about this to anyone. Jong-hun jolted in sheer terror, the horrifying realization dawning on him. That bastard was planning to permanently silence them all. Meanwhile, over by the wounded, Kim Min-shik's entire body glowed with panicked magic as he desperately screamed. Stop zoning out, boss. Jin-guk is losing way too much blood, he frantically reported. My healing magic alone isn't gonna cut it. But right there, Kim Min-shik's voice abruptly cut off. A skeleton soldier had silently materialized right behind him. Sensing an eerie presence, he hear me? He slowly turned his head to look over his shoulder. The absolute second Kim Min-shik locked eyes with the undead soldier, it ruthlessly swung its blade. An instant later, a horrific fountain of dark crimson blood erupted from his body into the air. Kim Min-shik's hands were instantly coated in sickening splatters of his own blood. The bald lackey witnessed the gruesome scene, completely paralyzed in shock before he let out a blood-curdling scream. Min-shik! Jong Hoon-yeon was absolutely stunned. his mind frantically piecing things together. They intentionally dealt that kind of wound to Jinguk just so they could lure out and kill our healer first? Targeting the healer right out of the gate, these bastards are highly experienced in PK. He shot a frantic glance at the bald lackey and shouted, "I think Kim Jae-hoon completely played us. I should have been way more careful. That damn request was suspicious right from the start." By now, a massive horde of skeleton soldiers came swarming out of nowhere, completely surrounding the three of them in the center. Meanwhile, over with the Skull Guild's party, Kim Shik warned the rest of his crew, "Don't go overboard, you idiots. Conserve your stamina." Hongdae confidently planted his boot onto a dead hyena's corpse and boasted, "These mutts sure have good taste. They know I'm a handsome devil, so they just keep throwing themselves at me." Kim Shik waved his hand in a dismissive, mocking gesture. "Yeah, I highly doubt that. It's definitely because you reek like absolute garbage. Next time we enter a dungeon, how about you tone down the cheap cologne a bit, huh?" Hongdae lifted his arm, taking a deep sniff of himself before aggressively firing back. "The hell is that supposed to mean? Do you have any idea how much cash I dropped on this cologne?" Kim Shik calmly pointed a finger right behind him. "You absolute dumbass. How many times do I have to spell it out for you? These monsters have a crazy sense of smell. Look over there. Your devoted fans are rushing you again." From behind, another savage pack of hyenas was already charging right at him. Hong stood his ground, his face brimming with pure arrogance as he asked, "As long as I give my fans a warm, bloody welcome, what's the freaking problem?" The leading hyena clamped its jaws wide open, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth as drool flung through the air. But right before it could sink its fangs into its target, a hand shot forward and locked around its throat in a vice grip. With one hand completely crushing the beast's windpipe, Hong grabbed one of its legs with the other and hoisted its entire body high into the air. His eyes narrowed into menacing slits, flashing with the terrifying red glint of pure bloodlust. Hongdae unleashed his brute strength, ripping his arms apart and violently tearing the hyena's body straight down the middle. Before the gore even hit the ground, another rabid hyena lunged forward, swiping its vicious claws directly at him. Just as its claws came crashing down, a fist shot up from below. Hong delivered a crushing blow to the hyena. Its head shattered into pieces, sending blood splattering everywhere, before its lifeless body crumpled to the dirt right in front of him. With his face splattered in blood, Hong glanced to the side. But the work out of the space where another hyena was glaring at him with its jaws wide open. Elsewhere, deep in a forest of towering trees, sunlight filtered through the green canopy and danced across the forest floor. Blood trickled from the corner of Jong-hoon's mouth. Clenching his teeth, he spat out every word. "You bastard! Why did you betray us?" Kim Woo-jin looked down at him. "Betrayal? You've got one foot in the grave and you're still spouting lies?" He scoffed dismissively. "I've seen so many players abuse their granted powers for their own selfish gain that nothing surprises me anymore. But your greed this time has crossed the line." Kim Woo-jin asked him, "You once said that the value of a human life varies from person to person, didn't you?" Jong-hoon jerked his head up and cursed. "How the hell did you—" Flashing back to the past, a desk lamp cast a pale yellow glow. A voice echoed in the dimly lit room. "Why is someone from the Messiah Guild here? What's so special about that Kim Woo-jin guy anyway? It looks like both Park Yong-won and Kim Ji-hoon are taking an interest in him." Jong-hoon smirked as he explained. "He said he wants to keep Kim Woo-jin alive to ask him a few things." The lackey wearing a cap grumbled in frustration. "If we can't get rid of him, then you won't get to have your fun, boss." Jong-hoon rolled up his sleeve, showing them the tally marks scarred into his arm. "You mean these? Bah, I can always add more next time." "It's not like we're short on prey." The bald lackey excitedly pointed at a spot on his arm. "You've already taken out a ton of them, boss. This mark is from those three who begged us to save their lives last time, right?" He laughed wickedly. "The more requests like this we get, the better. We only had to off 3 people, and we raked in way more cash than clearing a whole dungeon." Yong-hoon flashed a sinister grin. "You think everyone's life is worth the same? Everything has its own price tag." He and his goons turned and walked away, his final words echoing in the empty room. "And we only kill if the price is right." But hiding in the rows of seats they hadn't bothered to check, Kim Woo-jin had heard every single word. Back in the present, a sword materialized in his hand. "So now, I'm quite curious." Trapped with nowhere to run, Jong-hoon could only stare up at him in terror. Without a second of hesitation, Kim Woo-jin swung his blade. Exactly how much is your life worth? As he turned to walk away, Jong-hoon's severed head hit the dirt with a thud. How much, I wonder? That night, deep in a gloomy forest, Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow as he stood over a goblin. So, it was hiding in the exact same spot as my past life when I entered this dungeon. He said coldly, time to head down to the next floor. Kim Woo-jin muttered to himself, I shouldn't keep my skeleton comrades waiting. With a swift swing of his sword, he finished off the goblin. A system prompt appeared. You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon. Instantly, a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky, catching Ji-hoon's group completely off guard. The others gasped. The first floor. It's already cleared. How the hell is that possible? Ji-hoon glanced over his shoulder, his mind racing. Jong-hoon was supposed to send a signal the moment he found the goblin. Matsumoto asked suspiciously, Judging by your reaction, I'm guessing this wasn't part of your grand plan? He muttered darkly, The first floor was cleared way too fast. It looks like they've gone ahead to the second floor and are lying in wait to ambush us. That much was obvious. The group immediately changed direction, sprinting toward the pillar of light. Ji-hoon furrowed his brows in anger. Damn it. Did they figure out we were planning to wipe them out? To think they'd get betrayed first. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin was standing in front of a colossal gate. He gently placed his hand on the massive doors, gave a light push, and the gate swung open. Blinding light poured out from the other side, washing over his face. The system announced, teleporting to the second floor. The scene shifted to a corporate office building. Secretary Kim suddenly spoke up. Well, it's normal for players to stock up heavily on items before heading into a dungeon, isn't it? Yong-won, lounging in his chair, asked, So, what's the issue? Secretary Kim looked over her report. He bought a massive quantity of test tubes. I found that a bit strange. She continued. I know that monster blood, bodily fluids, skin, and body parts can sell for a high price. But the dungeon he entered doesn't have anything valuable like that. That's why I felt the need to report it to you, sir. Yong-won frowned slightly. Buying containers for materials while actively using his own life as bait? What the hell is that Kim Woo-jin thinking? Back in the forest, Ji-hoon's group was slowly approaching the gate. Matsumoto whispered, Looks like they reached the second floor before us. There's a high chance they've set up an ambush, so stay on high alert. Hongdae stood beside him, clapping Ji-hoon on the shoulder. Thanks to a certain someone, we're finally going to have some real fun. We really should show our gratitude, shouldn't we? Yet internally, he was seething with rage. That bastard Jong-hoon. You're going to pay dearly for making a fool out of me. The whole gang gripped their weapons tightly and slowly stepped through the gate. The system announced, teleporting to the second floor. The portal radiated a blinding, brilliant light. Meanwhile, deep beneath the surface of a nearby lake, a slumbering monster suddenly snapped its glowing red eyes wide open, as if it had just been violently awakened. Matsumoto looked around in total bewilderment. What the? I thought they'd jump us the second we spawned in, but I guess I was wrong. Hongdae took a cocky step forward, accidentally snapping a tripwire under his boot. They probably just pissed their pants and hid. Sensing something was wrong, he froze for a split second. A barrage of arrows rained down on them. As they hit Hongdae and the others, the arrowheads shattered, exploding into a shower of blood that splattered everyone from head to toe. Hongdae stared at the crimson liquid dripping from his hands. What the hell is this stuff? It's blood! They stared at the bloody mess on the ground, frantically questioning each other. The arrowheads were made of test tubes. What kind of sick joke is this? One of them picked up a broken arrow, his mind racing in confusion. I don't get it. They had the perfect chance to ambush us. Why do this? Hongdae gagged, complaining, Ugh, it reeks. Out of nowhere, Kim Woo-jin stepped out from the shadows. Sorry about the stench, but I figured a foul smell like this would suit you perfectly. Hongdae roared. You bastards, stop screwing with us! Where the hell is Jong-hoon? Do you really think you'll get off scot-free after playing us like this? Meanwhile, Ji-hoon muttered Kim Woo-jin's name under his breath. Kim Woo-jin frowned, thinking to himself, just as I thought. This guy still believes I'm on Jong-hoon's side. He smirked and said, What do you mean screwing with you? I know perfectly well that once this is over, you're going to wipe out Jong-hoon and his entire crew anyway. I just didn't expect you to track us all the way down here. Kim Jun of the Messiah Guild. Kim Ujin added, "But whatever, let's drop it. Now really isn't the time for small talk." Matsumoto quickly sensed that something was dead wrong with the lake right behind him. What the hell was that? Something was charging straight at them. A massive, towering lizard warrior erupted from the water, locking its sights on a blonde guy in their group. Talk about rotten luck. The lizard warrior instantly clamped its jaws around his head, killing the blonde guy right on the spot. Hong stared wide-eyed at Ji-hoon, absolutely horrified by what had just gone down. The lizard warrior lumbered onto the shore, its jaws still tightly gripping the poor guy. Matsumoto whipped his head around to glare at Ujin and screamed, "You dirty rat! What the hell did you do?" He casually held up a vial of blood. "That red stuff completely covering you guys. It's from that goblin." Ujin smirked. "And it just so happens to be a favorite snack of the lizard warriors. Since I went through the trouble of slathering you in sauce, it's only natural that you've become a glorious feast for them." Matsumoto shrieked, cursing him out. "You absolute piece of trash, I'm going to kill you." He charged at Ujin like a madman. Hong turned and yelled out to him, Hey Matsumoto, don't just leave us behind." Matsumoto immediately raised his sword and lunged at Ujin. Ujin swiftly brought his own sword up to block the strike. Matsumoto roared, "I'm going to gouge your eyes out and shove them where the sun don't shine." Ujin taunted him right back. "Keep barking." Suddenly, Ujin noticed something. He locked his eyes on the engraved pattern on Matsumoto's blade and thought to himself, "That's the sword master's blade." Ujin looked up at him and scoffed. "Seeing how hot-headed you are, I figured you were just some lowly grunt. I never expected you to be a disciple of the sword master." Matsumoto gasped in absolute shock. "What?" He stammered out, "How did you—" Ji-hoon whipped his head back and forth, frantically searching. Where the hell is Jong Hoonyeon's crew? Kim Ujin wasn't the main problem here. Ji-hoon stood there, completely frozen in thought. Even with just 4 of us left, we've still got more than enough strength to clear this dungeon. But just then, Hong Dae, desperately jamming his axe into a lizard warrior's gaping maw, let out a massive scream. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Ji-hoon?" he roared. "Get your ass over here and give me a freaking hand." Ji-hoon frowned, his mind racing. If Jong Hoonyeon shows up right now while our forces are completely scattered like this... The colossal lizard warrior loomed menacingly over the two up on top of them. Then we're the ones who are going to die, Ji-hoon thought. Clang. The 2 swords violently clashed, ringing out with a cold, sharp screech. Matsumoto, glaring with deep suspicion, demanded, "How the hell did you know?" Ujin just smirked. "I just took a wild guess." "But it looks like I was dead on, wasn't I?" Matsumoto lost his mind with rage, wildly swinging his blade straight at Ujin. "Shut your mouth." Ujin easily brought his sword up to block. Way too hot-headed. But honestly, I've got to admit, I do have a natural gift for pissing people off. He probably thinks I don't even have the skills to cross swords with him. But you are dead wrong, buddy. Suddenly, Ujin bit down hard on his own lip. Matsumoto pulled his sword back, winding up for a brutal upward slash. He ripped his blade through the air, forcing Ujin to leap backward to dodge the deadly arc. Matsumoto glared daggers at him, but then Ujin pulled a dirty trick, forcefully spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dark red liquid splattered right across Matsumoto's face. Instantly sensing something was terribly wrong, he scrambled backward. Damn it! Matsumoto frantically wiped the blood off with his arm, cursing furiously. "You filthy coward! Spitting blood in my face?" A system alert suddenly popped up. "You have been infected by blood poison. Vitality is continuously decreasing." He ground his teeth together, his mind filled with pure rage. "I'm going to slaughter you, you animal." That stance, it's definitely that move. Matsumoto twirled his blade lightly before raising it high above his head. A terrifying, immense surge of power began gathering at the tip of his blade. Even Ujin couldn't hide a flicker of genuine surprise as he stared at him. I knew it. It's exactly that move. His mind flashed back to Sejun and Ken. It was the signature skill of the Holy Light Butcher. Matsumoto pointed his blade down at the earth before unleashing an explosive upward swing, sending a vicious shockwave of energy hurtling right at Ujin. The system chimed in. Holy Light slash. The skill of the Holy Light Butcher is locked onto you. Ujin narrowed his eyes, hyper-focusing every nerve in his body to block the incoming strike. Matsumoto's devastating strike kicked up a massive, blinding cloud of dust. He staggered, slumping forward slightly from pure exhaustion. I still haven't mastered this properly. The toll it takes on my body is just too damn high. Matsumoto gripped his sword tightly, breathing hard. I really should have taken him alive instead. Suddenly, Gujin slipped right behind him out of nowhere. Matsumoto whipped his head around in sheer terror. Impossible. How did he dodge that strike? Gujin unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes onto Matsumoto. Matsumoto was in complete disbelief, wondering how some absolute nobody could have dodged his full power attack. His eyes went wide as he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Matsumoto's mind flashed back to the past, back to when he was practicing his strikes on upside-down straw dummies. He had collapsed in pure exhaustion, thinking, I finally managed to use Master's technique, but with my current strength, I can only pull it off exactly one time. Ken stepped forward and told him coldly, You finally mastered it. But then he warned, Still, you must never use this in real combat. You only used it once, and look at your hands. They are shaking uncontrollably. Ken pointed right at him and said, Such immense destructive power comes at the cost of massive stamina and a tremendous toll on your body. If you use this move in a real fight and your opponent exploits that weakness, you are as good as dead. Matsumoto looked as if he wanted to argue, but Ken quickly cut him off. The day will come when you face someone who won't just drop dead from your full power strike, and when you are completely drained after using it. Back in the present, Gujin swung his blade right across Matsumoto's body. Ken's solemn warning echoed loudly in his mind. The one who dies will be you. Finally, Matsumoto collapsed to the ground. I have finally met that person, Master. Seeing him fall, Hongdae desperately screamed, Matsumoto! However, that split second of distraction left him wide open. The lizard warrior ruthlessly headbutted him straight in the chest. Hongdae was sent flying, crashing violently into a massive tree trunk. The impact was so devastating that he violently hacked up blood. Jae-hoon glared at him and thought, weren't these guys supposed to be disciples of the kendo master? Why the hell are they all so completely useless? What's worse, not a single person from Young-hoon's squad has shown up yet. I don't stand a chance here. Finally, Jae-hoon made up his mind. Truce! I propose a truce! We don't have to fight to the bitter end like this, he shouted at Gujin. It's much better if we call a truce and just focus on clearing this dungeon. If we keep going at each other's throats, we're all going to end up as monster food. But Gujin just smirked and shot back, Oh, you really don't need to worry about me. Jae-hoon blurted out in utter panic, Wait, what? Gujin scoffed. Once you bastards are dead and gone, I'll have a much easier time clearing this place out. Jae-hoon was absolutely stunned. What the hell is that? A skeletal hand suddenly burst forth from the dirt, followed by an entire squad of skeleton soldiers rising from the ground. The system announced that the skeleton soldiers had been successfully summoned. Gujin glared down at him with pure contempt. Besides, why the hell should I trust you? Weren't you just screaming about hunting me down a minute ago? Jae-hoon's eyes bulged in disbelief. Blood poison? And now even necromancy? Why the hell wasn't any of this in the guild's reports? Suddenly, a massive, imposing shadow loomed right behind him. The lizard warrior unhinged its terrifying jaws. It snapped its jaws shut with a vicious crunch, but luckily for Jae-hoon, he barely managed to dodge in time. However, the lizard warrior was frighteningly fast, instantly darting around to his blind spot. Jae-hoon threw his arms up over his face and squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for his inevitable demise. But the fatal blow never came. Terrified, Jae-hoon slowly opened his eyes only to see Hongdae fiercely driving an axe right into the beast's tail. You pathetic lapdog of the Messiah Guild! Hongdae roared furiously. You've got plenty of time to beg that bastard for your life, but no time to save me? The lizard warrior instantly seized the opening. It wildly whipped its thick tail around Hongdae, binding him in a crushing grip. In a split second, he was entirely at the beast's mercy. The lizard warrior glared down at Hongdae with its massive, piercing eyes. Refusing to show fear, Hongdae screamed right back at it. Let me go, you filthy, oversized gecko. Your disgusting stench is making me want to puke. In response, the lizard warrior constricted its tail even harder, while Jae-hoon just stood frozen in shock, his mind racing. Like hell I can save you right now. With what? Thoughts and prayers? Jae-hoon thought bitterly as he stared up at the monster, frantically trying to formulate a plan. Damn it, what the hell do I do? How am I supposed to make it out of this alive? Jae-hoon gritted his teeth. He knew damn well he couldn't take on this lizard warrior by himself. So he cowardly decided that making a run for it was his best and only option. He instantly pivoted, ready to bolt and hide like a coward until the others managed to clear out the dungeon. As he spun around to flee, he figured he would just slowly plan his next move from the shadows. Survival was his absolute top priority. There was no way he was going to die a meaningless death in a dump like this. But right as he started to sprint, he noticed something. Jae-hoon glanced over his shoulder. Something just dashed right past me, he realized. A skeleton gripping a sword violently thrust its blade straight into the lizard warrior's neck. Jae-hoon gasped in shock. A skeleton soldier! Suddenly, the system popped up. The lizard warrior has been inflicted with the blood poison status effect. Jae-hoon stared at the skeleton in sheer horror. It's just a damn pile of bones. How is it moving with that kind of agility? That speed is almost on par with a high-level player. The skeleton soldier swiftly swarmed the beast, and to his absolute dismay, there wasn't just one, but 5 of them. Hold on a second. Jae-hoon's mind raced. If Kim Woo-jin is this terrifyingly strong, that must mean he already wiped out Jung-hoon's entire squad too. So that's exactly why those guys still haven't shown up. As the lizard warrior snapped its razor-sharp jaws and thrashed its massive tail high into the air, the dark truth finally dawned on him. The great mystery behind how every single member of the Skull Guild was slaughtered in that A+ rank dungeon. It all made sense now. Dripping with cold sweat, Jae-hoon thought frantically, I have to make it out of here alive at all costs. I need to report this back to the guild. But suddenly, he realized the lizard warrior was bearing down right on top of him. Why the hell is it completely ignoring the skeletons just to come after me? He panicked. Just then, one of the skeletons leapt forward to intercept the beast. The skeletal soldier wildly hacked away at the lizard warrior's legs, landing multiple vicious slashes. The beast's eyes bulged as it glared at the undead squad, before its massive body finally gave out and it crashed heavily into the dirt. The system chimed in once more. Due to the catastrophic effects of blood poison, the lizard warrior's combat strength is rapidly deteriorating. Jae-hoon gasped in relief. They actually brought it down. But to his absolute horror, the lizard warrior slowly dragged itself back onto its feet, locking its piercing, bloodthirsty eyes directly onto him. Jae-hoon was paralyzed with fear. It's still not dead? What the hell is this thing made of to be this incredibly tough? The monster's murderous gaze stayed locked dead onto Jae-hoon, scaring the absolute living daylights out of him. Trembling uncontrollably, he thought, this makes no sense. Why does it keep coming after me of all people? It's treating the skeleton soldiers like they're completely invisible. Without another second of hesitation, Jae-hoon spun around and ran for his life. The skeleton soldiers relentlessly swarmed the beast while Gujin just stood back, watching the chaos with a relaxed smirk. Well, I have to admit, thanks to you offering yourself up as premium lizard bait, this fight has become a whole lot easier. He looked down at the guy and said, You still have no idea what's going on here, do you? Woo-jin said flatly. Back in an era where people still relied purely on their levels and gear to clear dungeons, he recalled a few memories from the past. She was holding a handful of squishy mud in her hands. She shrieked in disgust. Why do I have to smear this gross stuff all over myself? Jordan replied. I'm not too sure about the exact details, but I heard that lizardman warriors have terrible eyesight. He pointed at his own eyes with a playful grin. So, obviously, we've got to camouflage ourselves and use that to our advantage. Jordan turned around and yelled out, I'm right about that, aren't I, Kim Woo-jin? He just smiled, looking back at him and replied, Nope, back in the present. Woo-jin wondered to himself, are those guys doing okay? The lizardman warrior raised its claws, ready to strike Jae-hoon. He thought to himself, I can't keep running like this forever. Right in front of him was Woo-jin. For some reason, it seemed the lizardman warriors were only targeting players. He sprinted toward him at full speed. Jae-hoon locked his sights on Woo-jin. There was no way he was going down alone. If I'm going down to hell, you're coming with me, you bastard. He stared at the guy with absolute disgust. Suddenly, a skeleton stepped out to block Jae-hoon's path. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword as he roared, You think a fragile bag of bones can stop me? And with that, he vaulted right over the skeleton's head. However, Jae-hoon's eyes suddenly went wide with shock. There's another one? A second skeleton, lying in ambush, swung its blade and slashed him right across the body. Jae-hoon lost his balance and crashed to the ground. He stared at the dirt, wide-eyed in horror, as the mask he had been wearing this whole time was sliced clean off. After landing the blow, the skeleton smoothly stepped aside. The guy collapsed onto the ground, unable to twitch even a single muscle. The lizardman warrior was already hot on his heels. It lunged forward, violently headbutting him into the air. Woojin just stood there watching, his expression completely unfazed. Jae-hoon dragged himself pathetically across the dirt. "Damn it, my leg!" He snapped his head toward the lizard monster, paralyzed by absolute terror. Luckily for him, the skeleton soldiers plunged their swords into the beast, bringing it down before it could finish Jae-hoon off. He thought in ecstatic relief, "They killed it! I'm gonna live!" Woojin calmly strolled over. "Thanks for acting as bait and distracting the lizard man for me," he said with ice in his voice. "But now it's time to clean up." Jae-hoon stammered. What do you mean? Clean up?" Suddenly, he screamed out, begging the guy. "Wait! Hold on! Let's make a deal! What do you want? Please, just get me out of this dungeon alive." Woojin pointed behind him and said, "All right, but if you're begging for your life, you should be asking the guy behind you, not me." Jae-hoon snapped his head back, gasping, "What the hell?" The lizardman warrior was still very much alive. Woojin spoke up, "You must be pretty curious why it only chased after you." He pointed at its eyes, explaining, "Those eyes of its act just like thermal goggles. Obviously, through a lizard's vision, since you're a living human, your body generates heat. So naturally, it wouldn't have any interest in a bunch of freezing cold skeletons." He stared in utter horror at the monster, right as the lizardman warrior pounced directly onto him. The news broadcasted a breaking story. A 2-floor, A+ ranked dungeon had just been discovered. Web portals everywhere simultaneously published the world news. The dungeon boss was the spiked tail serpent. It was a monster that players all over the world had long given up trying to fight. The spiked tail serpent. The Messiah Guild had officially abandoned the dungeon. The TV showed a news anchor delivering a special bulletin regarding the Phoenix Guild. Breaking news. The Phoenix Guild refuses to participate in the new dungeon. Over in the VIP lounge of their headquarters, Secretary Kim and Yong-won were watching the news. She spoke in a low, serious tone. "To think this would happen right when you were planning to clear a 6th-floor dungeon. The timing couldn't be any worse." Secretary Kim scrolled through her tablet, reading the live updates. "Just as I predicted, the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild has completely tanked. People are absolutely trashing us online, saying we scurry away like rats the moment a strong monster shows up. What the hell is this? Why is everyone just abandoning the new dungeon like cowards? They're terrified of dying, yet they go on the media acting like heroes. Absolute cowards. I knew this would happen. Those Phoenix Guild losers are scared out of their minds. The Messiah Guild is the only one we can trust now." Yong-won frowned and scoffed. "What's the point of listening to these bottom feeders whine? Right now, we need to focus all our energy on that 6th-floor dungeon." The TV continued its broadcast. Breaking news, the Messiah Guild announces they will need more time. Official statement from the Messiah Guild. Breaking news, the Messiah Guild is postponing their dungeon entry. They are holding an emergency press conference citing the extreme gravity of the situation. "We will organize our dungeon raid only after taking the necessary time to prepare thoroughly." Online, the public was fiercely flooding the comment sections, echoing that only the Messiah Guild could be trusted. Comment 11, Goddess Perrin has finally spoken. Comment 8, if you're a true Korean, you have to support the Messiah Guild. Comment 14, I will wait for them. I'm putting all my faith in the Messiah Guild. Comment 12. Meanwhile, in another location, Se-chan was scrolling the web reading through the comments. "So even the Messiah Guild had to postpone their raid, huh?" Jenna said while casually slurping a bowl of noodles. "Well, obviously, it's not called the Grim Reaper Serpent for nothing. France, the US, Japan. It's been 2 years since that thing first showed up, but we still don't have a single solid piece of intel on it." He spoke with a rush of excitement, and not a single player has ever made it back alive after trying to hunt it. When that monster spawns, the dungeon's difficulty rating is basically a joke. Session scratched his chin in thought. And now, that exact same thing has spawned in our country. And we still know absolutely nothing about it. He pondered deeply. The public isn't suspecting a thing. They're just blindly putting their faith in the Salvation Guild. But did the Salvation Guild really make that announcement without some hidden agenda? Suddenly, noticing something off, Seishan kept scrolling through the web. Wait, could it be? A cynical smirk crept onto his face. Get a load of these bastards. He looked up at the guy sitting across from him. What do you think would happen if every single guild delayed raiding this dungeon? Gina looked up and replied, what else? A bunch of fearless idiots with a death wish will group up and go in, though they won't stand a ghost of a chance. He mumbled, chewing loudly on a mouthful of noodles. Give it some time, and the government will get desperate to clear that dungeon as fast as humanly possible. Other countries will start opening their dungeon gates too. Sechin kept scrolling and said, exactly. Simply put, it would trigger a massive large-scale raid. And if right at that critical moment, a hero steps up and slays that snake, Gina interjected, then that guy would become an absolute legend. Wait, boss, are you saying the Salvation Guild is stalling on purpose? Sechin spoke with cautious gravity. I can't say for sure, but given their capabilities... He turned his tablet around, showing Gina a detailed data analysis of the guild. There's absolutely a reason they're putting off this raid. The longer they leave it alone, the more the public's panic grows, and the more the item drops inside the dungeon will multiply. When that time comes, whoever manages to kill the spiked tail snake will walk away with unimaginable wealth and absolute glory. The system chimed. Notification. You have earned the title, Lizard Warrior Hunter. You will receive your rewards. Certain skills have leveled up. A skeleton soldier plunged its sword deep into the lizard warrior's body. Finally took the damn thing down. The system chimed again. The blood poison skill has ranked up. The summon skeleton soldier skill has ranked up. The emissary of the underworld has granted you a fraction of their power. Gujin walked over, staring down at the dead lizard. Good thing these skeletons don't have body heat. Made this fight a whole lot easier. He glanced sideways, deep in thought. But now that I've gotten tangled up with those Salvation Guild bastards... Gujin stared at his own reflection in the glassy eyes of the dead lizard warrior. It's going to be a lot harder to move around freely from now on. He turned his head, casting a quiet glance at a nearby skeleton. Picking up Matsumoto's sword, Gujin pondered. Whatever, I'll just cross that bridge when I come to it. The system displayed the item info. Sword forged from the shell of an armored turtle. Unique rank. Level requirement, 20 or higher. A sword forged from the shell of an armored turtle, making it incredibly durable and near indestructible. Physical damage effect, 109. Stat boost when equipped, strength plus 11. Grants a 20% damage increase on every strike. He narrowed his eyes, examining the blade. A weapon that used to belong to a kendo master. The stats aren't half bad. Gujin handed the sword over to one of his skeletons. It respectfully accepted the blade from his hand. It's yours from now on. He walked right past the undead soldier as it stood there, admiring the new sword in its bony hands. The polished steel reflected the hollow dark sockets of the skeleton's eyes. Gujin walked over to where Matsumoto lay. Now then, how about we have a little chat? The system chimed, activating skill, the Eye of Anubis. Back in the real world, a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky. A guard yelled out, "The dungeon has been cleared!" A staff member rushed over in a panic, asking, "That's great, but what about the rest of the raid party?" Gujin shoved his hands into his pockets and answered flatly, "They're all dead, except for me." The staff member gasped, eyes wide with shock. "What? What do you mean by that? Can you explain exactly what happened in there?" "I need to submit a detailed report to the guild." Gujin simply brushed past him. "Just write down that the lizard warrior was a hell of a lot stronger than we anticipated. That's all, if you'll excuse me." The staff member yelled after him, "Wait, Mr. Kim Woo-jin!" He pushed open the door to the rooftop, pulled out his phone, and answered a call. "Yeah, I took care of it exactly like you asked." His tone grew serious. "Just like Mr. Park Yong-won predicted, one of the assassins they sent after me was using a unique ranked sword, a weapon that used to belong to a kendo master." Gujin continued his report. "And as you already know, that kendo master is a core member of the Salvation Guild and the head of the Yamato faction. Japan's Yamato faction, That has to be the main headquarters for the Skull Guild. He glanced sideways out of the corner of his eye. Staring at the TV screen in the room, Gujin kept talking. Other than that, I haven't been able to dig up anything else, but if you give me a little more time to look into it, I might find something new. All right, I'll contact you later. He opened the door and stepped outside, but his eyes remained glued to the television. Sure enough, someone had planted a bug right on the back of the TV. With his hands casually resting in his pockets, Gujin strolled out onto the rooftop. Suddenly, he turned back toward the door and let out a sly smirk. Not too long ago, Matsumoto had gone to a cafe to meet up with an informant from a surveillance guild. What, you don't trust me? The informant quickly replied, No, of course it's not that. We just have to be incredibly cautious since you'll be in direct contact with a target the guild has its eyes on. The man added, I've already planted the bug on the back of the TV. I'm just giving you a heads up. Matsumoto pulled his face mask up and muttered, Understood. Gujin smirked to himself. Those Skull Guild bastards, they're about to fall right into their own grave. At this point, I'd love to see how the Skull Guild plans on dealing with Park Yong-won. The phone inside his jacket pocket buzzed. Gujin pulled it out and saw the caller ID flash with Park Yong-won's name. Speak of the devil. The man's voice came through the speaker. I heard the news. So, everyone was wiped out except for you. Did your lucky star save your ass again? So? Got anything good for me? Gujin replied. I couldn't dig up much else since I was too busy trying not to die, but I think I've figured out where the Skull Guild's main headquarters is. He stepped onto the street and opened his car door. Yong-won replied enthusiastically, Not bad at all. Come to my place tomorrow. I want to hear the details. Gujin replied, Understood. I'll see you tomorrow, sir. He slipped the key into the ignition. Gujin's destination was the railway station, specifically locker number 19. Standing in front of the locker, he let out a sigh. This Osei-chan guy sure is paranoid. Gujin pulled the locker open, figuring the broker probably knew he was a target too. He looked down at the item inside. It was a dungeon roster. Let's hope this list doesn't disappoint me, he thought. Gujin grabbed the documents, took them to his car, and started reading. He hadn't expected it to be this extensive. A look of sheer surprise washed over his face. No wonder even the Messiah Guild considered him a thorn in their side. Gujin flipped through the pages, absorbing the information. Both the quantity and the quality were absolutely incredible. Thinking back to the intelligence from the dungeons he had cleared during his time in the Messiah Guild, a sudden realization hit him. So this is where all that data came from. It wasn't just a coincidence that Osei-chan was being hunted down. Suddenly, a specific entry caught Gujin's eye. The page was labeled Albino Lizard Egg. Albino Lizard Egg, 2 floors, difficulty rank A-, maximum capacity 8 people, entry requirement under level 30, clear condition, collect the albino lizard egg, completion rewards, various skills, and a title. Gujin couldn't help but marvel at it. To think he even has his hands on this. He pondered for a moment. There's hardly any information out there about the albino lizard egg. Even I haven't found its origin or full details. Deep in thought, he wondered what exactly awaited inside. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Strange. I guess I'll just have to find out for myself. He reached for the walkie-talkie. These are secrets that only Lee Si-jun was supposed to know. A clue that brings me one step closer to the truth. Gujin looked at the radio in his hand, his resolve hardening. I have to conquer this dungeon, no matter the cost. The walkie-talkie on the other end crackled to life. Yong-won sat there listening as his voice came through the radio. Hello? Can anyone hear me? This is Kim Woo-jin. He let out a dark, sinister smile. Kim Woo-jin, we've finally reached our first real deal. The next morning, Gujin drove to the guild's headquarters right on schedule. Yong-won asked without looking up from his newspaper. So, to sum it up, you're saying the Union crew and the Skull Guild wiped each other out? Gujin replied, Yes, sir. There was a pretty strong guy among the Skull Guild members. He explained further. Based on their swordsmanship and gear, they definitely have ties to Japan. Yong-won frowned. Japan, huh? There are a few Japanese factions with some serious influence. He slammed the newspaper onto the table and added, As soon as we're done with this dungeon, I'll need to look into this thoroughly. The newspaper headline read, Park Yong-won of the Phoenix Guild mounts an assault on a 6th-floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Guild conquer the 6th floor? The article mentioned that the Prime Minister had already held a discussion with Yang Wan. He crossed his arms and warned Gujin, "And since you've been the sole survivor twice in a row while the entire Skull Guild got wiped out, they're going to start keeping a close eye on you." Yang Wan ordered, "Keep a low profile and avoid operating alone until I get back." Then Secretary Kim chimed in. She scrolled through her tablet before giving her report. "The funds have been transferred to Mr. Kim Woo-jin's account." Yang Wan immediately said, "You heard her. Consider that your compensation." He picked up the newspaper again and told him, "Once I've taken care of this dungeon, I'll contact you." Gujin bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you, sir." Business concluded, he walked out of the headquarters and headed straight to his car. Gujin suddenly broke into an incredibly smug smile. When he comes back from that dungeon, he thought back to the bug he had planted behind the TV. Now those bastards know that Park Yang-won has my back. They'll focus all their attention on him, not me. Gujin opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. I can't wait to see how entertaining Yang-won's reaction will be once he crawls out of there. He reached for the walkie-talkie, his mind racing. Now that all the necessary preparations are complete, what was that warning again? Don't operate alone? Somewhere in what looked like a warehouse, inside a shipping container converted into a living space, Jisoo was on the phone. "The preparations are complete, boss, but I'm not sure if Mr. Kim Woo-jin will..." She turned to the person sitting at the table next to her. Actually agree to this." Sei-chan chuckled on the other end of the line. "Don't worry, if there are any issues, I'll talk to him." Just as Gujin approached the container, Jisoo replied, "Understood, boss." He was about to open the door, but paused when he heard voices inside. Jisoo was speaking to the other person in the room. "Mr. Lee, Jinna, the boss says you should get ready." The man snapped back in annoyance. "Secretary Lee, I told you to address me as sir in public." He continued to rant. "How many times do I have to say I hate being called Jinna? It sounds way too feminine. What if someone hears that and thinks I swing the other way?" Hearing that name, Gujin's thoughts raced. Lee Jin-ah of the Phoenix Guild. Could it really be him? He decisively opened the door and walked in. Jin-ah and Jisoo were already inside. Gujin shot a quick glance at her. Jisoo spoke in a flat, professional tone. "An observer will be accompanying you as you've selected a dungeon that is entirely unsuited for your level." She slid a contract over to him and added, "If you agree to these terms, please sign here. Feel free to ask if you have any questions." Gujin stared at the man sitting across from him, deep in thought. The immortal Lee Jin-ah, the unkillable player. He thought to himself, "Back when I was a hound for the Messiah Guild, that guy managed to slip through my fingers twice. There was never a third time. To think he actually had ties to Sei-chan." Gujin took a seat and said, "This is the first I'm hearing about needing an observer. But long story short, I just have to enter the dungeon with him, right? With Mr. Lee Jin-ah?" Jin-ah glared at him, clearly irritated. "Hey you, did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Secretary Lee?" Gujin wasn't about to back down either. "Oh, my apologies. You prefer being called sir, don't you?" Hit right where it hurt, the man bristled and yelled, "Are you smirking at me? You definitely heard me. You little punk, you think you can look down on me?" Gujin gave him a sideways glance, silently noting to himself, still as hot-headed as ever. Then he spoke up first. All right, let's just drop it. Can I talk to Sei-chan for a second?" Jisoo pointed at the walkie-talkie and said, "Yes, you can use that radio." Gujin picked it up and said, "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?" Sei-chan's voice came through the other end. "What's the matter? Don't tell me you have a problem with the supervisor going with you?" Woo-jin replied that wasn't the issue. He voiced his real concern. What if the supervisor ends up dead inside the dungeon? You never know what might happen in a dungeon after all. Jin-ah furrowed his brows, thinking, is this arrogant prick trying to threaten me? Sei-chan burst out laughing. You really don't need to worry about that. He's more than capable of taking care of himself. There's no need to fret over him. Woo-jin furrowed his brow and replied with total seriousness, understood. The moment he said that, Jin-ah loomed right beside him. He roughly snatched the walkie-talkie straight out of Woo-jin's hand. And then Jin-ah started complaining to Sei-chan. Boss, I think our new client has lost his mind. Once we're in the dungeon, if he doesn't meet our expectations, I'll just take him out. Sound good? Sei-chan flared up. Sound good, my ass. I told you to cut back on the eating while you're at the office, Jinna yelled back. How am I supposed to get full on just one bowl of udon? I need to take in 10,000 calories a day, Seichan shrieked right back at him. Then just go buy a damn jug of cooking oil and chug it. 1 liter of cooking oil has 9,000 calories. There you go. Now do me a favor and turn off the walkie-talkie before the damn battery dies. Jisoo scratched her chin and cut into their bickering. So, I assume the discussion is over. I'll lead the way to the dungeon entrance now, shall I? Woo Jin replied. Yes, please. Sorry for the trouble. As the group left the room, Jinna immediately laid down the law. Don't try anything funny. He added in an irritated tone, I don't show mercy to anyone plotting against me in the dungeon. And naturally, not a single one of them has ever made it out alive. Woo Jin looked at him, thinking to himself that based on what he knew from his past life, this guy wasn't bullshitting. He gave a faint smirk, not expecting to run into the immortal Lee Jin-ah here of all places. Why is my luck getting better and better? This guy is going to be incredibly useful. Jisoo gazed out the window, speaking on her phone. Yes, they've just left, but is it really going to be okay? She asked with evident worry. What if, by some chance, Lee Jin-ah doesn't make it back? Sechan replied in a deadpan tone. If that happens, then we'll consider Kim Woo-jin our enemy too. Back in the forest, a blinding pillar of light erupted. A system notification popped up. Notice, to proceed to the next floor, please eliminate 111 demon wolves. Clad in his armor, Jinna threw his hands up and started running his mouth. Woo Jin, you sure had a blast mocking me earlier, didn't you? Well, now I'm going to do my absolute best to not give a single damn about you. He looked incredibly smug. 111 demon wolves. Let's see how the hell you handle all of them by yourself. I'll just sit right here, sip my tea, and wait for you to come crawling back, begging for my help. True to his word, Jinna plopped down on a rock next to a tree and just chilled out. Woo Jin could only stare at him, absolutely speechless. Jinna pulled up his inventory window and casually yanked out a snack bar. I already feel sorry for you, man. What, can't handle it all on your own? He took a bite of the bar and mumbled, well, I'm a generous guy after all. With absolute confidence plastered across his face, Jinna declared, drop to your knees and beg for my mercy. If you want my help, who knows, I might just decide to help you out a tiny bit. Woo Jin stared at Jinna in silence, lost in thought. He must have received the blessing of the River Styx. Only those who have chosen the indomitable gladiator as their guardian deity can obtain that legendary skill. Woo Jin knew that even if this guy were to have his head chopped off or his heart ripped out, he would remain immortal. He simply couldn't be killed. Ignoring Jinta's endless bragging, he just turned around and walked away. He probably thinks he's incredibly lucky to be blessed with an immortal body. But since you've run into me, a system prompt chimed in, announcing the summoning of a skeleton warrior. Suddenly, Jinna stopped chewing, a look of pure shock washing over his face. A skeleton materialized out of thin air and bowed deeply in reverence before him. Woo Jin cast a sideways glance over his shoulder and flashed a faint smirk. I'll show you that your immortality is nothing but a joke. A wildly ferocious roar echoed through the air. Wielding a katana, the skeleton made quick work of a wolf, taking it down in seconds. Sitting on his rock, Jinna started critiquing the fight like he was some kind of expert. Hey, this little guy actually packs a punch. What's his name? Scully, maybe? Jinna muttered. Then he added, I had my doubts earlier, but now it all makes sense. Spread out before the two of them was a massive pile of wolf corpses scattered across the ground. Every single one slaughtered by the skeleton alone. Jinna finally admitted, so this is how you're able to run around and solo dungeons all by yourself. He was finally forced to take the situation seriously, though even seeing it with his own 2 eyes, he could barely believe it. Jinna replayed the scene of the skeleton ripping through the wolves in his mind, a clunky, rattling pile of bones that he assumed would just be dead weight. Yet it swung its sword with the exact same precision as top-tier players. Not only that, but the higher his level gets, the more skeletons he'll be able to summon. He darted a wary glance at Woo Jin, realizing that becoming enemies with this bastard would be incredibly dangerous. Jinna stared at Woo Jin's back, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Just as the boss guessed, this guy is far from ordinary. He scratched his chin, his mind made up. The second I get out of here, I need to report this to the boss immediately. Gujin turned around and asked, How's that? Startled, Gina quickly replied, Not bad at all. Guess you don't need my help after all, huh? He closed his eyes and said, Once we're done here, I'll report the results back to Seishin. Gujin simply replied, Got it. Gina opened his eyes wide and blurted out, What? Then he stood up and asked, Did I hear that right? Are you disrespecting me right now? A surge of dark energy materialized right behind him. Gina quickly noticed it. The system announced the summoning of skeleton warriors. An entire legion of skeletal soldiers appeared, completely surrounding Gina. He smirked and asked, These cute little skeletons seem a bit cranky all of a sudden, don't they? What did you do? Gina was slightly taken aback, muttering to himself, There are 5 of them? Gujin scratched his chin, looking at him mockingly. What was it you were just saying? That you just sit back and watch if I didn't beg for your help? Gina scratched his head, laughing awkwardly as he replied, Why so serious? I was just messing with you, man. He insisted that, of course, he was only joking earlier. My bad. I didn't mean to look down on you. Gina slowly walked toward him, but suddenly he lunged forward. Yep, told you Gina was looking for a fight. He raised his leg, aiming a kick right at Gujin. My bad, you little bastard! Gujin parted his lips into a scornful smile. And just like that, Gujin swiftly grabbed Gina and slammed him into the ground. Sunlight from above filtered down, illuminating the forest. Sprawled on the ground, Gina stared up at the sky and gasped. Huh? Gujin glared down at him and said, going straight for the summoner instead of the skeletons. Nice try. Gina then quickly rolled over and sat up. It's like he predicted everything, Gina thought. This bastard has been hiding his real skills all this time. What's his goal in approaching us? Is he after me or the boss? He smirked and said, I don't care what you're after, but you won't get a damn thing out of me. I'm really good at keeping secrets. Unfazed, Gujin ordered his skeleton warriors to close in on him. Is that so? You sure don't look like it. Gina frantically screamed, You son of a bitch, put me down! The skeletons drew their swords and pointed them at him in unison. Gina sat frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Ultimately, Gujin decided to tie Gina up, leaving him dangling from a tree. He roared in frustration. Put me down right now! Gujin stood on the ground, looking up at him calmly. Gina snapped, shouting, How long are you going to leave me hanging here, huh? He flailed around, yelling, Give me some food! Food! Are you trying to starve me to death out here? Hearing that, Gujin used his sword to slash the rope suspending him in the air. Gina immediately dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. Gujin spoke up. All right, I'll give you one chance. Get ready. Gina asked in confusion. For what? Gujin replied, I've already shown you my capabilities. Now it's your turn. Panicking, Gina asked, Wait, my turn to do what the hell? Gujin stated coldly, Go act as bait, so my skeleton warriors have the space to strike. Do that, and I'll let you go. Gina stubbornly shot back. Like hell, I have to do whatever you say. Gujin tightened his grip on the severed rope. Oh, is that so? You don't want to? He threatened. Then let's send you back up there to hang out for a while. Gina trembled with rage, thinking to himself, This absolute psycho! Even though he hated it, he was forced to speak in a painfully reluctant tone. You're absolutely right, sir. I have zero complaints, sir. After all, I am a first-class tanker. And with that, they got to work. Gina ran for his life, luring the wolves in. He threw punches left and right, beating them down. However, more wolves just kept pouncing. They gathered into a massive pack and swarmed Gina. He threw punches while cursing at the top of his lungs. Why the hell are there so many? In no time at all, an entire pack of dozens of wolves leaped forward, completely crushing Gina under their weight. Now, all he could do was reach a hand up to the sky, begging for help. One wolf was about to jump on Gina, but it caught a scent and immediately snapped its head back. Right behind it was a skeleton warrior, ready to end its life. The skeleton raised its hook high, and then the entire skeletal legion swung their swords, viciously slicing through the wolves. One crashed hard into a tree trunk, while another was slashed and sent tumbling away. Mustering his strength, Gina blasted away the wolves that had been crushing him. Standing off in a corner, Gujin lightly scratched his chin and let out an impressed, "Oh." He stood up on a tree branch, watching the wolves get slaughtered one by one. Meanwhile, Gina was also passionately beating the living daylights out of the beasts. His fists were drenched in their blood. Gina gasped for air, surrounded by the slaughtered carcasses of wolves scattered in every direction. Still panting heavily, Gina glanced to the side. A system prompt chimed, "You have leveled up." He looked up only to see Woojin perching on a high branch, looking completely unbothered. Woojin stared down at Gina, noting to himself that while he wasn't quite at his past life's level yet, he wasn't too far off either. He's going to be incredibly useful soon, Woojin calculated. The howling of wolves continued to echo throughout the forest. Woojin leaped down from the tree and darted off. Meanwhile, Gina was so exhausted he could barely breathe, yet fresh waves of wolves just kept throwing themselves at him. Gina glared in Woojin's direction, absolutely furious. That bastard wouldn't give him a single second to rest. Right after, Gina kicked a wolf to death while another was completely obliterated by a skeleton soldier's blade. The rest of the skeleton soldiers eagerly hacked away at the wolves, leaving Gina heaving for breath from pure exhaustion. He wiped a streak of blood off his face with the back of his hand. Out of nowhere, he noticed a wolf persistently gnawing on his leg, making Gina sigh in utter helplessness. "What the hell is this? Did one of you slip by?" Saying that, he casually kicked his leg, sending the wolf flying. It let go of his leg and tumbled right over to a nearby skeleton soldier. "Hey, Pony, this one's yours." The skeleton soldier immediately caught the drift and ruthlessly finished the wolf off. A notification rang out. "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." With the fight over, Gina leaned down to chat with the skeleton. "You guys are getting completely overworked, all because you ended up with the wrong boss. You know that?" He took a petty jab at Woojin, who was casually leaning against a tree. "Unlike some jerk, I know. You guys are way too hardworking." He raised his hand and offered, "So, let's get a high five going, yeah?" The skeleton soldier just stared blankly at him with its deep, empty eye sockets. And then it turned its head and walked right past him. Gina was left standing there, looking incredibly stupid and embarrassed. He yelled, "You're just a pile of dry bones and you dare ignore me?" Gina swung his hand down to smack its head, but the skeleton casually tilted its skull to dodge. He barked in frustration. "What the hell? You're dodging now too. Aside from giving me attitude, what else are you good for? Bring it on. You and me, we're settling the pecking order right here, right now." From his corner, Woojin watched him carefully. He is far too different from the man I remember in my past life, Woojin thought. A fierce powerhouse who clashed head-on with the Messiah Guild, using his immortal body. That Lee Gina was one of the strongest men I ever had to acknowledge. Meanwhile, in reality, Gina was currently squabbling with a bunch of skeletons. "The hell? You're seriously not gonna let me touch you?" Woojin recalled the events of his previous life. That brutal fighting style. "If you carve my flesh, I will shatter your bones," maximizing the terrifying potential of his immortal body. He scratched his chin in thought. Even I didn't dare approach him recklessly because of his suicidal combat tactics. But looking at him now, there isn't a single trace of that vicious madness. Back then, there was obviously some kind of trigger that changed him. I have no memories of Osei-chan from my past life. But it seems the two of them are extremely close. Perhaps Osei-chan's death was what awakened the ruthless Lee Gina of the past. Which means, Woojin concluded, if Osei-chan continues to survive, there is a high chance the Messiah Guild will be forced entirely off their previous timeline's trajectory. And with that, he looked up, continuing his observation of Gina. Gina threw a sidelong glance back at him, still entirely unsure of Woojin's true intentions. But as Gina recalled the fight that just happened, he realized that guy always lured the exact perfect number of enemies, ensuring that even if Gina got mobbed, he wouldn't actually die. And it absolutely wasn't a coincidence that the next wave arrived precisely when he had just finished recovering, Gina realized. This wasn't just basic monster and dungeon analysis. This was on the level of someone who understood every single microscopic detail of the battlefield. This went way beyond the mere abilities of a high-ranking player. Gina narrowed his eyes. He really didn't want to admit it, but that guy outclassed him in absolutely every aspect. Then Woojin casually strolled over and told Gina, "Good job. Let's head down to the second floor." Gina let out a shocked gasp. "Huh?" Woojin gave a half smile and assured him, "The second floor will be much easier to breathe in than here." A system message popped up, teleporting to the second floor. As usual, a brilliant pillar of light pierced the sky. Gina groaned miserably. "I am so exhausted, I could literally die right now." He whined to Woojin, "I've been grinding like a damn ox all day long. At least give a guy a second to rest, would you?" Meanwhile, Wu Jin pulled 4 vials of blood out of his inventory. Seeing that, Gina looked puzzled. Those don't look like potions. What the hell are they? Wu Jin replied with a question of his own. Comrade, are you confident in your ability to hide quickly? Gina stared at him in utter confusion. Hide? What the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? Right as he finished speaking, Wu Jin smashed the vials of blood directly into the ground. Gina looked around in sheer panic. What kind of stunt are you pulling? Kim Wu Jin! Wu Jin just smirked and said, It's highly recommended that you run for your life right about now. A terrifying roar echoed from the distance, and Gina immediately snapped his head back to look behind him. A massive albino lizard erupted from beneath the earth. It locked its glowing eyes and razor-sharp jaws directly onto him. Pissed off beyond belief, Gina cursed, You absolute bastard! I didn't even get a second to relax. Back out in the real world, O-Si-chan was reading a newspaper remarking, Things are about to get busy. The headline read, South Korean government approves foreign guild participation in the A+ rank rattlesnake dungeon. He muttered softly, Even though I totally expected this to happen if the Messiah Guild backed out. Se-chan looked up and asked Ju-Yu, Just how long is the list of participating foreign guilds going to be? Holding a cup of tea in her hands, she replied, We finished gathering the intel this morning. We are currently running comparisons and analyzing the data. He nodded. Good. We still have time before Gina returns, but let's hurry it up. Ju-Yu asked with a hint of worry. Do you think Mr. Lee Gina is going to be okay? Meanwhile, back in the dungeon where dirt and rocks were blasting in every direction, Gina was running for his absolute life. He couldn't help but think exactly that. The lizard chased after him with a thunderous roar. Why the hell was he the only one getting hunted down? The skeleton soldiers trailed right behind it, slashing at the lizard with their swords. Gina shot a glance over his shoulder. He wasn't sure why, but it looked like he was just meant to play bait this time. He skid to a halt, Nokshualt, spinning around to face the absolutely massive lizard. Gina ground his teeth in pure fury. How the hell is this any better than the first floor? Just wait until we get out of here, you bastard. I'm gonna beat the living crap out of you. The lizard snapped its massive jaws at him, but Gina caught its mouth with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Wu Jin stood leisurely on a high tree branch, observing the chaos. He let out a puzzled, as thick clouds of dust billowed into the air. Gina dug his heels into the ground to keep from slipping back. He strained with every ounce of his strength, locked in a fierce struggle against the lizard. Gina let out a smirk. Don't drag this out, he muttered. Right behind the lizard, a skeleton soldier was charging in, sword raised high. He cracked a smile. Let's wrap this up. The skeleton soldier thrust its blade forward, landing a pinpoint strike right into the monster's flesh. The system announced that the albino lizard had been infected with hemolysis. Seizing the moment, the rest of the skeleton soldiers leaped into action, simultaneously plunging their swords into its body. A notification popped up. Blood toxicity had reached its maximum level. Gina stared at the skeletal troops in awe. These boneheads, they fight like elite soldiers who've been rigorously trained, down to the very last man, he thought. Usually, skeleton soldiers summoned by other hunters were just used as mindless attackers or meat shields to buy time. But then, the system announced that the albino lizard's stamina was continuously dropping due to the hemolysis effect. The monster writhed in absolute agony. It violently lashed its tail at one of the skeleton soldiers, but the undead warrior effortlessly dodged the blow. It wildly thrashed its tail around, but the skeleton squad easily evaded every single strike. The lizard then locked its gaze squarely onto one of the skeletons. Its massive, bloodshot eyes widened as it stared down its prey. The skeletal warriors were standing right there, looming clearly in front of it. Yet, the lizard completely ignored them, shifting its gaze elsewhere. Gina blinked in surprise. What the hell? He wondered. Can it see them? Is that why it's only been chasing me this whole time? He tilted his head up, looking at Wu Jin, who was casually standing on the tree branch. What kind of dark magic did Kim Wu Jin even use? He suddenly recalled what the guy had told him earlier. You better run fast. Gina's eyes went wide. That bastard knew exactly what was going to happen right from the start. Before he could process it, the lizard slammed viciously into his body. The impact was so brutal it made Gina's eyes bulge out. The lizard then tossed him straight into a thick tree trunk, striking with such devastating force that the entire tree splintered in half. Wu Jin watched as Gina and the massive tree crashed into the dirt, sending thick clouds of dust flying in all directions. Through the billowing dust, Gina quickly forced himself back to his feet. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, clutching his bruised side. The system chimed in, announcing that the skill blessing of the river Styx had been activated. Gina straightened his posture, wiping a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. Wu Jin smirked from above. An injury like that would be completely healed in no time. He slowly stepped forward, locking eyes with the wizard. The beast was practically drooling as it glared back at him. Gina gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Making me waste all these damn calories for nothing." He immediately began channeling magic into both of his hands. In a flash, he summoned a pair of heavy gauntlets, perfectly ready to smash his enemy to a pulp. Without a second thought, he charged straight ahead. Gina dropped into a combat stance, pulling his right arm far back. He channeled absolutely everything he had into this single punch. With an explosive grunt, Gina slammed a devastating punch right into the wizard's body. The monster's eyes bulged out in sheer shock as it stared down at him. Stunned by the overwhelming force of the blow, the massive wizard buckled, crashing down to its knees. The skeleton soldiers immediately swarmed in for the kill. One of the skeletal warriors stayed glued to the wizard's side. Watching this unfold, Gina felt a chilling realization. These bastards still treat me like cheap bait. Exactly like their damn master, he thought in horror. The skeleton soldier brutally thrust its sword into one side of the wizard. At the exact same time, another skeleton plunged its blade deep into the monster's opposite flank. Pierced from both sides, the wizard let out a deafening, agonized shriek. The system announced that hemolysis had completely spread throughout the albino wizard's entire body. A third skeleton soldier launched itself high into the air, hovering right above the beast's head. Coming down with deadly force, it delivered the final blow, plunging its sword straight into the monster's skull. The massive wizard slumped forward and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Finally, a notification popped up confirming that the albino wizard had been eliminated. Gina let out a heavy sigh of relief as the system chimed. "You have leveled up." With the battle over, Wu Jin casually dropped down from the tree. The system cascaded with notifications. Achievement: Albino Wizard Hunter unlocked. Reward: Cedar Lock. The rank of the hemolysis skill had leveled up by 1 tier. The rank of the skeletal disease skill had leveled up by 1 tier. The emissary of the dark world admires your sheer cold-bloodedness. The emissary of the dark world will bestow a fragment of their power upon you. Wu Jin let out a soft chuckle as the scene suddenly shifted to another location. A colossal troll was furiously roaring. It was so terrifyingly strong that with just one brutal swat, it sent a skeleton soldier flying into pieces. It swiftly and violently dismantled the skeleton soldiers swarming around it. Out of nowhere, another skeleton charged in, viciously plunging its sword into the troll's flesh. Losing its balance, the monstrous troll tumbled hard into the dirt. The 3 remaining skeleton soldiers ruthlessly piled on, frantically taking turns stabbing the grounded beast. Johann George stood watching from a distance, sighing heavily. What a bunch of brainless bags of bones. They have zero tactical awareness, just hovering around 1 or 2 enemies at a time. I really need to increase their numbers, he muttered. The system chimed in, announcing that he had successfully hunted down 50 trolls, leveled up, and unlocked the Troll Hunter achievement. However, it still wasn't enough to catch the attention of the emissary of the dark world. Tilting his head back, Johann George felt a bitter wave of resentment. I took down 50 of them all by myself, and I still don't get even a sliver of attention? Just who the hell is hogging the spotlight of that damn halo? Back in the dungeon with Wu Jin, he stood completely still, gripping his sword and staring intently at the wizard's corpse. Gina gave him a baffled look, thinking, "I'm starving to death over here. What the hell is this idiot hesitating for?" Finally, he spoke up. "Hey, Kim Wu Jin, we're all done here. Let's just get out." Gina urged him on, wondering if there was actually anything left to do. Wu Jin replied in a soft, calculated tone, "There is still one most important thing left to do." Gently, he placed his bare hand upon the dead wizard's body. He paced slowly alongside the massive corpse, using his hands to meticulously measure its proportions. "Right about here, huh?" Wu Jin murmured to himself. Then he swung his sword in a horizontal arc, slicing a deep gash into the lizard's body. Gujin tore the wound open and reached his hand inside. "Finally got my hands on this," he muttered. He pulled out a brilliantly glowing egg. The system announced, "You have found the albino lizard egg. You have cleared the dungeon." Gujin held it in his hand, thinking, the Messiah Guild was so paranoid that they completely hid whatever was inside this egg. Now I finally get to see what it is. Gina suddenly chimed in. "Now that I think about it, the clear condition for this dungeon was to find a specific item, right?" he asked, furrowing his brows. "Getting tossed around all day made me completely forget. Anyway, what are you going to do with that thing?" Gujin used the pommel of his sword to smash the egg open. Music. Gina let out a gasp of surprise. "You're just going to smash it like that? You don't even know what it's for yet." The eggshells crumbled to the ground, revealing something glowing inside. A skill scroll? Gujin wondered. He stared at the parchment, grinding his teeth together in pure rage. "All because of this," Gujin muttered. Gina asked out of curiosity, "What the hell is that?" To think there was a skill scroll hidden inside an egg, Gujin glared at the paper, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The scroll read, "The Power of Apophis. Requirements, Emissary of the Underworld. Level requirement, level 1 or higher. Effect, grants total immunity to all types of poisons." Why the hell is that bastard skill doing here? Gujin wondered. His mind immediately went to a specific person. The Poison King. A monster who played with all kinds of deadly toxins, yet never suffered a scratch from them, all thanks to the power of Apophis. Gujin vividly remembered the atrocities that man committed. A total piece of scum who loved robbing people of whatever he wanted, only to murder them with poison in the most barbaric ways imaginable. He recalled the past when the Poison King's cruelty reached its peak, and the Messiah Guild officially declared they would execute him. Gujin remembered how countless members of the Messiah Guild, including himself, joined the subjugation squad to hunt him down. But far too many lives were lost in that campaign. His eyes widened with fury as he thought, even now, I can perfectly recall every single comrade who died from that bastard's poison. The albino lizard egg. I never knew anything about it other than the fact that the Messiah Guild used to own it. Gujin stared hard at the broken egg, piecing things together. I don't think this skill could be obtained anywhere else, and there is absolutely no way the Poison King could have stolen it from them. He furrowed his brows. The only logical answer left is that the Messiah Guild themselves handed this over to the Poison King. They deliberately molded him into a villain, just so they could step up and play the righteous saviors. He gritted his teeth, so consumed by rage that he wanted to rip the skill scroll to shreds. Lee Seijin! Once again, you've shown me that the sacrifices of my comrades were nothing but stepping stones for your glory. With a decisive pull, Gujin tore the scroll in half. But now, this power belongs to me. I will never let you climb over their dead bodies again. The system chimed, "You have acquired the power of Apophis. You are now immune to all types of poisons." Gujin's thoughts instantly drifted to a certain someone. Lee Seijin, I swear to God, I will... His face was now radiating pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "Tear you apart with my own two hands." Gina broke into a cold sweat as he watched Gujin. Why did his mood suddenly take such a dark turn? Gina thought. He's the one taking all the loot. A moment later, Gujin finally spoke up. "Let's get out of here." Gina stared at him in utter bewilderment, feeling like he was understanding this guy less and less by the minute. A blinding flash of light enveloped them. The two of them were teleported back to the container room. Gina eagerly reached into the paper bag sitting on the table. Just as expected, Boss Chan is always so thoughtful. "I'm starving to death here," he groaned. But to his dismay, the only things inside the bag were 2 bottles of water and a burner phone. Seeing this, Gina screamed at the top of his lungs. "That stingy old bastard! What the hell is this garbage? If it's just 2 bottles of mineral water, why the fuck did he even bother putting them in a paper bag?" Meanwhile, at another location, Seshan dug his pinky into his ear. He glanced at the walkie-talkie on his desk, muttering, "I wonder who's talking trash about me. My ear won't stop itching." Then Seshan broke into a satisfied smile. He cleared it way faster than I expected. He turned on the comms and spoke. Even if the difficulty wasn't that high, clearing a dungeon in less than 3 days is pretty damn impressive. Anyway, how are you feeling? "Not too bad," Gujin replied coolly. More importantly, has anything happened on the outside? Sechin moved his computer mouse and clicked a few times. He pulled up several online news portals before responding. There's still no new updates regarding Park Yongwon's forces entering that 6th floor dungeon. However, it's just been announced that the Great Ones Guild and the Vanguard Guild, 2 of the top 5 guilds in the world, have decided to form an alliance. Seishan added, "Oh, and one more thing. The Dragon Hunter managed to capture a gold dragon inside a 5th-floor dungeon." Gujin fell into deep thought. A gold dragon. When the very first one appeared, people only cared about its scales. The hide was incredibly tough and boasted extreme heat resistance. Everyone expected that armor crafted from a gold dragon's hide would open up a whole new frontier for players. Gujin recalled a crucial detail from the past, but it wasn't the dragon's hide that changed history. It was its stomach acid. At first, nobody knew its true value, because who would ever think to use dragon bile? But by pure coincidence, they discovered its hidden property, the absolute ability to break any seal and dispel any curse. Gujin's mind flashed back to the horrifying moment when Lee Seijin drove a sword straight through his body. Lee Seijin's legendary sword, Balmung. That weapon was also unsealed using the gold dragon's acid. He quickly calculated the immense value of the item. Its worth is far beyond what anyone expects. I need to get my hands on it before the rest of the world figures out what it actually does. Sechin's voice buzzed through the comms. Those are the only major headlines from the past few days. Is there anything else you need to know? That's enough, Gujin replied. Sechin continued. Good. I'll get the detailed report from the supervisor. There's a dedicated burner phone in your bag for contacting us. As Gujin picked up the phone, Sechin instructed, it's heavily encrypted and can't be wiretapped, so it's much safer. Jinnah, don't you dare wander off. Come straight back to the office right now. Hearing his name being called, he instantly lost his temper. Can't you let me take a breather, boss? Whose fault do you think it is that I'm being treated like an errand boy, huh? Seichan snapped back. Since I'm your boss, I'll reward you with a nice bowl of rice, so get your ass back here right this instant. After that, Jinnah stood up and snatched the walkie-talkie from Wu Jin's hand, muttering, he's only good at bossing people around. How could one bowl be enough? It has to be 10 bowls. He opened the door to leave the room. Before walking out, Jinnah shot Wu Jin a sideways glance, thinking to himself, don't tell me I'm going to be stuck with this jerk for the foreseeable future. Catching the glare, Wu Jin immediately glared right back. Highly irritated, Jinnah slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The next morning at the office, Jinnah sprawled out on the sofa and whined, I haven't even gotten enough sleep yet. What on earth did you drag me here so early in the morning for? I already submitted the report yesterday. Seichan, holding a stack of documents, replied, I called you here exactly because of that report. We have to speed up the plan. He tossed the documents onto the table. Read it. Jinnah grumbled, what could possibly be so important that you wouldn't even let me eat breakfast? Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer shock. What the hell? He screamed at the top of his lungs, gripping the documents in his hands. Are you kidding me right now? Are you seriously telling me to go in there all by myself? The document read, Spike Tail Snake Hunt. Number of floors, 2. Difficulty, rank A+. Capacity, 99 people. Entry requirement, below level 35. Clear condition, eliminate the spiked tail snake. Clear reward, the Philosopher's Stone. Additional information, a total of 58 Koreans and 41 foreigners have confirmed their participation. Annoyed, Seichan snapped, what are you howling for? Who said anything about making you go alone? Obviously, you'll be going with someone who has decent capabilities. Jinnah scratched his chin and asked, decent capabilities, huh? Like a dragon hunter? Or a special agent? Don't tell me it's Lee Sejun. But wait, his level is way too high. He wouldn't even be able to enter a 2-floor dungeon. Is there anyone else that pro besides me who is under level 35? Seichan smirked smugly and said, how could you just forget about Kim Woo Jin? Breaking into a cold sweat, Jinnah shrieked, huh? Kim Woo Jin? I absolutely refuse to go anywhere with that psycho ever again. He wildly flailed his arms around, yelling, I told you yesterday. Sure, his skills are top-notch, but he is completely out of his mind. We're human beings. There should be at least a little bit of camaraderie between us. That guy has serious personality issues. He literally used me as live bait for the monsters. Jinnah squeezed his eyes shut and declared, if you force me to team up with that maniac one more time, I swear I'll go on a hunger strike. Sei-chan reached into his breast pocket to pull something out, replying, I'd actually be incredibly grateful if you'd go on a hunger strike, kid. And with that, he pulled out a voice recorder. It started playing back exactly what Jinna had said in the past. The kind of teammate I need is someone who won't drag me down when we're fighting together. The recorded voice sounded incredibly decisive. I don't give a damn about their personality. Do monsters attack people based on personal issues? No, that's why raw ability is the only thing that matters. If you find someone like that, just drag them over here to me. But there's no way in hell they'll be stronger than me. Hearing his own words, Jinha's face instantly went pale. Wait, boss? Sei-chan smirked. Sound familiar, punk? Jinha rubbed his head in sheer helplessness and groaned. You seriously had the free time to record that? And you actually kept it all the way until now? That's playing so dirty. Sei-chan tucked the voice recorder away and said, Say whatever you want. I already registered both of your names. 2 massive pieces of bait right there. Jinha panicked and screamed. You already finished registering us? Wait a second. What do you mean, bait? Sei-chan just stared at him with a look that absolutely reeked of a scheme. That night, at the ruins on the outskirts, Wu Jin was standing quietly, sharpening his sword. He firmly pressed the blade against the grinding wheel and after a while, pulled it away to wipe the metal clean with a cloth. The blade's taken quite a bit of damage, huh? I really do need a proper scabbard for this. He glanced over at the briefcase sitting next to him. Brushing the thought aside, Wu Jin pushed down on the locks of the briefcase. Wu Jin wondered to himself, Oh, Sei-chan, is there anyone else out there with this level of connections? Just who exactly is the SK Guild trying to kill? I'd really like to meet him at least once. Early the next morning at the office, Jinha was interrogating Sei-chan about a few things. Hyung Nim, are there even any open spots left for that monster's dungeon? The government has already opened the doors to foreign hunters. Just then, Jisoo walked up the stairs toward the two of them, carrying a briefcase. Sei-chan spoke with absolute confidence. You don't need to worry about a thing. My secretary and your dear Hyung have already got it all sorted out. Still skeptical, Jinha asked, with priority being given to foreign hunters, securing a spot for me and Kim, Wu Jin, couldn't have been easy, right? Did you actually shell out some cash this time, Hyung? As the office door gently creaked open, Sei-chan glanced toward it and casually replied, Is it really necessary to spend my own money? He looked at Jisoo and asked, Are you just getting back? Did everything go smoothly? She held the briefcase forward and replied, Yes, I've completely finalized the dungeon entry agreement with Russia. I also delivered the items you requested to Kim Woo Jin. Flabbergasted, Jinha blurted out, Huh? Russia? Ju said calmly, The mask you ordered is finally ready. Sei-chan gave a faint smirk. Great. Thanks for your hard work. Social media feeds covering everything from audio comics and sports to weather, society, and politics were reporting the news. 41 foreign players had been confirmed to participate. In other news, all 99 players had been successfully recruited. The Daily News posed the ultimate question. Will the world see its very first successful clear of the new dungeon? The location was a place called Sinpyeong-ri in Ansan. A sign outside the room read, Rokos of Russia. Inside, Jinha squeezed his mask in sheer annoyance. This damn mask, he grumbled. It's a total pain in the ass to eat with. Jinha picked up a pastry, glancing over at his companion. Kim Woo Jin, wait, no, Isaac, are you holding up okay? He teased him. Are you shoving all that food down your throat just because you're nervous? Jinha mumbled with a mouthful of food. Nervous? I don't even know what the hell being nervous feels like. Wu Jin, currently under the guise of Isaac, quietly took a bite of his pastry and muttered, Sure you don't. Jinha's legs were literally shaking. He had never entered a dungeon of this scale before, and he couldn't fathom how this bastard beside him was so unfazed. Still playing the role of Spasiba, Jinha pressed on, Are you sure you're not the one freaking out right now? I've been asking you all this time, so why are you shaking? Wu Jin simply replied, Of course I'm a bit tense. Jinha immediately puffed up. Ah, is that so? Well, it makes sense. Don't sweat it too much, just trust me and you'll be fine. Meanwhile, Wu Jin stared at the holographic screen in front of him, thinking to himself, Unbelievable. To think this item actually fell into my hands. Jinha shot him a side glance and said, Adding the last job to this one, you're not going to forget to buy me that premium beef, right? Either way, we're a team for this raid, so we have to fight together. He pointed a warning finger. So, whatever you do, don't pull any of that crazy stunt you did last time. Got it? Isaac completely ignored him, his eyes glued to the item details on the screen. Grim Reaper's Mask. Item grade, legendary. Usable from level 1 and above. This is the mask worn by the Grim Reaper. You can physically interact with and directly control the undead monsters you summon. Magic power increases by 10% when equipped. Mana recovery rate increases by 10% when equipped. He marveled at the stats. He genuinely hadn't expected Osei-chan to get his hands on something like this. Just the night before, Wu Jin had received a phone call from him. "I've heard all about your spectacular little performance in the dungeon," Sei-chan had said. "So, you interested in taking on the Needle Snake dungeon?" Wu Jin had casually replied, "I'll think about it. It sounds pretty suicidal to just walk right in there unprepared." Sei-chan had burst out laughing. "Ah, so you're not planning on just walking in there empty-handed. I knew it. I heard through the grapevine that your control over your skeleton soldiers is top-notch." Snapping back to reality, Wu Jin sat in deep thought. The king of the undead, Johann Georg himself, had desperately coveted this exact item, but could never get his hands on what was now resting right in Wu Jin's grasp. "I've never actually seen him use it," he pondered, "so I don't know exactly how much of a power spike this will give me." But Gina's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Hey, Isaac, are you even listening to a word I'm saying?" Wu Jin just let out a soft chuckle. It was clear as day. The timeline for totally wiping out the Messiah Guild had just been pushed way forward. A moment later, a staff member opened the door and called out, "Players of the Rokos Guild, please prepare to enter." Wu Jin pushed himself up off his knees, and the two of them walked out of the waiting room together. "I'll have to push the Grim Reaper's mask to its absolute limits on the very first floor," he resolved internally. The dungeon's automated system rang out. "Notification. In order to proceed to the next floor, you must survive for 5 days." The other players immediately erupted in outrage. "What the hell? A survival quest? God damn it, that's literally the absolute worst." Everyone started swearing out loud. One guy grabbed his head in sheer frustration, spitting out a string of curses. Gina, fully geared in Spasiva's armor, spoke up grimly. "A survival quest. On the surface, it sounds simple. Just stay alive until the clock runs out. But," he paused, his tone dropping, "that basically means we're going to be swarmed by an endless horde of monsters. Just staying breathing won't be a walk in the park." Gina turned to Wu Jin with a nervous look. "So, what's the game plan?" Wu Jin nonchalantly replied, "First, we run a little test." "A test?" Gina muttered. Flashbacks of being brutally swarmed by a pack of savage wolves suddenly rushed into his mind, sending a cold shiver down his spine. "Don't tell me!" Gina screamed internally, filled with absolute dread. "Is this psycho going to use me as bait again?" His face dropped completely as he pleaded, "Hey, you didn't forget what I told you last time, right? Are you seriously going to do that to me again? What kind of test?" Wu Jin just shrugged. "When you get your hands on a brand new item, obviously you have to test out its performance in the field, right?" Realizing he wasn't going to be bait, Gina aggressively clapped in sheer relief. "Oh, thank God. Yes, exactly. You absolutely have to test it out." Wu Jin turned his gaze toward the dense trees and commanded, "First things first. Let's move somewhere quiet." Deep within a secluded corner of the forest, the system chimed, "A skeleton soldier has been summoned." The bony figure of an undead soldier materialized right in front of the two of them. Gina gleefully waved at the undead. "Oh, well, look who it is." "Hello there, buddy," he exclaimed with a wide, mocking grin. "Would you look at that? You even came pre-equipped with your own little set of armor, huh?" He stepped right up to the skeleton soldier, shamelessly poking and teasing it. "Whoa there, back off. Are you trying to pick a fight with me again?" Ignoring Gina's antics, Wu Jin pulled the mask from his inventory. Without a word, he secured it over his face. The system flashed the item's details once more. Grim Reaper's Mask. Item grade, legendary. Usable from level 1 and above. This is the mask worn by the Grim Reaper. You can physically interact with and directly control the undead monsters you summon. Effect. Magic power increases by 10% when equipped. Mana recovery rate increases by 10% when equipped. A notification popped up on the screen, showing he had unlocked the achievement. Master of the Picture Reaper. Gujin thought to himself that just increasing his mana output wouldn't be too bad. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, he noticed a faint thread dangling down from above. It was connected straight to the skeleton soldier's head. Gujin couldn't help but wonder, a thread? That thread originated from his own veins, shooting right out of his fingertips. Gujin stared at it in sheer amazement. The system announced a successful connection. His eyes shot wide open as a flash of light flared in his vision. When he opened them again, the first thing he saw was Gina grabbing his head. "Gotcha, you little punk." He aggressively rubbed the skeleton's head, looking incredibly amused. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The skeleton soldier suddenly glared and snapped. "Get your damn hands off me!" Gina, acting under the guise of Spasiba, screamed in terror. "A talking skeleton?" The bony soldier began twisting and contorting its entire body. It was flailing its arms and legs around in a total mess. Gina asked in confusion, "Wait, why is it moving so weirdly?" It managed to take a few wobbly steps before face-planting straight into the dirt. Seeing that, Gina yelled out. "Did it die again?" Then Gina nudged its skull with his foot. Gujin, operating through Isaac the skeleton, grumbled, "Hey, move your damn foot." He pondered to himself in silence. Controlling this thing wasn't as easy as he thought. Off in the distance, a group of people were whispering among themselves. Jun, what's the game plan here? Should we hold our ground or scout ahead and circle back?" Jun replied, "We have no idea how many monsters are out there. We can't afford to rush in blindly." He glanced around the area before adding, "Let's just hunker down here and assess the situation for a day or two first. Everyone else is gathering here too. If we join forces, it'll significantly boost our chances of survival." His group looked over at the other factions, figuring that the people huddling over there were probably having the exact same thought. Jun pushed up his glasses, smirking to himself. After all, there were no massively influential factions like the Messiah Guild down in this dungeon. In situations like this, the advantage always goes to those with a working brain. Now, we just need to sweet-talk them so we become the core leaders of this hunt. Nighttime completely blanketed the forest. Gina lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch. With one clean punch, he completely blew off an orc's head. He chuckled smugly to himself, "Is this it? I was actually getting nervous because they called it a survival trial. But are we really just padding our kill count with these weak-ass monsters? You've got to be kidding me. I guess I'm just way too strong for this." Right behind Gina, the skeleton soldier swung its sword, instantly obliterating two orcs. They crumpled to the ground under its blade. Gina's face visibly scowled as he watched the skeleton. He glared at Gujin, who was casually controlling the bone soldier, clicking his tongue as he thought, "That bastard is just a pathetic monster anyway." Gina thought back to what happened just a few minutes ago. The skeleton had started out completely wobbly. At first, even walking seemed like a struggle, and it would eat dirt after taking a single step. But it wasn't long before it actually started running. And now, the skeleton was leaping and dodging like a seasoned pro, moving at incredible speeds. Gina stared intensely at Gujin, who was simply twirling his fingers around. Summoned skeleton soldiers were already a massive headache to deal with, but that guy was manually controlling it on top of that. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Isn't this way too unfair? Some of us are out here busting our asses in life or death battles, while he gets to chill in the back playing puppeteer. This is absolute bullshit." Suddenly, he noticed something looming right behind him. A massively oversized skeleton soldier had just been summoned. The system announced that a skeleton soldier had been successfully summoned. Gina stared up at the hulking figure in utter disbelief. He wondered to himself, can he really use summoning skills in that state? Gina thought inwardly. So he can cast skills while directly connected to the skeleton, but the mana consumption has to be at least 3 times higher. While that was just common sense, it meant he couldn't drink any potions right now. The smaller skeleton soldier suddenly chimed in, "How are you holding up?" He crossed his arms and snapped in annoyance. "Hey, when you talk to someone, you should at least look them in the eye." Gina clenched his fists. It felt incredibly weird being brushed off by a pile of walking bones. "Oh, do you need a little lesson in basic manners too?" Gujin provoked in a challenging tone. "Oh, is that so?" Gina scoffed, staring straight ahead. Gujin took off his mask, suddenly looming right behind his back, and asked, "So, are you satisfied now?" Gina jumped out of his skin and whipped around to face him. Holy shit, you scared the life out of me. Gujin just stared and asked, so, how's your body holding up now? Gina gave a hollow laugh, waving his hand dismissively. I'm wide awake enough to teach some manners to punks who don't have any. I'm not talking about you, of course. I mean the monsters. Gujin replied coldly, lucky you. All right then, let's officially get started, Gina yelled back, totally confused. We've been slaughtering a ton of monsters this whole time. Why the hell are you spouting nonsense all of a sudden? He asked in utter bewilderment. Huh? What do you mean, officially get started? Then what the hell were those orcs from earlier? Gina flailed his arms and stammered. Wait, what's wrong with me? Oh right, anemia. I'm severely anemic. Then he clutched his head and groaned. Ugh, I'm getting dizzy out of nowhere. What's wrong? Suddenly, a sword was pointed straight at Gina. He snapped angrily. What the hell are you doing? Gujin half joked. I heard you were anemic, so I figured I'd pump a little iron into you. Gina shrieked. Iron? Are you kidding me? You're not actually going to cut me with that sword, are you? Gujin replied deadpan. Hey, iron entering the body is still iron entering the body. He yelled in sheer frustration. How does that even make sense? Gujin commanded his skeleton soldier and said, seeing how energetic you are, your anemia must be getting better. I just wanted to give you some iron. He then turned and walked ahead. We still have a lot to prepare. Follow me. Gina was so pissed he was about to lose his mind. I'm such an idiot. What do I do now? Right in front of them, a barren tree was chopped down, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Gujin and Gina were chopping trees with all their might. Gina looked at him, unable to hold back his confusion. Just what on earth is Kim Hwin thinking? Did he come into the dungeon to chop wood instead of hunting monsters? On another front, a goblin was sprinting wildly. A group of conquerors was in hot pursuit, trying to corner it into the center. A tanned man swung his sword, obliterating the monster. A veteran older guy slashed away several other goblins. Day 3 in the dungeon. Early in the morning, the conqueror group was still fiercely slaughtering monsters. One of the veteran guys asked in confusion, why is it so boring? A survival trial shouldn't be this easy, right? John Jun, standing nearby, replied, it is really strange. The monster count is way too low. He glanced around and added, this is a survival trial for an AC plus ranked dungeon. Instead of being hunted, we're way too relaxed. This won't do. Even if it's risky, we need to go scout ahead a bit. Eventually, Gujin and Gina managed to use the logs to build a defensive barricade. The system announced that their level had increased. The representative of the Dark World is delighted by your brilliant growth and has sent a catalog as a reward. Gujin, in the guise of Isaac, held the piece of paper in his hand and wondered, huh? This paper says it's the Skeleton Warrior Command, Absorption Condition, representative of the Dark World. Absorption level must be over level 20. Effect: enhances the abilities of skeleton soldiers and increases the number of skeletons that can be summoned. The higher the rank, the more effective the skill. He stared at it and gave a slight smirk. Gujin decided to tear the paper. The system immediately announced that he had acquired the Skeleton Warrior Command. Standing on top of the barricade, Gujin called down, take it slow. Gina, currently in the identity of Spasiva, asked back in surprise. Huh? What's with the sudden change? He tapped on the wooden barricade and said, this spot is perfectly fine. Why do we have to move? Do you have any idea how exhausting it was to build this yesterday? Gujin jumped down to the ground and explained that the situation had changed, so they had to revise the plan. Gina asked in panic, situation? What situation? Don't tell me some terrifying monster just showed up. Gujin smirked, looking right behind Gina. Lying there was the corpse of an orc. He walked closer and placed his hand on it. A system prompt appeared. Skeleton soldier has been summoned. Skeleton soldier has been summoned. This left Gina utterly stunned. He looked at the newly spawned pile of skeleton soldiers and gasped in awe. What the hell? Gina asked. I thought you could only summon 6 of them. Gujin turned around and replied. Earlier, yeah, that was true. He smirked and said, but things are different now. On another front, shadows were dashing swiftly through the forest. John Jun looked back in panic, then ordered his teammates to change direction. Everyone, head this way. Everyone looked around and saw a massive pile of monster corpses. They gasped in shock. Orcs! John Jun turned and asked, how many are there in total? He pushed up his glasses, a chilling thought crossing his mind. This wasn't a battle. This was a massacre. Just who did this? I already recruited all the capable fighters into my team. Did I miss someone? Yeah. Suddenly, Jin Hong pointed in a specific direction. John Jun, I spotted something else down there. He shifted his gaze to where she was pointing. Then he followed Jin Hong down. What is it this time? He was instantly left speechless by the sight unfolding before his eyes. At the bottom of the hill stood a massive structure built entirely out of wood. Needless to say, this was the masterpiece created by Gujin and Gina. John Jun gasped in absolute awe. So, this is a maze. Then he jumped onto the wooden wall to take a look. John Jun and his teammates looked down at the maze floor, where a massive pile of monster corpses lay scattered. He looked absolutely horrified. Building a wooden maze to lure the monsters into a trap? John Jun looked into the distance, noting that the sheer number of bodies piled up over there was staggering. Then he turned back to the maze, but the outside couldn't even compare to what was going on inside. John Jun thought to himself, just what kind of godlike genius came up with this plan? This method is completely different from anything I've ever seen. Sweating bullets, he pushed up his glasses, completely lost in thought. So this was how they managed to live comfortably for days during a survival challenge. Meanwhile, Jinha spoke up, admitting he had misjudged the situation and that they needed to rope in all the remaining players to join them. Using traps to take them down so easily. It's not exactly my style, but I guess I'm cool with it. He groaned. Why the hell do we have to keep moving? This is exhausting as hell. Woojin replied, why would we do the exact same thing? He gently patted a skeleton soldier on the head and added, don't worry, we won't be needing that anymore. Woojin explained that their firepower had already leveled up, making traps and mazes a total waste of time. Jinha excitedly chimed in, hunting them head-on is going to be way faster now. That's the real thrill of a fight. Of course. Suddenly, Woojin summoned a sword out of thin air. Seeing this, Jinha thought Woojin was coming after him. He flailed his arms defensively and shouted, all right, I'll show you what I'm really made of this time. Woojin simply replied, because I'll be taking the lead. Jinha let out a surprised gasp. Huh? Summoning his own gauntlets, he declared, if that's the case, I'm going all out too. I don't know what you're planning, but there's no way I'm letting some clumsy amateur steal my spotlight. A moment later, Jinha was standing there completely out of breath. He reached out, trying to call out to him. Hey, wait up, Jinha gasped heavily. Can't we just take a short break? A skeleton soldier hurriedly trotted over to him. Jinha immediately shot it a nasty glare. The skeleton soldier shook its head as if completely judging him. Then it just walked right off. Furious, Jinha yelled, get back here right now. Are you mocking me? I said come here. Jinha stood there cursing, but the skeleton soldier had already run off ahead. He pulled at his hair, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, that bastard Kim Woojin seriously has monster tier stamina. Wait, no. It's the difference in our fighting styles. Jinha thought to himself, when I fight, I take them out one by one, which completely drains my stamina, but he just launches overwhelming attacks and moves on. It's incredibly efficient. Jinha stared straight ahead. Catching his gaze, Woojin came to a halt. He glanced back and asked, what is it? Weren't you going to show me what you're really made of? Wiping his sweat, Jinha thought, he actually remembers that? Out loud, he grumbled, I'm doing it right now, aren't I? A horde of monsters appeared one after another. Jinha charged in, tearing through the pack and wiping them all out at once. Woojin stood off to the side, quietly observing him. If this is the Lee Jinha I know, he'll definitely try to mimic the moves I just showed him. Jinha was fiercely punching the monsters into oblivion. Woojin thought to himself, up until now, no one has ever given him any guidance on how to fight. He watched Jinha narrowly dodge a monster's attack. He relies solely on his immortal body and fights recklessly without resting. Maybe his current fighting style just isn't effective enough. Woojin frowned slightly. Over time, he might become a bit more useful than he is right now. Suddenly, a sly smirk formed on his face. Actually, no. I need to make him much more useful. Day 5. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a warm glow over the lush green forest. Down on the ground, the lifeless body of an unlucky hyena lay sprawled in a pool of blood. The system announced that there were 24 hours left until the survival mission ended. Panting heavily, Jinha looked over at Woojin, completely drenched in sweat. He couldn't help but wonder, why the hell is he going this hard when this is just a survival mission? Woojin stared at the system panel. You have leveled up. Meanwhile, Jinha was utterly baffled, wondering, did those monsters steal something precious from him or what? The system granted him a level up reward. The emissary of hell is quite pleased with your ruthless efficiency. You have received a skill book as a reward. Over on the sidelines, Jinha was loudly protesting this extreme exploitation of his labor. He screamed, "Hey, Kim Woojin! This isn't even grinding anymore. This is straight up torture. I've been punching and kicking nonstop for 8 straight hours. I'm a human being, not a damn workhorse." Hearing his complaints, Woojin finally told him to take a break. Jinha looked like he had just been granted a royal pardon. Overjoyed, Jinha's eyes sparkled with sheer relief. Are you serious? Where should we sit? Finally getting his long-awaited break, he immediately whipped out his food rations and started wolfing them down, his mouth chewing non-stop. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier walked over, making him pause for a second. Fueled by a sudden surge of camaraderie, Jinha held out his food to it. What, you want a bite? He asked, waving the food teasingly in his hand. Come on, put your hand out and I'll share. To his absolute surprise, the usually arrogant skeleton actually listened and reached out its bony hand. Jinha stared at it in amazement before bursting into a proud grin. So, Little Bones has finally opened up his heart to me, huh? Jinha bragged, flashing a huge smile. Did you see that, Kim Woojin? Now this is what you call true camaraderie. He was so moved that tears were actually welling up in the corners of his eyes. This is so freaking touching. The bond between comrades is just something words can't even describe. Gina asked with concern if Kim Woojin was hungry. But he suddenly fell silent upon seeing Comrade Skeleton handing its food over to Woojin. What the hell? Realizing he'd been played, he jumped to his feet and demanded answers. So you were the one controlling it this whole time? Son of a bitch! Do you get a kick out of messing with people? Woojin chuckled and replied, I just wanted a little taste of this so-called comradeship. Poor Gina looked like some naive kid who had just fallen for one of Woojin's employment scams. He put his hands on his hips and let out a barrage of curses. Damn your ancestors! You worked me to the bone, refused to feed me, and now you're stealing my food too? If you keep being this cheap, it won't be long before you go bald like Boss Ochan. Woojin thought to himself as he ate. Did he just say bald? That's the first time I've ever heard anything about Ochan's appearance. Suddenly, a flare exploded in the sky. Gina saw it and furrowed his brows. Is that an SOS signal? The time limit is almost up anyway. He scoffed dismissively. We've already slaughtered that many monsters and those guys still can't hold their ground? Woojin said flatly, That's not a distress signal. Gina looked at him, curling his lip in question. Then what is it? Woojin pulled the bone mask off his face, analyzing the situation with perfect clarity. Since the survival time limit is almost up, we're about to be teleported to the second floor. They're gathering everyone to decide the turn order for fighting the snake. Gina crossed his arms and scoffed. What the hell? Even if that whole mob teamed up, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. And now they want to split up and take turns fighting it? Unfreaking believable. They're getting way too cocky. Woojin noted coldly. You and I significantly lowered the difficulty of this floor, which let them slack off and play around for the past 5 days. Naturally, they're overflowing with confidence. Gina looked puzzled. Huh? Seriously? Woojin checked his newly acquired items. Let me check the scroll I was rewarded with, and then we'll head over there. Gina stared at the item in his hands, completely utterly stunned. Huh? That thing... He couldn't hold back a shout. It's an actual gold tier scroll. Woojin's lips curled into an amused smile. This was the primary skill that Johann Josh frequently used. Written on the scroll were the details for the skill Corpse Explosion. Condition, Hell's Envoy. Level requirement, level 30 or higher. Effect. If mana is channeled into a monster's corpse, the corpse can be detonated at any moment. The scene shifted to a clearing where the crowd was assembling. By the time everyone had gathered, night had fallen. Standing atop a large boulder, Zune roared, Everyone, listen up! He then began his speech. Since nearly all the survivors are present, I am announcing that the survival mission will be completed shortly, and we will be teleported to the second floor. The Alliance, including the Pixiu Guild, will be the first to hunt the spined snake. Are there any objections? Gina shot a glance at Woojin and whispered, You called it. These guys are out of their minds. Are they really planning to take turns? Up on the boulder, seeing that everything was going smoothly, Zune continued. Since there are no objections, I will lay this out now so that everyone is clear. Remember, do not interfere with our hunt. He paused for a moment, then emphasized his next words. If anyone intentionally interferes, we will execute you on the spot. Gujin thought indifferently. A threat, huh? Gina kept his voice low and asked, what do we do now? You've got a plan, right? Suddenly, someone shoved him hard. A burly hunter marched over, throwing his weight around. Did you understand what he just said? Gina, having a dangerously short fuse, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, does this prick have a death wish? Can't you just speak Korean? Just as he was about to get physical with the guy, Gujin grabbed his arm, stopping him. Gina turned his head and saw Gujin shaking his head, signaling him not to make a scene. Gujin gestured that they wouldn't interfere with the hunt. Fine by us. Good luck. The aggressive hunter smirked. Good. He then turned on his heel and walked away. Completely baffled and dissatisfied, Gina muttered, why the hell did you stop me? Gujin decided to spell it out for his companion. Were you planning on taking on that entire mob all by yourself? Gina didn't get it. Gujin pointed it out for him. Look at the red band tied around his arm. It's an identifier to show that they're all on the same team. Now, take a good look around us. Gina followed his gaze and realized that, aside from the two of them, almost everyone in the clearing had a red band tied to their arm. He tried to salvage a bit of his pride. Yeah, I already noticed that. Deep down, it clicked for him. So, that's why nobody objected. After realizing just how outnumbered they were, a wave of anxiety finally hit Gina. There's almost no one here without a red band. Hold on a second. Does that mean we stand absolutely no chance against them? Gujin just flashed a mysterious smile. Do you really think so? As the timer hit 0, the system sent a notification to all the hunters. You have completed the survival mission, now teleporting to the second floor. In the dense forest of the second floor, the colossal spined snake was on the move. Its massive tail dragged behind it, leaving deep gouges in the dirt. The hunters remained hidden behind the thick tree trunks, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. The serpent scanned its surroundings with sharp vigilance, as if it could sense the danger lingering in the air. A few of the weaker hunters trembled in fear as the beast locked its gaze in their direction. They didn't even dare to breathe. The spined snake continued its advance, its gigantic tail randomly thrashing against the ground. Little did it know, its entire path had already been lined with an ambush. Seeing that the moment was right, John Jun roared the order to open fire. The team immediately sprang into action, with the squad of mages unleashing a focused, long-range magical assault right at the spined snake. The sudden barrage caught the beast completely off guard. It thrashed and slammed its massive body around, causing the ground beneath it to explode into a shower of debris. Countless explosions, both large and small, erupted across the battlefield. A deafening rumble echoed through the dark night. Gina and Gujin stood nonchalantly on the cliff, observing the chaos below. Unable to hold back, Gina asked, "Are you seriously just going to stand here and watch the show? Looking at them, they might actually pull this off, you know?" Gujin replied without a shred of emotion. "No, not a chance in hell." Gina frowned, completely missing Gujin's point. "Why the hell not? With an army that size, you're telling me it's still not enough?" Instead of answering, Gujin threw a question back at him. "When you run into a monster, what's the very first thing you do?" Gina crossed his arms, deep in thought. "The first thing? I'd charge in and slash it to pieces, obviously. Since we don't know what it's capable of, it's too risky to go all out right from the start." Gujin nodded and pointed down at the thorned serpent. "Exactly. Now look at that monster over there. It just took a fireball straight to the face. Would you still just charge in and try to slash it?" Hearing that, Gina froze for a few seconds before stammering, "Well, obviously not. But wouldn't it be better to just overwhelm it with sheer numbers and end it quickly?" Gujin crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the distant battlefield. "Sure, that would be ideal, but if it were that easy, why hasn't a single person managed to escape this prison yet? Do you think they lacked manpower? Were the ones who failed really that much weaker than the rest of us?" Down below, seeing the serpent take a direct hit, Jo Jung quickly assessed the situation and prepared to issue his next command. He was practically buzzing with excitement. "Excellent work! Everyone, push forward!" But to their surprise, the serpent showed zero interest in fighting. It whipped its massive head around and bolted. Its colossal body surged forward, darting right over the hunters' heads. Spotting this, a squad member yelled out that the snake was making a run for it. Jo-jun smirked, feeling like this hunt was way too easy. At this rate, taking it down was only a matter of time. He was about to become the very first player to slay the venomous serpent. The thorn serpent slithered away with terrifying speed, its massive bulk carving a deep trench in the earth. Suddenly, its eyes widened in sheer panic. A wall of jagged, razor-sharp rocks erupted right in front of it, completely blocking its escape route. Someone had made their move. The Master of Knowledge skill, Destruction, was activated. Massive, jagged spikes of earth and stone shot violently up into the sky. But the thorn serpent didn't even flinch. It rammed straight into the barricade. When it came to raw durability, its scales were far tougher than mere stone. The rocks shattered into pieces as the serpent blasted right through, plowing forward as if there was nothing in its way. Gina stared down at the hunters, his eyes wide in disbelief. Looks like they came completely prepared. They even predicted the damn thing would try to run. But Gujin saw things entirely differently. He spoke with a chilling calmness. "It has finally begun." Gina blinked, completely lost. What do you mean begun?" "It looks like they're about to wrap this up," Gujin patiently corrected him. "No, that serpent never relies on direct, head-on attacks, and those vicious thorns all over its body. Haven't you noticed something off about them?" Down on the battlefield, Jo-jun screamed at his men to keep up the assault. "Focus, all fire, on its head." The serpent reared up, staring down a relentless barrage of magical attacks aimed right between its eyes. Explosions tore through the air as the thorn serpent let out a furious hiss. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed up right behind the archers and mages. The serpent's titanic tail was raised high into the sky, ready to crush them all. One of the mages caught a glimpse of it. "Huh?" Just as expected, the beast viciously swept its tail toward the back line. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it watched from a distance. Its ridiculously long, massive body allowed it to effortlessly strike them from afar. But things didn't go as planned, forcing the beast to snap its gaze back. A thunderous crash shook the ground. A massive cloud of dust kicked up, forcing the startled mage to cover his face, coughing. A warrior roared at the top of his lungs. "Regroup! Keep up the pressure! It's our damn job to hold this line!" The mage peeked through the dust, catching a sudden flash of light that swept across his vision. Right there, a heavy shield wall of warriors had intercepted the serpent's tail, completely protecting their main damage dealers from being wiped out. The mage braced a trembling hand against the dirt, trying to steady himself. Pushing off the ground, he forced himself back up and sprinted into position. "That's right. Let's end this monster once and for all." The relentless barrage of ranged attacks hammered into the serpent's head. Deafening explosions rang out without a second's pause. Jo-jun barked out orders. "It's finally slowing down. Formation. Get into position." The rest of the vanguard locked into their combat formation. But to the towering serpent, they looked like nothing more than a pathetic swarm of ants. Its crimson laser-like eyes pierced right through the thick cloud of smoke and dust. Suddenly, the thorned serpent reared its entire body upward, towering over them like a massive, ancient tree piercing the heavens. Jo-jun gasped in shock. Up until now, the beast had only been trying to flee. Then, an even more terrifying sight unfolded. The serpent's hood flared out wide like a king cobra, and the menacing, razor-sharp thorns across its body bristled, pointing dangerously in every single direction. Jo-jun screamed in panic, "Cease fire! Everyone, fall back into a defensive stance!" But the second the words left his mouth, hundreds of massive thorns erupted from the serpent's body, raining down like missiles straight at the hunters below. The deadly rain of thorns plummeted from the sky as the hunters scrambled for their lives. A series of deafening explosions ripped through the area, kicking up a blinding dust storm that completely obscured the casualties. The thorned serpent's body was now covered in grotesque, gaping black holes where its deadly spikes used to be. It was an absolutely revolting sight. The monster unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The sheer force of the shockwave blasted through the forest, forcing even Gina and Gujin to take a step back on their cliffside perch. Gujin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had fully expected those projectiles to be coated in a lethal poison, but they turned out to be just ordinary physical spikes. Beside him, Gina stared blankly, thinking to himself, "That was a brutal attack, sure, but is that really all it's got?" As the shockwave finally faded, the serpent stopped moving entirely. The dust slowly began to clear, revealing Joe Jun standing perfectly unharmed. His glasses were cracked down the middle, and his heart was still pounding wildly in his chest. What the hell? Was that it? It took Joe Jun a moment to regain his composure. He had braced himself for some kind of terrifying secret weapon, but it was just a large-scale physical barrage. Nothing they couldn't handle. A warrior near the giant spike leaned against it to stand up. With a sudden crack, the spike shattered. He tested it with his hand. It was completely hollow, its outer shell as brittle as an eggshell. Did these spikes really come from the venomous serpent? He hadn't expected them to snap so easily. Looking back at the beast, it suddenly made sense. The fierce serpent roared, but it was completely bare, stripped of the spikes or anything else that could pose a threat to them. John Jun shouted decisively. "All right, the snake is out of spikes." He seized the opportunity. "Attack now, before it regenerates." The hunters swarmed forward, no longer fearing the spiked serpent. This time, the melee fighters charged into the fray with swords and shields raised. John Jun pushed up his glasses, thinking smugly, "Is this it? Whether we're killing a snake or whatever else, it's no big deal." With victory practically in sight, the warriors surged forward. Suddenly, someone stumbled. Seeing this, a blonde tank barked out, "Hey, what are you stopping for?" He pushed past his squad mates, scowling. "What the hell are you doing? Stop dragging your feet and keep moving." But then he saw his comrade clutching his mouth, coughing up blood before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. This bizarre sight left him stunned for a few seconds, frozen in place, until the heavy clatter of armor echoed from behind him. Another squad mate fell flat on his back, eyes bulging as he choked up blood. Seeing his comrades dropping one after another, the blonde tank froze in terror. The very next second, a sickening wave of nausea hit him. A system notification rang out. He had been afflicted by the spiked serpent's venom. The vanguard of tanks in the rear saw the carnage and halted. "It's poison! Fall back! Fast!" One of them quickly relayed the catastrophic news to the back line. "Hey, John Jun, we're taking heavy casualties here. Half our tanks are down." John Jun stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. "Poison?" He stared blankly at the hollow spikes embedded in the ground. What was he supposed to do now? There had been absolutely no warning. Were those spikes laced with venom? The frontline tanks began a frantic retreat, leaving John Jun standing there, trembling from head to toe. If the heavy hitters were dropping instantly, it had to be an incredibly lethal toxin. Meanwhile, up in a tree, a skeleton soldier's eyes flared with eerie light, taking in every detail of the battlefield below as the panicked mob trampled over each other in desperation. The air was filled with chaotic, desperate screams. "Get out of the way! Move! Please, take me with you!" Gujin, sharing the vision of his scout skeleton, clicked his tongue softly. What a bloodbath. Standing a safe distance away, Gina frowned, completely clueless as to why the raid group was suddenly fleeing. "Damn it, this is so frustrating. Why the hell are they just bolting like that?" Gujin calmly explained, "They're retreating because of the spiked serpent's venom." Hearing that, Gina shrieked, "Venom? What the hell do you mean? Those spikes it shot out were coated in poison." Gina frantically threw out guesses. Wait, is the venom inside the spikes? But his guesses were way off. Gujin shook his head. No. That massive area of effect attack earlier hit their backline too. If the spikes themselves were venomous, the squishies in the rear would have dropped dead long before those tanks did. Gina, looking like a bewildered student, pressed on. "Then how does it work? When exactly did everyone get poisoned?" Then it clicked. He remembered the moment the beast had unleashed that deafening roar, sending shockwaves echoing through the entire forest. Son of a bitch! Didn't that guy say the raid strategy was flawless? Isn't this supposed to be a literal death snake? Having zero plans of his own, Gina could only ask, "So what now? What's our next move? Are we teaming up with the survivors over there?" Gujin stood up. "No." A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. "Now that we know exactly what we're dealing with, we should take our time and move in slowly." Behind them, the skeleton squad had just finished wiping out a mob of rabid goblins. Seeing that Gujin actually intended to approach the serpent, Gina panicked. "What? You're going over there! Are you out of your freaking mind?" Gujin didn't even turn his head, tossing out a casual order. "I'm the only one who needs to get close to the snake. You stay here and prep for the next step." Gina let out a massive sigh of relief, though he vaguely felt like he was being exploited like cheap labor. Thank God. Hey, wait, you bastard, I didn't tag along just to be your errand boy. Gujin just smiled back at him. Is that right? Gujin said smoothly. That's a relief. In that case, you can go handle the snake yourself. I won't get involved. Seeing how easily Gujin was ready to throw him to the wolves, Gina instantly changed his tune. He shook his head so hard it practically blurred. No, that's not what I meant. I'm saying I voluntarily want to stay right here and work my ass off for you. That's what I meant. The spiked serpent remained towering in its spot, completely motionless. As the night breeze blew gently, a colorless, venomous mist began to seep silently from the hollow pores across the beast's body. A figure lurked in the shadows behind a nearby tree. Gujin analyzed the situation silently. Colorless, odorless, and practically invisible. No wonder the players didn't notice a thing. The mystery of why the entire vanguard wiped out had just been solved. He glanced at the poor bastards littered across the ground. By the time they realized they were in danger, the lethal dosage was already past the point of no return. But he was a different story entirely. Gujin raised a hand, casually adjusting his bone mask. A system notification rang out. The authority of Apophis is currently active. You will not be poisoned by the spiked serpent. The spiked serpent's venom enhances the effects of hemolysis. Seeing that last line, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought that the authority of Apophis could actually buff his hemolysis skill? Talk about a lucky break. Suddenly, something caught the corner of Gujin's eye. He glanced down at a shattered spear abandoned on the ground. Gujin crouched down, pulling up his system interface to browse through it. Scanning through the items in his inventory window, Gujin rubbed his chin and thought, a beast that massive. Its hide has got to be insanely thick. I will tear it down piece by piece instead of taking it head on. He flashed a wicked grin. Yeah, that will be way more effective. Meanwhile, in another area, a young man with a red string around his wrist slammed his fist into a tree. John Jun was completely consumed by guilt. Damn it, I'm completely useless. Everything that just happened, it's all my fault. He turned to his teammate. How many people made it out? Jin Hong glanced back and replied, I don't know. I think I saw around 30 people while we were running. Everything was in complete chaos. Desperate, he practically begged John Jun. We have to go back and save them. There could still be a lot of survivors out there. But John Jun saw things differently. No, we wait here. We need to regroup with whoever is left. He pushed up his glasses, his voice turning cold. Anyone still back there is already dead. Jin Hong exploded in anger. Wait, look at us. With the numbers we have left, I don't even know if we can launch an attack, especially since we're desperately short on tanks. John Jun replied decisively, we're just going to retrieve the bodies. We cannot afford to lose any more manpower. Instead, our best move is to reorganize our party and try again later. I've already given up on clearing it this time. Going back right now is just feeding ourselves to that giant snake. Jin Hong grabbed his head and cursed out loud. He pointed at the exhausted members slowly gathering around. They clearly still had people. But unfortunately, everyone was suffering from the snake's poison. They were sick, groaning, and clutching their heads in pain. Jin Hong challenged him. So there's really no other way. We're just going to abandon our comrades like this? How can you even say that? John Jun clenched his fists. He thought to himself, even if I say we'll regroup, the outcome is obvious. Fighting a boss without a tank is like charging into battle without a shield. But in times like this, I have to keep a clear head. Suddenly, a massive rumbling echoed from the distance, snapping the whole group to attention. Hearing the noise, one of the members panicked. Could it be heading our way? To be safe, John Jun immediately barked an order. Quickly, pinpoint that snake's exact location. A scout in the team immediately sprang into action, leaping up a nearby tree. With incredible agility, he quickly secured a foothold on a sturdy, high branch. Scanning the distance to find the giant snake, the scout suddenly froze in sheer disbelief. Seeing him speechless, the team below grew incredibly anxious. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and report its position. The scout struggled to find his words. I know this sounds crazy, but there's a player fighting the thorned snake right now. This news left John Jun absolutely stunned. What? Jin Hong couldn't believe his ears. He practically shouted in disbelief. Are you being serious right now? Explain exactly what you're seeing. Hurry up. The scout pointed desperately toward the snake. I just told you. Somebody is fighting the thorned snake all by themselves. If you don't believe me, come up here and see for yourselves. Hearing this, John Jun stood frozen like a statue. This is impossible. How could anyone even survive in that toxic hellscape, let alone fight? Jin Hong was dumbfounded, still questioning the scout. Is that really true? John Jun broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, because of that snake's poison gas, getting anywhere near it should be a death sentence. Needing to see it to believe it, the entire group scrambled up into the high branches. And there it was. They actually saw the monstrous snake being attacked. The exact same thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously. How is this even possible? John Jun quickly realized the core detail. Wait a minute. If he's fighting it up close, does that mean the poison cloud is gone? If not, how else could he be doing this? He clenched his fist tight. If we strike right now, no, the team is exhausted. After a brief internal struggle, John Jun made his decision. We're going back in. Jin Hong's eyes went wide. Go back? But you literally just said that going back was suicide. John Jun snapped, completely losing his patience. Are you blind? Can't you see that the thorn snake's poison is completely gone? He was desperate to make things right. This is our golden opportunity to make up for our failure. He rallied his team. If we don't team up and take it down right now, we might never get another chance. Meanwhile, out on the distant battlefield, the now thornless snake roared ferociously. Its massive body was being peppered with arrows. Heavy, dull thuds echoed out with every impact, but the beast barely even flinched. If anything, the skeleton soldiers' attacks were just annoying it. Down below, the emotionless skeletons showed zero fear, relentlessly firing their bows under Gujurin's absolute command. Using the skeleton soldiers as a distraction, he freely maneuvered around to the snake's blind spot. Just as I thought, he mused. Ordinary arrows and spears can't pierce its thick armor. Completely unaware of the looming danger, the snake didn't notice Gujin leaping onto its back with dual sharp spears in hand. But there is a much easier way to bypass its armor and infect it with blood poison. The thorned snake, Lardefunda Thorns, endlessly harassed by the skeletal archers, finally snapped. Driven mad with rage, its blood-red eyes locked onto the skeletons as it lunged forward with its massive jaws wide open. The two skeleton soldiers below immediately went on high alert as the monster closed in for melee combat. The giant snake dropped its head low, its gaping maw ready to swallow these two annoying pests whole. However, the undead warriors were surprisingly agile. Both of them leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the beast's devastating strike. Missing its target, the snake lost its momentum and slammed its heavy head into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. And right at that moment, Gujin had already sprinted all the way up to its head, without the beast noticing a thing. Seizing the perfect opening, he twirled the spears in his hands, his eyes sharp and decisive. Squelch. Gujin brutally drove both razor-sharp spears straight into the dark, empty sockets where the snake's thorns used to be. A system prompt instantly chimed in. The thorned snake has been infected with blood poison. A soul-shattering pain ripped through the monster, forcing it to whip its head around to glare at him, the culprit who had just caused it sheer agony. Gujin just smirked, casually chatting with the furious beast like an old friend. Your thorns are gone, buddy, leaving all these nice little holes wide open. I'll plant a spear dripping with blood venom right here. Faint, toxic gas is seeping out from inside those pores. He brushed it off and muttered, if you were human, you'd call these pores. That's gotta hurt, huh? Who knows if the snake understood him, but it threw its jaws wide open and hissed violently. Gujin just smirked. So earlier, you were just playing dead and pretending to run away, huh? I guess that's the only way to get humans to drop their guard and step close enough. The snake instantly lunged at him. He drew a fresh spear, letting out a low chuckle. The players who fell for that trick probably never saw it coming, even in their wildest dreams. Gujin raised his spear high. The snake's ordinary thorns had vanished, leaving behind only these gaping pores. He hurled the spear with brutal force as the snake's head closed in. In reality, a massive amount of toxic gas was spewing out of the holes. This time, the spear was aimed dead straight for the snake's eye. With a sickening thud, the beast shrieked in agony, Its eye was completely ruined. The system chimed in with another notification. The thorned snake has been inflicted with blood venom. Pumped full of venom, it writhed in excruciating pain, its massive body thrashing and kicking up a storm of dust. Yet, its wild flailing didn't leave a single scratch on Gujin. He darted nimbly across the branches, repositioning himself. Glancing back, he threw a mocking taunt. "You're moving pretty sluggishly for a guy your size. So how does it feel to taste your own poison?" Meanwhile, the corpse of a goblin hit the ground with a heavy thud. Gina, currently under the guise of Spasiva, glared toward the battlefield and grumbled. "You told me to keep a low profile, and now you're out there making a massive scene." He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. "And making me lug these monster corpses around on top of it all? Is this any way to treat a genius like me?" Well, at least Gujin had the decency to leave a few skeleton soldiers behind to help him out. But Gina just couldn't swallow his anger, so he aggressively flipped the bird right in the face of one of the skeletons. The more he thought about it, the more pissed off he got. "Yeah, eat this, you jerk." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier's jaw clattered open. It was Gujin's voice. "Give me a status report." Gina nearly jumped out of his skin and instantly yanked his hand back. "Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. How long have you been watching?" Gujin completely ignored the middle finger and asked coldly, "Is the setup I asked for ready?" Gina let out an awkward chuckle. "Yeah, of course. Just a little more over here and it's done. But are you absolutely sure that snake is going to come this way? How could you even predict its route?" Gujin just shot back icily. "I don't have time to explain. Just wrap it up," Gina yelled back indignantly. "Hey, wait a minute. You're working me like a dog and I don't even get an explanation?" Gujin didn't care in the slightest. The skeleton soldier standing in front of Gina suddenly went dead silent. The connection had been cut. Gujin mentally calculated his next move. Since the setup on that side is ready, let's get this over with. He sprinted fiercely through the forest, locked onto his target. Back at the main battlefield, a skeleton soldier was wildly hacking away at the thorned snake with a sword. Suddenly, it snapped its head around as if sensing something. The skeleton soldier's eye sockets flared with a vibrant blue light. Connection established. Gujin had taken direct control of this summon. He tossed the sword to the dirt, glancing over his shoulder at the gleaming razor-sharp spears stashed nearby. He immediately marched over and snatched one up. Piloting the skeletal body, Gujin charged forward with the spear in hand. His target was that loathsome thorned snake, writhing just a short distance away. Picking up momentum, he launched himself high into the air. From there, Gujin maneuvered the skeleton in a jagged zigzag pattern through the canopy. Using the element of surprise, he executed a flawless ambush. He drove two spears mercilessly into its exposed pores. The snake thrashed around in sheer agony, completely caught off guard by the brutal sneak attack. The system announced, "The thorned snake has been inflicted with blood venom." Enraged, the snake immediately whipped its head around, locking onto the skeleton soldier Gujin was controlling. But without a second's hesitation, Gujin severed the connection. The now soulless skeleton was left out to dry by its master, staring right into the gaping maw of the furious thorned snake. But right at that moment, another skeleton soldier dashed forward and vaulted into the air. This skeleton was also dual-wielding poisoned spears. It launched itself into the sky, dead set on the beast's head. A split second later, both spears sank deep into the pores right on top of the snake's skull. That strike didn't just save a comrade, it forced the massive snake to slam its head into the dirt. The attacking skeleton soldier suddenly spoke up, dripping with Gujin's arrogance. "To make you actually live up to the name Thorned Snake, I'm going to give you a little makeover." True to his word, Gujin commanded the skeleton to relentlessly plunge spear after spear into the thorned snake's open pores. The beast was utterly helpless to stop it. The system relentlessly updated. The thorned snake is afflicted with blood venom. All stats decreased. By now, the black hollows on the snake's head were completely bristling with spears. They looked like freshly sprouted thorns, but only the beast knew the agonizing, burning pain they brought. Terrified, the monster turned and bolted. Not too far away, another skeleton soldier gripped a venomous spear, its hollow eyes locked onto the fleeing prey. Gujin possessed this skeleton, winding back for another throw. "You're so damn massive, it's taking forever for this poison to fully sink in, isn't it?" With a vicious grunt, he hurled the spear straight at the snake. Without missing a beat, his consciousness jumped to a skeleton soldier that was already clinging to the snake's flailing body. This summon had one simple job: catch the incoming spear. Gujin piloted the skeleton into a nimble leap, its gloved, bony hand snatching the spear mid-air. Digging its feet in for leverage, he brought his arm down with everything he had, driving it right toward an exposed pore on the beast's back. With a sickening squelch, the spear buried itself deep into the flesh. The system notifications went absolutely wild. The thorn snake is afflicted with blood venom. Stamina decreased, resistance decreased. The unbearable agony sent it thrashing wildly, but its enemy was far too cunning. The snake could do nothing but shriek in despair. It violently shook its massive head to buck the skeletons off, but they clung to the embedded spears like leeches, gripping the edges of the pores so tightly that nothing could shake them loose. Broken and battered, the snake finally gave up and fled, entirely losing the will to fight Gujin anymore. As it slithered away in a panic, Gujin's possessed skeleton took the opportunity to leap off its back. Catching himself on a nearby tree branch, he scoffed. Couldn't handle the pain, so you're finally running with your tail between your legs, huh? Gujin cleanly severed his connection to the skeleton, returning to his own body. Half-blinded and delirious, the snake just slithered frantically for its life. Scattered across its escape route was a pile of freshly slain goblin corpses. Little did it know, its nightmare was only just beginning. The moment it slithered over them, boom! A massive, deafening explosion ripped through the forest. The representative of the Dark World's corpse explosion skill had just been triggered. The blast hit the snake's head point blank. Stunned and completely disoriented, it barely managed to lift its head out of the thick, choking black smoke. It shook its head to clear the thick black smoke, desperately trying to regain its senses. Then the massive serpent fled in the opposite direction. Seeing through the eyes of his skeleton soldier, Wu Jin watched it flee and let out a dark chuckle. Running the other way was completely useless. Sure enough, a pile of goblin corpses was already waiting right in its new escape path. Just as its roaring head lunged over the mound of dead bodies, Gujin triggered another blast. The corpse explosion skill, granted by the representative of the Shadow World, had been activated. The serpent barely caught a glimpse of the roaring flames erupting right beneath its eyes. This blast acted as the perfect detonator. Deafening booms echoed back to back as a blinding glare lit up the entire sky. A system notification chimed in. The thorned serpent has been afflicted with blood poison. The thorned serpent's resistance is dropping. The thorned serpent's health is depleting. The scene shifted to a corporate office where a newspaper was slammed onto a desk. The front page headline screamed about a massive wipeout. Fourth floor dungeon raid ends in failure. Director Si Chang smirked, a hidden meaning behind his crooked smile. So, the private army meticulously raised by Park Yong-won meets its end just like that. Things are getting interesting. If they actually make it out of the 6th floor dungeon, it's going to break Old Park's heart, isn't it? He gave his orders. Secretary Lee, go rent a vehicle and have it sent right to the entrance of the Thorn Serpent dungeon. Secretary Ju blinked in surprise. Huh? But they haven't even been in there for a week yet. Se Chang chuckled. It's not like I want to burn through cash just to have them wear masks. As long as there are no prying eyes around, they can fully coordinate and unleash their true strength. Secretary Ju tilted her head, looking at him questioningly. So, I shouldn't just rent some beat-up clunker from the junkyard like usual. Their current cover identities are Russian nationals, after all. She quickly stood up. We need to prepare a diplomatic vehicle so they can pull out immediately if things go south. Hearing the word diplomatic, Se Chang broke into a cold sweat, his wallet crying out in pain. Diplomatic? Good lord, how much is that going to cost me? Panic flashing across his face, he called out, Ju, wait! Hold on a second, Secretary Lee. Is there any kind of diplomatic mission that doesn't require a fancy car? Knowing her boss's legendary cheapness all too well, she simply replied, no, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Back in the dungeon, Gina stood atop a cliff, observing the entire battlefield. Seeing the serpent being forced exactly into the path Gujin had orchestrated, he thought in utter shock, don't tell me that crazy bastard actually predicted its escape route? He used the explosions to cut it off and herd it right into his trap? Down below, Gujin and his platoon of skeleton soldiers surrounded the serpent, having finally cornered the beast right where they wanted it. Music playing. The giant serpent shook its head, trying to clear the thick black smoke clinging to it. Its massive body was now battered and covered in horrific wounds. The system announced that the blood poison had fully spread throughout the thorned serpent's body. Gujin let out a confident smirk. It might still look like it had some fight left in it, but it was already way too late. Below, the skeleton soldiers systematically rained arrows down onto the serpent's hide. Hissing in pain, the enraged beast whipped its head around, glaring fiercely at the skeletal archers. But the skeleton soldiers didn't give a damn. They just kept firing away. Driven utterly mad with rage, the serpent snapped its jaws and unleashed a furious hiss. But the moment it snapped to the right, a skeleton soldier on the left launched an attack. Startled, it whipped its deadly gaze back to the left. Seeing his summons having a field day, Gujin instructed them to hold back and not waste all their energy on heavy attacks. Since the blood poison had already corrupted its entire bloodstream, time was on their side. The longer this dragged out, the more the beast's stamina would drain, leaving it in nothing but pure agony. Meanwhile, Jongjun and his squad were sprinting at full speed toward the serpent's location. As he ran, a deep frown crossed his face. It was entirely baffling. For a while now, the only sounds echoing through the dungeon were agonizing screams. It was obvious that the vast majority of the players had been completely overrun by this dungeon. Jongjun couldn't contain his burning curiosity. Just what kind of monster was this guy fighting it all alone? Right in the middle of their sprint, a global notification pinged for every single player in the dungeon. The thorned serpent has been slain. Everyone froze in absolute shock. What the hell? The thorned serpent has already been taken down? One player nearly cried tears of joy. Oh, thank God! We can finally get out of here alive! Another player chimed in. Was it that solo guy? We better move. If we don't hurry, he's going to loot all the thorned serpent's drops before logging out. Jongjun's eyes went wide. There's no freaking way? He actually hunted that boss down? Seeing him abruptly stop, Jin Hong immediately spun around and called out to him. Hey, over here, pick up the pace. Snapping out of his daze, Jongjun didn't hesitate for another second and instantly bolted forward. Damn right. We are absolutely not leaving this place empty-handed. Jongjun had completely shifted his objective. Come hell or high water, he was going to see that crazy bastard's face. Meanwhile, Gujin received a fresh wave of system notifications. Achievement unlocked. Apex Thorned Serpent Hunter. The representative of the Shadow World has bestowed a fragment of their power upon you. The second notification chimed in. Achievement rank. Apex Thorned Serpent Hunter. Unique achievement effect. All stats plus 20. Achievement. Rank Thorned Serpent Hunter. Rare achievement effect. All stats plus 3. This was immediately followed by a notification that his blood poison skill had leveled up, rewarding him with a proficiency stone. A radiant pillar of light descended from the heavens, completely enveloping Gujin. His level had gone up. And finally, a personalized quest just for him. System notification. Locate and extract the yellow dragon core from within the thorned serpent's remains. Staring up at the sheer mass of the monstrous snake in front of him, Gujin let out a heavy sigh. Man, what a massive pain in the ass. Just then, Jongjun's squad finally arrived on the scene, only to have their path instantly blocked by a mysterious figure. It was Gina, currently disguised under his Spasava persona. Standing dead center in their path, he barked out aggressively in English, "Back the hell off!" Jin Hong stopped dead in his tracks, completely bewildered. Whoa, what's with the hostility? Why are you blocking the way? Jongjun tried to de-escalate the situation. Hey, easy now. We're not here to cause any trouble for you guys. Gina didn't say a single word back. He just sternly raised his hand, smucked, gesturing for them to halt and making it crystal clear that nobody was getting past him. One of Jongjun's party members glanced back at the team, whispering urgently, "He clearly doesn't speak Korean. Does anyone here actually know English?" Meanwhile, Jongjun cautiously raised both hands in the air, trying to show he meant absolutely no harm. Look, man, we literally just want to take a quick look around, that's all. He put on his most sincere expression. I swear to you, we aren't the bad guys here. But the only response he got was an icy, dead-eyed glare from Gina. That and the terrifying presence of 3 hulking skeleton soldiers stepping up from behind him, sending a freezing chill straight down Jongjun's spine. Wait, are those Skeleton soldiers? Looking at the skeleton soldiers, John Jun finally understood. Since they were just bare bones, the toxic gas wouldn't affect them at all. Even though it would work against the needle snake, the whole thing was still completely unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. The player assembly had been breached, but there was no way the raid on the needle snake could just fail. There was still something going on that he hadn't grasped yet. Just as he thought he needed to go inspect the needle snake's limbs himself, a sudden tremor echoed from the distance. Flocks of birds scattered frantically out of the forest. Jin Hong and his teammates stared wide-eyed when they saw the cause of the commotion. One of the members on Zun's side turned to ask his comrade, What is that? Even Gina, Gujin's teammate, had to turn his head to take a look. Behind them, the massive snake reared its head, but its flesh and blood were rapidly melting away, leaving only a colossal skeleton behind. John Jun struggled to find his voice. That's the needle snake! A wave of terror washed over him. Don't tell me they're trying to summon a skeleton out of that. Seizing the moment Gina was distracted, John Jun dashed forward. He ducked low to avoid Gina's line of sight, absolutely determined to see who was behind this. Without a second thought, John Jun sprinted at full speed, brushing right past Gina. However, in the very next second, a dark silhouette darted right in front of him. Gina wrapped an arm around John Jun's neck, effortlessly putting him in a chokehold and slamming him to the ground. John Jun was completely paralyzed by the terrifying speed and brute strength of this blonde Russian guy. Bam! John Jun was slammed down so hard his body skidded across the dirt. When he finally came to a halt, he gritted his teeth and groaned. What kind of move was that? Playing the role of a grumpy Russian, Gina furiously repeated his threat in English. I already told you to back the hell off. Realizing there was no getting past this human wall, Jun cursed at his men. Damn it! Let's just get out of here. I've burned his face into my memory. Meanwhile, over on Gujin's side, as the massive beast turned into bare bones, a brilliant golden orb appeared right beneath its skull. The dazzling yellow jewel spun in mid-air, radiating an overwhelming amount of energy. Disguised as Isaac, Gujin let out a satisfied smirk. Well, that saves me the trouble of hunting for it. At that exact moment, the system chimed in, notifying him that the skeleton summon had failed because his skill level was too low. The colossal snake skeleton slowly cracked apart before violently crashing to the ground. Because the bones were so massive and heavy, the deafening impact kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. A moment later, the wind blew the dust away, slowly revealing a lone silhouette. Gujin stood there gripping the glowing orb, as the system announced he had acquired the Master of the Golden Dragon. Master of the Golden Dragon. A legendary grade item. Requires one more level to equip. You can channel the magical power of the Golden Dragon. It grants a plus 50 bonus to magic effects and increases mana recovery speed by 20%. Outside the dungeon, a white car was parked right by the entrance. Inside, someone was furiously typing on a laptop, drafting an article with the headline, Needle Snake Raid Ends in Failure. The reporter sighed. It's been a whole week and still no news, huh? His colleague leaned back with his hands behind his head. No news is no surprise. No one ever expected them to actually pull this off in the first place. The first reporter chimed in agreement. Right? If they actually cleared it, that would be the shock of the century. His colleague shook his head with a tired sigh. I just want this to wrap up quickly so we can go home. We can't just rot out here forever. Hey, as reporters, we just gotta suck it up and deal with it. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed from outside the car. The raid was a success. The chubby reporter immediately threw the car door open and scrambled out to catch the breaking news. He was absolutely dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Right in front of them, a massive swarm of reporters from countless agencies had completely surrounded the entrance. The flashing and clicking of camera shutters went off like machine gun fire. Someone in the crowd furiously shouted, "Who the hell is the manager in charge here? Is nobody running this thing?" John Jun and Jin Hong, who had just stormed out of the dungeon, were frantically looking around for their people. Where's the Kirin Guild support team? Damn it, where are they hiding? Finally, a voice called out from the chaos. Over here! We're right here! John Jun practically lost his mind as he screamed his orders. Stop them! Block every single Russian from leaving! Those bastards stole our kill on the needle snake. You have to stop them right now. Do not let them escape. Jin Hong had their faces burned into his memory. The moment he spotted the figures of the two Russians, Gujin and Gina in disguise, walking out, he immediately shrieked, "There they are! It's those guys from earlier! They're the ones who took down the needle snake!" The mob of reporters aggressively snapped photos, bombarding them with questions. "Please give us a quick interview. How are you feeling after this incredible victory?" Meanwhile, John Jun was completely trapped behind the wall of press. Unable to push through, all he could do was scream helplessly as he watched Gujin slip away. "Stop them! Don't let them out of here!" Shoved back and forth by the surging crowd, he lashed out in rage. "Get out of my way! Didn't you hear me?" By the time he finally managed to claw his way out of the mob, a sleek black car with diplomatic blue license plates was already speeding away with Gujin and Gina inside. John Jun stared at the license plates, so furious he could cough up blood. "Those absolute bastards! We can't legally block a diplomat's car." Inside the escaping vehicle, Gina happily bounced his leg. "Man, Se-chan really threw some heavy cash at this. Now I can finally crash on a nice soft bed." He peeled off his disguise, revealing his naturally handsome face. "So, what kind of sweet loot actually dropped out there? We took down the giant needle snake, right? It's gotta be something insanely good." Seeing Gujin just tapping away on his phone without answering, he shot him a resentful glare. "Hey, if you're gonna work me like a dog, the least you could do is tell me what we got." Gujin completely ignored his whining and dialed a number. "It's Kim Gujin." "Yeah, we just got back from the raid." The person on the other end of the line was Se-chan. He was sitting in front of his computer, scrolling through the latest news. "Kim Gujin, is that you?" "Actually, no. It's Isaac Ivanov. So how does it feel to be the new hero in town?" Gujin fired back a question of his own. "Right, so how is the public reacting?" Se-chan let out a hearty laugh. "Every single news outlet is obsessing over you right now. The needle snake eradication. The great needle snake hunt. The biggest burning question is, who exactly is Isaac Ivanov? You're the #1 trending topic right now. With all these new skills making a debut, burning through this much reputation all at once definitely wasn't a waste." Se-chan was already brewing a brand new scheme. "So, what do you think about skyrocketing Isaac Ivanov's value and moving him to a much bigger stage? If you don't mind, I've actually got a pretty sweet plan in mind." He couldn't help but think that name would be pretty handy for getting clearance to enter certain dungeons. He had planned to bring it up himself, but the guy asking first made things a whole lot easier. He suddenly dropped into a polite tone with Se-chan. "That sounds great. Please take good care of me from now on," Se-chan replied. "Good. While you were busy with your raid, something pretty interesting went down. Do you know Jin Himi, one of Park Yong-wang's elite bodyguards? The squad she was leading got completely wiped out on their way to the 4th floor. Players dying during a raid is nothing out of the ordinary, and it didn't look suspicious at first glance. But I went ahead and analyzed the data my own way. It seems a spy managed to infiltrate Jin Himi's team, and I've got the info on the players who received backing from the Yamato Guild." Se-chan held up a bank statement, looking thoroughly impressed. Even though they saw it coming, the Skull Guild still landed a devastating blow. Gujin looked confused. "Why are you telling me this?" Se-chan replied calmly. "There's no point in hiding anything from me. I already know all about your relationship with Park Yong-wang and the Skull Guild." Gujin thought to himself, "Are you seriously trying to take a bite out of Park Yong-wang by eavesdropping?" Come to think of it, Se-chan was no ordinary guy either. The diplomatic vehicle pulled up to their rendezvous point at the rest stop. Gujin opened the door and stepped out. "Let's get off here." Gina looked completely baffled. "Huh? We're getting out now?" he muttered to himself. "Oh, didn't Mr. Se-chan say he was going to treat us to a meal for all our hard work?" Gina kept rambling on. "Even if he didn't offer, I'm seriously craving some tofu udon from the rest stop. Why the heck are we stopping here?" Gujin patted the hood of a beat-up jalopy. "We're taking this one for the rest of the trip." Staring at a car that looked older than he was, Gina couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? His massive frame was completely unsuited for a ride like this. The moment he got in, he had to scrunch his legs all the way up to his chest. Gina cursed Se-chan in a fit of rage. "So that's his game. Son of a bitch. I was wondering why he bothered renting such a fancy car for us." He was spitting curses faster than his mouth could keep up. But seriously, no matter how you look at it, just look at this piece of junk. This thing looks like it was dragged straight out of a scrapyard. This is so freaking annoying. How can a car even get this filthy? Does anyone in the world actually still drive something like this? Gujin felt a little personally attacked. He flatly replied, "This is my car." Hearing that, Gina instantly changed his tune. He let out an awkward, strained laugh. Ha. Ha ha. Well, in our country where we don't produce a single drop of oil, a compact car like this is obviously the best choice, right? A man who drives a car like this is clearly a brilliant and patriotic citizen. Remembering that they hadn't eaten yet, Gujin mentioned, "Come to think of it, he said he left some cash for food in the glove compartment. He suggested they grab a bite if they were hungry before hitting the road." Gina popped open the glove box to find an envelope sitting right inside. He snatched it up, his eyes practically sparkling with anticipation. No way. He actually gave us a food allowance? Is the sun gonna rise in the west tomorrow? That was until he tipped the envelope upside down, and out tumbled a few measly coins. 2,501. That wasn't even close to enough to buy a decent meal. Gujin started the engine and drove off. Typical Oh-se-chan. Meanwhile, the news headlines were breaking left and right. The very first needle snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. Just who is this man? Is Isaac Ivanov a necromancer? Will an entirely new skill tree emerge? Will foreign players continue to raid Korean dungeons? The internet news portals were in an absolute frenzy. From politics and economics to society and global affairs, every section featured an exclusive interview with An Dong-jun, one of the participants in the needle snake raid. Beneath the video was a flood of furious comments. That big-nosed Russian bastard stole the A+ rank, and now he's claiming he was the one attacked? Why the hell did we even open our borders to foreigners? This is utter bullshit. I friggin' knew it. Our domestic players are all talk and zero action. If that's how it is, they should have just handed it over to the Messiah Guild. GU read through the comments and gave her assessment. The tide of public opinion has completely shifted from curiosity to outright hostility, especially regarding An Dong-jun. The contents of his interview are only making the backlash worse. She formally asked for permission to make her move. "Regarding the matter you instructed, I will initiate the plan right now." Se-chan gave a smiling nod. "Perfect. We need to hit them back with a response of our own." The internet practically exploded once again as global news outlets dropped a brand new exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov. Breaking news, Isaac Ivanov states, "I have always deeply admired the Messiah Guild." Isaac Ivanov, my idol is and always will be Isaac Ivanov. I want to do the things that others won't, just like the Messiah Guild. Public opinion was really starting to shift. If his idol is Lun Isaac, he's probably not a bad guy, just as I thought. You can't just listen to a one-sided story. I'm rooting for Isaac. Lun is a highly respected Korean. He's got my full approval. Why haven't we sent him any choco pies yet? Reading through the news, Woo Jin smiled knowingly, silently praising him. "Oh, Se-chan, you're amazing. Isn't this exactly how you turn the tide of public opinion?" Now that things had been phrased like this, the Messiah Guild wouldn't be able to just sit back and do nothing. He glanced at his phone, inwardly scoffing at his opponent's foolish move. Even if they couldn't win people over, they should have at least put on a better show. To think the Messiah Guild would inadvertently throw out bait for someone else to snatch up just by playing the media. Staring at the pile of weapons in front of him, Woo Jin's anticipation grew. He really couldn't wait to see how the Messiah Guild would react. He needed to be fully prepared by the time those bastards came knocking. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification and he immediately tapped it open. A breaking news alert popped up on the screen. Park Yong-won clears the 6th floor dungeon. He tapped to read more. Woo Jin smiled. It was finally here. Over at the press conference, Yong-won confidently stood before a sea of blinding camera flashes. The rapid clicking of shutters echoed endlessly through the room. Secretary Kim rushed over, whispering urgently, "Director, I have a report for you." Yong-won replied under his breath, "If it's not urgent, let it wait." Secretary Kim leaned in closer and insisted, "It is urgent, sir. Jin Hayami's team was completely wiped out inside the dungeon." The news instantly wiped the smug, triumphant smile off Yong-won's face. His brow furrowed, and he immediately signaled for his male assistant to take his place at the podium. He gave the press a brief parting wave and walked off, leaving his representative to make the announcement. That concludes today's press conference. We need to escort Mr. Park Yong-won to the hospital for a routine health checkup. The representative added that the official press release would be organized and distributed by the Firebird Guild. Meanwhile, Yong-won stormed out of the venue in a foul mood. "Give me the details in the car." He hopped into his private car and the engine roared to life as they sped off. Inside, Secretary Kim continued her report. "A few days ago, an anonymous sender mailed a bank statement to our office." Yong-won frowned in confusion. "Anonymous? From an unknown source? Is it even reliable?" Secretary Kim looked slightly anxious. "I can't figure out their motive for sending it, but the document itself isn't entirely baseless. According to the report, our investigation team re-entered the dungeon to assess the situation. Most of the team members who lost their lives did not sustain injuries from monster attacks. Jin Hai-mi's squad was the only one inside that dungeon, so it's completely impossible for another guild to have interfered." Hearing this, Yong-won completely grasped the situation. Furious, he snapped the tablet in his hands right in half. "So you're telling me they planted a rat right inside my personal guard? Damn it, the Skull Guild really took a massive bite out of us." Night fell over the Messiah Guild headquarters. Inside the Grand Council room, someone finally broke the silence. "What should we do about Park Yong-won moving forward?" Shin Hai replied coldly, "Just leave him be. He'll make a fine scapegoat to appease the public later on." "You've been making quite a lot of moves lately, haven't you?" The person she was addressing was Sukahara Ken. He shot back. "Yeah, well, I'm working with the Skull Guild. I'm just trying to clean up this mess." Shin Hai slammed her hands on the table and stood up. "What did you just say? This is no time for reckless actions. Do you not remember what happened last time in the Lizard Warrior dungeon?" She pointed sharply at the empty chair. "If you're going to handle things, do it right. Even Kim Jae-hoon got dragged into this mess and ended up losing his life. Are you trying to expose our ties with the Skull Guild to the entire world?" Ju chimed in with a stern warning. "Even if you guys don't care about how things operate behind the scenes, we can't just overlook what happened this time." He glanced at the empty chair with a pang of regret. Kim Jae-hoon, that poor kid, surrounded by rumors of incompetence, and in the end, he didn't even get to die under his own name. Shin Hai crossed her arms and delivered her final verdict. "Our Messiah Guild can no longer cooperate with the Skull Guild." She laid down the order, "Cease all joint operations with the Skull Guild immediately." Sukahara Ken slammed the table in protest. "You can't do that! The Guildmaster is currently absent. We are not going to just blindly follow your arbitrary decisions." Shin Hai was unyielding, her tone glacial. "Let me make one thing crystal clear, since you seem entirely incapable of grasping it. This is exactly what the Master wants." At that, Sukahara's brow furrowed deeply. He was clearly seething with frustration, but he didn't utter another word. Noda Heijiro narrowed his eyes at Shin Hai, hesitating as if he wanted to speak, but ultimately keeping his mouth shut. In the end, the meeting was adjourned and everyone went back to their respective duties. The two men from Japan walked down the hall together. Sukahara Ken lowered his voice and asked, "Look, Heijiro, what do you make of this?" His tone was hushed but venomous. "I absolutely cannot accept how they're handling things this time." "Right?" Sukahara Ken gave a firm nod. "Exactly. Maybe it's time we start carving out our own path, away from the Messiah Guild." The following day, at Park Yong-won's private residence, Woo Jin sat down for a chat with him. "Jin Hye-mi's squad, weren't they a highly capable team? I never expected something like this to happen." Yong-won frowned darkly. "I'll be completely honest with you. I was looking into some business ventures to squeeze out a profit after digging into the background of those Skull Guild bastards. But now, the entire game has changed. I won't be satisfied until I wipe every last one of them off the face of the earth." Hearing this, Woo Jin remained completely silent. After a brief pause, he replied hesitantly. Inwardly, he recalled his memories of Park Yong-won from his past life. The man was more ruthlessly ambitious than anyone else. 10 years from this exact moment, Park Yong-won would smuggle and sell powerful items to Japan before fleeing there in exile. People who didn't know the full story cursed Park Yong-won, calling him a turncoat. But the real reason he relocated to Japan was out of fear that everything he built would be swallowed up by the Messiah Guild. Even if it meant turning his back on his homeland to protect his life and assets, the current situation couldn't be ignored. Gu Jin made his demand. "Put me in your personal guard." He laid out his terms clearly. "I'm sure you want to use me to hunt them down, but I have no intention of being your disposable pawn." These words made Yongwon burst into laughter. He thought to himself, join my personal guard? Get a load of this kid. He tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Kim Gu-jin. To think this brat would actually come to him. If necessary, he would take him under his wing, even if he had to use threats to do it. What exactly was the kid plotting? Oh well, if he could crush the Skull Guild, his true motives didn't really matter. Having made up his mind, Yongwon slammed the table and declared, well said. He then asked, so, you're saying you'll wipe out the Skull Guild for me, and in return, I provide you with protection. Is that it? Gu-jin nodded. Exactly. If you need me, that's the price you have to pay. Plus, I happen to have a score to settle with the Skull Guild anyway. Yongwon smirked, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Perfect. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. With the deal struck, Gu-jin walked out of the mansion, his mind already racing. From this moment on, every consequence of his actions. He looked up, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Park Yongwon, you'll be the one taking the fall for everything. Thanks a million. The next day, at the guild's high-rise headquarters, inside the office, he met with the chairman. Secretary Nam reviewed his contract and announced, since your contract terms have been bumped up to the highest tier, I'll go ahead and process this for you. Hearing this, Gu-jin stood up and gave them a polite nod. Understood. I look forward to working with you. With that, he left the office and closed the door behind him. Secretary Nam pushed up his glasses. Kim Gu-jin. Just how did he manage to get into Park Yongwon's personal guard? He hasn't even been in the guild for 6 months. He furrowed his brows. I've been working here for years, and even with a flawless track record, I still couldn't dream of joining the personal guard. The chairman fell into deep thought. I can't say for sure, but there has to be something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Park Yongwon never does anything without a reason. In the elevator heading down, someone whispered, Hey, did you hear? That punk who sold out his old teammates somehow made it into Park Yongwon's personal guard. Gu-jin stood quietly with his hood pulled up, sandwiched right in the middle of the crowd gossiping about him. Yeah, I heard. How the hell did a kid like him get into the guard? I bet he just got lucky and stumbled onto some ultra-rare item. Honestly, though, I'm kinda jealous. Damn it. Even as they stepped out of the elevator, the group wouldn't let it go. What's there to be jealous of? At the end of the day, he's just a leech clinging on for dear life. Gu-jin couldn't care less about their petty gossip. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and gave a cryptic smirk. He couldn't deny that luck had been on his side lately. But that didn't matter now. The hunt had only just begun. A phone buzzed and rang on a desk, the screen flashing the name Kim Gu-jin. Sei-chan picked it up, answering with a playful tone. Well, look who it is. Could it be Mr. Isaac? You must have something urgent going on to be calling me when you're this busy. Listening to Gu-jin's demand, his brows shot up in surprise. Say what? A fake ID? Jinna was sitting right across from Sei-chan. He let out a massive, bored yawn. What the hell is that bastard plotting this time? Good grief. Sei-chan replied into the receiver. Well, it's not like I can't pull it off, he explained. It's just going to be a massive pain to bypass the people running the guild in the dungeon gates. But fine, I'll get it ready right away. Hanging up, Sei-chan relayed the news. He wants to use a fake ID to sneak into a dungeon. I guess we'll find out what he's scheming soon enough. Jinna scratched his head, still looking half asleep. But bro, you don't even know the details, so why are you helping him? Don't tell me you actually trust this Kim Gu-jin guy. Sei-chan flashed a knowing smile. I don't put my faith in people. I'm just trying to figure out exactly whose throat his sword is pointed at. That will tell us whether he's someone we should be teaming up with. Finding out his true target is the deciding factor. Because human greed never lies. The scene shifted to a roaring white sports car tearing down the highway. Inside, a brawny man asked a question. Are you saying Kim Gu-jin has his eyes on the Skull Guild? Tae-sung glanced at him and gave a firm nod. It's highly likely, he explained. It looks like Park Yongwon is fully prepared to go to war with the Skull Guild. Resting his chin on his hand, Tae-sung analyzed the situation. Most of the Skull Guild's core members have entered the dungeon today. So this is the perfect opportunity for both Park Yongwon and Kim Gu-jin. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Kim Gu-jin might form his own party and use a fake ID to slip in. Ju replied in a dark, gravelly voice. I don't give a damn about any of that. He only had one goal in mind, making sure Kim Gu-jin ended up inside that dungeon. With that, the car surged forward, speeding toward their destination. Night fell over Yongjongdo Island in Incheon. The dim glow of the streetlights flickered, casting shadows across an empty lot. Nearby, there was a registration booth. The person in charge asked for his name. Gujin stepped forward, using his newly created alias, Lee Jong-hun. The person in charge began the briefing. Mr. Lee Jong-hun, you are here alone, right? Please register here. We don't have guides inside the dungeon, so you can read this instead. He took the guide containing information about the two-headed dog dungeon, a 2-floor dungeon. Dungeon difficulty, rank D, dungeon capacity. 61 people. Entry requirements must be under level 40. Clear condition, exterminate the two-headed dogs. Clear reward, none. Gujin was slightly surprised. Even though it was only a rank D dungeon, the capacity was a whopping 61 people. The dungeon's management was also sloppy. There was no better place to deceive people than here. He returned to his car and pondered for a moment. He had expected this, but this dungeon was clearly a trap to lure him out. Right at that moment, intense headlights shone directly at Gujin. Opposite his beat-up old car were two striking white cars. People stepped out of the vehicles. Gujin looked curiously at this group. He had expected some skilled guys, but this guy was... Meanwhile, at Seichan's office, he received the news and couldn't hide his shock. What? Yang Ji-hoo? Seichan jerked his head up. Why the hell is that guy there? Ryu immediately reported. I checked the list too. I think he entered the dungeon under the alias Jang Yoon-wook. Seichan asked, is that the same dungeon on Yongjong Island that Kim Gujin entered? Jin-ah, who seemed completely clueless about this person, asked, Jang Ji-hoo? Who exactly is that? Seichan grabbed his head in frustration. He's a massive troublemaker among the rookies under level 50. He is a member of the Knights of the Round Table. We are totally screwed. Back at the parking lot on Yongjong Island, Gujin got a clear look at the man's face, Jang Ju. He glanced at the guy, never expecting that the Messiah Guild would send Jang Ju in this early. But thinking about it, that guy was also one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table? They were a group of players who possessed legendary items related to the myth of King Arthur. The faction also included their followers. These knights fought on behalf of the fallen government to protect those who were suffering, just like saviors. However, as time passed, the knights grew weak and were reduced to being Parkin's guard dogs. They were the possessors of Merlin's magic, and they were the ones who founded the Messiah Guild. Later on, Gujin discovered that everything was just a grand illusion they had plotted all along. The decline of the Knights of the Round Table was, quite obviously, the handiwork of the King of Deadly Poisons. Undoubtedly, many of the knights had fallen victim to him. Gujin analyzed the situation in his head. The necklace Jang Ju was wearing right now must have been taken from its original owner, a Knight of the Round Table. If it was those hypocrites, they were more than capable of doing something so underhanded. They were also the ones who had stayed behind. While lost in thought, he opened his system window. Control Stone rank C, untradeable. Effect, upgrades a skill from rank D to rank C. It might look like an ordinary stone, but Gujin knew better. However, it was still a highly dangerous item for anyone who possessed it. Right now, there was no need for him to hold back his power. The system sent a notification. The Control Stone has been used to upgrade Skeleton Soldier. Skeleton Soldier Skill. Rank F. It increases the power of summoned skeletons and increases the maximum number of skeletons that can be summoned. The effects enhance as the skill level increases. Current effect increases the stats of skeleton soldiers by 20%. Can summon an additional 5 skeleton soldiers. Gujin got out of the car and slammed the door shut. He heard the enemy group calling out, "We're entering the dungeon. Everyone, get ready." A moment later, they all stepped into the dungeon. As usual, the quest panel popped up with a notification. Please eliminate 3,000 monsters to proceed to the next floor. A player immediately groaned. What the hell? 3,000 monsters? Another person sighed heavily. This really sucks. I'd rather just fight 1 or 2 overpowered boss monsters instead. It'd be way easier. Tae-sung glanced sideways at Ji-hoo. 3,000 monsters aren't exactly dangerous, but they'll drain a hell of a lot of our time. Ju thrust his sword into the cold dirt, giving Tae-sung a chilling order. That's fine. It'll be much easier to stab Kim Gujin in the back and stage it as an accident amidst all this chaos. Now, stop wasting time and find out where he is. Next to him, Sung Hoon pointed a trembling finger toward the Skull Guild. Commander, those guys? Ju turned his head to look, slightly taken aback. The Skull Guild? They entered the dungeon dressed like that? Do they have any idea what kind of situation they are in right now? He saw someone pointing in a certain direction, signaling that something was going down over there. Immediately, their entire group moved toward that spot. Jihu scoffed inwardly. They can't even handle a single problem on their own, yet they keep making a massive mess of things. What a bunch of incompetent bastards. Then he suddenly remembered Noda Hajiro and Sukaharakin. Those two were probably given strict warnings not to interfere in this. How dare they disobey the boss's orders? I'll slaughter them myself the moment we leave this dungeon. Ju gave his teammates a stern order. Ignore the Skull Guild. We just need to focus on our own objective. No matter what happens, we have to eliminate Kim Gujin with our own hands. He ruthlessly drove his heavy sword into the ground, his face completely shadowed with murderous intent. Report to me the second you find him. His core skill is toxic blood, so don't drop your guard when you get close. And you have my permission to slaughter anyone who dares to get in our way. I'll take full responsibility for the fallout. Deep in the forest, the crisp sound of blazing fast movements echoed as a black-haired figure dashed through the trees like a phantom. He sighed inwardly. He had never expected to have to ambush the Skull Guild on the very first floor. Kim Gujin, that absolute bastard. We usually aren't this desperate, are we? After sprinting for a while, Sung Ho came to a halt behind a massive tree. He peeked out to assess the situation. Were Park Yong-wang's royal guards also taking part in this dungeon? His pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes widening in shock. It was because Sung Ho had spotted the skeletons battling the undead beasts. It looked like one of their members had brought along a necromancer. How incredibly cunning. He looked around anxiously. Why hadn't he seen Kim Gujin yet? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a shadow approached. Sung Ho glanced behind him, breaking into a cold sweat. That approaching figure was none other than Gujin. Sung Ho's hand gripped the hilt of his blade, completely ready for battle. He swiftly drew his sword and launched an attack at Gujin. Slash! There was the sickening sound of a weapon slicing through flesh as hot red blood splattered through the air. In just a single strike, the weapon in Sung Ho's hand was sent flying, and a deep gash was carved across his chest, shattering his armor. He threw his hands up in surrender, pleading weakly, "Stop! Why are you doing this all of a sudden? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. I have absolutely nothing to do with the Skull Guild." Gujin pointed upward. "Nothing to do with them, huh? The guy up there just told me you were a member of the Skull Guild." Hearing this, Sung Ho tilted his head to look up. Huh? The guy up there was a corpse swaying in the wind, hanging from a tree branch directly above his head. When he got a clear look at the dead man's face, Sung Ho gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, there's no way that guy could have said that. The two of them definitely knew each other. They had met in the restroom, where that blonde guy had given him very strict instructions. Maestro has failed. That is why, even if I am in danger, you must not step in at any cost. You have to survive and report everything that happened in this dungeon back to the master. Remember that. This is our top priority, even above our own lives. You carry a heavy responsibility. Sung Ho forced himself to scream out, "What the hell are you talking about? I've never seen that guy in my life. Why are you doing this?" Gujin didn't bother listening to his nonsense, delivering another brutal slash that sent him collapsing to the ground. Feeling his life slowly slipping away, Sung Ho still kept his mouth shut tight. "I really don't know anything." Gujin had absolutely no intention of prying information out of him anyway. He stated coldly, "You people are a lot more trustworthy dead than alive." At that exact moment, the system announced, "The eyes of Anubis have opened." On another side of the battlefield, a skeleton soldier swiftly dashed past a warrior. Two skeleton soldiers wielding blades charged straight toward Ji-Hu. He tightly gripped the hilt of his massive greatsword, then swung it in a horizontal arc, aiming to shatter the fragile frames of the skeleton soldiers. But to his utter surprise, one skeleton soldier used its momentum to leap high into the air, while the other slid across the ground. Both of them managed to dodge the strike entirely. Their reaction left Ji-Hu slightly stunned. Neither skeleton soldier bothered to linger and fight him. They agilely ran off to fight monsters, leaving him lost in his own thoughts. They actually dodged my attack? They're just mere skeleton soldiers. It was his first time seeing skeleton soldiers move like that. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of nowhere. Gujin agilely slid right in toward his feet. Sword in hand and ready, he aimed a sweeping horizontal slash at Ji-Hoo's legs. However, the man reacted incredibly fast, instantly leaping backward. Gujin stared at him indifferently, his thoughts impossible to read. Ji-Hoo broke into a bright grin, thrilled to have blocked the attack. Gujin gripped his sword tightly, furrowing his brow slightly. He knew this Ji-Hoo guy was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this agile. Without a moment's hesitation, Gujin twisted his blade, easily pulling it free from the deadlock. Gujin slashed downward with tremendous force, his movements fast and precise. It was so ruthlessly quick that only an afterimage could be seen. Even so, that strike didn't leave a single scratch on Ji-Hoo. His massive, heavy greatsword had perfectly blocked the vertical slash. He sneered, "What the hell are you playing at, buddy?" Ji-Hoo didn't seem too pleased. "Is this really the level of strength I was looking forward to?" Gujin didn't let himself get dragged into a brawl. Seeing the attack fail, he immediately fell back to maintain a safe distance. He analyzed the situation. Although he had anticipated it, this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Even though he had conserved his energy for this exact moment, dealing with him was proving difficult. Suddenly, the system sent a notification to both of them. The persistent fighter has taken an interest in this battle. Ji-Hoo was genuinely intrigued. It's been a while since I've seen a Halo notification. Gujin didn't say a word, his expression remaining utterly indifferent. Right after that, another notification popped up. The emissary of the underworld has taken an interest in this battle. Ji-Hoo planted his greatsword into the ground and evaluated his opponent. We wouldn't be getting notifications like this if you weren't a worthy opponent. So, are you another bastard who's caught a Halo's eye? This is getting fun. I bet killing you will bring in a massive reward. Gujin didn't even bother replying. He furrowed his brows, taking the fight seriously, as he thought to himself, "It's a lot easier said than done." Meanwhile, on the outside, a hand grabbed a delicious slice of pizza. We're all just trying to make a living after all. Come on, just eat up. If it's nothing special, why even bother caring about it? Sitting across from him, Jinnah shot back, "And how exactly is this not a big deal?" He asked while chewing on his pizza, "What kind of player do you think Kim Gujin really is?" At the mention of him, Se-chan's face dropped a little, clearly unhappy. "Why are you asking when you already know? He's a player who is way stronger than you." Feeling his pride stung, Jinnah slammed his half-eaten slice of pizza back into the box. "Seriously, bro, I have feelings too, you know. Even if you didn't say that, I wouldn't want to eat anymore anyway." Se-chan kicked the empty boxes under the table. "You don't want to eat, yet you sat there and polished off 5 whole pizzas." Jinnah flared up, snapping back indignantly. "I paid for it. Can't I eat what I want? Is eating this much really such a big deal?" Se-chan waved his hand, gesturing for him to calm down. All right, I get it. What exactly are you trying to say? What kind of player is Kim Woo-jin?" Swallowing her pride, Jinnah answered, "That guy plays dirtier than anyone else." Se-chan looked puzzled. "Dirty?" Recalling Woo-jin's ruthless tactics, Jinnah explained that he was someone who absolutely refused to lose a fight. If he isn't guaranteed to win, he simply won't fight. Never. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, black mist began to rise, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. The sudden change in the atmosphere put Ji-Hoo on high alert as he glanced around. What the hell? The black mist gradually took shape as the system announced the summoning of skeleton soldiers. Woo-jin had made his calculation. Even if it wasn't enough to overpower the enemy, he had to summon all of his skeletons. A massive horde of skeletons materialized, with the most imposing being the 2 massive ones standing right beside Woo-jin. Ji-Hoo scoffed as he looked around. What is this? Aren't those just skeletons? 1, 2, 3, 4? Just how many are you throwing out here to try and match my strength, huh? Despite summoning an entire army, Woo-jin charged forward to attack all by himself. Ji-Hoo focused his stance. Fine by me, makes this even easier. Weapons clashed with a sharp ringing sound. Surprisingly, the short sword in Woo-jin's hand was able to parry multiple heavy strikes from Ji-Hoo's massive blade. Behind them, the 2 giant skeletons sprang into action. Ji-Hoo smirked. Now this is getting interesting. He roared aggressively, "Come at me all at once. I'll take you all on." However, the skeletons completely bypassed him, lunging straight for the people behind him instead. Ji-Hoo finally noticed something was wrong and whipped his head around. What the? Seizing the opening, Wu Jin swiftly dashed back to create some distance. Ji-Hoo finally realized the attack was never meant for him, but it was already too late. Desperate screams echoed from behind as several players were ambushed by the skeletal horde. A wounded squad member named An Dong cried out for help. "Captain, help me. If any more skeletons show up, we're not gonna make it." Ji-Hoo gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Useless trash." He tilted his chin up, glaring at Wu Jin. "Hey, you little rat, what kind of dirty trick is this?" Wu Jin just smirked. "A dirty trick? Whose dog is barking right now?" Wu Jin provoked him without hesitation. "You clearly don't understand the situation." "Ah, not a dog. A little puppy." Those words pushed Ji-Hoo over the edge. He decided it was time to use his buff. "You messed with the wrong guy." The system announced the activation of the Blessing of the Sun skill from Gawain's necklace. The pendant around Ji-Hoo's neck flared to life, enveloping his body in a powerful, blazing aura. Wu Jin's smirk deepened as he chuckled inwardly. Finally, that guy used it. Right at that moment, a few skeletons lunged at Ji-Hoo from behind. Without even turning his head, Ji-Hoo sensed the enemy's enemy positions. Quick as lightning, he spun around and unleashed a sweeping slash, obliterating two skeletons in a single strike. With a deafening crash, the skeletons were hacked to pieces, their shattered bones scattering in every direction. Meanwhile, Wu Jin calmly maintained a safe distance. He analyzed Gawain's necklace. It was a legendary artifact belonging to the Knights of the Round Table. The skill's effect was just as incredible as he had expected, and now that he had forced him to use it, it was time for the next phase. Without a second of hesitation, he issued a sharp command. Retreat. Wu Jin's combat tactics were so bizarre that Ji-Hoo couldn't make any sense of them. What the hell? Retreat? The skeletal army was absolutely obedient. They instantly pulled back, freeing Ji-Hoo's battered teammates. Wu Jin himself immediately fell back as well. Ji-Hoo glared at his retreating figure, the gears turning in his head. Is he trying to run away again because he knows he'll lose in a head-to-head fight? Either way, Ji-Hoo needed to eliminate him before the other guilds cleared the dungeon. He turned back and barked orders at his team. "I'm going after him. You guys deal with the skeletons and catch up to me later." His teammates called out to their captain in disbelief, but he was already gone. Deep within the dense forest, Wu Jin's figure darted swiftly through the trees. As he ran, he quietly mocked his pursuer. "Jang Ji-Hoo, you haven't changed a bit, have you? You still couldn't care less about your subordinates, all because of that blind arrogance in your own strength." Of course, having something like Gawain's necklace definitely feeds that ego. It's an artifact capable of maxing out all of its wielder's stats. But for an idiot who doesn't even know how to use such an incredible item properly, Wu Jin let out a disdainful scoff. What an absolute waste. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from behind. Ji-Hoo was closing in fast. Wu Jin glanced back, quickly calculating his odds. Even so, I can't just ignore the massive gap in our stats. Ji-Hoo was overflowing with confidence. To him, Wu Jin was nothing but a helpless prey. "Kim Wu Jin, no matter how far you run, I've still got you right in the palm of my hand." As he sprinted after him, Ji-Hoo thought to himself, "Now that I've activated the Blessing of the Sun, there's no way in hell you're getting away." Blinded by arrogance and underestimating his foe, he completely ignored the corpse at his feet. Gujin seized the moment, triggering the Underworld Emissary's corpse explosion skill. A deafening roar shook the earth. Scorching flames slammed right into Ji-Hoo's face, catching him completely off guard. Black smoke billowed into the air, riding the shockwave of the massive blast. The explosion was so massive that Ju's squad members could see it all the way from their position, and panicked. What was that explosion? T-Shung quickly rallied the group. "Don't panic! The captain isn't someone who goes down that easily. We just need to wipe out these skeleton grunts as fast as we can, and then regroup with—" Before he could even finish his sentence, an arrow slammed into his chest. The sheer force sent him skidding backward. A system prompt chimed in. "You have been infected by poisonous blood." That arrow was a direct strike from the skeleton soldiers. T-Shung snapped the shaft off, growling through gritted teeth. "We can't just brush them off as mere cannon fodder meant to stall for time. We have to go all out." Meanwhile, back at the site of the explosion, the smoke began to clear. Ji-Hoo spat viciously. "Damn it! That little bastard!" He glared around, roaring in absolute fury. "Stop running away like a coward and show yourself!" Stepping out from behind a tree, Gujin openly mocked him. "So, what if I'm a coward? I'd obviously lose to you in a head-to-head fight anyway. So, if you really want to catch me, you'd better run faster." With that, he spun around and sprinted off again, baiting Jihu. Jihu gnashed his teeth. "What did you say? When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna rip you in half." The deadly game of cat and mouse resumed. Desperate to catch his prey, Jihu didn't hesitate to activate the Undying Warrior's sprint skill. His massive frame shot forward like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, he was already raising his sword, ready to cleave Gujin's back wide open. Yet, even with his life hanging by a thread, Gujin still looked completely unfazed and indifferent. Ju was certain victory was his. "Die, you little punk!" But he never expected the solid ground beneath his feet to suddenly cave in. Caught completely off guard, he looked down in shock. "Huh?" Ju plummeted straight into the pit. It was a carefully calculated trap set by Gujin, who smoothly sidestepped out of harm's way. And the little surprise waiting at the bottom of that pit, a massive pile of goblin corpses. Naturally, what followed was another earth-shattering explosion. Gujin didn't just run away, he stayed behind to admire his handiwork. As the thick dust settled, a shadowy silhouette slowly emerged. Ju was so enraged that the veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisted in pure agony and fury. "I've had enough of this. Stop screwing around!" Gujin looked down at Jihu in the pit, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Screwing around? You really are clueless when it comes to tactics. Did you actually think I was playing tag with you just for the fun of it?" Meanwhile, Ju's patience had completely snapped. He fumed internally. "He's still talking. What the hell is he blabbering about now?" Gujin's tone turned cold and lecturing. Crafting a strategy based on the enemy's weaknesses, utilizing the terrain, and calculating every possible scenario, that's the bare minimum for any battle. A brute like you, who throws tantrums and relies solely on raw power, is nothing but an incompetent commander. All you do is lead your teammates to their deaths. Those exact words made Jihu freeze dead in his tracks. Wait a minute. An incredibly bitter memory suddenly flashed through his mind. It was back when he had barely made it out of a dungeon, surrounded by the whispers of the crowd. "Hey, isn't that Kang Ju, the famous killer from the Messiah Guild? Wait, is he really the only one who made it out alive this time? How many times does this make it? From what I heard, his squad was completely overrun by monsters." Back then, he had lashed out furiously at the gossiping crowd. "Shut your damn mouths. Who's the one talking trash, huh? Which one of you? If you've got something to say, don't whisper behind my back. Step right up to my face. That way, I can rip you to pieces." Suddenly, a man holding a folding fan stepped out from the murmuring crowd. "Speaking like that, it's quite obvious you feel absolutely no remorse for the deaths of your subordinates." The man lightly tapped the fan against his own head, mocking Ju. "No wonder your brain is nothing but mush. You're completely hollow inside. It's blatantly obvious, really, especially since you chose to set up camp in a spot I explicitly warned you was a death trap." Blinded by rage, Ju instantly lunged forward, wanting nothing more than to crush Suzuki Achi's head like a rotten orange. "Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me?" Yet, Suzuki Achi didn't flinch even a millimeter. He simply narrowed his eyes, tracking the brute's every movement. In a split second, he ducked, gracefully evading Jihu's wild, murderous lunge. Using the momentum, Suzuki swept low toward Jihu's legs, and effortlessly kicked his pivot foot out from under him. Thrown entirely off balance, Ju face planted hard into the dirt. Utterly humiliated, Ju scrambled back to his feet, desperately trying to deflect the blame. The rest of the squad died because they were pathetic and weak. That wasn't my fault. But Suzuki Achi's voice cut through his excuses like ice. "No, you killed them, and everyone here knows it." He stepped closer, staring directly into Jihu's panicked eyes, and delivered the final blow. "You are nothing but an incompetent commander. All you do is lead your teammates to their deaths." The bitter memory faded, leaving Jihu drowning in a chaotic sea of humiliation and resentment. That was it. He finally realized it. Kim Gujin's meticulous tactics were sickeningly identical to Suzuki's, and that made the situation absolutely unforgivable. Whether it was Kim Gujin or Suzuki, he swore he would slaughter them both with his own bare hands. "It's about time." Gujin's sudden voice snapped Ji-hoo out of his raging flashback. Confused, Ji-hoo leaned heavily on his sword and forced himself to stand. "What did you just say? What are you trying to do?" Gujin kindly obliged, explaining the invisible noose he had just tightened. "Let me clue you in on a little secret. My skeleton soldiers don't actually need spoken commands, which means I never had to yell retreat out loud in the first place. But I just did that. Why did I do it?" Ji-hoo felt his brain was way too small to comprehend Wu Jin's dirty little schemes. He thought to himself, what the hell is going on? Did this bastard do it on purpose just to lure me out? Wu Jin looked at Ji-hoo's dumbfounded face and mocked him. "Looks like you finally figured it out, huh? If I'm not mistaken, the sun's blessing is starting to wear off, isn't it?" He instinctively glanced at his system panel. Sun's blessing, 30 seconds remaining. Ji-hoo felt incredibly confused, panic rising in his chest. How did this bastard even know the duration of this item's skill? To cover up his panic, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "You son of a bitch! Who the hell do you think you are?" Wu Jin smirked with disdain. "You still don't know who I am? How pathetic! All right, let me tell you who I am." But before he could even introduce himself, the system chimed in. The sun's blessing effect had ended. The necklace around Ji-hoo's neck faded and disappeared. The system notified him, "Gawaine's necklace is going to sleep." Wu Jin nonchalantly looked at the idiot Ji-hoo. "Looks like the necklace's effect is over too. I'm really grateful you were played for a fool from the very beginning, falling for every single taunt." Ji-hoo furiously cursed, "You son of a bitch!" Wu Jin glanced around. Looks like they're done with their job too. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from behind him. Wu Jin's squad of skeleton soldiers had returned, surrounding the stunned Ji-hoo in the crater. He kindly reminded him, "You were so focused on chasing me that you didn't even realize where you are right now." Wu Jin explained, "This place is quite close to where I first bumped into you guys because we've just been running in circles." He also gave Ji-hoo a little news update. "Thanks to that, my skeleton soldiers slaughtered all your lackeys and were able to get here real quick." Saying that, he patted the head of a skeleton standing next to him. Hearing this, Ji-hoo froze. "My subordinates are all dead?" He trembled with rage. Never had he felt such infuriating frustration. "You piece of trash, how dare you look down on me?" Ji-hoo tensed his body, the ground shattering beneath his feet as he activated the Immortal Warrior sprint skill. With a whoosh, Ji-hoo launched himself out of the crater, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He charged forward, swinging his sword down right where Wu Jin was standing. Yet Wu Jin just stood there, as if he couldn't react in time to Ji-hoo's speed. But alas, the one whose eyes widened in shock was actually Ji-hoo. His sword had been blocked by a massive skeleton soldier. No matter what he did, he couldn't land a hit on Wu Jin. Showing zero fear, Wu Jin taunted him. "Don't get so worked up, haven't we only just begun?" Outside the dungeon, a car was speeding down the road, looking quite in a rush. Jin, driving tiredly, complained, "Seriously, isn't he making me do way too much work?" Glancing at the photo of Ji-hoo on the passenger seat, he scratched his head in frustration. Why do I have to be the one checking up on him? Earlier, in Seichan's office, he had suggested, "Hey Jinna, I need you to head over to the two-headed dog dungeon. You don't really want to go, do you?" "Why the hell do I have to go there?" Seichan had replied, "I've given it some thought, and I'll only feel at ease if we check on him ourselves." Even though Jinna was always being worked to the bone, he seemed to have absolute faith in Wu Jin's abilities. "We don't need to check on a damn thing. I'm betting he'll make it out and survive just fine no matter what. After everything, are you seriously worried he might lose to Yang Ji-hoo?" Seichan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, it's the opposite. If Yang Ji-hoo loses just as you predicted, there are a few things we need to make sure of when planning our next move." He analyzed, "I'm guessing it's the same on Kim Wu Jin's end. Since he's a smart guy, I bet he'd also want to know everyone's true motives." Seichan thought seriously. Just like the reason why we created the fake alias of Isaac Ivanov, or the connection between Park Young-won's faction and the Skull Guild, as well as... Pausing for a moment, Seichan continued. "The reason we continue to help Kim Wu Jin. Even though we know the Messiah Guild is behind everything, this is just a small part of our grand plan to destroy the Messiah Guild." As he spoke, he handed over an envelope containing information. "Even if Kim Wu Jin kills Yang Ji-hoo, it's still going to be very difficult to fully grasp what his real intentions are. but at the very least, we need to confirm whether he'll continue cooperating with us in the future. That was why Jinnah grabbed the documents and drove over to the two-headed dog dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the sky was starting to darken, and the atmosphere grew eerier and more terrifying than ever. The ground was littered with the white bones of skeleton soldiers, clear evidence that a fierce battle had just taken place. Ji-hoo tiredly leaned on his sword, panting heavily. Damn it, his body was growing increasingly sluggish from the effects of the blood poison. He was heavily injured, covered in blood, and glaring at a skeleton soldier that was preparing to attack him. And there were just too many of them. The skeleton soldier leaped up with its blade, slashing down fiercely. Ji-hoo stared at it in disbelief. Are these really just skeleton soldiers? This is unbelievable. Bam! The blade crashed down, and he pushed himself to the limit to block it. The impact caused the ground beneath Ji-hoo's feet to cave in. While he was locked in a struggle with the skeleton soldier, a dark shadow brushed past him. Ji-hoo's eyes widened, forcing him to split his focus and stay on guard. But doing so only put him at an even greater disadvantage against the skeleton soldiers. A smaller skeleton soldier darted behind him and launched a sneak attack. Ji-hoo coughed up a mouthful of blood. The system notified him. The blood poison had spread throughout his entire body. He gritted his teeth in agony, a wave of helplessness and bitter resentment welling up inside him. Ji-hoo swung his sword, but the two skeleton soldiers agilely dodged it. Meanwhile, he suddenly felt his center of gravity drop, as if he were sinking into another crater. However, it was just one of his legs getting firmly stuck in the dirt and rocks. He cursed angrily. Damn it, I can't move my leg! Throughout the entire battle, Wu Jin remained completely indifferent, watching from the sidelines. He managed to hold out pretty well against 12 skeleton soldiers. Now, there are only 2 left. It is a shame you couldn't increase the number of soldiers with the Master Stone. Watching Ji-hoo struggle with the last 2 skeleton warriors, Gujin thought to himself. Now that the guy was completely poisoned with toxic blood, there was no need to play around with him any longer. Ji-hoo felt utterly humiliated. He screamed, "Fight me!" I said, "Fucking fight me!" Only Ji-hoo's desperate screams echoed through the woods. "Don't just stand there. Fight me!" Time dragged on until he was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground, yet he still stubbornly groaned. "Fight me!" Ji-hoo wheezed, crawling forward inch by inch. I can still fight." But it was over. The poison had seeped deep into his body. His eyes rolled back, and Ji-hoo drew his final breath, passing away right there in the dungeon, his eyes wide open in bitter resentment. The system announced, "The emissary of the underworld laughs at your easy victory. The emissary of the underworld has shared some of its authority with you. The rank of the skeleton warriors has increased." The opponent was dead. Gujin walked over and looked down at his corpse. He opened the item collection system on Ji-hoo's body. In his hand lay a highly valuable piece of loot. Onion's necklace, legendary rank equipment. It can be equipped at level 22 and above. An item that belonged to one of the Knights of the Round Table. It holds the Blessing of the Sun. Equipment effects: multiplies health by 40, multiplies strength by 40, multiplies magical power by 40. Increases attack by 10%, increases defense by 10%. Increases stamina by 10%. The skill, Blessing of the Sun, can be used once a day. Gujin was quite satisfied with this haul. This was the first time he had obtained a piece of equipment from a Knight of the Round Table. Anyway, he was plotting something. If it was a guy like Jong-ju, he would definitely show his face, right? To get a clearer picture, he used the Eye of Anubis. A few of Ji-hoo's memories flashed before his eyes. He was on his way somewhere when he ran into Suzuki Achi, who deliberately provoked him. "I'm guessing it must have been pretty hard to make it this far with a brain like yours." He brushed past Ju. "Of course, I mean your subordinates, not you." Ju coldly snapped back. "If you're a hunting dog, then bark." Ji-hoo dropped a threat. "Since I'm on my way to see my master, I'll let you off this time. But the next time I see you, I'll smash that dog mouth of yours to pieces." Suzuki Achi wasn't scared in the slightest. He actually looked quite amused. "I'll be waiting." Then the scene shifted, and Gujin saw Ji-hoo walking into the meeting room of the Round Table Society. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am a new member of the Round Table Society, Jang Ju. It is truly an honor to meet such a great hero." When he lifted his head, Gujin saw the face of the person sitting at the center, and it was none other than Lee Si-jun. Kim Gujin gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly, "There's your punchable fucking face." He thought to himself that if the Salvation Society found out Jiangju was dead, they wouldn't just let it slide. Kim Gujin silently vowed, "Anyone who supports Lee Si-jun's ambitions and turns their back on justice, I will destroy them all." Somewhere else, a group of orcs were lying next to each other, snoring loudly. Behind the bushes, a group of people were hiding in ambush. A man muttered in frustration, "Damn it! How much longer do we have to wait?" Park Jin frowned and warned him, "Shh, keep your voice down. We're never going to catch this two-headed hound if you're impatient." He continued, "We have to wait until it takes the bait, then we all jump it at once. That's the only way to minimize casualties." Suddenly, the system rang out with a notification. "The two-headed hound has been defeated." Park Jin stared at the text on the screen in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, "What the—" The dungeon was cleared and it was all over. Kim Gujin quickly exited the dungeon and strolled out to the parking lot. His eyes suddenly caught a familiar figure. Lena had been standing there waiting for who knows how long. He waved his hand. "You're out?" Gujin wondered. "What are you doing here?" Lena joked around. "Well, I was just driving Uber for some extra cash, saw a commotion, and figured I'd come watch the show." He held up the folder in his hand. "Oh, and I also have this to give to you. Let's get in the car and talk." They quickly got into the car and drove off. Before long, the car pulled up to a secluded spot. Lena then handed the folder over to him. "The boss wants us to go into a new dungeon together." He asked curiously, "So, what happened to that guy?" "Jiangju, I mean." Kim Gujin didn't answer right away. He took the folder, thoughts swirling in his mind. "I had a feeling, but it turns out they already knew," he thought to himself. In Jiangju's memories, he had entered the dungeon using a fake name and identity. That meant Ose-chan definitely knew the reason why he had requested a fake identity. Yet, he still agreed to it. Seeing that Gujin wasn't saying anything, he threw him an annoyed look and spoke coldly, "You brawled with him in the dungeon, didn't you? Was that bastard strong?" Kim Gujin replied sarcastically, "Yeah, definitely stronger than you." Lena snapped back angrily. "What? In your dreams? Are you blind? Do I need to show you my real skills to open your damn eyes?" Gujin slowly flipped through the pages. Jiangju was surrounded by 12 skeleton warriors and took down 10 of them all by himself. "If you want to prove you're stronger than him..." Kim Gujin suddenly turned to him, his voice ice cold. "It's very simple. I can set it up for you right here, right now." Hearing those words, he got scared, sweat pouring down his face, and hurriedly changed the subject. On second thought, a true powerhouse should know how to be humble. No need to show off. Anyway, let's get back on track. Where were we? He angrily slammed the stack of papers onto his thigh. The one-horned fox dungeon in Bushin had already seen 12 raid attempts, and every single one had ended in failure. Kim Gujin's eyes were glued to the information on the page. Target: hunt the one-horned fox. Floors: 2. Dungeon difficulty: rank A capacity, 40 people. Entry requirement: level 40 or below. Clear conditions: hunt and collect the horn of the one-horned fox. Clear reward: a unique title and skill exclusive to the one-horned fox hunter. Lena's face darkened with annoyance. "Well, since you've read it, it saves me the breath of explaining it all over again. This time we'll be operating out in the open, and you'll be using Isaac's identity again. I'm sure you already know exactly why. So, what's your call?" A sudden thought flashed through Gujin's mind. Sending me to the one-horned fox dungeon right after I took down Jiangju. Then there can only be one reason. He replied without a second thought. "Fine, I'm in." The deal settled. They headed back to the parking lot. He shoved his hands into his pockets, silently watching Kim Gujin's car disappear into the distance. A moment later, Lena pulled out his phone and made a report. "I just left Kim Gujin's place. Didn't I tell you there was no need to worry? A guy like him would never throw himself into an early grave." The voice on the other end asked urgently, Yeah, you're the best. But what about my proposal?" "He agreed right on the spot," Lena replied, "and he's already studied the dungeon info inside out." Seishin cheered excitedly. "That's great. Now listen, Gina. From now on, you need to stay entirely focused and keep your guard up." He continued, "Since Kim Gujin accepted our offer, there's no taking back this move." Seishin thought to himself, "I still can't fully trust Kim Gujin just yet. But if we want to stand against the Messiah Guild, We have to take this risk. His eyes were glued to a headline on the newspaper. The Messiah Guild granted authority to take over high-difficulty domestic dungeons. We don't have much time left, Sechen muttered to himself. 2 years, 3 at the absolute most. If a faction strong enough to rival the Messiah Guild doesn't emerge by then, they won't hesitate to show their true colors. Before long, Kim Gujin had returned to his apartment. He stared intently at the paper in his hands, memories of his past life slowly surfacing in his mind. Come to think of it, back then it was right after I cleared the one-horned fox dungeon. Lee Sejin's secretary had stood before Kim Gujin, his voice dripping with arrogance. I've observed your performance in the dungeon. You seem to be even stronger than the rumors say. Care to join the Messiah Guild? Kim Gujin had furrowed his brow, answering with clear irritation. If you want to recruit a guy like me, you'd better have the guildmaster himself come out and ask. Hearing that, a man immediately stepped out of the vehicle. I think I like you, the man spoke up. We need your strength to save this rotten world. Lisa Sejun made the offer. Become my ally. The flow of memories continued to echo in his mind. Lee Sejun. That was the very first time I met him. Suddenly, Kim Gujin's phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a new message notification. He quickly opened it to read. You have been approved to join the One-Horned Fox Dungeon Raid in 2 days. Please feel free to display the absolute fullest extent of your talents. A brief flicker of surprise crossed Kim Gujin's mind. Display my talents? The corner of his mouth twitched up into a smirk. Exactly like before. I'm absolutely certain those Messiah bastards will be waiting for me there again. Kim Gujin snapped his phone shut. All right then, fine by me. He quickly pulled up his system interface, thoughts racing through his head. I'll make sure to be the brightest star of the show for you guys today. Oh, wait, not me. It'll be Isaac Ivanov. Kim Gujin tapped to select the thorn snake skin, muttering to himself, I'm going to need to prepare a hell of a lot for this performance. Instantly, the item materialized right before his eyes. He drifted back into his own thoughts. Well, whatever. It's a dungeon I've already cleared before anyway. Thrilled by the prospect, a faint smile bloomed on Kim Gujin's lips. This is going to be the absolute perfect stage for my debut. The very next day, warm rays of sunlight filtered across the Bushin Sports Stadium. The guide announced over the speakers, Attention! All players, please gather around. It is almost time to enter the dungeon. A man nearby spoke up with nonchalant confidence. Are you all geared up? Lee Gina replied with eager excitement. Man, I've been born ready. He puffed out his chest with sheer arrogance. I'm the guy who conquered the Thorned Snake Dungeon, something everyone thought was flat out impossible. A dungeon like this? It's a piece of cake. But the very moment they set foot inside the dungeon, a bone-chilling blast of cold swept over them, leaving Gina shivering violently. Damn! Actually, this cake is completely frozen solid. It's gonna break my teeth. Right then, Kang Wai's sharp voice rang out. Equip your cold resistance gear, especially the low-health mages and clerics. Stay on high alert and look after yourselves. She issued a frosty warning. If you fall behind, you're entirely on your own. Nobody has the time to babysit you here, so try your best not to become a burden to the rest of the team. Kim Gujin stared at the woman leading them, silently praising her in his mind. She clearly has a lot of experience under her belt. In places like this, the harsh environment can often be far deadlier than the actual monsters. Gina was shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering loudly as he mumbled, If a ranker like me is freezing, just how many damn degrees is it in here right now? Gujin immediately nudged him. Gina, let's move. What's the rush? Gina asked in confusion. Without a single word, Kim Gujin immediately dashed ahead. Seeing that, Gina hurriedly sprinted after him. Before long, the two arrived at a desolate area, surrounded by nothing but a vast expanse of pure white snow. Gina complained in sheer annoyance. Wouldn't it make way more sense to just stick with the Messiah Guild for now? Splitting off from the main group in this freezing weather? Gujin mocked him. What's the matter? Freezing your balls off already so you can't even put up a fight? Gina fiercely snapped back at him. Like hell I am! He planted his hands on his hips, huffing indignantly. My title is literally the Siberian Brown Bear. This kind of temperature is nothing but a gentle breeze to me. Look at this face. Do I look like some guy who's shivering from the cold right now? Kim Woo-jin's voice grew stern. Good. And just so you know, This dungeon is even more brutal than the needle snake one. Hearing this, his fighting spirit instantly plummeted and cold sweat poured down his face. Tougher than the needle snake? Like, a lot tougher? He replied flatly, "Try it and you'll see." Meanwhile, a series of system notifications popped up. Equip the necklace of Akirafan, you will no longer feel the winter's cold. Equip the Grim Reaper's mask. You can now establish a mental link with your summoned monsters. Kim Woo-jin urged him on. Come on, let's move around a bit to warm up. That should take the edge off the cold. Lee Jinna clutched his head and sighed heavily. Fine, whatever. But you'd better treat me to something really good to eat after this. He continued. So, what's the plan this time? This is a survival mission, so are we building a defensive line like before? He replied without missing a beat. No need. Lee Jinna let out a satisfied cheer. Oh, that's great. Saves me from the manual labor. But right at that moment, the system announced the summoning of skeleton soldiers, and the sight before him left him completely stunned. What the... From within a pitch-black aura of dark magic, the skeleton soldiers emerged. Their eye sockets gleamed with a chilling light, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Lee Jinna quipped, What, are they going to a prom? Why are the Bone Boys dressed to the nines today? His voice rang out again. You're loaded, so why are you being so cheap? You just put them in leather armor. However, after taking a closer look, Lee Jinna realized the truth. Wait a minute, is this needle snake skin? He roared in pure frustration. Son of a bitch, we both busted our asses out there, and you hogged all the snakeskin for yourself? Then a sudden realization hit him. Just one of these suits is worth an absolute fortune, and this crazy bastard equipped it on every single skeleton? Kim Woo-jin shot him a sideways glance and said coldly, I already sent your share to the office. Lee Jinna cursed in absolute misery. God damn it, that means the bald guy swallowed it all. At that exact moment, Oh Se-chan was digging in his ear, muttering to himself, Who the hell is talking trash about me? Back at the camp, Kang Yeji had finally noticed that two people had broken off from the group. Is it those Russians? She loudly demanded to know if anyone had seen Isaac Ivanov and his teammate. Kim Hoon answered nervously, I'm sorry, I was too busy setting up the camp. But before he could even finish his sentence, Kang Yeji snapped at him. Sorry, did you completely forget our orders from the higher-ups? She furrowed her brows in deep thought. Clearing the dungeon is secondary. The most crucial thing is to figure out if we can cooperate with that Russian, Isaac Ivanov. Kang Yeji immediately turned to leave, but she didn't forget to leave strict instructions. Have this camp fully set up before I get back, and make sure to guard it well. Kim Hoon hastily tried to stop her. Why don't we just send a scout? Why do you have to go yourself? Kang Yeji growled. Mind your own business. If anything happens, just blow the whistle. I need to see exactly how strong they are with my own two eyes. Meanwhile, over on Kim Woo-jin's side, a pack of ferocious wolves had completely surrounded them. They bared their razor-sharp fangs, saliva dripping from their jaws as they eyed their prey with absolute hunger. Without hesitation, the skeleton soldiers charged into battle, completely tearing the wolf pack apart. Lee Jinna moved with lightning speed, slamming his fist into the ground. A thick wave of snow blasted upward, striking right at the beasts. Immediately after, the skeleton soldiers swung their swords and threw themselves into the fray with brutal intensity. With every downward slash, the wolves howled in agony, their fresh blood spraying out and staining the pure white snow a brilliant crimson. The sight before her left her in utter shock. What in the world is that? Kang Yeji stood there, completely dumbfounded. Those are skeleton soldiers? They are on a completely different level compared to any skeletons I've ever seen. Kim Hoon whispered, Captain, what do we do? Should we step in and help? She gritted her teeth, emphasizing every single word. Are you blind? This place has already become their personal hunting ground. Kang Yeji continued, If we jump in now, we'll only be getting in their way. Deep down, she was absolutely furious. These guys completely outclassed her. She was trembling with sheer frustration, her hands balling into tight fists. They truly live up to the title of the players who cleared the Needle Snake dungeon. I need to report this back right away. We have to recruit him no matter the cost. Suddenly, Kim Hoon cried out, Look, a signal! Kang Yeji whipped her head around, her face instantly draining of color in pure panic. One long note. That's the emergency distress signal. Something's gone wrong at the camp. Without a second of hesitation, the two of them sprinted off. Catching the sound of the commotion, Kim Woo-jin threw a quick glance in their direction. Meanwhile, a vicious pack of wolves had charged straight toward the camp. Someone screamed in absolute terror, "They've breached the defensive line!" The group fought back desperately, swinging their weapons like madmen in the middle of the blizzard. One of them roared in total despair, "Damn it! Where the hell are they all coming from?" The man next to him tried to calm everyone down. "Just hold the line. Hold out until the captain gets back." Right at that moment, the sound of footsteps tearing through the wind echoed across the white snow. Up in the sky, a dark silhouette suddenly flashed into view. It plummeted at a terrifying speed, diving straight into the heart of the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Dirt and rocks went flying, and thick dust clouded the sky. As the smoke slowly cleared, it revealed a commanding figure standing tall in the center of a newly formed crater. One of the team members' eyes went wide, and he shouted in overwhelming relief. "Captain!" Kang Yeji angrily barked at them. "What are you all standing around for? These are just Floor 1 monsters. Shut your mouths and get back into defensive formation right now." She immediately barked out her orders. "Fight while falling back toward the camp. Anyone injured, retreat to the rear lines." Up on a nearby mountain peak, watching its kin being mercilessly slaughtered, the alpha wolf threw its head back and let out a long, sorrowful howl. The cry echoed through the snowy mountains, tragic yet fiercely violent. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble and the shaking grew stronger by the second. One of the men suddenly sensed that something was terribly wrong. He immediately leaped up into a nearby tree to get a better vantage point. The sight that met his eyes left him frozen to the core. A massive, endless horde of wolves was pouring down from every side of the mountain, swarming straight toward the camp. He let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. "It's a monster wave. A massive tide of monsters is rushing right at us." Kang Yeji's face went completely pale, her chest tightening with dread as she muttered, "Oh, we are so screwed. The team's defensive line has already collapsed and there's still a bigger wave coming?" From atop another mountain peak, watching the wolves swarm toward the camp like an endless sea, Lee Gina spoke up. "If we just leave them be, they're all gonna get wiped out." He froze, panic lacing his voice. "Hey, don't tell me we have to go down there right now." At the same time, Kim Gujin stood silently, recalling a phone call from last night. Sei-chan asked casually, "I was actually a bit surprised that you wanted to find a skill book, but luckily I managed to buy one. Did you get it?" Looking at the paper in his hand, Kim Gujin replied calmly, "I got it. Thanks, man. Oh." The paper displayed the information for an E-rank aura skill. Its effect was to release an aura that could either buff allies or curse enemies. The aura's radius would increase with the skill's level. A moment later, a system notification popped up. "You have learned the aura skill." Kim Gujin glanced to his side, his voice cold and detached. "Just watch and learn. Explaining everything is too much of a pain." Meanwhile, the group below had been completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Kang Yi's face was smeared with blood, her eyes flashing with anger. "Damn it! Now I get why the 12 Vanguard teams all failed. I completely underestimated this first floor dungeon." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the middle of the wolf pack. Smoke and fire engulfed a corner of the sky, blowing the beast to pieces. Someone cheered joyfully. "Reinforcements!" she snapped back. "Did the cold make you delusional? Who else could possibly be in this dungeon besides us?" Kang Yi's gaze flicked toward the cliffside. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she silently guessed. Unless... Going back a few minutes, he was holding the corpse of a wolf in his hand. With a cold, ruthless swing of his arm, Kim Gujin hurled the corpse downward without a single ounce of hesitation. An arrogant smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Instantly, the system's voice chimed in again, activating the emissary of the underworld skill, Corpse Explosion. A chain of explosions shook the very earth, and thick black smoke swallowed the wolf pack. In just a matter of moments, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Lee Gina dashed forward at breakneck speed, the howling wind swirling the smoke around his every step. With just a flick of his hand, the layer of snow beneath his feet shot up like razor-sharp blades, flying straight at the enemy. The skeleton soldiers also charged in like madmen, fighting relentlessly, their bloodlust fierce enough to flatten the entire wolf pack. The system announced the activation of the sun's blessing. Right after, the necklace around Kim Gujin's neck began to glow brilliantly. Another notification popped up, opening a link with a skeleton soldier. In a flash, his body and mind completely synchronized with the skeleton soldier, fusing them into a single entity. The system continued to report, using aura. You are currently linked with a skeleton soldier. Mana consumption spiked instantly. The bodies of the skeleton soldiers flared with light, magic swirling around them like a surge of raw power. Their killing intent piercing the very sky. Their pitch-black eye sockets widened as magical vortexes spun within them, radiating a cold, piercing light that made the surrounding air feel completely frozen. Witnessing this magical transformation of the skeleton soldiers, Lee Jina was absolutely stunned. His eyes bulged, and cold sweat beaded down his face, unable to believe what he was seeing. The skeletons let out eerie, monstrous roars, showing off their newly infused power. Lee Jina frowned, wondering out loud, what the hell kind of terrifying aura is this? He looked left and right, glancing at the rest of the skeleton soldiers. Hold on a second, what on earth are these bony guys doing? Thoughts raced wildly through his mind. Did that crazy bastard juice these things up on steroids or something? The skeleton soldiers shrieked madly, their cold eyes overflowing with killing intent. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to strike at any given moment. One of them slammed its sword into the ground, and a boom echoed like a crack of thunder, launching the wolves high into the air. He froze in his tracks, thinking to himself, no way, they're fighting like total berserkers. That punk Kim Gujin has the good stuff but didn't even bother to share. Kim Gujin transmitted his voice dripping with mockery. What are you dropping your jaw for? This is just basic tactics for mob battles. Instead of focusing on single target buffs, using the aura to turn the sun's blessing into an area of effect buff is way more efficient. In Kim Gujin's hand, the corpse of the alpha wolf was stiff and lifeless. He quietly observed the brutal battle below. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the carcass hurtling down. Immediately after, a system notification popped up, activating the emissary of the underworld skill, Corpse Explosion. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, a blazing crimson fire illuminating the entire sky. Kang Yi was completely stunned. The explosions had formed a massive wall, entirely halting the monster wave. Is this the true power of the Thorned Snake Hunter? Seeing that the crisis had been averted, she immediately barked out an order. Their attack rhythm is in total chaos. This is our chance. Everyone, charge. The scene shifted to a high-rise building in the middle of a bustling downtown street. A voice echoed from within, we're going to swoop in and save the Messiah Guild at the very last second. A smug smirk tugged at Sei-chan's lips. Exactly. They call themselves heroes, so do you really think they'd have the guts to turn their backs on their saviors? Plus, under the intense pressure of the media, they'll have absolutely no choice but to reward us generously. He stood with his arms crossed, boasting arrogantly, you see, this is what the ancients call killing two birds with one stone. Jisoo remarked sarcastically, it's great if it succeeds, but is that even remotely possible? She voiced her concerns. The Messiah Guild has plenty of heavy-hitting players in that level bracket too. Look, for this plan to actually work, he needs to possess overwhelming power that completely crushes theirs. Do you honestly believe Kim Gujin is that ridiculously strong? Sei-chan asserted with absolute confidence. I'm damn sure of it. Based on how insanely fast his power is growing and the skills he's shown recently, I'm more than willing to go all in on this. Hearing those words, Jisoo's hands froze over her keyboard. A wave of shock washed over her. All in. Jisoo quickly slid her chair away from the desk. You actually rate him that highly? He nodded firmly. You bet. So while Lee Jina and Kim Gujin were tearing up that dungeon, Sei-chan's voice rang out, full of absolute resolve. We have to protect their identities at all costs. The enemy is out in the open while we operate in the shadows. That's how you win the game. Back in the dungeon, a sharp sword plunged deep into a wolf's body, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Kim Hoon spoke up, his voice dripping with exhaustion. Was that the last one? Another squad member wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing over at Kim Gujin. If it weren't for that Russian guy, we'd all be dead meat. Kang Yi quickly approached, offering her hand in sincere gratitude. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you guys, our whole team wouldn't have survived. Seeing them remain completely silent, she startled and frantically tried to cover her awkwardness. If you guys don't speak Korean, then... She awkwardly tried speaking in a broken accent. It's fine. No problem. But the two of them instantly turned on their heels and walked away, completely ignoring Kang Yi as she called out after them. Wait a second, Lee Gina whispered. Hey, we're just gonna walk away like that? What about our plan? Kim Gujin replied with chilling calm. We just wiped out the biggest pack. The rest are nothing to worry about. His voice continued, low and steady. If we stick around with them, it'll only make it easier for our cover to get blown. Now that they've seen exactly what we're capable of, they won't have the sheer nerve to claim this dungeon belongs to the Messiah Guild anymore. So what are we waiting for? Let's take this chance to grind. He panicked, his face as tense as a drawn bowstring. Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're gonna pull the exact same stunt as last time? But the only response Lee Gina got was a cold, chilling laugh. The two of them pressed on, exploring every single nook and cranny of the dungeon this time around. After fighting for a while, he was panting heavily, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Teaming up with this total psycho. Right at that moment, the system chime rang out. You have leveled up. Both of their eyes were glued to the notification panel in front of them. Kim Gujin was absolutely thrilled. I've hit level 35. I finally reached my goal. The system continued to announce, the emissary of the underworld has used their privilege to grant you power. The poison blood skill has leveled up. He reached out and tapped the screen to check the current power of his skill. The panel displayed the words, Poison Blood, Skill Level S. Skill Effect, transforms your blood into lethal poison. You can expend mana to refine the toxicity and create mystic blood. Kim Gujin fell into deep thought. Poison Blood level 10 and now Mystic Blood. This is going to make my plans go a whole lot smoother. Lee Gina asked curiously, Hey, what's with the super serious look on your face? Got indigestion or something? Gujin awkwardly replied. No, it's nothing. But before we head down to the second floor, there's one extremely important thing we need to do. Gina angrily yelled out, What the hell is it this time? What exactly is your grand plan anyway? Kim Gujin replied nonchalantly. Dinner. Heading down to the second floor is going to burn a ton of stamina. Gina was completely stunned. Wait, seriously? A little while later, a campfire was blazing, and the mouth-watering scent of roasted meat drifted all throughout the dungeon. Gina grabbed a massive drumstick and happily munched away. See? This is exactly how teammates should treat each other. Here, grab a bite, man. Gujin shot him a brief glance, his voice tinged with curiosity. By the way, there's something I've been wondering about for a while. Even with that immortal body of yours, you still feel pain, don't you? So, is it possible for you to just pass out from the sheer pain right in the middle of a fight? Gina cheerfully tore off a huge chunk of meat with his teeth. No way in hell, who do you take me for? You think a macho man like Lee Gina would ever pass out in the middle of a fight? But Kim Gujin's next words made Gina freeze up instantly. Yeah, that's good to hear. Say, if a one-horned fox were to pierce right through your guts, how long do you think you could hold it down? Gina spluttered defensively. What the hell kind of question is that? Did I do something to piss you off? Seeing Gujin's deadpan, chilling gaze, Gina quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling slightly. Hey, let's talk this out peacefully. No need to be so intense, man. Down on the second floor of the dungeon, a party of hunters was being completely decimated. The monsters here moved as fast as lightning, darting past them so incredibly fast that no one could even catch a clear glimpse of their true forms. An archer drew his bowstring taut, his eyes frantically darting around as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Damn it, it's way too fast. How the hell are we supposed to fight this thing? Right at that moment, the monster suddenly changed direction, lunging straight toward him. The man instantly sensed the danger, his entire body tensing up in high alert. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was completely engulfed by the monster's massive, gaping jaws, and just as quickly, the beast vanished into thin air once again. Witnessing the horrific scene, Kang Yi panicked. If this keeps up, we're all going to be wiped out. Are we really just going to sit here and wait to die? She gritted her teeth, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts as she desperately searched for any viable strategy. Is there any way to pin that one-horned fox down? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed out, coming to a halt right next to Kang Yi. She flinched, her eyes widening in sheer confusion at what was happening. Gina, trying to hide his identity, spoke in broken, heavily accented Russian. Me Russian! Spasiba! Me kill fox! Siba! Freaking damn it! Kang Yi wondered inwardly, a Russian guy? Is he seriously out here all by himself? Only then did she realize what he was doing. Gina was casually strolling straight toward the one-horned fox. Kang Yi panicked and screamed out. Hey, wait, trying to take them on alone is straight up suicide. In that terrifying moment, all she could see were the beast's glowing eyes, radiating a bone-chilling hostility. Completely ignoring her desperate warnings, Gina just calmly continued to step forward. The one-horned fox bared its razor-sharp teeth, letting out a vicious, threatening growl. In the blink of an eye, its figure vanished completely, leaving only a cloud of kicked-up snow as the sole proof that it had ever been standing there. Moving at terrifying speed, those razor-sharp fangs instantly closed in on Gina. His thick cloak was immediately ripped open, leaving a massive, gaping hole. It's way too fast, Gina thought in absolute shock. The one-horned fox darted around him like a fired arrow, constantly circling its prey. Its movements were a mere blur, completely invisible to the naked eye. All that was left was a fleeting white streak blending flawlessly into the pristine snow. Gina threw up his arms to block the relentless attacks, frustration and anger boiling up inside him. It's exactly like that bastard said. Its attack power isn't that high, but its agility is insane. Damn it, I'm stuck entirely on the defensive here. There's absolutely no opening to launch a counterattack. But right at that critical life or death moment, Gina suddenly stumbled, his body losing its balance. His eyes widened in shock as a single curse echoed in his mind. Damn it, what a spectacular time to slip. The beast definitely didn't miss that golden opportunity. The one-horned fox lunged forward immediately. Its massive, heavy body slammed brutally right into Gina's chest. The impact was so devastatingly strong that he was violently thrown backward, completely unable to react. Fresh blood spewed from his mouth, his vision blurred out, and his mind reeled in a dizzying haze. At that exact moment, the conversation from last night replayed clearly in Gina's mind. Kim Gujin had been rubbing his chin, murmuring thoughtfully, "The one-horned fox's attacks aren't the real issue here. It's that ridiculous speed that's going to be a major headache. If my skeleton soldiers take a single hit, they'll be completely shattered, so they're absolutely useless. And trying to corner it with traps would just waste way too much time." He snapped back in frustration. "You're basically telling me to act as bait and hold it down, right? No wonder you were acting so nice, even stopping for dinner." "Is that a bit too much for you?" he mocked. A moment later, Lee Jinna's eyes slowly regained their focus. He reached out and grabbed the one-horned fox tightly. Caught completely off guard, the beast panicked and darted forward, dragging him right along with it. Meh. Lee Jinna gritted his teeth, desperately trying to plant his feet firmly into the white snow. But the monster's strength was overwhelming. In a split second, the one-horned fox dragged him across the snow, leaving a long, stark white trail behind. With snow spraying blindly in all directions, Lee Jinna quickly activated the blessing of the river Styx. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, this hurts like hell, but I've got you now, you sly old fox." Lee Jinna pinned its head down hard against the snow, channeling every ounce of his strength into his arms to leave the one-horned fox with absolutely no chance to escape. The sight unfolding before her made Kang Yeji's jaw drop in horror. He's holding the fox down by using his own body as a punching bag? But soon after, her heart sank. He can't keep this up forever. If no one lands a finishing blow, holding it down is completely useless. Suddenly, an arrow came flying out of nowhere, tearing through the air. It hurtled straight toward the one-horned fox at blinding speed. The beast instantly sensed the danger, its face contorting with tension as its entire body convulsed in a desperate, futile attempt to dodge. The one-horned fox was completely powerless. A flash of utter despair gleamed in its eyes as death closed in. In the blink of an eye, the system displayed a notification that the one-horned fox had been afflicted with blood poison. Only then did Kang Yeji flinch and whip her head around. Kim Woo-jin was already standing there, his hand still holding the drawn bow posture. Immediately after, the skeleton soldiers rushed in at top speed to assist. She stood dead in her tracks, breaking out in a cold sweat. Kang Yaji thought to herself, are they really both under level 40? The skeleton soldiers surrounded the one-horned fox from all four sides, relentlessly bringing down their cold, sharp blades with an overwhelming aura. She realized that compared to these two monsters, her group was absolutely nothing. Their levels were just in a completely different league. Very quickly, the system displayed a notification, "You have successfully slain the one-horned fox." Outside the dungeon, the dimensional gate slowly opened, signaling that the players had cleared the trial. The swarm of reporters raised their cameras and snapped away frantically, with someone asking out of curiosity, who cleared it? Was it Kang Yeji from the Messiah Guild? Or was it Isaac? The person next to them chimed in, "Whoever it is, we have to get an interview at all costs." Suddenly, a car pulled up into the middle of the crowd. Someone wondered, why is there a diplomatic vehicle here? Another person blurted out, "That's Isaac's car!" Inside that car, Kim Woo-jin took the newly hunted horn out of his inventory. He picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Mr. Osi-chan, I want to release a press statement." He readily agreed. "You finished way earlier than I expected." "Sure thing." "But what is the statement for?" Kim Woo-jin spoke up. "Just tell the media that if the Messiah Guild is truly in need..." He continued calmly, "Then we are perfectly willing to donate the one-horned fox's horn to them." Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah flew into a rage and roared, "Have you lost your damn mind? We broke our backs all day for this loot, and now you want to just give it away?" On the other end of the line, Oh Se-chan nodded in praise. "Understood. That's a brilliant idea." He hissed furiously, "Hey, if you don't want it, give it to me. Who the hell just hands things over to those Messiah guys?" "You're all totally insane," Kim Woo-jin then added a reminder. "Also, make sure to heavily emphasize the part about if the Messiah Guild is truly in need." Oh Se-chan immediately agreed. "Got it. I'll get right on it." Before long, the news spread like wildfire across social networks and news channels. Isaac Ivanov, "If the Messiah Guild truly needs it, I am willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox." Isaac Ivanov expresses his goodwill to raid dungeons alongside the Messiah Guild. Kang Yeji of the Messiah Guild. Without Isaac Ivanov, clearing the dungeon would have been impossible. His eyes were glued to his phone screen, silently praising them in his mind. These guys are actually pretty competent. The news went up fast. Right at that moment, his phone buzzed. It was Park Yong-won calling. The very next day, Kim Woo-jin was already present at his office. On the television screen, a news broadcast was airing, tossing around a slew of theories regarding Isaac Ivanov's true identity. Park Yong-won grumbled, "Isaac Ivanov. That guy's name is plastered all over the news these days, isn't it?" He glanced at the person sitting across from him. "Anyway, back to business. You work a lot more efficiently than I thought." Park Yong-won continued. It seems those damn skull bastards have ceased all their operations in Korea and packed their bags back to Japan. Part of me wants to hunt them down to the very last man, but for now, this result is satisfying enough." He snapped his fingers with a sharp click, signaling Secretary Kim. "Since you've held up your end of the deal, you deserve to be properly rewarded." She swiftly placed a piece of paper right in front of Kim Woo-jin. Park Yong-won's voice continued to ring out. "Don't get cocky. Keep up the hard work and train well. Do a good job, and there'll be more rewards coming your way." He bowed his head, staring intently at the paper in front of him. It was the Blood Mist skill. Job requirement, Emissary of Hell. Level requirement, over level 40. Effect, creates a smokescreen using your own blood. He said in a stern voice, "Now that you're a member of my personal guard, you'd better put your back into it and prove your worth." Kim Woo-jin answered without missing a beat. "Understood, sir." Suddenly, a news alert broadcasted on the TV, instantly catching Park Yong-won's attention. Breaking news. The Messiah Guild has officially released a statement. The Messiah Guild deeply appreciates Isaac's goodwill, but they will solely accept the kind sentiment. Instead, the Messiah Guild would like to send a small gift to repay him for saving the lives of their guild members. He scoffed. "Man, what a bunch of idiots. Clinging to that cheap pride of theirs is only going to bite them in the ass, right?" He didn't say a word. In his mind, the image of the news statement Oh Se-chan released on his behalf flashed by. If the Messiah Guild truly needs it, I am entirely willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox. Kim Woo-jin smirked with satisfaction, thinking to himself, if I had kept quiet, they definitely would have used the media to pressure me into handing over the horn. But that kind of trick only works against those branded as enemies of the Messiah Guild. His train of thought continued to race through his mind. Not only did I save their members, but I also showed the goodwill to offer them a gift. Now there's no way they can drag my name through the mud. Not if they want to protect their precious noble hero image. If they really want that one-horned fox's horn, Kim Woo-jin was certain they'd have to pay an astronomical price. As for how much they'd lose, that all depended on their so-called sincerity. Snapping back to reality, he picked up the paper thinking to himself that gifting him a level 40 skill scroll was basically telling him to go grind. Kim Woo-jin asked, could you perhaps find me a few suitable dungeons to level up in? Park Yong-won agreed in a heartbeat. Dungeons? That's child's play, he declared generously. Get in touch with the brokers and send the bill to me. You don't need to worry about the rest. A satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah was stuffing his face with snacks while watching the news. The Messiah Guild has expressed their desire to send Isaac Ivanov a gift to show their immense gratitude. They truly are a generous organization, always ready to heavily support individuals dedicating themselves to saving the world. He chewed noisily, muttering in frustration, damn that sneaky bastard Kim Woo-jin. Did he leak that announcement on purpose because he knew exactly how this would play out? He completely hit the jackpot. Not only does he get to keep the horn, but he's also squeezing a massive payout out of the Messiah Guild. Lee Jin-ah tossed the rest of his cake into his mouth. I wonder what they're gonna give him. Got me pretty damn curious. Oh Se-chan answered right away. The golem summoning skill. He shot up in shock. Huh? How the hell do you know that, boss? He replied calmly. Well, they obviously made a deal behind closed doors before announcing it to the media. A glint of sheer amusement flashed across Oh Se-chan's face. Whatever the gift is, money up front is always the smartest move. If they're offering up the golem summoning skill, there's absolutely no reason not to take it. Lee Jin-ah ripped open another snack. Wait a second. He bolted upright, pointing a finger squarely at himself, his voice rising in outrage. What about my cut? I spilled blood, sweat, and tears for this, you know. How come I'm getting absolutely nothing? I should at least be getting a chunk of the loot. He quickly hauled over a few boxes of Choco Pies and slammed them onto the table. Here's your cut. Oh Se-chan declared shamelessly, I know how much you love these. His next words made Lee Jin-ah tremble with pure rage. So I stocked up a whole warehouse of them as a present for you. He angrily pointed at the mountain of snacks piled in the corner of the room. People sent those over because they think we're the Russian Guild's branch office. It's not like you bought them with your own money, so quit playing games. Where are my skills and gear? Despite his rant, he quickly tore open a box of snacks. Lee Jin-ah devoured them like a starving tiger. What the hell have you been staring at so intensely this whole time? Oh Se-chan casually spoke up. It's a dungeon purchase request from Park Yong-won. Lee Jin-ah looked surprised. Park Yong-won. I thought you were done with that guy. Didn't you curse him out, calling him a petty scumbag who only cares about lining his own pockets? Why are you doing business with him now? And from what I hear, he already has the Phoenix Guild wrapped around his finger, so why does he even need a dungeon broker? His eyes remained glued to the file in his hand. He said he wanted to buy a few dungeons to train a new trusted subordinate. Sounds like he really cares about his underlings, huh? Lee Jin-ah was puzzled. A new trusted subordinate? Who? Oh Se-chan replied, your best buddy. He was stunned. Kim Woo-jin? Lee Jin-ah sneered sarcastically. I see. Are you two teaming up to completely crush Park Yong-won? You absolute con artists. He ground his teeth in annoyance. Con artists. That's called knowing how to do business. It's just good business, kid. You should get Kim Woo-jin to give you a lesson on this someday. Suddenly, he slid a piece of paper right in front of him. Okay, this one looks pretty decent. Lee Jin-ah snatched up the paper. A survival mission. Oh Se-chan asked, what do you think? He chimed in. Well, a dungeon where the only goal is survival is pretty damn rare. This could sell for a hefty chunk of change. The paper read, 240 hours. Floor 2. B-rank difficulty, capacity, 25 people. Entry condition, under level 40. Clear condition, survive on the second floor for 7 days. Reward, C-rank skill stone for surviving players. Lee Jin-ah handed the paper back. Surviving for 7 days in a B-rank dungeon. This is the perfect place to grind levels by putting your life on the line. Oh Sei-chan stared at him, stunned. Why are you handing it back to me? Lee Jin-ah looked completely clueless. Huh? Oh Sei-chan elaborated. What do you mean, huh? You're going in too. Lee Jin-ah was dead silent. The paper slipped from his hand at the boss's words. You gotta work if you want to eat. No work, no pay. Lee Jin-ah hurriedly tried to negotiate. Hold on, boss. I thought about it again, and this really isn't the best fit. But Oh Sei-chan smoothly coaxed him. You're finally starting to know how to evaluate a dungeon, aren't you? Come on, be a good kid and just go. In the end, he couldn't refuse and was forced to join that dungeon. Lee Jin-ah grumbled in sheer frustration. God damn it, now I gotta babysit that psycho in another dungeon. Just as Kim Gujin suggested, let's take a little stroll to catch some fresh air first, shall we? Scene shifts to the Hansung Group. This is the #1 financial conglomerate in South Korea. They became the most influential enterprise in the world by sponsoring the Messiah Guild. In the CEO's office, Park Shin-hye cried out in shock. Jang Ju is dead? Assistant Bae reported, yes, he entered a dungeon saying he was going to catch Kim Gujin and never came back. Park Shin-hye gritted her teeth in anger. Why did he always do things nobody asked him to? And what about Johan's necklace? He hesitated. She snapped irritably. It got taken, didn't it? Find it and bring it back at all costs. Park Shin-hye lightly stroked her lips, lost deep in thought. Finding someone in the guild to replace Jang Ju isn't hard, but Johan's necklace is truly important. She thought to herself, the Skull Guild's string of failures initially seemed like nothing to worry about, but now it's turning into a real headache. It's escalating the tension between us, the great swordsman, and the great bowmaster. Park Shin-hye let out a soft sigh. The seemingly perfect alliance was now showing cracks. At that moment, his detestable face flashed through her mind. The root cause of all this trouble was Park Yong-won. That bastard. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have wiped him out right from the start. Park Shin-hye bit her lip tightly, calculating inwardly. Now that he has grown too powerful, we have to slowly chip away at his forces. She asked curiously, that newest member of Park Yong-won's personal guard, what about him? Assistant Bae asked in return. You mean Kim Gujin? He was so tense he felt suffocated, nervously loosening his collar. Ah, well. We are trying our best to take him out, but Park Yong-won is protecting him fiercely. We can't even get close. Assistant Bae continued explaining. Not only that, he is also investing a massive amount of resources into buying skill books and equipment to train Kim Gujin. Park Shin-hye waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Stop making excuses. She spoke in a chilling tone. I just want to know if you have a plan to eliminate him. That's all. He spoke up. We have already dispatched a team to capture Kim Gujin. Park Shin-hye asked coldly, led by whom? Assistant Bae replied respectfully, It's Suzuki, ma'am. A thought crossed her mind. Suzuki AG is the one wielding Lancelot's ring, so he can be trusted. Park Shin-hye questioned, Where are they now? He reported back, they are currently awaiting orders in Kaesong City. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the system rang out with a notification. You have leveled up. You have reached level 40. The emissary of the underworld is highly impressed with your progress. You have received 8 additional inventory slots. Kim Gujin was thrilled. Level 40. Finally, I can use the gift I was given. At this moment, Lee Jin-ah was panting heavily in exhaustion. He wiped the sweat off his face, unable to stop cursing inwardly. Kim Gujin. The more I hang out with him, the more of a psycho I realize he is. He's probably the only one who can grind and level up this fast and effortlessly. Setting up traps after analyzing the terrain seemed simple, but it was incredibly effective. He not only knew exactly what types of monsters and how many were in each dungeon, but he also knew their precise locations and the absolute most efficient way to hunt them down. He knows everything. Lee Jin-ah narrowed his eyes, silently convinced. It's almost as if he's experienced all this before. His eyes remained glued to the piece of paper in his hand. Now, even if I fall into a tiger's den, I could still make it out alive. System notifications chimed consecutively. You have learned the skill, Summon Golem. You have learned the skill, Blood Mist. He suggested, since we've reached our goal, let's just flawlessly clear the dungeon now, alright? However, Kim Gujin did not agree with that idea. On the contrary, now that we have new skills, we have to grind like our lives depend on it. Only then can we accurately gauge our true combat power. Lee Jinuk groaned in despair, his voice full of annoyance. Oh, give me a break. After some time, the two of them finally conquered the dungeon. The spatial gate opened once again. By now, his legs were trembling, completely devoid of the strength to stand upright. He could only drag himself step by step, practically crawling out of the gate. Jisoo cried out in panic. Jin-ah, what's wrong? Are you okay? She quickly knelt down to support him, her voice filled with worry. Where are you hurt? Jin-ah's face was haggard, completely drained of life, as he managed to choke out a single word. Hungry. Kim Gujin didn't care in the slightest, stating coldly, I have somewhere to be right now. Jisoo was flustered. Oh, okay. Jin-ah collapsed face first into the dirt, muttering weakly, I need food. She handed Kim Gujin a phone. You can contact him using this. A familiar voice answered from the other end of the line. Speaking. Secretary Lee, what's the matter? He asked indifferently. It's me, Kim Gujin. Hearing this, Se-chan thought to himself, he's probably in Kaesong by now. Kim Gujin's voice continued over the line. There's a place I want to go to. The call ended shortly after. Se-chan stared at the phone in silence, curiosity welling up inside him. Why Kaesong? What is he plotting? After the gates appeared, North Korea, which had been completely isolated from the outside world, was forced to open its borders for external assistance. That place was Kaesong City, where entry and exit were completely unrestricted. And as long as you had the ability to clear dungeons, you could basically do whatever you wanted. As a result, the Kaesong Special Zone became a den for players with criminal records. The entire city was quickly swallowed by greed. Scene shifts to Kaesong. Night had fallen, and darkness blanketed the area. A battered old passenger bus rattled and clanked along the deserted road. By now, Kim Gujin was in disguise, pretending to tremble in fear before the thug standing in front of him. Se-hoon arrogantly questioned the frail-looking youth. This is my first time seeing you around here. Just started out as a porter kid? He pretended to have no idea what the guy meant. A porter! He explained that it was basically a useless tag-along whose only job was to carry the loot out of the dungeon. Kim Gujin nervously pushed up his glasses, cold sweat breaking out across his face. I'm not. So-hun smirked, his voice dead set. Come on, save the denial. Anyone here can tell just by looking. You don't exactly look like the type who ended up here for roughing somebody up, do you? Did you scam some poor sap out of their cash? No need to hide it. We are all in the same boat here anyway, he said with a mocking drawl. But you seem a bit green, considering almost everyone in this joint is a hardened crook. If they aren't taking people out, they are doing even sicker things. These guys get to live outside the law simply because they have that player title. So-hun continued, pretty convenient, isn't it? With this status, as long as you rake in the cash, you always have a shot at a comeback. Being a player is freaking awesome. Anyway, let's hear it. How did you end up wandering out here? He opened up. I was betrayed by the person I trusted the absolute most. He seemed highly amused by Kim Gujin's sob story. Ouch, a betrayal, huh? I have no idea what that backstabber looks like, but I bet you are fuming over it. A moment later, So-hun turned and walked away. Well, if you ever need anything, just give your big bro a shout. As he left, the rookie's eyes turned razor sharp, reflecting his true state of mind. That's right, it was the price to pay for betraying the entire world. Meanwhile, the thug sat quietly in a corner, tapping away on his phone, a sleazy smirk occasionally creeping onto his lips. On the screen, So-hun received a message from his gang. How are things looking with the porters? He lazily typed out a reply. No one's suspicious. We can just use them up and toss them out. A while later, the vehicle finally reached its destination. The tires screeched to a halt against the dirt, the harsh sound echoing through the air, before the driver bellowed in pure disgust, "We are here! Get the hell out!" At the exact same time, over at Se-chan's office, Lena's voice echoed all the way out of the building. Wait, Kiseong is in North Korea? He rubbed his round, bloated belly, leisurely picking his teeth. He actually went there? Seriously, that freak only ever does the most insane things. That place is an absolute breeding ground for bloodthirsty psychos. What is he even expecting to find in a lawless wasteland like that? Sechan stared at the comically long receipt in his hand, sheer fury written all over his face. You absolute maniac! He pointed a trembling finger straight at the person across from him, roaring in anger. I am talking about you. You shameless bastard! You showed up right at dinner time just to mooch off my food, didn't you? He scowled, his voice dripping with annoyance. Well, I do recall Kim Gujin mentioning something about giving me a cut of that spiked snake skin. Hearing this, Sechan instantly panicked and hurriedly softened his tone. Wait, what? Since when did Kim Gujin head up to Kisong anyway? Lena pouted. Oh, drop the act, you sly fox, she muttered, knowing full well he only changed the subject to cover up his guilt. Sechan tried to play it cool, but cold sweat was already pouring down his face like a waterfall. Why on earth did he have to go to Kisong right at this exact moment? This is incredibly bad timing. Because that guy happens to be in Kisong right now too. He froze. Wait, what guy? His face grew dead serious. There is a monster up there. One even more terrifying than Kim Gujin. Sechan continued. Chances are that freak is already hovering around level 50 by now. And at that level, absolutely no one can stand up to him. A dreadful thought flashed through his mind. I really hope I am wrong about this. If those two end up crossing paths this early on in the game, it is going to be an absolute disaster. Lena simply could not believe what she was hearing and immediately shot back. Oh, quit your bluffing, old man. You expect me to believe there is someone out there even more psycho than Kim Gujin? If a guy like that actually existed, I would have definitely heard of him by now. So, what is his name? He replied with chilling calmness. I guarantee you have heard of him. Suzuki Achi, the Mad Hound of the Salvation Guild. Right at that very moment, deep inside the city of Kiseong, Suzuki Achi was on a phone call. Understood. I will make the preparations right away. Lee Min asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Is there a problem, boss? Suzuki Achi finally spoke up. The Queen wants us to personally take care of our next target. The subordinate blinked in confusion. Our next target? Who is it? Meanwhile, the hostile voice of the driver echoed from the back of the transport. Furious, he barked, Get your asses off the truck! Suzuki Achi growled the name Kim Gujin. Lee Min looked completely baffled. Kim Gujin? Never even heard of the guy. Suzuki Achi's voice turned grim. She specifically ordered us to be on high alert. That means this bastard is definitely no pushover. Lee Min let out a sleazy, flattering chuckle. Hey, whatever you say, boss. If we have our orders, we just execute them. Suzuki firmly reminded him, a new hunt has been issued. So we need to clear out this dungeon as fast as possible and then get straight to tracking this guy down. Alright, by the way, what is the status on those porters? Kim-un reported in. The foreman sent word that there are no issues. We will just proceed according to plan. Suzuki Achi urged. Alright, then go get ready. Kim Gujin had heard the entire conversation, staring at them in dead silence without blinking. Suzuki, I never expected to run into you again in a situation like this. If it were the me from yesterday, I would have definitely avoided you like the plague. A relentless stream of thoughts surged through Kim Gujin's mind. A rabid hound, ready to destroy absolutely everything on the orders of the Salvation Guild. But once he hit level 100, his field of operations became severely restricted because his level was simply too high. Because of that, he thought to himself, the Salvation Guild needed to train another hound to do their dirty work. This was the truth that I only discovered later on. If it were not for that reason, that bastard would never have shown his face to recruit me personally. Underestimating Suzuki right now would be completely foolish. Even now, Park Shin H might have already handed Lot's ring over to him. If things keep going like this, he is going to turn into an absolutely unstoppable monster. Kim Gujin locked onto his immediate goal. I have to stop this while I still can. Time to enter the dungeon. Deep inside the dungeon, the next quest objective was to defeat the Red Orcs to advance to the next floor. In another corner of the dungeon, fresh blood splattered wildly, mixing with screams full of absolute despair. Hearing the screams, Suzuki Achi cried out in shock. What the hell is that? Kim trembled in terror and blurted out, One of the porters just slaughtered our men and made a run for it. He frantically asked for orders. Captain, what do we do now? Should we go after him? Looking at the fatal wound on the cold corpse, Suzuki Achi frowned. The killer had taken them out with a single, brutally precise strike to a vital spot. He turned the unfortunate victim's head, thinking to himself, "This guy is no amateur when it comes to killing." Sensing the situation turning incredibly dangerous, Suzuki Achi instantly barked out an order. "Halt all current plans! Wipe out the rest of those porters!" Lim respectfully bowed his head. "Understood, Captain." In a flash, one of the men pulled a sword from his inventory, the blade gleaming under the dungeon's dim light. Weapons instantly materialized in another man's hands as well, his grip tightening, ready to strike. In mere seconds, another thug hoisted his razor-sharp axe, the glint of cold steel signaling an imminent bloodbath. Immediately after, they closed in and completely surrounded the porters, advancing with heavy, rapid steps and eyes practically dripping with murderous intent. So-hun stammered in absolute panic. What is going on? What are you guys trying to do? We porters do not even have any weapons on us. Hey, let's just calm down." But before he could even finish his final words, his body was mercilessly slashed apart. "We even signed a contract." Fresh blood violently sprayed into the air, right before the completely terrified eyes of the remaining survivors. A man screamed in sheer panic, "Run, everybody run!" But it was completely hopeless. A brutal bloodbath erupted, staining the entire dungeon floor a deep, sickening red. Agonizing screams echoed endlessly throughout the dungeon, violently clashing with the sound of ringing steel to create an insanely suffocating chaos. In no time at all, the ground was littered with lifeless corpses, blood pooling everywhere in a truly horrifying spectacle. A subordinate stepped up to Suzuki Achi. "We have wiped them all out. Can we scatter and hunt that bastard down now?" Suzuki replied with a freezing tone. "He ran off after taking down just one of us, which means he is planning to use guerrilla tactics. He is entirely on his own. If we split up, he will undoubtedly pick us off one by one." "His trap is so glaringly obvious and you still want to walk right into it?" Suzuki Achi laid out their next move. "First things first, we need to gather more intel on this guy." Suddenly, a massive crash echoed through the air. He instantly snapped his gaze toward the source of the noise. Music. Seeing the colossal monster looming right in front of him, Suzuki Achi completely froze. A golem? He gritted his teeth, coming to a realization. So his constellation must be the messenger of hell. Suzuki Achi quickly deduced the situation in his head. Without a proper sacrifice, there is no way he could summon a true minion. This golem is more than likely just a cheap decoy to stall for time. With that in mind, he immediately barked out new orders. "Change of plans! We are going straight after him, but first, we take down this golem." Instantly, the system announced the activation of a skill from the Guardian of the Fountain of Wisdom. Bind. The moment Jun-6's magic flared to life, massive vines violently erupted from the ground, lashing out as fast as lightning. They tightly coiled around the golem's massive arms, temporarily pinning it down and giving the rest of the team a clear opening for their follow-up attacks. Prompted by Suzuki Achi's warning, the lackeys swiftly swapped out their weapons. Golems naturally have an extremely high resistance to light physical damage. "Everyone, switch to heavy weapons!" He roared at the top of his lungs. "They are really not that dangerous at all. Just shatter their legs and we are done." The underlings relentlessly bombarded the golem's legs, giving it absolutely zero chance to counterattack. Watching from his hiding spot, Kim Gujin could not help but be somewhat impressed. They knew exactly when to switch their weapon types to match the situation, and their team coordination was practically flawless. On top of that, they clearly knew the exact weak points to target. In no time at all, both of the golem's thick legs were completely pulverized. Kim Run swiftly vaulted into the air, priming himself to deliver the final, decisive blow. He hoisted his heavy weapon high overhead, aiming dead center for the golem's head. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion blasted through the cavern. The colossal monster's head was smashed to absolute pieces, kicking up a thick, blinding cloud of dust and debris that completely obscured the area. But suddenly, an ear-piercing screech ripped through the air. Jun-6 frowned in confusion. What the hell is that sound? Out of absolutely nowhere, an arrow shot forward, hurtling right toward his face at blinding speed. In a mere fraction of a second, the lethal tip was inches from his eyes, making Jun-6's heart practically stop beating. In that heart-stopping, do-or-die moment, Suzuki Achi dashed in just in time, cleanly deflecting the arrow and dragging him back from death's door. Junsik was still frozen in shock, his face completely pale as he stammered, I am so sorry, Captain. Suzuki shot back furiously, do not let your guard down just because he is a lone wolf. At that moment, Suzuki Achi's mind raced, realizing the sniper was aiming specifically for their healer, while the rest of the squad was distracted by the golem. He was incredibly intrigued. Not only was this guy familiar with these dirty tactics, but he was also terrifyingly skilled, perfectly balancing long-range snipes with summoning magic. Who the hell is this bastard? Suddenly, a deeply panicked voice rang out, making Suzuki Achi snap his head around. It was another incoming wave. Spotting a dense black mass rushing violently toward them, Kimrun shrieked in terror. Who the hell are they? Are they players? Where the hell did they even come from? I thought we were the only ones inside this dungeon. Li Min hurriedly drew his bow. I will hold them back. Set up the defense formation, now. The arrow violently tore through the wind, streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. Right at that exact second, the system notification chimed loudly, activating Silent Hunter's skill. Scatter shot. Instantly, the arrow exploded in Li Min's hand, shattering into countless smaller projectiles that hurtled toward the black mass ahead. They shrieked through the air, carving sharp arcs as they homed in on the encroaching darkness. But the moment the arrow struck, they phased right through as if plunging into thin air. The dark entity didn't even bother to dodge, simply letting every single strike pass harmlessly through its body. Li Min's jaw dropped in absolute shock as they charged straight at him instead of dodging. What the hell is this? The crimson armor of the skeleton soldier flared to life, burning through the thick black smoke like an unquenchable flame in the dark. One of them lunged forward, closing the distance in a flash. Li Min screamed in terror, "It's a skeleton soldier!" A blade slashed downward. He twisted his body, but wasn't fast enough to dodge it completely. The blade carved a gash across his face, leaving a trail of fresh blood. He desperately leaped backward, scrambling to put some safe distance between himself and the skeleton soldier. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he stared in disbelief. Since when do skeleton soldiers move with such agility? The battle raged on, both sides clashing violently as the deafening screech of metal echoed through the air. Kim Jun fought back with everything he had, cursing under his breath. Damn these grunts! Since they don't feel pain, their offense is way too overwhelming. He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. I've never seen a skeleton soldier fight with such skill. Nearby, Suzuki Achi quickly unleashed the executioner's skill, Holy Light Severance. Radiant blades erupted, sweeping violently toward the skeleton soldier and shredding its body into countless bone fragments. Suzuki thought to himself, these skeleton soldiers are mimicking their master's footwork. Suzuki muttered under his breath, which means, whoever summoned these things must be incredibly strong. The battle remained absolutely brutal, locked in a deadly stalemate. He warned himself, if this drags on, we're in serious trouble. His sword swung once more, cleaving a skeleton soldier right down the middle and saving Kim Jun by a hair's breadth. Kim Jun spun around in sheer shock. Captain Suzuki growled fiercely, do not underestimate these skeletons. Treat them like veteran players and fight with everything you've got. He then shouted a quick command. They're covered in heavy armor. Aim for the joints and gaps. Kim Jun snapped to attention, replying firmly. Understood, Captain. Plunging back into the fray, Kim Jun roared at the others. Did you all hear that? From now on, focus all your attacks on the joints of their armor. He unleashed a flurry of masterful strikes, each one landing with pinpoint accuracy on the skeleton's critical weak spots. The rest of the squad immediately fell in line, executing his orders to the letter. Suzuki vaulted into the air, tearing through the chaotic clouds of dust and smoke. A chilling thought surfaced in his mind. I can faintly feel him. He's hiding somewhere on this very battlefield. Before the thought could even settle, Suzuki's eyes lit up as he spotted something out of place. If I can just eliminate the player who summoned these monsters. There, standing perfectly still amidst the absolute chaos, was a solitary figure, looking completely detached from the bloodshed around him. A surge of triumph echoed in Suzuki's mind. Found him! Suzuki instantly slammed on the brakes, his boots skidding fiercely across the dirt and kicking up massive trails of dust in his wake. Exploding forward like an arrow released from a bow, Suzuki launched himself straight at the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he materialized right in front of him, his icy gaze dripping with murderous intent. A merciless slash brought the blade crashing down, tearing through the air with a terrifying shriek that seemed to cleave space itself. Suzuki stood tall and imposing, like a master swordsman posing after a flawless execution. But against all his expectations, there wasn't a single scream of agony. Right before Suzuki's eyes, the bisected cloak fluttered harmlessly to the dirt, revealing what was truly standing there all along. He froze in pure disbelief, his eyes blown wide. A skull mask? Suzuki desperately tried to piece it together. Is this guy Isaac Ivanov, the thorny snake hunter? Meanwhile, an unlucky skeleton soldier collapsed to the dirt, its skull shattering into pieces as it returned to the void. "Captain, there are only 2 skeletons left," Kim Jun reported, but then his eyes landed on Woo Jin in his Isaac persona, a blonde guy sporting a skull mask. Wait, that's Isaac Ivanov, the thorny snake hunter. Kim Jun's mind raced with confusion. I thought he was a massive fan of the Messiah Guild. What the hell is he doing out here? Woo Jin glanced around, quickly calculating his next move. Time for Plan B. Without missing a beat, he turned and retreated, taking his 2 remaining skeletons, one massive, one small, with him. Suzuki frowned deeply, a bad feeling gnawing at his gut. He's falling back? Trying to drain our stamina, huh? He's a necromancer. If we give him time to prepare, we'll be at a massive disadvantage. Frustrated, Kim Jun snapped, "He just slaughtered 4 of our men. What the hell are we waiting for? Let's go after him." Suzuki shot the idea down instantly. "No, until we figure out exactly what he's scheming, we do not move blindly." But Kim Jun completely ignored the order, recklessly charging ahead. Wait, my ass. That bastard is obviously running out of gas. Suzuki quickly ran the numbers in his head. By the book, going in for the kill once a necromancer loses their summons is the most logical move. But a terrifying hesitation gripped him. What if summoning wasn't his trump card? The realization hit him like a truck, and he screamed, "Stop! It's a trap!" The very moment the words left his mouth, a blinding light erupted, followed by a deafening, earth-shaking blast from where Kim Jun had run. It was Woo Jin's magic, the Hell Emissary's terrifying skill, Corpse Explosion. A thick cloud of pitch-black smoke instantly rolled over the battlefield, swallowing Suzuki, Lehman, and Junshik. They desperately covered their faces, on high alert. "What the hell is this creepy smoke?" Suzuki barked an order. "Everyone stay fully alert. Our vision is compromised, so we have no idea what's coming next." Through the dense, eerie haze, a faint silhouette began to emerge. It was Kim Jun. The blast had torn him apart, leaving him covered in gruesome wounds. He groaned in absolute agony. "I'm sorry, I was too reckless." Suddenly, a system alert chimed. "You have been poisoned." Riddled with severe internal and external injuries, Kim Jun violently coughed up a mouthful of thick, black blood. Suzuki's sharp eyes caught it instantly, his guard shooting up. "He's coughing up black blood?" Junshik immediately rushed forward. "Hold on, I'm coming to heal you right now." But before he could take another step, Suzuki threw an arm out, blocking his path. "Don't," Suzuki snapped. "His blood has completely turned black. It's already too late." Junshik flinched, staring at his captain in shock. "Captain? Kakum?" Unable to keep his footing, Kim Jun staggered wildly before collapsing into the dirt. Viscous black blood began seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as he trembled in absolute terror. It's just a little poison. I'm fine. Get over here and heal me, please." Fueled by a desperate final surge of adrenaline, Kim Jun dragged his broken body toward his teammates. "I don't want to die out here like a dog." But his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. A sudden flash of light cut through the gloom, the merciless gleam of Suzuki's blade. Without a shred of hesitation, the captain executed his own subordinate, sending him straight to the afterlife. Staring coldly at Kim Jun's lifeless body, Suzuki frantically mentally scoured every piece of intel he had. There wasn't a single report about Isaac Ivanov ever using poison. And yet, here he was, wielding a toxin potent enough to slaughter a high-level player almost instantly. A chilling question crept into Suzuki's mind. If his poison is this deadly, why didn't he use it from the very start? Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, could it be? The cut on Lai Min's face began to sting, oozing pitch-black blood. Several other team members were showing the exact same symptoms from their flesh wounds. Lai Min sensed that something was terribly wrong. I was too distracted by the explosion to notice, but why hasn't this red mist faded away yet? Right at that moment, Suzuki received a system alert. Lalat's ring had activated its greater poison resistance. He bellowed, "It's poison! Get the hell away from the mist now!" But by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Jun Saich's vision blurred as his body swayed. "Oh, we are so screwed!" A notification popped up. "You have been poisoned. Your health points will continuously drain due to the lethal toxin." It wasn't just Jun Saich. Every team member without poison resistance began to collapse. It finally dawned on Suzuki. Everyone had been poisoned. So this was the bastard's true goal all along. He used the toxic mist to completely dismantle the guild's defenses. Just then, a skeleton soldier launched a surprise attack from behind him. Suzuki Achi scowled, glancing over his shoulder as he readied a counterattack. However, the two skeleton soldiers completely ignored him, marching straight ahead. He realized with a jolt, "No, they aren't after me. They're going for my men." At that exact moment, Suzuki anticipated the enemy's next move, which means he'll strike right now. Spinning around, he caught sight of Gujin, currently disguised as Isaac. The sharp clash of cold steel rang out as they exchanged countless blows in a mere fraction of a second, before swiftly leaping back to maintain a safe distance. Suddenly, a special system prompt echoed in his mind. The executioner of the Holy Tribunal is showing great interest in this battle. Suzuki was internally stunned. A message from a constellation? Things were identical on Gujin's end. The envoy of hell is showing great interest in this battle. Without letting his guard down, Gujin quickly consumed a stat-boosting item. Just as I thought, this guy is way sharper than that meathead Gang Ju. Gujin had originally planned to distract him and end the fight with a single lethal strike. One wrong move and this whole plan goes up in smoke. He activated his necklace's skill, Blessing of the Sun. Meanwhile, at Sei-chan's office building, night had fallen, leaving only a single floor illuminated. Jisoo delivered her report. "We've pinpointed Kim Gujin's location. Just as you predicted, he's inside that dungeon." Sei-chan let out an intrigued hum. "So, he actually plans on taking out Suzuki?" he murmured, scratching his chin in thought. "If that's true, then there's no doubt he's targeting the Salvation Guild. Kim Gujin would make a highly valuable ally. But that's only if he makes it back alive." Jisoo looked at him, waiting for orders. "What should we do, sir?" Sechan looked at Secretary Lee. "I suppose it's time we put that to use." She hesitated, needing confirmation. "Are you talking about—" Sei-chan nodded. "Exactly. The very item you spent months busting your back to track down. The power of the Pharaoh." Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Suzuki Achi's men lay scattered across the floor, completely lifeless. Gujin slumped heavily against the wall, utterly exhausted. His last giant skeleton soldier had just been hacked to pieces by Suzuki. Suzuki turned his gaze toward him. "Well, just the two of us now," he asked coldly. "Got any more cheap tricks up your sleeve?" Blood trickled from the corner of Gujin's mouth. Even after channeling the Blessing of the Sun into himself, the gap in their strength was still massive. The man was even stronger than he remembered. Gujin was covered in deep gashes and minor cuts, bleeding profusely. He cursed his own arrogance, foolishly thinking he could take down Suzuki all by himself. But instead of delivering the finishing blow, Suzuki began to applaud. "I'll give you credit. You're the first person to ever push me this far. I'm genuinely impressed," Suzuki said with a smirk. "But I'm sure you've already figured it out, haven't you? You've lost way too much blood. This little fight of ours is about to end." The system sent an alert to Suzuki Achi. "You have been poisoned." But a second notification immediately followed. Lalat's ring has activated blood toxin resistance. He glanced down at the ring. "Man, if it weren't for this little beauty, I'd be taking a dirt nap right alongside my men. I'm reaching my absolute limit too," he thought to himself. Suzuki took a slow, cautious step forward. If I lose any more blood, I'll be the one dropping dead. Raising his blade high, he prepared to strike Gujin down once and for all. Farewell. In that heart-stopping moment, with his life hanging by a single thread, memories flashed through Gujin's mind. Yang Wan had warned him once. Because his blood was highly toxic, if he ever sustained severe injuries, surgery or blood transfusions would be practically impossible. Knowing this, Secretary Kim had handed him a certain item. The boss prepared this just for you, Kim Gujin, Yang Wan had explained. Once you get stronger, it probably won't be of much use. But until then, this little thing just might save your life. Gujin remembered staring at the yellowed parchment on the table. That very memory became his absolute lifeline in this desperate moment. His eyes snapped wide open as he recalled the exact skill he had acquired back then. Without a second thought, Gujin mustered every last ounce of his remaining strength and lunged forward. The sudden, reckless charge caught Suzuki completely off guard. What, is the cornered rat finally biting back? Gujin wasn't holding a weapon. Instead, he slammed his bare hand directly over an open wound on Suzuki's chest. The system rang out, activating the envoy of Hell's skill, Blood Drain. A torrent of blood burst from Suzuki's body, swirling violently in the air before surging straight into Gujin. The devastating shock of massive blood loss sent Suzuki Achi stumbling backward. But having both reached their absolute limits, the two of them collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly drained. Suzuki received a grim notification. You have lost critical amounts of blood. All stats drastically reduced. As for Gujin, his life force was slowly beginning to replenish. A crimson aura of spiritual energy danced around his body. You have recovered 5% of your health points. Bleeding status has been neutralized. Having caught his breath, Gujin walked over and stood above the fallen man. A smart guy like you must have figured out Lee Si-jun's true nature by now, haven't you? So, do you still plan on playing his loyal lapdog? Suzuki forced a weak, ragged chuckle. Mr. Isaac Ivan, just why did you attack us? Suzuki rasped. Everyone keeps saying that this world is coming to an end. But me, I think completely differently. Gujin stood there in silence, listening to his deranged rambling. With the kind of power we have, us players ruling over this world like gods, that is the true way to beat this game. That's utterly pathetic. It goes against everything that's right. Having zero interest in hearing any more of the man's twisted ideology, Gujin coldly stripped the ring right off Suzuki Achi's finger. Ring of Lancelot, legendary tier, usage conditions, a legendary artifact bestowed upon Lancelot by the Lady of the Lake. It protects the user from all abnormal statuses, such as poison, curses, and madness. Effect, grants plus 100 magic power when equipped alongside total immunity to negative effects. The moment he lost the gear, a system notification popped up. The effects of Lancelot's ring have vanished. You are poisoned. Your resistance stats have plummeted due to massive blood loss. Gujin looked down at him coldly. Truth and justice belong only to the strong. So just accept that you're dying by my hands today. The poison is already in your system, not to mention the massive blood loss. Suzuki coughed up blood in agony. Eventually, the only sound left in that gloomy dungeon forest was his fading, wet coughs, right before the system sent Gujin another prompt. Eye of Anubis unlocked. The dungeon had been fully cleared, and a lone figure walked out. The gate slowly faded away. Stepping outside in his disguise, Gujin immediately noticed someone waiting for him. A military officer stood before him, flanked by 2 army vehicles ready to welcome him. The man handed over a walkie-talkie. We've been waiting for you, comrade. Here, take this. A booming, smug laugh crackled through the walkie-talkie. Damn, you're vicious. You actually managed to take down Suzuki Achi? Don't even try to bullshit me and say you accidentally killed him without knowing who he was. Gujin replied with complete indifference. What's the big deal about putting down a trained lapdog from the Salvation Guild? Hearing such absolute arrogance, Seishan was momentarily left speechless. He went silent for a beat before chuckling. Fair enough, I just didn't expect you to go this hard. At first, I honestly just thought you were some eccentric client. But I get your drift now. This time, it was Gujin's turn to stay quiet, though he didn't even need to speak because Saichin just kept rambling on. Honestly, my people share the exact same goal as you. So, how about we meet up to talk business once you wrap up your hunt and get back? Gujin took off his disguise glasses, listening closely to Seichen's proposal. This is a pretty sensitive matter, so I highly recommend we talk face to face. Communicating over comms like this isn't exactly secure. Gujin agreed without a second thought. Fine by me. I have no reason to refuse, as long as our endgame is completely crushing the Salvation Guild. Over at the city cemetery, with drops of morning dew still clinging to the leaves, a woman walked up to a columbarium wall. Jisoo looked heartbroken as she reached out and opened one of the glass doors. Inside the niche sat an urn of a deceased loved one, placed right next to a photo taken with Jisoo back when she was just a student. She pressed her lips tightly together, lost in her own deep thoughts. Jisoo didn't say a single word. She just stood there in silence for a while before quietly walking away. Meanwhile, back in a pitch-black dungeon, a massive blaze suddenly erupted, lighting up an entire corner of the sky. Someone jammed a whistle into their mouth and blew with all their might. As the piercing shriek echoed out, the hunters immediately realized it was the signal to fall back. "Retreat! Everyone! Fall back! Now!" But amidst the chaos, a single lone figure was walking in the exact opposite direction of the retreating crowd, heading straight toward the roaring inferno. He was a heavily built man, taking slow, unbothered steps as if he didn't know the meaning of fear. It was Gina. His eyes were burning with absolute resolve as he muttered under his breath, "Spashima!" The golden ring on his finger suddenly flashed brightly, triggering a memory of a conversation he had with Gujin. Wait, so you're telling me you want me to hold down that firefox? Are you out of your damn mind?" Gujin had just smirked at him, completely mocking. "What's wrong? You scared? You've got an immortal body, and you're worried about a little heat?" Gina immediately got defensive. "Hell no. Who said that? I'm not scared of shit. I just want to know if this crazy plan of yours is actually going to work." Gujin reassured him and casually tossed an object his way. "All you have to do is hold it down for 5 seconds. I'll handle the rest. Here, take this with you." Gina caught the thrown item purely on reflex. A system notification chimed. "You have obtained the Ring of Lancelot." He opened his hand and stared at it blankly. What the hell is this gold ring supposed to be? Gujin simply instructed, "Just hold onto it for protection." Gina's imagination started running wild, and he suddenly looked horrified. "Hold on, what exactly are you implying? Are you trying to propose to me right now? Look, man, I totally respect your sexual orientation, but..." Gujin had zero interest in playing along with his nonsense. He just turned to walk away. "Stop yapping. Open your ears and listen closely. That's the Ring of Lancelot. It'll protect whoever wears it from getting hit with any negative status effects. But if you catch on fire, you're on your own." Hearing that, Gina couldn't hold back a shout. Then what the hell is the point of wearing it? Gujin quickly reminded him, "But if that fox's fire happens to inflict negative status effects, that ring is exactly what's going to save your life. Keep in mind, we're in an A+ ranked dungeon here." Music. Gina felt a heavy wave of anxiety as cold sweat poured down his face. This was the kind of dungeon where literally any messed up thing could happen. But that bastard promised to treat him to an insanely expensive all-you-can-eat feast if he could just pin that firefox down for more than 5 seconds. "You better keep your damn promise, you son of a bitch." Having fully made up his mind, Gina launched himself forward with a string of loud curses. "Spashima!" He charged recklessly toward the firefox. The beast lunged right back at him, but its fiery jaws snapped on empty air. Gina seized the opening and locked his arms tightly around its neck. For their very first meeting, he was gifting this firefox one incredibly passionate chokehold. Unsurprisingly, the firefox was not a fan of being aggressively hugged. It threw its head back and let out a furious, deafening roar. Its eyes flared with intense light as scorching flames erupted from within them, and a split second later, the creature's entire body ignited into a blazing inferno. Gina suddenly started feeling a deep sense of dread. The flames erupted in a flash, and he screamed in agony as the fire scorched him. The system announced, "The firefox's flame has cast the curse of darkness upon you. You are now blind." Fortunately, he had the ring Gujin gave him. Another notification popped up. Lancelot's ring has activated resistance against the Curse of Darkness effect. At this point, Gina could only grit his teeth and keep a death grip on the fox. "I'm holding onto this thing no matter what. And then I'm gonna eat you out of house and home, you slippery bastard." Boom! The flames flared up more fiercely than ever before. Was Gina going to be okay? On the other side, Gujin pulled out a weapon. Blood weapon, learning condition, emissary of the underworld. Requirement, level 1 or higher. Skill grade, D. You can forge weapons using your own blood. The types of weapons you can create depend on the user's stats. Immediately after, to cut Gina's suffering short, Gujin launched himself from his spot. Gripping the spear forged from his blood weapon skill, he charged straight at the firefox. Amidst the scorching heat that could incinerate anything, Gina gritted his teeth, refusing to let go of the fox's neck. The beast unhinged its jaw and let out a deafening roar, completely unaware that Gujin had been waiting for this exact moment. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a newspaper was tossed onto a desk. The front page blared news about the dungeon. Japanese government authorizes the Messiah Guild to conquer the Japan dungeon. The A+ rank Firefox dungeon now belonged to the Messiah Guild. Si-chan was not happy about this at all. He analyzed the situation in deep thought. For the Messiah Guild to secure Japan's national treasure, an A+ dungeon meant they definitely had some kind of dirt on the Japanese government. He stroked his chin. Ever since Isaac Ivanov showed up, the Messiah Guild had started making far more brazen moves. It was highly likely they already had not just Japan, but also China and the US in the palm of their hands. Just then, Ju opened the door and walked into the office. "Good morning." Sei-chan turned to look at her. "You're here?" He looked Ju up and down, his eyes suddenly catching on a specific detail. The secretary's normally spotless high heels were currently caked in mud and dried grass. Ju immediately sat down at her desk. "I'll get that report you asked for yesterday polished up right away. Just give me a second." Sei-chan strolled over to his desk and picked up his desk calendar. No need to rush. It's not even official working hours yet. Take it easy." He glanced at a circled date on the calendar. Today was Secretary Lee's birthday. He kicked himself a little for being so caught up in work that he had completely lost track of time. She must have just gotten back from that place, too. Sei-chan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it's her birthday. I should really give Secretary Lee a little surprise. So, he smiled and said, "Secretary Lee, let's go get some steak for lunch." Jude looked at him in total surprise. "Seriously? You're actually paying, boss? Did you find a discount coupon somewhere, or are you just running a fever?" Sei-chan felt thoroughly judged. He flared up. "Hey, just what kind of person do you think I am?" She didn't bother explaining. "No comment, sir." That evening at South Korea's international airport, two figures wheeled their luggage out. Gina's mind was still racing. Man, if Kim Gujin hadn't given me Lancelot's ring, I'd probably be dead meat right now. He stared at Gujin walking ahead of him. He never expected that Fox's fire to have such a nasty effect. Having just survived a literally fiery battle, Gina had major respect for Gujin. To think that guy had predicted everything and prepared so perfectly. Just recalling the system notification from back then sent a shiver down his spine. The Firefox's flame has cast the curse of darkness upon you. You are now blind. Gina gritted his teeth, frustrated. He thought he had finally caught up to him, but the reality was... Suddenly, he heard the guy in front say, "Let's go our separate ways here." He clamped a hand on Gujin's shoulder, immediately protesting. "What do you mean? Separate ways? Did you forget what you promised me?" Gujin turned his head, looking confused. "Promised what?" Gina flashed a smug grin. "You said if I held onto that fox for more than 5 seconds, you'd treat me to an absolute feast." Gujin didn't deny it. "I did say that, but you actually only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. His cheap logic drove Gina insane. "What? Are you seriously playing dirty right now? 4.9 my foot. That was easily 50 seconds. Are you trying to mess with me, you bastard?" Gina dragged his luggage, chasing after him. "Hey, you slippery snake, where do you think you're going?" Gujin firmly insisted. 4.9 seconds. Gina finally backed down a little. "Fine, then. 5.9 seconds. But you can't just ditch our bet, you jerk." Gujin ignored him, still firmly repeating, 4.9 seconds. Somewhere else, a man was reading the paper. The headline read, "Isaac Ivanov successfully clears the Firefox dungeon." This man was none other than Park Yong-won. He chuckled in admiration. Isaac Ivanov really is one hell of a guy. At first I thought he was just some fame-hungry clown. He looked at the person sitting across from him. "What do you think?" Gujin gave a slight nod. "Yes, I completely agree. Right at that moment, Secretary Kim burst into the room. "Chairman, I have an urgent report." Realizing that Yong-wan was with a guest, she hesitated. "Oh, since you have company, I'll come back later, sir." Gujin glanced at her, wondering what could possibly make her so frantic. Yong-wan waved a hand. "It's fine, just tell me. What's going on?" Secretary Kim quickly reported, "Johann Georg, the man we've been trying to recruit recently, has just joined the Messiah Guild, sir." Hearing that, Yong-wan slammed his newspaper down onto the desk. "Huh? The Salvation Guild?" Secretary Kim reported that the Salvation Guild seemed to be one step ahead of them, leveraging Johann's massive influence in Europe. Meanwhile, Gujin fell deep into thought. Johann Georg and the Salvation Guild already? He clearly remembered that it was supposed to take a long time before those guys teamed up. Thinking it over, he wondered, did killing Suzuki speed up the timeline? He would have to keep a close eye on the situation and adjust his plans accordingly. Back over to Yong-wan, he let out a frustrated sigh. "I wanted to use Johann Georg as a spy to keep tabs on the Salvation Guild, but now he's the enemy." Crossing his arms in thought, he declared, "We'll just have to go with Plan B." Gujin suddenly chimed in with a suggestion. "In that case, what do you think about that guy, Isaac Ivanov, who you just mentioned?" Yong-wan furrowed his brow. "Isaac, it'd be absolutely fantastic if he joined our side, but we don't have a single scrap of information on him. It won't be easy." Secretary Kim shared a piece of intel. According to rumors, Isaac had been frequently showing up at the black market to buy a skill scroll for the Skeleton Knight. Hearing this, Yong-wan figured it would take quite a bit of effort. That was an incredibly rare skill. After mulling it over for a moment, a sly smirk crept onto his face. So, he was hunting for the Skeleton Knight skill. Yong-wan's smirk deepened. "This looks like it's going to go a lot smoother than we thought." On the flip side, Gujin also cracked a smile, having successfully achieved his goal. Later that night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its glow over the towering skyscraper of the Salvation Guild. A shadowy figure was standing by the window, gazing out at the moon when Shin-hai walked up to report. "Suzuki has been killed, along with every last one of his subordinates." The man at the window replied with a cold, detached tone. "And the workshop?" Shin-hai bowed her head respectfully. "The Ka-sung workshop has been completely obliterated. There's not a single trace left." Sejun coldly masked his boiling rage. "Then who had the audacity? Who dares to challenge us like this?" Sensing his fury, Shin-hai trembled violently as she answered. "We received intel that one of Park Yong-wan's subordinates was spotted using a fake identity over in the Kung region. It sounds a bit hard to believe, but I strongly suspect that Park Yong-wan was the one pulling the strings behind this attack." Sejun turned around and pressed her, "And how are you handling it?" Shin-hai kept her head down like a guilty child. "If you're asking about Park Yong-wan," she answered cautiously, her voice laced with anxiety, "I have already set a retaliation plan into motion. It will happen very soon." At that exact moment, Yong-wan was putting pen to paper, signing his name on a contract. Little did he know he was being played. His foolish attempts to target the Salvation Guild would ultimately be his undoing. Finishing her sentence, Shin-hai turned on the 3D display on the conference table. "There's one more thing," she said, pointing at the screen. "We have recruited this man to keep an eye on Isaac." Shin-hai introduced him as an incredibly ambitious player who had already expanded his power all across Europe. His constellation is the Emissary of Hell, and his signature skill is summoning skeleton soldiers. Basically, he can spawn such a massive horde of skeletons that it forms an entire army. No matter how powerful the enemies are, they are rendered utterly helpless against his forces. Players who have witnessed that terrifying power firsthand have dubbed him the King of the Underworld, a man who always rides in on a skeleton horse, backed by his undead army. Johann Georg. The screen showed a cold-looking young man with blonde hair and a rather large burn scar over his right eye. Shin-hai took a seat and continued her briefing. "We have decided to join hands with Johann instead of that mysterious Isaac. He will be much easier to control because his ambitions and motives are crystal clear." She expressed her hesitation. "Even though Isaac told the media he has good intentions toward our guild, the truth is, we've lost way too much because of him. So, we will use Johann Georg to monitor Isaac, just in case things go south. Suddenly, Sejun walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder, making her jump in surprise. He gave Shinhai's shoulder a light squeeze. Exactly. The bigger the ambition, the easier they are to control. Panic flashed in her eyes as she glanced at Sejun, sweat pouring down her face. Standing there silhouetted against the light, Sejun looked 1,000 times more terrifying than his usual polite, dashing self. He spoke in a dark, ominous tone. "The king of the underworld, huh?" He stared intently at the hooded photo of Johann Georg. I really like the sound of that. After that, Sejun turned to leave, tossing out one final warning. "This is the absolute last chance I'm giving you." Hearing those words, Shinhai's spirit completely shattered, as if she had just been handed a death sentence. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Yongwon was stepping out of a convention center. Outside, Secretary Kim was already waiting by the car. Soon, the vehicle rolled into motion, tearing through the darkness of the night. Yongwon got in and sat quietly, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. Noticing his unusual silence, Secretary Kim finally asked, "Chairman, is something the matter? Did something go wrong with the negotiations with the Frontier Guild?" Snapping out of his daze, Yongwon replied, "No, the negotiations went off without a hitch." Yongwon began to analyze the situation. Those Frontier guys have been dying to squeeze their way into the South Korean market for ages, but as rivals, their pride would never let them bow down to the Salvation Guild just to make it happen. So, making a deal with us was their absolute best option. Secretary Kim understood that perfectly well, but seeing his boss look so tense, he offered a thought to ease the burden. Partnering with one of the top 5 guilds in the world will give us a massive upper hand in keeping the Salvation Guild's growth in check. Is there something else making you hesitate, sir? Yongwon began tapping his fingers against the car's windowsill. Nothing in this world comes for free. At the end of the day, he was a sly old fox. He couldn't shake a bad gut feeling. Whenever someone was this eager to hand out gifts, there was always a hidden agenda. Resting his chin on his hand again, Yongwon stared out the window. Calculating his next move, if the Frontier Guild was planning to play him, he would turn it right around and use their own proud reputation against them. Having made up his mind, he ordered Secretary Kim to summon Zhu to the guild's headquarters the very next morning. The following morning, inside the Phoenix Guild headquarters, someone exclaimed in shock, "Wait, what? The Frontier Guild?" The voice belonged to Gujin. He sounded incredibly displeased as he asked, "So you're telling me I have to work with the Frontier Guild from now on?" Music Yongwon wagged his index finger. "No, not work with them. We're just going to use them for protection while we comfortably grind and clear dungeons." He went on to explain, "They said they're heading into the dungeon in 2 days, so make sure you're fully prepared." Left with no other choice, Gujin simply replied, "Understood." With the meeting over, he stepped into the elevator and headed down to the first floor. As he walked out of the Phoenix Guild, Gujin thought to himself, to keep the Salvation Guild in check, Yongwon really had no other option but to rely on a third party. But this plan seemed a bit too flashy. There was just no way it would slip past that vicious witch, Park Shin-hye. He smiled, gripping a striking red vest in his hand, teaming up with America's giant, the Frontier Guild. Given the current situation, there was a very high chance that the Frontier Guild and the Salvation Guild were already secretly in cahoots. Gujin took out his phone and dialed Osei-chan. But he knew that blindly guessing wasn't a good idea. He needed to gather more information first. A few days later, they arrived at an abandoned factory located near the dungeon gate. Inside the waiting room, Gujin sat quietly in his own corner. Meanwhile, some of the other members were whispering among themselves, eagerly anticipating their meeting with the Frontier Guild. I heard they sent one of their strongest members this time. Hanbil felt incredibly excited about this collaboration. Having them cover our backs for this expedition is a huge stroke of luck. Making it into Park Yongwon's personal guard is absolutely amazing. Right after he spoke, the door clicked open. Jemmy stepped into the waiting room with a bright smile. "Sorry about that. These meetings always drag on forever. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Jemmy Kim, a member of the Frontier Guild's legal team. Please, have a seat. I have a few things to announce." He began the briefing with Gujin's group. "Therefore, the Frontier Guild will do everything in our power to guarantee your safety." Jemmy flipped through the contract. "We have established a few conditions and we expect your absolute cooperation. From this moment on, you are not permitted to enter the dungeon without a Frontier Guild escort. And once we are inside the dungeon, he lowered his voice into a stern warning, do absolutely nothing. Handbill stood up and hesitantly asked, wait a minute, what do you mean, do nothing? You must be confused. Jemmy pointed directly at the joint contract between the Phoenix Guild and the Frontier Guild. The sole purpose outlined in this contract is to help you level up safely. There is not a single clause stating that we must guarantee your rights or your freedom. He patted Hanbill on the shoulder. So, what I am telling you right now is not a suggestion. If you fail to follow the rules, things will get incredibly complicated for both parties. He forcefully shoved Hanbill back into his seat. So sit down and shut up. I will say it one more time so you can clearly understand. Jemmy raised an eyebrow and arrogantly declared, do not even dream of lifting a finger inside that dungeon. Just stay perfectly still and let our guild spoon feed you. After making his point, he asked, now, if anyone has an objection, speak up. I will personally inform Mr. Park Yong-won that the contract is void due to your refusal to cooperate. Seeing that no one dared to protest, he gave a satisfied nod and walked out the door. I will take that as a yes from everyone. We will enter the dungeon in 30 minutes. Gujin nonchalantly saw right through their scheme. So they want to control Park Yong-won's people under the guise of supervising us, huh? Just then, his phone rang and he stood up to answer it. Yes, this is Kim Gujin. How can I help you? The voice on the other end warned him, I am afraid there is going to be a massive change in the plan. Oh Se-chan, clutching a stack of documents, tried to stop him. It is best if you do not enter that dungeon. I have been digging around, and it looks like the Messiah Guild and the Frontier Guild are secretly colluding, exactly as you predicted. He shared his intel. The Messiah Guild's actions have been incredibly suspicious lately, but it is hard to say for sure if they have fully joined hands with America's largest guild. I need to investigate further to figure out whether they are just colluding with a few members, or if they have completely taken over the entire guild. Oh Se-chan suggested, how about you just ditch this dungeon? If you want, I can easily find you a much safer one. Gujin chuckled and replied, you are underestimating me a bit. He cast a glance at the others who were grumbling among themselves and whispered into the phone, you have to enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub, right? Oh Se-chan scolded him loudly. Are you out of your mind? Diving headfirst into an obvious trap like that is way too dangerous. Gujin simply laughed and replied, if I were afraid of taking risks, I would not be here talking to you in the first place. Anyway, it is not convenient to talk right now. For now, let us just operate on the fact that they are working together. Oh Se-chan was finally convinced. Fair enough, we need to draw up a new plan immediately. Gujin took the opportunity to lay out his demands. I just have two requests. First, I need you to immediately provide me with every piece of information you have on these Frontier Guild bastards. Second, I need you to clean up the mess afterward. Hearing these two demands, Oh Se-chan fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he laughed and replied, all right, fine. If you are that determined, then go all out. I will make sure to scrub everything clean for you. The area where they were sitting suddenly began to glow. A second later, the system promptly announced, you have leveled up. The group sat in quiet contemplation for a moment. Then Jun turned and asked Gaeon-woo, wait, did you level up again? Jian-woo looked incredibly bored as he replied, yeah, I have leveled up twice already. He let out a long, exaggerated yawn and complained, this is the third dungeon already, and I still cannot get used to just sitting around doing absolutely nothing. Jun casually chimed in, well, it is not too bad. We get paid just to sit on our asses. Plus, these expeditions wrap up pretty fast. At this rate, we will be raiding dungeons with Mr. Park Yong-won in no time. Jian-woo nodded, well aware of the rumors. Oh, right. I heard Mr. Park Yong-won is getting ready to raid a 6-star dungeon. Jun replied in a tone of sheer surprise. Seriously? But there has not been any official announcement about that yet. Jian-woo quickly explained, they have not announced it yet, but I heard they are already recruiting elites. Hearing this, Kim Gujin thought to himself, it seems the Frontier Guild is speeding up their dungeon clears to pull a fast one on Park Yong-won. Their scheme will be much easier to execute once he is stuck inside a dungeon. A moment later, the system status window popped up with a notification. Dungeon successfully cleared. Seeing the alert, Jian-woo stood up, stretched his arms, and let out a long sigh. Is it finally over? Right at that moment, Sam Oliver marched over. barking at them. "Did I give you permission to stand up? Why are you moving on your own?" Jianwoo forced a friendly smile and replied, "What do you mean? The notification just popped up saying the dungeon is cleared. That means we are done here, right?" Ji-hoon smoothly chimed in, "Exactly. We should all just get along. There is no need to be so bossy about it." However, Sam snapped back, "Do not get it twisted. We are not here to play best friends. Let me remind you, inside a dungeon, you do absolutely nothing without our orders." Hearing this, Kim Gujin shot the man a cold, resentful glare. Early the next morning at Oh-se-chan's office, he was currently taking a call from Gujin. "Being forced to just sit there and take orders like that? You must be pretty pissed off, huh?" But Park Yong-won is seriously on another level. He's so on guard that those guys haven't dared to try anything funny. Still, it looks like they'll get their chance to strike soon enough. Park Yong-won must be getting pretty impatient by now. He released the press statement way earlier than I expected. As he said this, Oh-se-chan tossed a newspaper onto the desk. The headline read, "Park Yong-won challenges the 6th floor dungeon once again." On the other end of the line, Kim Woo-jin replied with a firm tone. Laying the groundwork as early as possible is crucial, so he didn't really have a choice. Right at that moment, someone handed Oh-se-chan a report to review, but he kept right on talking with Woo-jin. The second Park Yong-won steps foot inside a dungeon, those Vanguard dogs will show their true colors. But hey, you'll be able to handle them just fine without me needing to tell you. Kim Woo-jin, wanting to clear things up, cut right to the chase. "And what about the information I asked for?" Se-chan replied without taking his eyes off the report. "Don't worry, you'll have it by tomorrow, and trust me, it's packed with some pretty juicy details." The scene shifted to the street outside, where landscapers were busy pruning the trees. It then cut back to Kim Woo-jin, who was glaring at the person sitting across from him with barely suppressed anger. After a long, tense silence, he finally spoke up. "I was under the impression that Mr. Oh-se-chan would be the one coming today." Lee Ji-soo bowed her head, dodging his gaze as she replied, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Mr. Kim?" Deep down, she was recalling the specific instructions Oh-se-chan had given her earlier. "I need to meet Kim Woo-jin in person, just this once." Secretary Lee, is there something on your mind?" Ji-soo hadn't hesitated. "I can be the one to go to tomorrow's meeting." This had completely thrown him off. "Huh? You want to go?" She had answered him with unwavering resolve. "Yes, this matter is deeply important to me too." That was exactly why Oh-se-chan had opted out of the meeting. Back in the present, Ji-soo offered Kim Woo-jin a fabricated excuse. "I sincerely apologize. The boss had an urgent matter pop up at the very last minute." With that said, she quickly began digging through her handbag. A few seconds later, Ji-soo pulled out a thick stack of documents. Pushing them across the table, she said, "Take a look at these. The plan will proceed exactly as scheduled." Kim Woo-jin, resigning himself to the situation, simply replied, "Understood." He quickly skimmed through the files. Suddenly, a look of pure astonishment flashed across Woo-jin's face. This doesn't just have intel on the Messiah Guild's core members, he thought to himself. It even breaks down their exact ties with other major guilds. Meanwhile, Ji-soo was feeling the tension. She took a slow sip of her coffee to steady her nerves. A moment later, she began to lay out everything she knew for him. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, the Messiah Guild hasn't just infiltrated the Vanguard Guild. They have deeply embedded spies in all 5 of the world's top guilds. Our first move has to be chopping off the Messiah Guild's limbs. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the landscapers pruning the branches outside. In one swift motion, the workers completely lopped off a large limb. Catching her drift, he turned back to Ji-soo. "So, you're saying we need to start by pruning their branches?" She nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. It's the only way we'll ever see even a faint glimmer of hope." Ji-soo then slid another file folder across the table. "As for the compensation we discussed last time, I believe this should be more than enough to cover it." When Kim Woo-jin opened the folder and checked its contents, he was genuinely stunned. Ji-soo offered a well-meaning warning. The intel in that dossier is absolutely priceless. It contains a complete inventory of the equipment used by the Messiah Guild, along with a list of suspected moles hiding within the top 5 guilds. It even details the legendary-grade items those spies are currently holding. A faint smile crept onto his face as he acknowledged it. "You're not kidding. As a payout, this is definitely way more than enough. Kim Woo-jin lowered his gaze, diving right back into the documents. A few minutes later, he stopped dead in his tracks. He was staring at the profile of a man named Sam Oliver, the current wielder of Percival's spear. Woo-jin's mind immediately flashed to the guy's punchable face. Sam Oliver, he thought to himself. That's the bastard they assigned to monitor me. I've definitely heard the name before, but I had no idea he was the one holding Percival's spear. At that moment, he decided to ask Jisoo for a favor. Right, could you pass a message along to the super busy Mr. Osichan for me? She blinked, taken aback by the request. What kind of message? Woo-jin tapped his finger directly onto Sam Oliver's photo. Tell him I'd like to place the exact same order as last time. Jisoo looked at him in sheer confusion, her voice rising in disbelief. The exact same as last time? The scene then shifted to later that night at Sam Oliver's hideout. Seeing him totally zoned out, his teammates shouted to get his attention. Yo, Sam, are you even listening to me? Hey, I've been asking you over and over. How many targets are we taking out today? What the hell is up with you? You've been spacing out this whole time. Sam quickly snapped out of it, offering a hasty apology. My bad. I was just lost in thought. Today, it's just one target. We only need to make absolute sure that one specific guy dies. As for the other 4, we can kill them or let them go. Doesn't matter. His teammate turned back to him, flashing a teasing grin. Wait, seriously, just one? And here, I thought you were stressing out because we had a mountain of work to do. Man, talk about luck. Being on your squad is a breeze. They don't call you Lucky Sam for nothing. You really are one lucky bastard. Sam Oliver smirked, fully agreeing with the sentiment. Yeah, I heard the other strike teams have to take out anywhere from 4 to 7 targets each. But deep down, a dark thought crept into Sam's mind. I thought I was the lucky one too. Right up until Director Naomi called me in. His mind flashed back to his private meeting with Naomi. She had been flipping through a dossier when she gave the order. Since Park Yong-won is completely off the grid doing a dungeon run, execute the mission today. Sam Oliver had looked right at her and asked a blunt question. Director, giving me the green light wasn't the only reason you called me in here privately, was it? Naomi hadn't bothered to sugarcoat it. You're sharp. Tell me, are you taking good care of Percival's spear? See that? The guy you're keeping an eye on, Kim Woo-jin, is at the very top of our hit list. Other guilds have tried to take him out countless times, but they all failed. We didn't lend you that spear just so you could wave it around for show. Got it? Those words seriously pissed him off. Sam Oliver gritted his teeth, swearing to himself that he had to succeed no matter the cost. After putting in so much effort, he couldn't let them take the spear back. A moment later, he barked out an order and they began their advance into the dungeon. The system window quickly popped up, announcing, "Survive for 4 days to advance to the next floor." After reading the prompt, Kim Woo-jin discreetly kept an eye on Sam Oliver. Damn it, since it's a survival mission, if that bastard catches wind of our plan and makes a run for it, we'll be stuck hunting him down for 4 whole days. And if by some miracle he survives and reaches the second floor, things are going to get incredibly complicated. So, they're planning to make their move on the first floor. In that case, I guess it's time for me to strike too. Down stepped up and whispered to Sam Oliver. Sam, when do we make our move? He replied in a hushed tone, there's no need to toy with him, let's just make it quick and clean. We'll isolate him, then stage an accident to finish him off. Right at that moment, someone suddenly called out, Hey, where do you think you're going? The two of them turned around to see someone shouting at Kim Woo-jin. He didn't answer, merely shooting the guy a sidelong glance. That cold look in Kim Woo-jin's eyes made Sam Oliver tense up. Finally, he made a split-second decision and barked the order, Grab him now! Seeing that no one was moving, Sam Oliver yelled to hurry them up. What the hell are you just standing there for? Go after him! Hung-gu cursed in anger. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, their group found themselves completely surrounded. Ji-hun was completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? Gunu, equally clueless about the situation, just shrugged. Beats me. Maybe that bastard Kim Woo-jin suddenly got the runs or something? Honestly, aside from it being a bit stuffy in here, you couldn't ask for a better setup. The atmosphere was growing tense once again. While they were discussing it, a man wielding a spear suddenly approached. Without warning, the man made his move. The rest of the group quickly snapped into action, shouting to each other as they gave chase. Where the hell did that cowardly rat scurry off to? Losing sight of their target, Hung-gu completely lost his temper. Damn it, we lost him. The trees are blocking the view. I can't see a thing ahead. Ji-hun yelled out a suggestion. Should we split up and search for him? He couldn't have gotten far, but another guy turned around and snapped at him. Are you out of your damn mind? This is a survival mission, and this place is crawling with monsters. If we carelessly wander off on our own, we're the ones who'll end up dead. He clicked his tongue in frustration, then asked, Then what the hell are we supposed to do? Hung-gu quickly chimed in. Let's regroup first. It's best if we get Sam's call on this. He quickly blurted out his thoughts. That slippery bastard! Don't tell me he caught on to our plan and bailed? Another guy let out a loud mocking laugh, speaking in pure disbelief. Not a chance in hell. After the group had finally moved on, Kim Gujin quickly dropped down from the branches above. He pulled up the system window. Taking out a ring, Kim Gujin kept a watchful eye on his surroundings and muttered, I haven't had a chance to test this out since they were watching me like hawks, but I can finally use it now. He recalled his previous battle, thinking to himself, the spoils from the A+ rank Firefox dungeon, the Ultimate Enhancement Ring. The system immediately displayed its specs. Ultimate Enhancement Ring. Rarity. Legendary. No level requirement. A ring imbued with the power to help its wearer shatter their own limits. Its true value is immeasurable. Effects. When equipped, all skills will increase by 1 level. Equipping the Ultimate Enhancement Ring, all skills have successfully increased by 1 level. Blood Drain has leveled up. Corpse Explosion has leveled up. Blood Aura has leveled up. Bone Soldier has leveled up. The Bone Soldier skill has exceeded its maximum tier, reaching S rank proficiency. Skill effect, summon a Bone Soldier by sacrificing the corpse of a monster defeated by the caster. X. Skill effect. You can now summon Bone Soldiers using the corpses of any monsters you encounter. Kim Gujin smiled in sheer satisfaction. Finally, I can summon a completely new type of Bone Soldier. Just as he was reviewing the skill info, a pack of wolves crept up on him. But with his razor-sharp senses, Kim Gujin noticed them instantly. Watching them slowly close in, he smirked to himself. Perfect timing. I guess I should do a little test run of my new strategy. The scene shifted. After searching for a while and finding zero trace of him, the group began grumbling. Did he seriously make a run for it? God damn it, everything is a total mess now. Down shouted over to Sam Oliver. Hey Sam, do you think our intel got leaked? Or what if there's a rat among us? How else could things have gone this badly? Sam scoffed at the idea and immediately shot it down. If our plan had been exposed, he would have called for backup instead of just scurrying off. Actually, if it was leaked, he wouldn't have stepped foot in here in the first place. Hung-gu looked visibly stressed as he asked, So, what are we supposed to do now? Are we just supposed to sit on our hands until he decides to show his face? Sam Oliver quickly told him to cool off. Calm down. Since we're stuck in a survival mission, we have to play by its rules. There's no need to waste our energy fighting monsters. We just need to stay under the radar and hunt him down. Wait, did you wipe all of them out? He replied matter-of-factly. When things go off the rails, you have to wipe the slate clean before it spirals totally out of control. Come on, let's move out before the stench of blood draws the monsters in. A while later, as they kept moving, Sam Oliver kept grumbling in his head. Director Naomi's intel was right on the money. This guy is no easy prey, but no matter how hard I rack my brain, I just can't make sense of this whole damn situation. A few seconds later, he spotted a monster's carcass along the path. Stunned, he muttered to himself, A dead monster! Is he seriously hunting while on the run? Sam Oliver was sweating bullets as a terrifying possibility crossed his mind. Don't tell me, he muttered. But before he could finish, a massive explosion rocked the area nearby. A thick cloud of dust instantly swallowed them, and it all suddenly clicked for Sam. It all makes sense now, he realized. We're the ones being hunted. Garth urgently barked out, Looks like we walked right into a trap. Get ready to fight! Taking a hit, Doran roared in agony. Damn it, Sam! I'm hit! Heal me, right now! Cold sweat drenched him as he stared at the entity emerging from the dust. A skeleton soldier? He thought in sheer terror. Just as the thought crossed his mind, another deafening roar echoed out. By now, Hung-gu was panicking and yelled at the top of his lungs. Damn it, do something! I can't see a thing. The dust is too thick. The moment the words left his mouth, he was sent flying backward. Seeing Hungu crash to the ground with an arrow protruding from his chest, Sam completely lost his cool. Fuck! At this rate, we'll all be wiped out before we even land a hit. Enraged, he slammed his staff into the ground, casting the spell known as Wind Wall. It was the skill of the Silent Hunter. Mere moments later, the skeleton soldier launched a fierce attack right at him. However, Sam's sharp eyes caught the movement. Behind me, he realized. Having pinpointed its location, he charged forward to clash with the skeleton. But in a flash, the skeleton forced Sam on the defensive, pushing him back. Rage twisted his face as he looked at his cleanly sliced staff. Left with no choice, Sam tossed the broken staff aside. He glared at the skeleton and thought bitterly, I never expected to use that here. Sam hurriedly pulled out the Spear of Percival. At that exact moment, the system prompt appeared. The Spear of Percival, legendary grade, requires level 1 or above to equip. Physical damage, 255. The Weapon of Percival, a Knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by this spear are incredibly difficult to heal. Physical damage scales with level. Increases base attack damage by 30%. Enhances armor penetration. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin, who was hiding behind a tree observing the situation, thought to himself, the Spear of Percival, the third legendary artifact of the Round Table. I'm quite familiar with it, having fought another player who wielded it before. Thanks to its armor penetration, even unique grade armor can't block it. On top of that, the wounds it causes cannot be healed for a set period of time. At that thought, his eyes suddenly turned deadly serious. Kim Woo-jin quickly cast a spell and murmured inwardly, but moments later, Sam stared in absolute shock at the scene unfolding before him. All the skeleton soldiers had abruptly retreated. Baffled, he wondered, why are they all pulling back at once? A split second later, a skeletal beast suddenly materialized from the shadows. The moment he laid eyes on it, Sam tensed up completely. This skeletal monster took the form of a massive wolf, and its hollow eyes were locked dead onto him. Unable to track its movements, Sam cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's way too fast! The skeletal wolf was dashing around at blinding speeds. Out of options, he began striking wildly, thinking to himself in dismay, I actually thought I'd have the upper hand in speed. Even with Sam attacking as fiercely as he couldn't even scratch the beast. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he thought, since it's come to this, my only option is to wait for it to lunge at me. That's the only way it'll enter my attack range. With the Spear of Percival, one clean hit is all it takes. After a tense standoff, the skeletal wolf stopped dodging and charged straight at him. Sam's heart pounded as he screamed in his mind, Here it comes! Without missing a beat, Sam triggered the ultimate finishing move of the Silent Hunter. He threw his entire body forward, lunging at the beast. The deadly tip of his spear hurled straight toward the skeletal wolf. Yet, with unnatural agility, it sidestepped the strike. Sam was utterly stunned. No way! It actually dodged that? He thought in disbelief. Even on his second attempt, the skeletal wolf effortlessly evaded him. This only fueled Sam's mounting fury. It's just a damn skeleton! But the moment the thought crossed his mind, sheer terror washed over him. The beast suddenly lunged and clamped its jaws viciously onto his arm. Agonized and furious, he screamed inwardly, How the hell is it reading my attacks? Not only did the skeletal beast bite down, but it also violently tossed his body into the air. Sensing that Kim Woo-jin had severed the connection, the system immediately chimed in. Connection terminated. Inwardly, Woo-jin evaluated the situation. Despite having sharp fangs and claws, beast-type skeletons aren't inherently stronger than humanoid ones. Humanoid skeletons can freely wield weapons like swords, bows, and axes because they walk on two legs, something the beast types obviously can't do. However, due to their physical structure, humanoid skeletons can never match the sheer agility of a beast moving on all fours. Back in reality, Sam was pinned to the ground, but the skeletal wolf fiercely refused to let go of his arm. Face contorted in pain, he gritted his teeth and thought, Fuck, I can't die here. Even if I lose an arm, as long as I can grab Percival's spear, I still have a fighting chance. With that in mind, Sam reached out to reclaim his weapon, but right at that crucial moment, footsteps approached. The moment he saw Kim Woo-jin, Sam's anger flared up all over again. Woo-jin, however, calmly picked up the fallen spear and said, "No matter how good a weapon is, it's completely useless if you can't even hit your target. I have no idea why you targeted me, but since things have come this far, there's really no point in talking anymore, is there?" Sensing his impending doom, Sam desperately tried to bargain. Wait, I was just forced to follow orders. If you let me live, I swear I'll work with you. I'll tell you absolutely everything I know. Besides, if you kill me, you'll make an enemy out of the Vanguard Guild. Can you really afford those consequences?" Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin merely offered a faint, chilling smile. Meanwhile, the scene shifted over to Naomi. Jamie Kim rushed in, urgently announcing that a massive problem had occurred. Naomi casually replied, "A massive problem? What is it?" Sprinting up to her, he spoke in a panicked voice, "You need to see this, right now." Naomi immediately plugged the USB into the machine. At the same time, Jay quickly reported the situation. All the agents guarding the gate entrance have been wiped out, but the culprit's identity... Just as he said this, a voice echoed from the computer. Stop that freak right now! What the hell are you doing?" On the screen in front of Naomi played a video clip, showing two men firing their guns wildly. A few seconds later, Sam Oliver suddenly appeared, taking both of them out in the blink of an eye. Jay loudly confirmed that the attacker was none other than Sam Oliver. Naomi couldn't believe her eyes, screaming internally, "What on earth is going on? This is impossible. Why would he do this? Was I too hard on him?" Then Naomi heard him say, "Hey, Kim Woo-jin, it's all done. You better keep your promise to me." Hearing this, she trembled with sheer fury. Jay stood beside her, adding fuel to the fire. "I never expected Sam Oliver to actually betray us." She didn't answer him. Instead, a wave of panic hit her as she thought, "This is bad. Why does it have to be Kim Woo-jin? If the secrets Sam Oliver knows about me get leaked, I am completely finished. I need to take them out myself before anyone finds out." The scene shifted to a car parked by the side of the road. Inside, Lee Jin-ah casually said, "No need to worry. Everything has been wiped completely clean." Sam Oliver looked satisfied as he replied, "Good. Now that this part is done, we'll move on to the next step." Hearing this, Jinna gave him a suspicious look. "What are you plotting now? You just poked the hornet's nest that is the Frontier Guild. Shouldn't you be laying low and hiding out for a while?" At that moment, the man casually peeled off his mask. It turned out that Kim Woo-jin had been disguised as Sam Oliver this whole time. He replied matter-of-factly, "Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. There's no better place to hide than inside a dungeon." Kim Woo-jin then recalled a previous conversation he had with Ju. "What was that? I said I want to place an order just like last time." She shot back with obvious annoyance. "Don't tell me you want..." But Kim Woo-jin was completely unfazed and firmly stated, "I want Sam Oliver's mask." Snapping back to the present with a look of excitement, he quickly pulled out his phone. "As it happens, there's a perfect dungeon on the second floor for us to clear right now. Jin-ah, brace yourself." Jinna pointed at himself and yelled in total disbelief, "Me? Why the hell would I go? I don't need to hide from anyone. Why do I have to go into a dungeon with you?" Completely ignoring his protests, Kim Woo-jin just went ahead and made a phone call. "It's Kim Woo-jin. Has the Frontier Guild made any moves yet?" On the other end of the line, Se-chan got straight to the point. No sign of any movement yet. It looks like Director Naomi is planning to handle this mess herself without reporting it to her superiors. Kim Woo-jin immediately fired back. "If that's the case, we can't exactly pin this on the entire Frontier Guild, can we?" Se-chan sounded torn. "True, we can't say for sure, but there's a very high chance that Naomi Spell is the Messiah Guild spy we've been hunting for." Woo-jin suddenly thought of Sam Oliver and muttered to himself, "The Frontier Guild is one of the top 5 guilds in the world. It seems the Messiah Guild hasn't completely sunk its roots into them yet." Even in Sam Oliver's memories, there was zero information about the executive committee, aside from Naomi. A moment later, Se-chan admitted to something else. "Either way, things have completely derailed now that they think Sam Oliver has gone rogue. Director Naomi will desperately try to cover this up before Park Yong-won returns. If Park Yong-won finds out about this, there's going to be hell to pay. Make sure you stay well hidden inside that dungeon. In the meantime, I'll use the fake Sam Oliver identity to bait Naomi Spell." Kim Woo-jin then casually filled Se-chan in on his actual plan. "I was already planning on laying low in a dungeon anyway," Se-chan replied, his voice laced with surprise. Oh, really? Have you decided on which dungeon to hit? Gujin didn't hesitate to give it to him straight. Of course I have. It's an A+ rank dungeon in Taiwan, known as the Bloody Battle of Balam. Hearing this, Sei-chan's tone immediately shifted to annoyance. What? Why the hell would you pick that place? That dungeon has 23 failed clear attempts on record. Because Kim Gujin had him on speakerphone, Jin-ah heard every word. He was trembling so hard his teeth chattered, cursing under his breath. Is this bastard completely out of his mind? He wants to drag me into a death trap like that? On the other end, Sei-chan was still fiercely objecting. Do you have any idea what you're doing? The Messiah Guild failed to clear that dungeon 4 times, and every other guild has completely given up on it. At the end of the rant, Gujin just calmly replied, I know. Kim Gujin was already running the numbers in his head. Even before I regressed to the past, that dungeon was never cleared. If my memory serves me right, the total number of failed attempts reached 43. Countless people tried to conquer it, but they all failed miserably. In the end, a massive chunk of Taiwan was completely overrun by monsters because no one could stop the outbreak from that gate. Because the gate has a strict level restriction, even Lee Sejun from the Messiah Guild was completely helpless. I won't be able to clear this gate either once I cross level 60. There might be something inside that could give me an edge in the war against the Messiah Guild. If I want to crush them, the information I have right now just isn't going to cut it. Eventually, Sei-chan let out a defeated sigh. Knowing how stubborn you are, you're going to go no matter how much I try to stop you, aren't you? Jin-ah was sweating bullets, practically begging the man over the phone in his head. No, don't just give up like that. But Sei-chan's next words shattered all of his hopes. All right, fine. Let's just go crazy one more time. Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah could only curse under his breath. Screw my life. Meanwhile, Sei-chan asked with concern, What do you think our chances are? Kim Woo-jin answered honestly, Theoretically, less than 10%. Sei-chan smirked to himself, figuring the guy was actually talking about the failure rate. He chuckled, 10%? That's more than enough. Lee Jin-ah froze like a statue, weeping internally. We're doomed! A 10% survival rate? His mind started going completely blank. Because of that, Jin-ah didn't hear a single word of what came next. Kim Woo-jin casually changed the subject. As long as I have Percival's spear, clearing the second floor will be a breeze. Sei-chan readily agreed. All right, I'll set it up. If we're using the Isaac Ivanov alias, it'll be a walk in the park. Do you need anything else? Kim Woo-jin threw out a suggestion. How about we stir up public opinion and pressure the Messiah Guild into providing our gear? Even the Messiah Guild failed to clear this gate. Why should we do their dirty work for free? By the next morning, news of his plans had exploded across every newspaper and online forum, blasting headlines like Isaac Ivanov's next target, the 2-floor dungeon in Taiwan, the blood-stained ice forest. The ultimate challenge. Can Isaac Ivanov clear a dungeon with 23 failed attempts? And Isaac Ivanov officially requests gear support from the Messiah Guild. Will the Messiah Guild answer the call? If so, it marks an unprecedented move, challenging the very gate that defeated the Messiah Guild. What will the guild say? The netizens immediately went into a frenzy. What the hell is this? Asking the Messiah Guild for handouts? Is this guy insane? But this is Isaac Ivanov. He literally saved the Messiah Guild before. They're too busy raiding other dungeons right now, so they'll definitely back him up. There's no way they'd refuse him, right? The guy is trying to save the world here. Of course the Messiah Guild will be happy to help. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure reading the news on their phone smirked to themselves. Isaac Ivanov is entering that dungeon in Taiwan? Perfect. We absolutely cannot let this golden opportunity slip by. But above all else, the hottest topic on everyone's lips was the Messiah Guild's promised support. The news that they were gifting Isaac Ivanov a unique tier item had the whole internet buzzing. Reading the articles, Sei-chan gave a satisfied smirk. Not bad at all. Lee Jin-ah, who was sitting right there, immediately shot back. What? What do you mean, not bad? How the hell are we supposed to work with just one unique item? They should be handing over a legendary item at the very least. We're literally clearing a dungeon that their precious guild failed to beat. Sei-chan wasn't annoyed. Instead, he patiently explained. Are you really that dense? It's not just about the item. With all this public pressure, the Messiah Guild has no choice but to cough up something expensive just to save face. But more importantly, this establishes a baseline. Jinna blinked, completely lost. A baseline? What do you mean? Right on cue, Secretary Lee walked in, dragging a suitcase behind her, and chimed in. It means exactly what it sounds like. The market price for clearing an A+ rank, 2-floor dungeon that the Messiah Guild failed is now set at one unique tier item. So, if someone clears an even harder dungeon for them in the future, they won't be able to get away with just giving out a unique item anymore. Hearing this, Jinna gasped in realization. Oh, now I get it. You're saying that from now on we can milk them for legendary items by clearing 3-floor dungeons they messed up on. Seichan clapped his hands, highly impressed by her sharp explanation. As expected of Secretary Lee. One sentence and even meathead Jinna understood. Anyway, here are the details for Sam Oliver's fabricated travel route, along with the required expenses. Secretary Lee then gave him a detailed progress report. We followed your orders and intentionally leaked clues so the Frontier Guild could track Sam Oliver's movements. This should end up saving us a massive amount of time. Hearing this, Seichan beamed. Excellent work. Well, I suppose it's time to hit the road. Jinna suddenly noticed the suitcase she brought and tilted his head. Huh? Secretary Lee, are you heading out for fieldwork today? She just smiled sweetly and pushed the heavy suitcase right toward Jinna. Seichan pointed a finger straight at him, looking utterly exasperated. Are you messing with me right now? Why the hell would Secretary Lee go? You're the one who has to drag your ass to that dungeon in Taiwan, Jinna. Jinna screamed in absolute horror. What? Right now? The scene shifted to later that night. Jinna was looking over a dungeon report handed to him by Wu Jin. It read, The Bloodstained Ice Forest, Floors 2. Difficulty, A+. Max capacity, 80 players. Restriction, level 60 and below. Clear condition, defeat the aggressors of the Ice Forest. Clear rewards, refer to the attached list. Jinna scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. Damn, we've really got some serious pull, haven't we? After the Messiah Guild wiped out, absolutely no one dared to even look at this gate. But the second you put the word out, a whole army of players signed up right away. Isn't that hilarious? Kim Woo-jin calmly tossed the document onto the table. Most of the people who signed up belong to guilds that already failed this dungeon. To the public, it looks like a noble crusade to avenge their fallen comrades. But trust me, not everyone is here with good intentions. Think about it. A dungeon with an 80-player limit has failed 23 times. That means the gear of nearly 2,000 dead players is just sitting in there, waiting to be claimed. I assume of all those drops, there has to be at least one legendary item. I guarantee you, plenty of these guys are way more interested in looting corpses than actually clearing the gate. Suddenly, Secretary Choi walked in and reminded him, Please get ready, sir. We enter the dungeon in 1 hour. Kim Gujin didn't say a word. He just waved his hand dismissively. Then, seeing Kim Gujin stand up, Choi hurried over and asked, Mr. Isaac Ivanov, do you need something? Seeing Kim Gujin whisper into Secretary Choi's ear, Lee Jinna broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, This crazy bastard? What is he planning now? A few seconds later, looking completely panicked, Secretary Choi suddenly yelled, What? You plan to do that yourself? Kim Gujin didn't answer. He just calmly walked out. The scene shifted to Naomi's office. After hearing the report, she slammed her hand on the desk in anger. Impossible! What do you mean all our leads have vanished? Jemmy, standing nearby, tried to explain it to her. Based on what we've seen, it's obvious that Sam Oliver has someone backing him. Even our intelligence team can't track down his location. She was completely taken aback by this information. Backing? This is incredibly frustrating. She gritted her teeth and barked an order. Do whatever it takes to locate both Sam and Kim Gujin, and if you can't, then just eliminate them. Naomi was dead set on stopping him. I absolutely cannot let them meet Pong Onion. Early the next morning at Park Sichan's office, Jisoo came looking for him. Sir, we have a problem. He looked surprised. What kind of problem? However, she simply replied, I think it's best if you see it for yourself. Jisoo showed Seichan a video of his speech, titled Isaac Ivanov's Unexpected Statement in Taiwan. And the person standing at the podium was Kim Gujin. Right next to him, Secretary Choi was reading the translation. I will now translate Mr. Isaac Ivanov's statement. Thank you all for joining this subjugation. It is an honor to fight alongside you all. However, I have only one goal in mind, to put an end to this and save the world. I will do whatever it takes to achieve this goal. So, do not get in my way. She quickly asked for Sei-chan's opinion. What should we do now? This definitely wasn't part of the plan. Trying to block this video will be nearly impossible since it has already gone viral all over the world. He was so frustrated he gritted his teeth and replied, he won't show mercy to anyone who gets on his nerves. This is clearly his declaration of war. This guy really knows how to hunt his prey. The scene shifted to inside the dungeon, which was currently packed with people. Run Cook spoke up loudly. Do not get in his way? Damn it, is he basically saying we're just a burden to him? Sejiang, standing nearby, quickly chimed in. If it's Isaac, then it totally makes sense. The guy is on a completely different level. Run Cook loudly shot back. And how the hell are you so sure about that? So he answered honestly, I saw it with my own eyes in the Firefox dungeon. Words seriously can't even describe it. Next time, just watch them yourself. They are absolute monsters. Up ahead, Lee Jina looked visibly annoyed as he whispered to him, Hey, Kim Gujin, why the hell did you do that? Now everyone is staring at us because of your completely unnecessary provocation. Kim Gujin, however, remained perfectly calm. Some people just cannot be reasoned with using gentle words. He glanced back at the crowd, then muttered to him, especially those scavengers who came all this way just to loot the gear off of dead players. The only way to put trash like that in their place is to flaunt sheer power and completely crush their will. Right after saying that, Kim Gujin summoned a skeleton soldier. The system chimed in. You have summoned a skeleton soldier. He gently placed his hand on the skeleton's head. At the same time, his other skeleton soldiers were also hard at work. Then, Kim Gujin leaned in and whispered into Lee Jina's ear. This is so they won't dare try anything funny. Boss Kim, watching this unfold, felt a surge of irritation and muttered to himself, So, this is Isaac's legendary skeleton soldier. This is insane. I need to snatch that gear before he catches on. Making up his mind, he barked out an order. Move out. Let's start sweeping that area over there before it gets dark. And just like that, night quickly fell over the dungeon. That night, they decided to set up a campfire and rest in the forest. As they sat around, the chatter didn't stop for a second. Isaac Ivanov. That guy is a total monster. Even after seeing it with my own two eyes, I still can't wrap my head around it. When he told us to stay out of his way, I was pretty pissed off, but man, now I totally get it. Told you, trying to play the hero and jump in to help would have just dragged him down. After that, Jay turned to Boss Kim and asked, Boss, we've been searching this whole damn day, but we've only stumbled across 2 bodies from the players who came in here. He offered his own theory. At first, I suspected that maybe some rival guilds had already snatched up the gear, but after combing the area all day, I've come to a completely different conclusion. Even though Floor 1 is crawling with monsters, I haven't seen a single one that actually poses a real threat. In other words, it's highly unlikely that players level 50 or above would get wiped out here. The prize we're looking for has got to be up on Floor 2. He eagerly jumped in with his deduction. So, that means Van Gogh's necklace is waiting for us on Floor 2. But before he could even finish his sentence, Chan Ho urgently hushed him. Shh, keep it down. The very next second, he abruptly leaped high into the air. Chan Ho's sudden movement immediately caught everyone's attention. He had spotted a skeleton resting on a thick tree branch. Chan Ho balanced himself on the branch, glancing around suspiciously as he muttered to himself, I swear I just heard a noise coming from up here. Did I just imagine it? Annoyed, he kicked it aside and grumbled, What's the deal with this random skeleton anyway? Down below, Boss Kim looked thoroughly confused. Hey, what's going on up there? Chan Ho immediately hopped down, casually dragging the skeleton along with him. Sorry about that. It was probably just the sound of this thing rattling in the wind. With that, he tossed the skeleton against the base of a tree. Boss Kim brushed it off and went right back to scheming. We have to secure that gear for the Kunlun Guild, even if it means going up against... Little did they know that random skeleton was actually Kim Gujin's skeleton soldier. Somewhere else, Kim Gujin smirked faintly. Good thing I stationed a skeleton soldier there just in case. Thanks to that, I got some useful information. Van Gogh's necklace, huh? I don't have any memories of this thing. But if China's Kunlun Guild, one of the top 5 guilds, sent a whole team just to retrieve it, that means at this point he decided to disconnect, and the system confirmed. You have disconnected. Kim Gujin picked up another item, muttering to himself, this definitely isn't some ordinary gear. Watching it slowly fade away, Kim Gujin felt puzzled and thought to himself, I'm not sure what kind of effects it has, but I absolutely have to get my hands on Van Gogh's necklace. Lee Weedigina was growing anxious and snapped at him, damn it, this is taking way longer than we expected. Don't tell me we're the only ones actually fighting, while the rest of them are just screwing around doing other things. Kim Gujin confirmed his suspicion. Your guess is spot on. Besides, they're nothing but starving hyenas, drooling over dead men's loot. He clutched his head in frustration and grumbled, I was actually happy to see so many players grouping up, but in the end, we're the ones doing all the heavy lifting. When the hell do I get a break? He threw him a bone with some info. Once we reach the second floor, we'll have a little time to rest. Lee Gina's face instantly lit up. Huh, seriously? Since when did you get so nice? However, he just stayed silent and didn't reply. A moment later, the system announced, you have entered the second floor of the dungeon. The second they arrived, a fierce gale slammed into them. Hanbu was getting irritated by the harsh climate and grumbled internally, son of a bitch, the second floor is way colder than I thought. Young Kook was shivering violently from the cold and complained loudly, my hands and feet are completely frozen. How the hell are we supposed to fight in this? Boss Kim was also feeling the strain and thought to himself, the temperature here really is freezing, but these shivers aren't just from the cold. It's the sheer terror radiating from a monster. Even Lee Gina was trembling from the cold as he whispered to Kim Gujin, terror? No way. I don't see a single monster anywhere near us. There's no way a monster that can emit this much terror exists in a 2-floor dungeon. He told him honestly, this might be tougher than I thought. On the other hand, Kim Gujin was already analyzing the situation internally. A living creature's body will paralyze when exposed to the terror a monster emits. Even if it doesn't last long in a life or death battle, just a split second means death. Since this is a 2-floor dungeon, it can't be a dragon. But other than dragons, there aren't many monsters that use terror. Does a monster really exist that is so powerful its terror can be felt from this far away? A moment later, Mike spoke up. Our guild will scout the surrounding area first. His men immediately agreed. Yeah, let's go check the perimeter first. Watching everyone pack up and leave together, Lee Gina felt confused and muttered to himself. Check the perimeter, my ass. You're going on a treasure hunt. What a bunch of starving hyenas. He turned and urged him, you're just gonna let them do that? Aren't you worried our fighting power is getting split up? Kim Gujin didn't really care about them, so he simply replied, guys like that wouldn't be any help in a fight anyway. We're better off planning as if they don't even exist. Hearing that, Lee Gina agreed. You've got a point. He then commanded, let's get moving too. The scene shifted as everyone started heading deep into the forest. After searching for a while, Chan Ho shouted his report, boss, there's nothing here. Boss Kim immediately replied, nothing on this corpse either. Let's move somewhere else. At the same time, someone was secretly tailing them, currently hiding behind a tree. It was Mike. Looking annoyed, he thought to himself, someone beat us to it, we need to hurry. In the blink of an eye, Mike regrouped with his team and loudly ordered, search them. Following his command, everyone opened their system windows to help with the search. And when they finally found some gear, Young Kook excitedly said, Captain, there's a whole pile of gear right here. Look, Taehyung found some too. There's some here too. This left Mike completely puzzled as he thought to himself, they didn't touch any of this gear? They must be looking for something specific. Who the hell are these guys? He shouted orders to his team members. All right, grab all of it. There's a good chance more people are moving faster than us. Move as fast as you can. We can't let them snatch the good stuff right out from under us. Cutting back to Lee Gina, he was giving Kim Gujin a deeply disappointed look. Seeing him inspecting a dead body, Lee Gina grumbled angrily to himself. Just a minute ago, he was trash-talking those hyenas, and now he's digging through corpses himself? The system broadcasted a message. The Eye of Anubis is closing. By now, Kim Gujin had managed to reap some rewards. I finally found a member of the Kunlun Guild. The comrades who fought and died alongside him are over in the west. He motioned for Lee Gina to follow him. This way, follow me. Despite a bit of reluctance, he quickly tagged along. And when he saw Kim Gujin searching another corpse, he gritted his teeth and cursed internally, "Motherfucker, what the hell is this bastard trying to do?" After that, they quickly moved on, and just like before, he inspected yet another body. At this point, Kim Gujin decided to reopen the Eye of Anubis. The system announced, "The Eye of Anubis is opening." Meanwhile, Boss Kim was surrounded by monsters and screamed in rage, "Why the hell is this kind of monster in a 2-floor dungeon? This makes no sense. Everyone, run!" In the end, he was the only one left behind fighting the beast. Amidst its deafening roars, Boss Kim successfully managed to draw the monster's blood. However, the ring was suddenly knocked loose, landing perfectly right on the monster's horn. And in a moment of carelessness, he was swatted backward by the monster. Boss Kim face-planted hard into the snow. With his vision still blurry, he stared at the monster and muttered with intense regret, "Kunlun's treasure, Van Gogh's necklace. I have to warn the brothers." Cutting back to Kim Gujin, he had already closed his eye. The system immediately confirmed that the Eye of Anubis was closing. In his mind, Kim Gujin muttered to himself, "I've gathered enough information." Gina marched right up to him, visibly frustrated, and loudly demanded, "I don't care how good that piece of gear is. How could you be so utterly disrespectful to the dead? I've been holding my tongue this whole time." Kim Gujin suddenly called out his name. This only made Gina even angrier, and he snapped back. "What? Did I say something wrong? Even a guy like Sean, who absolutely loves free stuff, wouldn't act like you." Kim Gujin simply praised him in a quiet voice. "You're actually a big softy, aren't you?" This unexpected compliment caught Gina entirely off guard, and he blurted out a surprised, "Huh?" Kim Gujin casually built a makeshift stone grave. He then began explaining his plan to his companion. "All right, I'll explain the plan before the battle starts." These words left Gina feeling utterly confused. "Huh? What plan?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Gujin quickly cast his magic. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton of a sawtooth wolf materialized before them, completely terrifying Gina. The system quickly responded, "The sawtooth wolf has been summoned as a skeleton soldier." Gina instantly changed his tune, acting all friendly as he made a request. "Hey, can I ride this thing?" Kim Gujin agreed without hesitation. "Of course you can!" Hopping right onto its back, Gina said excitedly, "This is freaking awesome! Since when did you prepare this?" Then, when he actually got his hands on Paravin's spear, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Man, I thought you could only summon humanoid skeletons." A spear. The system immediately provided its information. Paravin's spear, legendary grade, requires level 1 or higher to use. Physical attack 255. This is the spear used by Percival, a knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by this spear are incredibly difficult to heal. Physical attack power scales with level. Increases base damage by 30% upon attacking. Increases armor penetration. Gina pointed at the spear and asked hesitantly, "Don't tell me your grand plan is for me to sit on this skeleton and charge at the boss with this spear." Kim Gujin shot back. "Look at you, figuring it out before I even had to explain." He walked away across the freezing snow, leaving Gina sitting on the back of the sawtooth wolf. The scene shifted to Boss Kim, who suddenly heard a panicked scream from Jock. "Boss, there's something really weird over here." Boss Kim quickly hurried over to him. "Is this a player's grave?" JJ offered his own guess. "It doesn't really look like it belongs to our Kowloon guild, but we should probably dig it up just to be sure, right?" This response made Boss Kim fall into deep thought. However, he ordered his men, "There's no need to waste our energy if they aren't our brothers." With that said, the three of them quickly walked away. In the middle of the freezing forest, Gina's surprised voice rang out. "The ogre bull!" A second later, he marveled, "It won't be easy, huh? Its skin is so thick that average weapons won't even leave a scratch." Gujin calmly replied, "The bigger problem is that it has already become a hunter." Hearing this, Gina was even more shocked. "What? What the hell does that mean?" Gujin slowly explained, "Did you know that when a dungeon raid fails, the dead monsters are resurrected and replenished back to their original numbers? However, among them, the monsters that manage to survive become smarter and stronger through the experience they've gained. Even though very few monsters survive to the end of these repeated battles, there is an exception. The boss monster." Pausing for about 2 seconds, Gujin continued, The dungeon hasn't been cleared. The boss monster accumulates combat experience every time players fail a raid. Speaking up to this point, his voice suddenly dropped. At some point, it figured out that players usually gather around dead bodies, and it's using them as bait, right? Exactly. A monster that has survived 23 times. After hearing Gujin's words, Gina still couldn't quite believe it and asked, "So, are you absolutely sure the boss is the ogre bull? Could an ogre bull really give off such a massive aura? You haven't even seen it yet, so how can you be so sure about that?" He still replied calmly, "I stopped hunting to gather information up until now, didn't I?" Gina instantly chimed in, "Is that so? I thought you were just copying what the scavengers do." Suddenly, Gina thought to himself, even if I saw it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have a clue what was going on anyway. Right at that moment, in the snow-covered forest, the eager voice of one of Mike's team members rang out. "Boss, you need to come take a look at this. There are dead players all over the place." Hearing this, the others excitedly ran over. "Jackpot! How did we get so lucky?" But with his high level of vigilance, Mike immediately realized something was very wrong. It was incredibly rare for bodies to be piled up in one spot like this. If other scavengers had gathered them, there was no way all the items would still be completely untouched. Plus, the blood trails looked a bit strange, as if the bodies had been dragged here from somewhere else. In a split second, he formed a terrifying conclusion in his mind. Could it be? Mike sprinted forward and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Everyone stop! It's a trap!" His team member looked back in total confusion. "A trap? Boss, did you just say it's a trap? What's going on?" Meanwhile, an unknown creeping terror was already closing in on them. The very next second, the squad member was stunned to find his body completely paralyzed. Feeling a terrifying surge of power crashing down on him, he thought in panic, "What the hell am I looking at?" Just as Mike had predicted, a nearby squad member was killed on the spot, and the others were quickly blown away. Witnessing this, the remaining squad member trembled uncontrollably. Beneath the overwhelming power, in absolute terror, he shot a frantic glance behind him. Filling his vision was the sight of Ngongu, fiercely raising its weapon high into the air. In a flash, the monster smashed its weapon down, crushing the man into an unrecognizable pulp. Despite having claimed quite a few lives, it seemed Ngongu was still not satisfied. Its eyes gleamed with a pure, bloodthirsty madness. From behind the beast, Mike swiftly lunged in for an attack. He tore through the air, his razor-sharp sword poised and ready to strike. But the moment he landed and finished his strike, sheer panic washed over his face. He hadn't left a single scratch on Ngongu. Instead, his own sword had snapped clean in half. He gritted his teeth, his heart pounding with anxiety. To think a unique rank sword could shatter this easily. At that exact moment, the terrifying status effect of unknown fear came crashing down on him. Mike gritted his teeth in bitter refusal, thinking to himself, "No, I refuse to die a pointless death like this." From a distance, both Gujin and Gina had already sensed Ngongu's presence. They dashed forward at an incredible speed, but it was too late. Ngongu had already bathed in Mike's blood. Afterward, with a look of utter disgust, the monster violently kicked his lifeless body away. This brutal scene quickly caught Gujin's eyes. He calmly told his companion, "Lead Gina. Let's execute the strategy we prepared." Gina gritted his teeth, visibly anxious. "Damn it, that's easy for you to say. I don't even know anymore." The moment the words left his mouth, Gina charged fiercely toward Ngongu. "Let's go." His booming shout instantly caught the monster's attention. Gina pushed forward with sheer determination. Seeing this, Ngongu flew into a rage and began gathering its massive strength. The very next second, it unleashed a burst of raw energy. Ngongu's dark magic instantly engulfed Gina's entire body. The unknown fear status effect came crashing down, but Lot's ring immediately dispelled the terror. Fortunately, Gina was fully prepared to defend himself. Now that I think about it, this Ring of Lot is pretty damn epic, isn't it? All of his fearful trembling had completely vanished, but his joy was incredibly short-lived, as he suddenly noticed something very strange. It turned out that his mount was showing signs of extreme uncooperativeness. "Why the hell is it suddenly disobeying me?" he thought in total panic. "Aren't you supposed to move exactly how I want? Wait a minute, this is way too close." The very next second, the mount darted forward like a bolt of lightning, completely ignoring a terrified Gina. Because the mount's speed was simply too fast, Ngongu couldn't land a single hit on him. While the beast was still clumsily searching for its target, Gina was already right behind it. Suddenly, Gujin's voice echoed from the mount itself. "Just charge right in and hold on tight." His unexpected presence caught Gina completely off guard. "What? Are you the one controlling this thing? Wasn't that insanely dangerous just now? I'm seriously gonna die at this rate." Despite Gina's endless grumbling, Gujin continued to zigzag everywhere, intentionally distracting Ngongu. Before he even realized it, Gina had been brought right up against the monster. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he fiercely plunged the spear in his hand right into its body. The sight left Gina utterly baffled, thinking to himself, "Can Ngongu's tough hide actually be pierced as easily as pudding?" No's regeneration ability was dropping dramatically. Seeing this, Gina immediately called out to ask, "All right, the item is pretty sweet, but aren't we going to be here all day at this pace? When are those skeleton soldiers finally going to make their move?" Gujin replied with absolute calmness, "Give it 10 more wounds just like that one. After that, I'll know exactly what to do next. Blood weapon." Condition fulfilled. Representative of the Dark World. Required level achieved, level 1 or higher. Skill rank C. Allows the creation of weapons using the subject's blood. Depending on the subject's abilities, a wide variety of weapons can be forged. In the dead silence of the frozen forest, a deafening boom suddenly rang out. It turned out to be Boss Kim, desperately struggling against an unimaginably oppressive aura. Astounded, he thought to himself, to be able to continuously unleash such massive power, could the boss monster's attack phase have already started? Realizing time was running out, Boss Kim knew he had to hurry. The very next second, Chan Ho yelled out, "Boss, we finally found it! You have to see this! We've got the secret code from the Kowloon Guild." As he spoke, a string of bizarre text appeared right before their eyes. "Go meet our brother in the West and find the relic of Kowloon." The cryptic meaning behind this message left Boss Kim completely baffled. The West? But there's absolutely nothing over there, right? A moment later, a sudden realization hit him. Could it be? Meanwhile, shifting back to the intense battle between Gujin, Gina, and Ngongu, the beast's stamina was dropping rapidly. Under Gujin's relentless onslaught, it was on the verge of total exhaustion. Ngongu's resistance was fading fast, and at the same time, a deadly blood poison was spreading throughout its entire body. Gina marveled in absolute awe. Percival's spear! This thing is seriously amazing. I can't believe it pierced right through Ngongu's thick hide so effortlessly. Bursting with excitement, he added, "If we combine Percival's spear with the blood poison technique, we'll be completely invincible in this dungeon." Hearing this, Gujin calmly replied, "If this were a floor 2 dungeon, maybe." Saying this, he thought to himself, "However, floor 3 dungeons are filled with monsters that are on a whole different level. Just this alone won't be enough. Moreover, if I want to face the absolute worst of them, I have to get even stronger." Soon after, the system popped up with a notification. Ngongu has been successfully eliminated. You have earned the achievement, Violent Hunter of the Frozen Forest. The representative of the Dark World has transferred to you a catalog. Even with the reward right in his hands, Gujin still hadn't fully realized what it was. Just glancing over, Gina gasped in shock. "A golden light catalog? You actually got a reward drop from the boss monster?" The contents of the glowing paper then revealed themselves. Skill, Berserker. Condition fulfilled. Representative of the Dark World. Required level achieved, level 20 or higher. Skill effects. The target affected by the skill generated from the photon aura receives the following effects. All stat attributes increase by 20%, while life force continuously depletes over time. The moment he finished reading, Gina threw a massive fit, screaming, "This is completely outrageous. What the hell is my Halo even doing? I worked my ass off, so why don't I get a single damn thing? Is even my Halo discriminating against me now? Seriously, what is this garbage? This is so depressing, but it's not like I can change my Halo. Ugh." Ignoring his endless whining, Gujin walked over and retrieved the bracelet from the horned ox's horn. He had successfully obtained Pangu's bracelet. Night had fallen, and the reporters were buzzing with endless gossip in front of Gujin's luxurious car. The dungeon had been fully cleared. "Ah, they made it through! Isaac is in that car over there!" they exclaimed in sheer joy. Taiwan is finally saved. We're free! However, this exact scene made Chan Ho incredibly anxious. What do we do now? We left the dungeon without being able to retrieve Pangu's bracelet. If that item falls into someone else's hands, it's going to be a massive disaster. Boss Kim also realized that the situation was becoming more dangerous than ever. For now, our only option is to report back to the guild and wait. Thinking about the consequences of losing a legendary item in the dungeon, he suddenly fell into a deep, troubled silence. Would the Kunlun Guild really leave behind clues using secret codes for their fellow members? Therefore, without knowing the cipher, finding Pangu's bracelet would be nearly impossible. Still, if someone actually got lucky enough to bring it out of the dungeon, I just pray it wasn't that monster Isaac. Unfortunately for Boss Kim, that precious bracelet had already fallen into Gujin's hands. Pangu's bracelet, legendary tier item, usable from level 1, a bracelet once worn by the ancient giant containing the power of absolute harmony. Effect, removes the equip limit for rings on the arm wearing it. Penalty, once a ring is equipped on this hand, it can never be removed. Reading the bracelet's stats, he thought to himself with a grin, I can't believe something like this was hidden away. Finally, a decent payoff before heading to the 3rd floor dungeon. Normally, a player can equip a maximum of 5 accessories, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you wear more, the item effects are strictly capped at that limit. However, Pangu's bracelet was a game-breaking item that shattered the basic system balance, allowing the effects of rings worn on all 5 fingers to be applied simultaneously. The only drawback was that any ring worn on the same hand as Pangu's bracelet could never be taken off, since it essentially forced the system to treat one hand as 2. Veteran players typically swapped out their rings strategically depending on the situation. Fully grasping how the bracelet worked, Gujin realized he needed to be extremely careful. From now on, he would have to make very deliberate choices about which rings to commit to. Sitting next to him, Gina asked curiously, Yo, why have you been looking so serious this whole time? Did you mess something up? Gujin slowly replied, No, I'm just thinking about something. But before he could even finish his sentence, his phone started ringing. I'm listening. Go ahead. On the other end of the line, Sechin urgently asked, How are you two holding up physically? Can you fly back to the country right now? Gujin's tone remained as unbothered as ever. Yeah, we can. Did something happen? He quickly informed him that a certain someone had just returned. Sitting in his office, Sechin spoke in a grave tone. I know things in Taiwan were a big deal, but South Korea is in absolute chaos right now. The news is blowing up with headlines about the return of that man, the one who was heavily backed by Isaac Ivanov. Hearing this, Gujin immediately connected the dots. If they were talking about that man, it had to be Park Yong-won. Confirming his suspicion, Sechin said, Exactly. This is going to completely flip Park Yong-won's reputation around. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Gujin replied smoothly, Understood. We'll head back right away. The better Park Yong-won's reputation became, the more useful of a meat shield he would be for Gujin. The moment he hung up with Sechin, Gina excitedly chimed in. Since we're in Taiwan, we should definitely grab something to eat, right? How about some beef noodle soup, xiao long bao, or braised pork rice? But in the blink of an eye, Gujin ruthlessly poured cold water on his dreams. We have to head back to South Korea right now. Gujin's bluntness left Gina staring at him in utter disbelief, completely lost. What the hell did you just say? Even after they boarded the plane, he still couldn't accept it and whined loudly. We came all the way out here, and I don't even get to try a single Taiwanese dish? Sounding like a tired old father, Gujin simply advised, just eat the airplane food. The next morning, inside a massive, luxurious villa, Park Yong-won narrowed his eyes menacingly. He asked in a furious tone, So you're telling me the Frontier Guild actually dared to mess with me, Park Yong-won? Gujin calmly replied, Yes, sir. A second later, he lowered his voice and continued. I barely managed to survive, but my injuries made it hard to move. Above all, it was a situation where I didn't know who I could trust. So I hid inside the dungeon and waited for you, Mr. Park Yong-won. At that moment, Secretary Kim stepped forward, holding a stack of documents. She quickly handed them over to Yong-won and explained, This report was verified based on Mr. Kim Gujin's testimony from the day of the incident. Although the fire destroyed almost all the physical evidence, according to the testimonies of the survivors who entered the other dungeon, the Frontier Guild provoked them and struck first. However, the Frontier Guild is officially claiming it was just a simple accident. Hearing this, Yang Wan thought to himself furiously, "Those absolute bastards. They pulled this dirty stunt the second I was out of the picture." A moment later, he stated firmly, "They are definitely trying to suppress our faction's power." Sitting across from him, Gujin asked softly, "What should we do now, sir?" With a deeply sinister tone, Yang Wan growled, "We're going to make them pay in blood for daring to touch what's mine. Therefore, there is something I need you to do for me." Just as Yang Wan finished speaking, Secretary Kim brought over a heavy briefcase. The scene then shifted to Session, who was flashing a bright smile with his pearly white teeth. His grinning face left Gina completely bewildered. "How can you be smiling that brightly this early in the morning?" Still smiling, Sechan replied, "Because I successfully extorted a whole lot out of our opponent." Hearing that, Gina grumbled in frustration, "But that opponent is Park Yang-Wan. How in the world are we supposed to get back the skills we already handed over to him? I mean, yeah, the money is great and all, but did you forget how incredibly hard it was to find the Skeleton Knight skill book?" As if he had fully expected Gina to complain, Sechan enthusiastically replied, "You don't need to worry about that at all, because the person who's going to get our items back is already sitting inside Park Yang-Wan's office." This piece of news instantly left Gina wide-eyed in shock. "Wait, what's that supposed to mean?" A moment later, as if she had just figured it out, Gina panicked and rushed over. Could it be?" Sechan merely smiled and didn't reply. Back at Yang-Wan's villa, Gujin gently pushed the door open and stepped outside. Holding the suitcase from earlier, he slowly left the estate. Right after that, Gujin quickly pulled out his phone. It turned out he was giving someone a call. "It's me, Kim Gujin." From the other end of the line, a joyful voice rang out. "All right, did everything wrap up smoothly?" Gujin quickly replied. "Yeah, I just got the skeleton skill back. He told me to hand it directly over to Isaac." While Yang Wan was reading the newspaper, Secretary Kim's voice rang out. "I'll get back to you later. I'll speak with the director about it now." "All right, thanks for the hard work." A second later, he curiously asked, "Was that Kim Gujin?" The moment she hung up, she quickly replied, "Yes, sir. He's already delivered the skill book to Isaac. He also asked what's going to happen to him from now on." Hearing that, Yang Wan calmly said, "He's a sharp guy, after all. With Isaac showing up, he's probably feeling his position starting to slip." The headline on the newspaper read, "Phoenix Guild promises Isaac full support." His tone was full of calculation. He's worked hard anyway, so just let him make his debut in a 3-floor dungeon. Rank C is plenty. Just send him in with those kids. If we give him decent support, he'll be satisfied and leave on his own. If not, we'll see if he has any other redeeming qualities to catch our eye. Shifting to the Phoenix Guild's base, Jian Hong's curious voice rang out. "So, what's his name?" Minho quickly replied, "It's Kim Gujin." Without a second thought, she instantly began badmouthing him. "Just hearing the name Kim Gujin makes me think of some total weakling." But in a flash, he shut down Jian Hong's assumption. Rumor has it, his abilities are actually pretty decent. I mean, he's cleared a few dungeons to get personally recruited by Sir Park Yang-Wan. Jian Hong of the Phoenix Guild immediately shot that down. If he's really that strong, why doesn't he just go clear dungeons by himself? That's exactly why we were ordered to babysit him on a tour of this 3-floor dungeon. Reaching this point, she couldn't take it anymore and threw a fit. Ugh, this is so frustrating. It looked like Jian Hong was about to lose her mind. Minho softly advised her, "It's the guildmaster's order anyway, so just calm down." Ignoring his advice, she grumbled through gritted teeth. "Unless Park Yang-Wan becomes the guildmaster, our guild's politics will just keep flipping back and forth. Whatever, I'm definitely jumping ship to the Salvation Guild anyway. Alright, so what exactly are this Kim Gujin's aura and abilities?" Minho finally spoke up. "His aura represents the dark world, and his main ability is blood poison magic. Since his poison affects his allies too, he's always worked completely solo up until now." Following that, Jian Hong raised her voice and asked, "What? Blood poison magic? You're telling me he can't even summon a skeleton legion like someone else we know?" He slowly replied, "Other than his poison arts, no one has ever seen him use any other skills." She grew even more furious. So he's totally useless, and on top of that, he's a downright burden? This is pissing me off. While Jian Hong was still grumbling, Gujin's car finally pulled up. Seriously, when is this brat even gonna show up? The approaching vehicle quickly caught Minho's eye. He's here, she criticized without holding back. And of course, he's dead last. But as soon as she turned her head to look, Jian Hong's eyes widened in sheer surprise. Taking in the sight, Jian Hong thought to herself, he's actually still driving a piece of junk like that? The next second, she muttered a quiet word of praise. Gotta respect the frugal mindset. I'll let this slide. Her remark left Minho completely speechless. What a cheapskate. Just then, a system notification popped up. Hunt 1,000 monsters to proceed to the next floor. Reading the notification, Gujin thought to himself, even though it's a 3-floor dungeon, they still give tutorials for rank C? Well, Park Young-won is keeping an eye on things, so I guess I have no choice. Still feels like a waste of time, though. Standing opposite him, Jian Hong loudly demanded, Hey, you said this is your first time clearing a 3-floor dungeon, right? There's absolutely nothing you can do down here. Reaching this point, she lowered her voice in a threatening tone. So just keep your mouth shut and do exactly as I say. Otherwise, whether you're a rat or a bird, I'll slaughter the lot of you. First, let's hunt a few monsters to see just what kind of skills you actually have. Ignoring Jian Hong's glaring contempt, Gujin slowly asked, How many monsters do you need me to hunt? His completely unfazed attitude made her blood boil. Just look at this brat, actually talking back to her. Even if I spell it out for you, are you sure you can even pull it off? Just keep hunting until you drop, Gujin still replied in a mild tone. I'm going to need some time to prepare. The very next second, Jian Hong spun around and muttered, Whatever, just figure it out yourself. Her blatant prejudice made him muse to himself, Well, isn't this interesting? The next morning at Se-chan's office, Gina broke the ice. I heard Kim Gujin went into a dungeon again, another one completely packed with ghosts. Her overly laid-back attitude made him unable to hold his tongue. Gina, stop slacking off around here and go focus on leveling up. Hearing that, Gina let out an exhausted sigh. I don't want to do that at all. With him gone, I can finally get some well-deserved rest. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to party up with that Kim Gujin? Se-chan quickly shot back. Weren't you just complaining about not having any teammates on your level? Suddenly, a shocking news alert flashed across his phone. Seeing this, Gina quickly grabbed his phone to check. It seemed Ju had received the same message. An emergency alert popped up on the screen. It was from the Dungeon Damage Control Department. It was at 4:33 p.m. An unidentified monster escaped from a nearby dungeon. Multiple buildings have collapsed, and the destruction is still ongoing. Right after reading the notice sent to all citizens, he asked curiously, Where is this dungeon alert from? Are things like this still happening these days? The last incident was years ago, and the Savior Guild had it totally under control, didn't they? Before Gina could say another word, Ji-chan gritted his teeth and shot the idiot a warning glare. He finally realized he had misspoken. Zai-chan quickly turned his head, glancing over to check on Ju. She sat in dead silence at her desk, her grip on her phone tightening. Suddenly, memories of her high school days flashed through her mind. Sitting in class, Ju boredly rested her chin on her hand, looking at the familiar name tag on her desk. A second later, everyone in the room threw open the windows to peer outside. A massive explosion in the distance grabbed the students' attention. A high-rise building right across from their school had just blown up. Ju witnessed the horrifying scene, sheer panic washing over her. Unable to hold it in, she let out a heartbreaking, terrified scream. Snapped back to the present, Ju sat frozen, staring blankly at the news. A moment later, she shot up from her chair. I'm stepping out for a bit. Leaving her computer screen glowing, Ju hurried out the door. Left behind on her desk was a framed photo of herself and Jisoo. The sound of the door slamming shut made Gina grab his head in overwhelming guilt. Zichan sighed in frustration and scolded him. You idiot! You need to watch your mouth when she's around. Gina stammered defensively. I really didn't know. But wait, didn't you mention before that you knew her dad? What kind of man was he? Zichan suddenly grew quiet and pensive at the question. Memories from the past surfaced in his mind. A younger Zichan had asked with concern. I heard the news. You've made your decision. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Jin smiled brightly and replied, Come on now, saying there's zero risk would be a total lie. But what choice do I have? South Korea is where our families live, so someone has to take that risk, right? I have to create a world where my little girl can walk to school safely. Those peaceful days didn't last long, and Zaechan's pale face reflected the cruel reality. As he spoke, he recalled the tragic image of Jinu passing away in silence. He was a stubborn fool, addicted to doing the hard work and entirely devoted to his daughter. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, John Hong stood triumphantly over the carcass of a defeated orc. She thought to herself that since it was only a C-rank dungeon, there wouldn't be any overly tough monsters to deal with. At this rate, she would easily reach the second floor by tomorrow without breaking a sweat. Just then, Minho rushed over in a panic. "Captain, you need to come see what Kim Gujin is doing right now." Hearing Gujin's name, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "What are you so worked up about? He begged me for prep time, and he still hasn't managed to hunt a single monster?" Minho looked even more frantic. No, that's not it at all. He really stirred up something crazy. Just come look for yourself." John Hong raised an eyebrow, highly skeptical. "Why are you losing your mind over this? Lead the way. Let's see what he did." The moment they arrived, her eyes widened in shock. "What on earth is this? He said he needed time just to set up these pathetic traps. Well, A for effort, I guess. But these traps are barely enough to scratch a monster, let alone deal any real damage." What the hell was Kim Gujin thinking? Watching from a high tree branch in the distance, John Hong and Minho observed Gujin's every move. Down below, Gujin suddenly sensed it. They were here. Just as expected, an orc triggered Gujin's trap. In the very next second, his hidden weapon sprang into action. The monster took the hit and let out a series of agonizing screeches. Despite that, John Hong continued to mentally scold him. "Does this idiot have a death wish? How are those flimsy traps supposed to hold up against a whole horde of monsters?" Seeing her draw her weapon to step in, Minho quickly held her back. "Captain, wait. I'm sure Kim Gujin has a plan." His hesitation made John Hong snap furiously. "Does he look like a guy with a plan to you? Damn it, Kim Gujin, if you die out here, how the hell are we supposed to explain it to Park Young-won?" Minho gently nudged her, pointing. "Captain, just look over there." Following his gaze, she saw a massive horde of orcs swarming toward the traps Gujin had set. The terrifying sight instantly made John Hong's blood run cold. "My God, they swarmed him that fast? Even if I jump in to save him now, it's already too late." But completely contradicting her fears, Gujin flashed a supremely confident smirk. In the blink of an eye, he concentrated and unleashed his power. Following that, he activated the signature skill of the underworld proxy, Blood Mist. The toxic red fog materialized, instantly infecting the orcs with deadly blood poison. Gujin's poisonous smoke rapidly spread across the area. The moment the orcs inhaled the fumes, they started violently choking and gasping for air. In just a split second, they dropped dead to the ground, completely wiped out. Utter shock washed over John Hong's face. Did he just hide a blood poison technique inside a blood mist? You can weaponize poison like that? Standing beside her, Minho gasped in pure awe. That is the most insane combat technique I've ever seen. But a second later, his face paled as a terrifying thought hit him. Did this crazy kid just figure out a way to wipe out hundreds of monsters all at once? She didn't respond, her mind completely racing. "Kim Gujin, you're seriously impressive." John Hong's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. As expected of the kid, Park Young-won took an interest in. "I have to recruit him into my squad, no matter what it takes." Down below, Gujin pulled out a flask to retract the poisonous mist. Stepping casually through the mountain of orc corpses, he noted to himself, "The blood mist skill consumes way more blood poison than I expected. The emissary of the underworld highly praises your abilities. Your blood fog skill has leveled up. The underworld emissary skill, Blood Drain, is now active while recovering stamina." Woojin thought to himself it was a good thing he had the blood drain skill, so he could replenish his energy every time he used his heavy abilities. Seeing this, Hong gave an order. "Hey you, go find Kim Woojin immediately and pass on a message." Minho asked curiously, "Right now?" "What message?" Hearing this, she quickly replied, "What else could it be? After watching such an impressive fight, do you really think I'd tell him he failed? He passed the test." A moment later, Jian Hong approached Wu Jin and spoke up. Kim Woo-jin, I'm sorry for underestimating you. You're actually really good. This is the first time I've seen anyone use the blood poison skill so masterfully. If you and I team up, we won't just clear the 3rd floor of the dungeon. We'll completely conquer it. So, join my team. Without hesitation, Woo-jin stated his price. 10 million won. That's the cost every time I use my blood poison. This number instantly made her furious. What? A cost per use? He quickly explained, my blood poison is like a limited edition item. When someone uses their personal items during a dungeon raid, the team obviously has to cover the cost based on their asking price. Plus, my own blood is the collateral here, so paying that much is completely justified. Hong's voice echoed, filled with suppressed anger. Right, I admit that if someone offers their blood, which is as precious as gold, for us to use, we definitely have to pay them. She then raised her hand to make an offer. Fine. 3 million. Woo-jin let out a soft sigh. What a ruthless bargainer. All right then, I'll give you a discount of 100,000, bringing it down to 9,900,000. In a split second, Jeon Hong growled in frustration. Fine, then I'll be generous and add 100,000, making it 3,100,000. Not one to back down, he immediately shot back. 9,800,000. She kept haggling. 3,200,000. Watching this scene, Minho stood nearby in sheer disbelief, thinking to himself, I know our captain is a total cheapskate. But why is that Kim Woo-jin guy so ridiculous too? Woo-jin was still holding his ground. 9,700,000. Jeon Hong screamed at the top of her lungs. 3,300,000. The next morning, a loud noise echoed through the dungeon. The system notification chimed, You have hunted a black sneak demon. After observing closely, Woo-jin fell into thought. The Firebird Guild, they are much better trained and have far better teamwork than I expected. According to Jeon Hong's calculations, their hunting speed would drastically increase if they use the poison effectively. Their leadership is top-notch. From a high tree branch, Jeon Hong furiously yelled out, Hey you, are you still being stingy with that poison? I'll buy it for 7,300,000 won. Hearing this, Woo-jin immediately made a deduction. Don't tell me the reason their leadership is so amazing is actually because of the money. Please proceed to the next floor. A notification popped up. You have 6 days to survive. Unlike when she was haggling over money, Jeon Hong gave a deadly serious warning. This is the final stretch. As you all know, survival missions always swarm with monsters, so everyone needs to be extra careful. We just need to hold out for 6 days. Everyone, do your best to level up. Besides, since we have an unexpected expense, we'll just have to grind for some extra loot here. The moment she finished speaking, all her team members simultaneously thought, So stingy. Despite that, Minho made a suggestion. Captain, we'll go scout the monster numbers and map out the surrounding area while we're at it. Jeon Hong immediately agreed. All right, be careful out there. The next second, the sound of movement echoed everywhere. From high up, the team members carefully observed every nook and cranny of the forest. After a while of finding absolutely nothing, they quickly moved on. On the other side, the rest of the team still hadn't spotted a single monster either. This eerie silence made Minho deep in thought. Something is really off. This is obviously a survival mission, but there are barely any monsters. Plus, the scale of this dungeon is surprisingly small. The very next second, he called out loudly, Wait a minute, everyone, gather up over here. Suddenly, a team member discovered a massive footprint. I don't know what kind of creature made this, but with a size like that, it's definitely not your average monster. Minho instantly came to a terrifying realization. Wait, could it be that for this survival mission, instead of fighting a horde of monsters, we have to survive against a boss-class monster for 6 days? The team member standing next to him screamed in panic. A boss survival match? In the blink of an eye, Minho shouted out, This is way too dangerous. This type of survival mission is infinitely harder than standard clearing missions, and the survival rate is incredibly low. Hurry up and report this to the captain. Right after the two of them left, a bizarre cave suddenly appeared right where the giant footprint was. Just as expected, a pair of vicious eyes glared from deep within the cave. Jeon Hong's calm voice rang out. Are you saying this time it's a boss survival run? Minho quickly replied. Yes, and the size of the dungeon is super weird too. The area is way smaller compared to normal dungeons. The layout is like an island completely surrounded by cliffs. He explained while drawing a rough map. If we have to run, we must be careful not to get cornered against the cliffs. Hearing that, she immediately fell into deep thought. We already have Kim Woo-jin's blood poison, so taking down the boss should be pretty easy. But to maximize the team's survival rate, we need to avoid an all-out war. The very next second, Hong loudly announced to the group, even though we still don't know what kind of monster this boss is, our top priority should be avoiding it. We have to give it absolutely everything we've got just to stay alive. Right as she finished speaking, a massive crash echoed in the distance. John Hong quickly snapped her gaze toward the sound. Gujin's attention was caught as well. It turned out a white troll had appeared out of nowhere. The team members immediately screamed in panic. A white troll. They couldn't believe their eyes. Minho panicked, wondering how that monster could appear in a C+ ranked dungeon. But in just a split second, John Hong regained her composure and barked out orders. Everyone, scatter, now! As soon as she shouted, she drew her bow, aiming right at the white troll. The very next second, John Hong's arrow shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Even so, the white troll kept roaring aggressively and charged right at them. Instantly, it was struck by 5 of her arrows at once. At first, the white troll's wounds didn't look serious at all, but in the blink of an eye, the poison from the arrowheads began to spread. John Hong carefully watched the white troll's condition. No matter how insane your healing ability is, you bastard, getting hit by Kim Gujin's poison means you're done for. Just as she thought that, the white troll aggressively shook off the arrows embedded in its body. Without a second of hesitation, it lunged furiously at Jian Hong, completely enraged. While running away from the white troll, she thought to herself, she had figured Kim Gujin's poison would be able to handle it to some extent. Was the dose of poison just too small? I clearly saw the poison spread right where the arrows hit. Their frantic chase quickly fell into Gujin's line of sight. He wondered to himself, John Hong is really giving it her all as the team captain, huh? Should I step in here? After all, this dungeon was just a stage for him to show off his worth to Park Young-won. A while later, the team managed to escape the white troll and took shelter right under a giant ancient tree. The next second, Jian Hong quickly pulled out a whistle. Right after blowing it, she called out loudly, "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?" The team members answered in unison. "No, everyone is fine." John Hong suddenly remembered. "Thank goodness. Wait, where is Kim Gujin?" Gujin's perfectly calm voice rang out. "I'm right here. What's wrong?" Without hesitation, she said, "We're probably going to have to increase the dose of blood poison we originally agreed on." "Saliste, are you okay with that?" He replied instantly, "Yes, I'm fully willing to cooperate, but in exchange, I have one condition. Let's go over there and talk for a bit." With a highly suspicious tone, Jian Hong probed, "Don't tell me you're using this chance to raise your price." Hearing that, Gujin firmly reassured her. "Not at all." From a distance, Min Ho asked curiously, "What are those two talking about going all the way over there?" Over on John Hong's side, she hesitated. "But about that..." As if guessing her concerns, Gujin explained seriously, "This involves everyone's lives, so I know it's not an easy decision for you to make. I'll still support you with everything I have, even if you decide not to follow my battle plan. But in our current situation, whether we choose to hunt it or run away, at least 4 people are going to get hurt." Just as he finished speaking, he concentrated his power into his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a sharp arrow materialized right out of Gujin's hand. The blood energy skill of the emissary of the underworld had been activated. He said slowly, "I condensed my own blood to create this. Using it will be far more effective than just using arrows coated in blood poison like before." After pondering for a moment, Jian Hong gritted her teeth and warned, "You better remember this. If my teammates die because we followed your plan, I won't let you off the hook." Holding the quiver of blood arrows in her hand, she turned around and announced, "We're going to discuss the battle plan now." A good while later, Kim Bum and Chan Sung were ready to fight. Suddenly, Kim Bum started sweating out of pure anxiety. "Is it really going to be okay if we do it this way?" Even though Chan Sung was also terrified, he tried his best to reassure him. "She told us to avoid fighting it head-on, didn't she? To boost our chances of survival, there's no other way. Let's just trust the captain on this one." Right as Chan Sung finished his sentence, the white troll tracked them down, exactly as they had hoped. The two of them shouted at the same time, Let's do this! The provoke skill of the stalwart warrior was cast. The moment it caught sight of Kim Bum and Chan Sung, it lunged forward in a blind rage, but they weren't about to let it get any closer. The other team members quickly unleashed their moves. The smokescreen skill of the Keeper of the Fountain of Knowledge was cast. The very next second, they turned around and fled just as planned. Run! Move before that bastard sees us! From a high vantage point, Gujin calmly remarked, "Time to get ready now." John Hong still couldn't fully bring herself to trust him. She asked suspiciously, "You're using a smokescreen? Don't you know the white troll is resistant to fire?" Gujin slowly replied, "I am well aware of that. I don't intend to use the smoke to deal damage to it. I'm merely using it to blind its vision. I just need to stall long enough for everyone to land some scratches on its body, and that's enough." While he was explaining, John Hong spotted the perfect opening. "Now's the time." She immediately drew her bow and fired. John Hong's arrow pierced right through the smokescreen and struck the white troll dead on. This sight made Minho excitedly think to himself, "As expected of our captain, its old wounds haven't even healed yet, and it just took another flawless hit from her." Seeing that, Jeon Hong's face lit up with joy. Absolutely perfect. Gujin quietly praised her in his mind. Her skills aren't half bad. When the arrowhead made of blood energy touches a wound, it melts and gets absorbed directly into the monster's body. So, even if the physical wound heals, it won't stop the poison from taking effect. Meanwhile, Kim Bum and Chan Sung kept their defenses up. The Hardened Warrior's taunt skill was activated, and the rest of the squad quickly followed suit. The Keeper of the Font of Knowledge cast Smokescreen, while Minho and another teammate relentlessly attacked the White Weasel, doing everything they could to break its focus. Everything was going exactly according to plan, leaving Gujin completely satisfied. This stupid White Weasel, by the time it realizes it's getting hit by the exact same attacks over and over, it'll be... Before he could even finish his thought, the blood poison had already spread through the monster's entire body. Moments later, the beast collapsed with a massive thud. The system quickly chimed in, "You have achieved the title White Weasel Hunter." John Hong's eyes sparkled with sheer amazement. Did we really just pull that off? And without a single person getting hurt? You have achieved the title White Weasel Hunter. The emissary of hell has bestowed a fraction of their power upon you. The blood aura skill has leveled up. Gujin's brilliant tactics and overwhelming strength left Jeon Hong deeply intrigued. "Just what exactly are you?" she asked. "How can you be this calm?" "Let's save that chat for after we're out of the dungeon," he replied dismissively. "By the way, the party used my blood poison a total of 217 times. Make sure to settle the bill once we're out." John Hong's face went completely blank at that terrifying number. "Wait, what? They actually cleared the dungeon?" The scene shifted over to Yong Wan. He was tapping his fingers aggressively against his desk. After a tense moment, Yong Wan lowered his voice suspiciously. "Are you saying you'll compensate us for what happened this time? Even though nothing can truly compensate for the lives of our fallen guild members. Go ahead, let's hear your pitch." Nami didn't answer him right away, suddenly falling into deep thought. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Guild's press conference, a sea of reporters desperately raised their hands, fighting to ask questions. Finally, one reporter stood up. "We heard that a white weasel suddenly appeared in the 3-floor C+ ranked dungeon this time. How on earth did your entire team survive and clear it without a single casualty?" John Hong answered calmly. "We achieved this result because every single member flawlessly executed their duties. But more importantly, I want to emphasize that without Mr. Kim Gujin's blood poison skill, this raid would have undoubtedly been a failure." The moment she dropped that answer, the press room burst into an absolute uproar. "Wait, are you saying you used blood poison to hunt down that white weasel? Who exactly is Kim Gujin?" "Ms. John Hong, please, just give us a little more time." In the blink of an eye, Gujin's name was plastered all over major news outlets, using poison to hunt monsters. A hunter showcases a brand new raiding meta, the Phoenix Guild's young ace, Kim Gujin. His weapon of choice? Blood poison. Down in the parking lot, Gujin's voice echoed quietly into his phone. "Yeah, it's Kim Gujin. So how did that proposal go?" On the other end of the line, Sechin quickly gave him an update. "I intentionally leaked the intel to Park Young-won's side that Isaac wants to raid the Forest of Souls. We'll have to wait a bit to see how the results play out." He paused for a couple of seconds before asking nervously, Are you sure this is okay, man? Why use a foreigner's identity to raid a dungeon in America? And a Russian identity, of all things? Gujin explained slowly. If I wanted to go in there as someone other than Isaac, I wouldn't have needed to use Park Yong-won in the first place. Realizing how fully confident Gujin was in his plan, Sechin immediately threw out a warning. But you know how it is. Even the Messiah Guild has only managed to enter American dungeons a handful of times. America doesn't need anyone's help right now. Ever since the world changed, top-tier players have been flocking to the States in droves. With things being the way they are, getting into this dungeon is going to be insanely difficult. Even so, Gujin nonchalantly replied, I know. Just as he finished speaking, he caught the sound of footsteps approaching the parking lot. Coincidentally, it was Nami and her assistant walking in. Through the phone, Sechin's voice continued. But right now, Park Yong-won has Naomi Spell completely by the throat. I think the Frontier Guild will agree to it no matter what. However, I have no idea if the third-party faction allied with them will allow an outsider to interfere. Hearing this, Gujin immediately caught the crux of the issue. Is he talking about the Great One Guild? He confirmed internally. Gujin didn't know exactly how the Great One Guild would react to this, but the grand scheme of things could only tilt in his favor. No matter what, that door was going to open. The scene cut back to Yong-won, who furiously slammed the dungeon report onto his desk. Looking dead serious, he demanded, Are the contents of this report completely accurate? Secretary Kim answered quickly. All the players who participated in the raid have confirmed it, sir. The report is 100% accurate. This answer instantly threw him into deep thought. He hasn't even officially debuted yet, and he already hunted a white weasel? She continued. Although Jian Hong was the commander, the one who actually called the shots and made the strategy was Kim Gujin. Yong-won asked in pure disbelief. With Jian Hong's notoriously stubborn temper, she actually just sat back and listened to him? Without holding anything back, Secretary Kim replied in a perfectly even tone. Yes, sir. And what's even more surprising is that she paid Kim Gujin an extra commission out of pocket, a fee specifically for his blood poison usage. After hearing the whole story, a highly amused smirk crept onto his face. I knew that punk was no ordinary guy the first time we met, but I definitely didn't expect him to be at this level. This kid is pretty damn interesting, isn't he? If I'd known, I would have started grooming him a whole lot sooner. Well, it's not too late to start treating him better from now on, right? Having just finished weighing his options, Yong-won suddenly asked, Where is Kim Gujin anyway? She replied immediately, He's already arrived, sir. He's on his way up right now. A second later, Yong-won let out a satisfied chuckle. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The scene shifted to the Great One Guild's conference room. Carrie's voice rang out sharply. Even if our Great One Guild stands on the same front line as the Frontier Guild, we still can't clear the Forest of Souls. Isaac Ivanov from Russia says he wants to raid this dungeon, correct? It was Carrie Rana, the guildmaster of the Great One Guild. So, what are everyone's thoughts on this? Hearing this, David immediately raised his voice in protest. How on earth can we just hand over a dungeon that our domestic guilds completely failed to clear, even when working together, to some foreigner? This is absolutely absurd. This is a direct blow to our pride. Harry quickly chimed in. I have no idea what those guys from the Vanguard Guild are thinking, agreeing to this so quickly. Even though the government is asking for our opinion, I think we absolutely have to oppose this. Hasn't the government been constantly rejecting our own requests to clear it again? Ignoring their protests, Carrie calmly spoke up. Why is everyone getting so worked up? The real reason those government dogs opposed another raid from the start wasn't because they doubted our abilities. Weren't they just worried about the massive casualties our domestic guilds would suffer? Actually, this works out perfectly. We can use this whole situation as the perfect excuse to finally get the government's approval. And we should take this opportunity to blow this completely out of proportion. Whether it's some random Russian nobody who crawled out of nowhere or some third-rate faction, let's just invite them all to join the raid. Her analysis left one of the guild members utterly confused. What exactly do you mean by that? With a scheming look on her face, Carrie excitedly suggested, We'll offer a reward that absolutely everyone wants for this raid. Something like King Arthur's ring, for instance. Without a second of hesitation, David furiously slammed his fist on the table in refusal. Absolutely not. Have you forgotten the massive price we had to pay to get our hands on that? As if she already had the entire board mapped out in her mind, she softly coaxed him. Now, just calm down. I told you we are going to blow this out of proportion. I never said we were just going to give it away for free. Meanwhile, back in Woo Jin's car. Sitting inside, he asked curiously. What's this? Jinya slowly explained. Sei-chan told me to hand this over to you. He said this skill is a perfect match for you. It's supposedly the Book of the Dead or something like that. You can apparently store your skeleton soldiers inside it, so here you go. I told him you wouldn't even need the damn thing, but the old man still forced me to bring it to you no matter what. The moment he finished speaking, Woo Jin let out a smirk and replied, No, this is actually incredibly useful. Pass a message to the boss for me. Tell him I'll put it to great use. The number of skeletons that can be stored inside the Book of the Dead is limited. Holding the document in his hands, he pondered deeply. Woo Jin had always known that, eventually, he would run into a formidable opponent and have to fight a massive battle of sheer numbers. But now, he could partially overcome that weakness with this very item. At that moment, the information on the document materialized. Power of the Pharaoh. Prerequisite Emissary of Hell. Level requirement, level 1 or higher. Effect, can use all deceased entities as sacrifices. While Woo Jin was still lost in thought, Jinna kept nagging him. Hey, Kim Woo Jin, are you even listening to me right now? I'm asking if you can actually clear the Forest of Souls. 2 of the top 5 guilds in the entire world, the Vanguard Guild and the Great One Guild, completely joined forces to enter that dungeon and still utterly failed. On top of that, the dungeon is literally called the Forest of Souls, which means the undead are absolutely guaranteed to show up. Isn't that way too much of a massive disadvantage for you? Because you can't exactly use the undead as sacrifices to summon your skeletons. With an incredibly calm expression, Woo Jin pointed right at his face and said, I've already taken that little disadvantage into account. Besides, the meat shield on the front lines dealing with all those undead is going to be you, isn't it? Hearing that, Jinna immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? The very next second, Woo Jin's phone started buzzing. Woo Jin quickly answered the call, completely ignoring his partner's sheer outrage. Kim Woo Jin speaking. Has a final decision been made yet? On the other end of the line, Sei-chan replied, The U.S. government has already given the green light, but a slight issue has popped up. Puzzled, Woo Jin asked, What kind of issue? Without missing a beat, Sei-chan explained, It seems we aren't the only ones going in. As of right now, absolutely any guild that wants to can participate in this raid. And there is one more thing. The guild with the highest contribution will be rewarded with a legendary grade item. Hearing this, Woo Jin immediately started putting the pieces together. Are they doing this because they are so blindly confident that the item will end up in the hands of their own guild's players anyway? What exactly is the item? Following that, Sei-chan answered in a heavy tone, It's King Arthur's ring. In just a matter of moments, all the major news outlets started relentlessly pumping out headlines. The Forest of Souls, a massive dungeon that even the United States completely failed to clear. The gates for a brand new raid have finally opened. Isaac Ivanov is set to raid the Forest of Souls, fully backed by Park Yong-won. The Great One Guild has offered an unbelievable bounty for the raid, King Arthur's Ring. The Messiah Guild officially announces their participation. The Forest of Souls, an all-out war of pride between the top guilds. Who will emerge as the true master of King Arthur's Ring? That very same night, the flight carrying Woo Jin and Jin Ah took off from the airport. They quickly touched down in San Francisco. By the very next morning, Woo Jin and Jin Ah were already kicking back in the Makos Guild's VIP waiting room. Inside the room, Jinna muttered curiously while stuffing his face with food. Those bastards from the Great One Guild really want to smash this dungeon to pieces, don't they? If they didn't, why the hell would they wager something as crazy as King Arthur's Ring? Sitting across from him, Woo Jin calmly replied, That's not it at all. They are just trying to provoke us. They fully believe that, no matter what happens, their people will be the ones walking away with the prize. Hearing this explanation, Jinna couldn't hold back and burst into boisterous laughter. So they basically think you are an absolute joke? Completely ignoring Jinna's relentless mockery, Woo Jin began turning the gears in his head. That doesn't make any sense. The Great One Guild isn't the type to just carelessly underestimate their enemies. They certainly aren't brainless idiots who would go out of their way to provoke other guilds for absolutely no reason. They clearly have a hidden motive giving them this massive ego boost. I definitely need to dig up the real reason behind all this absolute confidence of theirs. Night had already fallen over the Great One Guild's headquarters. Harry slowly delivered his report. The entire assault team, including Captain Ellis, has successfully entered the dungeon. But is it really okay for us to proceed like this? It's not that I'm doubting Ellis's capabilities or anything, but no matter how you look at it, using King Arthur's ring as the betting prize is completely insane. Even within our own ranks, there has been a massive uproar over the guild master's decision this time. Carrie, however, didn't show even a single ounce of worry. It seems like everyone is heavily misunderstanding something here. I did say the reward was King Arthur's ring, didn't I? But I never said we wouldn't use it ourselves. King Arthur's ring has been activated. Inside the dungeon, the sky had turned pitch black. All the guilds were fully assembled. Elise's voice rang out, "Looks like everyone is gathered here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elise Heighton of the Great One Guild. Before we begin the dungeon raid, I need to go over a few terms of our agreement." A moment later, Gina groaned in frustration. What the hell kind of agreement is that? What do they mean? No fighting each other? We have to cooperate peacefully, Gin calmly replied. Every time a dungeon floor is cleared, a ranking board records the group with the highest contribution, so we need to prioritize which monsters to attack. Hearing this, he grew even more confused. A contribution ranking? Shouldn't we just hunt as many monsters as possible? What's with all this peaceful cooperation nonsense? So, what's your plan? Are we just going to scout the first floor like you mentioned earlier? After observing carefully, he slowly replied, "The competition has already begun on this first floor. Everyone's trump cards will slowly be revealed. The Great One Guild is no exception." The next second, a system notification popped up for the skill of the Underworld's representative. The power of the Pharaoh has been activated. You may use unprocessed monsters as sacrifices. Skeleton warriors were summoned in the distance. The other guild members hurriedly discussed the situation. "Looks like they're starting right away. What should we do?" With an incredibly confident tone, Elise spoke up. "With everyone else rushing ahead, how could we just sit back and watch?" Following that, the system window appeared again. "You have equipped King Arthur's ring. You have equipped Merlin's staff. Thanks to Merlin's staff, your magic power has increased. The hidden conditions for the Legend of King Arthur have been met. The set effect for the Legend of King Arthur has been activated. King Arthur's ring can now amplify the power of the Knights of the Round Table." In an instant, her energy erupted. "Your power is at max capacity." This scene was immediately spotted by a skeleton warrior being controlled by Gujin. After gathering her strength, Elise declared seriously, "Why should we wait for the second floor? Let's show them what we're made of right here on floor 1. Let's show them who the strongest in this dungeon really is." Having observed the situation, he thought to himself, "Is this the hidden trump card of the Great One Guild?" No wonder Henry was so confident. Just as I expected, they used King Arthur's ring for this raid, but I didn't foresee Elise also possessing Merlin's staff. But Merlin's staff is a legendary item symbolizing Park Jin-hee, the one who led the Knights of the Round Table. But it was never hers to begin with. The truth is, the ownership of this equipment was transferred from Elise to Park Jin-hee. This means the Salvation Guild and the Great One Guild must have some sort of connection. It would be great if I could take it before it gets handed over to Jin-hee. This will be much more effective than attacking the Salvation Guild head-on. Seeing Gujin deep in thought, Gina quickly called out to him, "Hey, are you even listening? Were you planning to just analyze their strength here on the first floor, or what?" The next second, he immediately gave his orders. "No? Change of plans?" Muttering to himself, Gujin decisively stated, "We can't just hand the priority over to Great One. They have both King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. We're going all out from this point on." In the middle of the dark forest, a blazing campfire had been lit. From a distance, the sound of heavy, powerful footsteps echoed. It turned out to be Elise casting a spell. The skill of the one who hears all things, Fire Spirit Summoning, has been activated. In the blink of an eye, roaring flames surrounded the monsters. A second later, they were completely swallowed by her fire. Standing beside Elise, John muttered his praises. "That's insane. With this kind of power, clearing the fourth floor will be a breeze, let alone the third." Just as he finished speaking, a strange noise rang out. John let out a gasp of surprise. Isaac Ivanov politely nodded as if greeting him. John's face was full of shock. "We've bumped into him already." Meanwhile, Elise's head was full of questions. Weren't they in the lead? Did he really make it all the way here? At the same time, a system notification chimed. Skill of the Underworld's representative. The power of the Pharaoh has been activated. You may use unprocessed monsters as sacrifices. Skeleton warriors have been summoned. As soon as John saw this, he yelled furiously. Does that bastard really think he can order those skeletons to steal the monsters we're hunting? Elise immediately threw her arm out to stop him. Hey, hold on. Don't fall for his provocation. How many have we got? A notification screen popped up. Rank 1, Great One, hunted 1,502. Rank 2, Salvation, hunted 1,134. Rank 3, Frontier, hunted 1,131. Rank 4, Mokos, hunted 753. Seeing this, John smugly said, We're still in the lead, nothing to worry about. This Isaac guy is nothing special. Those rumors are total bullshit. Even so, Elise remained on high alert. Let's just keep up this pace and head to the next area. Completely ignoring her plan, Gujin calmly thought to himself, It doesn't matter how fast you are, it's totally useless. Hunting ability doesn't necessarily depend on speed because there is no way they possess the weapons we do. Hearing his strategy, Gina ground her teeth in frustration. You're seriously using me as a meat shield again? Gujin began to deliberately provoke her. We're the only guild that can pull off this strategy, and naturally, it's all because of you. What's wrong? You don't have the guts. Just as expected, she took the bait. Who wouldn't step up to that? Fine, then let's do it. Let's just go with that plan. You guys would be dead meat without me. But you better buy me some good food after this raid. As Gina stormed off, he smirked and said, Perfect. Now, let's crank up our hunting speed. The Skeleton Knight was summoned. News outlets constantly ran headlines about the Frainer Guild, placing a $2 million bet as the reward for conquering the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death. The items belonging to the Savior Guild within the Forest of Death had now become his very own betting table. Back in the office, Seishin spoke up excitedly. With public attention gathered like this, the other guilds have already joined the betting pool. It's all a game anyway. There will be winners and losers. I wonder how this will play out. Miss Secretary, what are Isaac's current dividends? Jisoo quickly replied. They've already increased by 3.28 times. Furthermore, Director, you should take a look at this. The Great One Guild just revealed the items Elise brought into the dungeon. Hearing this, he asked curiously, The items she brought? As if anticipating Session's curiosity, she replied, It's King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. The news instantly sent him into a state of panic. What? They're using those kinds of items in a dungeon of this rank? Do they think this is some 5 or 6 floor dungeon or something? Wait, hold on a minute. Those two are part of the exact same item set. If so, the very next second, Seishin roared in pure anger. Secretary, hurry up and cancel all the money I bet. Jisoo's voice remained absolutely calm. It's too late. It cannot be canceled. In a flash, he realized the Great One Guild's entire scheme. Great One. Do these despicable bastards not know how to play fair? Dear Buddha, Virgin Mary, Allah, please bless me and protect my soul. Seeing this, she sweat dropped, thinking to herself, other than money, what else is even reliable? A moment later, the rankings were displayed. First place, Mukos, hunted 5,704. Second place, Great One, hunted 5,690. Third place, Savior, hunted 4,908. Fourth place, Fran, hunted 4,605. These numbers immediately made Elise grit her teeth in anger. This is absurd. How could those guys possibly rank above us? Is it because of their items? There is no item out there stronger than the combination of King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. From a distance, Gujin looked up, instantly noticing her probing glare. Right after, Elise walked over and struck up a conversation. Not bad at all. What exactly is your secret? His tone was surprisingly humble. It's just pure luck. In a split second, she was thoroughly pissed off. This arrogant little brat! Gujin didn't say anything else, merely musing to himself. It's all thanks to Lena's immortal body. No matter how strong someone is, they can't just herd all the monsters into one spot. That would only waste time moving to the next area. They only needed to lure the new monsters to the area we're already fighting in. Thanks to that, all we have to do is focus solely on combat. I bet this dealt quite a heavy blow to their fragile egos, huh? Next, Gujin confidently stated, By the way, why don't you just hand over King Arthur's ring to me right now? Elise was completely taken aback by his sudden demand. What did you just say? Gujin casually continued. We're almost done clearing the dungeon anyway. There's no harm in handing it over early. Giving it to me now is actually a good thing. That way, we can help your Great One Guild minimize its losses, keeping you from falling too far behind. She immediately fired back. Oh, aren't you full of yourself? Gujin confidently replied. Strong items belong in the hands of the strong. That's the only way we can increase the raid's success rate, am I right? Elise swiftly shot back at his words. Why does it sound like you're claiming to be stronger than me? Hearing this, he calmly explained, what I mean is, if there was a player stronger than me, I would willingly hand over my items for the greater good. Gujin's attitude seemed to have truly provoked her. It seems you've overestimated your own abilities just because you managed to surpass my team in this petty little bet. You'd be better off not acting so cocky. With that said, Elise turned on her heel and stormed off. Because no matter what, the credit for this dungeon raid will ultimately belong to our Great One Guild. From a distance, Jay observed their conversation and thought to himself, the fiercer these guilds compete against each other, the better. Only then will an opportunity present itself for our Vanguard Guild. If both sides competed until they were completely exhausted, it would bring him even more joy. A short while later, Elise's roaring crimson flames obliterated a whole horde of monsters. John was also fiercely engaged in battle. The other team members were no exception. It seemed Gujin's earlier provocation had ignited a blazing will to fight within her. Elise's attacks were even more brutal than before. The nearby monsters couldn't escape her inferno. The flames spread further and further across the battlefield. After wiping out all the nearby monsters, Elise's team members excitedly chatted among themselves. A moment later, she spoke up, asking for a status report. Checking the stats, John hesitated. Captain, about that? His face was pale with worry. The rankings haven't changed. In fact, the gap between us and the Mac OS Guild is only getting wider. Elise instantly snapped back. What the hell are you talking about? Do you even know how to check the system? But a split second later, her own eyes widened in pure disbelief. This is impossible. Elise had gone all out, pouring every ounce of their firepower into the hunt. So how could the gap be widening? Suddenly, John's voice rang out with relief. The scouts are back! She frantically barked her orders. What's the situation on Isaac's end? What on earth is going on over there? Drenched in sweat, the scout stammered, 50! His stuttering only fueled Elise's rage. 50 what? Their score was already over 10,000 a while ago. The scout looked as if he had just witnessed an absolute nightmare. His face was completely drained of color. No, Captain. He has 50 skeleton soldiers, and those skeletons are way stronger than any regular player's summons. The scene shifted to Gujin. Summon skeleton failed. Reading the system prompt, he thought to himself, is this the limit of my current mana? The holographic panel glowed. Skeleton reinforcement. Skill rank. A enhances the power of summoned skeletons. As the skill ranks up, the effect increases. Current effect. Boosts skeleton stats by 50%. The number of summonable skeletons scales with your level. Downing a recovery potion, Gujin reminded himself that he still needed to cast other skills, so he had to conserve his magic. The system chimed. Your magic has been restored. A second later, Gujin calmly glanced over his shoulder. Standing right behind him was an entire legion of skeleton soldiers, kneeling and awaiting his command. The eerie silence was suddenly broken by the sound of frantic footsteps. It was Gina, panting heavily and cursing out loud. Damn it! She had perfectly executed her mission, luring a massive horde of monsters straight to Gujin. Seeing this, he smirked in approval. Her timing is spot on these days. The moment he slipped on his mask, the system alerted him. You are now connected to the skeleton soldiers. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton knight materialized, primed for battle. It was as if it had been waiting for this exact moment for an eternity. Gujin flashed a confident smirk. Immediately after, a series of massive explosions rocked the area, signaling the brutal start of the massacre. The corpse explosion skill of the Hell's Emissary had been triggered. The skeleton knight looked incredibly menacing, but not to be outdone, the monster lunged forward, snapping its massive jaws as if ready to bite the knight's head clean off. Unfortunately for the horde, it only took a single devastating strike for the skeleton knight to wipe out an entire wave of them. Yet, The brainless beasts kept blindly charging into the slaughter. Corpse Explosion was cast once again. A terrifying blast violently ripped through the air, instantly vaporizing every monster in the vicinity. Gujin and Jina's scores on the leaderboard began skyrocketing uncontrollably. Floor 1 of the dungeon has been cleared. Sometime later, the final rankings were locked in. First place, the Mac OS Guild, with 23,056 points. Second place, the Great One Guild, with 20,183 points. Third place, the Savior Guild, with 18,046 points. Fourth place, the Vanguard Guild, with 16,011 points. Staring at the results, Elise spoke up. Looking at these numbers, there's absolutely no point in competing any further. Does anyone object to Isaac Ivanov taking the first shot at the boss? The other guilds immediately chimed in. We agreed on the rules, so we play by the rules. The Savior Guild has no objections either. Meanwhile, Jay clicked his tongue in thought. I never expected Elise to actually lose. Either way, he needed to pivot and come up with a new plan. This was an unforeseen setback, but there was no way in hell Jay was going to let King Arthur's ring slip through his fingers. Stepping forward, Elise gave a solemn nod of respect. I severely underestimated you. You earned that first place fair and square. I fully acknowledge your victory. Shaking her hand, Gujin smoothly replied, Thank you. But before he could get another word in, she cut him off. However, we still have to conquer the second floor. Don't forget, if you fail, we'll be the ones taking the next shot. Teleporting to the second floor, a new prompt appeared. Capture the Earth Turtle to proceed to the next level. The moment they stepped foot on the new floor, the other guild members immediately started whining. What the hell is this garbage? This fog is so thick you can't even see 2 feet in front of you. And we're supposed to hunt down monsters hiding underground in this mess? The endless complaining struck a nerve, making Elise snap. Everyone, fan out and start searching. Suddenly, echoing through the dense mist, Jay's snake-like voice slithered into her ears. My, Elise, you should really relax that tense face of yours. You're starting to scare me. She didn't hold back for a second, glaring right back at him. Piss off. I'm not in the mood for your games. Jackson from the Vanguard Guild flashed what he probably thought was a charming smile. Now, don't be like that. I came over because I have a very serious proposal for you. How about we join forces for this dungeon raid? Your Great One Guild and our Vanguard Guild have teamed up in the past, haven't we? Sure, we failed back then, but don't you think it's a bit pathetic to just hand over a priceless American artifact to some dumb Russian? Hearing this, Elise lowered her voice, a sharp glint in her eyes. Join forces with you? And what exactly is your plan? Jay eagerly laid out his scheme. You know how dungeons are. Unexpected accidents happen all the time, right? For instance, while you're busy fighting the boss, a massive horde of monsters suddenly ambushes you from behind. But before he could even finish his sentence, Elise loudly shot him down. What? Say whatever you want, but playing dirty like that? Even so, the guy kept trying to persuade her. Listen here, Elise. You need to wake up and face reality. Now isn't the time to argue about right or wrong. If King Arthur's ring gets snatched away, this won't just end with a simple interrogation. You know as well as I do that we don't have much time before the raid on the second floor begins. Knowing he had Elise backed into a corner, Dee let out a sleazy smirk. You'd better think this through very carefully. Elise let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, completely at a loss for words. Did you really think saying that would make me go, oh, thank you so much? Hearing that, Dee snapped back in anger. Hey, so you're saying you're totally fine with handing the ring over to that Russian meathead, right? What's your plan if that Russian meathead actually manages to clear the boss? Having already seen right through his intentions, she immediately called him out. If my team gets the priority to raid the boss, wouldn't we just become the target of your dirty little tricks? Dee stubbornly argued back. Well, I won't deny that, but given the current situation, if the two of us join forces... Before he could even finish his sentence, Elise cut him right off. I'll pretend I never heard what you just said, but if you ever get in our way again, I absolutely won't let it slide. While the two of them were still talking, a notification popped up. The Earth Tortoise has been slain. Elise's eyes widened in sheer shock at the news. What in the world? Even Dee couldn't believe it. You have successfully cleared the second floor of the dungeon. Over on Gujin's side, the Earth Tortoise had been completely wiped out in a split second. Alongside that came Gina's heavy, exhausted panting. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Gujin casually checked in on him. "You doing all right?" Gina shot back angrily. "My ribs are about to snap in half." Right after, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "If it were you, do you think you'd be all right?" Damn it! Only a guy of my caliber could hold out like this. I'm telling you, anyone else would have died 100 times over. 100 times! The system quickly popped up. The Blessing of the River Stick skill has been activated. Your stamina has been fully restored. While chewing on some food to regain his strength, Gina spoke up. "What? Thanks to raiding with you?" "What? My Blessing of the River Stick skill just leveled up 3 times. Do you have any idea how much I had to put my life on the line to jump 3 levels all at once?" "What exactly is the rush anyway? Didn't we already secure the priority for the boss raid?" In an incredibly calm tone, Gujin replied, "Because there's no need to give the enemies trying to sabotage us the time and leisure to pull their little tricks." Moving to the next floor, you have reached the 3rd floor. A dangerous aura suddenly swept over them. Right after the guilds entered the 3rd floor, a menacing pair of eyes appeared in the distance. The other members kept murmuring in confusion. "What the hell is going on here? Who killed the Earth Tortoise?" "We have no idea. We didn't even hear any news about who found it in the first place." Just then, a member of the Great One Guild couldn't stand it and covered their nose. "Ugh, what is this awful stench? The fog here is even worse than on the 2nd floor." Elise also quickly caught a whiff of the horrendous smell. Dee was no exception. As panic spread across the guild members' faces, the system displayed a warning. The black mist is gradually draining your vitality. The power of Apophis has been activated. Suddenly, Gina was completely blown away by the system's message. "You are not poisoned by the black mist. Lancelot's ring has triggered a strong resistance against the black mist." The very next second, he whipped his head around, staring at Gujin with deep suspicion. Don't tell me he actually saw all of this coming. On the other side, Elise's team members were holding their heads in dizzying pain. "This is ridiculous. We just started, and we're already hit by the black mist's poison." She immediately raised her voice, taking command. "Everyone, stay calm. Drink your antidotes first." While taking the antidote herself, Elise fell into deep thought. Even though she had somewhat anticipated this and prepared accordingly, their supply of antidotes was far from abundant. At most, they would only last for half a day. At this rate, the whole squad might end up poisoned and completely drained of stamina before they even encounter a monster. The system popped up again. "You have consumed an antidote. The poison status has been cured. Immunity will be maintained temporarily." Following that, Dee slowly walked over to check in. "The situation is a lot worse than I thought. We can hold out for about half a day." "What about your side?" Elise replied. "Same here." As if he was just waiting for that exact answer, he quickly chimed in. "We don't have much time left. Aren't you going to reconsider the offer I made earlier? Opportunity only knocks once. You're not just going to sit here obediently and wait for a total defeat, are you? Are you really going to send your team to raid the boss completely drained of stamina like that?" Right in the middle of this high-pressure moment for Elise, a voice suddenly rang out. Isaac has made his move. Suddenly, Dee's words flashed through Elise's mind. "If Isaac succeeds, your ring will be stolen. And even if he fails, since so much time will have passed, we'll be the only ones left to suffer in the end." After a moment, Elise finally had to make her choice. There really is no other way. Without any hesitation, Dee praised her. "Excellent, that's a very wise choice." A wicked smile spread across his face. That meant Jay's team had a much higher chance of claiming King Arthur's ring. "Sorry about that, Elise. When he said their team's antidote would only last for another half a day, he was obviously lying. In reality, they had enough antidote to last a full 24 hours. Now, time was entirely on the Vanguard Guild's side. In the distance, a pair of dark hooves pawed at the ground, ready to charge into battle. Right behind them, a grotesque hand burst forth from the earth. Gina quickly caught sight of this. As if trying to intimidate him, the Dullahan let out a deafening roar. Barely 2 seconds later, it was mounted on its steed, wielding a razor-sharp sword. The Dullahan then summoned a massive horde of undead minions to clash with Gujin. The overwhelming numbers made Gina grit his teeth in frustration. "They're swarming us like an entire forest, and you're telling me to just buy time? Are you freaking kidding me, man?" Despite his panic, Gujin calmly replied, "The forces trying to stop us were bound to show up anyway, so just pretend we're hunting monsters," Gina angrily shot back. "Why can't we just kill all those bastards first, then start hunting?" Gujin slowly gave a thorough explanation. "If we do what you're saying, we'd have to abandon the front lines. That means we'd be handing the opportunity over to another guild. That's exactly what our enemies want to happen. However, because of the black mist, the more time passes, the bigger our advantage becomes." Meanwhile, Jay was absolutely thrilled. "Oh please, I'm begging you to conquer the dungeon," he mocked. "It's finally starting." Spotting Gujin's movements from afar, he turned to give Elise a signal. The moment Jay walked away, she muttered to herself. Elise had no other choice. From the very beginning, there were no guarantees of success anyway. She tried to comfort herself, believing she had made this choice for the sake of everyone present. That's right. As long as they win, we can save everyone and get out of here. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. "System, the black mist is gradually draining your vitality. You have consumed an antidote." Back on Gujin and Gina's battlefield, the Dullahan's skeletal soldiers were fiercely charging forward. But before they could even launch an attack, a devastating strike sent them straight to the afterlife. It was Gina unleashing his skills. Seeing this, Gujin calmly advised him, "Take it easy, just stay calm." While punching frantically, Gina screamed back, "How am I supposed to take it easy with an entire freaking forest of monsters?" Mid-battle, a flock of birds suddenly scattered into the sky, accompanied by the heavy thud of rapid footsteps. The noise instantly caught Gujin's attention. A massive horde of monsters was hurtling straight toward him. Yet, without a hint of fear, he just smirked in satisfaction. "Finally here, huh?" A second later, the Hell Emissary's corpse explosion skill was unleashed. Gujin's brutal counterattack left Jay, who was watching from afar, in absolute shock. What the hell is going on? Terrifying explosions chained together, utterly obliterating the incoming monsters. Seeing this, Jay couldn't believe his eyes. This is absurd. Did he prepare for this in advance? Wait! The direction those explosions are heading is... Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. "System, the black mist is gradually draining your vitality." Right then, an exhausted member of the Great One Guild cursed, "Damn it!" A second later, he collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Another member helped their teammates sit down to rest, trying to encourage them. "Hang in there just a little longer. We can't die a pathetic death like this." A subordinate quickly reported the situation. "The number of people passing out is steadily increasing, ma'am." "Captain, we can't hold out much longer. We don't have time to hesitate. Please give us some orders." Hearing this, Elise broke out in a cold sweat. "Our backup antidotes are completely gone too. From this point on, we have to accept that we'll be losing troops." "Jackson, what the hell is that bastard taking so long for?" Just as things reached a breaking point, joyful shouts rang out from the crowd. "Look, Isaac is back!" She was instantly overjoyed, thinking to herself, "Excellent, he finally gave up and came back." In a flash, Elise barked out her orders. "Everyone, prepare for battle! It's the Great One Guild's turn now! Let's show them what we're made of!" Completely ignoring her words, the other guild members were bustling around, entirely focused on Gujin. At the same time, he calmly spoke up. "I'll leave things here in your hands, then. I'm heading back to the battlefield." That single sentence pushed Elise over the edge, her frustration boiling over. "Hold on a second, Isaac. Are you messing with us? The moment you showed up here, the right to fight transferred to our Great One Guild. If you've wasted half a day without achieving a damn thing, then back off and let us fight. This is a matter of life and death for everyone here, isn't it?" Gujin remained completely unfazed as he replied, "I merely brought a critically injured member of the Vanguard Guild to safety." Hearing this, she immediately caught on to the key details. The Vanguard Guild, a critically injured member? Glancing down at the ground, a familiar figure appeared right before Elise's eyes. She couldn't believe it, screaming internally, "Jackson! How did that idiot mess this up?" Even so, Elise stubbornly pushed back. "I don't care what your excuse is. The fact that you came all the way back here means you've withdrawn from the battle. Because you retreated, the subjugation got interrupted, didn't it? I'm not going to argue about this anymore. From now on, our Great One Guild will be taking over. That is the absolute best way to save everyone's lives here." With an incredibly confident tone, Gujin spoke up. "You're going to have to wait your turn. We're still fighting after all." Without giving her a chance to reply, he summoned a surge of energy that enveloped everyone. The sight left Elise completely baffled as she thought, what on earth is going on? Pausing for a brief moment, Gujin slowly continued, right now, my partner is still out there fighting. I don't have the time to sit here and argue over this nonsense with you. I need to get back to the battlefield and help my poor, exhausted partner. Hearing that, a party member asked curiously, wait, he has teammates? I thought he only had those skeleton soldiers, his teammate quickly replied. Nope, there's a big hulking guy with him too. Recalling Gina's appearance, he muttered that the guy's name was Shiba or something. The party member's memory clicked. Oh, you mean that guy who looks like a gorilla? A moment later, Gujin spoke up. Besides, most of the guild members are poisoned right now. If they fight in this state, let alone clearing the raid, they'll barely make it out alive. Thinking she had caught his weakness, Ellis immediately snapped back. Speaking of which, aren't you poisoned right now too? Is that why you can't fight? It's not too late. Hand the raid rights over to us. If both sides are equally poisoned, wouldn't it make more sense for us to take over since we've conserved our strength? Gujin calmly replied. Not quite. I'm completely immune to this poison. Without missing a beat, she snapped back. Don't spout such nonsense. A second later, the other members gasped as a realization hit them. The needle snake hunter. That's right, he had hunted the needle snake. Hearing this, Alice fell silent, her mind racing. Come to think of it, that needle snake constantly breathed out a toxic mist. The very first needle snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. He raised his voice, exposing the sheer arrogance of the Great One Guild. If all the guilds had just worked together from the very beginning, we wouldn't be in this mess right now. Deciding on a turn order to fight the boss was nothing but pure arrogance. But we still have a chance. We need to pool every single resource we have and take down that Dullahan as fast as possible. Ellis seethed with anger at being called out so publicly. That lucky bastard. John, however, was looking at the bigger picture. He realized it was best to back down for now. The atmosphere was dead serious. After a moment of thought, Nick chimed in to agree. Isaac is right. We should have teamed up for this raid right from the start instead of competing with each other. Another hunter chimed in. Seriously, making that stupid bet over items is what dragged us into this mess. Tom grumbled in frustration. Exactly. This is all the Great One Guild's fault. The rest of the hunters began to whisper, pointing fingers in blame. Now that things have come to this, shouldn't Ellis take responsibility for her own words? What did Isaac even do wrong? He only got delayed because he was busy carrying the Vanguard Guild's wounded back here. At that moment, countless piercing glares shifted directly onto Elis. He literally saved a fellow American's life, yet instead of a simple, thank you, she's standing there picking fights. If things go south, even the Great One Guild won't let her off the hook for this. The harsh criticisms made her break out in a cold sweat. The situation was spiraling completely out of her control. A moment later, Gujin softly reminded her, didn't you say earlier that the lives of everyone here were on the line? Well then, think real hard. What exactly can you do right now to save all these people? Hearing this, a realization hit Ellis like a truck. Wait, this bastard? Don't tell me. Instantly, his infuriatingly confident smirk from the night before flashed through her mind. The strongest fighter needs the best gear. That's the only way to boost our chances of clearing this raid, isn't it? What I mean is, if someone here is actually stronger than me, I'd gladly hand over my gear for the greater good. As Elis stood frozen in hesitation, Gujin cut to the chase. I'm sure you already know the answer to that, don't you? Every single person standing here will gladly bear witness to the profound nobility of the Great One Guild. Tuning out the whispers around her, she sank deep into her own conflicted thoughts. Meanwhile, the endless horde of zombies was closing in, their numbers multiplying by the second. Gina grumbled, a mix of pure anxiety and frustration. There's literally no end to them. At this rate, I'm going to drop dead from exhaustion before we even catch a glimpse of that Dullahan. Kim Gujin, when the hell is that bastard coming back? Right on cue, as the words left his mouth, Gujin strolled up with a casual compliment. You've been holding the line pretty well. Without an ounce of politeness, Gina whipped his head around, ready to chew him out the second he heard that familiar voice. Hey, what the hell took you so? Before Gina could even finish his rant, Gujin began casting his magic. Merlin's staff has boosted your magical power. The hidden conditions for the legend of King Arthur have been met. The Legend of King Arthur item's set effect has been activated. The Ring of King Arthur has enhanced the power of the Round Table. Your mana is overflowing. Seeing the sudden surge in power, Gina yelled out, "Hey, what kind of shady stunt did you pull before coming back here? And where the hell did you dig up that gear?" Unfazed, Gujin calmly explained, "I just went ahead and claimed my winner's prize early. Oh, and this staff right here? Just a little bonus freebie. All right, how about we smash right through this mob and make a straight dash for the boss?" Scoffing, Gina immediately shot down Gujin's ridiculous overconfidence. "You slap on 2 new items and suddenly think you're invincible. Look at them. There's an entire army of zombies swarming like ants. How exactly do you plan on breaking through that?" Gujin didn't bother answering. He just flashed a knowing smirk as if this was all part of his grand plan. In the blink of an eye, he launched into battle. "You have summoned a golem. The Hell Emissary's skill, Power of the Pharaoh, has been cast. The caster may now offer dead monsters as sacrifices. Skeleton soldiers have been summoned. You have equipped Juan's necklace. The hidden conditions for the Legend of King Arthur have been met. The Legend of King Arthur item set effect has been activated. The Ring of King Arthur has enhanced the power of the Round Table. The duration of Juan's necklace skill, Aegis of the Sun, has significantly increased. You have activated the Aura of Authority. In mere seconds, a massive army of skeleton soldiers and golems materialized to back Gujin up. As Gina watched with a mix of utter shock and sheer panic, their numbers continued to multiply exponentially. He decisively asked, "Is this enough?" The zombies' attention was quickly drawn away. In the blink of an eye, they lunged toward the golems and skeleton soldiers that Wu Jin had summoned. The zombies moved at lightning speed. Seeing this, Gina excitedly exclaimed, "It's working perfectly. The zombies are all swarming the golems." Wu Jin replied slowly, "Obviously. With a whole forest of zombies like this, who knows how long it would take if we had to kill them one by one. Now, let's move on to the next phase." As soon as he finished speaking, he stared intently at the Dullahan in the distance. Meanwhile, a member of the Frontier Guild was healing Jay. The next second, he woke up, his eyes widening in shock. It seemed Jay still hadn't grasped the situation. What exactly's going on? The guild member healing him quickly said, "Don't move, just rest. Even with my healing magic, you won't be able to recover normally because of the black mist. You're really lucky. If Isaac hadn't saved you and brought you here, you'd definitely be a goner." Hearing that familiar name, Jay turned pale, thinking to himself, "Isaac saved me? Then which direction are things heading now?" In the foggy forest, John's doubtful voice rang out. "Is it really safe for us to be wandering around like this? What if we run into some monster that just fled from the battlefield? With our current condition, we'd be in serious danger." His excessive worrying made Ellis snap back in annoyance. "I know that. Thanks to that bastard's loose lips, we got robbed of Merlin's staff." "What do you plan on reporting to the guild? We need to at least grasp the situation so we have something to tell them." As she spoke, she gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that if they hadn't handed over Merlin's staff back then, who knows what those furious players would have done. Since things had come to that, they obviously had to surrender the item, throwing away the guild's pride and disregarding their members' lives. Isaac is truly a terrifying guy. A while later, the two of them stood on a distant cliff. From here, they could observe Wu Jin and Jinna's entire battle. As soon as he saw the scene below, John panicked and yelled out, "That idiot got himself surrounded. I can't believe he lacks even the most basic tactical sense." But contrary to his fears, down on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers were fiercely fighting against the zombies. It seemed Ellis had seen through Wu Jin's plan. He's not being surrounded. Just as she said, the skeleton soldiers were slowly gaining the upper hand. Ellis then continued in surprise. He positioned the golems and skeleton soldiers right between the Dullahan and the zombie army to split the enemy's formation. She quietly analyzed his strategy of targeting the Dullahan directly while it was isolated. But if he doesn't secure a quick victory, Wu Jin will definitely get swarmed by them. Why is he acting so recklessly? Down on the battlefield, Jinna let out a frosty breath and muttered, "This thing isn't as easy to take down as we thought. I really believe the two of us teaming up could finish it off no problem. But just touching it releases a chill so terrifying it literally freezes your arms and legs. Look at this." At the same time, the Dullahan cast another spell. Its soul aura grew even stronger, fueled by some unknown power. Fortunately, its attack was deflected. Lancelot's ring repelled the soul aura. Jin-Ah laughed in satisfaction. Having top-tier gear really is the best. Even so, Wu Jin was still deeply concerned. We can't take down the Dullahan with just this. Gawain's necklace radiated warmth into the freezing air. Suddenly, he remembered something from before he went back in time. According to what Wu Jin had heard from his past colleagues who had cleared the Forest of the Dead, defeating the Dullahan required an absolutely monstrous amount of firepower, and the source of that firepower was none other than Lee Se-jun. Although his current power couldn't compare to Lee Se-jun's back then, once he made his decision, Wu Jin immediately readied his combat stance. You have equipped Percival's spear. The hidden condition for the Legend of King Arthur has been met. The Legend of King Arthur's set effect has been activated. The piercing power of Percival's spear has increased significantly. In the next second, he hurled the spear fiercely at the Dullahan as a distraction. Jin-Ah quickly seized the opportunity. That's more like it. Time to pull out our ultimate trump card, right? Without hesitation, he urgently channeled his energy into the weapon in his hands. While the Dullahan was distracted, Jin-Ah dashed forward, thinking to himself, but I haven't shown my full potential either. Oddly enough, Jin-Ah aimed his attack at the Dullahan's horse. He didn't give it a single second to breathe, relentlessly raining down blows. During the clash, Jin-Ah suffered a minor cut on his face, but it didn't faze him at all. On the contrary, this small wound only made him more fired up. He threw a powerful punch at the Dullahan, but unfortunately, the strike was blocked. The freezing aura radiating from its sword instantly covered Jin-Ah's arm in a layer of icy frost. Even so, the Dullahan continued to unleash more of its freezing chill. Right at that moment, Wu Jin shot forward like lightning. He aimed straight for its head and fiercely thrust the spear. The Dullahan desperately spewed out more frost to block the attack. The spear in Wu Jin's hands also began to freeze over. Yet Jin-Ah remained completely optimistic. Hell yeah, we got its head. But contrary to his expectations, the freezing chill was slowly creeping up Wu Jin's arm holding the spear. Seeing this, Jin-Ah's expression shifted to pure worry. Don't tell me even Percival's spear can't break through this freezing aura? Ignoring his concern, Wu Jin relentlessly pushed the spear deeper toward the Dullahan. His sheer stubbornness seemed to infuriate the monster. The Dullahan kept spewing out more frost. But luckily, at that very moment, a noticeable crack suddenly appeared on its face. The crack quickly spiderwebbed outward. In the next second, its entire body exploded, triggering a massive earth-shattering shockwave. The explosion was so intense that Ellis and John had to shield their faces from the impact. A moment later, she slowly forced her eyes open. Right as she saw the sunlight and the system notification, Ellis stood there stunned. You have defeated the Dullahan. John couldn't believe his eyes either and asked, is it really over? Down on the battlefield, the horde of zombies was slowly fading into thin air. Seeing this, Gina spoke up. That massive swarm of zombies is fading away. Gujin's expression suddenly turned to one of utter disbelief. Whoa, look at this. While he was still staring intently at the spear on the ground, Gina called out loudly. Hey, Wait, Isaac. What are we supposed to do with this thing? Gujin didn't answer him, simply reaching down to gently pick up the ring from the ground. After examining it for a moment, he realized it was the Ring of Hercules. Right then, a system notification popped up for the Ring of Hercules. Item rank, Legendary. Level 1 and above can use this. This is the ring of the great hero, Hercules. You can gain power surpassing the achievements you have accumulated. Effects. Stamina plus 10% when equipped. Energy plus 10% when equipped. Magic plus 10% when equipped. When equipping this ring, additional stats can be unlocked depending on the number of achievements. Gujin's eerie silence was making Gina lose his patience. Are you even listening to me? I asked what the hell we're supposed to do with this thing. He finally spoke up. What else is there to do? The system immediately popped up. You have summoned the Dullahan as an undead soldier. A few days later, newspapers continuously reported that Isaac Ivanov had conquered the Forest of Spirits. Isaac Ivanov has hit the jackpot. While Jisoo looked on in disbelief, Seichon cheered in sheer delight. The online news outlets were no exception. Ellis Heighton has yielded Merlin's staff to Isaac to complete this great mission. The Great One Guild has handed over King Arthur's ring to the Messiah Guild, proving that the top guild in the world has kept its promise. It seemed these news reports had made Carrie absolutely furious. She shot up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table as if to intimidate Ellis. Though unwilling, Ellis still had to quietly endure Carrie's wrath. Meanwhile, more articles began popping up. Isaac Ivanov sends his gratitude to Park Yong-won. Park Yong-won's skills contributed the most to the Dullahan subjugation. Isaac Ivanov mentioned only Park Yong-won's name. Can the Phoenix Guild walk the same path as the Messiah Guild? Park Yong-won has found the savior who can rescue this world. As he caught up on the news, Yong-won flashed a highly satisfied smile. He thought to himself in sheer joy, just like Kim Gujin said, my investment in Isaac didn't go to waste. To think there are actually idiots who believe my guild is on the same level as the Messiah Guild. The more active Isaac is, the more the stock prices for Yong-won and the Phoenix Guild will keep shooting up. A second later, Secretary Kim spoke up. Director, the Messiah Guild is contacting us. That name immediately piqued his curiosity. The Messiah Guild? The scene shifted to the airport, where Gujin had just arrived and was pulling his suitcase outside. He spoke calmly to the person on the other end of the line. I just got here. Should we move on to the next step? Have you finished crafting that thing I asked for earlier? It turned out the person on the phone with Gujin was Sei-chan. Of course it's done. Who do you think I am? However, the durability of that thing is still pretty low, so don't push it too hard. We've already thrown out the bait, so he should be contacting you right away. Hearing that, he slowly replied, I understand. Right as Gujin finished his sentence, Gina sighed and complained, Aren't you tired? We just wrapped up one job, and now you're already talking about the next one. Since we're done here, I'm taking off. I'm starving to death. You're not going to grab food with me anyway, right? After hanging up the phone, he immediately answered him. Yeah, you go ahead. You worked hard. Get home safe. This dismissive attitude from Gujin only made Gina even more annoyed. Hey, are you even human? You worked me to the bone. The least you could do is buy me something to eat. Like coaxing a child, he spoke softly. All right, I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. You can eat whatever you want, all you can eat. This response was clearly not what Gina had expected. He froze, asking in disbelief. All I can eat? I can really have whatever I want? Just as Gujin's car was pulling away, he suddenly snapped back to reality and bawled out, But when exactly is a few days? A few days? Just treat me right now. High above the city, the moon had already climbed high into the sky. Inside the meeting room, Shin-hee shouted furiously, What do you mean you're not participating? Do you have any idea what the situation is right now to be saying something like that? The subjugation of the 7th floor dungeon cannot be delayed any longer. Immediately after, the calm voice of Noda Hajiro rang out. And this is a matter that I cannot delay either. Do you know how many of my disciples have died because of that bastard? Kim Gujin. Until I make that bastard take his last breath, I won't be able to cooperate with you on anything. His evasive attitude only fueled her anger further. Park Yong-won has already joined hands with Isaac and successfully conquered the Forest of Spirits. Because of that, all of the public's attention is focused right there. Are you really going to ruin the greater good over some petty grudge? Sacrifices are always inevitable. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and growled back. A petty grudge? Honestly, I think obsessing over some little brat who barely managed to clear the 3rd floor is what's truly pathetic here. Don't you agree? I mean, aren't you giving that guy way too much credit? Sukahara Ken, sitting beside her, immediately chimed in. I'm with you on that. Fretting over such a trivial matter is absolutely pathetic. Hearing this, Shin-hai replied, cursing them inwardly. You absolute idiots! Didn't I tell you this is a serious problem? Just because of this one guy, Isaac, the entire foundation of the Salvation Guild is being shaken. And this is despite us always being the one and only guild to receive the public's absolute praise. And another thing, the real issue here is that his growth rate is terrifyingly fast. It's exactly like Lee Seijun in the past. Just as she was about to lose her temper and start a shouting match, Seijun slowly raised his hand to stop her. Enough. If you feel that your disciples' affairs take priority, then do as you please. But we can't give you too much time, Shin-hei hurriedly interjected. But Guildmaster, given the current situation, just postponing the 7th floor expedition is... Before she could even finish her sentence, he shot Shin-hai a glare so cold it forced her to shut her mouth. Seijun's icy demeanor made Shin-hai instantly change her tune. I understand. If the Guildmaster has already made his decision, Then we have no choice but to postpone the dungeon expedition for a while. Having received the answer he wanted, Noda Hajiro calmly replied, "Thank you for your consideration." Sukahara then said his goodbyes and disconnected. "We'll be taking our leave then." The silhouettes of the two men gradually faded away, leaving the room in absolute silence. A moment later, a gloating voice echoed through the room. Well, well, it seems the glorious reputation of the Salvation Guild isn't quite what it used to be, huh? These words made Shinhai furious as she snapped, "What did you just say?" It turned out to be Johann Jobs, openly mocking them. If that's not the case, then were all those grand rumors floating around just wild exaggerations? Your core members, who are supposed to be actively managing each tier, are nowhere to be found. The rest of you just do whatever the hell you want, completely ignoring the guildmaster's orders. Pausing here, he smirked and declared, "You're all nothing but a disorganized mob. Please don't tell me you called me all the way here just to witness this pathetic display. Though I must admit that little squabble just now was quite entertaining to watch." Boiling with rage, she lashed out, "You'd better watch your mouth." But Seijin cut Shinhai off once again. He looked at Johann and coldly challenged, "And what exactly do you think you can do about it?" The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed a heavy, sinister aura, clearly intent on intimidating Johann. The scene then shifted to Park Yongwan's base, where Wu Jin calmly asked, "What did you call me here for, sir?" Without a second of hesitation, he asked for a favor. "It's all thanks to you advising me to invest in Isaac that things have been going so well lately. Because of that, I was hoping you could handle one more task for me. As long as you handle it well, I'll make sure you're handsomely rewarded." Rather than agreeing immediately, Wu Jin questioned what exactly the task was. In the very next second, Park Yongwan smirked and said, "There's a certain player who specifically requested you to be their companion for a dungeon raid. It seems this person wants to test just how capable you really are." Hearing this, Wu Jin's face showed genuine surprise. "Test my capabilities?" Park Yongwan quickly elaborated. "Exactly. The task I'm giving you is to completely and utterly capture this person's attention. I need you to make your existence absolutely indispensable to them." Wu Jin took a brief moment to process the information. He remained silent for a long while before calmly asking, "So, who exactly is the person that requested me?" With a voice full of eagerness, Park Yongwan replied, "Isaac Ivanov. He's the one who specifically asked for you." Later that night, right in the heart of the city, a teleportation gate opened up. Park Yongwan's curious voice rang out. "Did your previous meeting with Isaac go well?" Wu Jin calmly replied, "Yes, I've already received the information regarding the dungeon report and the details of the test." But, worried that Wu Jin wasn't taking it seriously enough, Park Yongwan lowered his voice and stressed, "Let me remind you one more time. You do realize just how crucial this is, right? No matter what happens in there, you absolutely must succeed. Naturally, it's for my sake, but it's for your own good as well." Just as Park Yongwan finished his sentence, a car pulled up nearby. He's finally graced us with his presence. Stepping out of the vehicle was a powerful, all-too-familiar figure. It turned out to be Jinnah, wearing the disguise Wu Jin usually used, who had arrived. A moment later, Park Yongwan shook hands with Jinnah and respectfully asked Pirate for his cooperation. Hearing this, the translator quickly whispered to him in Russian. Jinnah then gave a faint smile and replied in Russian, which the translator immediately interpreted. "Mr. Isaac also says he looks forward to working with you." His surprisingly friendly demeanor immediately caught Park Yongwan's attention. In the very next moment, Wu Jin spoke up to announce, "We will now proceed into the dungeon." Watching the retreating backs of Wu Jin and Jinnah, who was still fully in character, Park Yongwan muttered to himself, "He's a bit different from what I imagined. I genuinely thought he would be a lot more stoic." After stepping through the teleportation gate, the two of them were immediately transported into a lush green forest. Jinnah ripped off his mask and eagerly burst out, "So, what did you think of my acting? Absolutely perfect, right? Man, that bastard Park Yongwan swallowed it hook, line, and sinker." Brimming with confidence, he burst into loud laughter, totally full of himself. With top-tier acting skills like this, maybe I should just quit being a player and become a Hollywood star. Wu Jin didn't have the heart to crush Jinnah's dreams, so he simply thought to himself, "You've worked hard, but I really need to avoid using stand-ins from now on." Flashing back to that previous night, Jina's panicked voice echoed through the shop. That guy's showing up too? You didn't mention anything about this earlier. In an instant, he dropped his voice to a frantic whisper. If Park Yong-won actually shows up there, what the hell are we supposed to do? Hearing this, Woo Jin calmly whispered back, Park Yong-won is only going to be at the gate to greet us. As for the actual dungeon raid, it'll just be me and Isaac. This response only made Jina even more confused. The hell is that supposed to mean? You're Isaac, and Isaac is you, right? Woo Jin remained perfectly calm as he explained, Exactly. That's why I said, me and Isaac. Saying this, Woo Jin pointed directly at Jina, signaling his intent. Just the two of us. After a moment of hashing it out, Jina's eyes lit up. I get what you mean. In that case, just having pork won't cut it. We gotta have beef too. Without a second thought, Gujin immediately agreed. Of course. Order whatever you want as much as you want. Knock yourself out. This unexpected generosity left Jina completely stunned. For real, you better keep your word. Seeing his disbelief, Gujin reassured him once more. I told you I was treating you to a meal, didn't I? I keep my promises. Jina immediately started yelling for more food. Hey, boss, bring us some beef. Hurry up with the beef. After stuffing himself silly, Jina happily started buttering Gujin up. Man, it's been ages since I had such an epic beef feast. You really are an awesome coworker. Totally different from a certain cheapskate we know. If you ever need a favor later on, just say the... But before he could even finish his sentence, he spotted a very familiar logo on the bank card Gujin was holding. Jina bristled and shrieked. Wait, time out. What the hell is that? Where did you even pull that card from? Despite Jina's absolute panic, Gujin calmly replied, Park Yong-won gave it to me before I went to meet Ajax. Jina broke into a cold sweat at how casually Gujin said it. You used the guild's corporate card to treat me, and you've been acting all high and mighty this whole time? Why did looking at this bastard, Kim Gujin, suddenly remind Jina of a certain someone else? While Jina was still trying to piece it together, Gujin just smirked and said, I'll be counting on your help from now on too. With that, the two co-workers headed back into the dungeon. Inside, Gujin's skeleton soldiers were absolutely slaughtering the monsters. The longer they fought, the more bloodthirsty they became. Gujin and Jina didn't even have to lift a finger. The skeleton army was clearing the entire dungeon on its own. While the system announced, you have leveled up, the two of them just casually strolled through the piles of monster corpses. The emissary of hell smiles upon your overwhelming power. The emissary of hell has granted you a portion of their authority. Even Gujin was amazed by the sheer overwhelming power of his skeletons. I didn't expect them to be this insane. Jina couldn't help but chime in. No kidding. I was way too busy trying not to die against the Dullahan to actually get a good look at them. But watching them go at it right now, this is just terrifying. A second later, Gujin thought to himself, even though this is the first time I can use this skill freely without worrying about people watching, honestly, I never thought it would be this overpowered. Even if Gujin spammed every single one of his skills, he would still have plenty of mana left over. Having this much excess mana meant he wasn't pushing his items to their absolute limits. In a dungeon like this, Gujin couldn't even get a proper workout in, let alone test his true firepower. Standing next to him, Jina started chuckling. Hey man, thanks to your skeletons, my level is shooting through the roof. They're doing all the heavy lifting. Me being here is completely pointless right now. There's literally not a single monster left for me to kill. It's not like I can go pick a fight with your undead army, right? Gujin shot him a cold, deeply annoyed side-eye. Damn it, this guy never shuts up, Gujin thought. That razor-sharp glare made Jina panic, frantically waving his hands. Wait, hold on. Don't tell me you're actually thinking of doing that. Hey, come on, don't do it. I'm your examiner right now, remember? If you do this, I swear I'm gonna fail you. Hearing that, Gujin replied in a low, chilling voice, Even better. I was planning on failing this time anyway. The very next second, Jina's terrified screams echoed throughout the entire forest. Wait, hold up. Ah! Meanwhile, back at the office, Seichan's phone lit up with an incoming call from Gujin. He answered eagerly. You made it out of there faster than I expected. How did the test go? Are you satisfied with the results? On the other end of the line, Gujin's voice was perfectly calm. I wasn't exactly thrilled with it, sir. Hearing this, Seichan smirked, probing further. Is that so? I guess that means Kim Gujin is definitely going to fail, huh? As expected, nothing gets past you, Gujin replied. Did anything change while I was inside the dungeon? Seichan immediately gave him the rundown. The Messiah Guild just announced they're delaying the 7th floor raid. They didn't give a clear reason as to why they couldn't proceed as planned either. This piece of information instantly sent Gujin into deep thought. If they actually have to postpone a major raid, then something must have gone wrong with their core fighting force. The only members who would dare go against Lee Sejun and act on their own are the Sword Saint and the Bow God. After mulling it over for a moment, Gujin voiced his guess. No matter how you look at it, it sounds like there's some serious internal conflict going on over there. Seichan's tone shifted, turning dead serious. That's exactly what I'm thinking, especially with all the frustrating headaches popping up lately. The most suspicious one in the mix is the Bow God. That guy isn't exactly blood brothers with the Messiah Guild to begin with. And what's more, he's got a pretty deep, twisted grudge against you. This is just my personal theory, but what if they're planning to settle some personal scores before they even touch that 7th floor dungeon? Seeing Gujin stay silent for a long stretch, Seichan curiously prompted him. So, what's your next move? Gujin casually replied, First things first, I need to wrap up the loose ends here. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat, and then I'll figure it out. The second he heard the magic word, Gina's eyes sparkled like crazy. Eat? Me too! Me too! We're using that corporate card again, right? Hearing the commotion, Seichan blinked in utter confusion and asked a question. Are we done here? Do you have another appointment to catch? Wu Jin replied slowly. Yes, sir. I have to go meet Park Young-won. The scene shifts to the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, where Young-won asks suspiciously, So, you ended up failing? I clearly told you that you had to win, no matter what. Like a true actor, Wu Jin replied sadly, I'm sorry, sir. He immediately cut him off. Save the apologies. Do you have any excuses for yourself? Pausing for about 2 seconds, Wu Jin hesitantly explained. Even though he acknowledged the power of my blood poison, he criticized my skills for lacking versatility, sir. But he did ask if I could assist him when he needed it. Young-won thought to himself, can he assist when needed? Is his interest just average? That's quite an ambiguous result. A moment later, following his own plan, he pretended to share more. Also, I overheard Isaac talking to his teammates outside the dungeon. It seems he's gathering allies from guilds other than the Messiah Guild. Hearing this, Young-won exclaimed in surprise, Wait, doesn't that mean he's about to leave the Messiah Guild? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is he planning to enter the free agent market? No, that can't be it. I can't jump to conclusions with just this much information. It makes more sense to interpret this as Isaac planning to create an independent team. So that's the real reason he wanted to test Kim Woo-jin. As soon as he reached that conclusion in his mind, Young-won spoke up. If another opportunity arises, are you absolutely sure you'll pass? Woo-jin continued playing dumb. Another opportunity, sir? If you're going to give me another chance, please trust me and give me the power to back it up. Next time, I will definitely succeed. Just as the volcano was about to erupt, a sudden flash of light appeared, followed by a system notification. You have leveled up. The mighty figure of the dragon hunter, Franco Sachiro, slowly revealed himself to everyone. The dungeon had been cleared. Right after that, reporters swarmed Franco Sachiro's car, pleading with him. Please, just a quick interview. Please, look over here. Inside the car, Robert was sweating profusely, apologizing over and over. I'm so sorry for bothering you right after you returned from the dungeon, but the Japanese government made a very urgent request, so I had no other choice. They've discovered an A+ ranked dungeon and wanted to ask for the guildmaster's advice. Glancing at the document, Franco Sachero asked curiously, The boss is a hatchling? What is there to advise on? Don't I just need to recommend a player suited for this dungeon? Hearing that, he immediately responded, A recommendation, sir. Do you already have a player in mind? The next second, he set the document down and said, Of course I do. I passed level 100 quite a while ago, so I've been keeping an eye out for players who can actively clear dungeons with 4 floors or less. Robert's face was full of anxiety. But what if the player you recommend ends up refusing to enter the dungeon? If they find out their opponent is a dragon? Before he could finish his sentence, Franco Sachero firmly interrupted, That won't happen, so you don't need to worry. His absolute certainty made Robert gasp in surprise. Is there something making you so certain? Franco Sacchero replied with utmost confidence. Naturally. A few days later, the news outlets were buzzing with headlines. Dragon Hunter Isaac must join the Hatchling Dungeon raid for it to succeed. Will Isaac Ivanov take on the challenge to become a dragon slayer? The Japanese government is in deep trouble as no one is willing to enter the Hatchling Dungeon. Society is dodging dangerous dungeons. The selfishness of players faces heavy criticism. Isaac declares, "I will clear the Hatchling Dungeon." The 5 great guilds remain completely silent. Isaac Ivanov might have to clear the Hatchling Dungeon entirely on his own. At this moment in Park Yong-won's office, he was reading the news and thought to himself, does no one want to be a supporting character on a stage where Isaac has been cast as the main lead? The more reckless the challenge, the more it's seen as a noble and sacred act. The newspaper headline glared at him, "Must conquer the hatchling alone in the end." Is this really going to be okay? Young-won continued to ponder. You certainly know how to bring back profits worthy of my investment. The next second, Secretary Kim announced, "Kim Woo-jin has reached out, sir. He said that thanks to the skills we provided, he successfully passed Isaac's test." Hearing that, Young-won smirked in satisfaction and praised him. Excellent. At the same time, Young-won recalled Woo-jin confidently saying, "Please trust me and give me the power to back it up. Next time, I will definitely succeed." He pushed a piece of paper forward. "I originally planned to give this to you as a gift if you pass the test, but let's consider it an advance payment. There won't be a next time. So you absolutely must pass this one. If you don't, I'll be absolutely furious." The moment he saw the paper, Woo-jin was genuinely surprised. A moment later, Young-won picked up his phone and made a call. "Secretary Kim, come in for a second. Contact Isaac's side and tell them to give him one more test." Secretary Kim gently asked, "And if they refuse the offer, sir?" He replied without missing a beat, "What else is there to do? We bribe them, of course." She pressed further, "Sir, if it's a bribe, what exactly do you have in mind?" Without a moment's hesitation, Young-won ordered in a deep voice, "Send them both the Fire Golem and Skeleton Mage skill books." After getting the exact details, Secretary Kim immediately replied, "Understood, sir. Also, Isaac and Kim Woo-jin will be entering the Hatchling Dungeon together." This news pleased him immensely. "Is that so? Fantastic." In the blink of an eye, Young-won fell deep into thought. If we just look at the rank, it's on par with the 3-floor A+ Dullahan dungeon. But no matter how young a hatchling is, it's still a dragon. Dragon slaying is notoriously difficult, so it's completely understandable that everyone's afraid. Still, it's an immature baby dragon, so the odds of a successful raid are a bit higher. If Isaac's team and his bodyguard Kim Gu-jin managed to pull this off, well, you couldn't paint a more perfect picture. Having made his calculations, he immediately barked out an order. "We need a new article. Call the reporters now." Exactly as he planned, breaking news updates were published in a flash. Park Yong-won, the master of the Phoenix Guild, promised his full support for Isaac's latest challenge. Isaac's new partner turned out to be a member of the Phoenix Guild. Isaac Ivanov would be taking on this raid with a new partner. Meanwhile, back in his office, Session was glued to his phone, frantically scrolling through the news. As he read, he chuckled to himself. That bastard Park Yong-won never misses a trick. He's squeezing every last drop of value out of this. Even if he realizes he's being played later on, he won't be able to say he took a loss, will he? Sechan then spoke up. "Secretary Lee, you've already delivered the item to Kim Gu-jin, right?" She replied with perfect calm. "Yes, the delivery is complete. I also had our people inspect it thoroughly for any defects. He should have entered the Japanese dungeon by now, and is likely already using it." The scene shifted to the dungeon, where Gu-jin's face was being ruthlessly pinched. It turned out to be Jin-ah, curiously examining a skeleton soldier disguised as Gu-jin. Surprisingly, the trick of putting fake skin on a skeleton to enter the dungeon actually worked beautifully. Sechan kept whining about how expensive it was, but you really get what you pay for. This looks way more realistic than just wearing a mask. Jin-ah marveled, inspecting the skeleton from every angle. "The more I look, the crazier it gets. Hey, have you ever seen a doppelganger in real life?" A doppelganger was a shape-shifting monster, capable of flawlessly copying the appearance of another being. They usually spawned in dungeons disguised as orcs, goblins, or other monsters, making them incredibly hard to spot. Doppelganger skin traded for exorbitant prices on the black market. Its unique properties could be used to craft items that perfectly mimic another person's face or physique. Jinha's overreaction was getting on Gujin's nerves, prompting a cold threat. If you keep messing with it and break it, I'm telling Secretary Lee to bill you for the damages. Knock it off. The sheer mention of money instantly made Jinha shrink back in fear. All right, I'll just put it in my inventory. I was just admiring it because it looked so cool. No need to be so scary about it. Let me guess, you're going to use me as monster bait again like always, right? Just then, a system notification popped up. Doppelganger skin, no level restriction. A full body disguise item capable of transforming into various forms. Gujin replied slowly. No, this time, conserve your energy until we reach the 3rd floor. This caught Jinha completely off guard. Seriously? Gujin already had a plan in motion. I can handle the 1st and 2nd floors on my own. Because I have a very specific job for you when we face the hatchling. Skeleton soldiers were summoned from the Death Tome. The Fire Golem has been summoned. Skeleton mages have been summoned. Following the system prompt, a Dullahan skeleton appeared. The skeleton mages were also primed and ready to carry out Gujin's commands. The regular skeleton soldiers were no exception. The system screen flashed once more. You have equipped Veng's bracelet. Veng's bracelet has been imprinted onto your body. The number of equipable rings has increased. King Arthur's ring has been imprinted. From this point on, you cannot change the equipped item. Hercules' ring has been imprinted. From this point on, you cannot change the equipped item. Stats will increase based on the achievements you have earned. Overall attack power increases by 10%. Stamina and mana increase by 150. After gearing up, Gujin muttered in quiet satisfaction. Not bad at all. The terrifying spectacle unfolding before him left Jinha sweating bullets. Bewildered, he asked, "Dude, what kind of crazy stunt are you trying to pull?" Gujin replied, utterly unfazed. "Obviously, we're heading up to the 3rd floor without wasting any time." Cut to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Hiding behind a nearby boulder, Jinha stared at Gujin in pure disbelief. He was secretly terrified. That absolute monster, he thought. Gujin had said he'd handle it alone, and the very next second, he turned the entire place into a bloodbath. It was so brutal that Jinha actually felt sorry for the dungeon monsters. This guy wasn't just a solo player anymore. He was a one-man guild, backed by an unstoppable, fearless undead legion. Shivering, Jinha recalled the imposing sight of the skeleton soldiers and the fire golem Gujin had summoned earlier. He finally summed it up in one thought. And they don't even know the meaning of exhaustion. A second later, Jinha turned pale, thinking, damn it, even I wouldn't dare piss him off right now. His overly intense stare caught Gujin's attention. "You got something to say to me?" Gujin asked. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Startled, Jinha quickly denied it. "Nothing, it's just, you explained the strategy for taking down the hatchling earlier, but I still don't really get it." Gujin asked curiously, "What's so hard to understand?" "I told you, once the fight starts, your only job is to attack its wings. I'll take care of everything else." Jinha recalled the rest of the plan. "Yeah, I remember that part. I have to stop it from taking to the skies and escaping, right?" This left Gujin even more puzzled. "You clearly know the plan, so what exactly is confusing you?" Finally, Jinha worked up the courage to ask straight out. "If that's the case, then why did you tell me not to use too much strength while it's on the ground and just hold on for dear life on its back?" Gujin let out a quick, long sigh. "That's because..." He paused for about 2 seconds before explaining. The membrane on its wings. When its wings are folded, they're twice as hard to sever compared to when they're fully spread. Striking them then is nearly impossible. If we want it to spread its wings, we have to push it to the absolute brink until it feels its life is in danger. And in that situation, we can't afford to focus all our firepower solely on the wings. Hearing this, Jinha yelled out in sheer frustration. "So that's why you told me to climb on its back and just stay up there until the opening comes?" Before Jinha could even finish yelling, Gujin signaled him to keep quiet. It turned out the hatchling had appeared nearby and whipped up a massive tornado. With just a single flap of its wings, a nearby monster was sent flying. This terrifying sight did not escape his eyes. Suddenly, the hatchling opened its jaws and chomped down on the monster from earlier. Seeing this, both Gujin and Jinha stayed dead silent, watching closely. Suddenly, it glanced over as if it had noticed something. The hatchling stared curiously at the corpse lying flat on the ground. its eyes gleaming with suspicion. Right after, the hatchling let out a massive roar, making Gujin praise it inwardly. This beast was smart. It had already noticed the changes in its nest. But noticing it now was far too late. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he activated his skill. The Hell Emissary's Corpse Explosion skill was cast. Massive boulders from the nearby mountain came crashing down onto the hatchling, one after another. Refusing to just take the hit, it dodged with incredible agility, but unfortunately, a giant boulder smashed right into the hatchling's body. Even though the plan was already in motion, Gina was still running his mouth. Yeah, I get your point, but what if it actually manages to take off? Then what? Without a second of hesitation, Gujin shouted back with absolute certainty. I have more than enough power to slice through its wing membranes when they're spread. Dragging it out of the sky and back to the ground is your damn job. Finally, the main point clicked in Gina's head. Wait, hold on a second. That basically means making me fall down with it, doesn't it? With an incredibly punchable smirk, Gujin dumped the heavy responsibility onto Gina. You are the only one I trust for this, partner. Gina screamed out in absolute frustration. Hey, screw you, man! While the two were busy bickering, the hatchling had already broken free from the boulder. It fiercely lunged forward, attacking the fire golem that Gujin had just summoned. Following his command, the skeleton soldiers mercilessly hacked away at the hatchling's wings. At the exact same time, Gina gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, why the hell are its scales as hard as solid rock? Frustrated, he brought his weapon down hard on its wing. Just pierce through already, will you? Despite the heavy blow, the hatchling remained completely unfazed, already preparing to unleash an attack of its own. It aggressively breathed scorching fire to wipe out the skeleton soldiers. A moment later, Gina screamed at the top of his lungs. Hey, the wings aren't the only damn problem right now. Fearing Gina might mess up the plan, Gujin firmly barked back. Just focus on the wings. Leave the rest to me. A split second later, he triggered another skill. The Hell Emissary's power of the Pharaoh was successfully activated. This allowed the caster to use dead monsters as a living sacrifice. Gujin even sent the Dullahan skeleton charging into battle. The system rang out again. You have equipped the protection of the sun. You have equipped the aura of power. Instantly, the Dullahan skeleton received a massive surge of strength. It ferociously dashed forward, plunging its heavy sword straight into the hatchling's tail. The exact moment the Dullahan skeleton landed the strike, a notification popped up. The hatchling has been inflicted with blood poison. Roaring in absolute agony, the hatchling swatted it far away. Gina, who was still desperately standing on its wing, clearly felt the hatchling's sudden, violent shift in mood. Losing his balance, his voice started to tremble in sheer panic. Wait a minute! Stop! In the blink of an eye, Gina plummeted straight toward the ground. Despite their constant bickering, Gujin was genuinely terrified and yelled out, Lee! Gina! The very second his scream faded, Gina sprang back up like a bolt of lightning. He charged straight up onto the hatchling's wing once again. Driving his heavy spear ruthlessly into its wing, he let out a furious roar. Screw this! It seemed Gina's brutal strike had caused the hatchling so much agonizing pain that it lost all control, rocketing straight up into the sky. Left dangling dangerously in midair, he gritted his teeth, fighting with everything he had just to hold on. Seizing this critical chance, Gujin shouted at the top of his lungs, Lee Gina! Snap out of it! You have to hurry before that monster climbs any higher. Trembling, Gina finally managed to stand upright. Easy for you to say. Try coming up to this damn height yourself. Then you'll see if it's easy or not. But the very moment those words left his mouth, he realized he had just violently ripped its wings right open. I did it! While Gina was still completely stunned, he suddenly found himself in a terrifying free fall toward the ground. The very next second, he was pinned heavily beneath the hatchling's massive tail. Wait! If we crash like this, I'm going to be crushed to death! In a split second, both of them slammed violently into the ground, triggering a deafening, earth-shattering boom. A mix of absolute thrill and total disbelief washed over Gujin's face. If it wasn't for Lee Gina, pulling off a completely insane strategy like this would have been unimaginable. Thanks to this, the plan was already 50% successful. But suddenly, from within the dense clouds of smoke, a pair of furious golden eyes pierced through the darkness. It turned out the hatchling was already back on its feet, spewing a relentless torrent of flames. Under Gujin's completely astonished gaze, it fiercely bombarded the fire golem with attack after attack. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and warned himself. Even if we successfully crippled its wings, a dragon is still a damn dragon. Its terrifying presence hasn't faded one bit. I absolutely cannot let my guard down until this monster is completely subdued. Immediately after, he summoned another wave of skeleton soldiers. They aggressively swarmed forward, fiercely hacking at the hatchling's tail. Without pausing for even a single second, the skeleton soldiers relentlessly focused their strikes on the exact same bloody spot. Even the Dullahan skeleton raised its weapon, fully prepared for round 2. It viciously thrust its heavy sword right into the hatchling's tail. Realizing the beast's scales were simply too tough to break alone, the rest of the skeleton squad rushed forward to back up the Dullahan skeleton. Finally, the massive blade successfully pierced through the hatchling's thick armor. This sudden, agonizing wound instantly caught the beast's attention. Furious, the hatchling violently whipped its head around, snapping its massive jaws wide open. It rapidly gathered explosive energy, fully intending to completely obliterate the skeleton squad. But thank God, the fire golem charged in just in the nick of time, putting the hatchling's head in a brutal chokehold. Because the dragon had gathered so much raw power but couldn't unleash it in time, the volatile magic began to overload, spreading dangerously throughout its entire body. Right after, the hatchling was forced to endure the sheer horror of its own attack, detonating right inside its mouth. The very next second, the massive beast collapsed heavily onto the cold ground, its massive body billowing with thick, dark smoke. Gujin slowly walked over to where Gina was buried under a pile of rubble. The tough warrior skill, Blessing of the River Styx, had already been cast. Just as he got close, a familiar string of curses rang out. Motherfucker! God damn it! Seeing that Gina was completely fine, Gujin smirked and teased. That took longer than I thought. Don't tell me you actually passed out. When you didn't get up, I honestly thought you'd finally kick the bucket. Hearing that, Gina only grew more furious. As if a tough guy like me would die that easily. My stomach's just running on empty, so it took me a little extra time, that's all. Suddenly, Gina's tone turned dead serious. What about the hatchling? As if to reassure him, Gujin replied softly. While you were taking a nap, I played around with it for a bit, but thanks to you, I'm pretty sure I can hunt it down now. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Gujin held out his hand and said, You did good, partner. Those comforting words made Gina so happy he couldn't hold back a bright grin. Without hesitation, he tightly grabbed Gujin's hand and declared confidently, Of course it's thanks to me. Pulling himself up, Gina added, Don't just give me empty words. Once we're out of this dungeon, you owe me a drink at the very least. Gujin didn't refuse, simply replying, If you want that drink, we need to take care of this thing first. With that, the two moved on to the next phase of their plan. Meanwhile, over in Japan, the board game between Sukahara Ken and Noda Hajiro had entered a fiercely competitive stage. Without looking away from the board, Sukahara Ken spoke up. How many days has it been since Isaac's party entered the dungeon? Standing respectfully outside, Suun replied, It is the 10th day, sir. Hearing this, Sukahara casually mused, They've actually managed to survive until the 10th day? How utterly unexpected. Suun immediately followed up. However, the general consensus is that their chances of a successful raid are incredibly low. Sukahara Ken's tone suddenly grew much more calculating. Even if the odds are low, I genuinely hope they manage to clear it this time. Because if they do, we'll get the pleasure of disposing of them ourselves. Those words left Suun completely stunned. What do you mean, sir? Sukahara didn't answer, maintaining a cold silence. At the same time, Noda Hajiro slowly pulled another piece from his go bowl. In a flash, he slammed the piece down onto the board. Sukahara Ken's expression gradually soured with frustration. It seemed that Noda Hajiro's latest move had cornered him. With the game concluded, the old man replied in a deep, gravelly voice, You must cast a small bait if you wish to hook a massive fish. Hearing this, Suun suddenly realized something, and a second later, he declared loudly, I will gladly lay down my life to complete this mission. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon battle between Gujin and Gina, a system prompt appeared. You have slain the hatchling. You have earned the title Dragon Slayer. Just as he finished reading the notification, Gina's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Wait, I'm a dragon slayer? Thrilled, Gina excitedly patted the skeleton soldier on the head in praise. Skeleton, you did a hell of a job. Kim Gujin, you did great too. But before he could even finish, he noticed the heavy anxiety plastered all over Gujin's face. Confused, Gina asked, "We just cleared the raid. Why do you look like your dog just died? Did something happen?" A moment later, Gujin spoke up softly. "Once we leave this dungeon, no matter what happens, it looks like I'm going to die." This sudden bombshell threw Gina into a panic, bombarding him with questions. "You're going to die? What the hell does that mean? Why are you suddenly saying that?" Ignoring his panic, Gujin calmly explained, "After we get out of here, I have to raid a 4th tier dungeon." Naturally, Gina was completely lost and didn't understand a single word. But so what? The very next second, Gujin slowly laid it all out. Everything from the 4th tier upwards is a stage exclusively for high-level players, level 100 and above. Chances are, the place is run by incredibly high-ranking players from a massively scaled guild. It's completely obvious that they're all aiming for massive economic or political privileges. But they're never satisfied with just that. Chasing even greater profits, they've gone and formed their own exclusive monopoly. Each faction has its own territory and they never cross each other's lines. By doing so, they've built up enough power to do whatever they want, living peacefully until one particular day. Some uninvited guests showed up and trespassed into their territory. But ironically, among those uninvited guests was someone who was already a massive thorn in their side. In complete contrast to his anxious state just moments ago, Gujin's eyes gleamed intensely as he continued. "So, what do you think will happen next?" Outside the dungeon, swarms of reporters frantically rushed forward. "Isaac, what was the secret behind your successful raid? Everyone thought you were going to fail. How are you feeling right now? Isaac, please look over here." The journalist quickly noticed the other person. "That's Isaac's new teammate. Quick, take a picture. Did you run into any trouble during the raid? How does it feel completing your first team raid?" The chaotic atmosphere made Gina extremely nervous. He thought to himself that they needed to get the hell out of there before anyone realized the Gujin beside him was just a dummy. Just then, another reporter popped up, eagerly firing questions at the dummy shaped like Gujin. "Did you face any communication issues, Mr. Kim Gujin?" Terrified that their cover was about to be blown, Gina immediately slung his arm around the dummy's shoulders. Speaking loudly in Russian, Gina answered for it. "No one can stop us. We are absolutely invincible." Suddenly, amidst the roaring crowd, a pair of silent footsteps approached. It was Soon, his eyes burning with absolute murderous intent as he closed the distance. Without a shred of hesitation, he pulled out a razor-sharp knife. The very next second, Soon lunged forward, screaming in Japanese, "Die!" Seeing the blade, Gina's eyes went wide in shock. Relying on his insanely fast reflexes, he threw a straight punch right at Soon's face. Unfortunately, the assassin managed to dodge it just in time. Gina cursed silently in his mind. Whoa, he actually dodged it! This sudden turn of events left all the reporters completely dumbfounded, with no idea what was going on. The puppet bearing Gujin's likeness finally realized the danger. But even so, it seemed Sun was fully prepared to take him down right along with him. Using every last ounce of his strength, he viciously stabbed him in the gut. From a distance, Gina screamed out in sheer panic. Kim. In the very next second, blood poured from the puppet's body, pooling onto the ground. The bleeding only grew heavier. The reporters went pale and gasped. He actually got stabbed. "Hey, step back! Hurry! That player who just got stabbed uses blood poison magic!" What the hell is even going on? Who knows? Just don't get caught up in a fight between players. Let's get out of here first. In the blink of an eye, they completely fled the scene. But it didn't stop there. Sun kept his sights locked dead on Gujin. He lunged forward with a vicious glare, but suddenly, the sound of a brutal slash echoed out, leaving him in utter shock. In an instant, he was struck down by Sukahara Ken. Despite having just sent his own guild member to the afterlife, he remained chillingly calm, as if absolutely nothing had happened. The reporters immediately recognized him. Wait, hold on, isn't that the Sword Saint? What is the Sword Saint doing here? Get the cameras rolling, hurry! We absolutely have to capture this. Only then did they finally remember to call for a doctor. Where's the medical team? Someone is dying over here! Those shouts suddenly cast Sukahara Ken into deep thought. A memory of him speaking with Sun flashed through his mind. I am truly sorry for having to entrust you with a mission like this. Sun had replied with frantic devotion. You don't need to say that, my lord. Being of use to you is my greatest honor. Although that bastard's life is entirely worthless, I swear I will kill him to soothe the vengeful souls of our fallen comrades. Hearing this, Sukahara Ken stayed silent for a long moment, before Sun bowed deeply in absolute reverence. Thank you for taking care of a useless fool like me all this time. Back in the present, even as he hovered at death's door, Sun stubbornly forced out his final words. Long live the Yamato Alliance. With that, the light slowly faded from Sun's eyes. Watching him die, Sukahara Ken fell back into his grim silence. Over on the other side, after checking on the puppet wearing Gujin's face, Gina shook his head in sorrow. In the very next second, Gina gently pulled a white cloth over the puppet's face. Sukahara Ken slowly walked over, putting on a fake display of grief. I came here on behalf of my nation to congratulate you on your successful raid, but I never expected to witness such a terrible tragedy. Hearing this, Gujin instantly shot him a look dripping with suspicion. Even so, Sukahara Ken kept up his act. I am truly sorry for your loss. A short while later, news outlets everywhere broke the same story. Right after clearing the H-Ling raid, Kim Gujin of the Phoenix Guild lost his life to a terrorist attack. The citizens of South Korea are heavily criticizing the radical extremists in Japan. Is it really acceptable for players to target other players like this? The attacker has died at the scene, making the investigation into the mastermind extremely difficult. Kim Gujin was a hero to Japan. I am deeply heartbroken by his passing. I swear to hunt down the rest of that terrorist faction. The Sword Saint announced that the Japanese government expressed deep regrets over Kim Gujin's incident and promised to issue a free dungeon pass to Isaac's party. Down on the floor, the newspaper reporting all this was completely crumpled up, proving just how violently furious its owner was. At the same time, Secretary Kim's trembling voice called out, Director, please calm down! Young-an shot up from his chair and roared. Calm down? How the hell do you expect me to stay calm in a situation like this? Realizing he was in a blind rage, she fell completely silent, not knowing what else to say. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Do you have any idea how much money I invested into Kim Gujin? Those absolute bastards dared to touch what's mine? Unable to contain his boiling anger anymore, Yong-an slammed his fist down, snapping the heavy wooden desk clean in half with a single strike. I don't give a damn about some terrorist attack. I need the mastermind behind this investigated right this second. No, wait, that's not enough. Drag those bastards by the neck and throw them right in front of me. Meanwhile, at Sukahara Ken's base, he slowly broke the silence. I am incredibly sorry for the loss of your comrade. Gina's eyes drifted toward the lavish feast laid out on the table. Sukahara Ken continued his performance. If only I had arrived just a little bit sooner. During all this, Gina suddenly turned to look at Gujin with a curious gaze. Unbothered, Sukahara Ken kept right on rambling. Then such an unfortunate tragedy would never have happened. He replied smoothly in Russian. It's fine. It was an accident that no one could have anticipated. The interpreter quickly translated for Sukahara Ken. He says that death is always looming over players, so it's just a normal part of the job. Hearing this, a fake plastic smile spread across Ken's face. In the very next second, he raised his wine glass and laughed. We really understand each other, don't we? You're practically just like one of our own comrades. I've already prepared the absolute best wine for us. Please, drink to your heart's content. He then added an incredibly heartless remark that made Gina's blood boil. Sure, it's a terrible pity for the guy who died, but there's no reason for those of us still breathing to sit around moping, right? Gina slammed his hands onto the table and cursed loudly in Russian. He shot up from his seat, snapping, You make me sick! I can't listen to this garbage anymore. A comrade who went through life and death with you just died, and this is how you talk about him? Storming out in a blind rage, he didn't stop cursing. You heartless bastards, you're absolute scum. I can't sit here and share a meal with people like you for another second. If Kim Gujin could see the way you're acting right now, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Pausing for a moment, Gina suddenly lowered his voice. Isaac, I never thought you were this kind of person. I was completely wrong about you. I'm out of here. Deal with this yourself. He aggressively slammed the door behind him, making sure they felt every ounce of his fury. Sukahara Ken's interpreter was so terrified, she broke into a cold sweat. But in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure and translated what Gina had just said. Finally, Gujin spoke up. I suppose our meal will have to end here. Thank you for the dinner, and as for the dungeon raid you proposed, I'll consider it as favorably as possible. A second later, Sukahara Ken replied with a sigh of regret. I didn't expect our conversation to end like this. It's a real shame. This must be your first time raiding a 4-tier dungeon, isn't it? Are you sure you can clear it alone without our help? He replied coldly, Of course I can't do it alone. So, please prepare a gift impressive enough to change my partner's mind. A little while later, Gujin walked out of Sukahara Ken's base, a folder of documents in his hand. In front of him was a massive screen broadcasting breaking news. On the broadcast, footage of massive protests flashed by. The Japanese government must apologize immediately. The number of protesters was growing by the day. Demand compensation for the death of South Korea's hero, Kim Gujin. The news anchor on the screen was also covering the outrage. It had been 4 days since the protests in South Korea first erupted. It seemed everything was going exactly according to Gujin's plan. He picked up his phone and called Gina. Where you at? Back with Sukahara Ken, he was currently deep in thought. No matter how he looked at it, it was a wasted opportunity. After a moment, he called out, Sakura, are you there? In an instant, Sakura appeared from the shadows. Yes, master. Sukahara Ken quickly asked, I want to pull Isaac over to our side. Is there really no way? After a moment of thought, she began to break down the situation. Well, master, on multiple fronts, the situation doesn't look promising. From the very beginning up until the assassination of Kim Gujin, everything went perfectly smoothly. But as a result, Spasiba now harbors a deep grudge against us. It will be incredibly difficult to bring both Isaac and Spasiba over to our side. Furthermore, Park Yong-won is absolutely furious over Kim Gujin's death. He likely won't let Isaac slip through his fingers too, so a direct clash with him is inevitable. On top of that, if the Salvation Guild finds out we're trying to join hands with Isaac, Park and High definitely won't sit by quietly. Given the current situation, I believe trying to recruit Isaac will bring us more harm than good. Upon hearing Sakura's analysis, Sukahara Ken simply replied with a faint, detached tone, Is that what you think? It is quite a pity, but if it's something we cannot possess, the best course of action is to ensure no one else can have it either. Send the Nemean lion skin to Isaac. Hearing the name of that item, she was taken aback. Master, that item? He cast a gentle yet chilling glance at Sakura. As a funeral offering to send a comrade off to the afterlife, that price is quite cheap. Meanwhile, Gujin and Gina's car was parked in a deserted area. Inside, Gina was cursing up a storm. Damn it, I'm so pissed. Gujin's tone was full of suspicion. Don't tell me you're this mad just because you couldn't eat all that food on the table back there. Hearing that made Gina even angrier. What kind of person do you think I am to say something like that? You think I'd throw a fit over a few bites of food? Despite the outburst, Gujin calmly asked him back. So, I'm wrong? At that, Gina suddenly hesitated for a split second. Well, maybe a tiny, itty-bitty part of it was because of the food. But that's not the whole story. Those bastards pulled some dirty tricks and then had the nerve to shamelessly reach out and try to recruit us. Just looking at that guy's smug face pissed me off. It seemed Gujin was also riled up. Fair enough, I kinda get where you're coming from. I honestly didn't expect them to approach us right after pulling a stunt like that. But your timing for blowing up was spot on. I actually thought you'd be too busy staring at the food and miss the cue to get mad. I was worried the conversation would drag on, so I even prepared a few backup plans just in case. Suddenly, Gina went pale and cut him off. Wait, hold up. You mean we could have sat there a little longer? If I had known, I would have inhaled a few more pieces of sushi before throwing a tantrum. That sushi looked mouth-wateringly good, damn it. A few days later, the two continued their little theatrical play in the headlines. Though a comrade has fallen, the hero continues his mission. Exclusive interview with Isaac. Despite some recent friction between Spasiba and me, We will always be great partners. Team Isaac vows to conquer the 4-tier A+ dungeon at Mount Fuji, the very same dungeon that forced even the Sword Saint to retreat in the past. Will Isaac succeed where others failed? The Sword Saint has sponsored Team Isaac with the legendary item, the Nemean Lion Skin. In his office, Director Seichan sighed in relief. Thank goodness we prepared in advance, otherwise this could have blown up into a massive disaster. On his desk, the contents of the newspaper he was reading were visible. Kim Gujin dead. Japanese government expresses deep regret. Gujin's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Yeah, even I didn't expect them to move that fast. Seichan replied bluntly. Well, that just means you've built up a ton of bad karma with the Yamato Federation. What else? But how are things looking on your end? Gujin replied calmly. Not too bad, sir. In a heartbeat, his tone shifted back to dead serious. Those guys are completely unpredictable. It's better to stay on your guard. Oh, that reminds me, I heard that if you clear the dungeon successfully, you'll receive the Aegis Shield as a bonus reward. Gujin confirmed it once more. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Upon hearing this, Seichan burst into laughter. These guys are absolute clowns. His sudden laughter left Gujin completely bewildered. Why do you say that, sir? Pausing for about 2 seconds, Seichan softly explained, Secretary Lee brought me a very, very interesting document. The file in his hand displayed a failure report for the Mount Fuji dungeon raid of 2020. The author of the report, Yoshi Murahe, looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Seichan broke the silence. If they don't even have it in their hands, how can they offer it as a reward? Gujin instantly zeroed in on the main issue. It's exactly what you're thinking, he replied, referring to the Aegis Shield. That item is currently sitting at the bottom of a dungeon on Mount Fuji. Meanwhile, right in the heart of the city, a teleportation gate suddenly materialized. Swarms of journalists had gathered in front of the gate bright and early. From a high vantage point, reporter Kim captured the entire scene unfolding below. This is the entrance to the A+ rank 4-floor Hellhound dungeon. Players from numerous guilds all over the world are marching through the gate, and leading the vanguard is the Isaac party from the MCOS Guild. At the same time, a news anchor on live television reported, following the recent incident involving player Kim Gujin, public outrage continues to be directed at the Japanese government. We have to wonder, what exactly is Japan's official stance on this? Just as reporter Kim was answering, a deafening blast erupted right behind him. Although the Japanese government has offered adequate compensation, startled, reporter Kim frantically whipped his head around. What was that? What's going on? Out of nowhere, a massive explosion had gone off nearby, sending the reporter scattering in absolute panic. Sheer terror was etched across his face. This is... Before he could finish, another explosion detonated, packing even more devastating power than the first. The live broadcast feed of reporter Kim turned into static. Seeing this, the news anchor in the studio called out in a panic. Reporter Kim, do you copy? Meanwhile, a news helicopter frantically circled the blast zone. The aerial cameraman turned deathly pale at the sheer scale of the devastation. The ground below had been reduced to a smoldering pile of rubble. Down in the chaos, reporter Kim had been knocked completely unconscious. His cameraman rushed over in a panic. Reporter Kim, are you all right? Can you stand up? Fortunately, he still had just enough strength to sit up. Yeah, With a heavy sigh of relief, the cameraman helped him to his feet. What the hell just happened here? Suddenly, Kim stammered in horror. Wait a minute. Is it locked? In the blink of an eye, headlines everywhere were flashing the same horrific news. A catastrophic disaster at the entrance of Japan's A+ rank 4-floor dungeon. A devastating terrorist bombing had just taken place. Dungeon expert Dr. Kim Mining explained the mechanics, stating that the gate would automatically seal shut after a certain period of time. This meant Isaac Ivanov's party was completely trapped inside the dungeon. In reality, their chances of successfully clearing it were absolutely 0%. Had fortune finally turned its back on the godlike Isaac Ivanov? Meanwhile, the terror continued. The Japanese government once again faced massive backlash for their gross negligence regarding security. The very next morning at Sukahara Ken's base, he eagerly voiced his praises. A strategy to isolate them inside the gate? Not a bad move at all. but if it were up to me, I would have sent in about 6 of my most trusted men to accompany them. Hearing this, Sakura asked skeptically, "But master, is it really necessary to go to such extremes? This is their very first time stepping foot into a 4th-floor dungeon, and an A+ rank at that. By now, they're probably already getting a bitter taste of hell in there. Even we failed to clear it multiple times before finally giving up. What could just the 2 of them possibly achieve? I can guarantee you, master, they probably don't even have the will to hunt left in them." After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, the bamboo water fountain outside tipped with a hollow knock. Sakura seamlessly picked up where she left off. "But I really didn't expect you to have such a twisted sense of humor, master." As if he didn't quite catch her drift, Tsukahara Ken raised an eyebrow and asked, "A joke?" Sakura quickly elaborated. "I'm talking about the Aegis shield, sir. You promised to offer it to them as a reward, even though the item is currently sitting right at the bottom of that very dungeon." He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "A joke, you say? Do I look like I'm joking?" Tsukahara Ken's deadpan seriousness caught her completely off guard. "Wait, you weren't joking?" After a long moment, he finally broke the silence. "Lately, more and more people have been snooping around, trying to figure out the whereabouts of that shield. A legendary item like that plays an absolutely crucial role in dungeon raids. So, if word ever got out that we had our hands on such a powerful artifact and still failed to clear the dungeon, other players would become extremely wary of it. And if the idiots planning to raid the dungeon come in fully prepared, wouldn't that just put us at a massive disadvantage? From now on, I'm going to use the Aegis shield as a bounty for anyone daring enough to raid the Hellhound dungeon. This little piece of fake news will serve as both the perfect bait and a deadly trap. That way, any arrogant fool who rushes in blindly for the prize will end up permanently buried inside that dungeon." Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon itself, Gina's voice echoed loudly. "I thought to myself, no way that happens. But holy shit, it really is just the 2 of us in here. Seriously, how the hell did you see this coming? Are you some kind of psychic? How do you just predict the future like that?" Without missing a beat, Gujin calmly replied, "Because trying to take us both out in the real world comes with far too many risks." Hearing this, Gina was so stunned he practically screamed, "Yeah, but how the hell did you know there was going to be a bomb going off right at the entrance?" Gujin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he drifted into his own thoughts as vivid memories from his past life suddenly flashed through his mind. Because, in his previous life, anyone who dared to stand in the Messiah Guild's way was quietly executed inside the dungeons. For highly skilled individuals who were far too dangerous to confront head-on, isolating them and leaving them to rot inside a dungeon was just business as usual. In fact, this exact underhanded terror-bombing tactic was something the Sword Saint himself had personally taught him in the past. Gujin's eerie silence started to creep Gina out. "Hey, are you even listening to me? I asked how you knew." Clearly not wanting to reveal anything about his past life, Gujin simply brushed it off and gave his orders. "Cut the crap. From now on, we need to focus strictly on the hunt. If we want to hunt down 20,000 of them, we have to pick up the pace." Meanwhile, over at the 5-tier BC plus rank dungeon, the Monster Forest, a notification popped up. "You have successfully survived for 10 consecutive days." Moving on to the 5th floor, Johann Jobs firmly planted his foot on the defeated monster. With a flick of his wrist, he gave a quiet signal, and in the blink of an eye, his subordinates moved out on command. Next, Johann Jobs reached his hand forward. Seeing this, 2 of his lackeys immediately followed suit. "You have summoned the skeleton soldiers." Right after Johann J executed the skill, a blinding light burst forth, illuminating the entire forest. The skeleton soldiers quickly rallied around him. Seeing this massive undead army gather clearly left Johann George feeling extremely satisfied. The system flashed a notification. "You have summoned the Book of the Dead." A brilliantly glowing artifact materialized in the air. A split second later, the Book of the Dead was resting perfectly in Johann J's hand. A deeply satisfied smirk spread across his face as he gazed at the tome. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Hellhole dungeon, Lee Gina was getting beaten to a pulp, lying flat on the ground. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, he spat, "Damn it, this thing is no joke!" Right at that moment, the bone dragon popped its head out of his shirt and sighed. "Man, I didn't expect it to be this rough. This is totally off script." Then it casually threw out a question. Most players who enter a 4-tier dungeon end up getting wiped out on the 3rd floor. Do you know why that is? Getting hit with trivia right now made Lee Gina furious. He screamed back, "How the hell am I supposed to know that? Just get to the damn point." He didn't even have the energy to bicker with the Bone Dragon, as he was entirely focused on the massive threat standing right in front of him. "I don't have time for your stupid riddles right now." Snapping back, he slowly forced himself up to face the massive, heavily muscled ox demon. Without a single second of hesitation, Lee Gina launched himself forward. He delivered several razor-sharp slashes right into the ox demon. This completely enraged the beast. Its pure fury was instantly visible in its glowing, blood-red eyes. With brutal force, it smashed its massive fist down right where Lee Gina was standing. Thankfully, he barely managed to dodge out of the way. The raw, overwhelming power of the ox demon definitely made Lee Gina sweat a little. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent locked onto him from behind. Before he could even process it, the ox demon slammed a devastating punch straight into his body. That single blow alone sent him flying through the air like a rag doll. He slammed violently into a rocky cliffside before dropping helplessly to the ground. Popping its head back out, the Bone Dragon scoffed. "Fine, if you don't like riddles, I guess I'll just spoon-feed you the answer." It's because most people try to conserve their stamina on the 3rd floor, so they can actually survive the 4th. It went on to explain that when raiding a dungeon, properly managing your resources and energy is absolutely critical. But when the floor 3 boss is an absolute powerhouse like this ox, trying to save your strength is practically a death wish. Hearing that made Lee Gina absolutely snap. He roared, "You little bastard! If you knew that all along, why did you leave me out here to dry? When are you going to send the skeleton soldiers as backup?" The Bone Dragon casually replied, "That riddle I just gave, that only applies to ordinary players. But since it's you, I firmly believe you can solo that oversized ox without breaking a sweat." The reason it was so confident Lee Gina could handle the ox demon was simple. You've still got the Nemean lion's pelt equipped, so I doubt you're in any real danger. Those words snapped Lee Gina right back to reality, clearing the days from getting severely pummeled moments ago. Thinking back on it, he had already taken several devastating hits, yet his skill, the blessing of the river Styx, hadn't even triggered a single time. Instantly, the system pulled up the details of his equipment. The Nemean lion's pelt, item rank, legendary, requires level 100 or higher to equip. This is the very pelt worn by the great hero Hercules. You become highly resistant to taking damage from any form of attack. Equip effect: physical defense increased by 100%, magical defense increased by 100%. Activates the majesty of a hero upon equipping. While he was standing there completely spaced out, the Bone Dragon suddenly started shouting. "Actually, seeing how pathetic you look getting tossed around, maybe my judgment was totally off. I need to call in backup right now." Snapped out of his thoughts by the shouting, Lee Gina quickly waved it off. "No, don't bother. Pathetic? Who's pathetic? I only held back because I thought we were sticking to the usual strategy, so I was just waiting. Skeleton soldiers? Who the hell needs them? You really think I can't take this overgrown cow down by myself?" Meanwhile, in an entirely different location, a certain young man was flashing a smug, triumphant smile. Back with Lee Gina, his tone turned dead serious as he looked at the Bone Dragon. "Leave everything here to me. You just go do what you need to do." Hearing that, the Bone Dragon quickly moved out to execute its part of the plan, but tossed one last comment over its shoulder. "All right, I get it, but if you actually need help, just swallow your pride and yell." After that little back and forth with the Bone Dragon, Lee Gina's fighting spirit was completely reignited. The moment he stood back up, the Ox Demon aggressively charged right at him. Fearless, Lee Gina fiercely charged forward to meet it head-on. Neither side was willing to back down, both pulling back their fists for a massive clash. A deafening shockwave completely rocked the cavern. Cut to a different scene, someone had just stepped foot into a desolate area completely covered in human bones. Kim Gu-in let out a satisfied breath. "Finally. Looks like I found the right place." His eyes scanned the grim cavern, taking in the literal mountain of human remains. He confidently strode forward, picked up a specific skull still wearing a rusted iron helmet, and immediately activated his skill. The Eye of Anubis has opened. Instantly, the lingering memories trapped within that skull began to project themselves. Wait, really? The Sword Saint actually let you borrow the Aegis shield? With an item like that, the Hellhole dungeon is an absolute joke. Hell, we could even take down something way more terrifying. Eerie echoes of the past filled Kim Gu-in's ears. In the vision, this man and his entire squadron had desperately fought against the Ox Demon, but the power gap was completely hopeless, like throwing pebbles at a brick wall. Damn it! We should have just gone all out right from the start. Why the hell did we even try to be tactical? Getting relentlessly swarmed by those soldiers had sent the Ox Demon into a total frenzy, and in the tragic aftermath of that brutal clash, their captain had sustained fatal injuries. Watching him fall left the surviving knights absolutely shattered. I'm sorry, because I was holding back my skills, I put you in danger, Captain. However, the captain didn't blame them, but instead blamed himself. You don't need to apologize. You were just following my orders. Blame me for being too arrogant. Before breathing his last, he handed over his precious shield to his most trusted subordinate. Take this shield, kill the Hellhound, and make sure to return it to the Sword Saint. It's been our long-standing wish. After saying those words, he took his final breath, causing his close knight to panic and scream, "Captain, please open your eyes. Captain." Reading this memory made Kim Woo-jin frown in deep thought. So the Aegis shield is on the 4th floor? They sent their elite members and even gave them the Aegis shield, yet the raid still failed? He began to wonder if there was some other unsettling factor since this was an A+ ranked dungeon. After all, the Aegis shield was currently one of the strongest defensive items out there. He assumed the Aegis shield could block the Minotaur's attacks, but right now he wasn't completely sure. It could probably block the Hellhound's attacks to some extent. Well, he could figure that out as he went along. Aside from that, he was much more curious about how Ken Sugihara would react to his actions. More importantly, what kind of expression would the Sword Saint make if he actually managed to leave the dungeon with the Aegis shield in hand? Just thinking about it thrilled him. It was definitely something to look forward to. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a system panel suddenly popped up. Someone stared intently at the screen as countless articles flooded the feed. Day 17 since Isaac's party got trapped in the dungeon. We still cannot enter to interview the dungeon experts, and the chances of a successful clear are incredibly slim. Breaking news. Who will inherit Isaac's will? Flash news. Johann Georg has successfully cleared a 5-floor B+ ranked dungeon. Will Johann and his 10 necromancers open up a new horizon? The Messiah Guild provides full support to Johann Georg. A flood of comments from the public appeared all at once. Necromancers are absolute trash. What's going on here? Isn't this guy just a fake Isaac? Wow, Isaac only entered a 4-floor dungeon. Johann cleared a 5-floor dungeon. How the hell is he a fake? Whatever, dark mages or not, Isaac is pretty much done for anyway. A necromancer getting full support from the Messiah Guild? Long live the Messiah Guild! Now all we can do is put our faith in the Messiah Guild. Park Shin-hai skimmed through the articles before turning to report to someone. Kim Woo-jin of the Phoenix Guild has already been dealt with by the Sword Saint. The 2 members of Isaac's party are currently isolated in the dungeon, and the chances of them being wiped out are extremely high. Based on this, she assumed that since Johann Georg was playing right into their hands at the perfect time, public opinion was shifting heavily in their favor. Finally, she concluded, say what you will, but with how things turned out, we're the ones reaping all the benefits. However, upon hearing this, Lee Se-jun let out a mocking chuckle and asked, "Don't you find this whole situation incredibly amusing?" That question left Park Shin-hai slightly flustered, prompting her to quickly ask, "Sir, is something wrong?" Lee Se-jun coldly reminded her of a past event. It's already been 3 years since the gate appeared in the center of Seoul. I'm sure you still remember what happened there, right? He nonchalantly recounted the memory. There was a guy who desperately wanted me dead. At that time, that bastard must have been absolutely certain that I wouldn't make it out of the dungeon alive. The image of Woo-jin stubbornly insisting on doing things his own way flashed in his mind. Then he drew a comparison to Park Shin-hai. Just like you right now. Lee Se-jun's voice continued to echo slowly. But as you know, I didn't die in that dungeon. He suddenly felt an immense sense of gratitude toward Woo-jin. Not only did I survive, but my position became even more unshakable. In a way, I am who I am today because of that bastard. I think about that from time to time. His finger gently tapped against the armrest before he coldly dropped a cryptic remark. Isn't it both hilarious and deeply appreciable? His gaze flicked toward the screen as he muttered, Isaac, that guy. He seemed to harbor a complex, inexplicable emotion toward Kim Woo-jin and his Isaac persona. I have a feeling he's going to turn out just like I did back then. Park Shin-hye remained silent, quietly listening to Lee Si-jun. Shin-hye, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Aren't you? Finally, he concluded his thought. If he actually manages to make it out alive this time, I want to meet the guy face to face. A beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky. Gina was panting heavily from exhaustion when he received a notification. You have slain the orc. Your level has increased. Lying right next to him was the massive corpse of the Minotaur. Right at that moment, Kim Woo-jin appeared alongside two skeleton soldiers. He spoke up, looking quite satisfied. You wrapped that up faster than I thought. He then shot Gina a mocking smirk. I was worried things might go south, so I even brought the skeleton squad over. But it looks like you didn't need their help at all just now, huh? Since you clearly still have plenty of energy left. Pushed to his limit by the teasing, Gina shot up to his feet and angrily yelled, Are you completely blind? How the hell do I look like I have plenty of energy left? I was fighting for my damn life out there. You absolute bastard, where were you hiding this whole time? You deliberately waited until I finished the job to show your face, didn't you? Kim Woo-jin didn't care about the insults in the slightest and casually retorted, Hiding? What are you talking about? Did you ever think I was cowardly enough to pull something like that? Besides, I clearly told you that if you couldn't handle it, I'd send the skeletons to back you up. Completely ignoring whether his friend was exhausted or not, he bluntly made the call. Anyway, it looks like we're all done here. Time to get ready to move up to the 4th floor. As Gina was forcefully hauled away by the skeleton soldiers, he immediately resisted and yelled, Wait, hold on a sec. Did I spoil these guys so much that they think they can just do whatever they want now? Hey, get over here right now. Paying no mind to his loudmouth friend, Kim Woo-jin flashed a triumphant smirk and issued a command to the system. Proceed to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, someone was reading the newspaper and confidently remarked, Everything is going exactly as planned. Upon hearing this, Jisoo immediately caught the hidden meaning behind those words and asked, Are you talking about the Hellhound dungeon, sir? The man sitting across from her firmly confirmed, Exactly. Sei-chan didn't even bother reading the news anymore. He smirked triumphantly and said, Everyone probably thinks they're dead by now. The public is going absolutely crazy. This made Ju ask, Is the Hellhound really that strong, sir? Stronger than Hling? Sei-chan pondered for a moment and explained, Calling the Hellhound strong isn't quite right. Dangerous is a much better word for it. From what he knew about the Hellhound, the hellfire it spews from its mouth. If you get hit even once, it will never go out until the target is burned to ashes. Because of that, to defeat this monster, players need top-tier items. Among legendary grade items, there are rare armors that possess the absolute defense attribute. Without items of that caliber in hand, honestly, no one would ever dare to attempt a subjugation. Aside from that, he had other intel on the Hellhound. It possesses a regenerative ability that overwhelmingly surpasses even a troll's, meaning its balance of offense and defense is practically perfect. At this point, Sei-chan fell silent for a long time. Ju's voice trembled as she asked, Will Mr. Jinna be okay? Sei-chan furrowed his brows and replied seriously, Don't worry. Even though that guy usually only cares about stuffing his face with food, when it's time to fight, he'll give it his all. He was extremely confident in Lee Jinna, asserting that they had never faced an easy dungeon before anyway. We should believe that they'll succeed this time too. Finally, he sealed the conversation by saying, Besides, Jinna isn't clearing this dungeon alone. He has Kim Woo-jin with him, so there's no need to fret. They'll come back safe and sound, just like always. Back in the dungeon, a hand suddenly grabbed onto the edge of a cliff. Kim Woo-jin, with the Aegis shield on his back, was struggling to climb up the rocky wall. Once he reached the top, he was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, he grumbled, Of course it had to drop in a place like this. Finding this thing was a real pain in the ass. Suddenly, he felt incredibly lucky that he possessed the skill to read others' memories. Without it, he would have been completely lost. If it weren't for the eye of Anubis, even if they managed to clear the dungeon, this shield would have been buried here forever. After all, it fell right into a crevice where the ground had split apart. Just as he was spacing out, Lee Jin-ah's furious voice roared out, "Kim Woo-jin, you bastard! Get your ass up and help me!" At that exact moment, a massive wolf lunged at him from behind. Naturally, Lee Jin-ah sensed it coming. He spun around and punched the wolf right in the face, cursing out his partner at the same time. "I'm fighting for my damn life out here, and you're just laying there stargazing? What the hell?" While he was at it, he also furiously questioned why he was always being used as a meat shield and the vanguard. "And why the hell do you always make me play this role?" Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin just kept a blank face and asked back, "This role? What role are you talking about?" That nonchalant attitude made Lee Jin-ah tense up with pure rage as he screamed, "Are you messing with me right now? You know exactly what I mean, so why are you even asking? You always pick the easy, badass-looking jobs for yourself. Meanwhile, I'm stuck doing all the dirty, dangerous, and exhausting work." The moment he finished speaking, he turned and grabbed a wolf by its throat. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "A tank! I'm talking about being a tank!" Tossing the wolf aside, he firmly declared, "Tanks have human rights too, you know." Lee Jin-ah boldly interrogated Kim Woo-jin. "Do you honestly think I don't feel pain when I get hurt? You've been slacking off ever since we hit the 3rd floor. You were completely obsessed with finding that stupid shield. Did you just come here to treasure hunt?" Kim Woo-jin was completely stunned by these words, unable to utter a single reply. Just as Lee Jin-ah was casually yelling at him, "I've been holding back because I'm a nice guy," a sudden burst of power surged from out of nowhere, making him stagger. The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield has been activated. This item will absolutely not be destroyed. Feeling an intense killing intent behind his back, he slowly turned his head to look. Suddenly, that terrifying blast of energy shot straight toward where Lee Jin-ah was standing at a blinding speed. Out of pure instinct, he threw his arms up to block. But after waiting for a moment and feeling no pain, he opened his eyes in bewilderment. The sight before him was Kim Woo-jin, using the Aegis shield to block the devastating attack for him. Despite the massive energy beam blasting toward them, Kim Woo-jin casually activated the Aegis shield's power. The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield has been activated. This item will absolutely not be destroyed. From the shadows, a monster emitting a terrifying aura stepped forward. Along with its pack, it surrounded Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin. After Kim Woo-jin's flawless block, Lee Jin-ah was so shocked that he stuttered, That thing!" Kim Woo-jin smirked triumphantly, turning his head to introduce it. "That's right, it's the Aegis shield we've been looking for. Do you still think I was just uselessly slacking off?" Even though his buddy was mocking him, Lee Jin-ah still broke into a huge grin. He shamelessly kissed up to him, replying, "Aw, why would you say something so mean, man? I was just feeling a little frustrated, so I was spouting nonsense. Finding such a valuable shield, your calculations are god tier, bro." Not wanting to bicker with him any longer, Kim Woo-jin handed him the shield and said, "Well then, I guess we should get ready to clear this dungeon." At that exact moment, the system displayed the information panel for the shield. Item grade, Legendary. Can be used from level 1 and above. It is the strongest shield crafted by Hephaestus. It cannot be destroyed under any circumstances. Effect. When infused with magic or aura, the divine protection will be activated. Absolute defense. Now, Kim Woo-jin sternly warned his best bro, make sure you watch out for the hellfire. He heavily emphasized, if you take a direct full-force hit from the hellfire, you'll completely lose the ability to keep fighting. Lee Jin-ah wasn't worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he smugly patted the shield in his hand and replied, "We've got the Aegis shield right here. What are you so worried about? I'll take the lead." Just as Kim Woo-jin was about to add something, "There's one more thing I need to warn you about." A bright purple glow suddenly appeared right behind Lee Jin-ah. He blankly looked back while Kim Woo-jin panicked and screamed, "Dodge it!" Once again, that intense purple beam of energy blasted toward the two of them. But fortunately, both of them managed to dodge in time. Lee Jin-ah, completely confused, asked out loud, "What the hell was that?" The hellhound is clearly way over there. Where did that attack even come from? He looked around in bewilderment and then froze in shock when he caught sight of something. His voice cracked with sheer astonishment. What? What is this? Kim Woo-jin, on the other hand, remained completely calm, as if he had anticipated this all along. Just as I saw through the eye of Anubis. He then spoke up, revealing that this was exactly why even those who possessed the Aegis shield still failed the subjugation. There was one hellhound on that side, but there was an identical one on the other side. Because there were actually two hellhounds. Lee Jin-ah's face was completely panic-stricken. This revelation terrified him so much that he screamed his lungs out. "Wait, there are two hellhounds," he yelled, turning to glare at Kim Woo-jin. "You knew there were two of these damn hellhounds, and you didn't tell me?" He was practically bursting a vein trying to hold his shield against the beast, screaming his lungs out at his aggravating partner. What's the point of bringing it up now? Right as the words left his mouth, the hellhound's terrifying aura completely engulfed them. Of course, they were perfectly safe behind the Aegis shield. But facing down two of these demonic beasts at once, Lee Gina couldn't help but panic. "We only have one shield. What the hell do we do now?" In the midst of his freakout, he turned around only to find his so-called best friend nowhere in sight. We can't just stay glued together like this. This made him lose his mind all over again, and he started screaming. "I thought the bastard was right behind me, so I was busting my ass to protect him. Where the hell did that jerk run off to?" Right at that moment, Kim Woo-jin popped up out of nowhere in front of him. "You're exactly right," Woo-jin said. "We can't just stay huddled together. Since we only have one shield, you can take care of one of them on your own, right?" He had a point, but Lee Gina was still sweating bullets. "I mean, yeah, but what about the other one?" Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin yelled out a warning. "Behind you!" Startled by the shout, Lee Gina whipped his head around. He instantly raised the Aegis shield to block the ambush, but the hellhound's sheer physical strength was so overwhelming that it sent him skidding back, groaning under the immense pressure. Seeing him struggle, Kim Woo-jin actually sounded worried as he shouted his partner's name. "Lee Gina!" But the only response he got was the howling wind and swirling dust. Through the thick dust, Lee Gina's exhausted figure collapsed to his knees. Suddenly, something felt horribly wrong. One of his arms had been caught in the hellhound's flames. Panic set in, and he started screaming at the top of his lungs, "I'm on fire! I'm on fire!" Right on cue, a system notification popped up. Hellfire, the unquenchable flame, has hit its target. Completely losing his cool, Lee Gina just rolled wildly on the dirt, desperately trying to put the flames out while screaming his head off. "Hey, don't just stand there staring at me. Get over here and help me put this out." Kim Woo-jin quickly barked back, "Lee Gina, snap out of it. Take off the armor, right now." Hearing the command, Lee Gina instantly ripped off the gauntlet, engulfed in hellfire. Watching his armor turn to absolute ash, he let out a terrified gasp. The real issue here isn't just the heat, is it? Seeing that it had failed to turn either of them into barbecue, the hellhound let out a furious, menacing growl. Suddenly, it unleashed a deafening howl. Taking it as a command, the rest of the demonic wolves immediately charged straight for Lee Gina and Kim Woo-jin. Still a bit slow on the uptake, Lee Gina was completely lost. "Wait, what's going on? Did something just happen?" By now, the pack of hellhounds was already locking onto them, their eyes oozing with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. A massive pack of at least 100 hellhounds had completely surrounded Lee Gina and Kim Woo-jin, sealing off every single escape route. Watching the horde surge toward them like mad dogs, Lee Gina gritted his teeth. "Looks like we've got no choice but to fight while dodging that damn hellfire." The second the words left his mouth, he swung into action, brutally sending a few wolves straight to the afterlife. But when he noticed Kim Woo-jin wasn't backing him up and was instead sneaking off somewhere else, Lee Gina lost it. "Hey, what the hell are you scheming over there? Where do you think you're going?" Kim Woo-jin didn't even bother giving him an answer. He just casually strolled forward, effortlessly slaughtering any wolf foolish enough to block his path. Suddenly, an old memory flashed through his mind. Looking at these hellhounds brought it all back. In his past life, back when he was raiding the 8th floor dungeon with the Messiah Guild, the boss monster had used these very same hellhounds as its personal attack dogs. But no matter how terrifyingly strong that boss had been, it ultimately fell by his hands. He distinctly remembered glancing at the mountain of hellhound corpses he had piled up that day. Looking back, after clearing out that dungeon, their bodies had littered the ground like cheap straw, and the number of hellhounds he had slaughtered all by himself. Snapped back to the present, Kim Woo-jin cut through the pack with deadly focus, a smug smirk creeping onto his face as he recalled the exact number of hellhounds he'd beheaded in his past life. 23. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a sudden piece of news caused Park Young-won's expression to turn ice cold. "Are you telling me Kim Woo-jin is still alive?" Secretary Kim quickly slid an envelope across his desk. "Yes, sir. He sent this letter directly to you." Without missing a beat, Young-won ripped it open. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he took in every single word. The letter read, "After receiving constant death threats from Japanese terrorists, I had absolutely no choice but to fake my own death. The moment the time is right, I will return to the guild and give you a full report. P.S. Right now, I need some laundered cash to cross the border safely. Account number 30. Reading this, it finally clicked in Young-won's head. So that was the real reason the rat had played dead. A thoroughly amused smirk spread across Young-won's face. Well, the crazy bastard is actually alive. You could probably dump him in the middle of the ocean, and he'd still find a way to crawl back to life. He tossed the letter aside and glanced at Secretary Kim. "Keep this strictly confidential, not a word to anyone. For now, just wire him the money." The sudden order caught Secretary Kim completely off guard. Yes, sir." Still, her unease got the better of her. "But sir, his actions are highly suspicious. Even if his life was truly in danger, isn't it incredibly strange that he kept us in the dark all this time? Do you really think we can still trust him?" Young-won didn't answer immediately. He just let out a dark chuckle. Slowly, he crushed the letter in his fist. "Trust him? I have never trusted him. He's nothing more than a useful little tool for my own ambitions." His eyes gleamed with cold calculation as he thought of Kim Woo-jin. "The fact that the bastard is still breathing is a stroke of luck for us, don't you think? This is our perfect chance to claw back every single dime we invested in him. And the moment he outlives his usefulness, I'll show him exactly what happens to rats who dare to deceive me." Back in the dungeon, the lead hellhound was still howling, commanding its pack. Meanwhile, Lee Gina was staring at Kim Woo-jin in absolute disbelief. This crazy bastard is unreal. Woo-jin's sheer recklessness blew his mind. Was he seriously charging headfirst into a horde of hellhounds without a single defensive weapon? I thought he was literally throwing his life away. But as he watched every single calculated step Kim Woo-jin took, his shock only grew. This wasn't a suicide mission at all. Watching him weave through the pack solidified one terrifying realization in Lee Gina's mind. He knows exactly how these hellhounds are going to attack. It completely baffled him. Wait a minute, isn't this his very first time fighting hellhounds? An overwhelming sense of curiosity washed over him. Just where the hell did he get skills like that? Since overthinking wasn't getting him anywhere, he snapped his focus back to the battle. I mean, no matter how ridiculously strong hellfire might be, as long as it doesn't hit you, you're fine, right? As for Kim Woo-jin, after having his fill of thrashing the hellhounds, his eyes locked onto the alpha. It was the only one left standing. The hellhound now found itself cornered by Kim Woo-jin's group. Suddenly, Woo-jin dropped the weapon in his hand and let out a dramatic sigh. Man, weapons made from bone roots really do melt way too easily. Despite his complaints, a triumphant smirk played on his lips. But that wasn't a problem. Suddenly, long, razor-sharp spears shot up from beneath the earth. They sprouted from the ground like weeds. Kim Woo-jin casually grabbed one and declared, "I already came prepared." At that exact moment, the system pulled up the weapon's stats. Hatchling bone spear. Item rank. Legendary. Requirements, level 50. Physical attack, plus 110. It was a spear crafted from the bones of a hatchling. Its attack power wasn't anything crazy, but its durability was absolutely off the charts. The hellhound glared at its opponent, its eyes brimming with caution and pure killing intent. Woo-jin, completely unfazed, just scoffed. "This is getting boring. I'm already done setting the stage." He pointed the spear straight at the beast and arrogantly announced, "Now then, let's take our time enjoying this finale, shall we?" Right then, Lee Gina lunged toward him, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Hold up!" Not understanding why his partner would suddenly block his way, Woo-jin's expression turned cold. What the hell do you think you're doing? Panting heavily, Gina blurted out a string of nonsense. No way! I can't just stand here and watch you take all the glory. A real man's gotta step up. He puffed out his chest and confidently declared, "Leave the last one to me." That bold statement made Gujin look at Gina in a whole new light. He let out a mocking chuckle and asked, "Are you sure you can even handle it?" Gina grinned in excitement. "Of course I can." But then, out of nowhere, he tossed his shield back to Gujin, leaving him completely baffled. "Why aren't you taking the shield?" Gina casually grabbed a bone spear with one hand and loudly proclaimed, "Because if I ever feel like I'm becoming a burden to someone else," his fighting spirit flared up instantly. "It would piss me off to no end." Saying that, Gina's mind suddenly flashed back to a painful memory. He remembered the day Ju came back covered in severe injuries. At the time, he and Seichan had panicked so much that they rushed out to catch her as she collapsed. In that exact moment, he had made a promise to himself. "I have people I need to protect too." The sight of Ju groaning in pain in Seichan's arms still haunted Gina's mind every single day. Her tears were what fueled his absolute resolve. "That's why I need to do so much more." He silently vowed to himself, "I have to get stronger." Meanwhile, at a distant fortress, a large group of people had been taken captive by a mysterious faction. The fortress gates remained heavily sealed. Deep inside, a shady transaction was taking place. "I'll be paying with this." The mysterious woman conducting the deal was none other than Sakura from the Phoenix Guild. Glancing at the briefcase on the table, Sakura raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" The smuggler dealing with her let out a sleazy laugh before answering. "What is it you ask? The commission fee, of course." Outside, guns were already cocked and firing. Shell casings clattered against the dirt as the ground was painted red, accompanied by casual reports of wiping out the locals near the gates. Inside, the heartless merchant happily popped open the briefcase. "Thanks to you, my business has been running smoother than ever." Sakura didn't say a word. She just picked up the cash and started counting. After finishing the first stack, she suddenly snapped, violently hurling the money back into the case and screaming, "What kind of garbage is this?" Her sudden outburst made the merchant flinch in fear. "Do you honestly think we took this job just to pocket some loose change?" Sakura's voice dripped with venom as she interrogated him. "Our agreement explicitly stated that payment was to be made in items or skill gears." Hearing this, the merchant frantically tried to excuse himself. I know perfectly well what the terms are when dealing with the Phoenix Guild, but lately I've been running into major roadblocks sourcing items." Wiping the sweat pouring down his face, he stammered, "Right now, even with cash, we have to scrounge for gear on the black market. Not to mention, all the remaining dungeons out there are so incredibly dangerous right now that we can't even set foot inside." Right as he was whining about how hard it was to fetch the items himself, Sakura slammed her hands onto the table, shaking with rage. "Listen here, old man." She shot up from her chair and stated with absolute authority, "In this lawless Amazon territory, our leader's word is absolute law." Realizing he was about to get butchered, the merchant threw his hands up in panic. "Wait a minute." But she didn't give a damn. She grabbed him by the collar and snarled in his face. "Since when did filthy little bugs like you think you could pull a fast one right under our noses?" Sakura leaned in menacingly close, breathing threats down the merchant's neck. "Say one more word, and I'll carve out your tongue and feed it to the mutts this very second." Terrified out of his mind, the merchant slapped his hands over his mouth. "No, please don't!" Even so, Sakura callously raised her hand and forced his jaw open, leaving him stuttering and begging for his life. "Mercy, I swear I'll never do it again. Please, no!" Just as he thought she was going to send him straight to the afterlife, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the merchant out of nowhere. He was instantly reduced to a charred, smoking heap on the floor. At that exact moment, Sakura flinched and whipped around. Hill Frey was standing right at the doorway, his deep voice carrying a harsh reprimand. "Sakura, I thought I told you not to waste your time on worthless trash." Seeing him, Sakura gasped in surprise and immediately stood at attention. Guildmaster, the one who had just effortlessly deleted the merchant from existence, was none other than Hill Frey. He didn't even bat an eye after taking a life, simply scoffing in disgust. "Why do you insist on running your mouth with these insects?" But when Sakura saw what he had just casually tossed onto the table, she stuttered in absolute shock. Is this... A softly glowing card lay resting on the wooden table. It belonged to the man known across the world as the Thunder Emperor, Hill Frey, the absolute leader of the Phoenix Guild. He stared her down and gave a stern reminder. Keep things simple. Understood. Meanwhile, back at Kim Gujin's battlefield, the group had been locked in combat with the Hellhounds from dusk until dawn. The Alpha itself was looking incredibly battered and torn up. Right in front of it, Gina was so utterly exhausted that he was sprawled completely flat on the dirt. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in, making his eyes snap wide open. The blessing of the river Styx has been activated. With a sudden burst of agility, he shot up into a sitting position, bone spear gripped tightly in hand. Out of nowhere, a hand reached out and stopped the tip of his spear dead in its tracks. Surprisingly, Gina didn't fight back. He just stood there, panting heavily. It was Kim Gujin. He had blocked Gina's blind attack and called out to him. Gina, it's me. Snap out of it, man. Realizing it was his partner, Gina let out a massive sigh of relief and slumped back onto the ground. What about the last Hellhound? Did you take care of it while I was blacked out? Gujin didn't say a word. He just silently pointed his finger over his shoulder. Gina immediately followed his gaze, and right there, lying completely lifeless on the ground, was the massive corpse of the Alpha Hellhound. Kim Gujin's voice slowly rang out. I just stood there and watched. He let his right-hand man know, you completely destroyed it. That acknowledgement made Lee Gina break into a proud smile, reveling in his own strength. Someone was losing their patience, their fingers incessantly tapping against the desk. Yongwan let out a cold snort and remarked, You've managed to surprise me time and time again. He angrily interrogated Kim Gujin. To think you actually dared to deceive me. He shot daggers at Kim Gujin, his glaring eyes locked onto him. And here I genuinely believed you were dead. After a brief silence, Kim Gujin replied with utmost sincerity. My apologies, sir, but to deceive one's enemies, one must first deceive those closest to them. Since he put it that way, Yongwan couldn't really hold it against him anymore. You're not entirely wrong, but he clearly still held a grudge. Even so, Yongwan growled out a warning. From now on, do not even think about pulling a fast one on me again. His killing intent and oppressive aura flooded the room, attempting to intimidate Kim Gujin. This little prank of yours did not amuse me in the slightest. But Kim Gujin faced him with absolute composure, replying with deadly seriousness, Understood, sir. Hearing his confirmation, Yongwan looked fairly satisfied and suddenly pulled open a drawer in his desk. There is one more thing. He then tossed a stack of papers onto the table. The newspaper headline read, Johan versus Isaac, who will conquer floors 4 and 5 of the Dark House dungeon. Yongwan then pointed out the guy pictured right next to Kim Gujin's fake identity. Ah, that Johan Jobs guy I mentioned last time. He jabbed a finger at the name Johan Jobs, making his displeasure perfectly clear. He has been really getting on my nerves lately. The media drummed up a rival, and now they will not stop buzzing about it. His deep voice issued a command to Kim Gujin. I do not want things turning out like this. I just need Isaac to be the one and only star, shining brightly and building his reputation. I do not need to spell it out for you, do I? At that moment, Yongwan suddenly flew into a rage, violently crumpling up the newspaper as he barked. Find a way to rile up Isaac and make him far more ruthless. Hearing this, Kim Gujin immediately asked for clarification. You mean you want to make Isaac stand out even more, sir? Yongwan didn't hesitate to confirm it. Exactly. We have to reap a profit that matches what we have invested. Right? Kim Gujin had no objections to his little scheme, but he did have a condition of his own. Understood, sir. In return, I need you to release the Thunder Emperor. His demand caught Yongwan so off guard that he blurted out, The Thunder Emperor? He immediately demanded to know the reason behind it. Why bring that guy up all of a sudden? Kim Gujin coldly replied, You mean the item that Isaac wants? That so-called Thunder Emperor you mentioned is actually a scroll containing an exceptional ability, the Witch Summoning skill. The requirement to use it is the Emissary of the Darkness class, at level 180 or above. Its effect is summoning an immortal witch by sacrificing 100 monsters. This very item is currently in the possession of the Thunder Emperor. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Someone was practicing their swordsmanship on a straw dummy, delivering a razor-sharp strike that cleaved it clean in two. As the top half tumbled to the ground, the man's voice slowly rang out. The man asked in a soft, low tone, "So, Isaac requested the Ring of Solomon instead of the Aegis shield?" His disciple immediately bowed her head in apology, even though she hadn't really done anything wrong. "Yes, I am so sorry, Master." Sukahara Ken, of course, had no intention of punishing his disciple. Instead, he simply stated, "No need. Originally, I was going to compensate him with the Aegis shield." Compensating him with a different item was completely unavoidable. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in sheer anger. But there is one thing that I still cannot wrap my head around. His sudden shift in demeanor made Sakura jump in surprise. Sukahara Ken's expression darkened as he asked himself, "How the hell did that bastard know that the Ring of Solomon was in our possession?" Panicking, Sakura immediately scrambled to deny it. "No, it was not me. I swear it." Sukahara Ken hadn't meant to direct his suspicions at her. "I am not doubting my own disciple. However, this information leak proves that we have a rat scurrying around in our ranks." Hearing this, Sakura instantly volunteered to hunt down whoever leaked the intel. "What a shameless piece of trash. I will root out that traitor right now and dispose of them along with Isaac." However, Sukahara Ken simply waved it off. "That is enough. Just let it be for now." His passive reaction left Sakura utterly confused. "What? Why is that, Master?" Slowly sliding his sword back into its sheath, he calmly explained, "With how fast they are ranking up, I can guarantee you one thing. Sooner or later, our paths are bound to cross." His words caused Sakura to gasp in alarm. "You mean..." Sukahara swiftly secured the blade at his hip before issuing a stern command. "For now, we just continue to lay low and wait." His voice rang out with absolute ironclad confidence. "I will not consider this a success until I have hacked them to pieces with my own two hands." Back at the Thunderbird Guild, Sakura spoke up, her voice dripping with annoyed sarcasm. "Just what exactly am I looking at right now? Some kind of demon?" Her mocking, punchable tone echoed out. "Oh, wait, no, I should probably call you a zombie." Kim Gujin was not about to just take that, immediately firing right back. "Honestly, a demon feels a lot more fitting. I find it much easier to operate from the other side anyway." Hearing this, Sakura laid on the sarcasm even thicker. "So, let me get this straight. You faked your own death just to go against the entire world? Or was it just so you could clean up Isaac's messes from the shadows?" Kim Woojin didn't even bother giving a straight answer, opting for a cryptic reply instead. "What do you mean?" "That doesn't matter. Figure it out yourself." His cryptic attitude seriously ticked Sakura off. "Listen here, you bastard. Give me a straight answer," she snapped. Furious, she slammed her hand onto the table and roared, "Where the hell do you think you are? You're running that mouth of yours way too freely." At this point, she decided to switch tactics and play the intimidation game. "You've already died once. Dying one more time right here wouldn't be an issue, would it?" But Kim Woo-jin wasn't fazed in the slightest. Instead, a smirk crept across his face. Not wanting to waste any more time, he cut straight to the chase. "Let's drop the pointless bickering. I didn't come here to pick a fight. Let's just get to the point." Even though Sakura was absolutely fuming, she had to swallow her anger. What an obnoxious prick, if it weren't for the commander's orders. Forcing herself to stay calm, she demanded some clarity. "Spit it out. You've got exactly 1 minute of my time." Kim Woo-jin calmly stated, "I've heard that the Thunder Emperor only does item exchanges, right?" Sakura coldly shot back a brief confirmation. "Is that so?" Kim Woo-jin continued, his tone remaining perfectly composed. "So then..." A smile touched his lips as he posed a question. Naturally, human beings can also be considered commodities for trade, can't they? This unexpected question left Sakura completely bewildered. What the hell is this bastard talking about? Meanwhile, he casually made his offer. "If I were to sell Isaac to the Phoenix Guild, I'm highly curious about what I'd get in return." Hearing this, Sakura let out a scoff, grinding her teeth as she asked, "So you didn't come here to negotiate on Isaac's behalf? You're planning to sell Isaac to us?" Suddenly, she slammed her foot hard onto the table and roared, "I have been trying my absolute best to tolerate you. You psychotic bastard, are you messing with me right now?" Right at that moment, an impressed voice echoed through the room. How truly fascinating. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin felt a chilling wave of killing intent right behind his back. Turning around, he saw that Hill Frey had somehow appeared silently behind him. The moment Sakura laid eyes on the man, she called out in a panic. "Commander!" At that moment, Hill Frey flashed a bloodthirsty grin and asked a question. "So, would it be possible for me to buy him by the pound?" Not one to back down, Kim Woo-jin shot right back. "Let's see. That could be an interesting arrangement, but I'm sure you wouldn't want an Isaac who's missing a leg or an arm, right?" A thick, suffocating silence fell over the room following those words. Thoroughly intrigued by Kim Woo-jin's proposal, Frey made his demand. "Your proposition is quite enticing. Go ahead and lay out the details." Late at night, inside the dungeon, two figures sat leisurely around a crackling, warm campfire. Still chewing on a mouthful of food, Lee Gina hesitantly asked a question. "Hey, you punk! Are you seriously going through with this?" Rather than answering, Kim Woo-jin just let out a light chuckle and tossed a question back, acting completely clueless. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gina bluntly shot back. "You know exactly what I mean. We nearly got ourselves killed in that 4th-floor dungeon, remember?" With utter nonchalance, Kim Woo-jin simply muttered, "Is that so?" This totally unfazed attitude drove Lee Gina so crazy that he started yelling. "What the hell do you mean? Is that so? Look, I already agreed to tackle the 5th floor, but jumping straight to A+ rank? Isn't that rushing it way too much?" Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin felt the sudden urge to tease him. "Who cares? Is a big guy like you actually scared of a little dungeon?" Just like always. Gina fell right for the bait, practically blowing smoke out of his ears. "Hey, why the hell are you always trying to provoke me? You really think I'm going to keep falling for your stupid traps?" His furious voice echoed loudly throughout the dark forest. "Do I look like a total idiot to you?" Just then, Kim Woo-jin's expression turned dead serious as he motioned for him to shut up. "Someone's out there." Instantly, Gina jolted in surprise, leaping to his feet and going on high alert. But as the figure stepped forward, a look of pure confusion washed over Gina's face. The person standing in the shadows offered a very timid greeting. "Hello?" Even Kim Woo-jin felt a flash of surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. It was none other than Myson. "I'm Meeson from the Messiah Guild. We'll be going on the dungeon raid together starting tomorrow." Suddenly, her voice dropped into a tiny mumble, and her face turned bright red. "Actually, Fidgeting awkwardly, she shyly confessed, "I'm a massive fan of yours. Since we'll be carrying out the raid together, I just wanted to come over and introduce myself first." Her unexpected arrival threw Kim Woo-jin for a loop, but then it clicked. Myson? Why would that bastard send her to this specific dungeon? He suddenly recalled his past life. The tragic day Myson passed away. He remembered how a devastated Jordan had clutched her lifeless body, sobbing until he had absolutely no tears left to shed. Back then, both Kay and Kim Woo-jin had stood there in complete silence, unable to speak a single word. What a deeply miserable memory that was. Snapping back to reality, Lahia Lee Gina was currently bursting into booming, confident laughter as he greeted Myson. "It is an absolute pleasure to meet you." With an incredibly smug look plastered on his face, he gloated, "Well, now, shouldn't I give my #1 fan an autograph?" Did Mian know he misunderstood and tried to explain? Of course, he didn't listen at all, and even had the nerve to say, "Don't make me look like the bad guy here." Just as Gina pulled out her pen to sign, asking, "So, where should I put my name?" Mian suddenly let out a shriek and dashed forward. "Excuse me." She shoved her notebook right in front of Kim Woo-jin and eagerly demanded, "Mr. Isaac, could I please get your autograph?" Without a second thought, Kim Woo-jin actually signed it for Mian. Watching this unfold, Lena was so humiliated that she snapped her pen right in half. The very next morning, the gate to the dungeon opened once again. The Salvation Guild arrived on the scene, closely followed by the Thunderbird Guild. On the Salvation Guild side stood Kim Woo-jin, currently playing the role of Isaac, alongside his highly irritated companion, Lena. Flashing back to that day at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, Hill Frey was rolling 2 walnuts in his hand as he slowly spoke up. "I'll say it one more time, despite what everyone else seems to believe." He asked point blank, "Are you the one truly controlling Isaac?" Kim Woo-jin himself didn't even try to hide it, openly admitting the truth. "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Sakura was so furious she practically shrieked. This is absolute madness. Are we seriously supposed to believe this total garbage? Frey just held up a hand to stop her and murmured, "Is that so?" At that moment, Kim Gujin cut straight to the chase. "I've heard that you possess a massive collection of items and skills. However, due to strict usage requirements, you're having trouble actually putting them to use." He flashed a sly grin and threw out a highly lucrative offer. "I will conquer any dungeon you want on your behalf. If I use Isaac, even restricted dungeons wouldn't be much of a problem, right?" What's more, he even gave Frey time to mull it over. "If you think this aligns with both our interests, please give it some thought." His arrogant attitude made Sakura's blood boil. "You absolute bastard!" But Frey remained perfectly calm, asking with a hint of genuine amusement. "Conditions, you say? Hearing you talk, it sounds like there's something specific you really want from me, isn't there?" He let out a chuckle and emphasized, "Fair enough, but I'm not in the business of taking losses." After that, he stood up preparing to leave, but didn't forget to add one last thing. "Even though I can't guess what it is you're after, your terms just don't convince me. If you want to take something from my hands, you'd better bring a much sweeter deal next time." Saying that, he turned to walk away. "While I do have some interest in trading for Isaac, it's really nothing worth getting too excited about." Frey's blunt rejection filled Sakura with sheer delight. Then, her bloodlust flared up as she wanted to finish Kim Gujin off right there. "Looks like your little negotiation failed, huh? You acted like you had something amazing to offer, but it turns out it's just pure trash." "Boss, should I just take care of this piece of trash right here and now?" she asked with a sadistic thrill. After all, he's completely useless to us now. After a moment of silence, Kim Gujin asked point blank, "I heard you're putting together a raid team. The giant one-eyed dungeon that appeared in the Amazon rainforest. Am I right?" Those words made Frey stop dead in his tracks. Then he uttered just two words. "What of it?" Kim Gujin casually replied, "I'm planning to send Isaac in to conquer that very place." Naturally, Frey didn't buy it for a second, scoffing in contempt as he declared that it was the most ridiculous joke he'd ever heard in his life. He outright refused to believe that Isaac could clear a Tier 5 dungeon. "You're telling me you're going to help me raid that dungeon? That Isaac of yours just barely cleared a Tier 4 dungeon, and you think he can waltz right into a Tier 5, let alone an A+ rank?" Frey's disdainful laughter echoed all around them. "I've certainly pulled off my fair share of crazy stunts at that level, but don't you think you're being a bit too overconfident?" Answering his mockery was Kim Gujin's intensely glaring eyes. Even so, Frey decided to give him a chance to prove himself. "Fine then. If you actually pull this off, we'll pick this conversation back up." His decision left Sakura in absolute disbelief, and she loudly tried to stop him. "Boss!" But right at that moment, Kim Gujin asked point blank, "So, how much is Isaac's body worth to you?" Frey calmly replied, "You've got it all wrong. It's not Isaac I'm looking to buy. Based on everything you've said, wouldn't it be much smarter to put my money on buying you instead?" He offered to make Kim Gujin his own subordinate. "So, what do you say? If you accept, then come work for me." It was an offer, sure, but he also made sure to add a cautious warning. "Of course, I'll have to test you first, seeing as I'm a naturally suspicious kind of guy." He pulled something out and declared, "Our deposit negotiations start right here." It was a parchment detailing the vampire skill. Usage condition, Emissary of the Dark World. Skill tier, Legendary. Effect, allows the user to transform into a vampire upon activation. Snapping back to the present, Kim Gujin, in Isaac's body, hardened his expression and muttered to himself, "Let's just stick to the plan." Then a voice shouted, "I'm entering the dungeon!" On their first day inside the giant one-eyed dungeon, the skeleton soldier and Lena charged in together, surrounding Go-Gyu. He dodged the attack and called out, "Hey, what exactly are you planning to tell Park Yong-won?" Kim Gujin, currently in the form of the skeleton soldier, turned to him in confusion and asked, "Tell him what?" Lena yelled back, "Anyone with eyes can see that we're siding with the Thunder Emperor right now. Do you really think Park Yong-won is just going to sit tight if he finds out? You're going to choose your words carefully, right?" Kim Gujin flatly replied, "Not at all. I'm just going to tell Park Yong-won the exact truth." Hearing that answer, he froze completely in his tracks. "You're gonna say what?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Go-Gyu slammed a vicious punch downward, but Lena swiftly dodged out of the way. He immediately launched a counterattack. "Aw, so I really have to beat some sense into your thick skull right now, don't I?" Bam! With a single slash from Lena, the creature crumpled to the ground. The high-speed impact triggered a massive cone-shaped explosion of dust across the barren desert. Thick smoke billowed in front of Kim Gujin, completely obscuring his vision as the dust slowly began to settle. A pair of legs slowly stepped out of the haze. Kim Gujin flinched, staring in shock at the sight before him. Legina marched over, smacked him on the back of the head, and grumbled. "Are you really going to tell him you accepted the Thunder Emperor's recruitment offer?" "Are you out of your damn mind?" Kim Gujin replied. "We can't hide it from Pion anyway. It's best if we just tell the truth." He smacked him on the head again and yelled, "Tell the truth? What damn truth? You act like Park Yong-won is just going to say, 'Oh, is that so?' and then happily hand us over to the Thunder Emperor. Cut the crap! Do you still not know what that bastard's temper is like?" Right in the middle of this tense moment, a figure stepped forward and spoke up. "Seems like you've misunderstood something." Kim Gujin continued, "If Park Yong-won finds out the details of our deal with the Thunder Emperor, do you think he'll assume we betrayed him or that we betrayed the Thunder Emperor?" Cut to day 23. Inside the dungeon on the 4th floor of the Minotaur's Labyrinth, Jordan viciously swung his sword at the goblin in front of him. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "It dodged that? Damn it, this is driving me crazy." Jordan turned and shouted, "Ko, what's the situation over there?" Ko calmly replied, "Same story on this side." Jordan glanced back over his shoulder. "Misin, are you almost ready?" She didn't answer. Instead, she stayed silent, continuing to channel a fireball in her hands that radiated a blindingly powerful surge of energy. The intense light immediately drew the goblin's attention toward Misin. Jordan barked an order. "Ko, they're targeting Misin! Get over there and back her up, now!" The entire horde of goblins charged madly at her with terrifying speed. Misin threw her head back as her power fully erupted. Her eyes glowed fiercely, crackling with arcs of energy. As her power peaked, an amplified, fiery orange storm of mana violently swirled around her, ready to incinerate everything in its path. Thick white smoke billowed into the air. Jordan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, that was way too close. We almost died right there. And what the hell is up with these black goblins anyway? He rested his weapon on his shoulder, planting his foot on a goblin corpse with a frown. A high-level dungeon really hits different. This is no joke. The monsters are probably going to keep spawning non-stop until we reach the main hall in the center of the labyrinth. If we spot a wider path, we need to take it. If we keep getting ambushed in these narrow, walled-off corridors, we're going to be in serious trouble. Even when we set up camp, we need to make sure there's an escape route. Right as he finished his sentence, Jordan's eyes locked onto a goblin launching a sneak attack. It leaped violently through the air. He screamed, "Misin!" Startled, Misin followed Jordan's gaze and whipped her head around. A goblin was mid-air, raising its blade, ready to slice her down. Slash! The pungent stench of blood instantly filled the air. Misin squeezed her eyes shut, knowing she didn't have time to counterattack. But after a moment, she felt nothing. She slowly opened her eyes. At her feet, the goblin had collapsed, pooling in its own blood. Jordan rushed over in a panic. "Misin, are you okay?" She nodded shakily. Yes, I'm fine." Suddenly, Jordan froze, thinking to himself, "Why the hell is this guy here?" Jordan looked at Kim Gujin and muttered softly, "Thanks. Because of you, my team didn't get hurt." Kim Gujin furrowed his brows and asked coldly, "Why didn't you finish them off properly?" Jordan looked confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Kim Gujin drove his sharp blade straight down into the goblin. "I'm confirming the kill," he replied coldly. The creature gritted its teeth, trembling violently in agony. Seeing its comrade truly finished off, another goblin nearby let out a panicked shriek. Only then did Jordan realize what was happening. Wait, they were playing dead? He watched in absolute shock as the remaining goblins scrambled to their feet and started fleeing for their lives. "There were that many left?" Kim Gujin explained. "Blood goblins possess highly advanced intelligence." With a heavy thud, the powerful legs of a skeleton soldier stomped down. The entire undead squad advanced toward the goblins. The surviving monster bared its fangs, breaking out in a cold sweat. The area was instantly torn apart by high-speed streaks of purple and red aura. Jordan witnessed the absolute massacre from start to finish. He stood there, completely stunned into silence. Kim Gujin let out a cold, mocking laugh and said, I was actually looking forward to doing a subjugation run with the Savior Guild, but as it turns out, you guys are pathetically incompetent. Hearing those insulting words, Jordan flared up with anger and was about to charge forward. You better shut your damn mouth right now. But right at that moment, Misen quickly grabbed his wrist, holding him back. Kim Gujin looked right at Jordan and spoke up. A raid leader is supposed to take full responsibility for their team's safety and keep their tension in check. He kicked the monster's corpse hard onto the ground. If you had actually known what kind of species a blood goblin is, wouldn't you have known the proper way to deal with them? Kim Gujin sneered. If a captain like you can't even handle something this basic, people are definitely going to talk trash about the Savior Guild. Jordan gritted his teeth in frustration, veins pulsing at his temples. A bitter sense of self-mockery welled up, weighing heavily on his chest. I know damn well I'm not a perfect captain, but the disappointment in your eyes is painfully clear. Looks like I got my hopes up for nothing. Jordan trembled with rage, gripping his weapon tightly. To think this bastard would just brush off all his efforts to save the world like that. Kai-Ho's voice turned cold. Isaac, I get what you're trying to say. Drop it. Now really isn't the time for infighting, he continued. We need to join forces and clear this dungeon together. That's what we should be doing. Men stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Jordan's chest to stop him from charging in blind rage. She nodded in agreement. He is right, you know. As much as we appreciate your help, what exactly are you doing here? Men's tone was icy. Every team is supposed to stick to their assigned zone. Don't tell me you came all the way over here just to pick a fight. Kim Gujin immediately pointed behind him. Well, we ran into a bit of a problem, Isaac explained. Our team's tanker injured his leg. Right on cue, Lena limped over, offering an awkward, forced smile. How is everyone doing? Men gasped, her hands flying to cover her mouth in shock. Oh my God, what happened to you? They immediately rushed over to support him. Despite the cold sweat pouring down his face, Lee Gina gritted his teeth and tried to tough it out. I just let my guard down for a second, that's all, he muttered. Men spoke up with gentle concern. Here, sit down. Let me take a look at that wound. A wave of guilt and embarrassment washed over him. I can't believe they're actually letting me rest. Sure, taking a break felt nice, but Lee Gina frantically waved his hands. No, really, I'm fine. It's nothing. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Having to fake an injury like this is so humiliating. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin stood in silence, his eyes locked onto the scene unfolding before him. A sudden realization dawned on Kim Gujin. That's right. These guys are completely different from Lee Si-jun. They were more genuine than anyone else out here. Their one and only desire was truly to save this world. Jordan stepped up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, let me get this straight. You couldn't even manage your own team, so you came crawling to us? Tell me, how exactly do you plan on preaching about the basics now, huh? He smirked, doubling down on the mockery. What was it you said earlier? A commander must take full responsibility for the safety of their team. Jordan jabbed a condescending finger at his chest. Hey, Isaac, how about you practice what you preach before lecturing the rest of us? When Isaac just stood there, his face completely devoid of emotion, Jordan scowled. Huh? What's the matter? Why don't you keep acting all high and mighty like you were a minute ago? Cat got your tongue all of a sudden? The corner of Kim Gujin's mouth curled up in a faint smirk. Just as I expected, he thought. Jordan's personality hasn't changed one bit. I wasn't careless like a certain someone, he shot back sharply. My teammate just lost his footing, that's all. That little bastard, Lee Gina muttered under his breath, annoyed. Still, he forced himself to stay calm and play along. That's right. It was entirely my fault. Lee Gina slapped his supposedly injured leg and let out a sheepish laugh. I ignored our commander's orders and rushed ahead on my own. This is what I get for it. Did you guys know about this? There's a massive cliff right beneath our feet. Jordan let out a cold scoff. Anyway, I guess your excuse is that since we don't have a tanker, you graciously came over to help us because we couldn't attack on our own, right? Kim Gujin calmly nodded. Exactly. But looking at the pathetic state of your team right now, I'm starting to regret my decision. Tell you what, how about your entire team just steps back and follows my orders? Just do exactly as I say, Kim Gujin continued, his tone authoritative. and I guarantee you'll all make it out of this dungeon alive." Jordan's eyes went bloodshot, flashing with a deadly knife-like glare. "What the hell did you just say, you little bastard?" He dragged his battle axe across the ground, the metal screeching harshly against the stone with every heavy step he took. "Since we have to clear this place anyway," Jordan growled, his voice trembling with rage. "If you're so desperate to show off, I'll give you your chance to shine." Jordan leaned in, invading his personal space. His eyes were burning with fury, his voice dripping with challenge. "But there is no way in hell I'm letting that cocky attitude of yours slide. If you want the position of commander so badly, prove it. Fight me one-on-one, right here, right now." Meanwhile, the internet was exploding with breaking news. For the first time in history, the Savior Guild was attempting to clear a 7-floor dungeon. Who are the brave souls stepping into this 7-floor C-rank dungeon? Supported by the Savior Guild, Johan J had been tearing through 5-floor dungeons back to back. The Savior Guild's Lee Si-jun and Johan J were on an unstoppable rise. On the other hand, Isaac's team had completely vanished after their raid on Hellhound, their whereabouts and survival unknown for an entire month. Back in her office, Park Shin-hye sat in anxious silence, nervously biting her lip. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, making her jump. "Whoa, what's with that look on your face? Are you worried?" Park Shin-hye's gaze instantly turned ice cold as she snapped her head toward the voice. Stepping out of the shadows, Johan J leaned his elbows on the table, his shoulders shaking with dark amusement. "What's the matter? Feeling lost without your precious commander here to hold your hand?" He mocked, a nasty smirk on his face. "Is that why you're wearing your anxiety so openly?" Right at that moment, another man strode into the room, his voice lacing with irritation. "Cut the crap and show some respect." Johan J's face immediately darkened, his gaze turning deadly as he glared at the newcomer. The man furiously snapped back. "You arrogant little punk! She isn't someone you can just disrespect whenever you feel like it." He tilted his chin up defiantly. "While Lee Si-jun is away, she is the acting guildmaster of the Savior Guild." That imposing man was none other than Jo Sung-gu of the Savior Guild. He threatened them. "If you step out of line and break the rules one more time, I swear I won't let you off easy." Johan Jobs let out a wicked smirk. "And if this little brat refuses to stop, what exactly do you plan to do about it?" The two stood face to face, their eyes locked in a deadly standoff, neither willing to back down. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. A suffocating killing intent surged around them, feeling as though a fight to the death could erupt at any given second. She slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang, furious. "Enough!" Park Jin-hye spoke up, her voice cold. "Now is not the time to be at each other's throats. Our only priority right now is assisting the guildmaster." Her voice rang out again. "But based on what Johan just said, this wasn't what we agreed upon with the guildmaster, was it?" Sukahara Ken shot her a sideways glare, his tone dripping with annoyance. "Look, I know Lee Jun wants a one-on-one showdown with Isaac someday, but we gathered here with one goal, to kill Isaac. So quit beating around the bush and get to the damn point." He then questioned her, "Are you absolutely sure about the intel that Isaac entered that 5-floor A+ ranked dungeon?" Park Jin-hye quickly pressed a button on the remote. "At first, I thought it was just some baseless rumor too, but it's actually true." She went on to explain, "This intel came straight from a guild member operating out of the Amazon. They saw it with their own 2 eyes. Isaac definitely went into that dungeon." Sukahara Ken asked out of curiosity, "And who are the guild members accompanying Isaac?" Park Jin-hye replied, "They don't share our ideals. We can't assign them any other missions because, quite frankly, they are completely untrustworthy." He replied in a nonchalant tone, "Well, that's fine by me." Sukahara Ken furrowed his brows. That guy isn't the type to just recklessly charge in and make a mess of things. "I'll handle him personally this time." Those words seemed to play right into her hands. The corners of her mouth curled up into a deeply satisfied smile. Clasping her hands together, Park Jin-hye said, "If you're volunteering to step up yourself, then my mind is completely at ease. Though I'm not sure how much help this will be." She pointed a finger over at Johann George. "The fossil is... but he makes for a rather excellent piece of bait. After all, he's the one who lured them all right into the dungeon." Johann looked incredibly smug. though he tried to put on an act of fake humility. Why did you have to expose me like that? You're so mean. Johann George spoke up, his tone dripping with arrogance. Well, whatever. If we can finally wipe that bastard Isaac off the map, it works out perfectly for me, especially as an emissary of the dark world. His face radiated absolute smugness, practically gloating that he'd get to hog all the glory for himself. The others just ignored him. No one even bothered to reply. The atmosphere in the room grew terrifyingly suffocating. After a long moment of silence, Sukahara-ken spoke up. So, where exactly are we executing this plan? Park Jin-hai pressed another button on the remote. Instantly, an image flashing the location of the next dungeon popped up on the screen. She answered, Egypt, a special A+ rank, 6th floor dungeon. Suddenly, a massive blade slashed down, violently snapping a bone clean in half. Jordan broke into a cold sweat from the sheer agony. Mason covered her mouth in shock, crying out softly, Jordan! He lay flat on his back on the ground, panting heavily, before finally shouting, All right, I give up. You win. Kim Woo-jin, who had been casually leaning against the wall, jolted up the second he heard Jordan surrender. Over in the corner, Lena let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. I used to be exactly like that back in the day, he thought to himself. He slowly walked over to Jordan, his heavy footsteps causing the defeated man to instinctively scramble backward. Kim Woo-jin looked down at him, his voice ice cold. So, I take it you're going to keep your end of the bargain. The scene shifted to a massive, deep blue, cylindrical structure. Jordan gripped his weapon so tightly his knuckles turned white. Just how many hours have I been fighting in this hellhole? He wondered exhaustedly. No matter how many attacks he launched, there was no end in sight. Still, refusing to break, he turned around and roared, Maizen! We're going in again! Give me some cover fire! I can't just lay down and die here. Mason nodded firmly, yelling back, Got it! I'm on it! A bright, glowing magic circle flared up beneath Jordan's feet. He had activated his tenacious scoundrel skill. The blinding light immediately drew the Minotaur's attention. Mason sprinted forward, charging right toward the beast. Hey, ugly! Over here! She screamed, waving her arms. You oversized meathead! The Minotaur gnashed its teeth, flying into a blind rage at Mason's taunts. Jordan was rushing in for a strike, but seeing the monster wind up an attack, he desperately leaned back to skid to a halt. The Minotaur slammed its massive weapon down, violently shattering the ground beneath them. He threw himself into a quick dodge roll, barely escaping the impact zone. Kai! Jordan roared, cursing viciously under his breath. Damn it, that was a sloppy landing. Hearing his Kusunai, Kai exploded upward, launching a fierce counterattack. Suspended in the gloomy, purple-tinted air of the dungeon, he readied a chillingly sharp sword strike. Kai crashed down, burying his twin blades deep into the Minotaur's flesh. The monster threw its head back, letting out an ear-piercing shriek of pure agony. Without missing a beat, Kai darted across the beast's massive frame. With every single step, his blades carved deep, fatal gashes into its thick hide. From the sidelines, Mizzen swung her magic staff, unleashing a roaring torrent of fire that engulfed the Minotaur. Panting heavily, Jordan kept his guard up, anxiously scanning their surroundings. I'm such an absolute idiot, Jordan cursed himself. Why the hell did I ever agree to a bet with that bastard? As if reading his mind and thoroughly enjoying his suffering, Kim Woo-jin flashed a deeply satisfied smile. Just as his mind wandered, Kai suddenly screamed, Jordan, watch out! Jordan snapped his head up, only to see a massive, jagged stalactite hurtling straight down toward his skull. Jordan froze, a jolt of sheer terror shooting through his veins. He desperately tried to move, but his leg was hopelessly pinned shut by the crushed rubble beneath him. Panic seized him. My leg! I can't dodge in time! With no other options left, he had no choice but to brace his body and take the crushing impact head on. Eyes blazing with desperation, Jordan let out a guttural roar. Just die already! Slash! A haunting flash of gray and deep, ominous crimson appeared. Men couldn't bear it anymore, her eyes welling with tears. On the other side, the Minotaur brought its foot down in a thunderous stomp right where Jordan was standing. She screamed, Jordan! After the massive strike, the beast let out a defiant roar. Jordan squinted, completely disoriented by what had just happened. Then he flinched, his eyes shooting wide open. Next to him, with long platinum hair blowing in the wind, Kay muttered, That just took 10 years off my life. Kim Gujin stood tall and imposing, effortlessly carrying Jordan in his arms right in front of everyone. Jordan panicked and started thrashing around. "What the hell is this?" "Put me down right this second," Kim Gujin just smirked. "Alright, if that's what the princess wants, your wish is my command." He casually let go, sending Jordan crashing hard into the dirt. Jordan gritted his teeth in sheer rage and bellowed, "You little punk! Would it kill you to put me down gently?" Menon rushed over to check on him. "Jordan, are you okay?" Jordan gave a stiff nod and muttered, "Luckily, nothing is broken." Seeing Gujin turn to leave, Jordan yelled, "You bastard! Where do you think you're going?" Kim Gujin glanced back and said coldly, "The tank is injured, so someone has to step in, right?" Annoyed, Jordan roared, "What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're just gonna rush out there and act as a meat shield? You're seriously jumping into that mess?" Gujin shot back with chilling calm. "If I don't, do you have a better idea?" Jordan snapped furiously, "I'd rather you just let me charge back in. If someone has to die, it should be me." Kim Gujin scoffed in pure contempt. "Charging back into battle with those crippled legs is nothing but suicide. If you die, who's going to take responsibility for the rest of the squad? Don't flatter yourself thinking that a commander's sacrifice is some noble or heroic act. Instead of wasting time on useless thoughts like that, you'd be better off training harder so this mess doesn't happen again." A tank isn't just a meat shield meant to soak up enemy attacks. The core role of a tank is to buy enough time for the rest of the team to fight back. I'm only going to demonstrate this once, so open your damn eyes and watch closely. The scene shifted to a familiar city as a voice rang out. "Oh my, look who we have here." Session, sitting comfortably in his office, raised his voice. "What brings Tom all the way to the Dragon's Den today?" The man sitting across from him chuckled. "You're hilarious, my friend. Such a warm and grand welcome. Next time, try to make the hospitality a little less extravagant, will you?" The visitor was none other than the Dragon Slayer, Franz Soachero. He smirked and asked, "And what's with the Tom nickname? Are you talking about me?" Session scowled. "Obviously. So what the hell are you doing here out of the blue? I don't get it. You aren't exactly the type of guy to drop by without a good reason, right?" On the other side of the desk, Franz Soachero maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Of course, I have a very important reason. Otherwise, why on earth would I drag myself to a place this remote and boring? Did you really think I had the free time to come watch you get old, ugly, and lose all your hair?" Sishin's face instantly darkened with annoyance. Franz Soachero gently set his teacup down on the table. He narrowed his eyes, finally getting to the point. "I need to ask you something. Does your claim of I'm going to save the world still hold up?" Session flinched in surprise. He spoke with a heavy, solemn tone. "Ever since Mr. Lee died, you've been entirely dead set on this, haven't you?" Session tilted his head, glancing past the man's shoulder. Franz Soachero gave him a confused look, wondering what he was staring at. Following Session's gaze, Fran leaned to the side. Standing quietly behind him was Ju. She offered a deep, respectful bow. But before Fran could get a good look behind him, Session loudly snapped, interrupting his thoughts. "Of course it still holds. Do you still not understand the kind of man I am? If I say I'm going to do something, I make damn sure it gets done." Franz Soachero blinked in surprise, turning his attention back and asking, "Wait, what? So the offer is still on the table, right?" Session slapped his hand hard against his thigh and continued. "More than that, a favor must be repaid twofold, and a grudge must be repaid fourfold. That's the only way I'll ever be satisfied." The scene cut back to the furious, roaring Minotaur. Jordan watched it, gritting his teeth. This is impossible. How is he dodging every single attack without using any physical enhancement skills? Kim Gujin glided flawlessly around the monster's blind spots. Watching him closely, Jordan silently analyzed the situation. His movements are so precise, it's almost as if he knows exactly how the beast is going to strike. But if all he does is dodge, there's no way he can actually win. Suddenly, Jordan's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "Look! What the hell is he doing?" "Watch your back! It's a dead end over there!" The Minotaur charged full speed, barreling straight toward Kim Gujin. At the very last second, Gujin expertly sidestepped, causing the massive beast to smash headfirst into the solid stone wall. Jordan was as tense as a coiled spring, watching the scene without even daring to blink. Lee Gina furiously shook his head and muttered under his breath, "Here he goes again." Filled with anxiety, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I don't care how awful that punk's personality is. He doesn't deserve to die out here. It's my fault. I should have been the one to die. My life alone should have been enough to end this nightmare. But now that I've lost all my skeleton soldiers, there's absolutely no way we can win. Right in the middle of that desperate crisis, one of the skeleton soldiers was violently slammed into the dirt. Jordan suddenly froze in his tracks. Hold on a second. Are the skeleton soldiers still moving? From behind, the remaining skeleton soldiers ruthlessly swarmed in, launching a relentless assault on the Minotaur. The beast's massive horns were firmly wedged deep into the stone wall, completely stuck. Now, the mighty Minotaur was entirely immobilized, unable to move a single muscle. Jordan stared in absolute disbelief. Kim Gujin casually spun the sword in his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Taking in the pathetic state of the monster, a cold, satisfied smirk spread across his face. What's the matter? Can't move a muscle? A tremendously powerful impact created a conical blast crater, sending white smoke and debris flying into the air. The beast stood frozen like a statue, then flinched as Kim Gujin's silhouette drew closer. The Minotaur's bloodshot eyes watched as a razor-sharp blade hurtled right toward it. Slash! The metallic stench of blood permeated the air. The Minotaur, the absolute ruler of the labyrinth, had been afflicted with blood poison. Its pierced eyes snapped shut. Furious, the Minotaur snorted thick white smoke from its nostrils. Driven to madness by rage, it violently threw its massive body forward, breaking free from its restraints. He sized the beast up, noting to himself, "Still got plenty of fight left in you, huh? I thought I could buy a little more time. It's pretty smart. I won't be able to bait it into the wall a second time." Kim Gujin watched its body swell in size and muttered an assessment. "Going berserk, are we? Perfect timing. An enraged beast will only ever charge straight ahead." The Minotaur stomped its hooves and lunged violently forward. He continued to calculate his next move. So its next move is highly likely to be pouring all its strength into one fatal strike. Just as he predicted, a goblin flew in out of nowhere and slammed headfirst into the beast. Skeleton soldiers were dragging goblin corpses and hurling them with tremendous force to attack the giant Minotaur. The skeletons grabbed the goblins and lobbed them relentlessly, like a barrage of cannonballs. The bodies of the goblins suddenly began to glow. They continuously flew through the air, crashing into the Minotaur and making it grimace in agony. Watching the spectacle unfold before him, Kim Gujin couldn't hold back a chuckle. The skill, Emissary of the Dark Corpse Explosion, had been activated. A critical strike had been delivered. A blindingly radiant surge of golden energy triggered an explosion of light, ripping apart everything at the point of impact. Jordan's group down below watched tensely, unable to tear their eyes away. The Minotaur's massive body came crashing down, sending thick clouds of dust billowing into the air. Its colossal frame lay flat on the ground, but the skeleton soldiers weren't finished yet. They continued to hack away frantically at the Minotaur. Each skeleton targeted a different part of its body. A relentless rain of sword strikes came crashing down. Kim Gujin paid it no more mind, turning his back and walking away. By now, the entire area was bathed in a gruesome, bloody red, the scene descending into absolute chaos. A skeleton soldier clad in heavy armor, wielding twin scythes of blue energy, unleashed a flurry of strikes. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit area, a flippant young man smirked and asked, "So, what's the reason you guys told me to stay back here all by myself?" Johan Jobs threw a mocking smile at Shin Hee. "Don't tell me you're trying to ask me out on a date." She narrowed her eyes, glaring at him with intense annoyance. Struggling to suppress her irritation toward the cocky bastard, she finally spoke up. "How is that matter I entrusted to you going?" Johan Jobs nonchalantly clasped his hands behind his head. "Oh, you mean that Balmung sword?" he replied with an incredibly flippant attitude. "Someone already snatched it right out from under my nose, so sorry about that, yeah?" Shin Hee was so stunned that she completely forgot to respond, sinking deep into her own thoughts. Balmung was taken? Who in the world could it be? "Does he mean there's someone else out there targeting that sword besides us?" Sung Gu spoke up with a fierce scowl. "I absolutely refuse to accept that." He instantly pulled a dagger from his inventory and moved at lightning speed, darting from Shin Hee's side to appear right behind Johan Jobs. Johan simply tilted his head slightly to dodge, but in truth, Sung Gu never intended to actually hurt him. It was merely a threat. If I carve a hole into that pretty face of yours, maybe a piece of trash like you will finally learn some manners." Johan laughed it off. "Hey now, why so scary? I thought you guys said I was your oh-so-important bait." Without a single ounce of fear, he casually poked the tip of the blade with his finger and pushed it away. "Are you really trying to threaten me with this little toy?" Sungu was slightly taken aback by Johan's absolute nerve and lack of fear. He gritted his teeth in utter annoyance, while Johan Jobs just kept on smiling and mocking them. "Don't tell me you guys actually think you can catch a big fish like Isaac without my help, right?" Unable to hold back his anger, Sungu let out a cold snort. "I'll end a piece of trash like you right here and take your place in Egypt." But Shinhee immediately snapped at him. "Stand down!" Her command made him freeze in his tracks for a good 2 seconds. Shinhee sighed. He's right. Even though she hated to admit it, she couldn't deny Johan's words. To create the perfect pretext to lure Ajax out and stir up public opinion, Ni Fa Fi. There was obviously no better bait than Johan. Denied the chance to strike, Sungu could only grit his teeth and swallow his rage. Riding the momentum, Johan burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha. As expected, Master Bo knows exactly what's up." Shinhee sighed heavily and massaged her temples. "All right, just make sure you play your part as the bait properly." At that same moment, on the 5th floor in the Giant's Forest, a bright light flashed. A few people stepped out of the dungeon's teleportation gate. The man leading the group called out softly, "Hey, you there!" Gujin, still maintaining his disguised identity, shot a glance over at him. The team captain strutted over, laying the flattery on thick. "Your strength is every bit as terrifying as the rumors say. Thanks to you, we hardly had to lift a finger. I suppose this is where we part ways. Wishing you a safe journey back." Sensing the man had an ulterior motive, Gujin bluntly asked, "Is there something you need?" The captain leaned in close and lowered his voice. "Oh, it's nothing major. Just wanted to double-check that you haven't forgotten the little promise you made to our commander." Gujin dropped his voice to match him, replying, "You mean handing over this dungeon's rewards to your people, right?" Gina stood off to the side, shooting side glances at the two of them, whispering back and forth, her face practically twisting with jealousy. The captain smiled and nodded. "Spot on. You've got a great memory." And so, the two of them made the exchange. With Gina standing guard, Gujin couldn't care less about any prying eyes staring their way. Jordan furrowed his brows tightly, his heart boiling with bitter resentment. Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently took his. Men looked at him with genuine concern and asked, "Jordan, are you okay?" He forced a laugh, trying to play it cool. "Haha, I'm good. Seriously, I'm completely fine." Kay patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't beat yourself up over what happened in that last fight, Jordan, okay?" Men clapped and laughed, completely agreeing with Kay. "Yeah, exactly." But then, the innocent girl blurted out a comment that pierced right through Jordan's fragile little heart. "Isaac is just super amazing, so it's totally not your fault, Jordan." Jordan's face darkened, completely mortified. Why the hell does that hurt even more? In the end, Jordan just sighed and let go of his lingering frustration over the match. "Thanks, guys." After finishing his chat with the captain, Gujin glanced over at them. He recalled the times he had fought side by side with those three. He remembered his past life and how they had to fight tooth and nail just to survive that brutal trial. It was one of his greatest regrets from his previous timeline, where the survival rate had been a mere 50%. This time, however, everyone made it out completely unscathed. All because he had carefully laid out a plan to take the enemies down with the absolute minimum number of casualties. His reminiscence faded, but his brows remained tightly knitted. Right at that moment, a massive explosion echoed from deep within the forest. Flocks of birds frantically took to the skies in a total panic. The captain jolted, scanning the area on high alert, and Jordan's group immediately readied their weapons. Gina, however, didn't seem terribly surprised. As for Gujin, it was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. They're here. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Sechin had an unexpected visitor in his office. Massaging his temples, he said, "Can we stop beating around the bush and just get to the point? Why on earth did you come looking for me?" The man casually sipping tea across from Sechin was none other than the dragon hunter, Frank Sachero. Following the prompt, he finally revealed the true purpose of his visit. "If your claim about saving the world was actually sincere." Frank Sachero set his teacup down on the table. "But then there is something I need to give you." He had successfully piqued Sechin's curiosity. And what might that be? Frank Sakuro didn't say another word. He simply pulled a sword straight out of his inventory. Sechin flinched at the sight of it, and even Jisoo tore her eyes away from her monitor to see what it was. Frank Sakuro placed the weapon on the desk, a pitch-black blade with a gilded spine. Sechin picked it up to examine it, his eyes widening in pure shock as he recognized it. Is this the Banmu? Frank Sakuro nodded, sharing the intel he had gathered. That's right. This is the very artifact the Messiah Guild has been secretly hunting down. And if my theory is correct, this is the only blade in existence capable of killing Lee Seijin. Sechin's eyes sparkled like stars as he carefully stroked the sword. But then a thought struck him. Wait, you're seriously just giving this to me for free? Frank Sakuro gave him a deadpan glare, utterly at a loss for words. Night fell. As their aircraft cruised through the sky, Sechin sat in the cabin, staring solemnly out the window. He turned to Jisoo and asked, He's left, hasn't he? She nodded. Yes, sir. Jisoo rested her hands quietly on the steering wheel, then suddenly called out, Director? She continued, You really don't need to stare at me like that. That made Sechin freeze for a split second. The rearview mirror perfectly captured his flustered expression. Huh? What are you talking about? I wasn't looking at you. Jisoo spoke up softly. I asked him everything myself. She recalled seeing Frank Sakuro off and exchanging a few words with him. Jisoo's voice grew heavy. About the day my father died. Sechin asked anxiously, What exactly happened? Inwardly, he panicked. Did she find out the truth about that day? Jisoo turned the key, starting the engine. Sweating with nerves, Sechin asked her, Secretary Lee, are you okay? No, Jisoo replied. Staring blankly at the road ahead, she added, I am absolutely not okay. With that, she pulled the vehicle out of the parking spot. The scene shifted back to the dungeon, where the expedition team was currently marching into a massive cavern. Jordan grumbled in annoyance. Seriously, why the hell did we even come here? Are the Thunderbirds just going to leave us alone if we keep doing this? He even said that if we wanted to increase our chances of clearing this place, we needed to work together. A rough-looking guy ran up to report. Captain, he asked, they're already ahead of us. What's the play here? Minang turned to Gujin, who was disguised as Isaac. Look, Isaac, we seriously need to start our assault, just like we did before. It's best for both of us to get the hell out of this dungeon as fast as possible, right? Gujin turned his head away and replied coldly, Cut the crap. You mean just like before, when you guys split up and scuttled away to hide? Minang quickly sputtered, When the hell did I hide? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Gujin shot him a sharp glare. These aren't the kind of monsters we can just brush off. If you want to keep your pathetic little life, you'd better do exactly as I say. Refusing to accept it, Minang cursed him out in his head. You little bastard! The rough-looking guy turned back to him. Captain, what's the plan? Are we getting ready to fight or what? Minang gritted his teeth. Just like that guy said, we made it this far without losing a single person. If I can personally take down the two-headed Cyclops... His thoughts drifted to Sakura. I could crush him and become the commander's right-hand man. At that thought, a sly smirk crept across Minang's face. He barked his orders. All right, everyone form up. We're going hunting for the two-headed Cyclops. Gujin paused, shooting a brief glance at their group. He then turned to Jordan and Men. Keep an eye on the Thunderbirds. We're prioritizing things on our end. Jordan flared up in anger, and Men had to softly try to talk him down. Whoa, take it easy. Calm down. Meanwhile, Gujin walked over to Gina. What's the status? He gave a thumbs up and answered confidently, top tier, obviously. Suddenly, a voice rang out and everyone instantly scrambled into combat formation. The monsters are that way. Giant ants are crawling out of the den. Gujin commanded, All right, let's stick to the plan. Gina opened his inventory and shouted out. Got it. The system announced that the Ring of Solomon had been equipped. Gina slipped the ring onto his finger, realizing this was the exact ring that the swordsman had lied about before getting exposed. The system displayed the item's info. The Ring of Solomon, a legendary tier artifact, usable for players above level 100. It once belonged to King Solomon himself. If you activate the ring's signature skill, Solomon's Command, it will consume mana to let you control monsters of a lower level than the wearer. Stats include plus 100 mana, a 10% increase in attack power, and the ability to use Solomon's Command. Gina thrust out his ring-bearing hand. The system prompted the activation of the Ring of Solomon. He cast the spell, commanding the swarm to halt. A radiant golden light quickly engulfed the ants. Off to the side, as Izuchai can be Fwafing, Ahtaposanin, a squad member was ambushed and collapsed to the ground. Minyoung was panting heavily from exhaustion. He darted his eyes around before swinging his sword with a fierce slash. Damn it! Where the hell did all these freaks come from? His blade tore through the air, striking down countless monsters. Minyoung gripped his sword, roaring with sheer confidence. Yeah, that's right. Come at me if you've got a death wish. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Suddenly, he tripped over a fallen body and crashed hard onto the ground. As Minyoung snapped back to his senses, he stared at the corpses scattered all around him, muttering, What is this? What the hell happened here? He shifted his gaze to the side, recalling the earlier battle where he had fought the Cyclops. Human corpses were strewn everywhere around him. Wait, did I run away from the battlefield just to escape that monster's ambush? Blood was dripping steadily from his blade, but I clearly remember getting killed by that thing. Then why are all my subordinates dead? He sat there in a daze before a terrifying realization finally hit him. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. Minyoung instantly came face to face with the colossal two-headed Cyclops towering right over his back. Its glowing blood-red eyes glared down at him. Trembling, he let out a terrified curse. Fuck me! The monster brought its massive fist crashing down on him. With a deafening boom, it smashed him into the ground. Minyoung's entire body was pulverized into nothingness. Darkness swallowed the eerie depths of the cave. The two-headed Cyclops was violently tearing into its prey. While the beast feasted deep inside the cave, Gujin stood a short distance away, calmly watching it. Jordan walked up and asked, Hey, Yak? Gujin slightly shifted his gaze toward him. Jordan spoke up with a serious tone. Man, I don't know if this is the right move. Gujin replied coldly. What do you mean? Jordan pointed behind them. I'm talking about those striped ants. He glanced at Gina, who was happily petting the swarm, and asked skeptically, Are you seriously planning to drag those things along for a fight? Gujin calmly replied to the guy hiding behind his back. They're actually way cuter than I thought. Go on, give him a pet. Jordan stayed dead serious. Right now, they're just under the item's mind control, but who the hell knows when they might turn around and attack us instead? He pointed out that even while the item's effect was active, there had to be a time limit. What if the mind control breaks right in the middle of a battle? Gujin tilted his head and asked. Do you still doubt me? Jordan quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant at all. Gujin walked toward him and explained. Of course, a single ring's effect isn't enough to keep those ants under control forever. He patted Jordan on the shoulder. But as long as they play their part perfectly before the control wears off and then wipe themselves out, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Leaving that cold remark behind, Gujin walked away. Meanwhile, Gina was getting hyped up. All right, my little ant babies, the signal is given. It's time for you to shine. He clenched his fist tightly, fully unleashing the ring's power. A bright burst of light radiated outward, shrouding the swarm. The glow completely captured the attention of all the surrounding ants. They began moving as a massive unit under Gina's command, their sole target being the two-headed Cyclops. The rustling noise of the marching swarm quickly alerted the beast. The monster stood up just as the horde of ants lunged at its back in unison. They immediately swarmed up its legs, biting down viciously. The insects rapidly scaled the monster's body, tearing into its flesh and making it roar out in absolute agony. Gujin stood with his arms crossed, watching a very ecstatic Gina. Yeah, that's it. Good job. Jordan watched in pure shock, thinking to himself, Wait, the boss of a 5th floor A+ rank dungeon can really be taken down this easily? The monster tumbled backward into the sea of ants. The swarm crawled up and gnawed right at its eyeballs until one of its eyes began to glow ominously. The entire swarm froze, raising their heads toward the blinding light. Suddenly, they turned on each other, pairing off and tearing their own comrades to shreds. Gina stared at his ring, shouting in frustration, What the hell? Why are they suddenly fighting each other? Did the ring's effect wear off already? The ants continued their ferocious, bloody civil war. Seizing the chance, the beast rose to its feet and stomped down hard, crushing a huge chunk of the swarm. It stomped relentlessly, hell-bent on wiping out the entire colony. Gujin glanced over and spoke to Gina. Those two eyes of its are called demon eyes, and each has a different ability. One of those powers is a status ailment triggered by its left eye. It's called the confusion effect. In mere moments, the monster completely obliterated the ant swarm. Gujin continued, it strips its enemies of their ability to tell friend from foe. When a bunch of mind-controlled minions blindly rush in together, that's exactly what happens. Gina panicked, stammering out, Then what the hell do we do now? If we all just charge in blindly, we'll end up exactly the same, Gujin said with a confident smirk. Normally, yeah, that's exactly what would happen. The monster bared its fangs, its attention snapping straight toward the group. You hit the nail on the head. That is, if it didn't have a cooldown time, Jordan thought in utter confusion. Wait, isn't this that yak guy's first time facing a two-headed cyclops too? How in the world does he know about the demon eye and its cooldown? Gina asked, her voice brimming with excitement. Ah, so that's the play. So we're jumping down to beat it to a pulp right now, aren't we? Jordan stood off to the side, silently judging them. You guys caught on way too fast. Gujin drew his sword from his inventory and replied, No, I'm going in first all by myself because the demon eye on the right is still active. Jordan quickly tried to stop him. Wait, if the right eye is a demon eye too, we need a solid backup plan. But he had already darted off. Jordan desperately called out, Hey! Hold on, Gina chimed in, telling him there was no need to worry so much. He said with total confidence, Do you still not know what kind of guy Yak is? Watching Gujin charge at the enemy with his sword, Gina said, That guy is definitely not the type to act recklessly without a backup plan. Gujin quickly closed the distance to the two-headed cyclops, and it immediately locked its right eye onto him. He gritted his teeth, fighting with everything he had to resist its control. The system flashed a warning. You have entered the line of sight of the demon eye. Abnormal status effect, petrification, triggered. Gujin's body began to turn to stone, and his legs grew incredibly heavy and sluggish. He managed to drag himself forward just a little bit more until he couldn't take another step. He came to a dead stop, glaring up at the colossal monster. Gujin looked right at it and gave a faint smile. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He activated the power of the ring on his finger. The system announced, The Ring of Lelot has violently resisted the petrification effect. The ring pulsed with a blinding light, and the stone encasing him completely shattered to pieces. Gujin raised his hand right in front of its face. Now! While it's caught off guard, not realizing its demon eye is useless against me, and while its left eye is still on cooldown, I'll leap up and stab its eye so I can take out the right one first. The two-headed cyclops wildly swung its massive fist at Gujin, slamming him brutally into the ground. A thick cloud of dust erupted, but hidden deep within the smoke, a brilliant light suddenly flashed. Gujin had reflexively thrown up his shield to block the devastating blow. The system displayed the item's information. The Shield of Aegis, item grade, legendary. Equipable from level 1. The ultimate shield forged by Hephaestus. It is absolutely indestructible. Effect: channeling mana or aura into the shield will trigger the divine protection. Absolute defense! The monster unleashed a deafening shriek as the entire right side of its chest violently exploded. Men unleashed a barrage of ranged magic attacks. Jordan roared his command. Charge! Gina dashed forward and yelled, It's our turn to go wild now, right? Gujin replied calmly. I'll handle the right eye all by myself. He then called out to the rest of the group. You guys take out the one on the left. We have to take it down before the cooldown on that other demon eye resets, Gina shouted back in agreement. Okay. The system then announced, Skeleton warriors have been summoned. The two-headed cyclops was still shrieking in pure agonizing pain, its right chest utterly obliterated. Gujin and his skeleton warriors blitzed forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed men in the backline, channeling attacks with her magic staff to blast the monster. Seeing her watching his back gave Gujin a sense of total relief, bringing a satisfied smirk to his face. He briefly paused, then explosive dashed straight ahead. Gujin and his skeleton warriors vaulted around to strike the Cyclops from behind. Finally, the long-awaited system notification rang out. You have slain the two-headed Cyclops. You have acquired the Demon Eye of the Two-Headed Cyclops. Demon Eye of the Two-Headed Cyclops. Item grade, Legendary. Equipable from level 1 and above. A crystal orb containing the demonic power of the Two-Headed Cyclops. Upon use, it can inflict the confusion status on enemies or drastically slow their movement speed. Effect: expend mana to inflict the confusion status on a target. Expend mana to inflict the petrification status on a target. The chaotic battle was finally over, and a beautiful sunlit dawn broke across the sky. Gujin took a step forward. Suddenly, both he and Gina stopped in their tracks, completely bewildered. Men looked incredibly shocked as well. She nervously called out to Jordan and pointed straight ahead. Out of nowhere, a group of armed thugs stood there, aiming their weapons directly at the expedition team. The hostile guild had formed a complete blockade, trapping Gujin's party. Isn't that the Thunderbird Guild? Jordan thought, his blood boiling with anger. Their leader, Hill Frey, was standing right there alongside his second-in-command, Sakura. What the hell is going on here? Jordan furiously roared at them. You bastards! What the hell kind of sick stunt are you pulling? Sakura glared back with pure contempt and snapped, You've got absolutely nothing to do with this. So, while I'm still asking nicely, get the hell out of my face. Twirling her weapon with a wicked grin, she added, Anyway, Isaac was the one who took down the boss, wasn't he? And Yak already promised to hand over all the loot that drops here to us. Hiding safely behind Jordan, men fiercely argued back. We couldn't care less about whatever shady deal you made with Isaac. Just a few minutes ago, we were the ones putting our damn lives on the line to clear this dungeon. She passionately continued. Instead of teaming up to actually save the world, you pull a cowardly ambush like this? Is this your idea of basic decency? Hill Frey let out a dark, cynical chuckle. Decency, you say? He sneered. The mere fact that I haven't pumped 100 bullets into you freaks right this second means I'm being incredibly decent. Hill Frey tilted his head with a mocking smirk. Am I wrong? Isaac. Gujin remained silent, offering him no reply. The teleportation gate slowly vanished. Gujin's group was still surrounded by Hill Frey's men. He slipped his hands into his pockets and said calmly, The dungeon has been cleared and no one else is coming out. That just goes to show you couldn't care less about my subordinates. Forget it. Hill Frey took a few steps forward. Their skills were garbage anyway. The contract didn't say anything about keeping them alive, so as long as I get the item I asked for, we're good. Gujin replied, Sure thing. Gina hurriedly whispered in his ear, Hey, are you seriously going to just hand it over? He muttered, We have to hand over what's required if we want to get what we're after. With that, he reached out and opened his inventory. Gujin handed the item over to Hill Frey. Gina watched, his heart aching with regret as he thought to himself, I get it, but giving up the Cyclops' demon eye is a massive waste. We busted our asses to get that thing. Well, whatever. That abnormal status effect doesn't really work on him anyway, so handing it over won't pose much of a threat. Jordan stared at them in utter shock as Hill Frey and his men pulled back. He asked blankly, What the hell? They're just leaving like that? Meeson tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and bowed her head to thank Gujin. Mr. Isaac, though our time together was short, I truly appreciate everything. Kay reached out to shake his hand. I've learned a lot from you. Gujin shook his hand and replied, Don't mention it. Jordan stood in the corner with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Gujin suddenly glanced his way. Jordan kept his grumpy gaze turned away. Gujin let out a soft sigh. Meeson gave an awkward smile. I'm so sorry about him. He just has a lot of pride, but he's really not a bad guy. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she watched Gujin walk straight toward Jordan. Let's be real, you're definitely not cut out to be a great commander, Gujin provoked. Jordan instantly flared up. What the hell did you just say? Jordan snapped. Gujin quickly continued, glancing over at Meeson and Kay. But I'm sure those guys over there will always believe in you and have your back. He went on. They'll stand right behind you and fight by your side. Gujin offered his hand and added, Because to them, you're a better comrade than anyone else out there. Jordan was taken aback by those words. Finally, a satisfied smile broke across his face, and he reached out to clasp Gujin's hand. The two of them finally shook hands, with Meeson, Kay, and Gina watching. A moment later, Music Gina crossed his arms and asked, Gujin, what the heck has gotten into you? Spouting all that sentimental stuff. It's completely out of character for you. He raised an eyebrow. I thought you despised anyone from the Messiah Guild. But Gujin just lowered his head with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Meeson wrapped her arms around her two teammates and said, Thank you. Jordan scratched the back of his head, looking confused as he asked. For what? She beamed and replied, for always being our rock and protecting us. Gujin watched them, thinking to himself, when did I ever say I hated the Messiah Guild? I just can't forgive the fake Messiah Guild for heartlessly trampling all over their sacred will. That night, in a towering skyscraper, headlines across the media broke the same massive news. Isaac Ivanov had been spotted in the Amazon. Isaac, the elusive player, has successfully cleared an A+ rank 5-floor dungeon. Breaking news. The Messiah Guild members have completed a dungeon raid alongside Team Hope. I want to fight alongside Isaac. Johan of the Messiah Guild has officially extended an offer to Isaac's team. The Messiah Guild has proposed a joint raid on an A+ rank 6-floor dungeon with Isaac. Will Isaac accept Johan's proposition? Experts are weighing in, while the internet is blowing up with comments. User Honhan commented, I totally thought Isaac had kicked the bucket in some random foreign country. Wait, he was in the Amazon? User Hyan Ho commented, Isaac bro, what on earth were you doing all the way out there? User G6.3 commented, Johan and Isaac teaming up for a 6-floor dungeon. That's literally a dream team. User Ngoy Thuong commented, but why the sudden push for an A+ rank 6-floor dungeon? Isn't that way too dangerous? User Hua An Ho commented, this is their sacred will to save the world. User Boss Please Fix commented, Isaac survived all that just to end up getting wiped out anyway. User HDZHSHF commented, watch your damn mouth. Those two are literal heroes trying to save the world. User HSGHSLF added, why so serious, bro? User SHDFSKDF commented, give it a rest, you keyboard warriors. Standing in the shadows, Sukuha Ken spoke up. Isaac, music, that bastard has finally returned from the Amazon. Xinhua exclaimed in shock. But Ken abruptly cut her off. At a critical moment when we have urgent matters to settle, why the hell did you call me here again? He demanded, clearly annoyed. Don't tell me you dragged me all the way here just to say the plan went south, or to spout some other useless nonsense. Xinhua gave a faint smirk. Of course not. The plan is running perfectly, so there's no need to worry, she replied. She opened her inventory and added, I just want to completely wipe out any possible variables that could lead to failure. Ken frowned at Xinhua. She said, I called the Sword Saint here because I'm hoping you can put these to good use. She placed several pieces of gear on the table and added, here, take a look. It's the helmet of Hades and the boots of Hermes. The news just broke that Isaac and Johan met on the 6th floor of the Egyptian Sphinx dungeon. Johan sat there tapping his fingers against his chair. He spoke in a flat tone. The first time you approached me like this was at the Messiah Guild. Seems like that incredibly entertaining situation from back then is repeating itself, doesn't it? Johan continued. Gujin, you've dropped the disguise. All right then, did your deal with Thunderbird go through? He replied, yes, a lot happened, but... Gujin recalled the moment he handed the eye over to H-Frey. Back then, he had said, I heard you aren't the type to break a promise. Did you bring the item I asked for? The man had replied, even in a situation like this, you still name your price without a hint of fear. I am highly pleased with your boldness. After that, H-Frey handed Gujin a piece of paper. Of course, I keep my promises. That paper was a skill scroll. It stated that the Lich summoning skill required the user to become an emissary of the Shadow World. The requirement was level 180 or higher. Its effect, summoning an immortal sorcerer by sacrificing 100 monsters. H-Frey had told him, this item has a level limit of 180. Until you reach it, you'd better stay alive. Gujin said softly, I got exactly what I needed. Yongan propped his head against his hand on the armrest and asked, did you also buy into the sweet talk that bastard gave you? Then why did you tell me all of this without hiding a single thing? Gujin looked down and replied quietly, didn't you warn me before, sir? A smile suddenly spread across Yongan's face. Gujin continued, you told me, never to even think about deceiving you again. Yongsan looked pleased. Is that right? You did well. It seems you finally understand how things work with me. Just then, the door to the room opened. Yongan drawled lazily. So, from now on, you know exactly what I expect from you, right? Gujin replied, I have to report every single move Thunderbird makes, no matter how small. As Secretary Kim stepped into the room, he added, exactly. And one more thing. Secretary Kim then placed a small box on the table. Yongan ordered, "Give this to Isaac." Gujin opened the box, looking slightly taken aback at what was inside. This is the ring of Isis. Yongan scratched his chin. Like I told you before, I have no interest in seeing a scenario where you and Isaac are competing against each other. His tone turned cold. Use this opportunity to get Isaac fully on our side. As for Johan, do whatever it takes to make sure he's eliminated. Gujin held the ring box, listening intently. No matter the cost, he muttered, smiling as he snapped the box shut. I understand. The scene shifts to Cairo, Egypt. Before entering the dungeon, the various guilds gathered together. Johan swaggered over to Gujin, who was currently disguised as Isaac. He smirked and said, "It's such a massive honor to be working alongside you like this." Gujin let out a soft scoff, which Johan immediately caught. But then Gujin smiled and shook his hand. "I'll be counting on you out there." With that, he turned and walked away. Johan glared after him, thinking, what the hell was that? It was just for a split second, but he was definitely looking down on me. Gujin glanced back over his shoulder, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Fine, Johan thought. Laugh all you want for now. Inside the dungeon, the landscape was a vast expanse of deserts and towering mountains. One of the guild members launched an attack, punching the head clean off an orc. Gujin's skeletal army surged forward in unison. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching him. Johan stepped up beside him. They're absolutely incredible, just like the rumors said. He tilted his head, adding, My own skeleton army was lacking a lot, so I had to pick up a little trick. Gujin shot him a sideways glance. Your side is quite incredible too, just in a different sense. Johan frowned. What do you mean by that? Gujin closed his eyes for a moment before replying, Aren't your people? He looked over at Johan's forces, his tone dripping with mockery. But completely overwhelming us in sheer numbers? Johan glanced back at his hooded soldiers and asked, Are you talking about these guys? He held up a finger, showing off a ring. It's all thanks to this. The ring began to emit a faint glow on his finger. The Ring of Hades! Gujin feigned surprise, his mind racing. The Ring of Hades? Johan boasted smugly. If I tap into the power of this ring, I can take control of another person's skeleton army and make them my own. Gujin felt a genuine flicker of surprise. An item like that actually exists? It seems this is one of the hidden trump cards the Messiah Guild has been keeping under wraps. Johan spoke up again. Oh, don't look so worried. He flashed a toothy grin. I promise I won't lay a finger on your undead army, Isaac. The skeletons I choose to control. He cast a glance at the lackeys standing behind him. But will strictly be the ones summoned by my own subordinates standing right back there. Gujin realized there was nothing to be gained by ordering his undead to attack Johan right now. He's only flaunting that ring to threaten me with its power. Gujin narrowed his eyes in thought. This blatant disrespect is a display of dominance. He studied the man in front of him, calculating his next move. Sometimes flaunting your strength was much more effective than hiding it. Johan, whether it was in the past or right now, he's always been terrifyingly bold. Night fell, and the group gathered around a blazing campfire. Johan sat by the fire, roasting some meat. He shot a sideways glance and said, It's such a damn shame that beings from the underworld can't eat or drink, isn't it? Don't you agree? With that, Johan took a massive bite out of the meat. He looked up at the ghostly figures drifting through the air. I don't know exactly where you all are hiding, but it's pretty obvious you're just hovering around me, waiting, right? He continued mocking the spirits. I'm pouring my heart out here, but it's not like you guys can even answer me back. It's truly a tragedy. You must all be starving and dying of thirst right about now. Johan J. covered his face, giggling softly. I wonder how things will turn out. If I want to take down the boss monster on the 6th floor, I really need Isaac's power. So I can't just kill him before then, right? If that's the case, I'll take it slow, bit by bit. But then, a half-eaten chunk of meat dropped to the ground. He rolled his eyes, glancing over. Have you been there this whole time? Right in front of him, a faint, translucent ghost materialized. Day 21 of the dungeon raid. With volcanoes erupting in the background, the expedition team finally arrived at the gate of the 5th floor in the Egyptian dungeon. Johan Job smirked. Now there's only one last floor left, We've made it through the first 5 without a hitch." He paused, adding, "I bet the difficulty on this 6th floor is going to be absolutely brutal." He's right, Gujin thought to himself, remembering Jan's warning. He glanced around. This was an A+ ranked dungeon, yet Johann George's squad had taken 0 casualties so far. They were completely unscathed, which meant they were a threat on par with the 6th floor boss itself. Gujin then looked over at his own team, realizing their true strength had been completely exposed. Given the situation, there was no way they'd just send those grunts to capture him. Gujin figured the enemy was just completely blind. He thought of Shin Hae. It seemed Parent Hae had already brought out her treasure. Stepping up to the main gate, Gujin placed his hand on the surface. Slowly, he pushed the heavy doors open. A wicked smile crept across Johann Job's face. "Now, I'll take my time." He loomed ominously behind Gujin, completely unaware that Gujin had already noticed him. Without hesitation, Gujin threw the doors wide open, ready to face whatever came next. Gina stepped onto the desert sand, only to immediately sink into it. He'd let out a gasp of surprise. "What the hell, it's a desert terrain." Gujin spoke up, "No, it's not." Sprawling out right in front of them was a dense, overgrown jungle. Johann J. turned and asked, "Hey, Isaac, should we head toward the jungle first?" Gujin shot him a sideways glance. "Before we go, I have an announcement. Until we catch the assassin hunting us down, our boss raids are suspended indefinitely." This caught Johann George completely off guard. He started stammering, An assassin? What exactly do you mean by that?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. But the moment the words left his mouth, his army of skeleton soldiers went berserk and charged forward. They lunged straight for Gujin. In a flash, Gujin's own skeleton soldiers surged forward, clashing violently to block the enemy wave. Gujin looked up at the sky and smirked. "Just as I thought. So this is how you make your move." Taking advantage of the chaos as the skeletons hacked away at each other, he slipped through the fray and made a run for it. Seeing this, Gina screamed at the top of his lungs, "Hey, are you seriously ditching us?" Left with no other choice, Gina sprinted after Gujin. The enemy lackey started shouting, "He's making a run for it! Grab him!" "Forget about Isaac. Focus on capturing the golem, the Dullahan, and the skeleton mage." Johann J. barked out orders frantically. "They're special summons. You have to suppress them at all costs." He's a sharp one, that Johann Jos, Gujin thought to himself. One of his skeleton soldiers just completely shattered an enemy skeleton. After all, normal skeleton soldiers could infinitely regenerate as long as they were inside the dungeon. But the enemy skeletons were already swarming the giant golem. Special units like the golem, the Dullahan, the skeleton knight, and the skeleton mage were an entirely different story. The skeleton knight was currently getting ambushed, and its summoning conditions were far too much of a hassle to do over. Nearby, his skeleton mage had just unleashed a spell, blowing a squad of enemies to pieces. If they were destroyed here, or worse, stolen by Johann using the Ring of Hades, the loss to his forces would be absolutely devastating. Thinking fast, Gujin pulled open his inventory. He pulled out a dark tome. If that's how you want to play it, the system announced the activation of the Book of Death. In an instant, the skeleton mage's body dissolved into a thick cloud of smoke. Johann Job immediately realized something was wrong. Watching Gujin's elite summons fade away, he screamed in frustration, "That bastard! He's reverse summoning them!" He was practically boiling with rage. "Ah, that slippery son of a bitch!" Meanwhile, Gujin and Gina were sprinting for their lives deep into the jungle. One of Johann's subordinates stepped up and asked, "Boss, should we go after them?" Johann J. whirled around and snapped, "Are you out of your damn mind? Isaac currently has the bulk of his army with him. You want to just recklessly charge into the jungle after him? What the hell are you going to do once you're in there?" He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Damn it all to hell. How on earth did he find out about the assassins? Even if I manage to absorb Isaac's entire skeleton army right now, this whole plan is already completely screwed. Deep inside the dense jungle, Gujin and Gina finally slowed down, panting heavily. Gina turned to him. "Looks like they gave up the chase," Gina gasped. Gujin kept his voice low. "He's not like the other idiots I've dealt with so far." Johann is no fool. Gina caught his breath and asked, "So, what's your move now?" "Got a plan in that head of yours?" Gujin flashed a smug grin. "Of course I do." He slipped a heavy ring onto his finger. A system alert chimed. "You have equipped the Ring of Osiris." The system prompt continued. It will be permanently engraved onto Bango's bracelet. This item cannot be unequipped in the future. The ring embedded itself into one of the slots, leaving 2 empty. The system displayed its stats. Ring of Osiris. Item rank, legendary. Requirement, level 1 or higher. A sacred ring imbued with the power of Osiris. It contains the divine power to resurrect the dead. Effects, increases all attack power by 15%, increases all core stats by 15%, and grants the ability to use the resurrection skill. Gina stared wide-eyed, pointing straight at the ring. No freaking way, right? Where the hell did you even get this? Gujin rolled his eyes and replied, from a very generous sponsor. Then, tilting his head toward the sky, he asked, Hey Gina, would you call a sign like that meaningful? The kind that puts humanity on edge. Gujin added, You're probably used to things falling out of the sky by now, aren't you? Hearing that, Gina also tilted his head back to look up. Falling? Right above them, a flock of hlings was buzzing past. Gujin said, Because I already went through it when we ran into those things. Gina pointed nervously at his own face. Wait, did I mess something up again? Gujin stayed dead silent for a moment. Shrinking his neck in fear, Gina stammered, It couldn't be that thing. Could it? While Gujin kept his eyes locked on the sky, Gina was practically crying tears of sheer panic. Off in the distance, atop a towering mountain peak, the massive claws of a sphinx slammed into the rock. It glared down at the ground below. The flock of hlings buzzed aggressively through the sky. Meanwhile, Gujin walked over to the wyvern that had been shot down and crashed into the dirt. Gina stood off to the side, wondering, what the heck is this? Is he actually going to ride that wyvern? Was he planning on summoning skeleton soldiers too? He thought to himself, but skeleton soldiers are just literal bags of bones. Wouldn't they be completely unable to fly? Gina crossed his arms and kept watching. Could it be the power of that ring he just got? Gujin placed his ring-bearing hand on the wyvern, and a pulse of purple light radiated all around it. A system notification popped up. Using the resurrection skill of the Ring of Osiris. Moments later, he and Gina were riding the undead wyvern straight up the towering mountain. Gujin hurled his spear, sending it whizzing right past the head of the waiting sphinx. The sudden attack caught the beast off guard. Gritting its teeth, the sphinx whipped its head around to glare right at him. Riding on the wyvern's back, Gina screamed in shock. Does that thing seriously have an eye on the back of its neck? Gujin roared, Bring it on! The sphinx gathered a massive surge of power in its jaws, aiming to blow them both right out of the sky. With a thunderous exhale, it unleashed a blast that sent the wyvern violently spiraling. Caught off guard, Gina shrieked at the top of his lungs. The wyvern squeezed its eyes shut to brace for the impact, while Gina forced his eyes wide open to lock onto the enemy. The sphinx launched itself higher, raising its massive claws to stomp them both into the ground. Gina cringed and screamed, Oh crap, how the hell is it so fast? Its colossal paw was inches away from them. A direct hit was practically unavoidable. Gujin glanced over his shoulder and yelled, Hold on for your life! The real ride starts now! Yanking the reins, he sent the wyvern plummeting into a sheer nosedive, slipping right through the sphinx's strike zone before pulling up and bolting away. Gina screamed in absolute terror. Is this why you told me to get used to free-falling? Furious, the sphinx immediately gave chase. Gujin quickly checked their six. Scanning to his left, he spotted something useful. Way off in the distance, flickering against the dark, was Johann George's campfire. The campfire crackled warmly. Suddenly, he looked up, catching sight of a strange shadow. Frowning, Johann stood up and walked toward the edge of the camp to investigate. Suddenly, his eyes practically bugged out of his head. Johann witnessed the absolute madness of a dragon being hotly pursued by a massive sphinx, and they were barreling straight toward him. What the actual hell is that? Meanwhile, the sphinx was still going full throttle, relentlessly hunting Gujin down. Gina glanced back, only to see the sphinx opening its cavernous maw. Hey, behind us! Look out behind us! Out of nowhere, Gujin lunged backward and grabbed his collar. Without a second thought, he dragged Gina right off the mount, free-falling out of the open sky. Up above, the sphinx lunged forward and brutally clamped its jaws around the wyvern's neck. Plummeting through the air, Gina panicked and cursed Gujin out. You absolute bastard! Watching from below, Johann was absolutely livid.
Damn it all to hell!
And then the wyvern and the sphinx crashed down with a deafening boom right in the middle of his campsite. A massive cloud of thick dust and smoke exploded into the air. Johann hacked and coughed through the dust, glancing cautiously to his side. There it was, an entire sphinx, casually gnawing on the wyvern while staring daggers right at them. Johann furrowed his brow, realizing something grim. If he went up against a boss monster like this without any prep time, he'd stand zero chance of winning. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Gina had face-planted straight into the dirt. Seeing him, Gujin casually called out, "All right, Gina, you're fine. Hurry up and get on your feet." Spitting out dirt, he lifted his head and immediately ripped into Gujin. "Hey, you total scumbag. If we're gonna drop out of the freaking sky like that, you could at least give me a heads up." Gina was furious. "Just let me know what the hell is actually going on. You had it easy, didn't you? Must have felt real safe knowing you had that shield strapped to you." He flashed back to the moment they were free-falling, remembering how Gujin had perfectly timed pulling out his shield to brace for the impact. Throwing a full-on tantrum, Gina groaned. "I must be out of my freaking mind to keep tagging along with you." Gujin just smirked and said, "Hey, I only pulled that stunt because I totally believed in your survival skills." Brushing himself off, he added, "All right, enough chatting, let's move." Gina stumbled to his feet, grumbling internally about how the guy just couldn't give a normal apology. Before he knew it, he saw Gujin already walking away, so he yelled out, "Hey, where the heck are you going?" Gina shouted. "Wait up for me." Meanwhile, back at Johann's camp, the Sphinx had quickly made mincemeat out of nearly all his skeletal soldiers. Hiding safely behind a large tree, Johann observed the beast. It was painfully obvious that the monster completely outclassed his entire undead squad. Finally, the Sphinx flapped its massive wings and took back to the sky. Johann gritted his teeth in frustration. "It looks like he might have just unintentionally saved my life," he muttered. Stepping out into the ruined battlefield, he surveyed the damage. Not only had he lost the skeleton troops he just summoned, but a good chunk of his actual core subordinates had been wiped out too. Then he called his surviving subordinates over. "Since things have come to this, we don't have a choice." Johann Jobs issued the order. "We have to take that bastard out, right now." A ghostly figure materialized behind him, completely silent. The phantom began carving words into the dirt. Johann Jobs turned and read the message. The spirit asked what he meant by that. Johann Jobs answered him point blank. "As long as Isaac refuses to fight, we'll never be able to clear this dungeon on our own. In other words, we're all going to die in here anyway." Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Since we're screwed either way, let's just go and kill that son of a bitch first." Johann Jobs stood tall and announced to the group, "I'll act as the bait to lure Isaac out. Once I'm out of the picture, Isaac will have the peace of mind to resume clearing the dungeon. He won't have to think twice about it." As soon as he finished speaking, a new line of text appeared on the ground. "Very well, I will leave it to you." Seeing this, Johann smirked and added, "But first, you should probably take a breather. Haven't you gone without food or water for over 20 days because of the Helm of Hades? I don't care if players are superhuman. You can't fight at full strength if you've been starving for that long." Two glowing eyes pierced through the shadowy aura in front of him, but the figure didn't react. Slowly, the dark mist faded, revealing a living, breathing man as he pulled off his helmet. Johann's lips curled into a thoroughly satisfied smirk. Standing right in front of him, with his head bowed toward the ground, was none other than Sukahara Ken. The man let out a hoarse whisper. "Man, I finally feel alive again." But right at that moment, Johann yelled out in sheer panic, "Isaac, what the hell are you doing here?" Hearing this, Sukahara Ken violently flinched and whipped his head around to look behind him. "What?" But in that split second, Johann Jobs dashed forward, brushing past him to snatch the iron helmet right out of his hands. Realizing he'd been played, Sukahara Ken flared with murderous intent and growled, "What the hell are you trying to pull?" Yet, standing on the other side, Johann just smirked, casually tossing the helmet up and down in his hand. Meanwhile, the sword in Sukahara Ken's hand was slowly beginning to dissipate. A moment later, Johann gave a mocking grin and said, "You absolute psycho, I can't believe you actually fell for that. How the hell would Isaac even be here?" With those parting words, Johann Jobs swiftly stomped his foot into the ground. Sukahara Ken flinched, snapping his head around to scan his surroundings on high alert. He was completely surrounded by a legion of skeleton soldiers. And Johann Jobs, he had already vanished without a trace. The scene shifts elsewhere, where someone was quietly snapping a tree branch in half. Seeing this, Lee Gina asked in utter confusion, "Why the hell have you been leaving marks everywhere we go?" Hearing the question, Kim Woo-jin smiled and replied, "Because we're expecting a guest." Lee Gina was even more baffled. "A guest? We're surrounded by monsters and enemies in every direction. Who the hell would be visiting us?" But the moment the words left his mouth, Kim Woo-jin's lips curled into a smirk as he muttered, "He's here." Startled, Lee Gina whipped his head around to look. Sure enough, a figure was approaching from behind them. It was Johan Jobs. He didn't say a single word, just glared at them. Suddenly, Johan tossed the iron helmet he had just stolen straight into the air. The helmet clattered against the ground, rolling right up to the two men before coming to a stop directly at Kim Woo-jin's feet. Lowering his gaze to look at it, he noted with complete apathy, "So this is the Helm of Hades." Johan Jobs looked visibly surprised by this. "You even know the name of the item? No wonder I kept asking myself how you could possibly know an assassin was after you. Our information must have leaked from somewhere." Before he could even finish, Lee Gina shouted in utter shock, "The Helm of Hades? Where the hell did you hear about that?" But Kim Woo-jin ignored him, shooting a direct question at Johan. "Why did you give this to me?" Hearing this, Johan let out a low chuckle and replied, "You won. Consider it a gift for the victor." Lee Gina had already picked up the helmet, his eyes practically sparkling as he muttered, "Holy shit, this is insanely good. Isn't this legendary tier?" This was the Kaini, a legendary grade item. Usable from level 100, it was the Helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld. Whoever equipped it would transform into an entity of the underworld, granting them perfect concealment. The item effects activated stealth upon equipping, but the user was entirely unable to speak, eat, or drink while wearing it. Once unequipped, it could not be used again for 24 hours. After reading the stats, his excitement instantly dropped. "Huh? You can't eat or drink anything with it on?" Meanwhile, Johan flashed a cunning smile at Kim Woo-jin. "I'll surrender. In return, I want you to guarantee my safety. Not just inside this dungeon, but on the outside as well." Kim Woo-jin didn't reply immediately, weighing the offer in his mind. He realized he had no chance of winning after just one clash with Isaac. This punk assesses a situation frighteningly fast. Nothing in this world comes for free. This guy is dangerous. Oblivious to the deeper implications, Lee Gina just kept firing off questions. "Even if we do spare your life, what the hell are you going to do about your subordinates?" Hearing this, Johan's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless glint as he answered slowly, "Them? They had outlived their usefulness anyway, so I went ahead and cleaned them up before I got here." He was, of course, referring to the Legion of Skeletons. "I didn't leave a single one alive." Lee Gina flinched, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He looked ready to lunge forward and scream, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" But Kim Woo-jin held him back, turning his attention back to Johan. "Fine, but in exchange, I have one more condition. Hand over the Ring of Hades." His voice left zero room for negotiation. Sure enough, Johan Jobs fell dead silent. He stood frozen in place, staring intently at the two of them. A moment later, Johan Jobs let out a heavy sigh and pulled a ring off his finger. A twisted, savage smile crept across his face as he muttered, "I really can't win against you, huh?" Kim Gwyn just stared back at Johan George in dead silence, not saying a single word. The scene cuts to another part of the forest in broad daylight, echoing with someone's furious cursing. "Damn it!" Sukahara Ken sprinted blindly through the woods, his mind racing. He had barely managed to shake off Johan's skeleton army, only to get hit by a monster wave right after. What an absolute mess. I knew that guy was trouble from the very beginning. The guy he was talking about was none other than Johan G. Suddenly, Sukahara Ken skidded to a halt. He spotted something up ahead. Charging straight at him with brutal ferocity were two massive gorillas. Seeing them, he gritted his teeth. They caught up already? The beasts closed the distance in a flash, violently swiping their massive claws through the empty air. But Sukahara Ken was faster. He lunged forward, and with just a few swift, lethal strikes of his blade, he took both of them down. Shaking the blood off his sword, he looked up, grinding his teeth in frustration. No matter how you slice it, this is still an A+ rank 6th floor dungeon. Surviving alone in this hellhole is already a nightmare. Who the hell could even dream of killing the boss and making it out alive? Just then, a few more gorillas dropped down right in front of him. They roared fiercely, baring their fangs. Sukahara Ken stood his ground, fully prepared to welcome the beasts with his blade. He channeled a massive burst of power into his heels and launched himself into the air. If it was going to end like this, he thought, as he soared upward and cleaved another ape clean in half, how could he possibly accept dying all alone? Absolutely not, he thought, clenching his jaw. He made a ruthless vow right then and there. He was going to drag someone down to hell with him. The scene shifts to another part of the forest, where a bright golden glow was radiating. Out of nowhere, a suspiciously warm stream of liquid started trickling down the base of a tree. Turns out, it was just Lena taking a leak. He grumbled internally, wondering how in a world overflowing with magical items, there wasn't a single one that could let a guy live without ever having to pee. Right at that moment, Lena suddenly snapped his head up. With a sharp whoosh, Sukahara Ken plunged down from above out of absolutely nowhere. Before Elgina could even zip up, the swordsman unleashed two brutally clean slashes. Elgina's eyes bulged in pure shock, frozen in place as he stared straight ahead. Just then, something hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Sukahara Ken stood there, sword in hand, glaring forward in dead silence. "You bastard!" Meanwhile, in a different clearing in the woods, Kim Gujin and Johann George were sitting across from each other by a crackling campfire. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he jolted up and shot a sharp glance into the distance. Without missing a beat, Isaac sprang to his feet and bolted straight in that direction. Seeing this, Johann George panicked and shouted, "Sir Isaac!" Kim Gwyn dashed through the dense woods like a blur, leaving the warm glow of the campfire far behind him. The scene cuts back to Sukahara Ken and Legina. Ken was gripping his sword, staring intently at the target he had just sliced open. Right at that moment, Isaac and Johann Josh burst onto the scene. Taking in the bloody sight before him, Isaac kept his mouth shut. It was Sukahara Ken who broke the silence first. "You're way too late," he spat out. From behind, Johann J yelled out in shock. "Sir Isaac, what on earth?" Ken ground his teeth together, his mind racing. He must have been hunted down relentlessly by that monster wave. The bastard just won't die. Sukahara Ken spoke slowly, emphasizing every single word. "I saw this coming the moment you stabbed me in the back. Looks like you've tangled yourself up with Isaac, you piece of trash." Johann Jobs didn't say a word, only glaring right back at him. Sukahara Ken furrowed his brow, veins popping on his forehead as he snarled, "There is no way in hell I'm letting you two die a quick and easy death. Since our tanker vanished, there's absolutely no way you're making it out of this dungeon alive on your own. So, allow my blade to give the stragglers here a proper send-off to the afterlife." With that, Sukahara Ken whipped his sword up, shifting into a lethal combat stance. Seeing this, Kim Gujin let out a mocking smirk and muttered, "A sword dance, huh? Bring it on, it suits you perfectly." Beside him, Elgina was completely lost, having no clue what Kim Gujin was actually planning to pull off. Right at that moment, a system alert popped up in front of them. Summoning Skeleton Legion. The sharp metallic clangs of colliding blades echoed endlessly through the trees. Kim Gujin and Sukahara Ken were locked in a brutally intense sword fight. Straining against the heavy clash of their weapons, Kim Gujin thought to himself, his recovery rate has definitely dropped, but he's still a deadly swordsman. Just then, Sukahara Ken flicked his eyes to the side. A split second later, a massive skeleton soldier came barreling out of nowhere, aiming a crushing blow right between the two of them. Sukahara Ken's right eye suddenly flashed with a sharp glint. He whipped his body around, realizing that standing right behind the giant skeleton was Johann G. It was obvious he was the one pulling the strings. Seeing red, Sukahara Ken gripped his hilt tightly, charging forward as he roared, "Stay out of my damn way." Without hesitating, he unleashed a vicious slash that ripped straight through the skeleton's body. The undead monster was violently cleaved in two, its top half sent tumbling away toward the rest of the skeleton horde in the distance. Johann J visibly flinched at the sight, his teeth grinding together in panic. He never expected Sukahara Ken to pack this much raw power. The shockwave generated by that single sword strike was absolutely terrifying. It literally carved a trench straight through the forest path. A massive cloud of dust kicked up into the air, instantly silencing the chaotic, deafening roar of the battle. Johann George slowly opened his eyes, peering through the settling dust. He gasped, stammering in sheer disbelief, "This is impossible." He hasn't had a single drop of water or a bite of food in dozens of days. Shouldn't he be at death's door right now? But while he was still frozen in shock, Sukahara Ken's shadow flickered right past him. Johan violently jolted, snapping his head around just in time to see another skeleton soldier lunge forward to act as a meat shield, only for it to be instantly shredded into pieces by 2 lightning-fast strikes. Johan clamped his jaw shut in pure terror, cursing inwardly, "This guy is an absolute monster." After effortlessly butchering the undead guard, Sukahara Ken slowly straightened up and sneered. "For a bunch of cowardly rats, you roaches sure are hard to kill." Right at that moment, he suddenly froze, glancing down below. A second later, Sukahara Ken scoffed and spat a wad of saliva onto the ground. The spit landed right on the face of a skeleton soldier below before dripping into the dirt. Just then, Johann Jobs and his undead minions finally noticed the object Sukahara Ken had sliced off earlier. It was the inner core of the human-faced turtle. This was a rare tier beast core, usable only by those at level 1 or higher. If someone held the inner core of a 1,000-year-old human-faced turtle in their mouth, they could survive without food or water for a very long time. However, it didn't actually stop the terrible feeling of starvation or thirst. It only nullified the stamina drain from fasting. No matter how incredible a person's endurance was, they would still be driven entirely mad by the sheer hunger and thirst. Johann Jobs glared at him, thinking to himself, he was definitely trying to hide this. Sukahara Ken casually rested his sword on his shoulder and asked, "Anyway, I did say I was going to slaughter every last one of you here, didn't I? So what the hell are you waiting for? Come on over here. I'll end your miserable life with my own 2 hands." Seeing this, Johann Jobs clicked his tongue and leapt backward. He hid behind Kim Gujin, thinking to himself that there was absolutely no reason to stick his own neck out when Jack was right here. Seeing his reaction, Sukahara Ken just smirked. "All right then, let's keep going. You're not seriously going to end things in such a boring way, are you? Why don't we fight to the bitter end like real men?" Right at that moment, Kim Gujin's voice rang out. "Are you really talking big right now? I'm sorry, but the only one whose life is ending here is yours. I don't plan on dying in a place like this." Sukahara Ken wasn't angry at all. He merely smiled in response. "Facing death has clearly made you lose your mind. You think you alone—" Before he could even finish his sentence, a blinding streak of light flashed by, instantly slashing through Sukahara Ken's arms. He gasped in pure shock, his eyes bulging as he stared down at his own hands. Both of his forearms had been completely severed and fallen to the ground, his hands still gripping his sword tightly. Sukahara Ken stood completely frozen, staring blankly at his arms that had just been cleanly severed from his body. Kim Gujin then slowly said, "Just you." Sukahara Ken swayed, losing his balance and stumbling backward with a pained groan. He could do nothing but stand frozen as Kim Gujin continued, "You don't have any other comrades left here, do you?" At this moment, Lee Jina was also gradually coming back to life. Sukahara Ken lost his mind and shrieked. "No, that's impossible! You guys were clearly—" Lee Jina cut him off, roaring furiously. "You attacked us just because I caught you doing something so incredibly despicable? Do you have any idea how much that attack hurt? Do you seriously have zero basic decency?" Sure enough, the moment those words were spoken, Sukahara Ken lowered his gaze. This can't be happening." His voice completely cracked. Unable to hold himself up any longer, he collapsed to his knees. "I chopped your head clean off. I know I did," he shrieked in absolute disbelief. Just then, Johann Jobs, who was standing in the back, started giggling. He clapped his hands and muttered, "Ah, I just love this cruelty. I couldn't even imagine what the inner core of the human-faced turtle was actually like. But look at you. What exactly are you doing right now? We've never been quite this sincere with you, now have we?" Sukahara Ken gritted his teeth. Instead of answering, he just glared fiercely at him. Johann Jobs then turned to Kim Gujin and said, "That was a brilliant plan, honestly. Isaac, let's go catch Spadba now." Suddenly, he turned his head back to look at Sukahara Ken. Johann Jobs let out a dark chuckle. How pathetic, how absolutely cowardly. "What's wrong? Keeping your head buried in the dirt like that? Are you begging for your miserable life?" What he didn't realize was that, in that brief moment, Sukahara Ken had bent down and clamped his teeth tightly around his sword. Channeling all his remaining strength into his left leg, he dug his toes fiercely into the dirt, and with a powerful burst, with the blade firmly clamped in his mouth, he pushed himself forward with every last ounce of his strength. Seeing this, Johann Jobs jumped out of his skin, whipping his head around in panic. Lee Jina and Kim Gujin immediately spun around to react, but they were still a fraction of a second too slow, leaving an opening for Sukahara Ken to dash right past them, delivering a terrifyingly clean slash. When he finally came to a halt on the other side, all three of them were still standing perfectly still, though Johann Jobs wobbled slightly on his feet. Kim Gujin, his shield gripped tightly, cast a quick glance over his shoulder. Still in a state of sheer shock, Lee Jina stood utterly frozen, her eyes glued to the spot. Johann Jobs, stumbling wildly, turned his head and weakly mumbled, "Isaac!" But the moment the name left his lips, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his body cleanly sliced right in half. On the other side, Sukahara Ken was thinking frantically to himself, "Isaac! How the hell did that little brat get his hands on the Aegis shield? That absolute bastard, he played me." Gritting his teeth, he tried to lunge forward again, but almost instantly, Sukahara Ken's vision began to blur, leaving nothing but Isaac's coldly indifferent face fading into the darkness. He only managed a few steps before collapsing heavily into the dirt, exactly like Johann Jobs. Sprawled out on the ground, Johann Jobs coughed up a huge mouthful of blood in pure agony, before screaming at the top of his lungs, "You backstabbing piece of trash, Isaac! You son of a bitch! Hurry up and save me!" Johann Jobs glared desperately at the person standing right over him, but Kim Gujin simply stared down at him with a dead, indifferent look. My slip-up, sorry about that," Gujin replied coldly. Just then, Lee Jina stepped forward and raised her voice. "Hey, there's really no need to play the victim here, is there? The subordinates you slaughtered felt the exact same way you're feeling right now." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them were suddenly distracted by a noise coming from the other side, the exact spot where Sukahara Ken had collapsed. He had just managed to roll over onto his back. Sukahara Ken sneered up at them, coughing out, "Oh, spare me the self-righteous preaching. Don't act so high and mighty. It's completely sickening. Besides, I'm just lying here, waiting to see what kind of utterly tragic end awaits the rest of you. Now that there are only 2 of you left alive in this dungeon, do you honestly think you can take down the Sphinx all by yourselves? You ignorant fools!" Sukahara Ken murmured his final curses as he let his eyes slide shut. Right at that moment, Kim Gujin stepped over to him and replied in a low, heavy voice, "You're right. Everything you just said is absolutely right. I don't know what you consider ignorant, but if it means pursuing the ideal of making this world a better place, so be it." He recalled the days he had fought alongside his former comrades, the brothers in arms who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him, all sharing the exact same vision. "There was a misunderstanding," Kim Gujin said, pointing his sword down at the ground. He asked in a low, intense voice, "So what about you? Even knowing how utterly stupid it is, are you still clinging to that pathetic dream of saving the world?" As he spoke those words, a chilling glint of pure murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Sukahara startled and bolted upright, but Kim Woo-jin just kept right on talking. Then, in the blink of an eye, a sudden smirk crossed his face. Sukahara Ken suddenly roared at him, "Save the world? What kind of sickening crap are you spouting out of nowhere? Even if we clear every single dungeon and beat this game, do you really think we can save this rotting world? The ones who made it through before would just laugh in our faces. If anything, it would just spark massive chaos." He paused. "Look, you know exactly how this world works now. It's ruled with an iron fist by the players, bastards who've hoarded unimaginable wealth and power. If we end up as the ones in charge after this war is over, what do you think will happen to this world? It would be absolute chaos. We're the ones dominating now, so saving the world is completely contradictory." Right at that moment, Kim Woo-jin suddenly cut him off. "Hold on." Swinging his sword up, Woo-jin coldly declared, "I'm done listening to you, but man, this blade is way too long. If only you had a chance to start everything all over again." The moment the words left his mouth, Kim Woo-jin gripped his sword tightly and slashed down, sending blood spraying into the air. Sukahara Ken gasped, letting out one final choked cry. After finishing him off, Woo-jin slowly continued his thought. "Next time, I hope you actually live up to the title of a swordsman." Watching from the sidelines, Lee Gina pondered to himself, trying to figure out what kind of deep-seated grudge this guy had against the Messiah Guild. Suddenly, someone called out his name. Gina. He whipped around toward the voice and flinched. A system notification had suddenly popped up. The vampire skill of the emissary of the underworld had been activated by Kim Woo-jin. Woo-jin opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs that were slowly elongating. His entire body radiated a suffocating, murderous intent that felt like it could crush a man to death. This was his vampire form. Skill, vampire. Requirement, emissary of the underworld. Skill grade, legendary. You can transform into a vampire, a member of the Night Clan, continuously consumes mana while the skill is active. All physical stats are drastically enhanced. Maximum stamina increases by 50%. Recovers 50% of your stamina when using items or skills. Movement speed increases by 50%. If activated during the night, all stat boosts are doubled. Seeing this horrifying transformation, Lee Gina stammered in absolute terror. What the hell is this? That form... Right at that moment, Kim Woo-jin's voice cut through his panic. Now that it's just the two of us, I can't see a thing. Hearing those eerie words, Gina stumbled backward in total confusion. What do you mean by that? Woo-jin just flashed a bloodthirsty smirk and muttered, "Let's get moving before the night is over." The scene shifted to another location. Someone pushed open a door and stepped into a room. It was Jisoo. She walked inside, her head hanging low. Before her was what looked like someone's private office. She let out a long, exhausted sigh, her gaze dropping blankly to her feet. Jisoo began to lose herself in her memories. In her mind, a man's gentle voice called out to her. "Jisoo, is today your birthday?" Hearing Lee Jin-woo ask that, she immediately replied, "No, it's not, Dad." He tilted his head. Then, "Is it Ji-woo's birthday?" She kept scrubbing the dishes, not even bothering to turn around as she answered, "No, Dad." Hearing that, Jin-woo quietly picked up some food and took a bite. But he didn't stop pressing her. "Is that so? Really not today? Well, are you all packed and ready for school?" Ji-woo just quietly replied, "Yes, Dad." Jin-woo chuckled, full of praise. Who on earth does my daughter take after to be so smart and hardworking? She had heard this line a million times before, so she just played along. Who else could it be? "I take after you, Dad." Then Ji-woo turned around and asked him, "You're heading out on a business trip overseas for a while, right? You must be swamped. Once you're done eating, just leave the dishes there. I'll head to school now and clean them up when I get back." Hearing her say that, Jin-woo's eyes welled up with tears as he muttered, "Oh, Ji-woo, since when did our little girl grow up so much? Come here, give your old man a hug." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, trying to pull her into a big bear hug. A little while later, as he saw Ji-woo getting ready to head out, Jin-woo asked, "Are you leaving right now? You're not going to eat?" She looked back and calmly replied, "I already made my food and ate, Dad." He just beamed with happiness, not saying another word. Just as Ji-woo's hand grabbed the doorknob, her father's voice called out again, "Ji-woo, make sure you take good care of yourself while I'm away on this trip, okay?" Sensing his sudden pause, Ji-woo turned her head to look at him. And just like that, Jin-woo turned into an absolute nagging machine, bombarding her with instructions. "Watch out for cars on the road. And if a dungeon break happens while I'm gone, you already know where all the emergency shelters are, right? I know it annoys you, but try to be a little nicer to your friends. Pay attention in class, but don't stress yourself out too much over studying. Make sure you go out and have fun once in a while. Don't hoard the allowance I gave you. Spend it all and enjoy your youth." Meanwhile, the elevator indicator showed it was already heading down from the 7th floor. Jin-woo waved goodbye to his daughter one last time. "Be good to Shin-hai, okay? You're the most beautiful daughter in the world to me. Have a great day at school." Ji-woo stood in silence for a moment before quietly responding, "Yeah, I'll head to school and come right back." Sometime later, at a crosswalk where the pedestrian light glowed red, a crowd of people stood on the sidewalk, waiting for the light to turn green. Ji-woo stood silently in the middle of the crowd, listening to the chatter around her as someone gasped in awe. "Hey, look, Hansun Group is on the news." Someone else chimed in, "Hansun Group? I heard their stock prices have been skyrocketing lately." The moment those words left their mouth, she flinched at the sound of that name. Hansung, she thought to herself. Jisoo then glanced up at the massive billboard the two strangers had just mentioned. It was a live news broadcast covering the corporation. Hansun Group has emerged as the pioneer in training players for the future of South Korea. Lost in the broadcast, Jisoo didn't even notice someone calling out to her. Jisoo, Earth to Lee Jisoo. Startled by the louder shout, Jisoo finally snapped out of it and turned around. The girl continued, "Why are you just spacing out in the middle of the street?" "What's wrong?" Recognizing the person who had called her, she let out a long sigh of relief and muttered, "Oh, it's just you, Shin Hai." Seeing Park Shin Hai standing there, Jisoo awkwardly raised a hand and let out a small, "Ah." Shin Hai rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What do you mean, ah?" Park Shin Hai then tilted her head up, following Jisoo's previous gaze. "Oh, were you watching that?" Jisoo looked back up at the screen, remaining silent. The broadcast was still going on about the conglomerate. Hansun Group is undergoing restructuring to foster player development. Right at that moment, Jisoo turned to ask, "By the way, Shin Hai," but Shin Hai raised an eyebrow, interrupting her. As they crossed the street, Shin Hai spoke up first. "What's the occasion? Why are you heading to school so early today?" Shin Hai casually replied, "I'm not heading to school right now. Haven't you heard? Your girl has officially awakened as a player recently." "But did you hear the news?" Confused, Jisoo asked, "What news?" Seeing her confusion, Park Shin Hai slowly explained, "Not too long ago, a gate spawned right in the underground parking lot of my overly preachy dad's company building." "You knew about that, right?" Jisoo nodded in agreement. "Yeah," Shin Hai continued. "It's still strictly confidential." Park Shin Hai's tone grew serious. "Rumor has it that a dungeon break might happen soon. I'm actually on my way there right now." Hearing this, Jisoo hesitated, a bit unnerved. "Wait, what? What are you going to do if your dad finds out?" But Shin Hai remained completely unfazed. He's always stressing over pointless things. Jisoo was clearly worried for her friend. But before she could say anything, Park Shin Hai cut her off. "Hey, I'm a player now too, you know. Didn't he say he's going to focus all his resources on developing players from now on? Why should I be excluded from that? Just you wait. I'm going to prove to him that I'm way stronger than that Lee Sejin guy or whatever his name is. I swear I'll make him see it." Jisoo knew that arguing was pointless. Her friend wouldn't listen anyway, so she just stayed quiet. Moments later, Park Shin Hai grabbed her arm and dragged her into a photo booth, declaring loudly, "Oh, wipe that gloomy look off your face and come here for a sec. Today is my grand debut as a player. We absolutely have to take a picture to celebrate." And just like that, the two snapped a photo to commemorate her first day as an awakened player. The flashback faded away. In the present, only half of that photo remained, showing Shin Hai's face. Jisoo stared down at the floor, her voice low and dark as she muttered, "Shin Hai?" She stood in front of a large corkboard pinned with countless photos and documents all related to Park Shin Hai. Jisoo's eyes burned with absolute hatred and an unyielding resolve to exact her revenge. Meanwhile, the news channels were being flooded with breaking reports. The Messiah Guild, the first guild in the world to successfully conquer a 7-floor dungeon. Lee Sejin named the most influential player on the globe. The dream of clearing the 7th floor has finally been realized. When will they set their sights on conquering the 8th? Online comments poured in, "Sejin is the absolute GOAT. Mom, when I grow up, I want to be just like Lee Sejin." Another user chimed in with a question. "Is there no news about Isaac or Johan?" Someone quickly replied below, "It's a domestic article. Why the hell would they write about foreigners? What a stupid question." The first commenter snapped back, clearly pissed off. "Mind your own business. Why are you sticking your nose in, you bastard?" But the troll just fired back mockingly. "So what? I felt like it. Cry about it." The scrolling comment feed suddenly blacked out. The scene shifted to a dimly lit, gloomy room. Park Shin Hai sat stiffly in her chair, casting a nervous glance to her side. Noda Hajiro was there as well, his eyes subtly darting around the room. Suddenly, a figure concealed in the shadows spoke up, their voice barely a whisper. "What happened with Aya?" Hearing the question, Shin Hai visibly tensed. She replied with anxious hesitation, "About that." The scene cut away to the chaotic inside of a dungeon, where a massive golem was rampaging violently. Off to the side, a sphinx was being mercilessly choked out by a raging fire golem. Down on the ground, Lee Gina suddenly leaped out of nowhere, driving his spear straight into the sphinx's body, backed up by a skeleton soldier. Seeing the blood spray into the air, Gina gritted his teeth and roared, "Hell yeah!" Finally broke through its hide. After burying his spear into the beast, he let himself fall backward. The very next second, Kim Woo-jin launched himself directly at the gaping wound. Eyes glowing in his vampire state, Woo-jin slammed his hand over the open gash, preparing to cast a skill. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in. The emissary of the underworld's blood drain skill has been cast. Combination skill. Vampiric blood drain activated. The health recovery rate of blood drain is increased by 100%. Immediately following the prompt, Kim Woo-jin leaned back, violently siphoning every last drop of blood from the Sphinx's body. Feeling the surge of vitality, Woo-jin let out a dark, satisfied smirk. The Sphinx seemed to realize something too, gritting its teeth as it tried to turn around. Right at that moment, thick clouds of dust and smoke erupted from its entire body. A system notification popped up. The Hell Emissary's Blood Mist skill had been activated. Lena, who was in the middle of a fight, startled and turned to look in its direction. Both the Sphinx and the fire golem were completely engulfed in a cloud of black smoke. On the other side, it seemed Kim Woo-jin was also surrounded by this thick, dark mist. His eyes glowed a fierce red. A second later, the smoke dissipated, revealing Kim Woo-jin's figure. He looked no different from an absolute demon right now. A notification popped up. The blood golem had been summoned. Back in that gloomy room, Baek-shin H was still anxiously giving her report. I sent Isaac, Johan, and the Sword Saint to the A+ rank 6th floor dungeon in Egypt. Noda Hajiro, sitting on the other side, spoke up with a questioning tone. Just who the hell approved this and let it happen? Behind him, Sungu chimed in. Calm down, Divine Bow. Let's listen carefully to the current situation first. But the moment he finished speaking, Noda Hajiro slammed his hand violently onto the table. He growled, issuing a harsh warning. I wasn't asking you. Baek-shin H spoke up again to pacify them both. This happened based on my judgment alone. But you don't need to worry too much because I've already prepared for this. I gave the helmet of Hades and the boots of Hermes to the Sword Saint. While it's true I brought Johan along as bait, his actual strength is nothing to scoff at. No matter how incredibly talented Isaac might be, his chances of surviving and making it out of that dungeon alive are absolutely zero. Shin H declared this with absolute confidence. Hearing that, Noda Hajiro simply furrowed his brows and stayed silent. Lee. Seijin, who was sitting there, rested his chin on his hand, pondering her words. Right at that moment, someone else slammed their hand on the table and scoffed. You're way too confident about this. Baek-shin H was slightly startled by this and turned to look in that direction. At the exact same time, a blinding magic circle materialized right in the center of the table. Seeing this, Lee Seijin let out a faint, scheming smirk. The scene shifted to another location, where a car was pulling up in front of a building. Park Yong-won stepped out of the vehicle, keeping his head down. Right then, a woman who appeared to be his secretary came rushing over to him. Director, we have a huge problem, he asked her coldly. What is it? The secretary then leaned in, whispering the report directly into Park Yong-won's ear. The moment he heard it, he jolted in shock. What, him? After that, the two of them hurried inside the building. The scene shifted elsewhere, showing a man gently rolling two large metal spheres in his hand. This man was none other than Hill Frey, with Sakura standing respectfully right behind him. A second later, Park Yong-won and his secretary walked into the room. Seeing them, Hill Frey flashed a sly, cunning smirk. The scene transitioned as a system notification popped up. You have defeated Sin. This notification appeared right at the spot where Johan Jobs had been completely cleaved in half. But suddenly, the upper half of his body began to lift off the ground. A glowing golden light was slowly mending and fusing the two severed pieces of his body back together. The radiant light illuminated the entire area. Then, another notification appeared on the screen. You have used the Hell Emissary's skill, Return of the Dead. This was the Return of the Dead skill, unique rank, only usable by those level 50 and above. The deceased bypasses Karen the Ferryman, crosses the river Styx, and returns to the world of the living. This skill effect is automatically triggered if the skill holder dies while raiding a dungeon. Cures all abnormal status effects on the body. Health and mana will be fully restored to their maximum values. However, you cannot receive any rewards upon successfully clearing the dungeon. This skill can only be used once. It will disappear entirely after activation. Right after that, both halves of Johann Jobs' body were completely fused back together. Someone had resurrected him. Johann Jobs' eyes blazed with a fierce mix of burning hatred and pure determination. He leaned back slightly, and the surrounding air rippled outward as if blown by a sudden gust of wind. The dungeon's forest at night was a breeding ground for hidden, deadly battles. Golden sunlight bathed the entire sky. Park Yong-won's voice was slightly hoarse, laced with clear discomfort. Dropping in on me so suddenly and saying things like that? I'm honestly at a loss. Hill Frey leaned forward, his tone probing and slightly cold, yet maintaining a deeply calculating calmness. Why? Do you need more time to think it over? The moment that question hung in the air, the room fell into an unnervingly heavy silence. Yong-won narrowed his eyes, raw suspicion written all over his face. You want me to join you in sweeping the 7 floors of the dungeon, but why on earth should I accept this offer? Hill Frey casually rolled the metal sphere in his hand, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Lee Se-jin is running wild everywhere, parading around with that sweeper of the 7 floors title. You really don't want to see that happen now, do you? Park Yong-won's voice immediately hardened. So, you're suggesting we pool our forces? Hill Frey mused quietly, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. It was an ambiguous smile that could either be mockery or agreement. Well, if you want to split our forces, it simply means you'll enter the dungeon and the 2 of us will sweep it together in the future. Sitting opposite him, Yong-won raised an eyebrow. His voice dropped low, thick with skepticism. Enter it? Hill Frey met his gaze with an icy, unblinking stare. That's right, enter it. Park Yong-won dug his nails into the table, dragging out a long scratch in apparent anger. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Sparks of pure rage flared in Yong-won's eyes as his harsh voice echoed through the room. Are you trying to provoke me right now, right here in my own headquarters? I suppose that's what you meant, Park Yong-won. A terrifying black aura slowly crept across the room. Sakura took a half step back, overwhelmed by the suffocating bloodlust. She muttered under her breath, torn between shock and pure terror. Such intense bloodlust! To think he'd actually lose his cool like this. But in stark contrast to Sakura's terror, Hill Frey remained completely unfazed. Oh, good grief, what do you even mean by provocation? Bolts of lightning crackled brilliantly across his palm. So, you think provoking? He narrowed his eyes and tilted his head, his voice dripping with sarcastic defiance. What happens when 2 people of the same caliber clash? The immense power surged from his hand, engulfing his body and eventually consuming the entire room. The 2 auras violently clashed like ravenous beasts. One side was seething with rage, while the other seemed to be treating it all as a mere joke. Meanwhile, in another location, a vibrant red cup shaped like a bird's wing was set gently on a table. Se-chan took a sip of his coffee and let out a soft chuckle. Instant coffee really is the absolute best. He raised an eyebrow and gave a helpless little shrug, chuckling at his own eccentric habit. You know, if I just buy the ground coffee, it doesn't suit my taste. It's way too bitter. Ju couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It was just instant coffee and a paper cup he had swiped from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild. Her voice suddenly broke the silence. Guildmaster, Ju continued, delivering yet another piece of unexpected news. I've got some breaking news. It looks like the Thunderbird Guild and Park Yong-won have made contact. Se-chan's excitement was palpable, a wide grin breaking across his face. Oh, a massive battle is finally about to break out. He smiled softly, his eyes sparkling with deep amusement. Things are finally starting to get interesting. Let's see how this whole mess unfolds from here on out. Suddenly, Se-chan cast a suspicious glance her way, his tone light but tinged with genuine curiosity. Where are you off to? Secretary Lee stood up, smoothed out her coat, and replied simply, just going to meet a friend. Se-chan's voice was laced with pure disbelief. Friend? You, Secretary Lee? Music Ju just tilted her head, completely unfazed by his dramatic reaction. What's with that reaction? Seeing her glare, Se-chan quickly threw his hands up in defeat, waving her off. No, never mind. Hurry up and go. She gave a faint smile, her eyes softening just before she turned to leave. I'll be back shortly. Se-chan watched her figure disappear. Behind the door, letting out a long sigh as he muttered, Meeting a friend, huh? The scene swiftly shifted to a narrow alleyway in Cairo where flickering yellow lights danced against the rough brick walls. An obscure alley deep within the black market of Cairo, Egypt. Inside was a dingy underground watering hole. 3 figures emerged beneath the dim ceiling light. One of the men reached out, his voice incredibly hoarse as he slid an object across the table. "This will come in very handy." Hidden in the deep shadows, only a mysterious voice echoed back. "I can't make any guarantees, but you better keep your end of the bargain." "Thanks, man." Johann Georg let out a soft chuckle, a flicker of regret in his eyes. "To be honest, at first I really thought you'd betrayed me." He shot a sideways glance at the person sitting beside him. "Right, Isaac?" Kim Woo-jin let out a heavy sigh, staring off into the distance as if muttering to himself. "Well, a promise is just a promise after all." A flashback of a certain someone's resurrection flashed by. Back then, Johann Georg's face was utterly twisted in panic, gasping wildly for air. His eyes had suddenly locked onto a hat lying discarded on the ground. Tucked right underneath it was a note left behind by someone. "Make sure to return this once you're done using it." As Johann Georg picked up the hat, a deeply sinister smile spread across his face. If he deliberately left this behind... His voice dropped to a low whisper, his brows furrowing slightly. "That means you already knew I had a skill that could bring me back from the dead, didn't you? Honestly speaking, there's absolutely no way I can beat you, Isaac." Johann Georg looked at him, completely baffled. "How the hell did you even know about that?" "That?" Kim Woo-jin offered a faint, cynical smile, his tone laced with bitterness as he recalled a past memory. It was precisely because of that damn skill that he had been forced to kill Johann twice. A flicker of lingering anger and regret flashed through his eyes. "Shh! I really should have just let him rot there." Kim Woo-jin's voice pulled them back to the present. "How I found out is none of your damn business." Johann's eyes sparkled with a twisted mix of intense admiration and utter madness. So freaking cool. Hearing Johann Georg utter those words, Kim Woo-jin instantly spat out the drink he was sipping. Whilst Johann leaned in slightly, his voice brimming with emotion, as if finally confessing a deep secret while completely ignoring the judging stares of everyone around them. "No matter what anyone says, you're still the coolest, Isaac. You are my absolute favorite person in the world." Kim Woo-jin just pinched the bridge of his nose, furrowing his brow in absolute defeat. Not a single person here is right in the head. Then his tone shifted, turning ice cold as he brought up the real issue. "However, because of this little stunt, you are now officially dead to the world." The sheer, chilling authority in his voice hung heavily in the air as he continued. "So, from this moment on, don't do anything stupid. Stay dead and live in absolute silence." Kim Woo-jin threw a sharp glance over his shoulder, his eyes glinting like cold steel. "Otherwise, the Messiah Guild will come hunting for you." Johann Georg fell dead silent, completely lost for words. Kim Woo-jin turned on his heel, preparing to leave. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Suddenly, Johann Job shot up and shouted, "Please wait a second, Isaac!" Hearing his cry, Min Sik whipped his head around in suspicion. Johann George's voice was desperate, clinging to his very last shred of hope. "Please, let me come with you. I'm begging you!" Lena's fury melted away, her face contorting into an expression of sheer disbelief. Kim Gu-in glanced over at Johann, looking deep in thought. Elsewhere, Park Jin-hai stood by the window, sunlight streaming into her quiet office. She smiled mysteriously, her fingers lightly touching her lips, radiating absolute confidence as she plotted her next move. In a dimly lit office, the glow of a computer monitor pierced through the darkness. Breaking news flashed across the screen, covering politics, economics, society, and world events. Isaac's guild had swept through 6 dungeon floors in India, leaving no other survivors behind. The lingering question remained, why couldn't Isaac save Johann? Following Johann's death, citizens lined up to pay their respects to the departed. Hearing a knock at the door, Park Jin-hai didn't even turn her head. She merely glanced over and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. "Come in." The door clicked open and the guard's voice echoed through the room. "Right this way, please." Jisoo's silhouette stepped inside, walking straight toward where Park Jin-hai was standing. Her gaze held absolutely no warmth as she looked at her guest. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" It was obvious something had happened between them, as Jisoo's eyes were just as cold as Park Jin-hai's. "Lee, Jisoo!" Through the frosted glass window, two figures sat across from each other in heavy silence. Park Jin-hai set her coffee cup down and broke the ice. I was actually worried when you vanished without a word. Where have you been and what have you been up to lately? I was so surprised when you suddenly reached out. Jisoo rested her hands on her lap, keeping her head down in silence. After a moment, Jisoo finally spoke in a hushed voice. I have something to ask you. Startled, she clearly hadn't expected that response. Park Jin-hai looked puzzled. Ask me? Oh well, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. After all, it's been so long since we last saw each other. Still, I'm a little hurt. You didn't even bother to ask how I've been doing. Aren't you being a bit too cold to an old friend? Even after 3 years apart, you haven't changed a bit. Jisoo abruptly cut her off. My father. Hearing those 2 words, a sudden tremor ran through her body. Jisoo continued, her tone deadpan. Did you kill him? Park Jin-hai flashed back to the sight of a man lying on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beside him. She cowered, her entire body trembling in terror. Park Jin-hai's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Tears began to well up in her eyes. A looming figure stepped closer, grabbing Park Jin-hai's attention. He stared down at her with icy eyes. Then the mysterious man reached out a hand. Her pupils widened in absolute paralysis, unable to resist, her face turning a sickly pale from pure panic. The thought abruptly snapped, dragging her back to reality. Park Jin-hai faced Jisoo again. Averting her eyes, she snapped back. What the hell are you talking about? You show up out of nowhere just to ask me that? Your father died in a dungeon accident. I don't know what kind of rumors you've been hearing to ask me something like this. But Jisoo, I swear, nothing like that happened. Your information is wrong. She clenched her fist tightly. Then Jisoo coldly dropped a single sentence. You haven't changed either. You never were any good at lying. Park Jin-hai still replied calmly. Excuse me? Park Jin-hai asked, glancing at the object on the table. A neat stack of documents had appeared right in front of her. Hanson Group Dungeon Accident, Victim List. Park Jin-hai picked it up and read it in silence. Jisoo continued her thought. The reason my father passed away? I know it wasn't because of monsters or some random dungeon explosion. I believe you have something to tell me. Seeing that she wasn't getting any answers, she stood up, preparing to leave. Disappointed, Jisoo said, Maybe I was wrong. Park Jin-hai bit her lip hard as if fighting an internal battle. The sound of her footsteps faded further away. Suddenly, she jumped to her feet and yelled, Wait! What exactly are you trying to say? You disappear for 3 years and suddenly show up, just to ask if I killed him? What is wrong with you? Are these stupid papers more trustworthy than the words of your own friend? And if you honestly think I killed your father, what then? Are you planning to take revenge on me or something? At this point, what could you possibly do to me? Know your place. Do you have any idea who I am? Do you know what kind of position I hold? Jisoo didn't turn around. She simply replied, I know perfectly well. Park Jin-hai, CEO of Hansung and Vice Guild Master of the Messiah Guild. Jisoo turned back, her eyes gleaming with a lethal, threatening intent. As for what I can do to you, you'll find out soon enough. Scene change. Under the blanket of night surrounding the cold high-rise building, yellow light spilled from a balcony, casting the silhouette of someone standing in silence. Lonely, they stared down into the vast, empty abyss. The mysterious figure clenched their fists, thinking to themselves, a dying wish, huh? Inside a room, 2 opposing surges of power, one blinding white like heaven's thunder, the other deep crimson like a hellish bloodbath, suddenly clashed, creating a terrifying shockwave. The violent tremor from the explosive energy clash blasted outward, shaking the entire building violently as a deafening roar tore through the sky. In the meeting room, Hill Frey raised both hands to stop it. Stop this pointless fighting. There is no need for us to waste each other's time like this. I just want the 2 of us to reach an agreement before we proceed with the mission. Park Yong-won remained silent. The other man continued, Right here, right now. Let's write our wills. Park Yong-won let out a cold scoff. A will? What kind of nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Hill Frey smirked confidently. Don't misunderstand. It's just a simple will. You see, inside a 7th-floor dungeon, neither of us can guarantee we'll make it out alive. So, let's make arrangements for our guild members in advance. They'll panic if one of us gets killed in there, so we should agree to merge our guilds if the other dies. Hearing this, Secretary Kim cried out in panic. Sir, do you mean? Hill Frey explained, since this is the Messiah Guild's first time clearing a 7-floor dungeon, the whole world is going to revolve around them right now. The problem is, both of us are in a position where we can't just sit back and watch. But trying to conquer a 7-floor dungeon with our current strength? That's basically suicide. Whether you like it or not, shouldn't we try to clear it by joining forces with others? Come on, let's drop the bullshit and be honest with each other. You see, I'm a very greedy man. I have absolutely zero intention of sharing the fame and rewards with anyone else after conquering that 7-floor dungeon. Aren't you and I exactly the same? I came to you because I know you're the exact type of person who would stab me in the back the moment we reach the 7th floor. So, what do you say? Am I wrong? That's exactly why I'm saying we should write our wills before entering the dungeon. After thinking it over, Park Young-won let out a heavy sigh and stepped inside. A menacing red aura materialized behind him. A sudden voice startled Park Young-won. Seems like you've got a lot on your mind, huh? A figure radiating power slowly approached. Park Young-won looked at Kim Woo-jin and thought to himself, I didn't even sense his presence? He then asked coldly, since when were you standing there? He smirked and replied, I just got here. Kim Woo-jin then spoke up. I was wondering why you've been so awfully quiet lately. Park Young-won replied, looks like you just went to Egypt with Isaac, didn't you? Kim Woo-jin answered, that's right. That was the special mission you gave me, wasn't it? Park Young-won growled, I told you to take that chance to persuade Isaac and make sure he gets rid of that bastard Johan. Kim Woo-jin chuckled, mentioning that it was quite difficult to sit next to Isaac and try to convince him to kill Johan. He's incredibly stubborn. Even when he enters a dungeon, he's not easy to persuade. Hearing this, Park Young-won turned toward the railing and said, all right then, good job getting rid of Johan. Park Young-won thought to himself, he didn't just persuade Isaac, but he even cleared a 6th-floor dungeon with him? Gripping the railing tightly, Park Young-won spoke up. However, he glared at Kim Woo-jin and said, didn't I tell you to do it quietly so word wouldn't get out? Park Young-won questioned why Isaac hadn't clarified Johan's death to the press. Kim Woo-jin laughed and replied, I wonder about that myself. I have no idea what Isaac is thinking. Who could possibly understand a guy with a genius brain like that? He continued, the guy became a media superstar by clearing a 6th-floor dungeon in record time right after awakening. And on top of that, Isaac isn't my subordinate. Kim Woo-jin added, I can't just order him around to do what I want, especially when it comes to things outside the dungeon. Park Young-won pondered this for a moment. Well, he's not wrong. He said coldly, yeah, you got a point. Johan has indeed been eliminated, just as I wanted, so let's just let that slide. He then added, I'm only bringing it up because it's been quite a while since I last saw your face. Park Young-won glanced at him and said, if possible, I'd like the relationship between us to be a bit clearer. You get what I mean, right? Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, the fact that Isaac defeated the Thunder King on the 7th floor was actually connected to Park Young-won. Park Young-won turned around, leaning against the railing with his arms crossed. Even if he isn't your subordinate, there's no denying that your influence on him is highly effective. He continued, when Isaac, the Thunder King, and I team up to try and clear the 7th-floor dungeon, your presence is going to be extremely important. He slipped his hands into his pockets and remarked, but knowing you, I completely understand. Park Young-won smirked and asked, you'll only go if there's a reward, am I right? Kim Woo-jin feigned a bit of surprise. That is, Park Young-won suddenly pulled out a glowing key. A streak of blue light appeared, gradually forming into a spatial vortex. Kim Woo-jin just looked at him calmly. Park Young-won declared with full confidence, now, follow me to Park Young-won's personal armory. He turned toward the vortex, but then looked back and said, pick out whatever you like from in there. As he stepped into the portal, he added, it's a very fitting reward to repay both you and Isaac. Kim Woo-jin followed right behind him, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. As he walked, he muttered, you'd better not regret this. The scene shifts to the city streets. Oh Se-chan exclaimed, what? You really did that? That's not like you at all. Secretary Lee went to the main office of the Hansen Group. He placed a hand on his chin and said, despite the fact that I truly cherish you. Secretary Lee, I think what you did this time is a bit too much to just brush off. You know that, right? Oh Se-chan asked her, What do we even gain from provoking Shin Hai? Lee Sai-Jisoo hesitated before speaking. I wonder, she said softly, we don't know what kind of consequences provoking Shin Hai will bring. Lee Jisoo stared thoughtfully into her teacup and asked, what could possibly help us get out of this mess? She recalled the image of Shin Hai looking absolutely terrified when an arrow was shot at her. Standing in the distance was Noda Hajime. He glared at her with furious eyes. Behind Noda Hajime, a sharp sword was drawn. Park Shin Hai was so scared she didn't even dare to look straight at him. Cutting back to the present, Lee Jisoo stood up and said it would all be decided by her own choice. Ose-chan looked at her in astonishment. The scene shifts to the evening, where Hill-Frey was slowly walking forward. He approached a waiting car, greeted by Sakura. She bowed, opened the car door, and spoke respectfully. You've worked hard today, Guildmaster. The convoy began to move. From inside the car, Hill-Frey asked, how are the preparations for the 7th floor dungeon coming along? Sakura sat in the front seat, turning back to reply. The difficulty level is C+. We've been looking for a suitable dungeon for the debut. He questioned her. Difficulty C+, huh? Where is it located, and do you have anything important to report? Sakura flipped through the documents and replied, it is located in Pakistan. As for the important report, an armed faction of extremists has occupied the perimeter of the gate. She continued. Reports indicate that some of them are high-level players. Sakura added, because of this, even the Pakistani government is struggling to breach the area. Hill-Frey chuckled dismissively. Even if they are players, mere radicals like them are nowhere near our level. Is that all you have to report? She replied. Just one more thing. Kim Gu-jin is waiting at the main headquarters. Hearing this, he smirked. The scene shifted to a crimson flag fluttering in the wind. Kim Gu-jin sat waiting in the room. Hill-Frey walked in and spoke up. Well, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? He glanced at the older man, then stood up. Kim Gu-jin extended his hand and said, it has been a long time. He let out a dark chuckle. It truly has. Long time no see, boy. Hill-Frey's voice suddenly dropped to a growl. Park Yong-won's loyal little hound. He seized the young man's hand in a crushing grip. A violent surge of electricity sparked between them. Kim Gu-jin coldly retorted, what do you mean, Park Yong-won's hound? He pressed on. If that were true, why would I drag myself all the way out here to see you? Hill-Frey flashed a wicked grin. The moment he loosened his grip, Kim Gu-jin yanked his hand back. Massaging his hand, he muttered, I really don't know how to react to such an intense welcome. Standing nearby, Sakura clicked her tongue in annoyance. Hill-Frey sneered, so, have you finished the task I gave you? Kim Gu-jin stared at him, realizing that unwavering composure wasn't a bluff. Even knowing that Park Yong-won was publicly recognized as a sixth floor conqueror, just like the Thunder King. He confidently replied, of course I have. Kim Gu-jin thought to himself, if we're talking about pure raw power, the Thunder King is absolutely no match for Park Yong-won. He finally spoke up. The final floor of the dungeon will completely eliminate Park Yong-won, Kim Gu-jin growled. The moment those words left his mouth, a sinister smile crept across Hill-Frey's face. That night in the combat zone, Ala was scouting from a distance through his binoculars. A tank rolled down the dirt road, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust in its wake. It wasn't just one. An entire armored convoy was aggressively advancing toward them. Seeing this, Ala was struck with pure panic. He sprinted back in a frenzy, screaming at the top of his lungs, Commander! Pointing frantically into the distance, Ala yelled to Monty, Sir, you have to see this! He gasped for air. There's an unknown fleet of tanks! But before the words could fully leave his mouth, a sniper round instantly took him out. Monty froze in absolute horror at the sudden bloodshed. Snapping back to reality, he immediately dove behind a large boulder. His mind raced as he calculated. The impact hit right after the gunshot was fired. Glancing back at the grim scene, Monty gritted his teeth. That means the shooter is an absolute monster, capable of landing a perfect strike from 1,500 meters away. Poking his head out cautiously, he strategized, I have to find their exact location before we can counterattack. Sweating, he muttered, did the shot come from that direction? But before the thought even finished forming, a second bullet tore through the air, instantly taking him down as well. The deafening crack of the rifle echoed across the desolate mountains. a smoking brass casing ejected from the heavy sniper rifle. Sakura smirked and announced, "Target distance 1,765 meters, hostile eliminated." Standing right beside her, Hilfrey applauded. "Now that is a magnificent sound." Lowering his binoculars, he gave an approving nod. "It's absolute music to my ears." Hilfrey turned to her. "How much longer until we fully secure the perimeter of the gate?" Both of them gazed down at the valley, watching their tanks begin to open fire. Artillery shells bombarded the area, setting off massive explosions everywhere. Sakura gave a smug, confident reply. "Give it less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kim Gu-jin, Lena, and Park Young-won had also finished their preparations. Breaking news flooded the media, endlessly reporting on the unprecedented alliance between the Thunderbird, Firebird, and MCOS guilds. Speculation and related rumors were spreading everywhere. Lee Si-jun stared silently at the glaring computer monitor. Finally, he broke the silence. "And what about the Messiah Guild's reaction?" Lee Si-jun asked Park Jin-hai. "What are your thoughts on it, Vice Master?" He pressed further. "Do you think we should issue a public statement?" She stuttered nervously. I don't think that will be necessary." Park Jin-hai flinched as Lee Si-jun abruptly stood up and slowly walked over to her. He tilted his head, his tone laced with dark amusement. "That expression looks awfully familiar. Where have I seen it before?" Park Jin-hai was practically trembling with terror, unable to even meet his cold gaze. Lee Si-jun chuckled softly. "Ah, that's right. It was back then, the very first time we met." He vividly recalled the moment she had collapsed onto the floor, trembling violently as she looked up at him. Snapping back to reality, Lee Si-jun casually strolled past her and murmured, "Back then, I really thought we were the same." His voice suddenly turned lethal. "But it seems I was completely wrong." Without warning, he placed a heavy hand on her shoulder, sending a violent shudder down her spine. He whispered chillingly, "But enough reminiscing about the old days. The only thing that truly matters now is our future." Stepping away, Lee Si-jun declared, "Although a public response would be the standard move here." He continued pacing toward the door. "I have absolutely no intention of doing that." Outside, the towering Hansung building was already engulfed in a raging inferno. As Lee Si-jun firmly emphasized, this was purely an act of terror, committed by filthy extremists who look down on players. He cast a sideways glance at her and asked, "Isn't that right?" Park Jin-hai immediately nodded, her eyes wide and overflowing with absolute dread. Without another word, Lee Se-jun coldly turned his back and walked out. Long after he had left the room, Park Jin-hai was still clenching her teeth, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. The scene cut to Oh Si-chan, who angrily slammed a thick stack of documents onto his desk and bellowed, "Damn it all! Have these bastards completely lost their minds?" Hearing the commotion, Ju immediately turned his attention toward him. She spun her chair around and asked him what was going on. Oh Si-chan grumbled, "Those bastards from the Messiah Guild finally opened their damn mouths." The front page splashed a picture of the HE vaccine right under the headline. Other newspapers were blowing up with the exact same story. Oh, Se-chan slammed his fist onto the desk and burst out, "We absolutely cannot let this happen again. The government actually gave you people a free pass? Are you telling me that whenever you feel like it, you can just deploy the military against your own citizens?" He sighed in pure frustration. No one has a clue what those Messiah Guild freaks are actually plotting. Oh Si-chan glanced over at Ju and said that if things continued, their power would just keep spiraling out of control. Then he clasped his hands together in a mocking, prayer-like gesture. "Oh, Lee Si-jun, please save our dying world." Ju was completely done with his antics. She thought to herself, "I swear I've heard this exact speech 1,000,000 times by now." Suddenly, Oh Se-chan barked, "Am I right, Secretary Lee?" But a sudden phone ring instantly derailed his train of thought. He scrambled over and snatched up the receiver. "Hello? Long time no see," a voice echoed from the other end of the line. Recognizing that familiar tone, Oh Se-chan instantly gasped. "Oh my god! Who do we have here? Could it really be?" He continued. "The legendary Hunter Yang." Franco Sachiro shot right back. "I'm swamped right now, so I'll make this quick. I just read the report." He demanded to know about the Golden Dragon's stomach acid that had just been smuggled into Pakistan. Before you ordered it, did you even bother looking up what it actually does? Oh, Sichan chuckled. Oh, that? He replied with absolute glee. I haven't got a clue. The client asked for it, so I just placed the order, my friend. Franco Sachiro was completely dumbfounded, totally at a loss for words. Then he roared, You don't even know what it does, and you dared to just hand over something that priceless. You absolute lunatic. Oh, Seichan dug a pinky into his ear, grumbling, Well, the client said, while thinking to himself, Man, this guy's mouth is as filthy as a toilet. He then continued aloud, Yidei si pa, that he was going to kill someone. Franco Sachero physically shuddered. He stammered out, Who? Kill who? Hello? But the line suddenly went dead and a message popped up on the screen. Call cannot be connected at this location. Franco Sachero stared at his screen and cursed. Damn it, what the hell just happened? The scene shifted to a spatial gate where Kim Woo-jin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johan Georg, disguised in the form of Isaac Ivanov, were keeping a deadly serious watch. Standing right in front of the dimensional gate were Park Yong-won and Heil Frey. Park Yong-won shot Frey an icy, calculating glare. Frey just stared right back with a smirk. Everyone here was hiding their own ulterior motives. Suddenly, a young courier walked up and asked, Excuse me, you're Mr. Isaac, right? Lee Jin-ah and Johan Georg snapped their heads around in surprise. The young man spoke up. I have a package delivery for you, sir. Lee Jin-ah raised an eyebrow in suspicion. A package? Kim Woo-jin quickly waved a hand and stepped in. Isaac, let me handle this. Hearing that, the courier shook his head. I'm sorry, you can't. The recipient has to personally accept and sign for it. Kim Woo-jin's brow twitched. He lowered his voice into a dangerous growl. He's standing right next to me. Intimidated by his fierce glare, the poor courier stammered, Yes, sir, here you go. Lee Jin-ah practically sprinted over to get a look. He watched closely as Kim Woo-jin tore into the package. Lee Jin-ah chimed in, What the hell did you even order? Dragon stomach acid, Woo-jin replied flatly. Johan Georg's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he thought, Dragon stomach acid? Lee Jin-ah crossed his arms and scoffed. Man, I came over because I thought it'd be something actually cool. But stomach acid? What the hell do you even need that for? Johan Georg rested a hand on his chin, deep in thought. Now that I think about it, I feel like I've heard of this before. Rumor has it that dragon stomach acid allows the user to see the true essence of a sealed item. He continued, and just like those sealed artifacts, dragon stomach acid is unbelievably rare. Well, I'd only ever heard the rumors until now. This is my very first time seeing it in person. Then Johan Georg threw out a teasing smirk. It seems our dear Mr. Spasiba over here is completely clueless, isn't he? Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin analyzed the situation in silence, thinking, just as I suspected, he knows exactly what it is. Triggered by the jab, Lee Jin-ah snapped back, What did you just say? Who said I didn't know? I literally know everything, okay? Johan Georg just gave a cocky, dismissive wave. Yeah, sure you do. Watching the two of them bicker like children, Kim Woo-jin just stood there, utterly speechless. Lee Jin-ah whipped his head around. Comrade, can we just ditch this loser and head inside, just the two of us? He grumbled in pure annoyance. This is the same sick bastard who slaughtered his own subordinates with his bare hands. How the hell can you trust him enough to let him into the dungeon with us? Johan Georg let out a soft chuckle. You're asking how he can trust me? He slowly rolled up his sleeve, exposing a binding tattoo. Because I come with a rock-solid guarantee like this. Lee Jin-ah scoffed and looked away. The guy practically crawled back from the gates of hell, like some ink is actually going to keep him on a leash. I don't trust him, no means no. Kim Woo-jin remained silent, thinking to himself, a soul contract? He recalled the moment Johan Georg had pleaded, Please, let me come with you. Lena looked absolutely baffled by his words, while Woo-jin simply stayed quiet. She snapped, Where the hell does this guy think he's going? Does he think we're going on a picnic? Johan Georg suddenly cut in. I don't know the full story, he explained. But doesn't Sir Isaac have a grudge against the Messiah Guild? I'm already bound by a contract, so it's not like I can pull any tricks anyway. Johan Georg spoke with a crazed look in his eyes. So, I'd much rather watch those maggots get crushed under Sir Isaac's hands. Kim Woojin's voice was ice cold. What guarantee is there that you won't betray me? Furthermore, why should I trust you enough to make you my ally? Lena pointed a finger at him and scoffed. Why are you even wasting your breath on this guy? Johann Georg slammed a piece of parchment onto the table, cutting her off once again. I have this. The parchment displayed its details: soul contract, rare rank skill, usable from level 1 and above. Designate a target and forge a pact, surrendering the user's soul to them. You may inherit a portion of the beneficial effects from the skills and items used by the designated master. Effect: receive a fraction of the buff effects from the master's skills and items. The maximum cap is 50%. The designated master cannot be changed. If the designated master dies or terminates the contract, your stamina will instantly drop to 0. Johann Georg then spoke up. With this contract, it's physically impossible for me to betray you, because the moment you wish for it, I drop dead on the spot. Lena screamed in sheer disbelief. Are you out of your freaking mind? What if Isaac actually tells you to drop dead? He simply replied in a soft tone, Sir Isaac has had countless opportunities to kill me, yet he hasn't laid a finger on me. Johann Georg continued, he isn't the type to do things without a purpose. There's no logical reason for him to want me dead right now, so long as I promise not to cause any trouble. Snapping back to the present, Kim Woojin thought to himself, he's right. He had weighed the pros and cons, realizing the skill offered far more benefits than drawbacks. But he truly hadn't expected the guy to willingly slip a noose around his own neck like this. Kim Woojin pondered silently, I really can't figure this guy out. Aloud he declared, let's head into the dungeon. Starting forward, Kim Woojin commanded, let's move. Johann Georg turned back and asked Lena, so, which item are you planning to unseal? She snapped defensively. Why the hell should we tell you? He just laughed and replied, because we're allies now, aren't we? Kim Woojin glanced over his shoulder and said, you'll find out soon enough. A while later, deep into the night, the warm glow of a campfire illuminated a small clearing in the middle of the forest. Both Lena and Johann Georg had already crashed and fallen asleep, leaving Kim Woojin as the only one awake. He stared at the system interface. Attention. You must exterminate 111,111 goblins to advance to the second floor. Remaining goblins, 20,317. Kim Woojin calculated mentally. The clear conditions are exactly the same as the last time I was here. The third floor will require 333,333 goblins, and the fourth floor will be 444,444. It just keeps scaling up from there. He continued his train of thought. And then, on the 7th floor of the dungeon, the Goblin King will be waiting, just as the dungeon's name suggests. Kim Woojin swiped through the system panels. His eyes focused intently on the glowing text. The system displayed his status window. Name: Kim Woojin, level 176. Authority: Emissary of the Underworld. Stamina: 1,955. Vitality: 663. Mana: 1,335. Achievements: 158. Unallocated points: 0. Kim Woojin evaluated his stats silently. Now that I'm at level 176, a smirk crept onto his face as he told himself, I'll wrap this up in no time. The first floor of the dungeon, the second floor, the third floor. The system chimed in with an announcement. 333,333 goblins have been exterminated. The gateway to the fourth floor is now open. The massive dungeon gates glowed radiantly against the night sky. Park Young-won rested his hand against the heavy gates. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes sweeping over Kim Woojin, Johann Georg, and Lena. Kim Woojin met his gaze with a faint smile, and Park Young-won returned the gesture with a grin of his own. Placing both hands on the heavy doors, he shoved them wide open, releasing a fierce gust of cold, ancient air from the void beyond. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps made Kim Woojin glance back. Hill Frey spoke up in a hushed tone. Is everything going smoothly with Isaac? Kim Woojin nodded simply. It's fine. I've already sent him the message. The question is, when does the real plan begin? The older man chuckled. Once we step onto the fourth floor, the Bluebird Guild, Isaac's forces in the Thunderbird Guild will just keep doing what they've been doing on the previous floors, wiping out the goblins. He leaned in closer. When the battlefield descends into total chaos, I need you to regroup with Isaac and the Bluebird Guild. Fall back to a safe distance and give me the signal. Frey stared down at his spear, his grip tightening. When that moment comes, I will be the one. He paused, emphasizing his next words. You must take Park Yong-wan's life with my own 2 hands. Meanwhile, in the Goblin Kingdom on the 4th floor, a monster shrieked as a heavy blade cleaved through its skull. Kang Jae and his squad were fighting fiercely, pushing back the endless swarm of beasts. He let out a heavy breath, wiping the sweat from his brow before turning his head. Sir, may I ask you something? Go ahead, Park Yong-wan permitted without looking back. Kang Jae's tone was laced with doubt. Do you actually trust Kim Woo-jin? Park Yong-wan shot him a brief, unreadable glance. Kang Jae pressed on with his theory. He claims he's going to turn Isaac into his puppet, but is it possible he's not the only one scheming here? I have a bad feeling that Isaac is plotting something of his own, Kang Jae continued. Once we declare all-out war on the N Guild, what happens if Isaac decides to side with them instead? Park Yong-wan fell silent for a moment before a wicked, cunning smirk spread across his face. He replied casually, Then we'd all be totally screwed, wouldn't we? Kang Jae stared at him, utterly stunned. Are you really willing to gamble your life on that guy? Do you actually trust Kim Woo-jin that much? Park Yong-wan chuckled darkly. Hell no. I have never, in my entire life, trusted anyone enough to put my life in their hands. Turning his back with a chilling indifference, he declared, The only thing I trust is myself and my own intuition. Kang Jae started to protest. But, sir, only to be immediately cut off. Right here in this very dungeon, Nu will die by my hands. He let out a cold, ambitious laugh. And once that's done, the Thunderbird Guild will be ours. That is the only thing that matters. The scene shifts as a beam of light shoots straight into the sky. The system displays, you have reached level 180. Lee Jin-ah glances at Kim Woo-jin, who is bathed in the pillar of light. The system announces, the emissary of the underworld is highly impressed by your skills and has bestowed a catalog upon you. A glowing piece of paper suddenly appears in front of Kim Woo-jin. He gently catches it. Lee Jin-ah rushes over and calls out, Hey, what did you just get? His eyes light up as he asks, Is it some top-tier loot? The paper reads, Banshee. Acquisition condition. Gifted by the emissary of the underworld. Required level 150 or higher. Effect, summons a banshee. Kim Woo-jin pushes Lee Jin-ah away and says, No idea. He waves the paper in the air and adds, I haven't even used it yet. How am I supposed to know if it's good? Lee Jin-ah gives him a skeptical look. Oh, really? He grumbles internally. Well, excuse me, you're the one who always acts like you know everything. Johann Georg, in the guise of Isaac, walks over and speaks up. Out of all the top-tier players, Isaac must be the favorite of the emissary of the underworld, he says with a teasing tone. So, are you going to keep getting blessed with powers and skills that no one has ever heard of? Lee Jin-ah mutters, grinding his teeth. You lucky bastard. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he says, Listen here, it seems like you don't know the truth. Johann Georg looks confused. Know what? Lee Jin-ah declares confidently, What makes you think Isaac is actually that strong? He looks completely taken aback. What the hell are you talking about? The system displays, You have acquired the Banshee skill from the emissary of the underworld. Lee Jin-ah points straight at Kim Woo-jin and says, The real powerhouse here is Kim Woo-jin. Then he whips his finger back toward Johann Georg and demands, You're the real Isaac, aren't you? Johann freezes in absolute disbelief. What the hell? Johann Georg snaps back. That's just because Isaac doesn't like to show off. Isn't Isaac hiding behind that very face right now? Standing nearby, Kim Woo-jin pinches his own cheek and casually replies, Nope, this is my actual face. Johann Georg stares at him, utterly dumbfounded. He yells, What? Meanwhile, in another location, Helfrey suddenly calls out to Sakura. Seeing her flustered expression, he asks, What's with that look on your face? Helfrey questions her. Is it because of Kim Woo-jin? Sakura quickly explains, That bastard, I don't like the look in his eyes one bit. not to mention the fact that he's currently playing double agent between you and Park Young-won. She continues, I just don't buy that he genuinely wants to work with us. Helfrey scoffs in response. If that's the case, we just wipe all three of them out. Simple as that. Park Young-won, Kim Woo-jin, and Isaac. Hearing this, she gasps in shock. What? But all three of them are ridiculously strong, Sakura protests. Isaac alone can summon around 200 skeletons at once. She stammers, if Park Young-won, Kim Woo-jin, and all their subordinates jump in too. Helfrey laughs dismissively. They're no match for me, he sneers. And even if by some miracle they could take me down, they won't get a single damn thing out of this dungeon. He explains, I've already had a little chat with the gatekeepers outside. Helfrey's tone turns sinister. The moment I drop dead in this dungeon, thousands of bullets will riddle their corpses. The scene cuts back. The system displays. The banshee's wail echoes. All goblins are struck with terror, instantly losing their will to fight. The goblins collapse to their knees, clutching their heads in absolute agony as a heavy footstep stomps into the ground. A terrified goblin looks up just as a skeleton knight looms over it, raising its blade high before bringing it down in a flurry of vicious slashes. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johann Georg watch the slaughter in silence. Kim Woo-jin stares quietly up at the banshee. Lee Jin-ah voices his awe. Holy crap, that's insane. With a move like this, I don't even need to be on the front lines anymore. Kim Woo-jin abruptly cuts in. No, this isn't enough. Hearing this, his shoulders slump. Seriously, does that mean I still have to go out there and be the meat shield? Kim Woo-jin glances at him and replies, the skill's effectiveness drops over time. In his mind, he calculates the drawbacks. The skill lacks raw damage, and on top of that, it eats way too much mana. Johann Georg asks curiously, so, are you not going to use the Banshee for the rest of this battle? Kim Woo-jin crosses his arms and says, even though the skill's effect is diminishing, if there's a way to make up for it. He pulls out another piece of paper, waving it around as he finishes. But then I'll keep it going. The paper reads, Summon Lich. Acquisition condition, gifted by the emissary of the underworld. Requirement, level 180 or higher. Effect, by sacrificing a massive number of monsters, you can summon an undead sorcerer. Lee Jin-ah asks in surprise, wait, isn't that? He blurts out, the item we traded the Cyclops demonic eye for? Kim Woo-jin rips the paper right down the middle and smiles. Bingo. The system announces, skill of the emissary of the underworld activated. Summoning Lich. Achievement unlocked. Lich Summoner. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light blasts straight up into the sky. Ominous black clouds roll in, accompanied by deafening cracks of thunder and lightning. Even Kim Woo-jin looks momentarily startled. Johann Georg and Lee Jin-ah are completely dumbstruck. Jin-ah stammers out loud. What the hell is going on? Lee Jin-ah demands. Hey Kim Woo-jin, this is all part of your plan, right? Despite the menacing black vortex spiraling down from the sky, Kim Woo-jin answers coolly, nope. A blinding bolt of lightning strikes him directly. A dense aura of dark energy materializes. An imposing figure, radiating absolute authority, manifests before Kim Woo-jin. It is Indra. Kim Woo-jin stares at him, momentarily at a loss for words. I definitely didn't see this coming, he mutters to himself. Indra's voice booms across the battlefield. And just what? He demands. Will you be sacrificing to me? Elle, Gina, and Johann J were absolutely stunned by Indra. Johann J wondered to himself. A sacrifice. Kim Woo-jin's voice was ice cold. A sacrifice? He pointed at the goblin slumped on the ground, clearly skeptical. Is this really not enough? The pitiful goblins had been completely drained by Indra's lightning, their lifeless bodies lined up in a row. On the other side, Sakura looked up in awe. She pointed toward the roaring pillar of lightning and called out, Boss, look at that! Hilfrey coldly shifted his gaze. Up in the sky, a massive vortex had formed, sending down endless, violent strikes of lightning. Sakura spoke up. That's right where Isaac is. Do you know what's going on over there, sir? Hilfrey assessed the situation in his mind. What a familiar sight. It reminds me of the time I formed my contract with Indra, he thought to himself. Could Isaac have found a source of power on par with Indra? Suddenly, Hilfrey spoke up. Looks like our plans have to change. He turned around and ordered, Sakura, let's move. She blinked in confusion. Wait, go where? Hilfrey gripped his weapon tightly. To eliminate a potential variable, he said, before calling out loudly, let's go. The scene shifted as Kang Jae drove his weapon into a monster. He called out, Master, did you see that just now? Park Yong-won responded, Isn't that where Isaac's team is fighting? Kang Jae looked over and muttered, Yeah, it's giving me a really bad feeling. Do you think Isaac managed to get a new skill? Hearing this, Yong-won replied, Leveling up in a dungeon and acquiring a new skill isn't exactly rare. Kang Jae nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess you're right. However, Park Yong-won silently noted to himself, but whatever that skill is, it's definitely not ordinary. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot toward them from the distance. It was moving at an absolutely terrifying speed. Park Yong-won spun around in panic. Kang Jae immediately lunged forward, crying out, Master! He raised his shield to block the lightning strike. Yong-won thought to himself in shock, What the hell just happened? At that exact moment, the lightning detonated, illuminating the entire forest. Park Yong-won collapsed to the ground, while the shield in front of Kang Jae revealed massive cracks where the lightning had pierced right through. Witnessing the destruction, Park Yong-won demanded grimly, What is the meaning of this? Hilfrey walked over from a distance, his voice cutting through the tension. It seems a pesky little bug has decided to interfere with our affairs. As Frey casually pulled his spear out of Kang Jae's limp body, Park Yong-won's voice turned ice cold. Didn't we agree to cooperate? He demanded. At least until we took down the 7th floor boss? Frey just laughed. Is that so? Well, I gave it some thought, and I've decided that our little partnership is no longer necessary. Suddenly, Sakura spotted something in the distance. Boss, look, she warned. Hearing that, Hilfrey shifted his gaze. Park Yong-won also faltered. Up on a high hill, a towering dark figure loomed. It was L. His body was glowing a blazing red as he raised his scepter high into the air. The system interface flared to life. The Lich has inherited the summoner's power. The notifications updated rapidly. Bone Mage has been summoned. Dullahan has been summoned. Fire, Golem has been summoned. Banshee has been summoned. The number of all summoned creatures has been doubled. Summon Lich, an S-rank skill. Here are its effects. By sacrificing a massive amount of monsters, you can summon an immortal mage. As for its S-rank effect, the mage is completely immortal, sustained entirely by the summoner's own power. And until this undying mage vanishes, all of the summoner's skeletal soldiers and additional entities will have their numbers completely doubled. Suddenly, a massive fire golem erupted from beneath the earth. Right behind it, a heavy cavalry of skeletal knights and a vast legion of undead warriors violently burst onto the battlefield. Sakura let out a sharp laugh. Boss, looks like that little brat Kim Gujin actually kept his promise. But in stark contrast to her excitement, Hilfrey wore a deep, calculating frown. No, something isn't right here, he thought to himself. The atmosphere grew more suffocating and tense than ever before. Meanwhile, the Lich and Johann George, currently taking on Isaac's appearance, were watching closely from above. Down below, under Kim Gujin's commanding gaze, a mighty, imposing army had assembled and was ready for war. Hilfrey raised his eyes, catching the arrogant smirk on the boy's face. This Isaac kid is much more capable than I gave him credit for, he noted inwardly. With power like this, he had absolutely no reason to play along with me or Park Yong-won. I just don't get why he went out of his way to hide his true strength. He was the one itching for a fight to begin with. But no matter what you're scheming, boy, you are not going to get it. Furious, Hilfrey surged with explosive power. He made a silent, ruthless vow. I will achieve my goals, and I don't care what dirty tricks I have to use to get there. Once I'm done with Park Yong-won, you're next on the chopping block. But little did he know, Isaac possessed the divine skill of God's retribution. Yong-won flinched, his eyes darting toward Hilfrey, just as the man unleashed a devastating blast of energy straight ahead. Die, Frey roared. Yet, Park Yong-won stood firmly before the incoming strike, absolutely unflinching. His entire body flared with a blazing crimson aura as he boldly declared, I am Park Yong-won. Did you really think I'd just roll over and die that easily? But the moment those words left his mouth, his eyes darted to the side. A colossal surge of crackling blue electrical energy, shaped like jagged, razor-sharp spikes of ice, was plummeting from the sky. It came crashing down to utterly crush its target, unleashing absolute apocalyptic devastation across the ground. Yongwan froze in his tracks, staring in sheer disbelief at the chaos unfolding. Lena was standing right in front of him, taking the full brunt of the devastating attack head-on to shield him. Yongwan found his voice and asked, "Wait, are you one of Isaac's allies?" Lena glanced back over her shoulder and scoffed, "I'm not an ally to any of you idiots. I am Spax, plain and simple. Why the hell can't anyone ever remember my name?" Park Yongwan, however, was quickly losing his patience. "Are you seriously doing this right now?" Before he could finish, something suddenly materialized, instantly grabbing both his and Lena's attention. The system rang out, now activating the Divine Retribution skill. A blinding auroral bolt of blue lightning struck down with unbelievable, earth-shattering intensity. It ripped straight through the pitch-black darkness. Lena was left utterly paralyzed for a split second. Surrounded by an aura of freezing blue energy and trailing terrifying blinding speed, the lightning crashed down with a catastrophic shockwave. The massive impact exploded violently, sending razor-sharp debris flying in every direction. As the thick smoke finally began to clear, it revealed a massive smoking crater left right in the center of the battlefield. Gripping his weapon, Hilfrey sneered, "Another bug in my way?" Nearby, Yongwan braced his arms against the ground to push himself up. Right in the middle of the crater lay that familiar shield. He silently assessed the situation, not expecting the King of Light to be this insanely strong. Suddenly, the shield vibrated with a low groan, triggering the grace of the underworld. Lena furiously pushed herself up from the rubble. Seeing his silhouette, Sakura screamed in panic, "What? He took that hit and is still breathing?" Beside her, Hilfrey pondered grimly. Why would Isaac's teammate take a hit for Yongwan? Maybe they were teaming up with Yongwan to take him out first. If that was the case, where the hell was that Kim Woo-jin right now? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a blinding surge of power suddenly erupted. Everyone present was completely stunned by its sheer, overwhelming force. Startled, he whipped around toward the sound. Hilfrey quickly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping a blast of energy that shot toward him. A sharp scythe crashed into the ground with a loud clang, catching Sakura's attention. She asked anxiously, "Captain, what's wrong?" Another solid object hurtled straight at Hilfrey. Thwack! Blood splattered from his head as Sakura let out a piercing scream. The captain had just taken a sudden brutal blow. He staggered, his entire body trembling from the dizziness. Amidst the radiant energy, a man smirked with dripping sarcasm. Kim Woo-jin took off his mask, revealing his face. "You really are narrow-minded." Hilfrey glared at him with burning hatred. Unable to keep her cool, Sakura gritted her teeth and growled, "Kim Woo-jin." Yongwan also looked in that direction, muttering his own assessment. "What the hell is going on here?" Lena looked at him laughing as she replied, "What do you mean, what's going on? The King of Light is dead meat, obviously." Hilfrey furrowed his brows, looking like he was about to explode. Yongwan pointed right at him and shouted, "Not yet." Startled, Lena snapped her head around. "What?" Just then, the system interface popped up. "You have sustained a critical attack. You have been revived. Remaining health point 1. Indra is descending. Descent of Indra advanced level. Effect. Greatly enhances lightning control through a pact with the thunder god, Indra. Advanced effect. Triggers when the host sustains a fatal, heavy tier attack. The god Indra will be utterly enraged, descending to possess the host's body and devastate everything in the vicinity." Above them, an endless vortex materialized. From its center, a massive, apocalyptic lightning bolt struck down, as if intent on obliterating everything. Below, a figure was violently blasted away by the impact. Sakura cried out in panic, "Captain!" A colossal, brilliant blue tornado crackling with sparking lightning suddenly appeared right in front of her. Hilfrey's body was completely enveloped in a blinding blue-white electrical aura. Ferocious arcs of lightning shot out, signaling the ultimate release of his speed and magical destructive power. He roared, "You foolish mortals! Expose your necks and prepare to die!" Kim Woo-jin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it, there's no way we're settling this the easy way." Nearby, Lena trembled in fear, cursing under her breath. What kind of monster is that? Dripping with contempt, Hilfrey continued, "You filthy mongrel bugs!" He raised a hand crackling with raw power, unleashing a blast of lightning as he declared, "Die, all of you!" The battlefield descended into absolute chaos, with everyone scrambling to defend themselves or flee the danger zone. Seeing the dire situation, Young Wan frantically calculated his options, realizing he had never dealt with anything like this before. Making a split-second decision, he bellowed, "Everyone retreat! Get away from that monster, now!" Meanwhile, Hilfrey's subordinates cheered in a manic frenzy. Did those Phoenix scumbags really think they could pick a fight with us? Captain, wipe them all out! But the moment the words left his mouth, Hilfrey blasted a bolt of lightning straight into his own man. Sakura watched the horrific scene unfold, her mind racing. Oh my god! Can he not even tell friend from foe anymore? Standing at the epicenter, Hilfrey attacked wildly in every direction, sparing absolutely no one. Johann worriedly thought to himself, is Master going to be okay? He must be somewhere in that crowd. Now a being of pure, brilliant blue energy, Hilfrey was completely shrouded in jagged arcs of lightning, ready to pierce through any defense. His magical energy had coalesced into a grotesque spectral head, flashing a terrifying jagged grin. Kim Woo-jin smirked and mocked him. "Why do you look so mad?" Without a second thought, he pointed a finger across the battlefield. Kim Woo-jin's voice rang out, deep and chillingly indifferent. "Isn't your real enemy—" Hilfrey froze, a fleeting look of confusion in his eyes, completely clueless as to what the man standing before him was implying. Woo-jin spoke calmly, as if stating the most obvious fact in the world. "The Desikfasti be standing right over there?" Kim Woo-jin added, "I'm just doing what Isaac told me to do." High above, Johann, still in his camouflage, flinched, his eyes revealing a sudden wave of panic. "Master, why is he pointing at me?" Woo-jin coldly commanded, "Stop taking your anger out on innocent bystanders. Go settle your score with Isaac yourself." Possessed by fury, he roared, "What the hell is this?" Hilfrey violently leaped into the air, his jaws unhinging to spew a lethal blast of magic straight at Kim Woo-jin. Bullshit! The beam of light tore toward him like a lightning strike, yet Kim Woo-jin didn't even twitch to dodge. In that split second, a victorious smirk crept onto his lips. Everything was falling perfectly into his premeditated plan. In the blink of an eye, Kim Woo-jin took the full devastating brunt of the attack head on. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending rocks and debris flying as thick smoke billowed into the sky. Lena was absolutely stunned, her heart dropping as she silently cursed him. That idiot! How could he just take that hit directly? He didn't even try to fight back. Johann stood completely frozen, unable to process what was happening right in front of him. Master! Riding his momentum, Hilfrey relentlessly swung his arms, hurling barrage after barrage of magic at him, lighting up the entire heaven and earth with his overwhelming power. Hilfrey threw his head back and laughed, a savage, blood-curdling sound. Die! Attack after vicious attack rained down without a single pause, his roaring voice blending into the thunderous explosions. Die! A shockwave of magic swept through, tearing up the earth and stones like a ferocious storm. Hilfrey seemed to lose his mind, screaming over and over again, "Just die." He offered absolutely no resistance, simply letting the magical storm crash down upon him. Kim Woo-jin still made no move to defend himself, his entire body swallowed whole by the chaotic rain of magic. Witnessing such terrifying power, Sakura's face was painted with absolute shock, secretly hoping this meant the battle was finally over. Hilfrey slowly closed his mouth, halting the erupting flow of magic. As the dust cleared, it revealed countless deep craters scarring the earth. Well, that quieted things down, he mocked. But the sight before Hilfrey made him flinch, so shocked he couldn't even speak. At that very moment, a system notification chimed in. Lightning energy has reached its maximum threshold. Through the lingering dust, streaks of brilliant golden lightning burst forth. The system displayed another message. The power of the Thunder God is awakening. Amidst the swirling dust clouds, Kim Woo-jin stood tall and unyielding. In his raised hand was an item radiating a power that made the very air tremble. His face lit up with thrill. Everything was going exactly to plan. Li Jing, Lee Gina faintly recognized the item, suddenly remembering a previous conversation. Back then, Gina had hissed in frustration. "Hey, Kim Gujin, we need to talk." In the blink of an eye, he had lunged forward and grabbed Kim Gujin by the collar. Gina demanded, "How could you just go ahead with your own plan without telling me a single word? We're supposed to be teammates. You can't just treat me like this." "Are you even listening to me?" Gujin replied coldly. "So, what exactly is your question?" Gina covered his mouth to hide his lips from Johann Georg, whispering urgently, "That's stomach acid or whatever the hell it is from the Yellow Dragon. Where are you planning to use it? Couldn't you have given me a heads up?" Kim Gujin looked at him, silently guessing. "Gina, this guy must have been tormented a bit too much by Johann." He then said, "Open your inventory real quick. You remember that thing I grabbed from Park Yongwon's armory, right?" Gina looked surprised. "That useless relic you brought back? What about it?" Kim Gujin pulled out a flask of golden liquid and quickly twisted the cap off. Without a second of hesitation, he poured it straight over the item. Right away, a brilliant golden light flashed before Gina's bewildered eyes. In an instant, the light flared up violently, as if an ancient power was about to break free. Then, system alerts chimed one after another. The sealed power has awakened. You have become the owner of Mjolnir. Item rank, Legendary. Requires level 111 or higher to equip. Physical damage, 600. This is the weapon of the thunder god, Thor. It stores lightning energy. Effect. Increases all stats by 200 when equipped. Increases total damage by 20%. Summons lightning upon attacking. Awakening the thunder god's power requires reaching the maximum threshold of lightning energy. Gina's mind raced with a single thought. Did Kim Gujin prepare for this exact situation? Gujin gripped Mjolnir tightly in his hand, standing tall, ready to strike at any moment. Hilfrey seemed to catch on. He had no idea what that hammer was, but it was clearly absorbing his attacks. He silently made his decision. If that was the case, instantly, a long, razor-sharp spear materialized in midair. Hilfrey snatched it up without a moment of hesitation. Kim Gujin quietly tracked his every move, unable to hide the annoyance on his face. Channeling his magic into the spear, Hilfrey roared a challenge. "Let's see how you handle this." The next second, Hilfrey lunged at him with blinding speed, absolute murder burning in his eyes. It happened so fast that Kim Gujin was caught off guard, hastily swinging his hammer up to block. He was secretly impressed. The Lightning King realized that basic magic attacks are useless and instantly switched tactics. He really is on a whole different level. Thoughts raced continuously through Kim Gujin's mind. The spear's attack range is vastly superior to a hammer's, and he knows exactly how to exploit it. Yet, suddenly, Gujin charged straight at his enemy. Then Kim Gujin abruptly changed direction, giving his opponent zero time to react. He brought the hammer crashing down in a lethal strike aimed right at the enemy's head. That terrifying force shattered one side of Hilfrey's head. Park Yongwon froze, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Gina's eyes went wide, jaw completely dropped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Sakura panicked, her voice trembling. "Boss!" Meanwhile, the corners of Kim Gujin's lips curled into a cold, menacing smirk. "I used to be a player too," he thought to himself. Frey howled in bone-deep agony, his scream echoing across the entire battlefield. Hilfrey's eyes burned with furious rage, looking as if he wanted to devour the man standing before him. Without missing a beat, he lunged straight back at Kim Gujin. He gripped his spear tightly, his entire body radiating bloodlust. Surging with an explosive aura, Hilfrey charged at Kim Gujin. Gujin frowned, his whole body tensing up in absolute concentration. "Lee?" Gina's face turned deathly pale, his heart dropping to his stomach. "This is bad! He can't dodge that in midair!" In the blink of an eye, the spear was already inches away from Kim Gujin, but the corners of his mouth curved up into a terrifyingly calm smile. Quick as a flash, Kim Gujin unexpectedly dropped straight down to the ground, escaping the deadly strike by a hair's breadth. Frey's gaze accidentally caught sight of Gujin's shoes, faintly recognizing them. On Kim Gujin's feet were the boots of Hermes. Item rank, Legendary. Required level, 1 or higher. The boots hold the power of Hermes, allowing the user to walk without touching the ground. Effects. increases jump power by 30%, allows you to walk without touching the ground, increases movement speed by 30%. At that moment, Hill Frey seemed to understand everything. Unable to hide a twisted sense of excitement on his face, he thought, and here I was wondering was... Suddenly, the gaping wound on his head rapidly healed itself as his racing thoughts continued. Now I'm absolutely sure. This guy isn't one of Isaac's subordinates or anything like that, Frey told himself. From the very beginning, Park Yong-won had been standing there, observing it all. Right now, only one name echoed in his mind: Kim Gujin. Only then did Park Yong-won feel completely certain that his suspicions were correct. I knew something was off ever since he came back from Egypt, he fumed internally. Looks like I've invited a wolf right into my own home. Hill Frey stared intensely at the enemy before him. He finally spoke up. I have to admit, I completely misjudged you. I really thought you were just an ant. But now that I'm going to use my full power, Frey continued, you can go ahead and brag about fighting me toe-to-toe. Down in hell! Hill Frey immediately swung his spear and charged at him. Kim Gujin gritted his teeth, throwing his entire mind into the battle. A single thought flashed through his mind. Here he comes. He continuously smashed his hammer against the spear, countering as he fell back, trying to keep his distance. Suddenly, Kim Gujin's foot bumped into something. He glanced over his shoulder, wondering when he had been surrounded. The man let out a triumphant roar of laughter. Where are you looking? The sharp spear, carrying a terrifying force, shot toward Kim Gujin once again. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed out, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions and kicking up a blinding pillar of dust. Fortunately, he leapt away just in time to dodge the fierce attack. At the same moment, the system announced that the skill, Gungnir's Divine Punishment, was being activated. Suddenly, Kim Gujin noticed something was wrong. Seeing countless massive boulders falling from above, he thought in shock. Did he blast the cliff apart with lightning? Kim Gujin swiftly vaulted into the air to dodge. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed right in front of him, forcing an immediate reaction. Kim Gujin twisted his body to the side, barely dodging the massive spear rushing at him with terrifying power. However, his arm still grazed the blade, and fresh blood instantly sprayed out. Johann Georg panicked and screamed, "Master!" Kim Gujin gripped his injured arm, trying to stem the bleeding. At this moment, a system log appeared, reporting that the skill, Vampire Emissary of the Underworld, had been used. In the blink of an eye, Kim Gujin's fangs grew longer, and his body radiated a fierce blood-red aura. He activated it. The skill of the Emissary of the Underworld Bloodbone was now in effect. Seeing the blazing red bloodbone about to surround him, Hill Frey sneered. You think these cheap parlor tricks are enough? He immediately thrust his hand out, his spiritual energy erupting with immense power. A split second later, a blinding beam of light blasted straight into the crimson wave of bones. Hill Frey said arrogantly, "Could they possibly work on me?" From the midst of the bones, Kim Gujin's body touched down on the ground, pushing off with immense force to charge at his enemy with terrifying speed. He was certain the man had dodged it all. In a flash, Kim Gujin appeared right in front of him. Kim Gujin swiftly hammered a devastating blow into the enemy. Hill Frey immediately threw a punch in retaliation. "I've been waiting for you." Only then did he realize the approaching danger. The man's voice rang out, filled with furious intensity. "Now it's my turn." Due to a single moment of carelessness, Kim Gujin took the enemy's punch head on. The punch was so brutal that it sent his entire body flying, crashing into the ground like a bolt of lightning and triggering an earth-shattering boom. Billowing dust swallowed Kim Gujin, hiding his figure amidst the battlefield. As the dust cleared, Kim Gujin was revealed, grimacing in pain with blood spilling from his mouth. Hill Frey mocked him. "Can you feel it now, the difference between you and me?" He spoke with exhilarated arrogance. "Thanks to you, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. But I guess it's time to end this, right?" Kim Gujin gripped his hammer tightly, mustering all his strength to stand back up. "I'm having a blast too. It's been way too long." His next words caught Hill Frey completely off guard. "I don't even know how long it's been." A cold, piercing light flashed in Kim Gujin's eyes. "Since I last fought on my own," he continued, without relying on anyone's help. The corner of Kim Gujin's mouth curled up. He formed a twisted smile, thrilled to be fighting with everything he had against such a powerful enemy. Hill Frey snapped his head back and roared in pure fury. "You talk too much!" Right at that moment, the skeleton soldier surged forward in a coordinated attack. But with just a single slash, he shattered them to pieces. Immediately after, he unleashed another attack, blasting the ground below and wiping out countless skeleton soldiers. A skull went flying right over to Johann Georg, who was currently in the guise of Isaac. Then Hill Frey glared down at his own feet. He looked down at him and growled, "Isaac!" Right at that moment, someone else was busy doing something on the other side. Kim Gujin let out a dry chuckle, smirking as he said, "That's exactly why I told you who the real enemy is." Hearing that, Sakura frantically cried out, "Boss!" The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The skeleton soldiers were surrounding Hill Frey, yet he just smiled and slowly said, "Someone else?" Instantly, the undead horde swarmed him from all sides. Johann Georg, watching from the outside, thought to himself, "While Master is buying us some time, I've taken my position here just as instructed, even though these aren't the skeleton troops I summoned." He then raised one hand high to cast a spell before sweeping his arm forward, ordering the countless glowing eyes behind him to advance. He thought, but this is more than enough to end it. Right after Johann Georg's command, a massive wave of skeleton soldiers rushed past him and charged forward. They all locked onto a single target, Hill Frey. Seeing this, he roared in raging fury. "You bastards! I told you it's useless!" As he shouted, he swung his sword back, unleashing an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning. The lightning strike shot straight toward Kim Gujin's advancing skeleton army. Seeing the incoming blast, the leading skeleton soldier just glared forward, completely fearless. Hill Frey's attack slammed directly into the entire undead horde. After launching the strike, his eyes went wide as he stared at the impact zone. But little did he know, Kim Gujin was over on the other side, channeling his power into all the skeleton soldiers. Hill Frey was completely stunned. Since when had Kim Gujin buffed these skeletons to make them push forward so aggressively? Hill Frey furiously bellowed, "Kim Gujin, you son of a bitch!" He then charged straight at him, launching an attack. Kim Gujin didn't show a single ounce of fear, glaring right back at Hill Frey. One charged in, the other stood his ground. A split second later, the clash exploded. But at that exact moment, everyone realized someone had dashed in to shield Kim Gujin. Blocking the lightning with a heavy shield, the person said in a deep voice, "Before you lay a finger on my teammate." His eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead. "Shouldn't you take down the tanker first?" Lena chuckled playfully at him. Seeing this, Kim Gujin let out a dry, highly amused smirk. Back on the other side, Hill Frey was wildly swinging his scythe, continuously slashing into the skeleton soldiers. They were battered to pieces. The moment they advanced, they were smashed apart, sending bones flying everywhere. At this moment, the Lich was raising its staff forward, preparing to cast something. It was wielding the staff of Merlin. A moment later, following a system prompt that the Lich's mana was full, he raised his scepter high. The Lich was summoning even more skeleton soldiers. Another prompt popped up. Instantly, from the shattered remains of the undead army, several more skeletons rose and charged forward. Notifications flooded in one after another. The Lich has summoned more skeleton soldiers. The Lich has summoned more skeleton soldiers. Watching from the sidelines, Park Yong-won furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, Hill Frey, a man who is practically invincible, is actually on the defensive. He had assumed Isaac and his team had jumped in to save Kim Gujin from grave danger. But who would have guessed that right at this moment, Gujin was snickering as he charged ahead. Park Yong-won gritted his teeth. This was all set up by that bastard Kim Gujin, and we got played like absolute fools. Hill Frey was battling a horde of skeleton soldiers swarming him from every direction. They surrounded him, thick as ants. A moment later, a massive pool of blood was violently coughed onto the ground, and the battlefield seemed to clear up a bit. Another prompt popped up, warning of insufficient mana. The bloodline of the Thunder King has been eradicated, leaving no successors. Right as the message appeared, Hill Frey lost all his power. He gasped for air, panting heavily as he desperately tried to fill his lungs. Hill Frey staggered backward, struggling to stay on his feet. He was completely surrounded by massive piles of shattered skeletons. Exhausted, Hilfrey collapsed against the remains of a skeleton soldier. His eyes grew dim, drained of all life and color. It took a moment for Hilfrey to gather the strength to grit his teeth and fiercely glare at the man in front of him. Right then, someone else began slowly walking toward him. Kim Gujin let out a dry chuckle. "What incredible power," he said slowly, shaking his head in mock awe. "But there's no such thing as limitless power in this world." The moment he finished speaking, Hilfrey let out a weak, bitter laugh. "How incredibly ironic. You spout that kind of nonsense while commanding an endless army of the undead." And it was true. Behind Kim Gujin stood a massive, unkillable horde of skeleton soldiers. Too lazy to argue further, Gujin simply bowed his head and said, "Then, if you'll excuse me." The instant they received his command, the skeleton army lunged at Hilfrey. Agonizing screams echoed through the air as thick dust and smoke swallowed the entire battlefield. Nearby, someone dropped entirely to their knees. Sakura stared blankly at the ground, utterly stunned. "Boss is dead?" she thought. "How dare that bastard betray us?" Boiling with rage, she shot a murderous glare at Kim Gujin in the distance. In that moment, Sakura made a silent vow. "Kim Gujin, I swear on my own 2 hands I will avenge the boss." Just then, Johann George, still in his disguise as Isaac, spoke up. "Well then, I suppose we need to choose the next Thunder King." Hearing this, Sakura gasped, her mouth falling wide open in shock. "The next one?" Sakura thought frantically. "Wait, does that mean he plans to slaughter every single one of us?" If that was true... She hesitantly raised her hand and called out to the men standing over her. "Hey!" Sakura slowly got to her feet. The boss never officially appointed a successor to take over and run the guild. So Isaac, why don't you decide? Who should be the next representative of the Thunderbird Guild? Hearing this, Johann George rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Seeing this, Sakura smirked inwardly. There's no idiot alive who doesn't know I'm the boss's right hand, right? But first, I just need to survive and get out of this damn dungeon. After that, Kim Gujin, I'm going to rip you apart. She shot a venomous, hostile glare straight at him. Just then, Kim Gujin spoke up. "I am the successor." Sakura jolted in absolute disbelief. Johann George turned to him in surprise. "Wait, no, you?" Sakura gritted her teeth, glaring daggers at Gujin. "Kim Gujin, who the hell do you think you are to claim you're the successor? That's impossible." Kim Gujin just smiled. He took a slow step forward and calmly explained, "That's right. Before heading to Egypt, I made a little deal with the Thunder Emperor. He offered me a top-ranking position in the guild if I successfully assassinated someone." Johann George flinched slightly upon hearing this. An assassination? Wait, was he targeting me? He wondered to himself. Gujin continued, "I accepted the deal and I got the job done. So, I clearly have the right to become the successor. Isn't that right?" "Sakura, you were standing right there when the Thunder Emperor made that deal with me, weren't you? Don't tell me you've forgotten." Sakura snapped, screaming back at him. "What the hell are you talking about?" "That's not what those words meant at all. Since when did we ever make a deal like that with you?" Seeing her reaction, Gujin's gaze sharpened and he pressed again. "Oh, so you really don't remember anything?" Sakura froze. She gritted her teeth, frantically calculating. "Because the boss is dead. I have absolutely zero evidence to prove that his manipulation of the blank check agreement is a lie. If she couldn't get everyone on the same page, a bloodbath was unavoidable. And if that happened, the Thunderbird Guild would fall." Sakura stood completely still, realizing that everyone around her would be slaughtered by Isaac. Making up her mind, Sakura forced the words out. "Yes, that deal did happen." Just as expected, a smug smirk crept onto Gujin's face. Boiling with rage, Sakura clenched her jaw, cursing him in her head. "You cunning piece of trash, Kim Gujin." Then Sakura spoke up again, catching both Gujin and Johann George off guard. "But even if Kim Gujin has the qualifications, I am the one who was always by the boss's side, running this guild. If you want someone who actually understands how the guild operates and can keep it running, it has to be me. It has to be me. I'm the only one who can ensure the guild profits from this dungeon raid." Right at that moment, the entire atmosphere froze at the sound of a booming voice. "Hold on!" Startled, Gujin whipped his head around toward the source of the voice. A towering figure draped in a large cloak strode toward them. It was Park Yong-won. He furrowed his brow and demanded fiercely, "Who the hell gave you the right to just pick the successor of the Thunderbird Guild however you please?" Now that the Thunder Emperor is dead, his will states that the Thunderbird Guild is to be restructured under the Phoenix Guild. He narrowed his eyes. "Listen, Isaac, I appreciate your good intentions, but you need to understand that the Thunder Emperor and I already had a prior agreement." Johann George just chuckled quietly, not bothering to answer him. Instead, Kim Gujin strolled right up to Park Yong-won with a grin. Wow, perfect timing. Seeing Gujin approach, Park Yong-won instantly went on high alert. "What do you think you're doing? Was raiding my armory not enough to satisfy you? You dare get greedy for what's mine?" Kim Woo-jin replied to Park Yong-won, his voice dropping low. "It seems you've misunderstood. I didn't expect things to turn out like this either. Moreover, even though the Lightning Emperor is dead, I still carried out his orders. Things only got worse because of your stubbornness. As for Isaac, he has no such intentions. Isaac simply wants to clear this dungeon as soon as possible. To make that happen, even with the Lightning Emperor dead, Isaac wants to keep things exactly as they are for the time being. Of course, it's a real shame to pass up such a rare opportunity, but my hands are tied. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everyone for going above and beyond to support me, both physically and mentally. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't stand here being stubborn. Calm down, otherwise Isaac will kill you." He leaned in, pressing his forehead right against Park Yong-won's, and slowly enunciated every word. "If you want to keep raiding this dungeon, start acting like a man." Instantly, the air was sucked out of the room. Everyone held their breath, waiting for their next move. The scene shifts to the 7th floor, the Goblin Kingdom. A brutal battle seemed imminent here. The area was split into two massive factions, and right in the middle sat an enormous throne belonging to the Goblin King. He sat on his throne, glaring down at the masses. In front of the Goblin King, another goblin was stepping forward, leaning heavily on a staff. Suddenly, it drew a line in the dirt with its foot and turned around. It raised its staff high and let out a massive roar, signaling everyone. Instantly, the goblins on one side roared back in response. Following that rallying cry, both sides charged into a chaotic bloodbath. On one side were incredibly aggressive goblins bearing razor-sharp fangs. Just then, a massive spear slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. Kim Woo-jin stood his ground, planting his scepter firmly into the earth. A system notification popped up. Odin's spear, Gungnir, and Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, have begun to resonate. The skill damage for Power of the Thunder God has increased by 200%. The mana consumption required to maintain the skill Power of the Thunder God is reduced by half. Right after, he lifted his scepter again, commanding his skeleton army to charge forward. Receiving Kim Woo-jin's orders, they ferociously rushed into battle against the goblins. The two sides immediately clashed in a vicious brawl, neither willing to back down. Li Jin-ah was also fighting fiercely against the goblin horde. Nearby, Shakira was simultaneously taking on several goblins at once. Only up on a nearby cliff stood Johann, Georg, and the Lich, observing the battlefield below. Park Yong-won scowled as he glanced up at them, thinking to himself, "Isaac, because of that damn bastard, I lost face in front of my subordinates. Fine, I'll play along with your game for now. But this humiliation today, I swear I'll make you pay for it 100,000 times over." With that thought, Park Yong-won gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter. He then ordered his soldiers to charge into the fray on the other side. "We're moving in too!" Moments later, the entire area below had transformed into a massive, deadly arena. The scene shifts to the highlands of Pakistan. A massive, glowing sphere was shining there. "Wipe this dungeon clean," a booming voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of footsteps stepping through. Somehow, Shakira had appeared here. She stepped out from inside that glowing sphere, glaring fiercely at her surroundings. She furrowed her brow and stared straight ahead, remaining completely silent. The battle continued to rage on intensely. Just then, another arm and leg stepped out of the portal within the glowing circle. Soon after, not just one, but a massive crowd of people began pouring out of that gate. At the same time, a streak of light shot straight up into the sky from the ground below. The scene shifts to another area, where someone was standing in the distance observing the battle. The man thought to himself, "I don't see the commander anywhere." It turned out he was the squad captain. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and brought it to his mouth to speak. "All troops, get ready." Immediately, rows of gun barrels were raised, aiming right at the center of the chaotic brawl. Just then, the captain caught sight of a silhouette approaching him. Shakira gave a slight frown and signaled him to halt the entire operation. The captain was incredibly confused and asked softly, "Miss Shakira, why are you—" Right then, Shakira raised her voice to address all the soldiers. "Listen up, everyone. By the commander's orders, from now on, the Thunderbird Guild will serve under a new leader." She didn't sound very happy about it. Seeing this, the captain hurriedly ran over and asked, "Who is the new commander?" Shakira gritted her teeth in obvious frustration and reluctantly held her tongue. She then turned her head to look at the person standing behind her. It was Kim Woo-jin. He looked back at her with a sly, cunning smirk. The air in the area seemed to freeze. No one dared to say a word. Finally, Kim Woo-jin was the first to break the silence. "This is quite unfortunate for you all. But Isaac has chosen me," Kim Woo-jin continued, "as the Lightning Emperor's successor." Hearing this, Shakira and Park Yong-won could only click their tongues in annoyance. Just then, Kim Woo-jin added another demand. "Also, before we leave this dungeon, I need you all to do one thing. Keep my identity as the successor a secret from the public." He spoke loud and clear to everyone. In other words, I want you all to keep your mouths shut. He let out a cold scoff as he ordered them. Park Yong-won frowned upon hearing this and fired back. "Do we look like the kind of idiots who would just go around announcing that? But why, anyway? If I were you, I'd be dying to tell the whole world that I'm becoming the guildmaster." Shakira couldn't just stand by anymore and snapped at him. "You bastard! What are you scheming this time?" But Kim Woo-jin simply smiled, a glint in his eyes, and said, "It's not my idea, it's someone else's. He's already planned things out until the end of the year. Even if I become the Thunderbird Guildmaster or the Thunder King's successor, those titles are meaningless to him." Park Yong-won looked quite surprised and bewildered by this. Shakira was no exception. She didn't quite grasp his meaning either. She then strode closer to Kim Woo-jin before ordering the captain to call an emergency meeting for everyone the moment they returned to headquarters. Bracing herself for a whole pile of damn announcements, she gritted her teeth, grinding out every single word. The scene then shifts back to the present. Right now, countless news outlets are breaking the story simultaneously. World news. A brand new guild has conquered a 7th floor dungeon for the very first time since the Messiah Guild's debut. With the Thunderbird Guild's master having perished, Isaac and his comrades from the 7th floor raid are in deep mourning. The new leader of the Thunderbird Guild is keeping their identity hidden, while rumors swirl about a merger between the Phoenix and Thunderbird Guilds. Breaking news. Isaac has just announced the creation of the Savior Guild. In a broadcasting room, Johann Georg stands confidently before the camera and speaks loud and clear. "Hello everyone, I am Isaac Ivanov. I am only where I am today because of your passionate support and encouragement. I want to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude. Therefore, after internal negotiations, I, along with the Phoenix and Thunderbird Guilds, have reached a decision." His speech is broadcast live across giant screens all over the city. As of today, the Phoenix Guild and the Thunderbird Guild are officially merging. Furthermore, moving forward, our newly merged guild will not require any financial support from any government. We will save this world by clearing dungeons and wiping out monsters, completely free of charge. Right at that moment, a massive banner drops down directly behind Johann Georg. He calmly raises his voice, and for those very reasons, I hereby declare the foundation of the Savior Guild. The moment those words echo out, the massive crowds watching across the city erupt into wild, joyous cheers. Meanwhile, in another location, a tanned man with a thick beard smiles to himself, thinking, "I finally did it." Seichan stands by the window, quietly musing. "We are now on equal footing with the Messiah Guild. We can finally fight them fair and square." Do you have any idea how long this took? Just thinking about it makes the veins pop on his forehead. To get to this point, But mid-thought, a highly annoying crunching sound fills Seichan's ears, making his blood boil. He instantly whips around and screams at the top of his lungs. "Hey, you little punk! If you're gonna eat, chew quietly! You think this is your damn house?" He is, of course, screaming at Lee Jin-ah, who's casually munching on chips in the back seat. Seeing the guy completely ignore him and keep eating, Se-chan points a furious finger and continues his rant. At least eat cleanly, you slob. Hearing that, Lee Jinna tosses the last crumbs into his mouth and shoots back, Bro, I'm a world-class hero now. I conquered a 7th floor dungeon, remember? If you keep treating me like this, I'm gonna pack up and move to another guild, you hear me? But instead of begging, Se-chan instantly hurls the cup in his hand straight at Jinna's head and yells even louder. Please, get the hell out. Go on. If you're so great, go tell the whole world that you cleared the 7th floor. See who actually believes you. Jinna just waves his hand dismissively, looking totally bored and complains. Why wouldn't you believe me? Come on, I'm Lee Jinna. Lee Jinna, the guy who stands on equal footing with Isaac, the conqueror of the 7th floor. Se-chan grinds his teeth and snaps back. You absolute idiot. Whatever, thanks for nothing. Just let me know exactly when you're moving out, all right? The moment the words leave his mouth, Jinna's face freezes in sheer panic. Se-chan then turns to someone else in the room. Secretary Lee, this guy is transferring to another office. If anyone looking exactly like him shows up, get rid of him. As soon as he says that, Jinna completely stiffens, slowly and mechanically turning his head to look at the person Se-chan just called out to. Without missing a beat, Secretary Lee bows deeply and respectfully says, Thank you for all your hard work until now. Utterly panicked, Jinna screams out, No, wait, Secretary Lee? Nope. Seeing this pathetic display, Se-chan lets out a mocking laugh and asks, So? What exactly do you want to do now, huh? Our great national hero? A second later, Jinna's frustrated, wailing voice echoes through the entire building. You damn scammers! The scene shifts to an abandoned building with a single car parked right outside. Inside the building, pieces of gear like armor, iron helmets, and swords are scattered about. Kim Woo-jin walks in, eyeing the pile of equipment before him. He thinks to himself, Gathered all together, this is a pretty decent haul. The Death Lich I summoned to fight the Lightning King was way stronger than I expected. But with just this much, it's enough to completely overwhelm Lee Si-jun. I knew it. I absolutely have to get my hands on that. Kim Woo-jin's gaze grows icy and razor sharp. The scene shifts to a massive, ultra-modern villa situated on a private estate. But inside that luxurious home, a shattered perfume bottle lies destroyed across the floor. Park Young-won sits on a couch, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought, before he suddenly erupts, cursing at the person standing in front of him. A piece of trash like you is only meant to follow his master's orders. He continues his venomous threats. And now you dare to turn around and bite the hand that fed you? You son of a bitch, you actually have the nerve to show your face to me? The man standing before Young-won, Kim Woo-jin, isn't angry in the slightest. Instead, he slowly steps closer and says, Oh, let's not exaggerate. Even now, I am completely loyal to my master. The only difference is that master isn't you anymore. Finishing his sentence, Woo-jin gives a mocking smirk, staring dead into Young-won's eyes. Startled by the sheer audacity, Young-won glares back at him furiously. Woo-jin slams a hand down on the table and continues, So, there's really no need for you to be this angry. Deep down, you've always wanted to crush the Messiah Guild, haven't you? The more Woo-jin speaks, the more Young-won's hand, clutching his liquor glass, begins to tremble violently. Now, the Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds have merged into one, and they're completely under Isaac's control. Woo-jin scoffs, asking with thick sarcasm, Doesn't that mean we've essentially created a superpower capable of rivaling the Messiah Guild? Unable to hold it in any longer, Young-won crushes the glass right in his hand, shattering it to pieces. Gritting his teeth, he growls out a warning. You little bastard, what the hell do you know about me to run your mouth like that? Hearing this, Woo-jin just chuckles darkly and replies, Oh, boss, I know you very well. A man with a terrifying ambition for power, willing to use any dirty trick to climb to the top. But how pathetic is it that you've been so utterly crushed by Lee Si-jun, you can't even lift your head? Hearing those piercing words, Young-won's hand, now soaked in a mix of alcohol and his own blood, trembles uncontrollably. You will forever be nothing but second best. Woo-jin isn't done yet, maintaining the cold, overwhelming presence he always projects to others. But in reality, deep down, you are just a weak, cowardly man who lives in constant fear of everything. Now the board is set. You only have two choices left. 1. Fight to the bitter end like Noth and meet the exact same tragic fate as he did. Or 2. Submit to Isaac, reap the glory, and be praised by the world as a hero. Having said his piece, Wu Jin doesn't even wait for an answer. He simply turns on his heel and strides right toward the exit. Just as he reaches the door, he glances back with one final warning. You'd better think this through very carefully. The room falls dead silent, leaving only Yong-wan sitting there alone, his head bowed, staring blankly at the floor. Then he leaned back and let out a curse. Motherfucker! Yong-wan's hand gripping the armrest of his chair clenched tightly. Yong-wan's face darkened as he looked around his room. I can't believe I've lost everything like this, he thought bitterly. As the words crossed his mind, he remembered the headline of that article. Where did it all go wrong to end up in such a tragedy? I'm so damn tired of this. Yong-wan stared blankly at the ceiling in despair. The scene shifted to another city where a massive explosion was taking place. Up in the sky, a massive fleet of aircraft was rushing in. They were all combat helicopters. They slowly fanned out across the sky. Just then, a devastating attack shot straight up from the ground, blasting one of the helicopters out of the air. Down below, the city was being ripped apart by incredibly vicious hatchlings. Seeing the carnage, the terrified citizens ran for their lives. Suddenly, one of the hatchlings snapped its eyes open, glaring in a specific direction. The very next second, a figure leapt out of nowhere, plunging a sword straight into its eye. With a brutal yank, the figure dragged the blade all the way down from the beast's eye to its neck. The scene then cut to another location, where a live news broadcast was covering the city's destruction. Around 8 o'clock last night, many civilians lost their lives due to a massive dungeon break in the capital, Paris. Although the monsters have been eliminated, there were heavy casualties. Hunters have been urgently summoned by the government to prepare for and prevent similar incidents in the future. The very next day, countless articles surfaced with headlines reading, Level 7 monsters appear for the first time in Bisu. Hunters are still fighting tooth and nail to protect the innocent civilians of Bisu. The overwhelming pressure left the hunters utterly exhausted as they faced off against the sheer power and cunning of the dragons. One by one, the hunters were forced into submission. Mass protests erupted across major cities worldwide. The people were outraged by the government's absolute incompetence in handling the crisis. Frank Sachero sat at his desk, gritting his teeth and rubbing his forehead as he groaned. I'm so damn tired. His butler, Robert, stood nearby and sighed. The situation has indeed become far too severe. Frank Sachero gritted his teeth and growled. Not only is everything a complete mess, but there's also a lot of inexplicable shit going on right now. Outside, citizens were holding up protest signs reading, Attack and wipe out all the monsters in the Northern Territory. Some were even harsher, bluntly demanding, Where the hell are the French hunters? Stop hiding and making the civilians bear the consequences. Sitting in his car, Frank Sachero stared out the window and muttered blankly, Do they really think we're just sitting on our hands doing nothing? Nobody wanted things to turn out like this. The government is also having a massive headache over this, Robert replied. Well, the time isn't ripe just yet. In a few days, it'll be time for you to scout that level 7 dungeon. Meanwhile, Frank Sachero slowly turned his head to look outside, saying, We have no choice but to wait. But the way I see it, if we don't take action soon, the public's outrage will be unimaginable. Robert looked a bit puzzled and asked, Well, this is exactly when you need to step up and resolve the issue. It's going to be difficult, of course, but you aren't planning on giving up this easily, are you? A little later, the car pulled up to the gates of an estate. Robert stepped out of the car and said respectfully, Please go inside and have your meeting, sir. I'll wait out here. Frank didn't stand on ceremony and replied, Thank you. Right at that moment, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. In the distance, Secretary Lee Jisoo was bowing deeply to greet him. Seeing this, Frank smirked, thinking to himself that she was still just as diligent as ever. As he approached, she greeted him. It's been a while, sir. Have you been well? Frank replied politely, Thank you. I've been doing well. It must have been tough for you, having to travel such a long distance to get here. But Jisoo simply bowed her head and replied rather coldly, Yes, sir. He then stepped forward to lead the way, saying, This way, please. After taking a seat, Lee Jisoo suddenly realized something. Are we the only guests here? But Frank Sachiro answered nonchalantly, Yeah, I rented out the entire restaurant so we could have some peace and quiet. She looked visibly flustered upon hearing this. Oh, you're too generous, sir. Frank chuckled and brushed it off. It's nothing, really. Just then, the two of them heard a strange noise and turned their heads to look. At a table behind them, Jinnah was aggressively stuffing his face with food, leaving the waiter standing next to him completely horrified. Seeing him, Frank subtly pushed up his glasses and took a second look without saying a word. By now, he had also noticed Frank's stare and looked up. Jinnah then pointed a greasy chicken leg straight at Frank and shouted, What are you looking at, old man? Is this your first time seeing someone eat or something? Hearing this, a vein popped on Frank's forehead. He gritted his teeth and snapped, Old man? Frank grabbed the armrest of his chair and slowly stood up. He then crossed his arms and demanded loudly, Jinnah, who the hell are you, and why are you eating in a restaurant that I specifically reserved? By this point, he had already finished the chicken leg. Hearing Frank's interrogation, he boldly replied, To give you a quick intro, I'm the guy who conquered the level 7 dungeon with, but before he could finish, Lee Jisoo cut him off. He's with me. I believe this is his first time meeting you, sir. Frank turned back to her and asked, Is he your colleague? Before Jisoo could even answer, Jinnah yelled out in a panic, No way! But Frank, seemingly misunderstanding the situation, just gave a scoffing laugh. You did the right thing. Bringing a newbie like him along so he can gain some experience is a smart move. Jinnah froze, thinking to himself, Huh? A newbie? Just then, Jisoo glared back at Jinnah and lowered her voice warningly. Lin, could you please keep quiet so we can discuss our business? Hearing those words, he felt like he had been completely blindsided. What the hell? He thought. Even Secretary Lee? After that, Frank simply pushed up his glasses and stared silently at Jinnah. Jisoo clenched her fist slightly and let out a fake cough to grab his attention. Then she said with absolute seriousness, I would like to discuss a few things with you, sir. We've already reviewed the data and the proposals you sent over to our side. We've also added a few clauses of our own. Please take a look. Franco Sachiro silently read through the documents Lee Jisoo handed him. Meanwhile, she continued, To sum it up, our condition for helping you raid the 7th floor dungeon in France is the Purple Moon skill. Hearing this, he asked with a hint of caution, So, that's your condition? Jisoo replied, We've looked into the Purple Moon skill, and it's just a unique tier skill. So this request shouldn't be too difficult for you. We've been searching for this skill for quite a while now, Franco Sachiro replied with a frown. True, it's not a high-ranking skill, but before he could even finish, Jisoo cut him off. Please, hear me out. I'm not finished. Last time we met in North Korea, you gave me an item. She then recalled the moment when Sei-chan held up a long object in sheer amazement. About that, her face darkened as she spoke slowly. Our director had this to say. We will give you a discount equal to the value of the item I received back then. That's the deal. Franco Sachiro understood and replied. I get it now. He pushed up his glasses and smirked. At least that guy still has a bit of a conscience. Right at that moment, someone wearing high heels stepped into the restaurant. As she walked in, she announced loudly, You two are working hard, aren't you? Talking business this early in the morning? Startled, both of them turned their heads to look. It was Park Shin-hai and her subordinates. Jinnah also stopped eating and looked up at them. Park Shin-hai looked down at them with absolute contempt. Sitting there, Jisoo slightly tilted her head up to meet her gaze, her eyes showing clear hostility without a single trace of fear. With some standing and others sitting, the atmosphere in the dining room was suffocating. Suddenly, Park Shin-hai let out a laugh and spoke in a drawn-out tone. So, are you saying the Messiah Guild should put our raid on the 7th floor dungeon in France on hold? And that we have to compete for it against this pathetic bunch of nobodies? I suppose this newly formed guild is the Savior Guild. Wow. I'm honestly speechless. Mr. Dragon Hunter, you must be joking with us, right? The French government is practically begging for our help, you know. Franco Sachiro sat in silence, listening to her ramble. Park Shin-hai continued. It's wrong for you to just change things on your own like this. You know exactly what the situation in France is like. Sitting at the table behind them, Jinnah was gritting his teeth, looking like he couldn't hold back anymore. Suddenly, he shot up from his seat and shouted back. Hey lady, you're talking way too much. A bunch of nobodies? Who the hell do you think you are to say that? If you're so unhappy about it, then just back out. Leave the 7th floor dungeon raid to us. Being yelled at so suddenly, Park Shin-hye got a bit annoyed and snapped back. Who is this brat to cut in? But Jina cut her off again, dismissing her. As far as I know, the Messiah Guild has never even raided a B-rank 7th floor dungeon, right? And this new one in France is an A rank. Neither your Messiah Guild nor ours has any experience raiding an A rank dungeon like this. But if our Savior Guild manages to clear it successfully, Jina pointed his finger right in Park Shin-hye's face. Then I'll be watching closely to see what you all have to say. She scowled and retorted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Right at that moment, Jisoo abruptly stood up and called out in a low, threatening voice, "Shin-hye." Seeing this, she looked up at her. Jisoo continued in an icy tone, "I already told your side." As she finished speaking, a flash of murderous intent glinted in Jisoo's eyes. Everything will become clear soon enough. A split second later, Jisoo's eyes returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. "Just wait. We'll see each other later." Then she gave a polite bow to everyone, signaling her intent to leave. Sitting in her spot, Park Shin-hye watched them walk away, grinding her teeth with a scoff, her entire body shaking violently with rage. Sitting opposite her, Franco Sachiro had witnessed everything. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at the woman in front of him. The very next day, an article was published with the headline about Isaac. After founding the Savior Guild, he had entered the competition for the raiding rights of the 7th floor dungeon in France against the Messiah Guild. Over the weekend, the two guilds and the Dragon Hunter were spotted having a meeting at a restaurant in Paris. This could mark the very beginning of their rivalry. Another article offered a different perspective. However, on the Savior Guild side, Spatzba had already made the first move. Could this be the Savior Guild's strategy to secure the raiding rights for the 7th floor dungeon in France? He had fought completely alone against the monsters at the city's subway station. That act gained massive support from the people of Paris. The news also reported on Park Shin-hye. On her end, Park Shin-hye announced the establishment of a Messiah Guild branch in France. She also declared that they would share the burden of the French government's current hardships. She added that the French branch would consist of highly experienced hunters with high levels, starting from level 100 and up. For now, the manpower in France would be around 50 people, with more to be added later. As for the Dragon Hunters side, they refused to answer why they gave up the raiding rights for the 7th floor dungeon, leading to speculation that they simply lacked the strength to do it. While having two powerful guilds, the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild, competing for the raiding rights is a positive thing. There are growing concerns about whether things might spiral out of control. The French government will announce who gets the raiding rights tonight. The scene shifted to a grand villa where a massive crowd was now gathered in the outdoor courtyard. Park Shin-hye shook hands with a man who seemed to hold a rather high position. Then, the two of them turned around to face the swarming reporters in front of the hall. Camera flashes went off incessantly. Meanwhile, a lone figure stood in the distance, silently watching everything unfold. It was none other than Franco Achero, his face covered in an attempt to hide his identity. Right then, two others approached him and asked, "Are you here, sir? You don't think those reporters will spot us, do you?" Franco Achero, his face completely hidden behind a mask, spoke from the depths of the shadows. "We'll have to wait and see, but as long as we keep things quiet, we should be fine. It's been almost a month now, hasn't it?" He asked the woman standing before him. "How was your time in Paris?" Jisoo replied with a completely blank expression. "I'm fine." Franco Achero handed her a mysterious bag. "Here, take this." Lee Gina, standing beside her, constantly glanced around to keep a lookout. Jisoo looked down at the bag she had just received with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's this?" Franco Achero pulled his mask down slightly, revealing his face, and said, "Thanks to you, everything went off without a hitch." He recalled the words Jisoo had spoken earlier. The condition for our Savior Guild to clear the Floor 7 dungeon in France. Franco Achero smirked, repeating the condition her side had demanded for conquering the Floor 7 dungeon. Jisoo simply remained silent, listening to his analysis. "From what I understand, the entire squad of the Savior Guild will be participating in this. It's also thanks to your side provoking Shin's Messiah Guild." Franco Achero shifted his gaze toward the distant crowd and continued. "Because of that, the French government was forced to concede to several demands during the negotiations. As for the Messiah Guild, they've also declared that they won't back down. He smiled, raising a hand to push up his glasses. Because of that, it's only a matter of time before this Floor 7 dungeon is completely cleared. Following this, Jisoo bowed her head to Franco Achero with the utmost sincerity. These are all just plans, as the raid hasn't even begun yet. But still, thank you for this gift. Lee Gina, standing off to the side, seethed with inner frustration. She couldn't understand how Jisoo could be so happy when the raiding rights had already gone to the Messiah Guild. He recalled the time he had to disguise himself as Spasiva, busting his gut to help Makos wipe out the monsters, all while surrounded by an endless barrage of camera lenses pointed right at him. Lee Gina clutched her head, silently screaming in agony. What if that really is their goal? It looks like the two guilds are about to go to war over the dungeon rights. Was this all just some twisted stunt? Am I just a puppet to them? Meanwhile, Jisoo opened the bag Franco Achero had given her and pulled out a crisp white envelope. As she opened the envelope, she found a Decan card radiating a brilliant golden glow. Jisoo extended her hand to the man standing before her. Thank you for the gift. We've been tracking this down for quite some time. Franco Achero didn't say a word, simply shaking her hand in response. A moment later, he turned on his heel and strode toward the dark alleyway behind them to take his leave. But after taking only a few steps, Franco Achero suddenly stopped in his tracks. The light caught the lenses of his glasses as he turned his head to look back at the two women standing behind him. There is one more thing. Franco Achero narrowed his eyes as the words slipped out. Something I still haven't quite figured out. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It would be great if your side actually managed to secure the raiding rights for this dungeon, but Franco Achero's puzzled words reached the ears of Lee Gina and Jisoo. Why do I get the feeling that you guys don't really care about it? He pushed up his glasses and smirked. Don't tell me your side is actually afraid you won't be able to clear an A-rank Floor 7 dungeon? Jisoo maintained her perfect composure, replying with a hidden meaning. You'll understand exactly why in about an hour. Lee Gina stared at her from behind, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Not Jorge Moore, a man holding a black umbrella was walking through a torrential downpour. A voice echoed through the air. We have an important announcement to make. Kim Gujin, holding his black umbrella, smiled as he listened to the broadcast. The Savior Guild will be raiding the A+ rank Floor 7 dungeon in the United Kingdom. Cutting back to the alley, Franco Achero flinched, gasping in sheer disbelief. Wait, what? An A+ rank Floor 7? Jisoo, standing right across from him, confirmed it with absolute certainty. That's right. About 3 months ago, a massive glowing gate appeared in a forest, a C+ rank Floor 7 dungeon. Sakura silently glanced in a certain direction, hesitating for a long time as if wanting to say something, but the words refused to come out. In the end, she could only turn and step into the blinding light of the gate to exit the dungeon. With Sakura gone, the only ones left inside the dungeon were Lee Gina, Ajak, and Kim Gujin, standing over the lifeless corpse of Hill Frey at their feet. After an indeterminate amount of time, Kim Gujin tilted his head, giving a nod to signal the remaining two members. Catching his cue, Johan J. and Lee Gina quickly turned and stepped into the pillar of white light. Now completely alone, Kim Gujin shifted his gaze, his eyes beginning to exude a faint, eerie black aura. He reached down, his fingertips lightly brushing the back of Hill Frey's skull. With the activation of his skill, a system prompt materialized right in front of him. The Eye of Anubis has opened. Immediately after, Kim Gujin's eyes rolled back completely white as a dense black mist erupted from them. Snapping back to the present, Kim Gujin muttered to himself, I never expected N's influence to be this immense. He stared down at the gate resting at the bottom of the cliff, his mind racing. To think he could actually keep an A+ rank Floor 7 dungeon in the UK completely hidden from the world. A thrill of excitement curved his lips into a wild smile. Man, I am way too lucky. Just then, the phone in his pocket began buzzing relentlessly. Kim Gujin pressed it to his ear, and a voice immediately echoed from the other end. So, how are you liking the weather over in the UK? On the other end of the line, Se-chan sat in his office, taking a wild guess. Even if the sun's out over there, it probably starts pouring out of nowhere, huh? Talk about unpredictable weather. Kim Gujin gave a nonchalant reply. It's no big deal. I can adapt to pretty much anywhere I go. Se-chan chuckled as he made an observation. You Russians really are highly adaptable, aren't you? Well, I guess you guys are part of Europe too, after all. Kim Gujin didn't bother entertaining the small talk and cut straight to the chase. Is everything proceeding according to plan? Se-chan stared at his computer monitor, giving a highly confident guarantee. Of course, when I'm on the job, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. His screen was plastered with a flurry of massive news headlines from World News, Savior Guild, to raid A+ rank floor 7 dungeon in the UK. From Reaper News, will the Savior Guild actually succeed? Widespread doubts remain. Another from Reaper News, Isaac urges major guilds worldwide to join forces for the raid. And from World News, the global hunter community fixates on the Savior Guild, eagerly awaiting further updates. He figured the Messiah Guild was probably losing their minds right now after seeing these articles. Se-chan picked up a stack of documents and began recounting a few other matters. Just as you predicted, they pressured their way into this operation along with the other guilds. I had to agree. Things are getting complicated. He stared at the golden twin dragon emblem on the paper and reported that China's Kunlun sect had dispatched martial artist hunters of level 80 and above. Se-chan then listed off a few more names. The Great One Guild was sending Master Roana. Elise Hain, an old acquaintance of yours, will be there too. And Jan Jackson from the Vanguard Guild certainly wouldn't miss out on this dungeon raid. As for the British royal family, they've deployed the highest-ranking knights from the Victory Guild to join this massive event. The umbrella hid Kim Gujin's eyes, revealing only the faint smirk playing on his lips. Hearing this roster of elites, I can't say I'm surprised. On the other side of the line, beads of sweat were already forming on Se-chan's forehead. He frowned and added, "There's more." He flipped to a document stamped with a cross and wings emblem. Even though a large number of their hunters are tied up in the 7th-floor A-rank dungeon in France, the Messiah Guild isn't just going to sit this one out. They've requested to join the raid. Kim Gujin furrowed his brows as Se-chan explained that if they also participated in the UK dungeon, their manpower would be completely exhausted. He parted his lips to ask, "Who's leading their team?" Se-chan replied, "Cho Sung-gu. I'm sure you've heard the name, right?" Aside from being one of the core members closest to Shinhai, I believe he's also part of the Knights of the Round Table. Countless raindrops drummed heavily against the black umbrella. Kim Gujin casually uttered 2 words. "That's good." Se-chan, completely baffled, raised his voice. "Good? How is that good?" Kim Gujin smiled brightly and explained, "If they're splitting all their forces to raid these 2 7th-floor dungeons, then we'll just have to make them regret it." Se-chan sighed in awe. If you can actually pull that off, it'd be perfect. Kim Gujin stood alone on the cliff, his eyes fixed on the massive dungeon gate. The rain poured down, growing heavier by the second. A long moment later, he turned and walked away. The wind whipped his coat around, letting the cold raindrops seep into his clothes. Early the next morning, the sun slowly peeked over the foothills. The sky was crystal clear after yesterday's downpour. Great Britain, the day of the 7th-floor A+ ranked dungeon raid. A massive crowd had gathered in front of the dungeon gate. Over on one side stood Yongwan and Shakira. Representing the Great One Guild, Carrie and Elise were already waiting. The Kunlun sect was present in full force, boasting 80 martial artist hunters, all level 880 or above. And finally, the Messiah Guild, led by Cho Sung-gu. Lee, Si-jun, and Carrie were the first to approach the dungeon entrance. They both tilted their heads back, staring up at the colossal gate towering before them. In a valley surrounded by massive, jagged mountains, a towering spire stood right in the center. A blinding beam of light erupted from within it, shooting straight up into the heavens. Inside the A-rank 7th-floor dungeon, the gigantic horned beast had just been defeated. It crashed to the ground, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. A system window popped up. Minotaur, the master of the labyrinth, has been slain, proceeding to the next floor. Lee Si-jun, and Carrie were standing in a dark, shadowy corner of the great hall. A system window appeared hovering in front of each of them. Lee Si-jun crossed his arms and completely out of the blue asked, "What's today's date?" Carrie turned her head to answer him. "It's the 1st of the month." Upon hearing her answer, Lee Si-jun fell silent. He had been leaning casually against a stone pillar, but suddenly he stood up straight. A burst of light erupted from his palm, and a moment later, a shining sword materialized in his hand. His eyes gleamed sharply. Stepping forward, he declared, "For the upcoming floors, I'll be going on ahead." Carrie, completely caught off guard, blurted out, "Huh?" Her eyes widened as she stammered out, Then, what about the other guild members?" Lee Si-jun walked coldly past her, his voice devoid of emotion. "The growth of our guild members is important, but they're too slow." He tilted his head and declared, "From now on, the Messiah Guild will be taking on these 7-floor A+ rank dungeons." Carrie froze, utterly stunned by his words. Lee Si-jun shot a side glance in her direction. "We have to conquer this dungeon before they do." His grip tightened fiercely around the hilt of his sword. "And once we clear this place..." With a dramatic sweep of his cloak, Lee Si-jun stepped through the dungeon gate ahead of them. "Mob, we must immediately prepare for the next one." He narrowed his eyes and muttered out loud, "Perhaps on the 8th floor." While silently vowing in his mind, "We will meet again." Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin, disguised under the persona of Isaac, was also staring at the glowing system window. The display read, "Realm of Dragons. Total floors 7. Difficulty A+. Max capacity 500 participants. Entry requirement Level 2, 140 or below. Clear condition, slay the master of the realm." Then a new line of text flashed onto the screen. Requirement, survive for 10 days to advance to the next floor. Kim Gu-jin rested his chin in his hand, quietly pondering the situation. A survival quest right from the very first floor? The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smirk as he thought to himself, how incredibly lucky. A voice from across the room caught his attention, prompting Kim Gu-jin to turn his head. "Are you Isaac?" Cho Sung-gu emerged from the shadows alongside 2 others. He stopped right in front of Kim Gu-jin and introduced himself. "I'm Cho Sung-gu from the Messiah Guild." Cho Sung-gu extended his hand in greeting. "I look forward to working with you." Kim Gu-jin didn't move an inch, his eyes locked coldly on the outstretched hand. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached out, firmly grasping the man's hand. "I am Isaac." Instantly, Cho Sung-gu exuded a dangerous aura, his eyes flashing red as he intensely sized him up. Kim Gu-jin merely smirked, maintaining his calm, unfazed expression as he stared right back at him. Just then, not too far away, the distinct click of high heels echoed as a figure approached. "Oh my," a voice called out. Roanna, the guild master of Great One, made her entrance alongside 2 companions. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Why were we the only ones left out of this little gathering? Then, gesturing toward Elise and Jay standing behind her, she asked, "Well, look at that. Seems we have some familiar faces here." A strange smile crept onto her lips as she continued. "This might be a bit much, but you all saw what happened in the Dullahan dungeon, didn't you?" Cold sweat broke out on Jay's face as he quickly looked away, refusing to say a word. Elise, standing right beside him, bowed her head deeply and stammered, It's been a long time, Isaac." Kim Gu-jin threw her a scrutinizing glance, silently repeating her name in his head. Elise Han. Remembering how aggressively she had clashed with him during their last encounter, he noted to himself, "She's gotten a lot more docile than before." Kim Gu-jin replied with utter indifference, "Now I remember. No wonder you looked so familiar." Taking in the extremely uncomfortable expressions of Elise and Jay, he sarcastically added, "It's so wonderful to see you again." Barely had Kim Gu-jin finished speaking when 2 more figures arrived on the scene. The man walking in front spoke up, his voice booming, "So this is where everyone's having their little heart-to-heart." Ogong approached, accompanied by a heavily built man. "For the time being, we're all comrades in arms risking our lives together, aren't we? Shouldn't we start with proper introductions?" The man clasped his hands together in a respectful greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. On behalf of the Gonun Guild, I extend my warmest greetings." Peter followed suit, raising a hand to introduce himself. He greeted everyone on behalf of the Victoria Guild and humbly asked for their support. Standing in the distance, Yang Onan gritted his teeth, bitterly convincing himself that they just got lucky. He lowered his head, his face twisting in a scowl as he wondered, How the hell did things end up like this? Meanwhile, Kim Gujin stood at the center of the crowd. He threw both arms wide open and began his announcement. Now that the representatives of all the guilds have gathered in one place, to boost everyone's morale, I propose a little wager. What do you say? A look of utter confusion washed over Oh Gong's face as he muttered the word he just heard. A wager? Kim Gujin raised a single finger toward the sky to illustrate his point. That's right. The monster on the highest floor, the master of this dungeon. He began to explain. It's a dragon, and because of that, every single monster blocking our path to the top is classified as its guardian. Kim Gujin broke it down for them. As you all know, unlike ordinary monsters, guardians always move together in packs. Shifting his gaze across the crowd, he continued. Monsters of different species will team up to hunt us down. I'm sure you're well aware of that. But remember, the first floor has a survival quest. Cho crossed his arms, his brow furrowed deeply as he listened to Kim Gujin's words. Which means, we are going to face a massive horde of guardians. Losing his patience, he cut straight to the chase. So, what exactly is this wager you're talking about? Kim Gujin replied with a sly, knowing tone. It's quite simple, really. I've actually done something just like this before. His next words made both Elise and Jay flinch, their heads snapping toward him. Since the folks who joined my last little bet are all here today, I guess I'll keep it brief. She stared at Kim Gujin standing before her, silently repeating the word he had just spoken in her head. A wager. As he spoke, something began to slowly materialize in Kim Gujin's hand. The guild that hunts down the most monsters? Elise's eyes went wide with absolute disbelief as she gasped inwardly, Don't tell me! Is that? Kim Gujin raised the staff in his hand high and declared, What's my business will win the staff of Merlin. Elise gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked, cursing violently under her breath. Isaac, you absolute bastard! Kim Gujin gave a sidelong glance and tossed out one more condition. Of course, nothing in this world is free. If you want in on this wager, the representative of each guild must put up a legendary tier item, equal in value to the staff of Merlin, as the buy-in. Everyone froze in their tracks. A heavy, dead silence swallowed the entire area following his outrageous demand. In his mind, Oh Gong couldn't help but marvel, classic Isaac. But as he shifted his gaze toward Cho Sung-gu, he began to calculate. Including my Messiah guild, there are 5 guilds in total. Oh Gong then glanced over at Ellis. They had already signed a secret pact to conserve their forces until they reached the top floor. A smug, victorious smile crept onto his face as he ran the numbers. As long as nothing unexpected happens, this 5-guild alliance will... Before he could even finish his thought, a chilling voice cut straight through Oh Gong's daydream. Well, isn't this fascinating? He jerked his head up, gasping her name in his mind. Rwanda! Carrie's entire body was radiating a sinister, pitch-black aura as she took slow, deliberate steps forward. That staff Isaac is holding right now, originally belongs to our Great One Guild. The overwhelming pressure of her aura terrified Ellis, forcing her to instinctively take a step back as she cried out in her head, Guild Master. Carrie's face twisted into a vicious scowl, her eyes glowing with a menacing light as she hissed, And you pull a stunt like this? She glared daggers at Kim Gujin, her voice trembling with sheer rage. You're blatantly trying to provoke us, aren't you? Turning to face her, Kim Gujin maintained a perfectly calm expression and brushed off the accusation. Now, why would I do a thing like that? Watching the situation escalate so rapidly from afar, Young Onion swallowed hard, wondering, how the hell did things spiral out of control so fast? Standing off to the side, Oh Gong was heavily suppressed by Carrie's furious aura. Cold sweat poured down his face as he thought, Are you blind? Anyone with eyes can see this is a direct provocation. But a split second later, the corners of Carrie's mouth twisted upward into a cryptic, unsettling smile. Reeling in her suffocating presence, she turned slightly and closed her eyes. So, you want to hand the staff of Merlin back to us? How generous. We certainly won't refuse. Carrie didn't hesitate to make her declaration. Fine, we're in on your little wager. Hearing this, Elise's eyes shot wide open as she screamed internally. Guildmaster. Ignoring her, Carrie locked eyes with Kim Gujin and added, But in exchange, we have one condition. Meeting her fierce gaze, he tilted his head with feigned curiosity. A condition? Carrie swept her arm out and laid down her terms. Right now, you possess the Staff of Merlin and the Ring of King Arthur. For the duration of this wager, I expect you to keep both of those items put away. Do not use them. Currently disguised as Isaac, Kim Goo-jin didn't agree right away. Instead, he flashed a provocative smirk and fired back, "And why should I do that? They're my own items, yet I'm not allowed to use them in front of others? What, does seeing them piss you off?" Standing behind him in his spasiba disguise, Lee Jin-ah visibly flinched at Kim Goo-jin's sheer audacity. Carrie's face scrunched up, and she bluntly admitted it without a shred of hesitation. "Damn right it does. I won't deny it." Her tone turned dead serious. "But it's more than just that. Isaac, you're a player whose strength rivals even that of Guildmaster Lee Sejin." She glared intently at the man standing before her, her voice echoing loudly. "If you're going to bet against us, shouldn't there be at least some handicap?" To everyone's shock, Kim Goo-jin didn't hesitate for even a second before agreeing. "Sure thing, I can work with that." Lee Jin-ah was utterly dumbfounded by the casual response. Wait, without the Staff of Merlin and King Arthur's ring? His face was already drenched in cold sweat as panic raced through his mind. Our guild's overall combat power is going to take a massive hit. Is Kim Goo-jin seriously going to be okay? Suddenly, Oh Gong stomped over from the sidelines, pointing an accusing finger. "Hey, just who the hell do you think you are, making those kinds of rules all on your own?" Hearing someone dare to object, Carrie whipped her head around at terrifying speed. Her eyes went wide, shooting a death glare so vicious and suffocating that it reeked of pure murder. Caught in the crosshairs of that deadly gaze, Oh Gong completely froze up. His jaw dropped, but no words came out, leaving him to merely scream internally, "Roar! Rowana!" Brushing the weakling off, Carrie lowered her head slightly and scoffed. "You seem awfully confident. So I suppose adding one more condition wouldn't hurt, right?" Kim Goo-jin just shrugged. "Let's hear what it is first." Carrie lifted her chin and issued her final challenge. "We tally up the total number of guardians killed by all the other guilds combined and stack it up against your savior guild alone. That is my final condition." Standing nearby, Lena shouted indignantly, "The savior and the rest of the guilds, how is that even possible?" "Stop forcing our hand." But before he could even argue back, a voice cut right in. "Lady Rowana actually has a point." Cho Sung-gu, who had been completely silent until now, finally spoke up. "Wasn't the whole point of Isaac's bet to push us to clear the floors as fast as possible?" He concluded that if that was true, then even if it put him at a disadvantage, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Lady Rowana's proposal. Lena ground her teeth, cursing under her breath. "Is this the so-called alliance you guys were talking about? Do you think we're completely stupid? You really expect us to just accept this?" Standing at the front, Kim Goo-jin merely smirked. "If that's the case, then let me ask you something." Lena stared at him in confusion. Carrie furrowed her brows as she listened to Kim Goo-jin's words. "What if I end up winning?" His words echoed clearly, reaching Cho Sung-gu and the rest. "Even if I were to monopolize every single piece of your legendary gear," a tense look of anticipation washed over Ellis and Jay's faces. As Kim Goo-jin finished his sentence, Lena's entire body went rigid, and she could only whisper to herself, "What the? He's just like him." Oh Gong and Peter, who were standing nearby, were also frozen in shock. Kim Goo-jin placed a finger over his lips and asked, "You wouldn't have anything to say, right?" Meanwhile, in the real world, the media was blowing up with breaking news about the Hansung buildings collapsing due to a terrorist attack. Live from the North Gate, it was reported that the Hansung Group had convened an emergency board of directors meeting. On the 12th, the Hansung Group held an emergency board meeting in a desperate attempt to stabilize their plummeting stock prices. The CEO of the Hansung Group, who also happens to be one of South Korea's representative players, Park Jin-hyuk, was noticeably absent, having left to raid a 7th-floor dungeon that had appeared in France. This competition of the century was sparking massive global debates between the Savior Guild and the Salvation Guild. Back in an office entirely swallowed by darkness, a mysterious silhouette sat in a chair, illuminated only by the glow of a computer monitor. A hand rested on the mouse, dragging it across the desk, before clicking a few times. Suddenly, the ceiling lights flicked on, causing Ji-yu to flinch and snap her head up. Se-chan was standing by the door, his hand still lingering on the light switch. Looking at the person in the chair, he said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." He strolled over to her desk and asked, Why are you still here so late? Ji stammered out a reply. Actually, But after managing just a few words, she went completely silent and lowered her head. Sei-chan scratched his head in utter confusion, wondering to himself, what is up with Secretary Lee today? His gaze then drifted toward the content glowing on her computer monitor. Seeing it, Sei-chan had a sudden realization. He thought to himself, all these articles about the Salvation Guild and the Hansung Group, it really is because of Park Jin-hyuk. He tilted his head, flashing a warm, enthusiastic smile as he made a suggestion. It's getting pretty late. Let's wrap things up for the day and go out for a company dinner. Well, I say company dinner, but it's really just the two of us. What are you in the mood for, Secretary Lee? Ji still hadn't fully processed the offer, blinking blankly as she asked, What I'm in the mood for? Sei-chan patted his chest with absolute confidence. That's right. Whatever Secretary Lee wants to eat, it's on me. I'm going all out tonight. Ji remained completely silent, her eyes filled with probing curiosity as she stared at him for a long time. Breaking out in a nervous sweat, Sei-chan asked awkwardly, Secretary Lee? Why are you looking at me like that? Finally, Ji gave him her answer. All right. Upon hearing her agreement, Sei-chan let out a massive, drawn-out sigh of relief. Phew! Later that evening, the sky above was as black as pitch. On the sidewalk right next to a towering high-rise, a late-night food stall had been set up under bright yellow tarps. Their table was fully loaded with a steaming pot of fish cake soup, accompanied by a mouth-watering plate of vibrant red-orange spicy rice cakes and 2 bowls of golden, glistening noodles on the side. Sei-chan stared at the massive spread of food, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he called out. Secretary Lee, Ji immediately responded, Yes? Sei-chan hurriedly tried to explain himself. I think you might have misunderstood me because of how frugally I usually live, but honestly, I'm actually loaded. We really don't need a company dinner as an excuse to eat like this, you know? Ji gently placed the wooden chopsticks she was using down on the table. I know you're very wealthy, Director. She lowered her head and continued, Whether it's the massive amounts you've bet on the dungeons we're currently raiding, or all the sponsorship funds funneling into the account under Isaac's name, the one I'm managing. Ji calm voice drifted through the small food stall. I didn't order all this because I thought you were obsessed with money. I genuinely just want to help you. Her gaze remained fixed on an empty spot on the table, because I know that both you and we share the exact same goal. Sitting across from her, Sei-chan just quietly watched her. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly rubbed his chin and brought it up. Secretary Lee, regarding what happened to your father. Sei-chan's next few words made Ji-yu's eyes shoot wide open. The questions you have about the dragon hunter, have you found the answers you were looking for? Her hands, which were resting neatly on her lap, clenched into tight, trembling fists. Ji-yu kept her head down, saying absolutely nothing, and the entire stall was suddenly swallowed by a heavy silence. 4 years ago, in Seoul, atop an absolute behemoth of a skyscraper, the massive letters Hansung were proudly displayed on the roof. Inside a spacious, luxurious office, a man in a sharp black suit stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The afternoon sunlight poured in from outside, blindingly bright. On the grand mahogany desk sat a sleek nameplate that read, Hansung Group, CEO Lee Soo. Hearing a faint knock, the man slightly tilted his head and called out to grant permission. Come in. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. A woman dressed in crisp corporate attire stepped inside. Director, she called out respectfully. The man kept his gaze fixed firmly on the window as he listened to her report. The chairman is asking to see you, sir. Only after hearing her message did the man finally, slowly turn around. The scene shifted to a massive conference room. On the giant screen against the back wall, the word Hansung was displayed in massive letters. A man stood completely bowed in a corner, while right next to him, 2 other figures sat in sleek black leather chairs, flipping through the thick stacks of documents in their hands. Printed sharply on the crisp white paper were graphs and text detailing the plummeting stock value of the Hansung Group. An incredibly displeased voice echoed through the tense room. This is absolutely ridiculous. Director Kim's face was completely drenched in a cold sweat. He didn't dare speak, keeping his head bowed in total silence. The man sitting in the leather chair barked, "Look at me, Executive Director Kim." He violently slammed the thick stack of documents down onto the table and roared in utter fury. "How many damn times have I ordered you to keep those filthy journalists completely out of our business?" Director Kim squeezed his eyes shut in sheer terror, his voice violently trembling as he answered, Yes, Chairman." Hansung Group Chairman Park Young-ho glared up at him and bellowed, "Then how the hell is this news still leaking out?" The file contained countless articles with headlines like, "Awakened Citizens Transitioning into Players." Hansung Group's latest research reveals a bizarre global phenomenon to the government. A massive rally had broken out at Gwanghwamun Plaza, with protesters demanding that the government and Hansung Group make their research findings public. After days of relentless protests, Hansung Group's stock value was in a freefall, putting massive pressure on the Kospi index. Rumors were even circulating that a gate had spawned right underneath the Hansung Group headquarters. Sitting across from him, Lee Sung-man was also reviewing the documents. Meanwhile, Park Young-ho continued his tirade. Why is the government office suddenly playing dead when they promised to cooperate with us? He kept screaming at the top of his lungs, "There's already a full-blown riot going on down there since the crack of dawn." Looking down from the window, a massive crowd had already gathered on the ground holding up protest signs. Mega corporations ignore public safety and only care about their own profits. Park Young-ho continued to bark, "How could you fail to block the source of this leak?" The protesters' signs below displayed slogans like, "What is Hansung Group hiding? Reflect on your own research. Hansung out. Are live experiments on players real? And we demand a full government investigation." Park Young-ho shot up from his chair, grabbing a stack of files. "With all these articles out there, do you really think—" He viciously hurled the heavy stack of documents right into Director Kim's face. "You still deserve to sit in that chair?" Lee Sung-man, who had been completely silent up until now, flinched and looked up at them. As the scattered papers fluttered through the air, a stream of red blood trickled from Director Kim's nose. Terrified, the director pleaded, "I am so deeply sorry, sir. Please, just give me one more chance." In an absolute panic, he bowed perfectly at a 90-degree angle and swore, "I will track down the source of the leak and rectify this immediately. I'll mobilize every single person at my disposal to fix this mess." Lee Sung-man rose from his seat and offered a word of mediation. "Chairman, please, calm down. It's not like Director Kim let this happen on purpose. Besides, he is one of the core members who has dedicated himself to this company for a very long time." Director Kim remained bowed, his face entirely drenched in a cold sweat. Listening to him, I'm quite sure this leak hit Director Kim just as hard as it hit us. Lee Sung-man reached out and gently pulled the man up to stand straight. "Director Kim, please keep your head up." He then offered a reassuring, warm smile. "The workload has been overwhelmingly stressful lately, hasn't it? You've been working so hard." Lee Sung-man instructed him further. "I'll stay behind to discuss things with the chairman, so go on ahead and get this situation sorted out." Still completely dazed, Director Kim shot a grateful glance at him and murmured, "Chairman Lee," but he quickly gathered his composure. Closing his eyes, he pushed up the bridge of his glasses and replied, "I cannot thank you enough, sir." Lee Sung-man tilted his head toward the man sitting at the head of the table. "I suppose it's all right to let Director Kim leave now, yes?" "Chairman?" Park Young-ho narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms in reluctant agreement. "Fine. Tell him to get out of my sight." A moment later, the heavy wooden doors of the conference room opened and shut, leaving a hollow echo in their wake. Once it was just the two of them left in the room, Park Young-ho scowled in deep displeasure and turned to complain. "Look here, Chairman Lee, you are far too soft on them." He glared at Lee Sung-man, who was currently bending over to pick up the scattered files, and scolded him. "I've told you this a million times before. You absolutely cannot be that nice to your subordinates." Park Young-ho rested his forehead against his hand and started ranting. "If you keep letting them off the hook, they'll just get incredibly lazy, knowing they can screw up and get away with it every single time." Lee Sung-man kept his head down and remained totally silent, simply placing the gathered files back onto the table. After what felt like a long, tense moment, he finally looked up and called out, "Chairman?" Hearing his name, Park Young-ho snapped, "What is it?" Lee Sung-man's expression darkened into dead seriousness as he offered, "As your closest confidant for many years, allow me to give you a piece of genuine advice. Park Young-ho brought a fist up to his mouth, scoffing at the suggestion. Advice? Why so serious all of a sudden? Are you planning to nag me again? Lee Sung-man cut straight to the chase. While our current situation is incredibly dire, if we flip the script, it could actually serve as a golden opportunity. Park Young-ho repeated the word. An opportunity? You mean a blessing in disguise? Lee Sung-man flatly shot that down. Of course not. Tell me, Chairman, do you realize what our absolute biggest obstacle is right now? He glanced over at a display board across the room that read, Messiah Project, heavily implying his point. Do you know what the main issue is with the Messiah Project we're co-running with the government? Park Young-ho rubbed his chin, pondering. The biggest obstacle, you say? The corners of his mouth twitched as he mulled it over before throwing out a guess. Probably the players. Park Young-ho spat in utter contempt. Those bastards are nothing more than lucky punks who happen to awaken. His fist clenched tight, slamming brutally onto the desk. They are way too damn arrogant, and they never listen to a single word anyone says. Am I wrong? Park Young-ho's hand, still planted on the desk, was visibly shaking from the sheer force of his anger. If players weren't so incredibly rare and highly valued, we wouldn't have to put up with their disgusting superiority complexes. Lee Sung-man lowered his head, completely agreeing with the sentiment. Chairman, you are absolutely right. His eyes narrowed into a dangerous, calculating slit. However, out of all of them, Lee Sung-man uttered a specific name. Lee Se-jun. His mere existence is our biggest problem. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, the designation B4 was carved into a massive, heavily cracked stone pillar. Down in the underground dungeon, the floor was entirely littered with the mangled corpses of countless monsters. Lee Se-jun's face and clothes were already completely drenched in dark monster blood. He stood there, panting heavily, exhaling long, exhausted breaths. Over in a corner of the dungeon, a large group of people had already gathered together in front of the gate. Lee Se-jun's eyes flared with a sharp light. Striding forward, he barked out an order to the remaining survivors. Before those things managed to pour out of the gate, run a full-scale scan on its grade immediately. Lee Se-jun stood a short distance away as one of his subordinates slowly approached the swirling portal. Jordan took off his protective helmet, revealing his perfectly smooth, bald head. A brilliant white light flashed in his eyes as he activated his ability. Skill: Silent Hunter's Clone. Initiating. His body suddenly split, manifesting a perfect duplicate with an identical face. Jordan's clone immediately lunged forward, diving straight into the dungeon gate ahead of them. Inside the dungeon, bright sunlight poured down from above as the clone sprinted forward at lightning speed. After running for a while, he suddenly dug his heels in, stomping hard on the ground to launch himself high up into the air. Jordan's clone landed on a high tree branch, his eyes darting wildly to survey the surrounding area. Back outside the gate, Lee Se-jun stood behind the real Jordan with his arms crossed, demanding, "What's the situation?" Placing a finger near his temple, Jordan reported back, "It's a single-floor dungeon, grade B. I'm still tracking down and analyzing the boss." He added, "Other than that, everything looks completely standard." But at that exact moment, deep inside the dungeon, Jordan's clone sensed something horrifyingly wrong and whipped his head around. Back on the outside, Jordan suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head with both hands as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Seeing this, a masked teammate immediately rushed over to his side, asking frantically, "Hey, what the hell happened?" Jordan's entire body shook violently as he stammered, "I think there's a flying monster behind the gate," he added in sheer terror. It's a species I've never even seen before." In the dungeon, a long-beaked creature flew over and swallowed the clone whole. His teammate shook Jordan's shoulders and shouted, "Hey, snap out of it." Lee Se-jun, standing not far away, spoke up. "An undiscovered flying monster, huh?" "No doubt about it." A thrilled, predatory smile spread across his face. "I'll have to tell the chairman to delay the dungeon raid." Back in the boardroom, Director Lee Sung-man was giving his report. The Special Defense Squad, including Captain Lee Se-jun and the Messiah Project members, have failed their mission. His voice echoed through the conference room as he requested to push back the raid schedule indefinitely. Hearing this, Chairman Park Yang-ho rubbed his chin, sinking into deep thought. As Lee Seung-man spoke, "Talk, The reality set in. If they kept delaying, a dungeon break beneath Hansung could spiral completely out of control and spill into the outside world. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, a pair of black dress shoes stepped up to the meeting room door. Inside, Lee Seung-man urged him, "You have to make a decision right now, Chairman. I'm flying out to France tonight." The person in the black shoes stopped right outside the door, just as the director's voice drifted out, mentioning plans to recruit a new player to replace Lee So-jun. Then Chairman Park Yang-ho's voice chimed in. "A player to replace Lee Si-jun. Do you have someone in mind?" "I do," Lee Seung-man replied. "There's a young man who has caught everyone's attention, the sole survivor." Lee Si-jun stood outside the door, his face twisting with quiet fury as he listened to them mention the survival test during the dragon's appearance. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors were thrown open with a violent shove from the outside. Both men inside the room jolted, snapping their heads toward the entrance. Lee Si-jun's expression was eerily calm as he casually strolled in. "I'm here to give a report." Lee Seung-man furrowed his brows in clear displeasure. "Captain Lee, I am in the middle of a discussion with the chairman. Just what do you think you're doing?" Lee Si-jun's lips curled into a mocking smirk. "Because it's urgent," the captain immediately fired back. "No matter how urgent it is, do you have any idea how incredibly disrespectful this is to the chairman?" Lee Si-jun met his anger with absolute indifference. "Is that so?" Meanwhile, Chairman Park, sitting across the room, aggressively grabbed an object off his desk. "Lee Si-jun narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the object was hurled violently straight at his head, but with the casual tilt of his neck, he effortlessly dodged it. Park Yang-ho shot up from his seat, panting with rage as the thrown object shattered against the wall and clattered to the floor. Lee Si-jun stared down the furious man and mocked, "Getting so worked up is bad for your health, Chairman. If you keep throwing tantrums, I really won't be able to take your orders." Park Yang-ho's face twisted into an ugly scowl, his teeth grinding audibly at the sheer disrespect. He bellowed in sheer rage, "You arrogant little bastard! Do you have any idea where you are, barging in here like you own the damn place?" Pointing a trembling finger right at him, the chairman roared, "Who gave a thug like you the right to decide what counts as urgent?" Seeing the situation rapidly spiraling out of control, Lee Seung-man rushed forward to intervene. "Whoa, wait! Chairman, please, calm down." Meanwhile, Lee Se-jun just stood there in silence, his brows slightly furrowed. Park Yang-ho's furious rant kept ringing in his ears. "Just because you're some hotshot awakened player the public worships, you think you can look down on us? You think you're untouchable?" The chairman continued screaming at the top of his lungs. "You just wait! Give me a little more time, and I'll—" Suddenly, his voice was violently cut off. A thin, bloody gash materialized out of nowhere on Park Yang-ho's left cheek. Lee Seung-man stared in utter horror as bright red blood began trickling down the chairman's face. "Chairman, your face! You're bleeding!" The chairman stiffened, slowly turning his head in absolute terror toward the man standing across the room. Without anyone even noticing him draw it, Lee Si-jun was now gripping a long sword, his entire body radiating an overwhelming, suffocating killing intent. Lee Seung-man's voice cracked in panic. "Captain Lee, are you out of your mind?" He threw both arms out wide, desperately trying to shield the chairman behind him. "You are severely crossing the line," the director shouted. Lee Si-jun didn't even flinch. "No?" His eyes glinted with a terrifyingly dangerous light. "Lee." Si-jun's cold voice echoed through the deathly silent room. "If I had truly crossed the line, half of the chairman's body would be rolling on the floor right now." Park Yang-ho's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, his entire body trembling so violently he couldn't even bring himself to touch the bleeding gash on his face. As fresh drops of blood dripped menacingly from the sharp edge of the blade, Lee Si-jun addressed them both. "Chairman Park, Director Lee, the times have changed. Aren't you two the ones utterly failing to grasp reality here?" He stated coldly, "By the way, every single security guard stationed in this building belongs to my guild. Meaning, not a single idiot in this tower is going to step in and save you." Lee Si-jun shifted his piercing gaze straight to Lee Seung-man, who was still shielding the chairman, and issued a lethal warning. "If you spew that kind of arrogant garbage at me one more time, a tiny scratch is going to be the least of your worries. Do we understand each other?" With a slick motion, he unsummoned the longsword in his hand, a smirk returning to his lips. Well then, we're all very busy people, so I'll make this quick. Terrified but trying to regain composure, Lee Seung-man asked, Fine. What was the urgent matter you needed to report? Lee, Si-jun casually dropped into a chair and clicked the remote. A massive problem just popped up at the 4th floor dungeon gate. A flying monster species has appeared down there for the first time. As the briefing documents illuminated the room, he continued, I am halting the raid until I can fully assess the potential casualties. If we accidentally let those things fly out through the gate during combat, the collateral damage will be catastrophic. Concluding his report, he stated, So, we'll be delaying the raid longer than expected until my team can investigate this new swarm. Lee Seung-man's eyes widened in dismay. But, Captain Lee, you already pushed back the raid schedule just a few weeks ago. And now you're delaying it again? If we don't suppress the dungeon's growth, those monsters are going to break out and flood the city. Completely flustered, he pleaded, Exactly how much more time do you need? Lee Si-jun flashed an indifferent, uncaring smile. Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. Anyway, that concludes my report. I'll be taking my leave. At that exact moment, bright, glaring sunlight was beaming down on the towering headquarters of the Hansung Group. Outside, Park Shin-hye, dressed in her high school uniform, happily adjusted the straps of her backpack. Full of energy, she practically skipped toward the revolving glass doors to head inside. Meanwhile, back in the deathly silent boardroom, a pair of hands resting on the table were shaking uncontrollably. Chairman Park quietly called out to the director. With his head hung low in utter humiliation, he issued a dark command. Director Lee, that plan we discussed earlier, execute it immediately. Your flight is tonight, isn't it? The chairman pressed. You need to start packing your bags right now. Lee Seung-man's face hardened with absolute resolve. Understood, Chairman. I swear I will secure that contract. Meanwhile, back in the emergency stairwell, a pair of black dress shoes was rapidly descending the concrete steps, echoing into the shadows. Park Jin-hee's hand gripped the railing. She stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed intently on what lay ahead. Jin-hee stood motionless for a long time in front of the door marked B4. Finally, she slowly reached out, about to grab the doorknob. Meanwhile, right after Lee Jung-man got into the car, the driver asked, Did the chairman agree, sir? Lee Jung-man gave him a nod, signaling him to head to Incheon Airport. Se-chan turned around, flashing a wide grin. I'll get you there as fast as I can, boss. Back inside, Park Jin-hee's hand finally grasped the doorknob and gave it a turn. But before she could even pull, the door was violently pushed open from the other side. Someone came rushing through. The sudden force of the door sent Park Jin-hee tumbling hard to the floor. She sat dazed on the ground as several figures in black uniforms sprinted frantically up the stairs. Only the man taking up the rear noticed her. A civilian? He muttered before shouting up to the leader of the squad. We've got a civilian down here. The man leading the squad froze, calling back in disbelief. What civilian? What the hell is a civilian doing here? Back in the conference room, Byung-ho was left entirely alone. The dead silence was suddenly broken by the sharp ringing of his phone. He pulled out his phone. The screen flashed with an incoming call from the special security team. Meanwhile, at the emergency stairwell, the squad leader frantically yelled a warning. Hey kid, I don't have time to explain. If you want to live, get up and run now. Park Jin-hee, completely lost in the chaos, asked blankly, what's going on? Why so sudden? The man in the black uniform standing by the door desperately reached a hand out to her. Get up! Hurry! Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar echoed through the hall. Park Jin-hee's eyes shot wide open, and her outstretched hand froze dead in the air. The man standing right in front of her was instantly crushed beneath a massive, monstrous foot, blood pooling rapidly across the floor. A moment later, gigantic, grotesque fingers clamped violently onto the doorframe. The monster leaned down, revealing a nightmarish, savage face. Its razor-sharp fangs were bared, thick drool dripping continuously from its maw. Its eyes flashed with a sinister crimson glow, before it unhinged its jaws and lunged right into the stairwell. But at that exact moment, a blinding attack struck out of nowhere, sending crimson blood splattering across the walls. A small throwing knife was buried dead center in the monster's forehead. The immense impact launched its massive body back down into the basement, slamming violently into a stone pillar. Park Jin-hee sat paralyzed, completely shell-shocked by the brutal scene. She slowly turned her trembling gaze to the side. The squad leader from earlier took a few steps forward, bowing his head to the newly arrived figure. "Captain," he called out respectfully. Beads of cold sweat rolled down the leader's face as he looked up at the man standing on the stairs. Lee Se-jun stood up there, looking completely unfazed. He slowly shifted his gaze, locking eyes directly with Jin-hee. Se-jun looked down and asked coldly, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Still dazed, Jin-hee stammered, I... But her words caught in her throat the moment realization hit her. Wait, is that Lee Se-jun? Without waiting for an answer, he casually began descending the stairs. With every step Se-jun took, the arm of the heavily bleeding soldier on the floor twitched back to life. Se-jun had instantly cast a spell. The skill Indomitable Will had been activated, draining his mana to slowly regenerate the dying man's vitality. Jin-hee stared in utter disbelief. He survived that? A moment later, Se-jun gently patted the newly revived soldier on the shoulder. "Don't let your emotions drive your actions like that," he scolded lightly. The soldier hastily wiped the blood from his face, bowing his head. Yes sir, I'm sorry." Se-jun calmly turned away. "I'll head up ahead. Hold your positions and keep your guard up." As a fresh horde of monsters began swarming toward them, Se-jun let out an exasperated sigh. What a massive pain in the ass. Just come at me all at once. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast lunged straight for him. Yet Se-jun simply took his time, slowly drawing his blade. Just as he was about to step into the fray, a blazing fireball streaked right past him. Exploding with massive destructive force, the blast instantly completely cut off the monster's path. He casually glanced back over his shoulder. The fireball skill had just been cast. It was Jin-hee, pushing herself to the absolute limit to provide him with backup. She was panting heavily, utterly exhausted, her mana pool completely drained from that single spell. One of the guards stared at her, wide-eyed. Whoa, what the hell was that? The other guard's jaw dropped. Wait, is she that super rare mage class? Se-jun calmly offered a rare compliment. Not a bad skill at all. But just as he turned his back, one of the monsters tore through Jin-hee's wall of fire. It let out a vicious shriek, lunging forward with every intent to rip Se-jun apart. With one effortless, fluid slash, he cleaved the monster's body cleanly in half. The sweeping arc of his blade also sliced through a nearby water pipe, sending water blasting into the air, though it did absolutely nothing to quench the raging flames around them. For the first time, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of Se-jun's lips. Well now, this is starting to get interesting. Meanwhile, over at the airport, Sae-chan's excited voice rang through the terminal. Boss, you made it! Texting on his phone, Jin-woo simply replied, all good. Sitting safely in the car, Sae-chan cheerfully called out, It's a long flight, boss. Have a safe trip. Hearing this, Jin-woo quickly responded, Yeah, I know. But hey, if things get too busy at work and you can't resolve everything right away, just do me a favor. When you have a spare second, swing by my place and check in on my daughter, will you? Being this far away makes me a little anxious, and she already knows you anyway. Sae-chan immediately nodded. You got it, boss. Leave it to me. Jin-woo wasn't quite done. Oh, and one more thing. But before he could even finish his sentence, a breaking news alert blared from the car's radio. Breaking news. A massive fire of unknown origin has broken out in the underground parking garage of the Hansung building in Seoul. Authorities have completely cordoned off the area. Rumors are already circulating that a dungeon gate may have spawned inside. Civilians working in the building are currently trapped with no means of escape. In a split second, Jin-woo's demeanor flipped. Sae-chan, turn the car around right now. Sae-chan slammed on the gas. Yes, sir, on it. Faced with this sudden crisis, Jin-woo's face grew dark with intense anxiety. Why the hell did this have to happen right now? Meanwhile, back at the Hansung building, Yang Ho was hastily making his way toward a waiting helicopter. The moment he strapped into his seat, his phone buzzed with an urgent call. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Yang Ho picked up the line. What is it now? On the other end of the line was Se-jun's voice. You seem awfully busy, Mr. Chairman. He chuckled in amusement. I just sent you a photo. You might want to take a look right now. If you try to run away now, you're going to regret it. Hearing this, Yang Ho curiously opened the message. A photo? His eyes widened in panic. There, captured in the image, was a figure more familiar to him than anyone else. It was Shin Hai. She was fiercely casting magic, fighting right alongside Sejun's party. Yang Ho's hands trembled violently as he kept zooming in on the photo, desperate to confirm what he was seeing. Why was Shin Hai in the middle of that raging fire? Was his daughter an awakened too? Sejun's voice dripped with excitement. At first, I couldn't quite place her, but it turns out she's the chairman's daughter. The kid is actually a pretty talented mage. She's got a gift, completely unlike an ordinary, powerless human like you. Yang Ho was trembling with absolute rage. You bastard! What the hell is my daughter doing in a place like that? Get her out of that hellhole right now. But Sejun merely scoffed, replying with a light laugh. The situation here is a bit complicated. I have a lot on my plate right now. Just as he spoke, a ferocious monster stepped out from the swirling portal. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Sejun continued his malicious taunting. You'd have to be here in person to really understand. I simply cannot leave this spot. Without a second of hesitation, Yang Ho sprinted out the door, barking a frantic order. You stay right there. I am coming right now. His helicopter pilot yelled out in panic, Chairman, where are you going? As he sprinted down the hall, Yang Ho suddenly spotted an emergency fire cabinet. He ripped it open and grabbed the heavy red axe. Gritting his teeth, he cursed in his mind, Saigon, you son of a bitch. At that exact moment, Se-chan's car arrived at the scene. As soon as he stepped out, Jin-woo was absolutely stunned by the apocalyptic sight before him. Se-chan spoke up, his voice tight with anxiety. Hyung, things are looking really bad here. A second later, Jin-woo pulled out a sleek, compact briefcase. He hesitated for a brief moment. Staring at it, Jin-woo thought grimly, God, I was really hoping I wouldn't have to use this. Realizing what he was about to do, Se-chan lunged forward to stop him. Wait, Hyung, rushing in there right now is pure suicide. We need to leave this to Lee Sejun and get the hell out of here. Despite the panic, Jin-woo replied with chilling calmness. Se-chan, I appreciate you worrying about me, but I can't do that. From the very beginning, Lee Sejun never had any intention of closing that gate. If we just leave it alone, the casualties are going to skyrocket. Se-chan still desperately tried to change his mind. But cutting him off completely, Jin-woo said firmly, Besides, my daughter goes to school in this very city. I am not putting the future of the person I love most into the hands of a scumbag. Stop worrying about me and get out of here. Hearing this, Se-chan gritted his teeth, screaming internally, Damn it all to hell! A moment later, he shouted back, Fine, I'll go find backup. Just promise me you won't do anything stupid until I get back. You hear me? Jin-woo didn't answer. He simply gave a subtle wave and dashed straight into the blazing building. Meanwhile, down on floor B4 of the Hansung building, Sejun's raid party was gathered right in front of the dungeon gate. Standing toward the back, Shin Hai thought to herself, Lee Sejun, his power isn't something the higher-ups can just brush off. If I can learn from a man like him, I'll definitely grow stronger, and making a name for myself will be a piece of cake. Just then, one of Sejun's party members asked hesitantly, Captain, are we initiating the raid now? Sejun replied coldly, No, we wait a little longer. Those words made Shin Hai snap. She yelled out in shock, Wait, what the hell are you talking about? If we just stand here waiting, the monsters are going to... Cutting her off with an eerily casual tone, he asked, If the monsters break out through the dungeon collapse, how do you think the environment inside the gate will change? Hearing this, a chilling realization hit her. Wait, don't tell me you're... Before Shin Hai could even finish her sentence, Sejun justified himself. It's truly a tragedy that the civilians are in danger, but we need to ensure our own safety before tackling the rest of the dungeon. You can't just force awakened players to sacrifice themselves unconditionally, can you? The worthless lives of those mundane humans, shouldn't they be sacrificed to serve a greater purpose? Or do you honestly think the lives of us awakened are on the same level as theirs? At that exact moment, Ji-woo, who was safe at home, heard the breaking news on the television. Emergency broadcast! A massive explosion has occurred in the downtown district. Signs of a dungeon collapse are becoming highly visible. She was frantically texting her father. Dad, you're already on your flight, right? Please, reply to me as soon as you see this. Phone in hand, she slowly walked over to the window. But the second she looked outside, Ji-woo let out a sharp gasp. The terrifying pillar of smoke from the Hansung building was visible right from her room. Her heart sank as a dreadful thought crossed her mind. Wait, is Shinhai going to be okay? Did she actually go there? Meanwhile, back inside the blazing Hanazung building, Jin-woo stood face to face with Sejun, demanding answers. Say that again. What the hell did you just say? Sejun replied without missing a beat. I said, we are not engaging the dungeon right now. Hearing this, Jin-woo screamed in absolute disbelief. What the hell do you mean? If you want to stop a dungeon break, you have to initiate the raid immediately. Unfazed, Sejun slowly tilted his head and asked, Let me get this straight, Chairman. Are you implying that it's perfectly fine if the elites chosen for the Messiah Project die in here? The loaded question made Jin-woo freeze for a second. Gathering his thoughts, he quickly shot back, That is not what I meant. But as hunters, we have to minimize the civilian casualties as much as humanly possible. Your powers were given to you to protect the innocent, but Sejun scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. Spare me that self-righteous garbage. At the end of the day, you're basically saying it doesn't matter if we bleed and die for them. We have to enter the dungeon to protect the people, no matter the reason. His twisted words were making Jin-soo furious. You, of all people, know damn well I didn't mean it like that. The Messiah Project was created precisely to protect the public, to support and nurture the players who bear that heavy burden. Did you honestly think it was established just to keep you fed and safe? Stop deluding yourself. Enter the dungeon before a disaster strikes. Hearing this, Sejun let out a cunning, scheming smile. You'll have to take responsibility for those words, old man. Right after, his team members began to close in. Their sudden appearance made Jin-soo's eyes widen in shock. It turned out that Shinhai had overheard the entire conversation. He cried out in absolute panic. Shinhai, why are you... It seemed Sejun had finally achieved his goal. He spoke up, his voice dripping with satisfaction. You heard him, right? He wants to sacrifice all of us just to save some useless trash who can't even protect themselves. That is the true face of this hypocrite. Jin-soo desperately tried to warn her. Shinhai, no, don't fall for his twisted lies. Why are you even in such a dangerous place? Come here, right now. But tragically, Sejun had already poisoned Shinhai's mind with his toxic words. Even as she turned her back on him, Jin-soo still tried to run towards her. Shinhai! Suddenly, Jin-soo froze in his tracks. Right in front of him, a monster flew past. It swiftly smashed through the floors of the building. The beast was clearly trying to escape to the outside world. Seeing this, Jin-soo panicked inwardly. No, if the monsters get out... Meanwhile, on the stairs, a hurried figure was rushing down. It was Young-ho, desperately searching for Shinhai. But in the midst of his absolute rage, he suddenly sensed something eerie. A wave of terror washed over Young-ho. Could it be... The moment he glanced behind him, his eyes widened in sheer horror. Out of nowhere, a monster had escaped the building and was hovering right in front of him. Its eyes were brimming with a bloodthirsty glare, and Young-ho's face instantly went deathly pale. Oh, damn it! The savage beast aggressively rammed headfirst into the building where Young-ho was standing. Hearing the horrifying crash, Jin-soo immediately whipped his head around. In the very next second, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a detonator. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Without a shred of hesitation, Jin-soo raised his voice in a fierce threat. Right now, beneath our very feet, the basement is rigged with explosives. If you don't attack this instant, I'll blow this whole place to hell to seal the breach. Everyone, get down to the basement now! Despite being threatened, Sejun simply gave a faint, mocking smirk. He spoke slowly, dragging out his words. It seems you're a lot more naive than I thought. Even if you blow it up, the gate won't just disappear. But Jin-soo had made up his mind. It will at least lock down the area. As long as it buys us some time, that's enough. Shinhai screamed in absolute panic. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to drag us all down to hell with you? His voice instantly softened with guilt. Shinhai, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you'd be dragged into this too. But if I don't do this, we can't stop an even greater disaster. In the next second, Sejun replied with a dark, chilling tone. Understood. Do as you wish, old man. Everyone, get down to the basement and prepare for the raid. A nearby soldier immediately barked, Yes, sir! As everyone scrambled to move out, Sejun announced, I'll have a word with the chairman, then I'll be right behind you. Shin Hai also started to leave, her legs trembling violently. Filled with anxiety, she suddenly turned back to stare intensely at Sejun and Jinsu. Over there, Sejun was coldly summoning his power. Seeing this, Jinsu gritted his teeth, glaring at Sejun while trying to hide his fear. Snapping back to the present, Ju lowered her voice after hearing the whole story. Being able to stay by my father's side until the very end. Pausing here, she suddenly remembered. Because I already have the testimonies of the people who joined the Messiah Project in my hands. I'm absolutely certain of it. Before meeting the Dragon Hunter in person, I finally understand why the director hid all of this from me. Ju's sorrowful expression left Sean completely at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort her. Secretary Lee didn't let him finish his sentence, cutting in abruptly. It's not the chairman's fault. It's just because... After a heavy silence of about 2 seconds, Ju solemnly continued. What am I supposed to do from now on? I'm just satisfied that I finally found that answer. At that exact same moment, a massive inferno was raging inside the dungeon. Elise was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. I don't have enough mana. Suddenly, a surge of vitality washed over her. The skill's sorcerer's font of knowledge was cast, massively buffing her magic power. Her mana regeneration speed began to skyrocket. It was Carrie, flashing a triumphant smile as she cast the support buff on Elise. She thought to herself with sheer confidence, that's right, with a master buffer supporting us, even Isaac wouldn't stand a chance against this team. In the very next second, Elise violently slammed her weapon into the ground. A terrifyingly formidable aura of power exploded from her body. The blinding light from the flames instantly grabbed the monster's attention. It charged at her with savage fury, looking like it wanted to swallow Elise whole. As if she had predicted this all along, a highly satisfied smirk crept onto her lips. That stupid beast had no idea what was waiting for it. In the blink of an eye, the monster took a brutal hammer strike straight to the face, shattering several of its teeth. It turned out Elise was only the bait to draw its aggro. The actual physical assault was left entirely to her teammate, the heavy hitter himself, Jason. The moment he smashed the beast, he turned his head and shot her a quick thumbs up. Fired up and completely holding nothing back, Elise pushed her magic to the limit and finished casting her ultimate skill. Her roaring flames looked as if they were going to incinerate the entire forest. The deafening noise seemed to have reached Jin-Ah's ears. He spoke up with sudden urgency. Hey, there's something you need to see. Are you playing some kind of pet-raising game right now? Jin-Ah's bizarre question instantly piqued Gu-jin's curiosity. Why the hell would you say that? Without a second of hesitation, he furiously roared at the top of his lungs. That skeleton freak has been feeding the last hits to one guy this whole time, slowing our hunt to a crawl. Look at these stats. We're the only ones falling behind. Following Gina's words, the ranking board popped up. Ajax had claimed that we could take on all the other guilds by ourselves. And he still bragged that much? We're so dead. All that legendary gear is going to get snatched up, and here we are, playing around taming pets. I asked you why we were feeding all the prey to that guy. I never should have trusted him. Ugh, this is so frustrating. While Gina was still screaming his lungs out, Gujin simply tore the piece of paper in his hands. The representative of the Dark World had acquired the Death Knight skill. This bizarre action left Gina completely dumbfounded. Right after, a system notification popped up detailing the ownership conditions for the representative of the Dark World. Required level 200 or above. Effect: transforms a skeleton knight that has slain 44,444 monsters into a death knight. After reading the prompt, the two of them slowly approached the skeleton knight under Yang Wan's astonished gaze. Gujin gently placed his hand on its head. The very next second, the skeleton knight's kill count appeared above its head, 44,457. A prompt suddenly popped up on his screen. Would you like to summon the Death Knight? Yes or no? Reading this, a slow, deeply satisfied smile spread across Gujin's face. Standing nearby, Yang Wan glared in their direction, his brows knitted together. The aura radiating from it grew stronger by the second, spiraling high into the air. Then, a blindingly intense light burst out in all directions. In a flash, both the aura and the light vanished entirely. Standing below, Gina stared up at the sky in pure shock. Whoa! At that moment, a massive leg began to descend from the sky. It slowly planted its foot on the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. This was the Death Knight. It took heavy, majestic strides toward the group. Seeing the Death Knight approaching, Gina turned to Gujin. "So that was it, huh?" "My partner had a master plan all along." Gujin didn't reply, choosing to just stand there in silence. Suddenly, the Death Knight dropped to one knee before Gujin. Gina excitedly pressed on. "All right, so now we take this big guy with us and start an absolute massacre, right?" Right then, another notification popped up. Summon the emissary's book. The Death Knight remained kneeling in silence, waiting for Gujin's command, but then Gujin casually stored it back into his inventory. The Death Knight slowly faded away into nothingness. Gina was utterly baffled and yelled out, "What? What the hell are you doing? You just busted your ass to create this ultimate weapon and now you're putting it away? Weren't you going to use that to catch up with the other guilds?" To his surprise, Gujin just gave a slight smirk and replied, "I've already strategized ahead and secured the high ground. For now, you just focus on your mission here on the first floor. The one who decides whether we win or lose this bet isn't the Death Knight. It's you, Gina." Hearing this, Gina's jaw dropped as he pointed a finger at himself. "Me!" Meanwhile, in a different area, a horde of goblins and gorillas suddenly sensed something in unison. They immediately whipped around and bolted in the opposite direction. The entire pack of beasts scrambled over one another, fleeing deep into the forest. Seeing this, Jackson burst into a wicked laugh. "Looks like you freaks finally learned to fear the great Jackson's power, huh? That's right, run for your miserable lives." Just then, Ellis Hahn walked over, her brow furrowed. "Jackson, don't you think something is off? How many times has this happened now?" Hearing that, he turned his head and scoffed. They probably realized that no matter what they do, this body of theirs is about to get wrecked. Meanwhile, Ellis Hahn thought to herself, "It's true that highly intelligent monsters know when to flee before being hunted, but this situation feels different." At that exact moment, a blinding light erupted right in the middle of the forest. Gina was holding a bizarre object in his hand. He groaned and yelled out, "Not again, damn it!" The scene flashed back to several months ago, floor 6A of the Spins dungeon. Gina was standing with his arms crossed, talking to someone. "I busted my hump to get this. Is there actually anything good here?" The other person casually tossed him a small bundle and replied, "Not sure." Gina caught the item, looking rather surprised. "What is this? Why are the stats so weird?" This was the music box of death. No level limit. A legend tier item that drains the user's life force to broadcast an echo of death across a massive area. Its effect, it forces every single monster in the dungeon to treat the user as their primary target. This effect only applies to the floor the user is currently on. After figuring out its stats and how it worked, Gina let out a massive sigh and complained, "Why would you give me something this useless? Do whatever you want, but draining my own HP just to turn myself into bait. You're actually evil. Only a complete idiot would use this." Snapping back from that memory, Gina gritted his teeth in fury and glared back at Gujin, only to see him shrugging with a cheeky smirk. Just then, someone else marched up and said slowly, "You're making these pointless bets again, making everything harder for us for no reason. I don't care how brilliant you are, you're not flipping the results at this point." "Even if I have no clue what you're trying to pull, Gujin," he glared daggers at Gujin, "I'm backing out. Don't go dragging me into your meaningless little schemes." Who knows? If you screw up this time and your name hits rock bottom, this whole alliance thing goes down the drain. To his surprise, Gujin just let out a dry chuckle, turning back to ask, "Is that so? Then go ahead and do whatever you want." Inwardly, Gujin was thinking to himself, "Baek Yongwon, you're about to lose your sense of reason and all that fiery resistance of yours anyway." Who knows what nerve that struck, but Yongwon lost his mind and roared, "Are you still trying to show off at a time like this?" With that, he charged straight ahead. At the same time, the horde of goblins charged in out of nowhere, vicious and bloodthirsty. Facing them, the wild beasts of the forest also surged forward in unison. What started as a tight encirclement in the middle had now turned into an absolute bloodbath, with countless goblins and ferocious beasts clashing from all sides. Yongon stared wide-eyed ahead, completely dumbfounded as he thought to himself, "What the hell is this? Where did this massive army even come from?" The scene suddenly shifted to another part of the forest, where a group of people was on the move. Walking behind Sungu, Henry suddenly broke the silence. Why are you so quiet? It's making me nervous." Hearing this, he turned around, thinking to himself, something's off. How could all those monsters just vanish into thin air? Just then, one of the soldiers shouted, pointing, "Guildmaster, over there!" Sungu followed his gaze, completely stunned. Where did so many of them come from, he thought, and how did they not notice us? Without hesitating, he leaped forward and barked an order. "Go after them!" The group dashed swiftly through the dense midnight forest. Sungu took the lead, rushing forward at lightning speed. Suddenly, his eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. Right in front of him was a brutal, chaotic bloodbath between wild beasts and goblins. What on earth is going on here, he thought. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from right behind him. "The music box of death. I saw it once while wandering through the black market. I thought it was completely useless back then. Who would have guessed some maniac would actually use it like this?" The man looked down at the group below, thinking to himself, "I heard he was an incredibly stubborn and inflexible guy, and that none of his subordinates actually respected him. But it turns out he has followers willing to throw their lives away for him. These guys are absolute lunatics." Kriana gritted her teeth, glaring down at the chaos. Using something like that out in the open during a survival mission on the 7th floor of an A+ dungeon. No sane person would ever do such a thing. Thick smoke billowed through the forest. Park Yong-an wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, "That crazy bastard Isaac. He dragged me all the way here just to pull this kind of stunt, didn't he?" He looked over at the group and muttered to himself, "I really went to hell and back for this." Lena's eyes sparkled as she smiled and asked, "Just how much loot is all this?" "Is this our reward for being worked to death?" Kim Gu-jin looked at him with a faint smile. Then he turned his head and let out a sigh. "What a pity." Kim Gu-jin glanced at the ranking board and casually remarked, "Compared to everyone else's results, we really left them in the dust." Cho Sung-gu gritted his teeth, fuming internally. "That bastard Isaac. Is he treating us like playthings?" Kim Gu-jin waved his hands dismissively. "I really am sorry about this. I only proposed this little bet to help motivate everyone." Kriroana glared at him, boiling with sheer anger. Kim Gu-jin just shrugged and continued, "And yet, I ended up winning by accident." He looked down at the treasure and said, "But a bet is a bet. I'll make sure to put this item to good use." Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin narrowed his eyes. His attention was drawn to a specific shield resting on top of the pile of loot. "Is that the cursed shield of Galahad?" Kim Gu-jin thought to himself. He pondered for a moment. To think he would actually get his hands on an item from the Knights of the Round Table series. His luck was incredible, but he still needed to check the item's stats. The system displayed the item details. The Shield of Galahad, item rank, legendary. Once wielded by the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, it is famously known as a cursed shield. It places a deadly curse on anyone who covets the holy relics of the Round Table, dooming them to a tragic death. Usage effect. Curses all enemies within a 3-meter radius. Drains 5% of their current health every second. The user of this item is also subjected to the very same curse. Kim Gu-jin evaluated it critically. This thing feels more like an offensive weapon than a defensive shield, especially since the user takes damage too. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. "Hold on a minute." Kim Gu-jin slowly turned his head to look at Oh Gong, who was scowling with deep annoyance. "This bet is completely invalid." Kim Gu-jin firmly planted the shield into the ground. He stared at the man and raised an eyebrow. "Invalid, you say? Is there some sort of problem?" Oh Gong stuttered for a moment before snapping, "All the monsters we were supposed to hunt." He raised his voice angrily. Suddenly rushed straight toward the Messiah Guild, didn't they?" Oh Gong yelled, glancing around at the other guilds for support. The Messiah Guild got completely overwhelmed. And what about Great One, Frontier, and Victory? Every single guild here was severely hindered, weren't they? He pointed an accusing finger. "With all that happening, there is no way you can call this a fair bet," Kim Gu-jin calmly responded. "Oh Gong," Kim Gu-jin asked, his tone cool. "Hindered? You mean because we drew the monster wave toward our tank? I used an item with a taunting effect. Is that really such a crime?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Well, fine. Using a crazy item that affects the entire map could technically be seen as a hindrance." Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin's voice grew cold and sharp. "But let me ask you this. That massive monster wave we triggered with our item. He glared right at Ogong. Out of all the guilds standing here right now, could a single one of you have actually survived it? Kim Gujin smirked mockingly. Well, could you? His words completely shut them up. The members of the other guilds stood there, dead silent. Seeing the suffocating tension, Kim Gujin casually clapped his hands together. He swiped open a system window in front of him and chuckled. So, I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize I was pushing all of you so hard. There's no need to be so intimidated. Suddenly, system screens popped up simultaneously in front of everyone present. Their eyes went wide as they read the flashing red warning. All guardians have been eliminated. The 10-day survival mission has been forcefully shortened to 4 days, now opening the gate to the next floor. The crowd erupted into confused whispers, asking one another, "What the hell is going on? A forced end to a survival mission? I've never seen anything like this in my entire life." They began buzzing with heated chatter. Did they really pull that off? That's absolutely insane. Only a total monster could manage something like that. If it were just us, there's no way we would have survived. In the distance, a towering, sky-piercing gate suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Kim Gujin brushed right past Ogong and casually tossed back. So, I'll assume there are no more complaints about the results of our bet. He then stepped up and placed his hand against the spatial gate. Glancing back over his shoulder, Kim Gujin smiled. "Let's move on to the next floor, shall we?" With absolute confidence, he pushed the massive doors open. A faint silhouette flickered from behind the blinding light. Francois Chevreuse stood in complete silence, staring down at the pile of sand beneath his boots. He reached down, scooped up a handful of sand, and watched it blow away in the dry wind. Francois Chevreuse thought back to just a few years ago, when this very wasteland had been one of the largest wine-producing regions in the entire world. He gazed out at the endless expanse of sand and sighed heavily. And now, it's just a barren wasteland. Just then, Robert stepped up behind him and spoke. "How long do you plan on waiting here?" Franco Soachero replied. "How long? Let's see. Honestly, I'm not sure myself." Staring off into the distance, he mentioned how, after leaving the gate right before that scumbag's eyes, he murmured, "Well, now all I can do is stand here and watch like this." Franco Soachero then asked Robert, "Doesn't it break your heart?" He replied, "Please don't let it weigh on you too much, sir. You did everything you could." He continued, "Sending the core players of the Messiah Guild in there. Eventually, all your efforts will definitely pay off." Robert hesitated, adding that one day the people would surely understand. But Franco Soachero abruptly cut him off. "That's not what I mean." He tightly clenched his fists and said, "Right now, I don't even understand my own heart anymore." Franco Soachero recounted, "A few years ago, there was a Korean man who said he wanted to meet me. If I had just settled everything back then and gone to Korea to meet him," he continued, trailing off, "then maybe the one walking in there, casting aside all this dignified facade." Franco questioned with a hint of doubt. "What if it was me instead of Lee Si-jun? I'm actually having those ridiculous thoughts right now." He went on. "In the end, I'm just like the rest of them. I'm just a hypocrite pretending to be righteous." Robert looked at him in silence before suddenly speaking up with absolute certainty. "That's not true. That is absolutely not the case." He said, "I have been your closest confidant all these years, so I know you better than anyone. You are completely different from those people." Robert emphasized, "No matter what choices you make in the future and no matter what those choices mean to you, the world will eventually prove you right." Franco Soachero said nothing. He merely smiled. The United Kingdom, A+ rank dungeon, 7th floor. Dungeon floor 2, dungeon floor 3, dungeon floor 4, dungeon floor 5. The gate to the next floor has opened. Everyone gathered around the glowing portal, with Cho Sung-gu standing right in front of it. He glanced back over his shoulder. Kim Woo-jin was standing there with his arms crossed, smiling at him. Cho Sung-gu clicked his tongue in sheer annoyance. The scene shifted to a sandy cave. Oh Gong spoke up. "At this rate, we'll clear out the 5th floor by tomorrow." "Everyone knows that, right?" he asked. "Our little charade of teaming up with Isaac ends after one more floor. What's everyone planning to do now?" He asked suspiciously, "Once we reach the 7th floor, we're turning our backs to jump Isaac together according to the plan, right?" Carrie made a sound as if she wanted to say something, but then held back. Cho Sung-gu rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Jason and Allison also remained completely silent. Oh Gong asked impatiently, "Why the hell is no one saying anything?" He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, I knew this would happen. What a bunch of cowards." Carrie finally spoke up. "Right now, considering the combat power of the Messiah Guild, if it's just us, taking him down is going to be incredibly difficult." Cho Sung-gu chimed in. "Yeah, she's right. Even if we somehow managed to eliminate him, we'd suffer massive casualties in the process." He continued, "Besides, we don't even know what kind of dragon is going to show up on the 7th floor," Cho Sung-gu pointed out. "Are we really supposed to just throw all our lives away here just to catch one Isaac?" Ogong had no choice but to stay silent, unable to argue back. Despite his bold words, Cho Sung-gu was struggling fiercely on the inside. He told himself, "But if we could take him out right here, that would be the absolute best case scenario. And if we can't, just finding out his weakness would be enough." Cho Sung-gu pushed the gate open as these thoughts raced through his head. The most crucial thing, he figured, was that he had to make it out alive first. The system flashed a warning. To proceed to the next floor, you must defeat the boss. Everyone stared intently at the glowing text. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind swept through, blasting sand and dust toward them. Everyone threw their arms up to shield their faces. Cho Sung-gu thought in sheer disbelief, This is impossible." Carrie asked herself in terror, "Why is this happening?" Right in front of them, a colossal red dragon flapped its wings and landed heavily on the ground. It let out a ferocious, earth-shaking roar. He pondered, the dragon was supposed to be on the 7th floor, so why the hell is it here? While everyone else was caught in a sheer panic, Kim Woo-jin stood perfectly still, calmly watching the beast. Oh-gong frantically calculated, "Damn it, I guess we don't need to worry about Isaac anymore. A fire dragon is already showing up on the 6th floor." He suddenly turned his head to look at Kim Woo-jin and thought, "No, wait. Actually, maybe this is a good thing." He smiled wickedly, calculating that if it was a fire dragon, it could definitely wear down Isaac's combat power. Unexpectedly, Kim Woo-jin turned to him and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Oh Gong awkwardly waved his hands and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. You should go ahead and lead the attack." He looked at him with an exhausted expression and asked, "Excuse me, and what about you guys?" Oh Gong immediately answered, "Of course we're getting ready to back you up. You just go on ahead." Kim Woo-jin smirked, telling himself, "It's way too easy to see right through these guys." He continued his train of thought. Everyone here has their own selfish ambitions. Kim Woo-jin pondered, if you want to survive, just doing whatever you feel like isn't nearly enough. He silently assessed the situation. Past the 6th floor, there are far more terrifying things waiting for us. Kim Woo-jin stepped forward toward the dragon. He and Lee Jin-ah were the only two moving forward, while the rest of the group stayed in the back, watching as he summoned the Book of the Dead. As Kim Woo-jin grasped the glowing book in his hand, Lee Jin-ah asked excitedly, "Is it finally time to test out the new weapon?" He calmly replied, "Yeah, the Book of the Dead can revive the Death Knight. The Book of the Dead can revive the skeleton army." A plume of black smoke appeared, converging around the book. Suddenly, a red cape materialized, fluttering fiercely in the wind. The Death Knight dropped to one knee, bowing respectfully to Kim Woo-jin. He spoke up, "I greet you, my master. I await your command." Standing nearby, Lee Jin-ah was totally dumbfounded, asking himself, "What the hell? It can actually talk? It even has a consciousness?" Kim Woo-jin smiled and said, "Here is your very first mission." He pointed right at the massive red dragon and ordered, "Make that oversized lizard your opponent." Kim Woo-jin added, "Feel free to show me exactly what you can do, then come back." The Death Knight's eyes flared with a brilliant light, but suddenly a voice rang out. "Hold on a second." Kim Woo-jin suddenly turned his head to look at the Lich as it materialized before him. The undead creature asked, "Summoner, what would you have me do?" Kim Woo-jin replied calmly, "Just stand back and watch for now." He pointed at the Death Knight and added, "Right now, it's his solo show." The Death Knight stomped his foot hard on the ground and demanded, "You insolent mage, who the hell do you think you are speaking to our master with such disrespect?" Furious, the Lich headbutted the Death Knight and snapped, "What did you just say? A mere speck of a knight dares to judge me?" Standing nearby, Li Gina thought to himself in exasperation, "What the hell are those two doing?" Kim Gujin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Watching the two of them bicker, he muttered to himself, "I was hoping to score some good loot, but I never expected to end up with two undead of this caliber." Still, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. By all rights, one of them should have been the base form of a Death Knight. Just a regular skeleton knight, he pondered. Suddenly, Li Gina pointed forward and yelled, "Hey, how long are you going to let them goof off? The other guilds have already started fighting." On the other side of the battlefield, the red dragon let out a deafening roar. Thick clouds of smoke and dust billowed out from beneath its massive body. Carrie shouted her orders at the top of her lungs. "We have to pin it down before it takes flight. Keep attacking." Ice magic erupted across the field, attempting to freeze the dragon in place. Massive wooden vines shot up from the ground, entangling the beast's body. Everyone converged, focusing all their attacks on the massive dragon. Ellis had also joined the assault and was taking a brief moment to rest. She stood there, panting heavily from sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, Jay yelled out in a blind panic, "Don't let your guard down, Ellis." She turned her head to look at him, completely unaware that the dragon was violently thrashing its tail right beside her. By the time Ellis realized it and looked back, the massive tail was already right in front of her face. A deafening crash echoed through the air, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Ellis heightened, squeezed her eyes shut in terror. But then, she slowly opened them, staring forward in pure shock. Jay had appeared right in front of her, blocking the crushing blow with his shield. Ellis stammered, What just happened?" Gritting his teeth, he replied, "That was way too damn close." She peeked out from behind his cover. All around them, people were scattered across the ground, groaning in pain. Carrie ground her teeth in frustration and cursed to herself, "Damn it, that didn't even leave a scratch." Casting a massive healing skill, she channeled her power toward everyone. Her allies felt their stamina surge back into their bodies, and they scrambled to their feet, charging right back at the dragon. The beast glared around with its piercing eyes as guild members leaped forward one by one, slashing wildly at its scales. Sharp blades rained down, but with a single, violent thrash of its head, the dragon sent the crowd flying. Cho Sung-gu quickly caught his balance and landed hard on the ground. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "I put everything I had into that last strike." The guy next to him asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Cho Sung-gu scowled and snapped, "I'm not dead yet, am I?" But suddenly, a devastating torrent of flames blasted right toward them. His eyes widened as the raging fire faded, leaving only pitch-black ash blowing in the wind. From a distance, Ogong screamed, "Hey, Messiah Guild, I think we need to fall back for now." Cho Sung-gu snarled back at him, "Fall back? Are you out of your mind?" He turned his head, his face contorted in sheer rage. "We're already knee-deep in this, and you're spouting that kind of cowardly bullshit?" Ogong frantically tried to justify himself. "If we keep this up, we have zero chance of winning. We need to regroup, attack with smaller strike teams, and find the fire dragon's weak point first." But Cho Sung-gu furiously cut him off. "Shut the hell up. While that thing is still grounded, we need to throw everything we have at it. If we let it spread its wings and take to the sky, half our forces will be utterly useless." Ogong hesitated, stammering, but Cho Sung-gu abruptly shoved his bloodied sword right into his face and sneered, "If you don't fight right now, I will personally slaughter you before the dragon does. Got it?" He didn't stop there. "I don't give a damn about the consequences or whatever. We survive this hellhole first, then we talk." Sweating bullets, Ogong gently pushed the blade away with his finger and surrendered. All right, I get it. Just put the sword down first." In his head, Ogong cursed bitterly. "This crazy bastard just won't listen to reason." Suddenly, a dark blur swept past them from behind. It was the Death Knight. Ogong turned around, staring blankly at the undead warrior. The Death Knight had activated Chains of Death. He slammed the heavy iron links down onto the ground. Gripping the chain with crushing force, the Death Knight whipped it forward with a violent crack. Cho Sung-gu and Ogong froze in their tracks, completely stunned by the sight. The Death Knight released his grip, and the massive chain shot through the air like a deadly spear. It wrapped tightly around the dragon's neck. Instantly, a glowing orange energy surged from the Death Knight's hands and traveled straight down the chain. The moment the glow turned blood red, he violently yanked the chain backward. The heavy iron links viciously constricted the dragon's throat. The massive chain dug so deep into its scales that black blood began to spill. Ogong watched in absolute shock, thinking, "Is he insane? What the hell kind of move is that?" Suffocating from the iron grip around its neck, the dragon choked, struggling desperately to unleash its fire breath. Ogong kept his eyes glued to the Death Knight, utterly bewildered. Seriously, what exactly is his endgame here? Is he planning to take on that monster all by himself? Ogong thought, his mind racing. And the fact that he's actually subduing it? This makes absolutely no sense. Carrie suddenly spun around and screamed, "What the hell are you all standing around for?" She roared at the top of her lungs, "If you're fully healed, get your asses back in the fight." Without a second thought, the entire strike force launched a massive, coordinated assault. They unleashed a barrage of fire magic straight at the dragon. A massive, deafening explosion instantly erupted right over its head. Cho Sung-gu bellowed, "We're going in too!" But Ogong frantically threw his hands up to stop him. "Hold on a second," he yelled. But after a brief, tense silence of hesitation, Ogong gripped his own sword and charged forward alongside him, cursing through his teeth, "God, this is so damn stupid." Ahead of them, the battlefield was swallowed in pitch-black smoke. But suddenly, a terrifying light flashed from within the darkness. With a single breath of hellfire, the dragon incinerated the smokescreen and unleashed a blazing inferno straight at the vanguard. The torrential flames swept violently across the scorched earth. Terrified, Ogong desperately dodged the scorching flames. Shitting himself in fear, he shrieked, "Dragon's breath!" before diving into a frantic combat roll to evade the deadly blasts. Ogong stared at the scorched battlefield, left in the wake of the dragon's flames, muttering to himself, "Yeah, keeping up a frontal assault like this is pure suicide." Before he even realized it, the flames caught onto his body. Ogong let out an agonizing howl. "It burns!" Meanwhile, the dragon was still furiously spewing fire into the crowd. Its eyes suddenly widened in shock as the Death Knight leaped right onto its head, his hands gripping a heavy chain. The Death Knight swung his blade with brutal force, plunging it straight into the dragon's face. A deafening roar shook the air as the knight backflipped safely off the beast's head. Down below, Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin watched the scene unfold. "Just as I thought," he mused to himself. Kim Woo-jin silently calculated his strategy. First, strike the eye to cripple its vision, then use that injured eye as a blind spot to slip away. Satisfied with the tactic, he moved in to strike its wing. A wicked smirk spread across Kim Woo-jin's face. "He's just as ruthless as I am," he thought. Suddenly, the Lich spoke up. "Summoner," the undead creature demanded, "how much longer must we just stand here and watch?" "The army of the dead is thirsting for battle." Woo-jin chuckled at the complaint. "Well, even if you hadn't asked, I was just about done testing things out anyway. It's time to put that overgrown lizard out of its misery." The Lich and the entire undead legion let out a thunderous, blood-curdling roar. The scene shifted to the break of dawn. Lee Jin-ah dropped to his knees, driving his sword into the ground just to keep himself upright. Beside him, Cho Sung-gu collapsed in sheer exhaustion, letting out a heavy sigh. "It's finally over." Lee Jin-ah wiped the sweat from his face, panting. That was an absolutely draining battle. The dragon had been completely vanquished, but the surviving players were sprawled across the ground, completely spent. Kim Woo-jin walked over, gently touching the massive beast's scales. "An adult dragon is on a whole different level compared to a hatchling," he noted to himself. "Even with all 5 top guilds going all out in a coordinated attack, the damage to its hide is only this much?" His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the loud thud of Cho Sung-gu stomping his foot on the ground. Lee Jin-ah tensed up, wondering to himself, what do those guys want now? Cho Sung-gu was the first to speak. "We have a problem." Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow. "What kind of problem?" Cho Sung-gu replied grimly, "There's an even stronger monster waiting for us on the 7th floor. He hesitated for a moment before adding, "But our side has taken massive casualties." Woo-jin's voice dropped, his tone flat. "And your point is?" Cho Sung-gu continued, looking visibly anxious. I was hoping the Messiah Guild could lend some of their players to the other guilds to help us regroup. Since you can just summon more of your skeleton army, you should still have plenty of combat power left. Kim Woo-jin rested his hand on his chin, piecing it together. Ah, so they want to scatter the Messiah Guild's forces before we hit the 7th floor. Standing beside him, Lee Jin-ah also sensed something off. What the hell is suddenly going on with the Messiah Guild guys? He wondered. Meanwhile, a smug smile crept onto Woo-jin's face. Well now, this is getting interesting. Kim Woo-jin gave a nonchalant nod. Sure thing, I'll send my people over. Taken aback, Cho Sung-gu blinked. Wait, really? He blurted out. You really are as magnanimous as the rumors say. But Woo-jin cut him off right there. However, I do have one condition. Cho Sung-gu's anxiety spiked as he quickly asked, And what exactly is this condition? Woo-jin replied without missing a beat. The forces will be split into 2 groups. Me, Isaac Ivanov, and the Messiah Guild will form one team. Cho Sung-gu looked completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Woo-jin casually continued. And absolutely everyone else besides us will form the 2nd team. Hearing this, Cho Sung-gu's mind raced. He's walking straight into the tiger's den? Why? A sinister smirk briefly flashed across Sung-gu's face. Well then, I guess we'll just have to tweak the plan a little. Cho Sung-gu stepped forward and extended his hand. So, we have a deal? Woo-jin immediately reached out and firmly shook it. Kim Woo-jin flashed a confident smile, matched by Cho Sung-gu's own calculating grin as he finalized the agreement. Condition accepted. Sometime later, a massive crowd of players gathered in front of the glowing portal. Park Young-won scanned his surroundings in complete silence. Noticing his demeanor, Shakira glanced back over her shoulder. What's on your mind? She asked. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Park Young-won finally broke his silence. Do you have any idea what the hell Isaac is playing at? Shakira just shrugged dismissively. Does that even matter at this point? Pointing toward the portal, Shakira sighed. We have absolutely no clue what kind of nightmare is waiting for us on the next floor, so what's the point of obsessing over Isaac's motives? Park Young-won scowled, clearly irritated. What's the point, you ask? So what? We're just supposed to act like blind sheep to whatever orders Isaac barks out? He pressed harder. Are you really just going to throw yourself into danger just because he said so? Shakira hesitated, suddenly unsure. Well, Park Young-won didn't let her finish. Think about the real reason Isaac wants to split us into 2 teams. His voice was laced with suspicion. If things go south, he's setting us up to be the perfect scapegoats. What other reason could there possibly be? Hearing the cold logic in his words, a shiver ran down her spine. Shakira slowly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Kim Woo-jin. Could that guy? Is he really planning to throw us away? She stared hard at his back. One by one, the massive crowd of players marched through the glowing portal. Right at the threshold, Cho Sung-gu suddenly stopped in his tracks. He threw a glance over his shoulder, catching Kim Woo-jin flashing an arrogant smirk. Sung-gu turned back toward the portal, a dangerously sly smile curling on his own lips. Without another word, he stepped into the light. The scene shifted. Now, only Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah remained in front of the flickering portal. Well, they've all headed up, Lee Jin-ah whispered, glancing around cautiously. It's just the 2 of us now. Come on, let's get moving. Woo-jin let out a soft chuckle. Not yet. We still have some unfinished business to take care of down here. Lee Jin-ah raised an eyebrow in confusion. Unfinished business? He watched as Woo-jin walked right back over to the massive dragon corpse. Jin gently placed his hand against the cold, scaly hide. Lee Jin-ah's eyes widened as it clicked. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to do that? Woo-jin didn't say a word. He just glanced back over his shoulder, flashing a knowing smile. Deep down, excitement was brewing. Last time, my skill rank was just too low and I failed the extraction. Back then, he had to give it up to search for weapon crafting materials. Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, now I finally get to use it. As he activated the skeleton soldier skill, the dragon's flesh gradually dissolved, revealing its stark white skeleton. Lee Jin-ah watched in absolute shock. The dragon's bones were engulfed in a layer of black smoke. Dragon summoning, successful. The dragon, now a massive white skeleton, appeared incredibly majestic. With a single flap of its wings, it unleashed a gale that blew away all the surrounding dust and sand. "Looks pretty badass on the outside," Kim Gujin praised. A mystical black smoke radiated from the skeletal dragon's entire body. Gina was so overwhelmed that he stammered, Does this actually work?" The scene shifted to the dragon's domain, the highest floor. The group clamored, "We finally made it to the top floor. Everyone, get ready. It could show up at any second." They reminded each other not to let their guard down. A sudden gust of wind swept through, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ellis gripped her bow tightly, whispering to herself, "It's finally here." Suddenly, a heavy footstep landed on the ground. She stared in shock at Ellis, thinking to herself, "A shadow like that? That's no dragon." Faye stepped out of the dust cloud, exuding an imposing aura, and forcefully stabbed his heavy blade into the ground. Ellis conjured flames. As she charged forward, she thought to herself, "This is unexpected, but if it's not a dragon, there's nothing to be afraid of." She unleashed her fire, sending it flying straight toward Faye, who took the attack head on. Ellis turned around and yelled, "Snap out of it! Why aren't you guys attacking? What are you waiting for?" The system announced, "The Master of Excalibur has confirmed your hostility." Faye swung his blade just once, completely sweeping away the flames, engulfing him. His body didn't have a single scratch. Ellis panicked, wondering, "Excalibur? What does that mean?" The system popped up again. "The Master of Excalibur will now begin combat with you. Everyone's stats have been reduced by 25%. She was stunned, thinking, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, Ellis's eyes widened in sheer terror as she froze. Since when was Faye standing right in front of her? He raised his massive blade high, ready to cleave her in two. Ellis squeezed her eyes shut, questioning her fate. "Damn it, is this really how I end?" Suddenly, a loud clash rang out. She slowly opened her eyes to see a figure with blonde hair blowing in the wind, standing protectively in front of her. That person was none other than Kim Gujin. He was using his shield to block Faye's heavy blade. Faye looked briefly surprised, while Kim Gujin's expression was dead serious. The sword in Gujin's hand suddenly glowed. With a powerful swing, he slashed at Faye, knocking him backward. The system displayed, "The Master of Excalibur has confirmed your hostility. All enemies of Excalibur will suffer a 25% reduction in stats." The ring on Kim Gujin's finger suddenly vanished. As he wondered about it, the system chimed in. "King Arthur's ring is beginning to resonate with Excalibur." Suddenly, the blade in Faye's hand pulsed violently. Stat reduction failed. Kim Gujin thought to himself, "Excalibur, huh?" Memories from his past life came flooding back. He calculated in his head, "According to my memories, this item wasn't supposed to appear for a long time." The dragon hunter who wielded Balmung back then barely escaped death multiple times at the hands of the Dragon Knight with Excalibur. Kim Gujin recalled how they eventually cleared the dungeon and claimed Excalibur for themselves. But for some reason, Kim Gujin continued his train of thought. He couldn't even use Excalibur. He glanced down at the ring, quietly assessing the situation. Now I know why. Could King Arthur's ring be the key to deciding the true master of the sword? Back in reality, Faye stood imposing with his massive blade, facing off against Kim Gujin. He gritted his teeth, his face twisting in rage. He leapt into the air, lunging straight at Kim Gujin. Faye swung his sword to strike, but Gujin raised his shield and blocked the blow. Just like before, Gujin used the sword in his other hand to counterattack. Faye was violently thrown backward. Startled, Faye glanced back as the others leaped in unison to strike him down. He quickly raised his blade to block the three swords crashing down on him all at once. An explosion erupted, and the three attackers immediately jumped back to gain some distance. Cho Sung-gu spoke up. "Well, that wasn't too hard." The system displayed, "The Master of Excalibur has confirmed your hostility." In a flash, Faye rushed forward, slashing the other two before immediately charging straight at Cho Sung-gu. He tried to block Faye's heavy blade with his own sword, but his weapon was instantly snapped in half. The broken shard flew past a dumbfounded Sung-gu. Panic set in as his eyes darted up, watching Faye raise his blade high for the killing strike. Once again, Kim Gujin appeared just in the nick of time. He shielded Cho Sung-gu with his buckler, absorbing the blow and sending Faye flying backward. Faye jammed his sword into the ground to break. Skidding quite a distance, Kim Gujin called out, "I'll handle the defense." You focus on attacking, he told him. At that very moment, Cho Sung-goo's broken sword miraculously restored itself. Suddenly, Lee Jina shouted, "Hey, what are we supposed to do over here?" Kim Goo-jin turned his head and replied, "While the two of us keep this guy busy, you take command of the others and deal with what's above." Carrie froze in confusion. Above? Gina also looked up, muttering, "What the hell? Is there something else up there in the sky?" Suddenly, his eyes bulged in horror as a massive fireball plummeted straight down from the heavens. Carrie screamed, "Don't just stand there like idiots! Put up the defensive shields!" The mages instantly raised their staffs, casting magic to form a protective barrier right above them. Ella stammered, "Wait, don't tell me that's... The fireball crashed down, unleashing an absolutely terrifying level of destructive power. Even with the shields up, the impact blew several people away, plunging everything into a thick black cloud of ash. A moment later, the wind dispersed some of the dust, revealing a scene of utter devastation with bodies scattered across the ground. Ella struggled to sit up, coughing violently. Suddenly, a look of sheer, unadulterated terror washed over her face. Through the smoke, the massive silhouette of a dragon emerged. With a deafening roar, it summoned a fierce tornado that blew away all the remaining debris. The system announced, "Dungeon boss, the Black Dragon has appeared. The Black Dragon's poison gas has engulfed the battlefield. Health points are steadily decreasing." Kim Goo-jin and Cho Sung-goo stood side by side, staring up at the dragon. Cho Sung-goo thought to himself, "I knew it. The true master of this dungeon is a completely different monster. Now it all makes sense. The Dragon Knight was never the real target we needed to defeat." Cho Sung-goo pondered, his mind racing as he strategized. The real monster is right over there. So, while Isaac and I buy some time here, the rest of them need to focus on an all-out attack. Cho Sung-goo stared straight at Kim Goo-jin. He smirked wickedly, calculating in his head, "Is his back completely exposed like this?" Cho Sung-goo gripped his sword tightly and told himself, "Isaac, just wait a little longer." He thought with a cruel sneer, "Once this wave of attacks is over, I'm going to plant a sword right in your back." Cho Sung-goo stepped forward and slashed relentlessly at Faye. Kim Goo-jin watched him in silence before suddenly breaking into a knowing smile. Kim Goo-jin also charged in. On the other side, the Black Dragon was facing off against the crowd. They shouted to each other, launching a synchronized attack against the beast. The Black Dragon unleashed a ferocious breath of fire. Lena turned her head in panic as the dragon's flames instantly swept away a good chunk of the hunters. Sakura turned and yelled at Park Young-won as the two of them bolted away together. Meanwhile, Kim Goo-jin was still using his shield to block Faye's relentless attacks. Cho Sung-goo was right there fighting alongside him. He leaped into the air and brought his blade down on Faye. The sharp, violent clashing of weapons rang out. A moment later, the Black Dragon let out an agonizing roar. It finally collapsed to the ground. A system prompt appeared. "The dungeon boss has been eliminated." Someone exclaimed in absolute awe. "Wow, that was incredibly fast." Everyone instantly erupted into joyful, triumphant cheers. Carrie spoke up to remind them, "Before we leave the dungeon, make sure to bring the wounded out with us." Park Young-won looked around, calculating the numbers in his head. Probably only half of them survived. He turned to Sakura and said, "Let's rest for a bit, then we'll figure out how to divide the loot." She replied, "Of course, a 7th-floor A+ ranked dungeon has to drop top-tier items." Park Young-won thought to himself with a greedy smirk. When it comes to dungeon raids, the fewer people left at the end, the bigger the cut. Just the materials harvested from this dragon's corpse alone will be worth an astronomical fortune. Park Young-won wondered, but the loot distribution will definitely revolve around Isaac. Where the hell did that guy disappear to anyway? Nearby, Kim Goo-jin and Cho Sung-goo were still locked in battle with Faye. Goo-jin stood tall and imposing against the enemy, while Cho Sung-goo had already fallen to his knees. Kim Goo-jin looked at Faye in silence as a mysterious black aura radiated from the enemy's body. Goo-jin stepped closer and said, "It was a bit tough, but that was definitely a worthwhile fight." Faye stood motionless, his body slowly fading away. The moment Kim Goo-jin laid his hand on the blade, Faye's body completely dissolved into dust. The system flashed. "King Arthur's ring has resonated with Excalibur." Kim Goo-jin's ring began to glow brightly. A system notification rang out. Congratulations, you have become the new master of Excalibur. He lifted the legendary blade, holding it firmly in his hand alongside his shield. Kim Gu-jin looked at the weapon and thought, a sword like this is the perfect fit for the ultimate fake savior. The system displayed another message. As the first person to complete the hidden quest of the Legend of King Arthur, you have triggered the Master of Camelot effect. The cooldown for Gawain's chain skill and the Blessing of the Sun has been removed. Your party members will now share the skill effects of Lancelot's ring. The mana recovery rate of Merlin's staff is doubled. The piercing power of Percival's spear is doubled. The curse damage on Galahad's shield is also doubled. Cho Sung-gu struggled to his feet. He glared at Kim Gu-jin. A system notification announced a level up. Gu-jin was smiling, looking perfectly content, but suddenly his eyes shot wide open, thick blood vessels bulging in his sclera. A sword had pierced straight through his back, blood dripping onto the dirt. Cho Sung-gu let out a wicked, malicious laugh as he violently yanked the blade out. Kim Gu-jin staggered and collapsed to the ground. Cho Sung-gu burst into manic laughter. "You absolute idiot!" he roared. "Didn't you know the most dangerous enemy is always standing right behind you?" Suddenly, Cho Sung-gu felt a sharp, agonizing pain. He looked down to see a deep slash right across his stomach, forcing him to drop heavily to his knees. He wildly darted his eyes around, his mind racing. It was clearly just me and Isaac here. Panic setting in, Cho Sung-gu blurted out, "What the hell is going on?" Out of nowhere, a dark silhouette materialized and mocked him. "What do you mean? What's going on? You got played, that's what." Johann Cheorg pulled back his hood with a smirk. "You fool! Did a piece of trash like you really think you could kill Lord Isaac?" Cho Sung-gu asked in sheer horror. "How are you still alive?" Johann turned his head and gestured. Just like that, the body in front of Cho Sung-gu shifted, revealing nothing but a white skeleton dressed in Isaac's clothes. A system prompt appeared. Legendary rank deception spell. Casts an illusion over a corpse. Creates a decoy of the target. The user and the decoy can swap places at any time. Skill effect. Summons one corpse per use. Duration, 2 hours. Cho Sung-gu howled in humiliated fury. He couldn't fool the Messiah Guild, so he decided to play me instead? Where the hell is that bastard Isaac? Johann Georg pointed a finger and laughed out loud. His lordship has been over there this whole time. Cho Sung-gu gasped. What? Kim Gu-jin was standing right behind him, his eyes practically dripping with murderous intent. Cho Sung-gu whipped his head around in absolute terror. Kim Gu-jin spoke with ice in his voice. "As expected, scum like you never act outside my predictions." His tone hardened. "I suppose it's time to give you a proper status." He stammered in utter panic. A status? What status?" Johann Georg leaned in close and sneered. "What else? A status fitting enough to dispose of a traitor." Cho Sung-gu growled in enraged desperation. "You son of a bitch!" He swung his sword wildly at Johann Georg, but Johann swiftly dodged out of the way. The sheer exertion of the attack caused Cho Sung-gu to collapse back down, grabbing his bleeding stomach. Johann Georg mockingly clicked his tongue. "Did I slash you too lightly? You've still got a lot of fight left in you." Suddenly, a massive black portal materialized directly behind Cho Sung-gu. The system displayed, Hellgate, usage condition, emissary of the dark world. Required level, 180 or above. Skill effect, summons the gates of hell and binds the enemy in chains. The enormous gates burst open and pitch-black chains shot out from the abyssal depths inside. The chains tightly coiled around Cho Sung-gu's arms and legs. He thrashed and struggled with everything he had. Johann Georg flashed a wicked grin and said, "From now on, you and I are going to play a very fun game." Kim Gu-jin stood in cold silence, watching Cho Sung-gu being dragged inch by inch into the hellish portal. He thought to himself, Cho Sung-gu's memories don't hold any value to me anymore anyway. He coldly turned his back, calculating his next move. I already know everything about his connection with Park Shin-hye. Fighting just to gather intel is completely pointless now. Kim Woo-jin carefully weighed his options, knowing that the next battle would be an all-out war. He returned to Lee Jin-ah's side, accompanied by his legion of skeleton knights. Meanwhile, the headlines were blowing up with news of Isaac raking in an absolute fortune from the dragon's corpse and his dungeon clear rewards. Does the Savior Guild really stand above the Messiah Guild? The Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild have begun their respective assaults on the 8th floor, treating it like a fierce competition, according to a joint statement from the World Player Association. The major guilds need to drop this pointless rivalry. Right now, it is time to focus entirely on the 8th floor. Who will be the first to successfully clear an A+ rank 8th floor dungeon? Oh Se-chan sat in dead silence, reading through the newspaper reports in his office. Finally, the 8th floor, he thought to himself. They had actually made it this far. Rising from his chair, Se-chan walked over to the window and gazed outside. His mind raced with a single thought. Once the 8th floor dungeon is cleared, only the 9th floor will be left. He fell into deep thought. The only 9th-floor dungeon in the entire world. The image of a massive door bearing a cross dead center flashed vividly in his memories. The system message had read, "Defeat the final boss and save this world." Se-chan clenched his fists tight and muttered to himself. Once that dungeon is cleared, this entire twisted game comes to an end. Just hang on a little bit longer, please, he silently pleaded. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Director," she called out. He turned his head as Secretary Lee announced, "I will be heading out now." As she turned to leave, Se-chan hesitated for a brief moment. Then he called out to her. "Secretary Lee," he said, sounding a bit awkward. "Please, be careful out there," Se-chan continued. "Also, if everything goes smoothly this time around, then we should let's all go out for a massive feast to celebrate." Secretary Lee offered a gentle smile to the sound of soft music. "Of course, sir," she replied. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of a B-rank dungeon, the system announced that all 222,222 monsters had been eliminated. Kim Woo-jin stood in utter silence, staring at the system window. He reached out his hand, and a dark, ominous aura instantly enveloped it. "Summon Death Knight!" Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind erupted from Kim Woo-jin's palm. Standing beside him, Lee Jin-ah stroked his chin in deep thought. So, the Skeleton Legion just wiped out 220,000 monsters. And to create just one Death Knight, it takes about 40,000 of them, he calculated out loud. Wait, does that mean you are getting 5 more Death Knights right now? Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light pierced straight into the sky. Beneath it, the air was thick with swirling dust. As the smoke began to clear, the imposing figure of a Death Knight was revealed, kneeling on the ground. When the dust settled completely, several more Death Knights came into view, all bowing in absolute reverence before Kim Woo-jin. "Not bad," Woo-jin murmured in approval. Standing behind him, Lee Jin-ah muttered under his breath, "The hell do you mean, not bad, man? With an army like this, you could literally conquer the entire world all by yourself." But Kim Woo-jin suddenly spoke up. "It is still not enough." Reaching into his system inventory, he pulled out a weapon and tossed it heavily onto the ground. The Death Knight looked down at it. Pointing behind him, Kim Woo-jin commanded, "Grab your weapon and fall in line at the back." As the knight reached out and grasped the weapon, its body began to surge with a terrifying dark energy, a violent transformation that immediately echoed through the other Death Knights behind it. Smirking, Woo-jin said, "All right, let's go." He turned around, with Lee Jin-ah by his side and an absolutely massive, overwhelming legion of the undead marching behind him. "It is time we paid a little visit to the Messiah," Kim Woo-jin growled. Later that evening, the news networks broadcasted a shocking breaking report. Jo Sung of the Messiah Guild had been killed in action inside a dungeon. Standing on the top floor of a high-rise building across the city, Lee Si-jun watched the broadcast. He turned his head with chilling indifference as a single lonely beam of light fell upon an empty chair. "Pathetic weaklings," he sneered under his breath. Flashes of recent events played through his mind. Pacing the room, Lee Se-jun tapped his fingers against the back of the chair. Completely useless, he thought. He slammed his hand down on the table. "Absolutely inferior," he muttered. His eyes were utterly devoid of warmth as a dark thought crossed his mind. "This peace you all cling to, and this salvation of yours are nothing but strings meant for me to pull." Lee Se-jun walked coldly over the lifeless bodies of the fallen. But suddenly, a strange flicker of light caught his eye, making him flinch. He darted his eyes over his shoulder, a grim realization settling in his mind. It was obvious. It had always been this way. Suddenly, one of the fallen bodies began to rise. Its flesh and features melted away, slowly morphing until it took on the unmistakable shape of Kim Woo-jin. Lee Si-jun let out a dark smirk. Isaac, he muttered to himself. Some time later, he sat in dead silence around a faintly glowing circular table. Park Shin-hye walked into the room accompanied by another figure. Master, she called out respectfully. Everything has been prepared, Park Shin-hye reported. Lee Si-jun finally spoke up. Thank you for coming. Noda Kojiro replied with a sharp edge to his voice. Believe me, I have zero interest in working with you anymore, but we need to put an end to this once and for all. Lee Si-jun simply nodded. Indeed. Besides, Lee Si-jun continued, this operation is our final opportunity to completely restructure the hierarchy of global power. Park Shin-hye gestured toward her companion and introduced her. Furthermore, the Sword Saint's disciple, Sakura, also wishes to lend us her strength. Lee Si-jun stood up abruptly. I appreciate you joining us, he told her. Now then, let's move out. We are heading to the 8th floor. Meanwhile, on a completely different front, news broadcasts blared across the screens. The Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild had officially formed an alliance. Millions of people watched the breaking news in absolute awe. The decisive move had been made to launch an assault on the world's very first A+ rank 8th floor dungeon. Other headlines flashed across the screen as well, confirming that the legendary dragon hunter had also decided to join the fray. The massive announcement echoed across the globe. As citizens read the reports, they clasped their hands in silent prayer. The news anchors repeated the same triumphant message. The grand heroes destined to save the world have finally gathered together. The scene shifted. A colossal gate of blinding light radiated a powerful gale that swept across the barren wasteland. A live news reporter shouted over the howling wind. I am currently standing just outside the barricades, right in front of the entrance to the A+ rank 8th floor dungeon. Massive crowds of civilians are gathering as we speak, praying for the safe return of our heroes. Nearby, a female correspondent from a rival network was broadcasting her own live update. As you can see behind me, an endless line of people are holding candles in solemn prayer. Suddenly, a sleek black car came speeding into the area. Kim Woo-jin, along with Lee Jin-ah and Johan Georg, stepped out of the car. They closed the doors behind them. The three of them walked forward with cold expressions. Frank Soachero reached up and adjusted his glasses. He stood sternly in front of the gate. Park Yong-won and Shakira stood right beside him. Kim Woo-jin, Lee Jin-ah, and Johan Georg approached the gate where a massive crowd had gathered. Suddenly, someone stepped out of another car. Kim Woo-jin turned to look at the approaching figure, remaining silently in deep thought. The man came face to face with Kim Woo-jin. It was Lee Si-jun. Behind him were Park Shin-hye and Noda Kojiro. The two men stood face to face, neither uttering a single word. Finally, Lee Si-jun took the initiative and held out his hand. Kim Woo-jin glanced down, then reached out and shook it. This scene was broadcast live on the big screens. People everywhere witnessed it, sending the crowds into an absolute frenzy. Camera flashes continuously lit up the two men inside the 8th floor of the A+ rank dungeon. Kim Woo-jin silently stared at Lee Si-jun. Lee Si-jun stared back, while the crowd below buzzed with frantic whispers. Jordan thought to himself, "We've finally reached the 8th floor of the A+ rank dungeon. Once we clear this place, only the 9th floor is left." He told himself, "To think I get to fight alongside Master Lee Si-jun in such a historic place." Men called out to him from the side, "Hey, you look way too tense." Meanwhile, Jordan completely ignored his surroundings, moved to tears. His mind was solely focused on the thought, "This is truly my family's greatest glory." Seeing this, she gasped in shock. "Jordan," men asked him, "why are you crying?" From a distance, Lee Jin-ah gazed thoughtfully at Kim Woo-jin. He muttered to himself, "Is Kim Woo-jin going to be all right?" Suddenly, Franco Sochero placed a hand on his shoulder. Lee Jin-ah jolted slightly and spun around. Franco Sochero asked him, "You seem incredibly on edge, don't you?" He reassured him, "Relax your face, otherwise people are going to think you're marching to your death." Lee Jin-ah thought to himself, "The dragon hunter?" He stammered out loud, "You know me?" "I know you quite well, actually," the man replied. Franco Sochero leaned in close and said, "I'm counting on your help." Meanwhile, Park Yong-won quietly watched the two of them from afar. Suddenly, Shakira spoke up. "Hey, what happened to all those people who were worried Isaac would just use us and throw us away?" She chuckled sarcastically. I was starting to wonder if another genius strategist was hiding somewhere. He was left speechless by her words. Shakira stepped forward and said, "But it seems Isaac still trusts us in his own unique way." She continued, "Like how he let us shake hands and form an alliance with the Messiah Guild." Shakira went on, "And even bringing us along to such a critical place." Park Yong-won replied, "I'm not so sure about that." He thought to himself, if that's not the case. He pondered, could it be that he isn't going all out just like us? Like hiding a specific person, for example. The scene shifted and Lee Si-jun spoke up. "Well then," he announced, "just as we previously discussed, the first floor will be cleared by our Messiah Guild." Kim Woo-jin replied, "All right." With that said, the two men turned away from each other and started walking. Suddenly, Lee Si-jun stopped and said, "Ah," he continued, "thinking about it, I just realized I forgot one tiny detail about our guilds taking turns clearing the floors." Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin turned back around. But the moment he looked over, Lee Si-jun lunged at him and sneered, "It seems completely unnecessary." He violently thrust his spear straight into Kim Woo-jin's body. The system displayed, "You have been pierced by the spear of Longinus." Overwhelmed by the sudden attack, Kim Woo-jin desperately gripped the shaft of the spear with his bare hands. Lee Si-jun growled, "Woodhaltfaun," for the Messiah Guild. The system announced, "The effect of the Spear of Longinus has been activated. Skills and items cannot be used." He went on, "From this day forward..." Seeing this from afar, Lee Jin-ah screamed, "Isaac!" Park Yong-won and Shakira were equally horrified. Men covered her mouth, completely unable to believe her own eyes. Jordan, standing beside her, was utterly stunned. Lee Si-jun ruthlessly yanked the spear out of Kim Woo-jin, sending him collapsing to the ground, and declared he would be gone forever. "Disappear from this world," Lee Si-jun stated coldly. He raised the spear high again, aiming for a final lethal strike. Kim Woo-jin narrowed his eyes. With a deafening clash, a Death Knight was summoned just in time to block the blow. It took two crossed swords just to withstand the crushing force of Lee Si-jun's spear. He laughed and asked, "Don't you want to die an easy death?" Lee Jin-ah frantically rushed forward, slamming his fist violently into the ground. Lee Se-jun instantly dodged out of the way. Lee Va-sal Jin-ah cried out, "Isaac, are you all right?" But the sight that greeted him was Kim Woo-jin, trembling and slumped on the ground. A fragment of Lee Se-jun's spear was still embedded in his back. "Lee Chiu?" Lee Jin-ah wondered in shock, "The Spear of Longinus?" Lee Si-jun swung his spear, instantly whipping up a violent tornado that blew both the Death Knight and Lee Jin-ah away. He braced his hands against the ground, skidding a long distance before finally stopping. Lee Jin-ah thought to himself, it was just a blast of aura. How the hell is it this terrifying? Suddenly, Park Shin-hye called out, "Master!" The ground erupted with a massive explosion. Kim Woo-jin was instantly swallowed by magic triggered by a massive seal. "Ah, she's using the power of the seal!" A blinding pillar of light immediately shot straight up into the sky. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ah muttered anxiously to himself, "Kim Woo-jin." Meanwhile, Park Shin-hye smiled in wicked delight. The system displayed, activating Bifrost, the barrier magic. The system continued, Bifrost. Legendary rank skill. Players level 150 or above can use this pathway of light connecting the human and divine realms. Unholy beings cannot pass through this pathway. Skill duration effect. No one can enter the barrier while the skill is active. Those trapped inside the barrier cannot escape. The time limit was extended to a maximum of 6 days. Everyone stood completely stunned by the sight unfolding before their eyes. Park Shin-hye glanced back at her subordinates. Catching her drift instantly, they unleashed a barrage of magical fireballs straight at Kim Woo-jin. The blazing spheres hurtled right toward him. Park Shin-hye smirked to herself, thinking she had him. But suddenly, a blinding pillar of light crashed down from the sky, completely shattering the fireballs. She jumped in shock at the sudden blast. The pillar of light slammed hard into the ground, kicking up a massive, blinding cloud of dust and debris. Shielding her face, Park Shin-hye scrambled to figure out what had just happened. Her eyes went wide as she strained to see through the smoke. As the dust settled, a massive spear was revealed, firmly planted into the earth. The brutal shockwave had sent her subordinates flying in every direction. One of the grunts rushed over to her. "Vice Guildmaster, are you okay?" Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed toward them. She whipped her head around in sheer panic. Franco Sakuro yanked his spear out of the crater. He locked eyes with her and spoke. "I had a feeling things would turn out something like this before I even came in. But you guys have seriously crossed the line," Franco Sakuro growled. "Have you completely lost your minds?" Park Shin-hye thought to herself in disbelief. Is the dragon hunter actually taking Isaac's side? She shot back with a sneer. "Lost our minds? That sounds like something a traitor who turned his back on the Messiah Guild should be asking himself." Flicking her wrist, Park Shin-hye gave the order. "Take him down." Catching the signal, her goons immediately charged forward. Park Shin-hye thought to herself, "Fine by me. I saw this coming anyway." Franco Sakuro stood his ground, completely unfazed and ready to take them all on. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the weapon. With a fierce shout, Franco Sakuro unleashed a devastating thrust straight ahead. The sheer force of his attack sent Park Shin-hye's men flying. They were tossed through the air like ragdolls caught in a hurricane. But another squad ambushed Franco Sakuro from behind. Glancing down, he suddenly realized his legs had been completely encased in solid ice. Franco Sakuro glared over at Park Shin-hye, only to see her flashing a wicked, triumphant smirk. At that exact moment, her grunts lunged at him, screaming, "Die, you bastard!" Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending chunks of earth flying everywhere. One of the attackers was violently slashed and collapsed in a pool of blood, followed quickly by the rest of his crew. Park Shin-hye stared in absolute disbelief at her system window. It read, "Immortal Warrior has activated the skill, Dragon Scales." Franco Sakuro just glared back at her with eyes as cold as ice. The scene shifted to the rest of the battlefield, where the Messiah Guild was relentlessly hunting down any players allied with Kim Gujin. Thick clouds of smoke choked the air, and bodies were being hurled dozens of meters across the dirt. The surviving players stood totally bewildered, having no clue what had just triggered this bloodbath. Panic spread as they began whispering frantically to each other. Menon stammered, his voice shaking. "Jordan, what the hell is going on here?" Jordan hesitated, looking just as lost. I have no idea, man." His mind was spinning in absolute chaos. He couldn't help but wonder, why on earth would the master suddenly attack Isaac? Suddenly, Do-song burst out from a pile of rubble. He roughly wiped the blood and grime off his face. Whipping around, Do-song screamed at the top of his lungs, "You absolute morons! What the hell are you just standing around for? Can't you see our own guild is being slaughtered right now?" Jordan froze in horror as the brutal reality finally sank in. He muttered to himself, "Wait, are we the ones being targeted?" Across the battlefield, the enemy forces roared, ordering an all-out assault. Their shouts echoed over the carnage. "From this moment on, anyone who stands against the Messiah Guild will be wiped off the face of the earth." Menon was absolutely terrified. "Jordan, what do we do now?" All around them, the members of Kim Gujin's alliance were panicking, frantically begging each other for a plan. "They can't just massacre us for no reason, can they?" Another member growled back, "Damn it, we're already in too deep. There's no turning back now. We just have to fight." Jordan and Menon exchanged helpless, panicked looks. Jordan could only watch in despair as his allies finally drew their weapons and charged blindly into the fray. Jordan stood in stunned silence as an all-out war finally erupted, both sides clashing in a bloody frenzy. Nearby, Park Yong-won slammed his broadsword into the ground, panting heavily. "What the hell is going on here?" he muttered in utter confusion. Sakura shot him a grim look. "Looks like they've made up their minds to wipe us out for good." The two of them were completely surrounded by the heavily armed forces of the Messiah Guild. Jang Taemu confidently strutted forward and scoffed. "Did you really think you were immune to getting stabbed in the back? Please, betrayal is exactly what trash like you do best." Park Yong-won bit his tongue, completely at a loss for words. Beside him, Sakura clenched her fists in pure fury, but she knew better than to say anything. The battle raged on with terrifying brutality. But as the bodies piled up, Park Yong-won's stamina finally gave out. He collapsed heavily onto the blood-soaked dirt, slipping right into unconsciousness. Sakura wasn't far behind. Her legs buckled and she crumbled to the ground in total exhaustion. Jang Tai-mu casually strolled over and sneered down at them. "I'll admit," he thought to himself, "holding out this long against so many of us. That's pretty damn impressive." "You vicious bastards," he muttered. Without another word, Jang Tai-mu hoisted his sword high into the air, ready to deliver the killing blow. A twisted grin spread across his face as he thought, "Time to permanently take you off the board." But before the blade could drop, bam! A massive fist slammed right into Jang Tai-mu's face, launching him dozens of meters backward. Jang Tai-mu hit the dirt hard, knocked out completely cold. Standing over the crater, Lee Gina cracked his knuckles and growled, "You really thought a bunch of weaklings like you could just kill my subordinates?" Fuming with rage, he roared, "I don't care if he's pathetic, or if the bastard never listens to a damn word I say." Hearing this, the remaining enemies sweat dropped, thinking to themselves, "Pathetic? Who the hell is he calling pathetic?" Lee Gina wasn't finished. "And I don't even care that he's nowhere near as devastatingly handsome as I am." He dramatically pointed a thumb at his own chest and boldly declared, "At the end of the day, that guy is still a member of my guild." One of the Messiah Guild grunts scoffed. "This arrogant prick is all bark and no bite. Kill him." They charged in blindly. But just a few moments later, Lee Gina had brutally beaten every single one of them to a bloody pulp. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the last groaning grunt aside like a piece of trash. Lee Gina sighed, his voice echoing over the quiet battlefield. "What a bunch of absolute lightweights. All right, let's wrap this up and go home." They stared at him in sheer terror and gasped, "There's actually someone like that?" Jin-ah glanced over at Kim Woo-jin and muttered to himself, "We're running out of time over here." But just as he was about to move, they rushed in from all sides. Lee Jin-ah was completely surrounded. He wondered to himself, since when did so many of them show up? Lee Jin-ah chuckled and said, all right, I was actually hoping for guys like you to show up." He charged forward yelling, "Now this actually feels like a real fight." Lee Jin-ah threw a punch, sending them flying one after another. Suddenly, he flinched, his eyes widening as a flash of light shot straight into his chest. Taking the hit, Lee Jin-ah collapsed to the ground. He struggled to look toward whoever had shot him. Noda Heijiro stepped forward and yelled, "Fall back." He slowly approached, step by step. Noda Heijiro stood right in front of Lee Jin-ah. He spoke up. "Get up, you monster." Noda Heijiro continued, "I know you wouldn't go down that easily." Lee Jin-ah immediately slammed his hands into the ground. Using the momentum, he launched himself up and threw a punch at Noda Heijiro. He easily dodged the attack and said, "If it's you..." Noda Heijiro glided backward while drawing his bowstring. In the blink of an eye, he fired 2 arrows right into Lee Jin-ah's back. By the time he turned around in shock, it was already too late. Noda Heijiro said coldly, "Then this hunt is going to be quite fun." The system displayed Silent Hunter Skill, Explosive Arrow Hit. The arrows lodged in Lee Jin-ah's back, suddenly started glowing. Then they violently exploded. He lost consciousness from the blast. Noda Heijiro readied another arrow and said, "We're not done yet." He fired another arrow, unleashing a pillar of fire toward Lee Jin-ah. Even though he was heavily injured, he still forced himself to endure. He threw himself to the side to dodge. Lee Jin-ah gasped, "Oh man, that was a close call." Noda Heijiro replied, "I didn't expect you to dodge an arrow from this distance." He continued, "But then again, if that was enough to take you down, that guy would probably still be alive." Noda Heijiro ordered his subordinates behind him to kill him. The underlings immediately charged forward to attack Lee Jin-ah. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, there are way too many of them." Lee Jin-ah's eyes went wide as he grabbed one of the guild members and used him as a human shield. In his mind, he thought, "But that punk Kim Woo-jin and I have made it through." Lee Jin-ah chuckled as he reminisced. Situations way worse than this. Lee Si-jun suddenly fell silent, then asked, "What's the situation?" Ma Ji-sung knelt down and replied, "I believe it will be resolved soon." He continued, "The Vice Guildmaster is facing the Dragon Slayer, while the Bow God is dealing with Isaac's subordinate." Ma Ji-sung added, "Moreover, Guildmaster, You have already wiped out Isaac's entire skeleton army. He smiled and said, once the Vice Guildmaster's barrier is lifted and Isaac's death is confirmed, it will all be completely over. Ma Ji-sung spoke with absolute confidence. And even if Isaac isn't dead yet, there's absolutely nothing he can do. Lee Si-jun muttered, how boring. He turned around and walked away. Ma Ji-sung quickly called out, Guildmaster! Lee Si-jun ordered, go out and assist either the Vice Guildmaster or the Bow God. He bowed respectfully and replied, yes, sir, understood. Ma Ji-sung turned around and dashed off. Lee Se-jun's face darkened as he thought to himself, what a disappointment. He looked in Kim Woo-jin's direction and muttered, and here I thought you knew everything. Lee Se-jun wondered, is it really going to end here? Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah coughed up blood, his entire body pierced by Noda Heijiro's arrows. Lee Jin-ah groaned, hey, I'm telling you, that's enough. He pulled the cluster of arrows out of his body with his bare hands and smirked, these little toothpicks can't kill the great Spasiba. Noda Heijiro replied, you can still stand straight after taking hits like that? He wondered to himself, or has he just not taken a fatal shot yet? Lee Jin-ah cursed inwardly, I was just saying that to sound tough. Seeing him fumbling to pull something out, Noda Heijiro thought to himself, so he finally wants to use his weapon now? Interesting. Who would have thought Lee Amanjin? Ya pulled out a snack and quickly shoved it into his mouth. He thought to himself, I've lost too much blood. I'm reaching my limit. Noda Heijiro stared blankly at this while Lee Jin-ah assured himself, but this is no reason to despair. He immediately flew into a furious rage and roared, you're underestimating me way too much. Noda Heijiro instantly drew his bow to fire. Lee Jin-ah tossed the snack into his mouth while calculating his next move. The moment the Bow God has 0 defenses. He stared intently as Noda Heijiro released the arrow. His eyes went wide. In his mind, Lee Jin-ah calculated, it's exactly right now, the moment his hand lets go of the arrow. Lee Jin-ah lunged forward. He pushed off the ground with all his might to build momentum. Noda Heijiro was momentarily startled. He wondered, he's not dodging, but taking it head on? Lee Jin-ah charged right at him, even as the arrow pierced straight through his heart. He roared, if I can't dodge it! Lee Jin-ah threw a viciously powerful punch and bellowed, Wahaball! Then I'll just let it hit me. The arrow suddenly glowed and the system displayed, Silent Hunter Skill, Explosive Arrow Hit. The explosive arrow buried Lee Jin-ah in a cloud of smoke and dust. Noda Heijiro scoffed with absolute disdain. What an idiot! But as the smoke cleared, Lee Jin-ah's hand emerged, his fist clenched with unyielding resolve. He lunged forward, throwing a massive punch right at Noda Heijiro. Lee Jin-ah suddenly froze, looking up in sheer shock. His trembling fist pushed with all its might toward Noda Heijiro, but it just wouldn't reach. A sharp crack rang out, and an invisible barrier shattered right before Jin-ah's eyes. Sakura materialized from thin air. The flying shards were from the shield she was holding to protect Noda Heijiro. The system announced, Skill, Silent Hunter, Stealth cancelled. Lee Jin-ah thought in confusion, what the hell? With one hand bracing the shield, Sakura gripped a sword in the other, and a dark aura suddenly flared from its blade. The system displayed, Silent Hunter skill has triggered Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, unique tier skill. The effect can be activated after canceling Stealth, guaranteeing a critical strike on the next attack. The damage of the first strike after breaking Stealth can reach up to 1000%. Effect duration, 1 minute. Sakura swung her blade with brutal force, knocking Lee Jin-ah backward. The devastating strike tore into him. Lee Jin-ah collapsed to his knees. He had to brace himself against the ground just to stay upright. Sakura turned to Noda Heijiro. Are you all right, sir? Please, allow me to finish this filth off with one final strike. Meanwhile, Noda was thinking to himself, to think he could push through that explosion just to counterattack. Sakura tossed her shattered shield to the dirt and stalked toward Jin-ah, thinking, what an absolute monster. Blocking just one of his hits felt like my arm was going to snap. Sakura raised her sword high, ready to bring it down. But this is the end for you, she calculated. Suddenly, she caught Lee Jin-ah smirking. She flinched, bewildered. He's still smiling? Suddenly, blood sprayed into the air. Sakura whipped her head around in absolute horror. The blood belonged to Noda Hajiro, and his face was twisted in sheer panic. A menacing purple blade had been driven right through his back from out of nowhere. Lee Jin-ah forced out a strained laugh. Just as planned, he choked out, secretly thinking to himself, "Man, I've always wanted to say a badass line like that." Across from him, Noda Hajiro stood completely paralyzed in shock by the sudden backstab. Johann Georg flickered into view. He grinned wickedly and whispered, "Peekaboo." Noda Hajiro slumped heavily forward. Noda desperately craned his neck to look over his shoulder. There, he saw Johann Georg casually holding a helmet. A helmet? Noda Hajiro realized with dread. The invisibility helmet of Hades. All the strength left his body, and he collapsed onto the ground. As his vision faded, Noda bitterly thought, "I really am getting too old for this. I suppose I should have seen this coming." Johann Georg merely looked down at the dying man with a cold, mocking smile. Meanwhile, Sakura screamed in sheer agony, "Master!" She dropped her sword and scrambled frantically toward him. Sakura threw her arms around Noda Hajiro's lifeless body, wailing in despair. Lee Jin-ah staggered to his feet. He glanced at the weeping Sakura, then turned his head away, muttering in his mind, "Even if they're the enemy, seeing this kind of grief just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth." But a sickening slash forced Jin-ah to snap his head back around in horror. Blood sprayed out once again as Sakura collapsed dead right next to Noda Hajiro. Johann Georg had cut her down without an ounce of hesitation. Lee Jin-ah asked in total disbelief, "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Why did you do that?" Johann stared back with icy indifference. "Please wake up, Senior. Did you honestly think sparing her would earn us any gratitude?" Johann Georg continued smoothly. "She's exactly the type of person who would slide a knife into our backs the very second we let our guard down." His voice dropped, sharp and stern. "Empathy here is completely meaningless. You'd be better off just forgetting about them," Johann added ruthlessly. Lee Jin-ah stood frozen, chewing on that word in his mind. Empathy. He stared down at his own trembling hands. "What the hell am I even thinking?" he asked himself. He took one last look at Noda Hajiro and Sakura, forcefully steeling his nerves. He's right. This is a battlefield. Lee Jin-ah turned his back on the carnage, a grim realization settling in his chest. A battlefield meant to end this sick, twisted game that does nothing but push people to slaughter each other. He walked off alongside Johann Georg, his thoughts dark. And all of this bloodshed, just to fight over some pathetic item or a couple of skills. The scene shifted. Francois was still fiercely holding the line against the Messiah Guild, doing everything he could to keep them away from Kim Woo-jin. Francois let out a heavy, exhausted breath. Watching him from a distance, Park Shin-hye coldly analyzed the situation. His abilities certainly live up to his grand title, she noted to herself. However, she mused silently, being forced into a defensive position to protect someone else is a completely different story. Throwing his life away for some absolute stranger named Isaac. What a colossal fool. Park Shin-hye raised her hand, her eyes narrowing as she calculated her next move. It's blatantly obvious he pushed past his physical limits a long time ago. It's about time we wrap this up. At her signal, her subordinate swarmed forward to launch another relentless assault on Francois. He gritted his teeth, bracing for the impact, and a memory from a quiet evening flashed through his mind. The night Jisoo and Lee Jin-ah had come to meet him. He had gasped in disbelief. An A+ rank on the 7th floor? Yes, she had replied calmly. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Francois had murmured, "If that's actually true, then that's nothing short of extraordinary." Jisoo just smiled, while Lee Jin-ah casually tugged at his collar, eyeing the surroundings. Francois had continued, especially considering it hasn't even been that long since they cleared the 6th floor. He had crossed his arms, his expression turning bitter. "To be completely honest with you, I feel deeply ashamed of myself. The fact that a coward like me is being paraded around as the hero of France. I've been dragging my feet on tackling the 7th floor purely out of self-preservation, just to save my own skin. Tell me, what kind of absolute titan is this Isaac, that he can push forward so fearlessly. Lee got Jin-ah suddenly chimed in, breaking the heavy mood. Hey, listen up, old man. Francois furrowed his brow, deeply offended. Old man! Jin-ah jabbed a thumb at his own chest and said, Kim Woo-jin's ultimate goal. Wait, Isaac's goal is exactly the same as ours. So the ball is in your court, mister, Jin-ah challenged him, his tone turning dead serious. Are you going to wallow in your shame and keep running away like you are now? Or are you going to step up and become a real hero? The raw challenge had left Francois completely stunned. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah flashed an incredibly arrogant, confident grin. I know it sounds a bit cliché, but if you've got any pride as a man, you'd choose to go out like a hero even if it kills you, right? Snapping back to the brutal reality of the present, Francois let out a breathless, defiant chuckle. You said, even if it kills you, didn't you, kid? He thought to himself. With a furious roar, Francois unleashed every last drop of his aura. The system flashed. Immortal Warrior's skill triggered Warrior's Roar. The sheer explosive force of his power whipped up a massive gale, forcing Ma Ji-sung to shield his face. The brute scoffed to himself, a half-dead old geezer, still trying to play the glorious hero to the bitter end. Frango Sawero raised his shield in front of him, and it instantly fired off a blinding beam of light. Ma Ji-sung barely dodged the attack, scoffing, Where the hell are you aiming, you idiot? He and his lackeys fiercely lunged at Frango Sawero. Both of them plunged their swords into his body at the exact same time. Frango Sawero violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ma Ji-sung smirked and taunted him. Is that all you've got for a final desperate attack? Frango Sawero mirrored his grin and fired back. Well, whatever. Looks like my job here is done anyway. Suddenly, Ma Ji-sung's eyes widened in horror as he glanced behind him. That intense beam of light from earlier had struck Perinhe dead on. Her robes were blown to absolute shreds. The magical scepter slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. As she collapsed helplessly, Perinhe could only think in disbelief. Is he insane? How is this even possible? Even with my emergency barrier up? She flashed back to the desperate moment she had cast a defensive spell to block the strike. Ultimately, Perinhe slumped to the cold ground, completely unconscious. The system immediately announced that the BF Osa Frost barrier magic had been completely shattered. With Perinhe utterly defeated, the magical cage trapping Kim Gujin instantly dissolved along with her consciousness. Ma Ji-sung watched helplessly as the barrier faded into thin air. A deeply satisfied smirk crept across Frango Sawero's face. Nailed it, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Ma Ji-sung was seething with pure rage. That attack just now, he was aiming for the Vice Master all along. He growled through clenched teeth, You brazen little bastard! Ma Ji-sung swung his heavy sword with all his might, aiming to cleave Frango right in two and roared, Just die. Frango saw the lethal blade rushing toward his face, but it was way too fast to even try to block. Suddenly, the sword stopped just an inch from his eyes. Ma Ji-sung's entire body had been violently bound by pitch-black chains. And it wasn't just him. The rest of the Messiah Guild members were also tangled up in the massive chains and brutally dragged away. Johann George cheekily stuck out his tongue, mocking their pathetic state. While they were completely distracted, Lee Gina rushed over and fully supported Kim Gujin's weight. The sharp, chaotic clang of clashing swords echoed loudly across the battlefield. A ruthless thug from the Messiah Guild landed a vicious slash on a Savior Guild member. The deeply wounded man immediately collapsed into the dirt. The attacker raised his bloody blade to deliver the final blow, but out of nowhere, a flaming arrow struck him, blasting his body away in a fiery explosion. Meeson frantically sprinted over and asked, Are you hurt? She quickly cast a warm healing spell over his severe wounds. Totally focused on saving the injured man, Meeson didn't even notice the shadowy enemy creeping up right behind her as she yelled out. Jordan, get over here and help me, She quickly glanced over her shoulder and froze in absolute terror. An enemy was standing right on top of her, his cold sword already swinging down for the kill. Blood sprayed wildly through the air as the attacker was violently thrown back. Meeson stared with wide, trembling eyes. Thankfully, Jordan had sprinted over just in time to save her life. Are you okay? Jordan asked urgently. That was way too close, Meeson. Go, standing nearby, chimed in with a sharp scolding tone. I specifically told you guys not to let your guard down. If you keep acting like that, you're going to be the one ending up dead. Tears welled up in Myson's eyes as she stammered, but... The wounded man weakly raised a trembling hand and pleaded, I don't want to die. Please, save me. But the very next second, his hand dropped limply to the ground and he stopped breathing entirely. Witnessing the fragile life leave his eyes, Myson couldn't hold back her bitter tears any longer. Her voice trembled deeply as she demanded, Answer me. Jordan, she choked out through her heavy tears. Why do we have to point our blades at each other like this? Jordan just looked down at her in grim, heavy silence. Myson pressed on, her voice breaking, We promised we were going to join forces. As gruesome memories of their own comrades slaughtering one another flashed through her mind, she asked in heartbreaking disbelief, So why are we so obsessed with tearing each other apart? Why does it have to be this way? That's... Jordan stammered, completely unable to find the right words. Suddenly, a massive, deafening explosion shook the ground beneath them. Instinctively, Jordan whipped his head toward the terrifying sound. When he saw that Perinia had taken a direct, brutal hit, he gasped in utter shock, Vice Master Perinia! As he watched her limp body slump to the ground, Jordan's tactical mind began to race. If she's down, then the barrier? He quickly realized, it's completely gone. Jordan urgently shifted his gaze toward Kim Gujin, spotting him leaning heavily against Lee Gina for much-needed support. At the exact same time, Lee Gina was staring at Kim Gujin with deep, lingering concern. This idiot, Kim Gujin, he thought to himself. He clearly flashed back to when the three of them were strategizing back in the quiet parking lot. He had gasped aloud, The Spear of Longinus? Kim Gujin had nodded grimly. Exactly. Out of all the overpowered skills that Lezoon possesses, that mythical spear is by far the most lethal. Going head-to-head against Lezoon while he's actively holding the Spear of Longinus is practically suicide, Lee Gina muttered nervously to himself. But Johann George just shrugged carelessly and said, Well, then the solution is incredibly simple. He grinned wickedly and confidently declared, I'll just throw on my helm of Hades to turn completely invisible, sneak up right next to him, and slit his throat in a flash. Easy, right? He added with a very dark chuckle. And if things go south, I've got plenty of filthy, dirty tricks up my sleeve to deal with him. Lee Gina immediately nodded in full agreement. Honestly, that sounds like a pretty solid plan. If we actually pull off what this crazy guy is suggesting, we might really stand a chance, he thought hopefully. But suddenly, Kim Gujin strictly cut them both off. No, that won't work. Both of them snapped their heads toward him in sheer shock. Kim Gujin seriously explained, None of those petty dirty tricks will ever work on him. He knew the terrifying truth. That bastard possessed an overpowering ocular skill almost identical to the legendary eyes of Anubis. The eyes of Anubis. An absolute legendary tier skill. It was derived from the divine eyes of Isis, the mother of all creation, the omnipotent one who dictates all natural laws and oversees everything in existence. It had the absolute terrifying power to instantly filter out all impurities and deceptions. The passive effect kept the user entirely immune to any mind-altering illusions and allowed them to easily see through the deepest lies. Kim Gujin heavily gritted his teeth, quickly assessing their incredibly grim reality. Just as I feared. There's only one reckless way left to do this. Taking a very deep breath, Kim Gujin finally spoke up. I'll be the bait, Johann Georg asked anxiously. What? Lee Gina also exclaimed in shock. Kim Woo Jin analyzed the situation. Lee Se-jun is an absolute perfectionist. If he sees even a single opening, he'll definitely strike me with the Spear of Longinus. He emphasized, once they are absolutely sure I've been neutralized, Park Shin-hai will immediately cast a magic barrier to lock me in. Kim Woo Jin continued, After that, they'll slaughter the Rose Hunters and the Savior Guild, who will have just lost their leader. He placed a heavy hand on Lee Jin-a's shoulder. As Jin-ah looked at him in surprise, Woo Jin spoke softly. Jin-ah, I'm counting on you. Bringing us back to the present. Lee Jin-ah stared at the badly injured Kim Woo Jin, tears welling up in his eyes. This crazy bastard, he thought to himself. In his mind, he vividly imagined Woo Jin's words. Jin-ah, you're the only comrade I trust enough to leave my very life in your hands. Jin-ah swelled with pride. He really values me that much? Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin reached out and grasped Jin-ah's shoulder. Breathing heavily, he muttered, I am so sorry, man. Jin-ah awkwardly brushed it off. Hey, what's with the mushy stuff? You're giving me goosebumps. We're brothers in arms. Don't sweat it. Out of nowhere, Kim Woo-jin sank his teeth deep into Jin-ah's neck. The system interface flashed, using the vampire skill of the emissary of the underworld. Activating blood drain from the emissary of the underworld, he began ruthlessly sucking down Lee Jin-ah's blood. The system announced that his stamina had been fully restored to its maximum limit. Pulling away, Kim Woo-jin erupted with a massive surge of power, completely revitalized by the blood. Meanwhile, Jin-ah collapsed to the ground like a wet noodle. Woo-jin casually wiped a stray drop of blood from the corner of his mouth and smirked. Now, that's what I call coming back to life. He completely ignored Jin-ah groveling in the dirt. The system flashed again, activating the Immortal Warrior's Blessing of the River Styx. Thanks to the skill, Lee Jin-ah also began to recover, but he was absolutely furious. He screamed, "You son of a bitch!" Kim Woo-jin just walked away, chuckling lightly. I told you I was counting on you, didn't I? He then stepped right up to Frank Sachero. Extending his hand, Kim Woo-jin said, Thank you for your assistance, old man. Frank smiled warmly and firmly grasped his hand. Frank Sachero replied, It was nothing. There is no need for thanks. His eyes turning utterly cold, Kim Woo-jin pivoted around. Striding directly toward Lee Si-jun, he challenged him, Well then, shall we start the main event? Seeing him approach, Lee Si-jun broke into a twisted grin. That's right. This is exactly how it should be. Deep down, Se-jun was thrilled. Just as you said, I've waited a very long time to finally face my one and only true rival. Locking eyes with him, Si-jun thought. Now, entertain me to the fullest. Isaac immediately summoned the Book of the Dead. Gripping the dark grimoire in his hand, Kim Woo-jin resolved himself. There's no point in holding anything back anymore. A fierce smile crossed his face. Since returning to the past, this will be the first and absolutely the last time I go all out. Suddenly, a massive, roaring blast of dark energy erupted from the book. Woo-jin braced himself. I'm burning through everything I have for this. The dark aura exploded outward, engulfing the entire area while radiating a blinding, eerie blue light. Lee. Si-jun watched in absolute silence, taking it all in. Everyone else on the battlefield could only stare in sheer, unadulterated awe. Piercing through the thick smoke, a massive skeleton dragon majestically emerged. It let out an earth-shattering roar, making its terrifying presence known to all. Woo-jin stood proudly atop a wyvern's back, raising his glowing scepter high into the air. A fierce flock of other wyverns was summoned to his side, joined by towering, burning fire golems. A majestic, heavily armored legion of skeleton knights marched forward in an unstoppable wave. Even a veteran like Frank Sachero was completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Kim Woo-jin's undead army. The entire battlefield stood in stunned silence. The sheer difference in infantry was already absurd, but adding a literal dragon to the mix? It was completely unfair. Kim Woo-jin sharply raised his hand, signaling the attack. Lee Jin-ah, he Mears roared at the top of his lungs. Let's tear them apart! The moment the words left his mouth, Frank Sachero and the legion of skeleton knights charged forward. The dragons dominating the sky and the blazing fire golems aggressively pushed the front lines. Seeing the overwhelming might of the Savior Guild, the members of the Messiah Guild completely lost their fighting spirit. There is no way. We can't possibly win against this. Desperate, a guild member dropped to his knees before Lee Si-jun, pleading, Guildmaster, please, give us your orders. Se-jun merely cast a cold, indifferent glance over his shoulder before ruthlessly swinging his sword right past him. In an instant, Lee Se-jun's terrifying sword aura carved a massive trench across the battlefield, completely slicing off a fire golem's arm. Seeing this overwhelming display of power, the frantic guild member was left utterly speechless. The rest of the troops quickly regained their courage. That's right, as long as our guildmaster is here, we are invincible. Gripping their weapons tightly, their morale soared. The Messiah Guild will never fall. Lee Si-jun finally raised his voice, commanding, All of you, fight with absolutely everything you have." His tone turned chillingly dark. "That is an absolute order." The members of the Messiah Guild instantly erupted into fierce war cries. Both armies violently clashed, plunging the entire battlefield into absolute bloody chaos. The skeleton knights ruthlessly swung their massive blades, violently clashing against the charging Messiah Guild elites. Explosions continuously rocked the front lines. Wyverns aggressively dive-bombed from every direction, while the skeleton dragon rained scorching hellfire from above. Through the carnage, Lee Sejun slowly marched forward, radiating a sinister, suffocating black aura with a wicked grin on his face. Without warning, he exploded into a sprint, darting straight for Kim Woo-jin at blinding speed. He roared out his name. "Isaac!" Woo-jin merely stared back in cold silence, bracing himself. Lee Sejun. Suddenly, a Death Knight lunged forward, violently placing itself between them. The undead warrior growled with a terrifying, hollow voice. "You shall not take another step toward my master." Furious at the interruption, Sejun aggressively scowled and unleashed a vicious, heavy sword slash. The Death Knight instantly threw up its massive blade to block the crushing blow. In the blink of an eye, Sejun closed the gap. Dropping his stance low, he pulled his sword back to gather momentum, executing a breathtakingly elegant and deadly technique. However, his lethal strike only managed to carve into a fraction of the Death Knight's blade, failing to shatter it completely. Sejun gritted his teeth in extreme annoyance. But before he could recover, another Death Knight dropped down from the sky. Sejun quickly darted his eyes back to track the new threat. The airborne Death Knight violently swung a massive, crackling lightning hammer straight down at him. A devastating thunderstrike ruthlessly crashed into the ground. Kim Woo-jin watched the exchange with calculated silence. To his surprise, Lee Sejun didn't even flinch. He effortlessly deflected the brutal hammer strike, shocking both Death Knights. Taking advantage of the opening, the rest of the Death Knights swarmed in from all sides to assist. Woo-jin analyzed the clash. "I thought overwhelming him with a coordinated assault would be the best way to temporarily pin down a literal monster like Lee Sejun, but it's barely even slowing him down." His mind raced through the battlefield. Tactics. "If I commit all the Death Knights just to hold him off here, our other front lines will definitely collapse." Making a split-second decision, Kim Woo-jin abruptly turned his back and started walking away. Seeing this, Johann Georg urgently called out, "My lord, where are you going?" Isaac didn't say a single word in response. A system prompt suddenly materialized before his eyes. "You are the very first player to complete the hidden quest of the legendary King Arthur. Acquired item, the Ring of Lancelot. Passive effect, completely blocks all negative status effects. The Book of Merlin heavily amplifies your magic. The cooldowns for the chain skill, the One and Sun's Servitude have been completely reset. Activating the blessing skill from the Conqueror of Excalibur. The piercing power of Perov's spear has been doubled. The curse damage on Galahad's shield has been doubled. The Ring of King Arthur drastically enhances the power of the Knights of the Round Table. Set effect activated. The Master of Camelot has triggered the synergy effect of the Knights of the Round Table item series." Kim Woo-jin smiled at the dazzling power radiating from his chest. Both rings on his fingers pulsed with the miraculous energy. The sword in his hand absorbed the power, glowing brilliantly in response. The skeleton knight was heavily suppressed by this overwhelming force. The two Death Knights immediately turned their gaze toward him. Fused with this newfound power, he stood entirely fearless, ready for battle. Kim Woo-jin called out to them. "Hear me, my Death Knights! Come to me!" he commanded, watching them battle against Lee Sejun. One of the Death Knights raised its lightning hammer, preparing to strike. A massive bolt of lightning shot from the hammer, aiming straight for him. But in a flash, Lee Sejun swung his sword, slicing right through the attack. Lee Sejun frowned, looking utterly baffled. He fell silent, watching the Death Knights completely surround Kim Woo-jin. He slammed his sword into the ground, his expression turning incredibly grim. Woo-jin thought to himself, as expected of Lee Sejun, fighting 4 Death Knights at once is still child's play for him. One of the Death Knights dropped to one knee. "Please give the order, Master." Kim Woo-jin pointed forward. "Split up and support our allies." "As you command," the knight replied. Knowing their objective, all the Death Knights immediately dispersed. Lee Lee Si-jun gripped his sword tightly and glared at him. "Don't tell me you actually want to fight me head on," he asked, a sly, arrogant smirk spreading across his face. "How amusing. Even if you cover yourself in legendary gear and shiny auras." Suddenly, a system alert chimed. The Guardian of Pure Light is deeply interested in this battle. Lee Si-jun scoffed with contempt. "In the end, that arrogance of yours is going to get you killed." Kim Woo-jin just stared at him coldly, completely silent. Another system alert rang out. The emissary of the underworld is deeply interested in this battle. In an instant, Lee Si-jun dashed forward at blinding speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword strikes at him. Their swords violently clashed, grinding against each other with a piercing screech. Lee Si-jun laughed maniacally as they fought, fully convinced of his own victory. On the other side, Kim Woo-jin was struggling desperately to block the heavy blows. Then, the system announced, Excalibur challenges the one harboring hostility. All stats of the hostile target are reduced by half. Suddenly, Lee Si-jun sensed that something was wrong. His sword began to radiate a strange pitch-black aura. Seizing the opening, Woo-jin violently shoved Lee Si-jun far back. Lee Si-jun dug his feet into the ground to brace himself, his body oozing a dense black mist. Before long, the entire battlefield was swallowed in a massive cloud of dust. A notification rang out, activating the Savior's Hand skill from the Guardian of Pure Light. Lee Si-jun charged forward like a soaring bullet. Immune to all debuff effects, all stats reduced by Excalibur's challenge have been fully restored. The system alert spammed consecutively, activating the Savior's Blessing skill from the Guardian of Pure Light. Kim Woo-jin just stood there watching as the alert continued. All status effect resistances increased by 1,000%. As Lee Si-jun lunged at him, Woo-jin quickly dodged out of the way. All defense capabilities increased by 1,000%, activating the final judgment of the Guardian of Pure Light. Lee Si-jun was about to unleash a devastating strike upon him. Damage to the opponent increased by 10,000% while the skill is maintained. It seemed completely impossible for Kim Woo-jin to block, but a shield materialized just in the nick of time, absorbing the explosive impact. Damage has exceeded the durability limit of the Phantom armor. The shield in his hand flared up. Activating absolute defense mode, this item cannot be destroyed. Lee Si-jun flashed a psychotic grin, launching a relentless barrage of attacks while Kim Woo-jin was forced to desperately dodge. Unable to keep blocking the unending strikes, Woo-jin eventually fell to one knee. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Lee Si-jun lunged forward to finish Kim Woo-jin off, his power swelling into a massive surge of energy, activating Vampire skill. But suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over him. Kim Woo-jin was gone. In his place was a swarm of bats scattering into the sky. Lee Si-jun could only watch as the bats swiftly fluttered away. A vicious, razor-sharp slash tore through the air. He blindly swung his sword at the retreating swarm of bats. The bats spiraled into a dark tornado, completely engulfing Lee Si-jun. While trapped inside, something else suddenly caught his attention. Kim Woo-jin had shifted into his vampire form and violently sank his fangs into him. Lee Si-jun quickly thrashed, hurling him away. Kim Woo-jin crashed hard into the dirt. Watching from a distance, Lee Jin-ah was practically sick with worry. Is Kim Woo-jin really going to be okay? He thought, his mind racing with panic. He said he wanted to take him on alone, but the guy he's fighting is Lee Si-jun. Lee Si-jun shifted his icy, piercing gaze downward. His playful demeanor was gone. Enough with the cheap tricks. I'm already sick of this. Kim Woo-jin sat slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet, he broke into a massive grin, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. My bad for making you feel that way, Woo-jin said, slowly getting back to his feet. But against a monster like you, I have to use every dirty trick in the book. Lee Si-jun didn't reply. Then the system announced, target afflicted with blood poison. Toxic blood detected. Lee Si-jun smirked. Just a little blood poison, huh? The system flared to life again, activating the skill of the Guardian of Pure Light. Lee Si-jun seemed to grow even stronger. Immunity increased via the Savior's Blessing. Blood poison within the body has been completely suppressed. Kim Woo-jin merely stared at him, keeping his mouth shut. Lee Si-jun looked at him with pure disdain. Well, are you finally out of your little parlor tricks? Kim Woo-jin stood tall, gripping his sword tightly as he faced him down. A terrifyingly dense, murderous aura began to pour out of his body. Dripping with malice, Woo-jin gave his answer. Not even close. The system chimed in, activating the blood mist skill from the emissary of the underworld. Instantly, a sickening crimson mist began to bleed into the air around them. The system warned, target afflicted with blood poison, but Lee Si-jun just brushed it off as absolute child's play. Nothing but a bunch of pathetic magic tricks. Another notification followed. Blood poison within the body has been completely suppressed via the Savior's blessing. The blood mist thickened in the air, masking Kim Woo-jin's lightning-fast movements. Lee Si-jun lazily shifted his eyes to track him. Woo-jin flickered in and out of the shadows, phasing around Lee Si-jun like a ghost. When Lee Si-jun fiercely swung his sword forward, his blade sliced through nothing but giant ant monsters. Kim Woo-jin was nowhere to be found. Woo-jin flashed a deeply satisfied smile, activating the Ring of Solomon. In that exact moment, a ravenous horde of ant monsters swarmed Lee Si-jun, pinning him down from all sides. He spat angrily. Another cheap trick. Then Lee Si-jun channeled all his power into his blade, unleashing the radiant sword of the Guardian of Pure Light. He swept his sword across the area, conjuring a massive tornado that instantly obliterated the ant monsters. Their lifeless bodies rained down heavily from the sky. Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, that's exactly what I'd expect from Lee Si-jun. The ground beneath his feet shattered into jagged pieces. Lee Si-jun glared menacingly. If you're out of cheap tricks... He took a slow, deliberate step forward. Yeah, then it's time for you to die. Lee Si-jun leaped high into the air, closing the distance in a flash. But Kim Woo-jin didn't panic. Instead, a bright smile spread across his face as he cast Corpse Explosion, the signature skill of the emissary of the underworld. A deafening explosion instantly rocked the battlefield. A massive, blinding cloud of dust swallowed everything in sight. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin sensed it, a colossal surge of energy piercing right through the smokescreen. It slammed into him with terrifying force, sending him tumbling to the ground. He barely managed to stagger back to his feet. As Kim Woo-jin looked down in alarm, a massive hand clamped onto his head, and Lee Si-jun's towering figure viciously slammed him back into the dirt. He gripped him as effortlessly as a frog. Was the sheer difference in class stats really this insurmountable? With a brutal swing, Lee Si-jun hurled him far across the battlefield. Kim Woo-jin lay motionless on the ground. Lee Si-jun sneered in utter contempt. Is this all you've got after acting so cocky? How disappointing. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from afar. Lord Isaac! Right behind Lee Si-jun, a barrage of deadly chains shot straight toward him. But he wasn't going to let that slide. With just a single, effortless swing of his sword, Lee Si-jun struck them down. The chains had burst forth from a nearby bottomless rift. Johan was in the direct path of that monstrous slash, and in the next second, the blade's shockwave violently struck him. Lee Si-jun just kept walking, not even bothering to look back. He approached Kim Woo-jin's battered, frail body. I guess I expected too much from you, he mocked. He was just about to stomp on him when he suddenly sensed something off. As Lee Si-jun stared down at the masked man beneath him, a sudden killing intent ambushed him from behind. Sensing the threat, he whipped around, only to find a skeleton soldier dropping down from right above to ambush him. Its blade was aimed straight for his neck. With lightning reflexes, Lee Si-jun raised his sword to block it. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying in every direction. Unyielding, he scoffed, You think you can take me on with just a lowly skeleton's strength? Seizing that split-second opening, Woo-jin delivered a devastating slash. Lee Si-jun's grip on his sword began to loosen. His eyes went wide in shock. Ah! The skeleton soldier's blade slipped right past Lee Si-jun's guard, brutally piercing into his flesh. Lee Si-jun stumbled, desperately trying to keep his footing. He looked down in horror. He had been impaled by the spear of Longinus. All of his skill and item effects were instantly nullified. Even Lee Si-jun's heavy armor shattered and fell away. The Hands of the Savior skill has been nullified. Immunity to all debuff effects has been cancelled. The Blessing of the Savior skill has been nullified. Defense and immunity have reverted to their base stats. The Final Judgment skill has been nullified. Attack power has reverted to its base stats. Excalibur has challenged the hostile target. All stats of the hostile target have been halved. Suddenly, he coughed up a violent mouthful of blood. The deadly poison had already spread throughout his entire body, dripping down to form a massive puddle of blood on the ground. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to keep his composure. The Spear of Longinus! I have to pull it out right now. Lee Sejin grabbed the shaft, ready to yank it out. That's right, if I just pull it out, I can suppress the blood poison. The weapon that can kill me doesn't even exist in this world yet. A blinding light flashed in his eyes. A status window suddenly popped up. Defense, 1,684 reduced to 842. Immunity, 1,320 reduced to 660. Health regeneration per second, 1,402 reduced to 701. Lee Sejun let out a smug, satisfied laugh. So what if the challenge effect halves my stats? There isn't a single weapon out there that can pierce through this level of defense. But his body betrayed him, and he collapsed to his knees right in front of Kim Woo-jin. Forcing a ragged laugh, Lee Sejun taunted, "You must be so furious right now, aren't you? What a tragic blow to your ego, right? So desperate to finish me off with your own two hands." He reached for the sword beside him, but did he forget to put some strength into it? Woo-jin held his mask in silence for a moment before speaking up. "I knew a small subspace would open right next to my hand, so I came fully prepared. Lee Sejin quickly swung his sword, aiming for a lethal strike. But as their overwhelming powers collided, Lee Sejin's sword was knocked straight out of his grip, violently piercing into the ground. His eyes darted frantically toward the other blade. A horrifying realization hit him. Was this another legendary weapon? A system alert rang out. Target hit by Thunder Balmung. All immunity reduced by 90%. All defense reduced by 90%. Sejin's eyes widened in sheer terror. Boom! In that split second, Kim Woo-jin delivered a ruthless, fatal slash. Slash! Kim Woo-jin stared coldly at the lifeless body crumpling before him. A system message popped up. The emissary of the underworld is highly satisfied with the outcome of this battle. The guild members watched in absolute shock. Guildmaster Lee Sejin, he's dead! Kim Woo-jin lowered his eyes as the system announced he was using the roar skill on everyone present. His deep, commanding voice echoed across the battlefield, "Drop your weapons, all of you." To all players in the Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild, from this moment on, I will not forgive anyone who tries to turn on their comrades. We have already sacrificed way too much. Our path forward is completely clear now. We need to hurry up, treat the wounded, and gather our forces. Kim Woo-jin glanced over at Park, who was currently being healed. He continued, "If we want to reach the 8th floor, our only enemies from now on are the monsters waiting in the dungeon above." Clang! A heavy axe dropped to the ground, breaking the silence with a sharp, ringing thud. Jordan spoke up, his voice exhausted. "I'm done fighting too. We didn't come into this dungeon just to throw our lives away." Men turned to him, nodding in firm agreement. He's right. I seriously don't even know why we were slaughtering each other in the first place. Another sword clattered to the dirt. Then a spear. One by one, all the weapons were tossed aside. High above in the vast expanse, a sharp, cold sound suddenly tore through the sky. Faint remnants of energy drifted down, quickly fading into nothingness, returning the world to an absolute, breathless silence beneath the endless blue horizon. Dungeon floor 8 a plus. Lee Jin-ah glanced over and asked, "Hey, Isaac, do you really want to trust these guys from the Messiah Guild and bring them along? Park Shin-hai is still alive over there, especially those royal guards. They were completely loyal to Lee Si-jun." Kim Woo-jin smirked and replied, "I'm not so sure about that. If they were truly that loyal, they would have stood their ground and fought us already. But since they just threw down their weapons like this, where would you find that kind of loyalty anymore?" Lee Jin-ah tried to reason with him. "I mean, sure, that might be true, but trusting them enough to cooperate and fight side by side is a completely different story." Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin reassured him, "It'll be fine." He patted the head of his skeleton soldier and continued, "Don't I already have a great partner along with an army that will never betray me? Seeming to regain his confidence, Lee Jin-ah shouted, "All right, let's go." All sounds suddenly faded, returning the world to absolute silence. About 2 months later, swarms of reporters gathered, cheering about the dungeon being cleared. One person asked in confusion, "Wait, Lee Si-jun isn't there. Where is Guildmaster Lee Si-jun?" Standing on the stage, Kim Woo-jin spoke coldly into the microphone. "The great hero, Lee Si-jun, has perished inside the dungeon. Before he passed, he left me with his dying wish. He said he felt profound regret that he couldn't." Down below, some reporters were already tearing up with emotion. Kim Woo-jin's voice continued to echo out, "Bercy, bring an end to this game. And I promised the late Lee Se-jun that I, along with the Savior Guild and the remaining members of the Messiah Guild, will absolutely defeat the boss of the 9th floor and put an end to this game once and for all." Oh Se-chan sat watching the broadcast through a small screen. Hearing those words, a smirk crept onto his face. Oh Se-chan thought to himself, the day has finally come. Kim Woo-jin's voice continued to echo in his ears. It reminded him of the happy moments he had shared with Jin-woo. "Boss, his speech is still going on over there. We will save this world by doing exactly that. I will forever remember Lee Se-jun's noble sacrifice." After wrapping up, Kim Woo-jin quietly thought to himself, "Lee Si-jun, take that title of the world's savior to your grave. From now on, everything that strayed from its path has been set right." A silhouette appeared behind Park Shin-hai, calling out, "Shin-hai?" She turned her head and replied, "Jisoo?" Jisoo asked Park Shin-hai with a cold tone, "Can you finally tell me the truth now? At this rate, maybe we just can't." She trembled in panic and collapsed to the ground. Everywhere in the city, the news was broadcasting. Isaac planned to raid the 9th floor in a week. Inside a restaurant, Lee Jin-ah yelled in total frustration, "Why are we eating black bean noodles right before such a massive event? Seriously, what's with the black bean noodles? You could have at least treated me to some premium beef." Kim Woo-jin frowned helplessly and reminded him, "Just hurry up and order." Lee Jin-ah looked at the menu and double-checked. "You're paying, right?" Woo-jin gestured with his hand, signaling him to just order. Seeing that look, Lee Jin-ah thought to himself, "I was going to let this guy off the hook, but today I'm absolutely eating until I burst." He made his decision and called out, "I'm ready to order. Bring me everything from here to here." Suddenly, a pair of hands pulled out the chair next to him, and a voice spoke up. "You already ordered?" Kim Woo-jin looked up. "Old man," Lee Jin-ah chimed in, "so it's you." Oh Se-chan casually sat down next to him and struck up a conversation. "That look in your eyes is making me a little uncomfortable, you know." Lee Jin-ah immediately shot back. "What's wrong with it? Everyone gets a little fascinated by shiny objects." After a moment, Se-chan lowered his voice and asked seriously, "Have you figured out what you're going to do after the game ends?" A plate of food was set on the table. The waiter said, "Here is your order." Oh Se-chan continued, "The abilities of all players will vanish." The waiter interrupted again, "And here is the 8 treasure vegetable mix." Se-chan was losing his patience but kept trying to talk. "In the future, the guilds will lose their function." Once again, the waiter's menu introduction rang out beside them. "And here's the yangjangpi with chili sauce that you ordered." Oh Se-chan snapped in frustration. "Good lord, seriously?" Kim Woo-jin, sitting across from him, smirked and replied, "I heard you established a company called Pandora. Are you saying you've already thought about the problems that will arise once the game is over?" He nodded. "Exactly. Once the game ends, the majority of players are going to be unemployed. So I created a new working environment for them to develop their skills instead of going down the wrong path. That's how we'll maintain world peace." Lee Jin-ah, who was aggressively slurping down his black bean noodles, chimed in. "So that's what Pandora is? I totally thought you were just going to hoard all the funds and make a run for it." Smack! Oh Se-chan whacked him right on the back of the head. He composed his expression and resumed the conversation. "I've already prepared everything. Now, all you have to do is clear the 9th floor without any worries and come back safely." Kim Woo-jin fell into deep thought before finally answering, "I can finally see the end of this endlessly long game." Se-chan agreed. "Yeah, I've been thinking the exact same thing lately. There's no doubt that all of this happened because of some transcendent being beyond our comprehension. Maybe they're still up there somewhere in the sky right now, watching exactly what we're doing down here. But if a human saw this, they'd probably think that at this rate, they'll never get to see the ending. If you were the one actually playing the game and your character refused to listen and didn't want it to end, what would you choose to do? Kim Woo-jin replied coldly and honestly. Number 1, quit the game. Number 2, delete the character and start all over from the beginning. Satisfied with the answer, he laughed. Exactly. That's what I thought too. Lee Jin-ah kept eating while staring at him, thinking to himself, what the hell are they even talking about? Suddenly, Se-chan's phone rang with an incoming call notification. He looked at the screen and yelled in panic, "Oh my god, I've got an emergency call. Hello?" Se-chan stood up and walked over to a corner to talk. About that, Kim Woo-jin remained silent. Then he too stood up and said to Lena, "I'm going to the restroom for a bit." Se-chan glanced back, watching Kim Woo-jin step out of the store. He smirked and walked off in the opposite direction. A little while later, as if suddenly realizing something, "Wait a minute," Lena blurted out. "Did they just ditch me? Hey, you cheapskates?" No one knew exactly when it began, but the human world had started undergoing bizarre changes. The first thing people noticed were the halos. Along with them came the sudden appearance of dungeons and monsters. These supernatural entities granted humans abilities, helping them awaken as players. The halos known to humanity were primarily divided into 2 types, either an omnipotent god granting humans the power to fight against monsters and dungeons, or a disaster emerging to destroy the world. No one knew how these supernatural beings chose their hosts. All they knew was that beams of light would rain down from the sky. After that, a system information screen would appear right before their eyes. A few individuals who closely studied these sudden, bizarre phenomena speculated that all of this was nothing more than a game for the gods, or higher beings. In total, there were 6 widely known halos. First was the one who hears the voice of all things, a halo that guided contracts with various spirits. Second was the Keeper of Knowledge, a halo that allowed its user to unleash destructive magic with a mere wave of a hand or a single chant. Third was the Enduring Warrior, a halo that granted unparalleled strength and boundless vitality. Fourth was the Deadly Hunter, a halo that heightened agility and pushed all 5 senses to their absolute limits. These were the 4 halos most familiar to humanity, while only a select few were chosen by the Protector of Pure Light, which bestowed versatile power in both offense and defense. And finally, the Emissary of the Underworld, the one who wielded the power of dark curses. To take down Lee Se-jin, Kim Woo-jin had chosen the halo of the Underworld's Emissary. From then on, his grueling journey began, and after a long, exhausting struggle, he finally got his revenge. He had personally destroyed Lee Se-jin with his own 2 hands. Now Kim Woo-jin stood before a massive dungeon gate. He turned around and muttered to himself, "Now, there's only one goal left." His eyes flashed with absolute determination to put an end to this game. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside Se-chan's office, he was intently watching the news on his phone. It reported that director Park Shin-hae of Hansun Group had officially resigned. From now on, every single move Hansun Group made would surely be under the public's watchful eye. After finishing the news, Se-chan set his phone down, thinking to himself, "Secretary Lee will be fine." He stood up and looked out the window, silently hoping. "I'm sure she'll get through this." The sunset was slowly fading, its lingering rays warmly embracing the city cemetery building. Jisoo and Shin-hae stood with their heads bowed before a portrait placed inside a columbarium niche. Shin-hae looked like a child being punished for doing something wrong. Her face was filled with remorse and tears welled up in her eyes. She gently reached out to touch the photo. It was Jisoo's father. Filled with crushing regret, she choked out, "Uncle." Jisoo stood behind her, her face completely cold, not saying a word. She recalled their previous meeting, where Shin-hae had collapsed to the floor and sobbed. Weeping tears of bitter regret, she had cried out, "I'm so sorry, Jisoo. Everything you said was right." Her tears fell to the ground like shattered pearls. She had miserably taken the blame. "Things turned out this way. It's all my fault." Sitting crumbled on the ground, Shin-hae sobbed, "I am so sorry." Then she had dragged herself over, kneeling and clinging to Jisoo's legs as she desperately begged for forgiveness. The memory faded. Back in the city cemetery, Jisoo finally broke the silence. "Shin-hae," she said softly, After that day, I've done a lot of thinking too. Her words made Shinhai flinch, turning her head eagerly to hear what she had to say. Jisoo watched the sun slowly dipping behind the mountains and confided, I wondered if I could ever forgive you. In the end, she coldly gave Shinhai her answer. But it seems I can't. Shinhai could only bow her head in quiet acceptance. After all, it was entirely her fault. She knew she couldn't force Jisoo to forgive her. Jisoo took a step forward and said, I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive you. At least, not right now, Jisoo quickly added. Hearing that, Shinhai looked up in surprise, a tiny spark of hope igniting in her heart. She raised her head, tears still clinging to her eyelashes. Huh? Jisoo coldly held out a business card. If you're truly reflecting on your mistakes, then prove it to me with your actions. Shinhai took the card, looking at it in hesitant confusion. It was Jisoo's business card, listing her as the CEO of a company called Pandora. Jisoo was reluctantly inviting her. Pandora was established to prepare for the inevitable chaos that would follow once the game ended. Years ago, Shinhai's father and Jisoo's father had joined hands to launch the Messiah project. And now, the newly founded Pandora shared those same deep roots. Jisoo explained, It's an enterprise that inherits the legacy and assets left behind by my father and yours. While Shinhai stared in absolute shock, Jisoo continued, If there are still people you care about, then you should protect their future with your own 2 hands. Thinking about their fractured friendship, her voice softened just a bit. If you do that, who knows? Maybe someday we can go back to how we used to be. Hearing this, a single tear rolled down Shinhai's cheek. She knew this was the very last chance her dearest friend was giving her. Having said her piece, Jisoo turned around and walked away. Think it over and then get in touch with me. She left Shinhai behind. Standing alone in the cemetery, Shinhai clutched the business card tightly to her chest. She bit her lip and broke down into heavy sobs, crying out of deep, agonizing regret, and crying because she felt she didn't deserve Jisoo's boundless grace. Ultimately, she slumped to the ground, kneeling and sobbing her heart out for a long time. Not long after, the TV broadcasted breaking news. The heroes had gathered to raid the final dungeon. Back at the office, Session watched the news with bated breath. The day to raid the final dungeon had finally arrived. The news anchor was completely overwhelmed by the breathtaking scene on site. Heroes from all over the globe have assembled before the dungeon gate. We pray for your total success in conquering this final dungeon. This truly honors the dying wish of Lee Sejin, who bravely sacrificed his life in the 8th floor dungeon just a short while ago. It made sense that the reporter was awestruck, for right in front of the colossal gate stood a massive protective barrier, one that only true heroes could pass through. Outside the barrier, crowds of curious onlookers had gathered to watch, while news helicopters hovered in the sky, broadcasting the event. Inside a nearby car, someone's leg was trembling violently, the heel of their shoe furiously tapping against the floorboards. Johan glanced over and asked with a grin, "Senior, are you nervous?" Lee Shuida Ligina, currently in his Spasiba persona, reacted like a cat whose tail had just been stomped on. He instantly fired back. "Nervous? Who's nervous? Since the day I was born, I haven't even known how to spell the word nervous." Johan clearly wasn't buying it. He just covered his mouth, snickering to himself. Watching the two of them start bickering as usual, Kim Woo-jin, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, silently agreed with Johan. He is definitely nervous out of his mind. Then his gaze dropped. Well, it made sense. Anyone would feel that way. Because right now, Gujin's hands were trembling with excitement and tension. The final floor of the ultimate dungeon. He clenched his fist tight, reminding himself that even someone who had died at this very threshold felt the same. This was finally it. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was waiting behind that gate? But Gujin wasn't scared. If anything, he found this whole challenge thrilling. Click. The car door opened and a group of 3 men in crisp tailored suits stepped out. After a quick adjustment to their clothes, one of them stepped forward. He was the one leading this entire operation. Gujin, under his public hero persona of Ajax, made his appearance. From a distance, Frango Soachero smiled and raised a hand in greeting. The trio of Jordan Koo and men were totally ready. Even those notoriously difficult members like Sakura and Yongwan had accepted Gujin as their leader for this raid. Gujin walked briskly up to the dungeon gate. He glanced back at the group, gave a confident smile, and signaled, "All right, shall we go?" They stepped into the portal wearing suits, but as they emerged on the other side, the heroes were fully geared in armor and weapons. Beyond the gate lay a massive pitch-black cavern, with the portal's glow being their only source of light. Gina looked around completely on guard. This is... Realizing something, he immediately snapped his head toward Gujin, silently stunned. It was exactly like that guy had said. Not too long ago, on the 8th floor of an A-rank dungeon, Gina and his skeleton army had barely managed to take down a massive towering boss. Back then, he had been panting from exhaustion, sweat pouring down his face, yet he still found the strength to thump his aching lower back and snap at Gujin, who was trailing behind. "Hey, at this rate, my skeleton army is going to get wiped out." Unexpectedly, Gujin just gave a flat, "Good work." Noticing the younger man seemed a bit down, Gina awkwardly cleared his throat. "Yeah, right back at you. You did good too," he replied. Rolling his aching shoulders, he muttered, "If the 8th floor is already this exhausting, just how brutal is the 9th floor going to be?" "Do you know anything about the next floor?" Gujin replied in a completely neutral tone. "Not much." Gina felt like he had asked a stupid question and awkwardly scratched his head. "Ugh, what's with that? Why did I even think you'd know something?" Gujin thought to himself, from the 1st floor to the 8th, it had always been a series of underground caves. So, he voiced his guess. It'll probably just be another series of connected caves. Remembering the massive gate from his past life, he added, "and a really, really huge gate." Gujin narrowed his eyes, silently admitting to himself, "Even I don't know what lies behind that gate." Hearing this prediction, Gina frowned. "Caves? A gate? What the hell are you talking about?" Gujin didn't answer. Instead, he just gave a cryptic smile. He threw his hands up in a shrug. "I just have a hunch, that's all." That smug attitude of his was incredibly punchable. Gina stared at him blankly for a second. "Excuse me?" By the time he finally processed it, Gujin was already walking away. "Hey, where do you think you're going? You know something, don't you?" The flashback ended. Snapped back to the present, Gujin carefully scanned his surroundings. He quietly sized up the gloomy cavern before him. So far, it was exactly like the last time. He then found a high boulder and vaulted on top of it. Standing above the rest, Gujin called everyone over to start their briefing. "All right, let's have a quick briefing on our next moves." But the moment he mentioned the 1st floor, a sharp beep beep from the system echoed in his ears. A glaring red screen popped up with a warning. "System error. 1st floor raid conditions forcibly met." This completely unexpected glitch made Gujin furrow his brows. What the... He couldn't believe it. A system error? But right after that, a relentless flood of error messages cascaded down. 2nd floor raid conditions forcibly met. 3rd floor raid conditions forcibly met. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor raid conditions forcibly met. Down below, the other players were staring blankly at the barrage of notifications popping up right in front of their faces. Their eyes were wide with confusion, disbelief, and sheer shock. No one had a clue what they were supposed to do. Every single person had received the exact same system errors, sending a wave of panic and bewilderment through the group. And then came the final notification. Conditions to enter the 9th floor have been met. Yong's brow furrowed deeply. What the hell is going on? Even Johann George couldn't hold back. What just happened? As usual, whenever they didn't know something, they turned to Gujin. Gina muttered in a hushed voice, "Hey, Kim Gujin, what exactly is this?" But Gujin was just as helpless. This had never happened before in any timeline. How was he supposed to know the answer? So, he simply replied, "I have no idea." Their most reliable pillar of support had just admitted he didn't know. Gina looked at him like he'd misheard. "What?" Just then, a faint, ethereal light began to shimmer, slowly materializing into a massive, glowing white portal, right in the middle of the group. Regardless of what was going on, Gujin made a swift decision. They were entering the 9th floor first. With a deafening rumble, the colossal gate fully formed in front of them, and the torches on either side roared to life with blazing fire. Standing before this simultaneously familiar, yet foreign gate, Gujin carefully weighed his options. He had never, ever heard of a system error occurring like this. An icy draft seeped out from under the heavy doors, carrying a bone-chilling, ominous aura. He furrowed his brow, wondering what on earth was waiting inside. When suddenly, a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder. Gina was trying his hardest to force a smile. "Hey, Ajax, don't tell me you're actually getting cold feet?" From his stiff expression, it was obvious Gina was the one freaking out. Even though he was sweating bullets himself, Gina stubbornly tried to act tough. "Don't sweat it too much. Just leave it to me." "Thanks, man." Gujin saw his legs trembling, yet he still talked a big game, claiming, "I'll protect you." He couldn't help but smile. A partner this solid was incredibly hard to come by. Turning around without another word, Gujin took the lead and stepped toward the gate, quietly reminding himself, "That's right. This time, I'm not alone." He had plenty of teammates. Youngwon Sakura, Johan George, and Frank Soichiro were all ready to back him up. Stepping forward with confidence, Gujin thought to himself, "Time to end this game." He placed his hands gently on the massive stone gate, then gave it a powerful shove. The seemingly heavy doors slowly began to creak open. A heavy creak echoed through the air as the system announced the start of the final battle. The group stepped inside. Beyond the massive stone gates lay a grand palace with a sprawling corridor, pitch black and eerily silent. Gina glanced around on high alert. I can't see a thing." Johan Jobs nodded in agreement. "Yeah, me neither." But suddenly, a loud whoosh echoed through the hall. A torch on the wall flared to life, its warm flames bursting forth and casting a faint glow around it. Like a chain reaction, the torches ignited one by one, trailing all the way down the vast corridor. As the light filled the room, Johan let out a startled gasp. He had spotted something. Strewn beneath the stone pillars were piles of mangled corpses, the blood still fresh. What the hell is all this? There was even the headless corpse of a massive monster, several times larger than any of them. Just as Yongwon was inspecting the giant carcass, a sudden noise echoed from behind. On high alert, he instantly whipped around. That was when he noticed a jagged throne sitting at the very end of the corridor. What is that? Slouching on the throne was a man dressed like a Greek god, his foot resting casually on the severed head of a boss. He cracked a cryptic smile, his voice dripping with condescension. "You're awfully late." Gujin didn't say a word, only glaring back at him with deep suspicion. The other players were visibly panicked by this sudden appearance. What the hell is going on? Gripping his twin swords, Yongwon gritted his teeth. "Just what kind of monster is that guy?" he cursed inwardly. The next second, before Yongwon could even make a move, a surge of power snapped his twin swords right in half. The devastating attack ripped through the air, shooting straight past Gujin. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. But as Gujin glanced over, his eyes went wide with sheer terror. With just a single strike, the entire ground had been utterly obliterated. Then he caught sight of Yongwon collapsing to his knees. Gina, too, had taken the hit, looking completely dazed. Frank Soichiro and the rest couldn't escape the God of Light's grasp either. Despite massacring so many in an instant, he just nonchalantly sighed. I thought one strike would wrap things up nicely." The moment the God of Light finished speaking, Gujin's heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. He was furious. "What the hell are you?" At his command, an army of skeleton soldiers and golems instantly materialized. The very next second, the God of Light spoke up. "Now that's interesting." With a single snap of his fingers, a massive surge of energy began gathering in midair. Gujin immediately locked his eyes on the swirling beam of light. Gina and Johan also looked up, watching it in absolute dread. The terrifying magical aura reflected clearly in Frank Soichiro's glasses. In the blink of an eye, the God of Light's energy swelled to a colossal, unimaginable size. Seeing that the time was right, a satisfied smirk crept onto his face. Without a moment's hesitation, the explosive power rained down, smashing straight into the ground where everyone stood. By some miracle, Gujin threw up his shield just in time to block the attack. Even so, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everything else was wiped out completely. Realizing that all his comrades were gone, Gujin slumped to the ground. They were completely annihilated. Sitting high above, the God of Light sneered coldly. "Just a piece of trash playing hero. You got a little too arrogant, and now you've ruined my fun." Meeting Gujin's gaze full of pure hatred, he continued, "I can't let it end this easily. Now can I? Oh, wait, Kim Gujin. The moment he heard his name, Gujin froze in shock, thinking to himself, how does he know that? Music plays. He lowered his voice, asking grimly, what the hell are you? The God of Light replied with absolute arrogance, I have no reason to answer garbage like you. Let's just hope you can entertain me a little more next time. The moment he finished speaking, he made a hand gesture. The God of Light's vague words left Gujin completely stunned. Next time? Before he could even process the thought, Gujin was ruthlessly crushed into the ground by an overwhelming force. Terrified, his mind raced. Am I really going to die like this? In his final moments, Gujin caught one last glimpse of the God of Light's arrogant smirk before a system notification popped up. Player Kim Gujin has died. But suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open. He was alive again. The game had restarted. Gujin had no idea what was going on. He sat there in a daze, still trying to wrap his head around it. But a second later, something clicked. He immediately looked around. The scenery was exactly the same as before. Like a sadistic prankster, the God of Light asked with curious amusement, so, how does it feel to come back from the dead? Shouldn't you be used to it by now? After all, you already experienced it once before. Gujin quickly caught on to the crucial detail. Time had reversed. Yeah, he was starting to put the pieces together now. A power so overwhelming that even the most elite players couldn't withstand it, wiping them out entirely. And then, the system error from the very beginning. At that thought, the image of the system flashing, "System error occurred," popped into his mind. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Gujin fell deep into thought. And now there was this clear, undeniable rage and hostility directed right at him. This bastard's identity was completely absurd. Without a second thought, Gujin smirked and called him out. Quite a contrast from that glorious title of yours, huh? Is it because I killed Lee's son? Did that put you in a tough spot? Ain't that right? Protector of pure light? Just as he expected, veins popped on the God of Light's face, absolutely livid. A tough spot? Me? You're just an insignificant speck of a human, and you really think you can put me in a tough spot? The sheer arrogance, but I admit, you do know how to piss me off. In fact, I'm incredibly pissed off right now. I'm just taking my anger out on you. The moment those words left his mouth, Gujin was sent flying, bouncing around violently like a spinning top out of control. He slammed hard into the ground, coughing up blood, and got wiped out all over again. Seeing this, the God of Light gleefully declared, just as you humans squash bugs for fun, this is nothing more than a game to us. Forced back to his starting point over and over by the God of Light's power, Gujin panted heavily. How many times does this make it? He thought to himself. Following Gujin's train of thought, his first death flashed before his eyes. The second time wasn't much better. Then came his demise by that bastard's blade of light. The gruesome scenes of his relentless slaughter played on a loop. Gujin's bright red blood stained the ground. And it didn't stop there. The God of Light made him bleed all over again. Gujin winced in pain. A second later, he thought to himself, who would have guessed this guy would actually step onto the battlefield himself? But if that's the case, then he must be on the opposite side too. Suddenly, the God of Light created a massive boom, as if demanding Gujin's attention. Right after, he mocked him with glee. You seem to have a lot on your mind, huh? Don't tell me you're counting on that trash? You think those fragile little weaklings who'd shatter at the slightest touch can actually help you? There is only one way for you to make it out of here. With those words, the God of Light unleashed an overwhelming pressure, completely taking control of Gujin's body. He forced the boy hard onto his knees. Dripping with contempt, the God of Light commanded, get on your knees and bow your head. The moment the words left his mouth, Gujin's hands were forced against the floor. Compelled by the god's absolute power, his head slammed into the ground so fiercely that the earth around him shattered into pieces. Even with his body hijacked, Gujin managed to shoot him a look of pure hatred. Unfazed, the God of Light continued, beg for your pathetic life. Meanwhile, Gujin's mind was racing. His form vanished in the blink of an eye. Could it be? That wasn't his true physical body? Catching onto a clue, he immediately struggled to his feet. Gujin flashed a bold, defiant grin. First things first, he needed to provoke this bastard just a little more. This bizarre reaction instantly caught the God of Light's eye. Baffled, he asked, are you smiling? Have you finally lost your mind? Right on cue, Zajbals ondanin naltwas itanin masisa. Gujin raised his voice and fired back. No, I just find this hilarious. An almighty being like you can't even handle a measly human like me. All you can do is throw tantrums and get overly excited. You're acting way too human right now. It seemed his taunt had hit the mark. The god of light slowly rose from his seat. So, the little rat wants to run his mouth to the bitter end? Fine. Two blades of light materialized before him, radiating a terrifying amount of power. The god of light viciously delivered his ultimatum. Begging won't save you now. I will grant you death, just as I have done over and over again. The moment the words dropped, Gujin was sent flying by the twin blades. His eyes rolled back as the life was snuffed out of him. A moment later, Gujin's body floated in a dark void, accompanied by a strange glowing red panel. The next second, he slowly opened his eyes. They immediately widened as if he had just seen something completely unbelievable. He was staring right at that Crimson System alert. Player Kim Gujin has died. In the blink of an eye, the system chimed again. System error occurred. Following that, the system window completely shattered into a million pieces. Off in the distance, Gujin caught sight of a flashing light. He forced his eyes open as wide as possible, refusing to miss a single detail. The pitch-black void was now engulfed by what looked like an entire galaxy. That brilliant light rapidly converged into a single spot. A second later, the God of Darkness appeared. Along with her arrival came the system's voice. The proxy of the underworld descends. She didn't say a word, simply observing Gujin in silence, as if she had anticipated this all along. He immediately called her out. You're later than I thought, proxy of the underworld. The God of Darkness asked, clearly amused, Did you know I was coming? Being tossed around like a rag doll, and yet you still had the luxury to think? Gujin replied, brimming with confidence. With that lunatic out there throwing a tantrum, I figured my sponsor wouldn't just sit back and watch. Hearing this, the God of Darkness let out a soft sigh of admiration. How fascinating. You really do act like the brat I chose. His tone then shifted to dead serious. All right, what exactly can you do for me right now? The moment he finished speaking, she reached out her hand without a moment's hesitation. The God of Darkness was channeling her own power directly into his heart. She stated calmly, Unfortunately, this is all I can offer you right now. It seemed Gujin had gotten exactly what he wanted. No worries, this is more than enough. Eager for him to deal with the God of Light, she urged him, All right, I know you have a lot of questions, but put out that fire first. We'll talk later. Gujin agreed. Fair enough. Back on the battlefield, the God of Light calmly watched Gujin get destroyed yet again. He spat viciously. You piece of trash, spouting such ridiculous insults. The very next second, the God of Light confidently snapped his fingers, only to realize his powers weren't responding like before. He furrowed his brows. What is this? Why isn't it activating? He suddenly went quiet, a thought crossing his mind. Is my power already starting to wane? The realization infuriated him, and he slammed his fist into his throne. Damn it all! Right at that moment, a surge of dark yet familiar magic caught his eye. Gujin had returned, and he was deadlier than ever. The God of Light immediately recognized that aura. Don't tell me. Has that one joined the fray as well? Everything was falling perfectly into place, boosting Gujin's confidence even further. What's wrong? Panicking because things aren't going according to your little plan? Despite that, the God of Light didn't show a shred of fear. Instead, a sinister smirk crept onto his face. His laughter grew louder and louder, echoing endlessly throughout the dungeon. After laughing his lungs out, he sneered through gritted teeth. It seems you've received the backing of a proxy. Is that why you're acting so damn arrogant? Even so, it changes absolutely nothing. Brushing off the god's absolute claim, Gujin calmly fired back. Is that really true? As he spoke, he instantly focused his newfound power into the palm of his hand. The surging energy quickly shaped into a razor-sharp blade, easily rivaling his opponent's. In the next second, the God of Light launched a ferocious strike at Gujin, the pressure of his attack growing heavier by the millisecond. Not flinching in the slightest, the boy drove his blade straight into the dead center of the oncoming blast. Gujin's gamble paid off. The God of Light's overwhelming attack was split clean in two. Finally, a look of pure shock crossed his face. Now this, Gujin said with rising excitement, is actually worth a try. His sheer arrogance made the god of light grind his teeth. Unable to hold back his rage, he snapped, "Worth a try?" Without a second of hesitation, the god of light lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Furious, he threw himself straight into the clash with Gujin. Their powers collided over and over, unleashing a deafening shockwave like never before. Gujin's ability to fight him on equal footing made the god of light genuinely anxious. The wounds on his body weren't healing nearly as fast as they had been. Even in the heat of battle, Gujin didn't miss that little detail. He wasn't seeing things. The healing cycle was definitely getting shorter. Completely oblivious to Gujin's underlying scheme, the god of light roared, "You little rat! How dare you act so cocky with just that level of power? I'll end you right here." A relentless barrage of divine attacks forced Gujin to use absolutely everything he had just to dodge. Standing at a distance, the god coldly watched his barrage rain down on Gujin. In the blink of an eye, the explosions completely engulfed the dungeon in a blinding cloud of smoke. But deep down, the god of light was panicking. Has my power really dropped this much? While he was caught up in his own thoughts, Gujin's voice suddenly echoed from right behind him. Just as I thought. The god of light's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A split second later, Gujin delivered a clean, brutal slash. The god's shoulder was sliced wide open, forcing him to burn through a massive chunk of energy just to heal the wound. Real fear finally crept into the god of light's mind. No. If I lose any more power? Even so, he stubbornly masked his panic. What? Did you really think that would be too much for me? In a flash, his wound stitched back together, returning completely to normal. Ignoring the god's tough talk, Gujin quickly pieced things together. The energy leaking from that wound, his delayed reaction, not to mention the times he rewound time and all those scattered corpses. So that's how it is. The moment it clicked, Gujin didn't hesitate to call him out. Your power has a limit, doesn't it? And right now, that energy is running completely dry. Having his deepest secret exposed left the god of light dead silent. Gujin caught the sudden shift in his expression and smirked. Bingo. Eager to piss him off even more, Gujin kept pushing. Makes sense, really, even for an aura. Bending time and space to your will is no walk in the park. If you're actually running on empty, well, that's great news for me. The moment the words left his mouth, Gujin summoned a massive gate forged entirely out of bone. Heavy iron chains erupted from the gate, shooting straight toward the god of light and binding him tightly in their grip. No matter how hard he thrashed, the god couldn't break free from the crushing restraints. Glaring through the tangled chains, his eyes burned with absolute murderous hatred. In an instant, his entire body was sealed away in a prison of iron. Gujin reminded himself to stay sharp. He just had to hold out until the god's power was completely drained. But then, an agonizing roar tore from the god of light's throat. An overwhelming surge of energy exploded outward, catching Gujin completely off guard. A split second later, the god's magic blasted the chains to pieces. Gujin looked up only to see the god of light radiating a terrifying, blinding aura. "Fine, I'll admit you've got a sharp eye," he snarled. "I'd love nothing more than to tear you limb from limb for ruining my fun. But thanks to these damn restrictions, I had to manifest in this pathetic, limited spirit body. I wanted to crush you in the palm of my hand to play with my food before ending it. But I've had enough. I'm going to slaughter you right now before my power runs completely dry." Watching him rage, Gujin braced himself. This pressure, it's completely on another level from before. In a flash, the god of light closed the distance. Fueled by pure rage, he drove his spear violently straight through Gujin's stomach. The agonizing blow sent Gujin hacking up a mouthful of blood. Yet, the god of light still wasn't satisfied. "I meant to skewer your heart and end you on the spot, but it seems you've still got a tiny bit of luck left." Snarling, he ruthlessly twisted the spear, driving it even deeper. The excruciating pain made Gujin grimace and grit his teeth. But right at that life or death moment, the familiar chime of the system rang out. As soon as the notification popped up, Gujin reached out and firmly gripped the god's spear. "The immortal warrior applauds you. The immortal warrior has granted you a portion of their power." Without flinching, Gujin smoothly pulled the blade out of his body, leaving absolutely no wound behind. Watching his damage instantly vanish, the god of light ground his teeth, his arms violently trembling in disbelief. How does a filthy, low-born rat like you... Before the raging god could even finish, Gujin cut him off with a cocky grin. Looks like my side's getting a little crowded. The god of light froze, completely bewildered. What? In the very next second, Gujin tightened his grip on the spear. With one effortless yank, he lifted the god straight off his feet, delivering a brutal, devastating punch that sent the god of light flying across the dungeon. Gujin cracked a savage smirk. You've been doing whatever the hell you want for way too long. Still reeling from the punch, the god looked totally lost. What? What are you talking about? In the blink of an eye, the system lit up again. The silent hunter glares at the protector of pure light with absolute disgust. The silent hunter has granted you a portion of their power. Gujin's tone dripped with relentless mockery. I mean, how else would you end up being so universally hated by all the other auras? Unable to snap back, the god of light could only glare at him with pure boiling hatred. Without warning, Gujin spun into motion, fast as a raging tornado. Panic setting in, the god desperately tried to track his every move. A split second later, Gujin plummeted from above, bringing his blade crashing down. With a single, devastating strike, he cleaved the god of light's spear completely in half. The severed tip of the spear slammed into the ground, echoing loudly throughout the dungeon. As the god stood there clutching his broken weapon, the system chimed once more. The listener of all things casts a disdainful side glance at the protector of pure light. The listener of all things has granted you a portion of their power. If the other auras are taking my side, Gujin said with deep satisfaction, then things are looking pretty damn good for me. Without a second of hesitation, he swung his arm, unleashing the newly acquired power of the listener of all things. From beneath the ground, massive thorny vines burst forth all at once. They wrapped tightly around the god of light, making him scream in agony. The god of light roared in defiance. How dare you do this to me? It seemed he still had just enough strength left to break free from the vines. Even though the god of light formed a new spear, the system notifications just kept ringing. The holder of knowledge scoffs at the protector of pure light. The holder of knowledge has bestowed a portion of their power upon you. Ignoring his desperate struggles, Gujin remained completely confident. Not even close. The god of light still had no idea what was going on. It turned out that while he was standing there completely clueless, a magic circle had already enveloped the ground beneath his feet. Flames erupted from the magic circle, making him scream in absolute agony. The magical torrent grew fiercer by the second, all under Gujin's completely unfazed watch. A moment later, the flames died down, leaving only thick smoke drifting through the dungeon. As the smoke cleared, the collapsed figure of the god of light was slowly revealed. Speaking with a calm tone, Gujin approached him. Listen here. He paused for about 2 seconds, just taking a moment to observe his pathetic state. The very next second, Gujin grabbed the god of light tightly by the head. He yanked it up, growling, "Snap out of it!" Ugh! Seeing the god of light's completely dazed expression, Gujin spoke up. This won't do. As if to pay him back for every single thing he had done to him and his comrades, Gujin ruthlessly slashed him across the chest. Gujin's strike made the god of light howl in pain. He mocked him with a low, chilling voice, rolling around in pain already after just that. How pathetic. What should I do next? The feeling of death staring you right in the face. This is your first time, isn't it? In stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, the god of light could now only stammer and beg. Wait a minute. Please, spare me. If this keeps up, it's really the end for me. Could you find it in your heart to have mercy and just let me go? These utterly shameless words made Gujin fall silent, but failing to notice his growing annoyance, the god of light groveled, pressing his hands together in a pathetic plea. I swear I'll never step foot in this place ever again. Despite his desperate begging, Gujin didn't say a single word in response. He frowned and growled, completely losing interest. Constellations? What should I do with him? A second later, a ring of void materialized at Gujin's call. From behind him, the constellations emerged all at once. The immortal warrior immediately spoke up. Let us handle this bastard. And by the way, it really has been a long time since we last crossed paths. Kim Gujin! The moment he heard those words, Gujin recognized him. Don't tell me. You're the immortal warrior? Hearing that, the glowing aura around the figure gradually faded. Then the immortal warrior exclaimed with excitement, I knew you'd recognize me right away. It was a bit of a shame in our past life, but in this life, we finally got to have a proper all-out fight. Thanks to you, I had a blast. Gujin replied in a completely unfazed tone. Fair enough, I did get a lot of help from you after all. His casual attitude made the warrior smile in satisfaction. You're exactly the same as ever. If you're cool with it, just leave that piece of trash to us. You're not the only one completely pissed off at him. He's crossed the line way too many times. Believe me, we're going to make his punishment absolute hell. At the mention of the god of light, Gujin replied in a dark tone, Is that so? Glancing over at the tightly bound god, he added, Do whatever you want with him. A moment later, the immortal warrior pointed behind him. Alright then, you should probably hear the full story from this person. It turned out to be the god of darkness who spoke up next. Let's end this here. Right after that, she revealed her true form. Kim Gujin, the god of darkness, slowly began, You must have a lot of questions. Where should I even begin? Hearing this, Gujin didn't answer and just fell deep into thought. Right after, the immortal warrior chimed in. Well then, you two take your time and catch up. We'll be taking our leave now. Once he was gone, the god of darkness calmly continued. Let's start from the moment you died at the hands of Lee Sejin. As she said this, she summoned a massive system screen. Shall we? The god of darkness began her story. I'm sure you already know this. The entire world used to be firmly in Lee Sejin's grasp. He monopolized all the power, completely neglected the dungeons, and of course, hoarded every single artifact for himself. If anyone refused to submit to him, they were wiped out. Even ordinary people were no exception. Images of the past. Lee Sejin flickered across the screen as she spoke, making him look like an absolute king. No, more like the absolute god of this world. And naturally, we were completely disgusted by his actions. Except for that so-called protector of light, of course. After debating for a long time, we finally agreed on two things. We would restart this game from the very beginning, and we would choose a player to go head-to-head against Lee Sejin to end this twisted game once and for all. Just hearing that was enough to pique Gujin's curiosity. And what was the reason you chose me? His question brought a faint, enigmatic smile to the god of darkness's face. She then explained, You had the strongest burning desire for revenge against Lee Sejin, and more importantly, you were the only player with the actual capability to end this game. The god of darkness's absolute certainty left Gujin visibly stunned. It had to be you. Kim Gujin. Honestly, pulling that off was incredibly draining. Even for a constellation, preserving someone's memories perfectly while reversing space and time is no easy feat. Gujin instantly caught the contradiction. Then how the hell was that crazy constellation able to loop time over and over again? Without a moment's hesitation, she snapped her fingers and replied, Ah, that's because his control over space and time is strictly limited to this specific dungeon. It doesn't affect the outside world at all. The scale of power required is on a completely different level. What happened this time was extremely bizarre to us as well. A constellation directly interfering and attacking a player. And on top of that, arbitrarily messing with space and time. But because he kept rewinding time over and over, it created a rift in the system. That loophole is exactly what allowed us to funnel a fraction of our power to you. And honestly, even if we couldn't do that, we would have found some way to step in and stop him regardless. And it seems you had already figured out that we were going to intervene in the game. Gujin bowed his head politely. It was just a theory I had. I guess I just got lucky. A moment later, his curiosity took over and he asked, So, what exactly is going to happen to the Protector of Light now? After a brief 2-second pause, the God of Darkness replied, having completely stripped away his power and revoked his divine status. Following her gaze, Gujin's eyes widened as he looked down. The God of Darkness had opened a bottomless abyss right beneath the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, she continued, We plan to imprison him in this abyss. What do you think? Hearing this, Gujin replied with satisfaction. Perfect, then the game is over. How do you plan to handle the world now? The God of Darkness replied in an amused tone, Handle it? We haven't even thought about that. Shouldn't we just let things run their natural course for you mortals? Just returning it to how it was before we interfered. Isn't that fine? Gujin immediately scratched his head and grumbled, You guys are a pain in the ass right to the very end. Gujin's remark didn't anger her at all. Instead, the god of darkness let out a hearty laugh. The divine have always been like this. We play until we're bored and never think about the consequences. But you don't need to worry too much. Humanity will find the answer, just like they always have. He asked softly in return, is that so? Suddenly, the god of darkness became serious again. Kim Gujin, let me ask you this. Will you regret losing your powers? This sudden question made Gujin fall silent for a moment, but a second later, he answered with absolute certainty, why would I? I've already achieved my goal. Plus, in this life, I've gained trustworthy comrades. So what is there left to regret? Just as the god of darkness had predicted, she offered gentle praise. All right, that sounds just like you. I'm leaving now. Do you have anything else to say? Just as she turned away, Gujin spoke up. Thanks for everything you've done all this time. The god of darkness's face showed clear surprise at his sudden gratitude. Not giving her a chance to reply, Gujin continued. Even though I was just a toy for your amusement, without your goodwill, I wouldn't have been able to get my revenge so easily. All right, I'm done talking. If you're finished here, then hurry up and get lost. His mix of gratitude and bluntness only made the god of darkness more amused. Instead of leaving, she summoned her power and told Gujin, then consider this a final parting gift. The gentle magic of the god of darkness caught his eyes as it illuminated the entire dungeon. The moment she left, particles of magic showered down onto the ground. They drifted into the bodies of the players who had perished earlier. In mere moments, Gujin's comrades were brought back to life. Seeing this, he thought to himself in astonishment. As everyone sat up, Yang Huan blurted out in confusion, "What on earth is going on?" Even before grasping the situation, Gina's anxious cry rang out. Boss, he frantically looked around. Hey, Kim Gujin, are you okay? Where did that bastard go? Before Gina could even finish speaking, a system notification chimed in. Panic was written all over his face, and the others were no exception. Even Yang Huan was stunned. A system screen had just announced, the game has ended. He couldn't believe his eyes. It's really over? The next second, Yang Huan trembled as he turned toward Gujin. He thought to himself, that monster-like bastard. Was he actually killed by Gujin? A moment later, the system reappeared. All item effects had vanished. Equipped items were disabled. In the blink of an eye, Gujin reverted to his true form. This sight made Yang Huan turn pale with indignation. Isaac, was Kim Gujin all along? Soon, the entire dungeon erupted into chaotic murmurs. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Lee Gina screamed, his voice cracking from panic. What the hell is going on here? But Kim Gujin just kept walking, completely ignoring his desperate shouts from behind. Hey, I'm talking to you. Franchero was choking on his own words. Gujin spoke up calmly. I have a favor to ask of you. The man's sharp gaze remained glued to the person in front of him, his mind a tangled mess of conflicting thoughts, unsure of what the right choice was. After a moment of deep thought, Franco Sachiro finally made his decision. He gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with resolve. Franco Sachiro spoke, if that is what you want, then fine. Outside, as the dimensional gate flared with light, cheers erupted everywhere. They had cleared the 9th floor dungeon. They're out! The crowd of reporters frantically flashed their cameras, desperate to capture this historic moment. One person excitedly exclaimed, It's the Dragon Hunter! The person next to them asked curiously, Wait, where is he? Up on the podium, he gently adjusted the microphone. Franco Sachero announced solemnly, This has been a long and grueling journey. Thanks to the relentless effort and sacrifice of so many, we were finally able to defeat the boss of the 9th floor and put an end to this game. Franco Sachiro lowered his voice. However, the one who saved and guided us, Isaac, along with his comrade Spasiba, sacrificed their lives to clear this dungeon. His words left the entire press corps in stunned silence. A few instinctively gulped cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The scene shifted to a crowded diner. The usual noisy chatter suddenly died down, as every pair of eyes remained glued to the large screen on the wall. Franco Sachiro continued. Before drawing his final breath, he told me this. Once this game ends, the world will inevitably fall into chaos, so we must prepare a contingency plan in advance. Back at the press conference, Franco Sachero continued his speech, and he had already thought of the perfect person for the job. Right on cue, Sechin stepped up to the podium and introduced himself. Greetings, everyone. I am O. Sechin, the director operating the Pandora Corporation. He continued, to prepare for the chaos that will strike the world now that the game has ended. Watching from a distant corner, Gina and Lena were incredibly satisfied with Sechin's words. Sechin declared in a loud, clear voice, following the dying wish of director Lim Soo of the Hansung Group, who tragically passed away in an accident. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Park Shin-hai was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Hearing her father's name blare from the TV, she jolted, instinctively staring at the screen. And the late chairman Park Jong-ho of the Hansung Group, we have established this enterprise, Sechin declared with absolute conviction. We solemnly swear to do our utmost to maintain world peace. A satisfied smile crept onto Kim Gujin's lips, and he quietly turned and walked away. 6 months later, at Pandora headquarters, the sky was a clear blue with warm rays of sunlight cascading over the massive glass building, creating a strangely peaceful atmosphere. Inside the service hall, the moment ticket number 102 flashed on the screen. A man hurriedly rushed up to the counter. He wiped away the cold sweat dripping down his forehead, trying to stay calm, but the intense anxiety on his face was unmistakable. The teller greeted him with a warm, friendly smile. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? We have finished processing your application for the player employment subsidy. She slid a card across the counter toward him. The allowance is scheduled to be deposited into your account today. He clutched the card tightly in his hand, his eyes turning red with overwhelming emotion. Is that really true? My powers vanished along with the dungeons. These past few days, I've been struggling so much because I couldn't even find a job. The man suddenly shot to his feet, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Thank you. Thank you so much. The teller panicked and frantically waved her hands. Oh no, it's nothing, she explained in a fluster. Pandora is an organization we all built together specifically to help people like you. Please, keep doing your best to live a good life. Suddenly, a furious slam on a nearby desk echoed through the room, startling the two of them into spinning around. No, why the hell not? Ji-ho demanded furiously. Are you looking down on me because I'm unemployed? I thought you said I'd get a subsidy if I came here. He slammed another heavy punch onto the desk. And if I return items, I'm supposed to get compensation money too. The terrified clerk tried to calm the man down. Sir, that's not how it works. The clerk explained, since you have a criminal record, the process is a bit more complicated. Ji-ho roared, shut up. He growled coldly, shut your mouth and hand over the cash. Right then, Jinna patted Ji-ho on the shoulder and said casually, hey, there are a lot of people around. Cut it out and come chat over here. He whipped around and snapped, what now? Ji-ho immediately threw a punch, yelling, how dare you put your hands on me? His aggressive reaction was exactly what Jinna was hoping for. With a slight smirk, Jinna spun around and slammed Ji-ho hard into the ground. Ji-ho was fuming, veins popping on his forehead. He snarled, is this how you treat your customers? Jinna gave a friendly smile. I did ask you nicely to come have a chat, didn't I? Soon after, the evening glow draped over the Pandora headquarters. Jinna knocked on the door of the executive director's office, and a voice called out from inside, come in. He quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Are you seriously eating while working? Seeing the mountain of paperwork, Lee Jinna's face went pale. Just take your time going through all these. Jisoo calmly asked, is your shift over already? She didn't even look up from checking the documents, the scratching of her pen echoing across the paper. Nothing went wrong with the support team down at the front desk, right? He pointed a thumb at himself, his voice brimming with pride. There was a tiny hiccup, but I took care of it. Honestly, if it weren't for me, who knows who would protect the world? Jinna gestured wildly, exaggerating the story. I'm telling you, the guy was huge, at least this tall. But all it took was one flip, and I slammed him right onto the floor. His powers were definitely gone. But man, my body still feels exactly like it used to. Really makes me miss the old dungeon raiding days. Jisoo stopped writing, set her pen down neatly, and replied with heavy sarcasm. Is that all? Lee Jinna's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? That's only because you didn't see it with your own eyes, Director Lee. She casually made a suggestion. Well then, how about I tell him that Lee Jinna wants to get the team back together for a mission? Jinna panicked and immediately protested. No, that's not what I meant at all, he stammered before asking curiously, speaking of which, where's that guy right now anyway? Jisoo clasped her hands together, resting them on the desk as she replied. He's out doing much harder work than you are, she said. Jinha's face dropped into a sulk. I'm working hard over here too, you know. The scene shifted to a desolate junkyard, where the thick darkness made the area feel eerily silent. A man was violently hurled to the ground, a pained groan escaping his throat. On the other side, Johan had already wiped out the rest of the thugs. He pulled down his mask and flashed a bright smile. Boss, I've cleared this side. Shortly after, they pried open the wooden crates. Inside lay an endless pile of artifacts in all shapes and sizes. Johan spun around, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement. These guys were hoarding a ton of artifacts. He scoffed. Whether they're buying or selling artifacts that have already lost their powers, they're all just a bunch of idiots. Johan scratched his head. Well, we've pretty much wrapped things up here. Let's head back. I'll call the cleanup crew to handle the rest. Kim Woo-jin nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. The next day at the Pandora headquarters, the sunlight bounced off the glass panels, making them sparkle like brilliant jewels. Everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Sei-chan spoke up with his warm, deep voice. Great work on the investigation, everyone. He pointed at the stack of photo reports. But seriously, these thugs have been hoarding an insane amount of artifacts lately. Sei-chan scratched his head in confusion. I just don't get where they're finding all this stuff. Jinna popped a chip into his mouth and answered lazily, probably because of that rumor going around. People are saying a few artifacts still have their powers. Jisoo chimed in. There's also a faction within that group aiming for Pandora's subsidy funds, which is why they're hunting down those items. Sei-chan rubbed his forehead with an exhausted sigh. These punks give me such a headache. I already have enough on my plate without them causing trouble. Sei-chan whined. And the company has so many expenses to cover right now, too. It's utterly exhausting. Kim Woo-jin cut in with a cold, flat tone. How much money do you need? Sei-chan blinked and glanced over at him in surprise. Huh? Well, when it comes to capital, the more, the better, obviously. Kim Woo-jin's chair screeched backward as he abruptly stood up. With a surge of eagerness, he offered, then I'll go make that money for you. Meanwhile, inside Park Young-won's office, certificates and commemorative trophies were perfectly displayed on the shelves without a single speck of dust. He sat silently at his desk, deep in thought. Suddenly, Secretary Kim's frantic voice echoed from outside, instantly grabbing Park Young-won's attention. I had already told you, you can't just barge in there. Instantly, the office door swung open with a harsh creak. Kim Woo-jin casually strolled in and offered a cheerful greeting. Long time no see. Park Young-won. The moment he saw him, he was completely stunned, his voice trembling with sheer terror. Kim Woo-jin, how did you get in here? She stammered an explanation. The director, I am so sorry. These people just suddenly... Park Young-won lowered his voice. That's enough. Just get out. Secretary Kim squeaked out nervously. Yes, sir, I understand. He stared daggers at the group in front of him, his face dark and his jaw clenched so tight it looked like he was trying to crush his own surging rage. Kim Woo-jin spoke with an arrogant smirk. It's nothing serious, really. I just need some cash. Park Young-won was dumbfounded. What? You just drag a whole gang in here and demand money? He picked up the commemorative photo from the charity agreement signing for his Phoenix Foundation. Using your title as one of the heroes who cleared the 9th floor to establish the Phoenix Foundation, he continued, with a heroic reputation like that, these organizations have never hesitated to shower you with funding. But it turns out this great hero has been cooking the books and embezzling the relief funds. Kim Woo-jin's next words instantly made him panic, his already tense face twisting even further. Just to line his own pockets. What do you think those organizations will say when they find out the truth? Park Young-won furiously roared, What the hell is this bastard spouting? Do you even have any proof? He glanced behind him, his voice brimming with confidence. And what if I do? At that moment, a flicker of doubt sparked in his mind. He disappeared, and now he just randomly shows up like this. Park Young-won thought to himself, There's no way he knows about my secret safe. That's right, he's definitely just bluffing. Seeming to regain his courage, he immediately snapped back. You really just say whatever the hell you want, don't you? Listen here, Kim Goo-jin, I'll admit you're pretty capable. Park Yong-won discreetly pressed the emergency button hidden under his desk, his tone dripping with mockery. But once we lose all our powers, we're nothing but ordinary humans. He growled in frustration. You bring two of your little cronies here and think that's gonna scare me? Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah and Johan were furious, shouting in unison, Cronies? What the hell did you just call us? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed outside the door. Dozens of Park Yong-won's subordinates, having heard the emergency alarm, rushed in to help. In no time at all, the group was completely surrounded by his men. Kim Goo-jin let out a soft sigh. You really never change, do you? Park Yong-won immediately barked out an order. Take them out! But just a moment later, the scene unfolding before him left Park Yong-won absolutely stunned, all the color draining from his face. In the blink of an eye, his entire crew of subordinates had been brutally beaten down, groaning as they laid scattered across the floor. Very quickly, his secret safe was discovered. Johan cheered excitedly. Boss, there's a safe over here! Staring at the massive piles of cash stuffed inside, Lee Jin-ah muttered, Just how much money has this bastard been eating up? He then waved a ledger in the air. Hey, Kim Goo-jin, I found the account books. Hearing this, Kim Goo-jin immediately gave his orders. Good work! Take the cash and take pictures of every single document. Watching his wealth get snatched away right in front of his eyes without being able to do a single thing, Park Yong-won was completely powerless, trying in vain to stop them. No, my money. In a flash, everything was completely wiped clean without a trace. Over the next few days, the newspapers were flooded with the news. Director of the Phoenix Foundation, Park Yong-won, transfers relief funds to Pandora. I just wanted to share the spirit of charity with everyone. Seeing the quote on his phone, Kim Goo-jin smiled in deep satisfaction. Right then, Johan, who had been standing in front of him for a while, spoke up softly. Boss, the location for the next mission has been decided. Departure time is midnight, but it looks like we can push it back if needed. He rested his hands on the table. Looks like we're about to get busy again. After that, Kim Goo-jin quickly turned to leave. I have some things to take care of. I'll meet you at the departure point later. The scene shifts. It was now late afternoon, the sunset bathing everything in a warm golden glow. Lee Sek-jin-ah's voice echoed from a nearby building. Once again, we welcome you to Pandora. Inside, a press conference was in full swing. The constant flashing of cameras mixed with the bustling chatter of reporters created an atmosphere that was both rushed and tense. Finally, the press conference came to an end. As soon as he stepped off the podium, he spotted a familiar figure. Kim Goo-jin? Lee Jin-ah asked curiously. What are you doing here looking for me? He replied, Are you done here? If you're done, let's go grab something to eat. Lee Jin-ah ran a hand through his hair, his voice dripping with suspicion. What is this? Are you planning to make me pay for everything again like last time? Kim Goo-jin's face dropped, and he turned as if to leave. If you don't trust me, then just pretend never asked. Lee Jin-ah panicked and quickly backpedaled. I'll go. But right at that moment, Kim Goo-jin's gaze suddenly stopped. Below the stands, Mi Seon was laughing and chatting happily with a man, her eyes sparkling with joy. The corners of Kim Goo-jin's lips twitched upward into a relieved, peaceful smile. Then he turned on his heel and walked away. Lee Jin-ah hurriedly chased after him. So, what are you treating me to? Before long, the two of them were seated and enjoying a meal at a Hwangseong beef restaurant. Lee Jin-ah couldn't hold it in anymore and glared at the guy sitting across from him. Hey, don't you think this is a bit much? Kim Goo-jin, who was busy grilling the meat, spoke generously. Just order whatever you want. Don't even worry about the price. Lee Jin-ah asked cautiously, Really? Are you serious? He nodded. Absolutely. In a flash, the massive trays of meat were completely demolished. Kim Goo-jin grabbed his phone and stood up. I'm going to step out to take a call. I'll be right back. Lena didn't say a word, just kept stuffing his face with meat, his chopsticks a blur of motion. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. Only then did it hit him that something was off. A wave of unease washed over him, making his heart race. Lena shot to his feet in a panic. Wait a minute, did that bastard just take a call and ditch the bill? He stormed over to the checkout counter. Excuse me, did you see a scary-looking guy head outside? The cashier looked flustered and replied, yes, I did see someone step out while talking on the phone. Lena hissed through gritted teeth. Kim Gu-jin, that jerk played me again. Suddenly, the cashier held out a hand. Ah, but that person did leave a note. Lena froze. What? He quickly snatched the paper, his eyes immediately locking onto the handwritten words. I had an emergency and had to leave early. I've already paid for all the meat the restaurant has for today. Pack up the rest to take home or do whatever you want with it. Lena burst into tears of profound gratitude. Sniff! Kim Gu-jin! Meanwhile, at the Pandora headquarters, a brilliant golden light spilled from a high-floor office, shining brightly against the surrounding darkness. Ju was still deeply engrossed in her work, completely losing track of time when the door suddenly burst open, making her jump. Ju stared straight ahead, asking softly, Who's there? A moment later, a figure slowly stepped out of the shadows. Park Sin-hye kept her head bowed. It's been a while, Ju. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. Have you been well? Park Sin-hye asked awkwardly. You're so busy, and yet I just showed up out of nowhere without even calling ahead. I'm really sorry. She nervously fiddled with her fingers, avoiding eye contact. Jisoo! I'm incredibly grateful that you made me that offer, but I'm honestly so worried about whether everyone... Park Sin-hye's face was tight with anxiety, her voice dropping to a whisper. Whether they can ever forgive me for the things I've done in the past. Ju immediately stood up. Sin-hye, admitting your faults, truly repenting, and returning to the right path is a difficult journey for anyone, and you've already taken the first step on that hard road. Ju placed a hand over her heart, offering her absolute sincerity. With that genuine intention alone, I am more than willing to help you. All you need to do is show me that you are helping others and truly turning over a new leaf. She slowly walked toward her. Someday, the others will understand your true heart as well. Ju gently took her hands. Just like how I understand you. Park Sin-hye froze, her eyes helplessly glued to the warm hands holding her own. In that beautiful moment, tears of sheer joy rolled down her cheeks. Thank you. Jisoo. The next morning, warm sunlight bathed the Pandora headquarters. Inside the general manager's office, Oh Se-chan sat behind his massive desk, his eyes sharply scanning through a stack of documents. Suddenly, the door swung open with an abrupt clack, shattering the quiet atmosphere. He immediately looked up, his gaze locking onto the person who had just barged in. Director Lee, what's going on? Ju spoke in a calm, flat tone. There is someone I'd like to introduce to you. Right on cue, Park Sin-hye stepped forward timidly, her head bowed and her eyes darting away. Seeing the figure in front of him, Se-chan was completely blindsided, his eyes going wide as saucers. She nervously tucked her bangs behind her ear and spoke with utmost politeness. Hello, my name is Park Sin-hye. Please take good care of me from now on. Still reeling from the shock, he barely managed to stammer out, Oh, okay, bye. Ju then briskly walked over, dropping a thick folder onto Se-chan's desk. These are the documents that need your approval this month. He muttered under his breath, Looks like you've already handled everything yourself, huh? Director Lee Jisoo immediately spun on her heel to leave. Review them quickly and get them approved for me by this afternoon. Se-chan was left utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Is she seriously just ignoring me? Seeing Ju dragging Park Sin-hye away, he hurriedly called out after them, Wait! Director Lee! Se-chan quickly opened the documents to check, letting out a helpless sigh. Good grief, she's still as cold as ever. But as the lines of the report came into view, he froze in sheer disbelief. Se-chan frantically slammed the button on his desk phone, his voice boiling with rage. Lena, get that brat up here right this second. A moment later, Lena strolled into the office, his mouth still stuffed with a couple of sausages. What's up? Without warning, the thick folder was mercilessly chucked right into his face. Se-chan roared in fury. Hey, who was the one who promised to work hard and earn their keep, huh? What the hell are these food expenses? Are you a monster or something? Se-chan was practically fuming. 20 million won for 1 month of food. Does that make any sense to you? Lena rubbed his face, replying nonchalantly. So what? It all goes into my stomach anyway. Lena bent down to pick up the scattered papers from the floor. If I work hard, obviously I'm going to get hungry. Se-chan bellowed, Are you telling me you're still using your powers? How is it that your appetite just keeps getting bigger? Lena tossed the folder back onto the desk, groaning in annoyance. All right, I get it. I'll try to cut it down by half. But Sei-chan's next words pierced straight through Lena's heart like a dagger. Cut it by half? You're cutting it down to 1/4. He angrily pointed a finger straight toward the exit. Right in the middle of that tense standoff, the phone suddenly rang. Sei-chan picked it up, and his demeanor shifted instantly, his tone dripping with friendliness. Wow, how long has it been? You must have been incredibly busy lately, right? Frank Soichiro burst into hearty laughter. Compared to you, I've still got plenty of free time. He asked how things were holding up on their end. The man replied cheerfully, thanks to Pandora's manpower and financial support, things over in France have pretty much stabilized. The information Gujin provided has been incredibly helpful to us. Franco Sawero chimed in. Thanks to him, I managed to recover all the artifacts being illegally smuggled across the border. I'll be sending them your way soon. The intel this time seems pretty solid, doesn't it? Sei-chan chuckled. We've received a ton of help from Kim Gujin too, but I gotta tell you, sometimes it almost feels uncanny. Are you surprised? Is something wrong? Sei-chan finally voiced the doubts lingering in his mind. How should I put this? The intel that guy brings in, isn't it a little too accurate? It's almost as if he's watching everything unfold right at the scene. Franco Sawero was puzzled. What do you mean? Isn't that a good thing? He trailed off in thought. At first, I figured he wasn't a bad kid, so I didn't worry too much about it, but I just get this feeling that he's hiding something from us, the other man teased. Oh, Sei-chan, you're getting older, so you're just worrying over nothing. All right, let's just leave that for Gujin to handle himself. Let's grab a bite together next time. Hearing those words, his eyes instantly lit up. You're paying, of course, right? Franco Sawero yelled in exasperation. Fine, I'm paying? Happy now? You cheapskate. Send my regards to Gujin, will you? Sei-chan hung up the phone, muttering to himself. Yeah, he'll probably know how to handle things on his own. Meanwhile, a helicopter tore through the pitch-black sky above the dense forest. The roaring blades shattered the dead silence of the night, leaving only the fierce howling of the wind in its wake. Inside, Johan asked curiously, Boss, what exactly did these scumbags do this time to warrant us stepping in? Kim Gujin explained flatly, illegal artifact smuggling, kidnapping, imprisonment, torture, and running twisted, unsanctioned human experiments. Suddenly, his eyes turned deathly cold. They're pure scum. This time we're ripping them out by the roots. Before long, the two of them touched down at the drop zone. Crouched behind a massive tree, Kim Gujin quietly gave the order. Cover me, Johan. Johan clicked his weapon into place, fully loaded and ready to go. You got it, boss. In a flash, the two of them sprang into action. Johan immediately opened fire, unleashing a relentless, deafening barrage of bullets. Caught completely off guard, the thugs ahead had zero time to react. They were gunned down in seconds, dropping to the dirt in sheer panic. The few who survived scrambled behind some wooden crates, blindly firing back and screaming curses, plunging the area into deadly chaos. Suddenly sensing a looming threat right behind him, one thug whipped around, his eyes blowing wide in sheer terror. But before he could even twitch, a sickeningly sharp crack sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, Gujin slaughtered them all. Their bodies lay scattered across the freezing dirt, completely lifeless and devoid of any fight. Kim Gujin swiftly kicked the door open and stepped inside. The horrific sight that greeted him made him freeze dead in his tracks. Time seemed to stand still in the face of such pure atrocity. The captives were huddled together in rusty iron cages, violently trembling in fear. On the far side, others had been brutally tortured. Corpses were piled high like a mountain, and pools of blood flowed like a river, staining the entire floor a sickening crimson. The gun in Kim Gujin's hand slipped, clattering to the floor. He slowly drew his combat knife, his teeth grinding together in pure, boiling rage. So much for finishing this cleanly. Gujin launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. His body blurred past the remaining enemies, giving them zero chance to even process what was happening. In a fraction of a second, they all crumpled to the ground, sprays of fresh blood painting gruesome arcs through the air. He slowly approached one of the bodies, his tall, dark shadow swallowing the man's lifeless form. Gujin grabbed the corpse by the collar, his eyes devoid of any human emotion. Johann glanced around the bloodbath, clicking his tongue in a morbidly impressed tone. Well, that's quite a body count. He pulled out his radio. "Base, this is Johann," he called in. "The area is clear," requesting immediate backup. But as he caught sight of the dying hostages trapped in the iron cages, he quickly changed his mind. "Wait, scratch that. Get a medical team down here. Stat!" Suddenly, his gaze instinctively darted to the back of the room. At that very moment, Kim Gujin was completely engulfed in a swirling, pitch-black aura. A few seconds later, he carelessly tossed the corpse onto the bloody floor. Kim Gujin finally spoke, his voice dangerously calm. "Johann, looks like we're about to get busy again. I found their main base. Are you ready for round 2? Johann responded with dead seriousness. "Yes, boss. Always ready." Gujin's voice purred with grim satisfaction. "Good." A dark light flashed in Kim Gujin's eyes. Pitch-black spiritual energy flared from his pupils, radiating an absolutely suffocating bloodlust. "Then let's move." Johann was momentarily stunned, a shiver running down his spine as he recognized that all-too-familiar terrifying aura. But then, a vicious grin spread across Johann's face, a surge of fierce excitement bubbling in his chest. Following the boss was definitely the best choice he ever made.